A spacecraft glides slowly through the vastness of the cosmos. The emerald-hued planet becomes increasingly vivid against the backdrop of the inky universe. Standing before the ship's window, Raditz gazes with profound contemplation. He has traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, reborn as Raditz, the brother of Son Goku. The Dragon Ball God King transformation system. Raditz silently recites this secret that has irrevocably altered his fate. From being a mere novice with a battle power of 2,000, he ascended to incredible heights, propelled by the system's bestowed senzu beans and a near-death revival trait, effortlessly vanquishing Vegeta along the way. Through bloodline evolution, he leaped from a mid-level Saiyan to a superior Saiyan. Ultimately, after defeating Kakarot in the hyperbolic time chamber and completing his mission, he transformed into a noble royal bloodline, successfully unlocking the transformation into Super Saiyan. All of this feels like a surreal dream, yet it is palpably manifest in the calm, yet explosive power residing within him, a force that could shatter the heavens, if unleashed. A soft sound of footsteps approaches from behind, accompanied by a familiar fragrance. What are you thinking about? So lost in thought, Bulma's gentle arms encircle his waist, her cheek resting lightly against his back. Raditz's unparalleled strength, clear sense of purpose, and mastery over the future deeply captivates Bulma. This mature and potent allure swiftly ensnares the heart of the brilliant young woman. I was contemplating our enemy, Raditz replies, turning to embrace her, planting a tender kiss on her forehead. Frieza is no character like Vegeta, we must be utterly prepared. Rest assured, this ship is my modification, it is absolutely foolproof. Bulma lifts her chin confidently, yet a flicker of concern for the cosmic tyrant shadows her gaze. Raditz smiles, his eyes drifting past her to the training room, not far away. Within the heavy metal door, the sound of energy collisions never ceases. His brother Kakarot, the battle-crazed warrior, is conducting a final sprint of training with Gohan. Under his extreme training regimen of I won't stop until I've nearly defeated you and the almost limitless support of senzu beans, Kakarot's regular battle power has surged to a terrifying 2,500,000, even brushing against the threshold of the hypothetical Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Gohan, this remarkably talented young boy, is no longer the weeping child he once was, boasting nearly 1,000,000 in battle power. They shall be his most reliable allies in the confrontation against Frieza's army. Mr. Mr. Goku, we are approaching. Krillin's voice resonates from the cockpit. Raditz inhales deeply, the absolute confidence of a true warrior flooding his being once more. He is the king of the Saiyans, the core of this team, and the avenger destined to end the tyranny of the cosmic overlord. Everyone, prepare for landing. Raditz's voice echoes through the cabin. Remember, our primary objective is to locate the Namekian and obtain information about the Dragon Balls to revive Piccolo and the others. Until then, we shall strive to avoid conflict with Frieza's forces. Bulma expertly maneuvers the spacecraft as it gracefully descends onto a verdant expanse of grass. The hatch opened. A refreshing breeze enveloped them. Raditz was the first to lift Bulma, and together with Goku, Gohan, and Krillin, they soared into the sky. Their mission was to locate the Namekians swiftly, preventing the Frieza force from gaining the upper hand. He resolved to lead the team personally, conducting reconnaissance at the utmost speed that a streak of light, tearing through the heavens, suddenly came to a halt, hovering above a peculiar settlement composed of white spherical structures. Who approaches, and why do you tread upon our homeland? In the blink of an eye, dozens of green figures emerge from the mushroom-like dwellings, coalescing into a vigilant sea. The foremost, notably robust warriors, assumed defensive stances, their eyes sharp as hawks, fixated intently on the uninvited guests. Please dispel your hostility, we come not for conflict. Raditz gently set Bulma down, and she stumbled slightly. Curiously surveying the fragrant alien terrain, he stepped forward a few paces, raising his hands with palms outward, and declared in a resonant voice, "We traverse the cosmic seas to deliver a warning that may alter the fate of Namek. In the not-a-distant future, the being known as the Cosmic Tyrant, Frieza, shall cast a shadow over your skies with his formidable fleet. His intentions are far from benevolent. He seeks to unleash utter calamity upon every corner of this planet. We can be the sword with which you combat this impending disaster. But in return, we must meet the most esteemed elder of this land. He refrained from foolishly demanding the Dragon Balls outright. Raditz was well aware of Namek's social hierarchy. Convincing the elder, endowed with supreme wisdom, would render the Dragon Balls mere trifles within reach. This, upon hearing his words, the previously silent crowd erupted into a frenzy, whispers washing over them like a tide. The fearsome reputation of Frieza had long since spread through the tales of traitors and fugitives, transforming into a terrifying legend throughout the galaxy. If that monster truly set his avaricious gaze upon this place, could they genuinely muster the strength to resist? A cloud of panic enveloped the hearts of the Namekians, accompanied by a profound sense of confusion and helplessness in the face of absolute power. Observing this scene, Raditz and his companions maintained their silence, allowing ample time for the shocking news to sink in. Goku, Gohan, and Krillin clenched their fists, acutely aware that their first formal encounter with an alien civilization tested their minds far more than any battle could. "Excuse me, that moment." A youthful figure squeezed through the crowd, gazing up with clear eyes reflecting a mixture of childish anxiety and curiosity. "Are you really not bad people?" Tintin, upon recognizing the small figure, a glimmer of surprise flickered within Raditz's eyes. What a coincidence! In this random descent upon a tribe, they had encountered the future deity destined to carry the fate of Earth. Contemplating this, Raditz's tone softened considerably as he crouched down to meet the boy's gaze. "We're certainly not foes. See, the individuals behind me hail from a cerulean planet known as Earth. And among them, one companion shares the same blood as you yet. He tragically fell victim to the merciless hands of Frieza's army." As he spoke, Raditz cast a meaningful glance towards son Goku. Understanding the implication, Goku stepped forward, his aura pure and warm, instinctively inviting closeness. "Indeed, everything my brother says is true. My best friend is named Piccolo. He is a proud Namekian. Our deity from Earth also originates from this magnificent land. However, after Piccolo was slain, our god vanished as well, which is why we have journeyed across vast distances, hoping to utilize your legendary Dragon Balls to restore those innocent lives." These words flowed like a warm current, instantly dissolving the previously tense atmosphere. While they could not discern the depths of Raditz's intentions, the unadulterated goodwill emanating from Goku shone as clearly as the stars in the night sky. Tian, please bring our distant guests to meet me. And also, do not forget to bring along the Dragon Ball guarded by our tribe." At that moment, an ancient and imposing voice seemed to transcend the barriers of space, resonating directly in the minds of all present. "Yes, Elder." Tian responded with surprise, then turned to bow respectfully to Raditz and the others. "Esteemed guests, the Elder requests your presence. He has also instructed that our tribe's Dragon Ball be brought forth." "Wonderful." Upon hearing this news, radiant smiles blossomed on the faces of son Goku, Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma. It appeared that the commencement of this extraterrestrial journey was exceeding all expectations. Without further delay, the group followed Tian, carrying the softly glowing orange orb as they soared towards the Elder's abode. The journey was unexpectedly tranquil, free from inquiries or hindrances, as if an invisible force guided them directly into the heart of the sacred land. "Honorable Elder, we have arrived." Upon witnessing the venerable figure seated upon a colossal stone throne, his skin etched with the marks of time, even Raditz could not help but bow in reverence. This sage, who had endured countless centuries, commanded the utmost respect from any living being. "Ah." The Elder nodded slowly, his seemingly murky gaze appeared to pierce through the souls of those before him, scanning each visitor intently. "Long ago, amidst the tides of time, I foresaw the calamity that Namek would inevitably face. Now, it seems that dark prophecy is destined to unfold. I am aware of your intentions. Neru, go forth and gather the scattered Dragon Balls from the other tribes, and present them to these children willing to extend their aid as you command." Elder, standing beside them, was Neru, a tall and formidable Namekian warrior, who responded in a deep voice. After casting a penetrating glance at Raditz and the others, he transformed into a beam of green light and vanished from the Grand Hall. Once Neru had departed, the voice of the Elder resonated once more, tinged with weariness. "Once your wishes are fulfilled, I implore you to leave this land of turmoil post-haste. Frieza reigns as the tyrant of a universe. Your presence here will only result in needless casualties without altering fate. Elder, if I may speak candidly, Raditz interjected, stepping forward with unwavering determination in his gaze. His voice resonated powerfully, brimming with unassailable confidence. Our mission transcends merely resurrecting our fallen comrades with the Dragon Balls. It is imperative that we sever Frieza's malevolent grasp from this star system. Should you grant us even a modicum of trust, I, Raditz, vow to ensure that Frieza's remains are forever interred here, bringing genuine peace to Namek. To slay Frieza, the Elder's eyes, which seemed to have grown indifferent to all, suddenly widened in astonishment at this earth-shattering declaration. A spark of unprecedented brilliance focused upon Raditz, as if he glimpsed an unfathomable ocean of potential, teeming with stormy power. What terrifying potential! Ah, my good child, if your resolve is indeed this steadfast, I shall willingly expend the remnants of my life force to awaken the dormant strength within you, assisting your noble cause. Exactly as I hoped, Raditz could no longer conceal the exhilaration in his eyes upon hearing those words. Although the Elder's ability to unlock potential had its limits, at this moment, it became their most crucial asset in the fight against Frieza's forces. He immediately bowed deeply, his tone sincere. In that case, I express my utmost gratitude for your generosity. Elder, turning to his brother, Raditz said, Goku, you shall go first. I sense that Frieza's advance guard is drawing near. You require greater strength to eliminate those minions and ensure that these innocent Namekians remain unharmed. Understood, brother. Son Goku nodded firmly, without a trace of hesitation, as he approached the Elder respectfully. Elder, I entrust this to you. Fear not. The Elder waved his hand dismissively, scrutinizing the pure-blooded Saiyan before him with approval. Within you lies a slumbering dragon. You are indeed a true warrior of your legendary race. Come closer, child, that I may discern the limits of your power. Yes, Goku replied, complying without hesitation. The Elder then extended his gnarled hand, imbued with mysterious energy, and gently placed it upon Goku's head. A wave of gentle yet overwhelming energy surged into Goku's body, beginning to untangle, guide, and unleash the latent power residing within his bloodline. The gazes of Raditz and the others were fixed intently upon Goku, the air thick with a palpable tension and anticipation. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. The Elder's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat, and his breathing grew slightly labored. At last, he slowly retracted his hand and, gasping, declared, Your potential is akin to an expansive ocean. I can merely carve out a small tributary for you. Now, experience the relentless surge of new vitality coursing through your body. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately nodded in gratitude. He stepped back a few paces to the center of the Grand Hall, gently closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. In the next instant, a golden aura, far surpassing any previous manifestations, erupted skyward. The entire hall trembled slightly under the force of this power. He could distinctly feel his combat power index skyrocketing from the original 3,200,000, culminating in an astonishing level of 3,800,000. Is this my power? As he sensed the overwhelming energy within him, threatening to burst forth, Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with shock and elation. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly gentle ritual could instigate such a monumental transformation. At that moment, Raditz's brow shot up, his piercing gaze penetrating through the walls to the distant horizon. There, a foreboding flicker of flame cleaved through the serene skies of Namek, reminiscent of a falling meteor, imbued with an aura of destruction. Wukong, Raditz's tone suddenly turned cold and grave. The minions of Frieza have arrived. Go forth and let them understand that this is not a realm for their recklessness. Be particularly wary of a certain individual named Jinyu. He possesses a strange ability to exchange bodies. Should you fall victim to it, there will be no return. I understand, brother. Sun Wukong nodded emphatically, etching the name Jinyu deeply into his memory. Body exchange? Chapter 1. The Dragon Ball God King Transformation System. A spacecraft glided slowly through the vast cosmos. The emerald-hued planet grew increasingly vivid against the backdrop of the inky universe. Raditz stood before the window of the ship, his gaze profound and contemplative. He had traversed into the Dragon Ball realm, reborn as Raditz, the elder brother of Son Goku. The Dragon Ball God King transformation system resonated within him, a secret that irrevocably altered his destiny. From a mere rookie with a power level of 2,000, he ascended rapidly, leveraging the system's bestowed Senzu beans and the ability to resurrect from the brink of death, effortlessly defeating Vegeta along the way. Through the evolution of his bloodline, he catapulted from a mid-level Saiyan to a high-ranking Saiyan. Ultimately, within the hyperbolic time chamber, he vanquished Kakarot, completing his task and transforming into a noble royal bloodline, successfully unlocking the transformation into a Super Saiyan. All of this felt like a mesmerizing dream, yet it was vividly embodied in the tranquil yet formidable power that lay dormant within him, ready to unleash a cataclysmic force upon the world. A soft sound of footsteps approached from behind, accompanied by a familiar scent. "What are you thinking so deeply about?" Bulma's gentle arms encircled his waist, her cheek brushing lightly against his back. Raditz's absolute strength, unparalleled by any, coupled with his clear sense of purpose and mastery over the future, deeply captivated Bulma. This mature and powerful allure swiftly ensnared the heart of the brilliant young woman. "I was contemplating our adversary." Raditz turned to embrace her, lowering his head to plant a tender kiss upon her forehead. "Frieza is not a foe to be underestimated. We must proceed with utmost caution. Fear not, for this ship has been modified by me, ensuring our safety." Bulma tilted her charming face upward, exuding confidence. Though a flicker of concern for the cosmic tyrant lingered in her eyes, Raditz smiled, his gaze drifting past her to the training room not far away. Behind the heavy metallic door, the sounds of energy clashes were incessant. His brother, Kakarot, that fervent warrior, was engaged in a final spurt of training with Gohan. Under the rigorous regime of his extreme training methods, which left no room for mercy, coupled with the near-infinite supply of Senzu beans, Kakarot's standard battle power had surged to a staggering 2.5 million, even brushing against the threshold of a mimic Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Gohan, the remarkably gifted young lad, had long since evolved from the weeping child he once was, now boasting a battle power nearing 1 million. Together, they would serve as Raditz's most reliable allies against Frieza's army. "Mr. Raditz, Mr. Goku, we are almost there." Krillin's voice resonated from the cockpit. Raditz inhaled deeply, the essence of unwavering confidence flooding his being once more. He was the king of the Saiyans, the core of this team, and the avenger destined to eradicate the tyranny of the cosmic overlord. "Everyone, prepare for landing." Raditz's voice echoed through the cabin. "Remember, our primary objective is to locate the Namekian, gather intelligence on the Dragon Balls, and resurrect Piccolo and the others. Until then, we must avoid any conflict with Frieza's forces." Bulma skillfully guided the spacecraft to a smooth landing upon a verdant expanse. As the hatch opened, a breath of fresh air enveloped them. Raditz was the first to lift Bulma, soaring into the sky alongside Goku, Gohan, and Krillin. In their urgent quest to locate the Namekians and thwart the Frieza force from gaining the upper hand, he resolved to personally lead the team in a rapid reconnaissance mission. A brilliant streak of light cleaved through the heavens before coming to a sudden halt, hovering above a peculiar settlement composed of spherical white structures. "Who dares to tread upon our homeland?" In the blink of an eye, dozens of green figures emerged from the giant fungal-like dwellings, converging into a vigilant throng. The foremost warriors, notably robust in stature, assumed defensive stances, their eyes sharp as hawks, fixating intently on the unexpected visitors. "Friends, please sheath your hostility. We do not come seeking conflict." Raditz gently placed Bulma on the ground, where she stumbled slightly, her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the fragrant alien terrain. He stepped forward a few paces, raising his hands with palms outward, and spoke with a voice imbued with palpable authority. "We have traversed the cosmic seas to deliver a warning that could alter the fate of Namek. In the near future, the so-called cosmic tyrant, Frieza, along with his vast fleet, will cast a shadow over your skies. His intentions are anything but benevolent, for he aims to unleash utter devastation upon every corner of this planet. We can become your sword against this calamity, but in return, we seek an audience with your most revered elder." He did not foolishly demand the Dragon Balls outright. Raditz understood the societal structure of Namek well, convincing the elder, who possessed supreme wisdom, would render the coveted Dragon Balls mere trifles within reach. Upon hearing these words, the previously silent crowd erupted into a flurry of murmurs, the whispers cascading like a tide. The infamous reputation of Frieza had long since spread through the accounts of traitors and fugitives, becoming a chilling legend throughout the galaxy. If that monster truly cast his greedy gaze upon this land, would they possess the strength to resist him? A pall of panic enveloped the hearts of the Namekians, coupled with a profound sense of helplessness in the face of such overwhelming power. Observing this scene, Raditz and his companions remained silent, granting them ample time to absorb the gravity of the news. Goku, Gohan, and Krillin clenched their fists anxiously, for their inaugural encounter with an extraterrestrial civilization was far more daunting than any battle. At that moment, a youthful figure emerged from the rear of the crowd, tilting his head upward with wide, innocent eyes that shimmered with a blend of childlike apprehension and curiosity. "Are you truly not bad people?" Tian. Upon recognizing the small figure, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Raditz's eyes. What a remarkable coincidence! In this randomly descended tribe, they had encountered the future guardian of Earth's fate. With this thought, Raditz's tone softened considerably. He crouched down to meet the boy's gaze. "We are certainly not enemies. You see, those behind me hail from a cerulean planet known as Earth. Moreover, one of their companions shares the same blood as you, though he tragically fell at the hands of Frieza's merciless henchmen." As he spoke, Raditz cast a meaningful glance towards Goku. Understanding the implication, Goku stepped forward, his aura pure and warm, drawing others in with an irresistible charm. "Indeed, my brother speaks the truth. My best friend is named Piccolo, a proud Namekian. Our deity from Earth also originates from this magnificent land. However, with Piccolo's demise, our god has also vanished, which is why we journeyed great distances to seek the legendary Dragon Balls, hoping to restore those innocent lives lost." These words flowed like a warm current, instantly dissolving the tense atmosphere. While Raditz's depths remained inscrutable, Goku's untainted kindness shone as clearly as the stars in the night sky. Tian, please bring our distant guests to meet me. Also, do not forget to bring along the Dragon Ball guarded by our tribe." At that moment, an ancient yet commanding voice seemed to traverse the barriers of space, resonating directly within everyone's minds. "Yes, Grand Elder." Tian responded with delight, then turned to bow respectfully to Raditz and the others. "Esteemed guests, the Grand Elder summons you." He further instructed that their tribe's Dragon Ball be brought as well. Wonderful. Upon hearing this news, radiant smiles blossomed on the faces of Goku, Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma, as if the beginning of their extraterrestrial journey surpassed all expectations. Without delay, guided by Tian, they soared towards the Grand Elder's abode, the glowing orange sphere in tow. The journey was surprisingly tranquil, devoid of any inquiries or obstacles, as if an invisible force guided them directly into the heart of the sacred land. "Respected Grand Elder, we have arrived." Upon witnessing the venerable elder seated upon a massive stone throne, his skin etched with the lines of time, even Raditz could not help but bow in reverence. This sage, who had survived countless centuries, commanded the utmost respect from all beings. The Grand Elder nodded slowly, his seemingly murky gaze penetrating the hearts of those before him. Scanning his visitors, "Long ago, I glimpsed the calamity that would befall Namek in the currents of time. It appears that dark prophecy is destined to unfold. I am aware of your intentions. Naru, go forth and gather the Dragon Balls scattered among other tribes, and present them to these children willing to extend a helping hand." At once, Grand Elder, standing beside Nailu, a tall and formidable Namekian warrior, solemnly responded. He cast a deep glance at Raditz and the others before transforming into a green light and vanishing beyond the grand hall. Once Nyla departed, the voice of the elder resonated again, laced with a hint of fatigue. "When your wishes are fulfilled, please depart from this land of turmoil as swiftly as possible. Frieza is a tyrant who reigns over the universe. Your presence here will only lead to unnecessary casualties without any change." "Elder, if I may speak frankly at that moment." Raditz stepped forward, his gaze unwavering as it met the elder's. His voice rang with conviction, filled with undeniable confidence. "Our purpose here, beyond reviving our comrades with the Dragon Balls, is to sever Frieza's grasp over this star system once and for all. If you would grant us a modicum of trust, I, Raditz, vow to ensure Frieza's remains are eternally buried here, ushering true peace for Namek." "To kill Frieza?" Upon hearing this earth-shattering declaration, the elder's eyes, which seemed to have become indifferent to everything, suddenly widened. An unprecedented spark ignited within them, focusing intently on Raditz, as if he glimpsed an unfathomable ocean brimming with tempestuous potential. What terrifying potential it was! Very well, my child. If you possess such determination, I am willing to expend the remnants of my life to awaken the dormant power within you, aiding your cause. Having struck the right chord, Raditz could no longer conceal the excitement in his eyes. While the elder's potential unlocking had its limits, it was, at this moment, the most crucial asset in their battle against Frieza's forces. He immediately bowed deeply, his tone sincere. In that case, I am profoundly grateful for the elder's generosity. With that, Raditz turned to his brother. Goku, you shall go first. I have a premonition that Frieza's advance party is not far behind. You will need greater strength to eliminate those minions and ensure the safety of these innocent Namekians. All right, brother. Goku nodded earnestly, without a hint of hesitation. Stepping forward respectfully to the elder. Elder, I entrust this to you. Not at all. The elder waved his hand dismissively, scrutinizing the pure-blooded Saiyan before him. Praising, within your body lies a slumbering dragon. You are indeed of that legendary warrior race. Come closer, child. Let me see the limits of your potential. Yes. Goku responded affirmatively, stepping nearer. The elder then extended his withered hand, imbued with mysterious energy, gently placing it upon Goku's head. A gentle yet immense wave of energy surged into Goku's body, beginning to sift through, guide, and unleash the power deeply embedded within his bloodline. The gazes of Raditz and the others were fixated on Goku, as an atmosphere thick with tension and anticipation enveloped the air. Time seemed to elongate in this moment. Beads of sweat began to form on the elder's brow, and his breathing grew slightly labored. At last, he slowly withdrew his hand, gasping as he spoke. Your potential is akin to a vast ocean. I can only carve out a small tributary for you. Now, feel the relentless surge of new life force within your body. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately nodded in gratitude. He stepped back a few paces, returning to the center of the grand hall, gently closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. In the next moment, a golden aura, far more powerful than before, erupted skyward. The entire hall trembled slightly under the impact of this force. He could distinctly sense his combat power index soaring from an initial 3,200,000 to a staggering 3,800,000. Is this truly my strength? As he felt the immense energy within him threatening to overflow, Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with shock and euphoria. He could scarcely believe that such a seemingly gentle ritual could yield such monumental change. Just then, Raditz's brow furrowed sharply, his piercing gaze penetrating the walls as he looked towards the distant horizon. There, an ominous flicker of flame tore through the tranquil sky of planet Namek, resembling a falling meteor, imbued with an aura of destruction. Wukong. Raditz's voice suddenly turned cold and grave. Frieza's lackeys have arrived. Go. Let them know that this is not a place for their rampage. Remember to be especially cautious of a fellow named Jinyu. He possesses a peculiar ability to swap bodies. If you fall victim to it, you shall find yourself inextricably lost. I understand, brother. Sun Wukong nodded firmly, etching the name Jinyu deeply into his mind. Body swapping. Chapter 2. Surprises. Super Saiyan at full power. This unprecedented and sinister ability sent chills down his spine, and he had no desire to experience it firsthand. In an instant, Wukong suppressed his entire aura, turning to the elder with a deep bow. Elder, I shall take my leave now. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a golden flash, soaring out of the window at a speed several times greater than before, racing towards the direction of the flickering flame. Excellent. Witnessing all this, the elder's last trace of doubt evaporated, and he became even more convinced that this group of extraterrestrial visitors was indeed the hope foretold to save planet Namek. He took a breath, turning his gaze to the remaining few. I have regained some strength. Now, who is next? Hearing this, Raditz looked at his son. Gohan, it is your turn. Yes, uncle. Son Gohan nodded vigorously. Although still somewhat anxious, the surge of power from his father instilled within him boundless courage. He approached the elder, emulating his father's respectful demeanor, and greeted, Good day, elder. Good child, truly a polite young one. Observing Gohan's pure gaze, the elder revealed a benevolent smile, extending his hand to once again rest upon the head of a Saiyan. Another mysterious and lengthy guiding process ensued. As the Grand Elder withdrew his hand, a deeper weariness enveloped him. Within your body lies a beast more terrifying than your father's, yet I too cannot fully awaken it. Thank you, Grand Elder. Upon hearing these words, Gohan's eyes sparkled with an incredulous excitement. A potential greater than his father's? This was a revelation far more exhilarating than any toy he could ever receive. Eagerly, he stepped to the center of the hall, and with a youthful shout, a surge of energy erupted, rivaling that of Goku. His battle power index surged past the 2 million mark, more than doubling in magnitude. Enough, Gohan. Restrain your energy and refrain from excessive display, Raditz admonished, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Yes, uncle. Gohan snapped back to reality, swiftly tempering his aura and bounding over to Raditz, his youthful face radiating excitement and pride. Krillin, it's your turn. After Gohan concluded, Raditz did not hasten to step forward. Instead, he granted the opportunity to his earthly companion. All right. Krillin rubbed his hands together in anticipation as he approached. Soon, his potential was unlocked, and his battle power was finalized at over 30,000. Although this figure seemed trivial among the Saiyans, it represented the pinnacle achievable for a pure earthling like him. Yet even so, Krillin was thoroughly satisfied, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Over 30,000 battle power. This far surpasses my former companions, like Yamcha and Tien. Very well, Raditz. At this moment, the Grand Elder's voice took on a grave tone, his gaze piercing into Raditz, his aged eyes igniting with unprecedented anticipation. He sensed that this man before him was the true epicenter of a storm, his potential akin to a supervolcano on the brink of eruption. Please wait a moment, Grand Elder. However, to everyone's astonishment, Raditz shook his head. He turned slightly, gently pushing Bulma, who had been hiding behind him, forward. I ask that you also unlock Bulma's potential. Although she has never engaged in training, laying a foundation now may ease her future journey. Me? Bulma, like a startled kitten, pointed to herself in disbelief. Raditz, are you joking? I don't want to train. I refuse to become a muscle-bound brute. Clearly, in her perception, the notion of becoming stronger equated to the bulging physique of Goku and his comrades. This was fundamentally why, despite being surrounded by warriors for years, she had always maintained a respectful distance from training. Bulma, listen to me. A mysterious smile graced Raditz's face as he approached her, his voice laced with allure. Who told you that becoming stronger necessitates transforming into a muscle monster? Moreover, true strength not only endows you with resilient skin and eternal youth, but can also significantly extend your lifespan. Now, are you still determined to refuse? What? Can it truly whiten and preserve youth indefinitely? These two phrases struck at Bulma's Achilles' heel like thunderclaps. The hesitation and resistance in her eyes were swiftly replaced by fervor, almost transforming her into a fleeting shadow as she dashed before the Grand Elder, pleading in an almost desperate tone. Grand Elder, I implore you, please help me. He chuckled softly. Observing this dramatic scene, the Grand Elder couldn't help but smile. He could clearly discern the unique feelings Raditz harbored for this Earth girl. He immediately extended his hand. Relax, my child. I shall begin now. However, merely 3 minutes elapsed before the Grand Elder ceased his actions. Speaking with a hint of resignation, it is done. Your potential has been fully unlocked. Is that all? Bulma was momentarily taken aback. Then, like a deflated balloon, she returned to the group with a crestfallen expression. She understood that the longer the potential unlocking process lasted, the greater the enhancement. Conversely, a shorter duration indicated less improvement. Do not be disheartened. Raditz stepped forward, enveloping her in his embrace, gently reassuring her. You now possess a combat power exceeding 1,000 in the context of Earth. That ranks you among the elite warriors. Moreover, with my presence, you will unconsciously grow stronger without the need for arduous training. Once Bulma was comforted, Raditz no longer delayed. He approached the Grand Elder, his demeanor unusually grave. Grand Elder, I entrust the next task to you. Very well. The Grand Elder nodded solemnly, his expression turning exceedingly serious. I shall wager my very life to open that ultimate door for you. I hope you do not betray my expectations and can utterly bring an end to Frieza's reign of terror, saving my people. With that, the Grand Elder extended both hands, pressing them upon Raditz's crown. In an instant, the entire hall fell into a profound silence, as if the very air had solidified. Time ticked by second. Half an hour, an hour. Raditz's potential unlocking appeared in endless abyss, showing no signs of conclusion, while the Grand Elder remained motionless, resembling a statue. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Suddenly, a cacophony of deafening explosions erupted from outside. Gazing through the window, they beheld a verdant sky of Namek teeming with menacing round spaceships unleashing torrents of cannon fire. The flames of war had ignited this once serene land. Frieza's army had fully descended, inflicting merciless slaughter upon the unsuspecting Namekians. Gohan, we must hurry to assist. Witnessing this hellish scene, Krillin's expression hardened as he decisively exclaimed, Mr. Raditz's transformation is not yet complete. We must first support Goku. Every life we can save counts. All right, Uncle Krillin. Gohan's small face radiated determination, devoid of fear. As he followed Krillin, both bursting forth like streaks of light, plunging into the tumultuous skies filled with chaos. On the scorched earth of Namek, ravaged by artillery fire, Kakarot, a voice filled with both astonishment and fury resounded as Sun Wukong and Vegeta, destined adversaries, encountered each other once more. In the fleeting moment of their gazes locking, Vegeta unleashed his full power without hesitation, transforming into a dark shadow that charged fiercely towards Sun Wukong. Vegeta, Sun Wukong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the arrival of his rival, but his body instinctively swayed, effortlessly evading Vegeta's determined assault. Turning to the side, he remarked, Vegeta, what brings you here? However, I currently lack the time to engage in battle with you. I must swiftly eliminate these invading scoundrels. Upon hearing this, Vegeta halted, his brow furrowed tightly. In their brief skirmish, he had keenly sensed the extraordinary might emanating from Sun Wukong. Instinctively, he questioned, Are you intending to confront Frieza? Kakarot, when did you become so arrogantly overconfident? You cannot possibly believe that with your meager abilities, you could challenge Lord Frieza in any capacity? In response to Vegeta's derision, Sun Wukong merely shrugged indifferently. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a spaceship hurtling toward them from a distance. Without the slightest effort to adopt a stance, he casually raised his hand and unleashed an inconspicuous energy blast towards that direction. Boom! The small orb of light erupted with cataclysmic energy upon contact with the spaceship. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the once formidable vessel disintegrated in midair, reduced to mere nothingness as if it were made of paper. In the aftermath, a blood-soaked and disheveled figure burst forth from the fiery explosion, gnashing his teeth as he glared at Sun Wukong, bellowing, Damn you, lowly warrior. I will tear you to shreds. Is that Captain Ginyu? Upon recognizing the figure, Vegeta's expression morphed dramatically, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. His face etched with disbelief. The spacecraft had belonged to the Ginyu Force, and Sun Wukong, with a mere flick of his wrist, had annihilated all elite members aside from Captain Ginyu in an instant. How could this be possible? It was known that Captain Ginyu possessed a terrifying battle power of 120,000. Even he, in his current state, could not be entirely certain of victory. Oh, is he the one called Ginyu? Upon hearing Vegeta's exclamation, Sun Wukong's gaze turned icy. So, he is the target my brother warned me to be cautious of? A creature capable of body swapping must never be allowed to approach. In a flash of thought, Sun Wukong raised his hand once more. This time, instead of a single orb, he unleashed hundreds, even thousands, of dazzling energy blasts, cascading like a torrential storm, overwhelming the area. In the next instant, the barrage crossed the distance, appearing before Ginyu. Without granting him any opportunity to react or evade, countless energy bullets accurately enveloped his form. A chilling, inhuman scream pierced the heavens. Captain Ginyu was utterly evaporated in that devastating shower of light, unable to unleash even a single move he once took pride in, leaving behind not a trace. No, this is simply inconceivable. Staring blankly at this miraculous scene, Vegeta felt his worldview crumbling inch by inch, shattering into fragments. He had fought his way through the cosmos, leveraging the Saiyan's ability to grow stronger at the brink of death, finally elevating his battle power to a new realm of around 120,000. But now, the Kakarot he had so effortlessly defeated on Earth had, with a mere flick of his wrist, annihilated Captain Ginyu, who possessed the same battle power? Did this not imply that this lowly warrior's strength had far surpassed that of Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince? Vegeta's figure surged forward uncontrollably, his voice hoarse with shock. Kakarot, to what extent has your power ascended? How formidable am I? Son Goku glanced at Vegeta, scratching his head in mild frustration. Well, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself, but I can assure you, compared to my brother, I'm still far from it. Vegeta, if you wish to grow stronger, perhaps you could seek my brother's assistance. However, for now, we must first eliminate all of Frieza's minions together. Very well, I can agree to join forces against Frieza's army. After a brief internal struggle, Vegeta ultimately chose to cooperate, albeit in humiliation and with a sense of rationality. His original purpose was to resist Frieza. Although he harbored fantasies about the Dragon Balls, witnessing Goku's extraordinary power made him realize he had completely forfeited the right to contend. On the contrary, he now yearned to uncover the terrifying secrets hidden by Kakarot and that enigmatic Raditz. Splendid. Goku was overjoyed at Vegeta's response. Soon after, the two Saiyans, like divine avengers, commenced an efficient assault on the invading ships in the skies of Namek. Concurrently, Gohan and Krillin were actively engaged above various Namekian tribes, vanquishing marauding henchmen while rescuing innocent civilians trembling amidst the chaos. Within the Grand Elder's dwelling, a thud echoed as the Grand Elder's right arm fell limply, the wrinkles on his face deepening as if multiplied in an instant. The flickering flame of his already waning life now seemed even more precarious, on the verge of extinguishing. Yet, the Grand Elder remained unfazed, his entire focus intensely fixated on Raditz before him, his ancient eyes ablaze with the last and most fervent hope. Under everyone's gaze, Raditz slowly retreated to the center of the hall, accompanied by a low murmur that seemed to emanate from the depths of the soul. The golden aura surrounding him transformed from mere eruption into a mysterious, rhythmic pulsation. His form began to transition rapidly and steadily between the ordinary state and the legendary Super Saiyan, as if in search of a perfect equilibrium. After a considerable while, that violent aura finally subsided completely, retreating within him. Raditz's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and two golden beams of divine light flickered and vanished. He exhaled a heavy breath, which inexplicably left a faint white mark on the hard ground. He had finally crossed that threshold. Immediately, with a flicker of thought, a panel composed of data, visible only to him, quietly unfolded in his mind. Name: Raditz. Race: Saiyan, Royal Bloodline. Combat Power Index: 7,000,000. Core Ability: Tenfold King Kai Fist, Perfect Unburdened Version. Kamehameha Wave, Super Saiyan First Stage Full Power Form, 7 million in base combat power. And full power as a Super Saiyan. What an astonishing surprise. Upon discerning the final line on the panel, even Raditz, with his temperament, found his breath quickening with uncontainable exhilaration. While 7 million in base combat power was indeed delightful, it was merely the foundation. What truly thrilled him was the suffix of full power. This represented the ultimate form of the first stage of Super Saiyan, with a strength amplification that had far surpassed the conventional 50-fold, reaching an astonishing 70-fold. This meant that once he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his ultimate combat power would soar to a terrifying figure that approached 500 million, a number that even he found daunting. Chapter 3. I am the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza? In that moment, all of Raditz's unease and pressure dissipated utterly. 500 million in combat power. In the universe of this era, such a number represented absolute invincibility. Even his father, King Cold, who concealed his strength, and his more powerful brother, Cooler, had ultimate forms lingering around 300 million. Raditz, how do you feel? At this moment, Bulma cautiously approached, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. She sensed that Raditz seemed to have transformed into a reclusive star, calm on the outside, yet harboring energy within capable of annihilating everything. How do I feel? Raditz beamed a radiant smile, extending his powerful arms to envelop Bulma in a warm embrace, bestowing a possessive kiss upon her smooth forehead. I feel unprecedentedly splendid. Then, Raditz raised his head, his gaze gravely fixed upon the frail elder, bowing deeply. Thank you, elder, for your support. Today, even if Frieza himself were to descend, I shall personally send him into the abyss. That is good. Upon hearing this, the elder's face broke into a relieved smile. He knew that he had won his wager. This man indeed possessed the absolute power necessary to judge Frieza. Suddenly, the elder, expending his last ounce of strength, turned to the tearful Tion beside him. My child, has Nail returned with the Dragon Balls? Elder, Tian rushed forward, her voice choked with emotion. Nail has returned all the Dragon Balls. He is now out there fighting those evildoers. The elder nodded slowly, taking a deep breath as if to engrave the final scenes of this world into the depths of his soul. My time is limited, Tian. Immediately take Raditz and the others to summon the eternal dragon and fulfill their wishes. Elder. Upon hearing this, Tian could no longer suppress the sorrow within her. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like a string of broken pearls. Raditz's expression shifted slightly, a twinge of guilt surfacing in his heart. According to the original course of fate, the elder's life should have endured a little longer. However, due to the forced expenditure of his life force to unlock Nail's potential, this venerable elder's flame of life had been significantly shortened. They must act swiftly to complete the wish. Go, my child. At that moment, the elder's gaze became filled with profound affection. He looked at Tian and, using the last of his strength, said, for the future of Namek, hurry. Yes, I understand. Elder. Tian vigorously wiped away her tears, knowing this was not the time for sorrow. She performed the highest form of reverence for Namek before resolutely turning around, leading Raditz and Bulma toward the 7 Dragon Balls that were quietly floating, radiating a hopeful light. The grand hall quickly receded behind them. Tian, like a nimble green guide, led the two through the bizarre stones and exotic flora. Raditz and Bulma hurriedly followed, and soon, a mysterious and magnificent aura enveloped them, signaling that the location of the Dragon Balls was near. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed, Tian. Raditz's voice was laced with an urgency that brooked no argument. The elder's life force flickered like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. They had to act without delay. Understood. Tian nodded firmly and quickly approached the 7 orange orbs, chanting in the ancient Namekian tongue, "Awaken, great Purunga." The moment her words fell, the sky above the planet darkened as if drenched in thick ink. Amidst the swirling storm clouds, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted in a brilliant pillar of light that tore through the heavens, revealing an immense, majestic dragon silhouette that slowly emerged from the radiance. Gazing down upon all, the presence of the eternal dragon, Raditz had indeed accomplished it. Krillin and Gohan simultaneously sensed this power, their faces instantly alight with ecstatic joy. They swiftly dispatched the last wave of minions and immediately soared toward the direction of the dragon's appearance, bringing along the rescued Namekian survivors. The Dragon Balls had been activated. My brother, he has summoned the eternal dragon. Meanwhile, Goku, who had just reduced an invading ship to cosmic dust, looked up at the extraordinary phenomenon piercing the heavens, and a triumphant smile broke across his face. What? That worthless Raditz. How dare he summon the dragon? In stark contrast, Vegeta's face turned ashen, the depths of his eyes filled with resentment and jealousy, almost materializing into a palpable force. He had long coveted immortality, that ultimate desire he had yearned for. Yet now, with the emergence of Purunga, all his schemes had dissipated into mere illusions. Through these recent days of fighting alongside Kakarot, he had painfully recognized that the strength of that lowly warrior had long surpassed his own. Even the formidable Kakarot regarded Raditz with trepidation. What claim could he possibly lay to the wish? Damn them all to hell. In a tempest of rage with no outlet, Vegeta unleashed his fury upon the panicked soldiers of the Frieza force. In an instant, the Saiyan Prince transformed into a vengeful specter, raining down countless energy blasts that carved deep, charred craters into the ground. What is wrong with Vegeta? Goku, evidently oblivious to the situation, mistook it for mere bloodlust. Igniting his own competitive spirit, unyieldingly, he joined this one-sided massacre, engaging in a contest of extermination with Vegeta. At that moment, beyond the orbit of Namek, a colossal, menacing mothership slowly tore through the fabric of space, arriving in this sector. Frieza, a subordinate, scrambled to the throne, humbly kneeling before the tyrant. My lord, we have encountered unprecedented resistance in our invasion of Namek. It is Vegeta, along with another Saiyan. They have decimated Captain Ginyu and his entire team. Furthermore, according to the latest intelligence, it seems the Namekians have summoned the dragon. Upon hearing this, Frieza's purple lips curled into a cold smirk, his elongated eyes gleaming with malice. Vegeta, that monkey, dares to betray me. Another Saiyan. It appears there was indeed a survivor from that era. However, now that the dragon has appeared, such a magnificent boon should rightfully belong to me. Frieza rose leisurely, his voice low yet imbued with an oppressive force that froze the entire bridge. All hands, prepare to descend upon Namek. Yes, Lord Frieza. In unison, the crew responded, and the massive mothership's engines roared to life, hurtling like a purple comet towards the atmosphere of Namek. Following closely were thousands of smaller spacecraft, creating a steel torrent that blotted out the sun. Boom, boom. The cacophony of countless engines converged into a deafening thunder that reverberated across the planet. Frieza's flagship, akin to a sharpened blade, pierced directly towards the vast form of the dragon Purunga. So, the Cosmic Emperor has finally arrived. This malevolent aura was instantly sensed by Raditz, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Hurry, don't waste time. Make your wish. The first wish, resurrect Piccolo, who perished on Earth. The second wish is to bring back all the Earthlings who perished due to Vegeta's invasion. As for the third wish, Raditz's words paused subtly here, his keen gaze sweeping across the rapidly approaching dark speck in the sky. First, let us fulfill these two wishes. We must act swiftly. Indeed, without a moment's hesitation, Tien tilted his head back and fervently prayed in the Namekian tongue to the dragon soaring above the heavens. The resounding voice of Purunga echoed through the realms. Your desires shall be granted with ease. Immediately, its eyes emitted two beams of crimson light, and the divine power imbued with the essence of creation began to traverse the cosmic seas, reviving the lost souls. As the wish materialized, Raditz exhaled softly in relief, then turned to glance at Bulma, who seemed momentarily entranced by the grandeur unfolding before her. A playful smile curled at the corner of his lips. Bulma, I shall present you with an unprecedented display of fireworks. Before his words could fully dissipate, Raditz slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upwards, and thousands of high-density energy orbs coalesced instantaneously, resembling a suspended galaxy. With a gentle sweep of his arm, the celestial river surged forth, hurtling towards the fleet of spacecraft looming ominously in the sky. Boom, boom. The next moment, the heavens erupted in an unparalleled pyrotechnic spectacle. Each exquisitely crafted spaceship transformed into brilliant fireballs upon contact with the energy spheres, blooming into the most resplendent flowers of death against the inky canvas of the night. Wow! Bulma was utterly mesmerized, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a radiance surpassing that of the fireworks. Using the enemy's fleet to orchestrate a display was a profound blend of strength and romance that struck her heart with an undeniable force. This man not only wielded world-shattering power, but also cherished those dear to him while demonstrating such creativity. He was the epitome of the perfect partner she had always yearned for. Uncle, Mr. Raditz. At that moment, a frantic voice broke through from a distance. Gohan and Krillin were rushing forward, accompanied by a throng of defenseless Namekian men, women, and children. Upon witnessing this scene, Raditz's previously relaxed brow furrowed once more. Frieza had personally arrived, and an earth-shattering battle was imminent. Leaving these ordinary Namekians here would only result in their utter destruction from the ensuing chaos. Purunga's voice resonated again. The first two wishes have been fulfilled. Speak your final wish, O summoner. Tien, hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Raditz, his eyes questioning. Brother Raditz, have you decided on your last wish? Raditz's gaze swept over the terrified and anxious Namekians, and in that instant, his heart made a resolute decision. It seems that my own wish must be postponed for the time being. He understood clearly that while Purunga could be summoned infinitely, the prerequisite was that the Namekian who created him must exist. If this race were to face extinction, the dragon would likewise vanish without a trace. Contemplating this, Raditz promptly voiced his decision. The third wish, to immediately transport all Namekians to the safe haven of Earth. Upon hearing this wish, Tien stood there in a daze, his face a canvas of disbelief. He never anticipated that this final, immensely precious wish would be intended for these unfamiliar extraterrestrials. What are you waiting for? Hurry and make the wish. Raditz admonished sternly, sensing the impending arrival of Frieza's forces. Once the battle commenced, this place would become a hellscape, and none would survive. Yes, I understand, Brother Raditz. Tien nodded emphatically, his eyes brimming with unutterable gratitude as he looked at Raditz. He immediately turned, summoning all his strength, and shouted this third wish towards Purunga. In that instant, a purple figure, appearing like a wraith, pierced through the vibrant explosion in the sky. Frieza had finally arrived at the scene, His expression contorted with excitement as he beheld the dragon so close at hand, screaming with all his might, "Dragon, grant me eternal, indestructible life." However, his words, spoken in the universal language, fell on deaf ears. Purunga disregarded his roar, for Tian Tian had already conveyed the final wish in its entirety. The dragon, with an air of majesty, proclaimed, "This wish is equally effortless." In a flash, the brilliance in Purunga's eyes intensified, enveloping all the Namekians on the ground in a gentle yet irresistible force. In the next moment, they collectively vanished, transported to the distant earth. "Your 3 wishes have been fulfilled, then farewell." Having completed its mission, Purunga's vast form began to fade into transparency, transforming into scattered golden light that dissipated into the air. The 7 dragon balls lost their luster, reverting to ordinary stones as they fell from the sky, scattering at Raditz's feet. What has transpired? Where is the dragon? Has my wish for immortality been realized? Suspended in midair, Frieza's mind was a blank slate, utterly bewildered by the situation before him. "Uncle, Aunt Bulma." At that moment, Gohan and Krillin rushed to Raditz's side, their expressions brimming with excitement as they surveyed their surroundings. The Namekians had vanished into thin air. "Was it you who used the wish to send them away?" Before Gohan could finish his sentence, Frieza's face darkened ominously, his gaze like a piercing sword aimed at Raditz and the others below, filled with murderous intent. "How dare you usurp my wish? Who gave you the audacity to obstruct my path to eternal life? Cursed Saiyan monkeys, you shall all perish." As Frieza's furious words echoed, beams of death erupted from his fingertips, hurtling towards Raditz and the others. "Be careful." Sensing the imminent danger, Gohan reacted swiftly, spinning around to unleash a powerful energy wave that accurately intercepted the lethal beams. A thunderous explosion reverberated in the air, the shockwave from the energy clash stripping the earth of its surface. Frieza descended from the heavens in a fit of rage, his feet crashing heavily upon the ground. His crimson eyes fixated intently on Gohan. He could distinctly sense the immense power contained within this young Saiyan, a force that even sent shivers down his spine. Gritting his teeth, he spat out each word as if forcing it through clenched jaws. "Saiyan monkey, you are seeking death." "Who are you?" Gohan replied. A look of confusion etched on his face as he regarded this peculiar individual, someone entirely foreign to his knowledge. "You don't recognize me, the great Frieza?" Frieza was taken aback for a moment, then let out a piercing, mocking laugh. "Listen well, inferior creature. I am the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza. Now, tell me at once, where is the dragon?" Clearly, Frieza still clung to a thread of hope, attempting to summon the dragon once more. "You are Frieza?" At the sound of this name, Gohan's pupils constricted, an uncontrollable fury surging from the depths of his heart. He had heard from his uncle Raditz of his long-lost grandparents, who had tragically perished at the hands of this fiend. Old grievances and new grudges flooded his mind, and Gohan emitted a suppressed roar, "I will kill you." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, his small frame transformed into a streak of lightning, propelled by boundless rage towards Frieza. "With your frail form?" Frieza's face was a canvas of disdain and contempt as he casually lifted his arm, ready to swat away Gohan's punch like a mere fly. Yet, the harsh reality far exceeded his expectations. Gohan's battle power had surged to an astonishing 2 million. Meanwhile, Frieza remained in his formidable first form, ill-equipped to withstand such a blow steeped in profound enmity. With a resounding thud that could set teeth on edge, Gohan's fist, along with Frieza's blocking arm, collided brutally with Frieza's own face. A piercing scream shattered the skies. The cosmic tyrant Frieza was sent hurtling like a ragdoll struck by a high-speed train, crashing through 7 or 8 towering stone mountains before he could barely halt himself amidst the chaos. In that instant, a pale purple aura erupted violently, and Frieza's figure soared from the debris. He had no time to compose himself, his gaze locked onto the distant Gohan, screaming in hysteria, "Impossible! This cannot be! How could a mere Saiyan monkey possess such terrifying power?" Chapter 4. Without a doubt, it was Gohan battling Frieza. Yet, at that moment, Gohan had no desire to engage in idle chatter. His diminutive form once again became a blade of vengeance, slicing through the air as he charged toward Frieza's position. What followed was an unrelenting one-sided assault. Frieza's once prized speed and strength became nothing but a farce before Gohan. He had been reduced to a living punching bag, mercilessly battered through the air, flipping and tumbling. "Gohan, splendid work." "Indeed, Gohan, Teach that scoundrel a lesson. This scene ignited Krillin's fervor from a distance. He excitedly waved his fists, cheering fervently for Gohan. Meanwhile, Bulma approached Raditz, her beautiful visage etched with concern. Could Gohan truly triumph over that monster named Frieza? At present, the outlook seemed promising. Raditz gazed intently at the frenziedly battered Frieza, a profound smile curling at the corners of his lips, yet his tone shifted subtly. However, one could hardly predict how long this advantage would endure. After all, this was merely a warm-up. Frieza had not yet begun to fight earnestly. With that, Raditz turned his gaze to Krillin, still exuberantly shouting from the sidelines, his demeanor growing serious. Krillin, you must immediately set off to find Goku. Gohan can indeed suppress his opponent for now, but this is only temporary. He is far from being Frieza's ultimate adversary. What? Upon hearing this, the excitement on Krillin's face instantly froze. He stared incredulously at the battlefield, where Gohan, resembling a celestial warrior, dominated Frieza with relentless ferocity. Feeling as though his ears had deceived him, he instinctively sought to counter. Raditz, I believe this is entirely unnecessary, Gohan. Krillin, what are you hesitating for? However, before Krillin could finish his sentence, Bulma's sharp voice interrupted him. Hurry and find Goku to assist. She understood better than anyone that Raditz did not jest, especially when it concerned the life of her nephew, Gohan. I understand. Witnessing Bulma's fiery demeanor, Krillin swallowed his retort, though his heart brimmed with confusion. Convinced that Frieza could not possibly turn the tide, he begrudgingly activated his flight technique and sped towards Goku's location. You Saiyan monkey have thoroughly enraged me. In that very moment, at the heart of the battlefield, Frieza seized a fleeting opportunity, breaking free from Gohan's tempestuous onslaught. As he regained his footing, he unleashed a primal roar, his muscles visibly expanding and contorting before transitioning into his second form. In an instant, Frieza's combat power skyrocketed from over 500,000 to nearly 2 million, matching Gohan's prowess. He swiftly raised his hand, expertly blocking Gohan's incoming iron fist, then executed a rapid turn, delivering a sweeping kick. Faced with this sudden counterattack, Gohan swiftly ducked, narrowly avoiding a blow powerful enough to shatter mountains. Yet, before he could exhale in relief, Frieza's robust tail, slicing through the air with a deafening whoosh, struck him squarely in the face. A cry of anguish escaped Gohan's lips. It felt as though he had been struck by an invisible sledgehammer, sending him hurtling uncontrollably, crashing through a succession of small hills before finally coming to a halt. Gohan. The astonishing turn of events rendered Bulma, who stood at a distance, pale with horror, eliciting a scream of terror from her lips. No one anticipated that the tide of battle would shift so abruptly. Krillin, having flown a considerable distance, was now utterly petrified, and he dared not lose a moment's time. He propelled himself towards Goku with utmost urgency, murmuring to himself, Gohan, you must hold on. At that moment, Krillin's heart was heavy with regret. He lamented not heeding Raditz's warning at the first opportunity. With Gohan now being suppressed by the adversary, the consequences of his failure to summon Goku swiftly were unfathomable. Do not worry about him, Raditz, oblivious to Krillin's inner turmoil, placed a reassuring hand on Bulma's shoulder, his tone calm and soothing. Frieza's current strength is nearly on par with Gohan's. That child will not fall easily. Upon hearing these words, Bulma's anxiety eased somewhat, and her tense expression softened. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the air, and Gohan emerged from the ruins, wiping the blood from his mouth. His eyes blazed with fierce fury as he fixed his gaze upon Frieza, gritting his teeth and declaring, Frieza, I will surely end you today. With that proclamation, Gohan's aura surged once more, even more potent than before, as he charged towards Frieza's position. In response to Gohan's renewed assault, Frieza remained unfazed, emitting a chilling, maniacal laughter, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Saiyan monkey, you are far from worthy of taking my life. Those who dare to disrupt my grand ambitions shall perish here today. Let us commence with you, you foolish little brat. Before his words had fully dissipated, Frieza surged forward to meet Gohan's charge. In the next moment, two figures, moving with such speed that they were nearly indistinguishable, engaged in a fierce struggle at the heart of the battlefield. The sound of their violent clashes reverberated through the air like a relentless drumbeat. The earth beneath their feet began to fracture and crumble at an astonishing pace. The battle between Gohan and Frieza had escalated to a fever pitch, with both combatants seemingly evenly matched. However, the reality of the situation was quite different. While both fighters hovered around a power level of 2 million, Gohan's energy appeared to possess a slight edge and ferocity. Yet, Frieza's extensive experience steeped in countless acts of slaughter and conquest, coupled with a deeply ingrained ruthlessness and cunning, far surpassed what young Gohan could contend with. This disparity resulted in Frieza maintaining a decisive advantage in the actual combat, forcing Gohan to struggle defensively, seeking opportunities to counterattack amidst the relentless onslaught. Raditz, are we really not going to help Gohan? Bulma inquired, her heart heavy with concern as she witnessed the increasing number of scars on Gohan's body. After all, Gohan was merely a child, and witnessing him endure such brutal assaults was an unbearable psychological torment. Absolutely not. Raditz replied with unwavering determination, gesturing dismissively. His expression was grave, and his eyes exuded an undeniable authority. This was a crucial hurdle that Gohan must overcome on his path to becoming a true warrior. If he were to rely on others to intervene in every predicament, he would forever remain a child in need of protection rather than a capable fighter. Moreover, his latent power was already greater than Frieza's. What he lacked was merely the experience and awareness to transform that power into lethal force. Once Gohan could grasp sufficient combat instincts through this trial of blood and fire, he would be able to decisively subdue Frieza's second form. Upon hearing these words, Bulma fell silent. It was true that she felt deep sympathy for Gohan, yet she also understood that every word spoken by Raditz held an element of truth. A true warrior must endure countless trials of blood and tears to ultimately be forged into strength. At this moment, Gohan was still far from that point. Thus, Raditz and Bulma stood on a distant hill, patiently observing the brutal ordeal. Meanwhile, at the heart of the battlefield, Gohan was growing at an astonishing pace. Under Frieza's relentless and ruthless assaults, his understanding of combat was being forcibly elevated. Whether it was timing or technique, he was rapidly absorbing, mastering, and gradually refining his skills. This transformation led to a subtle shift in the dynamics of the battlefield. Frieza realized that it was becoming increasingly difficult to strike Gohan as effortlessly as before. Conversely, Gohan began to leverage his burgeoning combat prowess, seizing opportunities to deal significant blows to Frieza. As time progressed, Gohan's fighting style became increasingly polished, while Frieza, in a state of panic, discovered that he was once again beginning to resemble a mere punching bag. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Frieza seethed, as he found himself slipping into a disadvantaged position once more, consumed by rage. He could hardly fathom that this young Saiyan before him was proving to be so tenacious, with potential and growth that exceeded his comprehension. As Gohan's attack surged forward once again, Frieza instinctively raised his hand, unleashing thousands of high-explosive energy blasts, creating an impenetrable barrage. The ground trembled with the thunderous explosions, forming a wall of death. Gohan was compelled to halt his advance, swiftly evading the onslaught. Frieza seized the rare opportunity to catch his breath without hesitation, initiating his third transformation with a thunderous roar. As he unleashed his might, his muscles grotesquely expanded, his stature towering, and his head elongated into a fearsome visage. In the blink of an eye, an aura of terrifying power, magnitudes greater than before, erupted, causing the very ground of Namek to tremble violently. In this form, Frieza's combat prowess soared to a staggering 3 million. This malevolent energy signified trouble for Gohan. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the planet, Goku and Vegeta simultaneously sensed the sinister shift in power, turning sharply toward the battlefield. Goku's expression shifted dramatically, urgency overtaking him as he disregarded the lesser foes. He clasped his hands at his waist, channeling his full strength into a furious shout. Kami, Hami, Ha! In the next moment, a colossal blue Kamehameha wave surged forth, akin to the wrath of a deity, soaring into the heavens. Under Goku's precise control, this radiant beam swept across the sky, obliterating Frieza's remaining ships like mere paper, igniting them into brilliant fireballs. Run for your lives. That Saiyan is a demon. We stand no chance. The surviving soldiers of Frieza's army were gripped by sheer terror, abandoning all hesitation as they turned to flee desperately from Namek. Yet, they dared not leave entirely, lingering at a distance in orbit, awaiting their formidable emperor, Frieza. In their hearts resided an unshakable belief. No matter how powerful the Saiyans appeared, they could never hope to rival the might of King Frieza. Kakarot, The cataclysmic scene before Vegeta left him utterly astounded. He gazed at Goku in disbelief, jealousy igniting a fire within him. How has your power grown so immense? Just moments ago, Goku had unleashed nearly 3 million of his unreserved combat strength to end the battle swiftly. Though Vegeta lacked a scouter and could not sense energy, he could clearly discern from the overwhelming force that even in his transformed state as a great ape, he would likely be unable to withstand Goku's casual strike. In this instant, Vegeta's jealousy and resentment reached unprecedented heights. How could a mere low-class warrior, born with a pitifully low battle power, achieve such terrifying heights in such a brief span of time? Goku, Goku, it's wonderful to see you here. At that moment, Krillin finally rushed onto the scene. Upon spotting Goku, he exhaled in relief, swiftly flying to his side and speaking urgently. Wukong, hasten to support Gohan. He is locked in combat with Frieza. Upon hearing that name, a rare gravity settled in Son Wukong's gaze as he murmured to himself. Was that sudden surge of malevolent energy truly Frieza's doing? Gohan, you must hold on. Without a moment's hesitation to regard Vegeta, Son Wukong transformed into a golden streak of light, racing towards the battlefield at full speed. Gohan, Kakarot's son, is actually battling Frieza. This revelation struck Vegeta like a cruel twist of fate, further trampling his already bruised pride. He could acutely sense the formidable energies clashing in the distance. One was vast and malevolent, while the other, though weaker, was still beyond his own capabilities. Previously, he had subconsciously assumed that the lesser presence belonged to Raditz. But now, Krillin's words revealed that it was none other than that little brat Gohan facing Frieza. How could the proud Saiyan prince possibly come to terms with such a reality? In an instant, Vegeta appeared beside Krillin as if teleporting, his expression dark and foreboding. Grabbing Krillin by the collar, he demanded in a hushed yet intense tone, "What you just said, was it true? Is it really that little brat from Kakarot's family who is fighting Frieza?" Vegeta. Krillin was instantly paralyzed with fear at the sight of the suddenly looming prince. Despite having gained immense power through the Elder's enhancement, he felt as fragile as an ant before the looming presence of Vegeta. Trembling with trepidation, he stammered, "Why yes. It's Gohan. I swear, it's Gohan battling Frieza? Damn that little brat." With the confirmation igniting a fierce resentment within him, Vegeta shoved Krillin aside and transformed into a streak of light, speeding towards the battlefield. He could neither accept nor bear the harsh reality before him. Raditz had surpassed him. Kakarot had surpassed him. Now, even a half-breed Saiyan and Earthling child had left him in the dust. This was the utmost humiliation and mockery for a prince of the Saiyan race. Why? Why was it that the strength he had fought so hard to attain, teetering on the brink of death countless times, paled in comparison to these 3 lowly-blooded Saiyans? As he watched Vegeta's retreating figure, Krillin finally exhaled a breath he realized he was holding. Not daring to lag behind, he hurriedly followed in Vegeta's wake towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, at the heart of the battlefield, Gohan found himself in an incredibly dire situation. Frieza's third form, though grotesque and massive, wielded an undeniable and terrifying strength. Under the overwhelming pressure of absolute combat power, Frieza unleashed his full fury, leaving Gohan with little to no ability to retaliate. The small Saiyan's body was already covered in wounds, a gruesome tapestry of blood marring his form. Yet, the more Gohan suffered, the more Frieza's rage and malice intensified. He gazed at the young Saiyan, who had been relentlessly struck down yet continued to rise time and again, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "You little brat, die. You little brat, don't even think about standing up again. Today, I shall personally crush you into dust." Chapter 5. Power exceeds 1 billion. Raditz. As Gohan teetered on the brink of collapse, Bulma, in a state of desperation, pleaded with Raditz, her voice trembling with emotion. "Please, do something. Gohan truly cannot hold on any longer." Hearing Bulma's heartfelt plea, Raditz furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Frankly, he did not believe that Gohan's strength was merely confined to what was presently displayed. He understood better than anyone that this child was a warrior capable of extraordinary feats driven by emotional surges. In another timeline, an enraged Gohan could unleash immense power in an instant, surpassing all limits. However, in the current dire situation, Gohan was subjected to relentless torment without ever summoning the fury that could alter the tide of battle. Perhaps his anger had yet to reach that critical threshold. This realization led Raditz to conclude that his hopes of facilitating Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan during this encounter might very well be dashed. Very well. It seems I must await another opportunity, Raditz sighed helplessly within. Turning to Bulma, he gently patted her shoulder, offering reassurance. Do not worry. I will take care of things from here. No sooner had he spoken than Raditz's form flickered, resembling an arrow loosed from a bow. As he shot forth from his position, in the blink of an eye, he materialized behind Frieza, denying the tyrant any chance to attack Gohan once more. With an effortless motion, he raised his right leg and delivered a seemingly casual kick to Frieza's enormous frame in his third form. A thunderous explosion erupted, echoing across the landscape. Frieza's seemingly indestructible body was sent hurtling away as if struck by a meteor, soaring hundreds of miles before crashing into a vast lake, sending towering columns of water into the air. Raditz, indifferent to the outcome, did not even spare a glance back. He gracefully descended to the ground and approached the nearly unconscious Gohan, whispering softly, "Gohan, your anger is still far from sufficient." Uncle at the sound of Raditz's voice, Gohan, with his eyes swollen to the point of near closure, managed to pry them open slightly, looking towards Raditz and murmuring in a barely audible voice, "I'm sorry I failed." Sighing inwardly at Gohan's condition, Raditz could only shake his head in resignation. He understood that there was nothing more to be done. Thus, he withdrew the last mystical bean from his bosom and gently placed it into Gohan's mouth. The miraculous power of the bean activated instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, all of Gohan's grievous injuries healed at an astonishing rate, visible to the naked eye. His nearly depleted energy surged forth like a volcanic eruption, ultimately stabilizing at an astonishing level of around 260,000. Gohan leapt up from the ground, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him, and his spirit was rekindled with fervor. "Uncle, I feel stronger. Let me battle that fiend once more. This time, I am certain I can prevail." Upon hearing this, Raditz furrowed his brow even deeper. Although Gohan's increase in power was undoubtedly excellent news, such a modest enhancement was still far from sufficient. Unless his combat strength could surpass the 300,000 threshold, no amount of fury would enable him to reach that legendary transformation. Contemplating this, Raditz prepared to decline. "Gohan, you." Just then, a desperate voice echoed from the horizon. Following the sound, they beheld a golden figure racing towards them at an astonishing speed. When Goku arrived on the scene and saw Gohan, though tattered and worn, breathing steadily and unharmed, he finally exhaled in relief. However, upon witnessing Gohan's disheveled appearance, he could only imagine the dire challenges his son had recently faced. With this thought, Goku turned to his brother Raditz, his gaze filled with gratitude. "Thank you, brother." "It's nothing," Raditz replied nonchalantly, glancing at Goku. "Now that you are here, I shall leave the ensuing battle in your capable hands." "Understood." Goku nodded gravely, his expression serious as he turned to the distant lake, which had been stirred into turmoil by Frieza's descent. Frieza's power is escalating at a horrifying rate. Gohan is no longer his match. Upon hearing this, both Raditz and Gohan directed their gazes towards the lake. They could distinctly sense the malevolent energy that had lain dormant at the lake's bottom, now swelling to a terrifying level of approximately 10 million. Moreover, this figure continued to rise at an alarming pace. How could this be? In that moment, Gohan, who had just been brimming with confidence due to his newfound strength, uttered an incredulous exclamation. He had believed that, after his enhancement, he would be capable of defeating Frieza. Yet, he was taken aback to find that the gap between them had not diminished. Rather, it had widened to a despairing extent. Frieza must have completed his ultimate transformation. At that moment, Raditz spoke in a calm and composed tone. "A power level of 12 million. This should merely represent about 1/10 of his ultimate form strength. Goku, the next move is yours. Remember, I shall not intervene unless you face a true life and death crisis." With that, Raditz made no further delay. He swiftly lifted Gohan beside him and soared back to the hill where Bulma awaited. "A power level of 12 million, you say?" In contrast, Goku, who remained behind, wore a serious expression, yet deep within his eyes burned a fervent and eager fighting spirit. Suddenly, a distant lake erupted. A massive column of water shot skyward, tearing through the clouds. In the next moment, Frieza, having reverted to his compact and formidable final form, appeared slowly in midair, exuding an oppressive aura of terrifying malice. "Damn Saiyan monkeys, I shall take your lives." With that declaration, Frieza transformed into a streak of purple lightning, racing towards the hill where Raditz and Gohan were positioned, clearly intent on eliminating the two who had brought him such disgrace. Frieza, your opponent is me. At that moment, Goku launched himself into the sky, firmly blocking Frieza's advance. With high spirits, he proclaimed, "Today, I shall utterly defeat you here." Another Saiyan monkey, is it? Frieza's eyes gleamed with intense malice upon seeing Goku's sudden appearance. And he sneered, "A mere power level of over 3 million? You cannot possibly believe that such insignificant strength qualifies you as my adversary, can you? Behold, this is my most perfect final form. I now possess a power level of 120 million. What? 120 million? Two piercing cries of horror resonated across the battlefield. Vegeta and Krillin, who had just arrived, could not contain their terrified screams. Their gazes towards Frieza were filled with an indescribable dread and despair. 120 million, a number so astronomical that it was beyond their wildest dreams. Frieza had become overwhelmingly powerful to an utterly despairing degree. Did they have any chance of victory at all? Vegeta. Upon witnessing Vegeta's arrival, Frieza's murderous intent intensified, and he spoke in a voice colder than ice. "Once I dispose of this insolent Saiyan monkey before me, you shall be next. How dare you betray me, the king? Perhaps I was too merciful in the past. I should have eradicated you remnants from the universe entirely." Frieza's words ignited a furious rage within Vegeta. From the lips of Raditz, he had already learned the harrowing truth that Planet Vegeta and the entirety of the Saiyan race had been obliterated by Frieza's own hand. Now, as the adversary revisited this dark chapter, it only served to ignite Vegeta's fury. Were it not for the vast chasm of power that lay between them, he would have rushed forth in a frenzy, eager to rend Frieza into countless pieces. "Frieza, come and face me in combat." At that moment, however, Goku paid no heed to these trivialities. He gracefully positioned himself a short distance from Frieza, clenched his fists with fervor, and unleashed a mighty roar, his body erupting in a blinding crimson aura. Tenfold Kaioken. In the next instant, with the augmentation of the tenfold Kaioken, Goku's battle power surged from 3,800,000 to a staggering 19 million. Without hesitation, Goku launched his attack. His form vanished in an instant, reappearing before Frieza, delivering a devastating punch filled with terrifying force directly to Frieza's abdomen. The blow elicited a heart-wrenching scream from Frieza, who curled up like a cooked shrimp, hurtling backward for hundreds of meters before coming to a disheveled halt. "Damn it! What is the nature of your battle power?" In that moment, Frieza's countenance turned ashen, and he gazed at Goku with newfound respect, no longer daring to underestimate his opponent. Goku's power had astonishingly multiplied in an instant. This revelation completely shattered Frieza's lifelong understanding of combat. "Earlier, I truly appreciate your care for my son Gohan." At this juncture, Goku did not grant Frieza a moment's respite for contemplation. He charged at Frieza once more, his tone as frigid as ice. "As a father, it is now time for me to repay you." In the next heartbeat, Goku unleashed his full might, his fists and kicking legs raining down upon Frieza like a torrential downpour, mercilessly pummeling him. The once mighty Cosmic Emperor was now reduced to a mere punching bag, being ruthlessly battered midair. "Ah! Ah!" In an instant, Frieza's pitiful cries echoed throughout the land. Witnessing his abject misery, Vegeta and Krillin stood transfixed, their minds blank with disbelief. This was Frieza, possessing a battle power of 100 million. Yet now, he was being treated as a mere plaything by Goku. The entire scene felt like an absurd dream, leaving them in a state of utter unreality. "Father is incredible. Go, Dad. Defeat that villain." Gohan shouted joyfully from the hillside, his heart swelling with pride at Goku's actions on his behalf. Gohan's exuberant exclamation finally roused Krillin and Vegeta from their stupor. In an almost instantaneous reaction, Krillin and Vegeta soared to the hillside where Raditz stood. As soon as Vegeta touched down, he rushed towards Raditz with an almost accusatory tone, urgently inquiring, "Raditz, tell me, how has Kakarot become so powerful? How is it that even Kakarot's son possesses such terrifying strength? What manner of training have you lowly warriors undergone in hell during this time?" Hearing this, Raditz slowly turned his head, casting a mere glance at Vegeta. Yet, in that fleeting moment, an unimaginable and overwhelming aura descended upon Vegeta like a mountain, crushing him with its weight. Raditz's voice, devoid of any warmth, cut through the air. "Vegeta, mind your words when speaking to me." Do not presume to speak with your self-important princely demeanor before me. To me, you are no different from an ant that I could easily crush underfoot. If you wish to seek guidance from a stronger opponent, you must approach with the humility befitting a supplicant. With the oppressive force bearing down on him, Vegeta's legs gave way, and he found himself kneeling heavily on the ground, completely beyond his control. Chapter 6. The power of that monkey has surpassed Frieza? He mustered every ounce of strength to lift his head, gazing at the cold-faced Raditz before him. Gritting his teeth, his eyes were filled with an abyss of frustration and despair. Once, Raditz had been nothing more than a worthless warrior with a power level barely exceeding 1,000, easily dismissed with a mere flick of his finger. But now, he could scarcely endure even the faintest hint of Raditz's overwhelming presence. What had transpired over the past year to bring about such a profound transformation? It was simply unbelievable. Simultaneously, Vegeta became increasingly convinced that Raditz and his comrades had mastered some form of rapid and immensely powerful training technique. Otherwise, none of this could be rationally explained. With this thought, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. Despite the boundless rage and humiliation swelling within him, the pursuit of supreme power compelled him to lower the proud head he once held so high. Raditz, please tell me the reason and method behind your newfound strength. Very well. Observing the finally submissive Vegeta, Raditz allowed a barely perceptible smile to grace his lips. His gaze unconsciously flickered to Bulma, who regarded Vegeta with disdain and scorn. He understood that, from this moment forth, the Saiyan Prince Vegeta had irrevocably exited Bulma's life. With that realization, Raditz's spirits soared. He looked down at the kneeling Vegeta and said with a smile, "You wish to grow stronger? I shall assist you." As he spoke, Raditz stepped forward, his right hand extending like a butterfly flitting among flowers, and with a sudden thrust, pierced through Vegeta's heart with a sickening squelch. A chilling scream echoed through the air. The excruciating pain of his heart being pierced caused Vegeta's eyes to widen in disbelief as he gazed at Raditz before him, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to ask, why? He could scarcely believe that Raditz would truly end his life. After all, back on Earth, Raditz had possessed the power to easily kill him, but had refrained from doing so. So why? Why now was Raditz turning against him? And in such a mockingly theatrical manner. Yet, Raditz paid no heed to Vegeta's anguished query. He didn't even spare a glance at Vegeta, instead turning to Gohan beside him, saying, "Gohan, keep your eyes fixed and do not be distracted. Your father's battle should help you grasp some higher truths." "Yes, uncle." Gohan nodded earnestly, his expression grave as he focused all his attention on the distant battlefield. Krillin too looked up with envy at the figure of Goku soaring through the sky, a veritable god of war, for he possessed the terrifying power that could crush Frieza, who boasted a battle power of over 12 million. Meanwhile, Vegeta lay on the ground. Agony etched on his face, his eyes filled with despair and defiance. He felt his life force ebbing away at an alarming rate, wondering what thoughts lingered in his mind in these final moments. "Saiyan monkey, get away from me." In that instant, Frieza's thunderous roar reverberated across the battlefield. Under Goku's relentless assault, Frieza finally shook off the initial shock and confusion. He began to unleash the immense power that had been sealed within him recklessly. As time passed, Frieza released 50 of his seals. Instantly, his power surged from 12 million to a staggering 600 million. In the next moment, Frieza unleashed a devastating punch. Although Goku reacted swiftly to block the blow, he was sent hurtling away like a broken kite before the overwhelming might of Frieza. "Goku, Dad." The sudden turn of events sent Krillin, Bulma, and Gohan on the hill into a state of frantic alarm. They had not anticipated that Frieza harbored such terrifying strength. Moreover, it was evident that Goku had suffered significant injury from that last strike. With a resounding boom, as if the very core of the earth was lamenting, the rubble erupted, and a figure shot forth like a golden arrow, piercing through the smoke and soaring into the sky. Goku hovered in the air, crimson energy swirling violently around him, his gaze more serious than ever before. "Frieza, what exactly does your so-called new form unleash in terms of power?" "Oh." This inquiry momentarily halted the graceful movements of the Cosmic Emperor. A hint of playful astonishment flickered across Frieza's visage, as he had not anticipated that this Saiyan monkey seemed to possess an astute understanding of his layered power release secrets. But what of it? A fleeting thought passed, and Frieza's lips curled back into a cruel, arrogant smile. "How amusing it is, this wild monkey, to have discerned the mysteries of this great king. Since you are so eager to know, I shall generously reveal that it is precisely 50%. His voice dripped with a mocking sense of decree, each word piercing like an icicle into the heart. Currently, my combat power has soared to the astonishing level of 60 million. Do you comprehend the implications of this, Saiyan? It signifies that you have utterly forfeited the right to even gaze upon my magnificent form. What? These words crashed like thunder in Krillin's mind, causing his blood to feel as though it had turned to ice. On the ground, the severely injured Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply, his proud countenance overtaken for the first time by sheer, uncomprehending terror. 60 million? This was merely half of that monster's power? A horrifying deduction surged wildly in his mind, making him tremble uncontrollably. Does this mean that Frieza's complete form, that ultimate manifestation, possesses a combat power of 120 million? 60 million, is it? So that is how it is. Goku murmured softly, as if merely affirming an inconsequential statistic. There was not a trace of fear upon his face. Rather, it bore an expression of profound understanding. He slowly raised his hand, retrieving a verdant senzu bean from his robe, bringing it to his lips. However, he did not swallow it immediately. He merely held it in his mouth, inhaling deeply as if to gather the energy of the entire planet. Since you have chosen to hold nothing back, his voice turned low and hoarse, each word imbued with resolute determination. Then, I too shall offer my all. 20 times Kaioken. Activate. A roar, more beast than human, rent the air. The very heavens and earth of Namek trembled violently at that moment, groaning under the weight of the power unleashed. Goku's form seemed to transform into a volcano on the verge of eruption, crimson energy surging forth like molten lava, completely engulfing him. The reading of his combat power shattered the confines of logic, skyrocketing to a staggering figure of 72 million, one that even Frieza regarded with astonishment. In the instant he completed this transformation, Goku's figure vanished. Without a moment's hesitation, without the slightest doubt, he became a blazing beam of life force, charging fiercely towards Frieza. He understood better than anyone that this borrowed strength was as ephemeral as a mirage, with each second threatening to push his body toward the brink of collapse. He had to act swiftly. He must utterly vanquish the Emperor before him during this fleeting moment of brilliance. Otherwise, defeat would lead to irretrievable ruin. How is this possible? In stark contrast, the purple pupils of Frieza, suddenly narrowed to pinpricks, erupted with horror and fury. That monkey's power had surpassed his own. This realization caused a long-buried and loathsome ancient legend to resurface uncontrollably in the depths of his mind. The Super Saiyan. Although this Saiyan before him was engulfed in a crimson blaze rather than the fabled golden hue, Frieza's primal instincts were screaming in alarm. Today, right here, if he did not utterly annihilate this tenacious monkey, one day he would inevitably become the golden nightmare foretold in legend, one capable of threatening the dominion of his frozen demon race. With this thought, the murderous intent in Frieza's eyes became almost palpable. He no longer held back. The seals on his power began to unravel layer by layer, and a tempest of energy surged forth like a tsunami. Simultaneously, he twisted his body, transforming into a purple-white comet, charging directly toward that crimson light with unyielding ferocity. Boom! Bang! In an instant, the sky seemed to be torn apart by two colliding stars. Two blurred figures interwove at a velocity beyond visual perception, crashing against each other, each contact unleashing shockwaves potent enough to shatter mountains. As Frieza continued to liberate his power, his momentum surged, and the battle with Goku swiftly escalated from tentative exchanges to a desperate struggle for survival. Father, give it your all. Goku, you must win. Below, Gohan and Krillin felt their hearts leap into their throats, nearly breathless with tension. They clearly witnessed the red comet in the sky burning at its zenith, representing all the light and heat that Goku could muster. If this radiance were to extinguish while Frieza unleashed his unfathomable power, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. Kakarot. On the ground, Vegeta, who could barely move a finger, summoned the last remnants of his strength to gaze upward at the battlefield transformed into a celestial arena. Even as the shadow of death loomed over him, his defiant eyes longed to witness the downfall of the one who had obliterated the Saiyan homeworld. To see him meet his rightful end. Fight, fight, fight. Die, you wretched king. Time lost its meaning amidst the cataclysmic clash of energies. The intensity of the battle reached a fever pitch, Each second of their confrontation could reduce a small asteroid to cosmic dust. Yet at this moment, Goku's condition took a dire turn. The curse of the 20-fold Kaioken began to recoil violently against him. Every muscle and nerve screamed under the unbearable strain. Waves of excruciating pain crashing against his willpower. In contrast, Frieza reveled in a different spectacle. The seals on his power had been utterly shattered, and the seemingly endless flow of energy only fueled his ferocity, the grin on his face becoming increasingly savage and indulgent. Finally, with a resounding, exhilarating howl, Frieza unleashed his full strength without reservation. The game is over, wild monkey. In those violet eyes, a murderous intent flickered violently. Frieza's figure advanced in an instant, delivering a devastating punch imbued with the force of millions of tons, striking cruelly against Goku's abdomen. A piercing scream echoed through the heavens. The torrent of raging power within Goku seemed to be abruptly severed, and the crimson aura of the Kaioken dissipated in an instant. He plummeted like a severed meteor, burdened with unbearable pain, crashing into the ground, creating a bottomless pit. Goku, Dad! The sight elicited cries of despair from Krillin and Gohan, their voices cracking. Almost instinctively, they transformed into two streaks of light, with Krillin aiming for the fallen Goku. Ha! At this moment, Frieza unleashed a triumphant, unrestrained laugh, the laughter of a victor. He floated leisurely, akin to a monarch surveying his domain, gliding towards the direction where Goku had fallen. For this lowly creature, which had caused him such trouble and even moments of embarrassment, Frieza resolved to take pleasure in torturing him to death in the most satisfying manner possible. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the pit. From his elevated vantage point, he gazed down at the barely conscious figure in the depths, elegantly raising a finger to unleash a slender yet lethal beam of energy that pierced through Goku's arm. Another agonizing scream erupted. Goku, already suffering from the excruciating effects of the Kaioken, felt the pain multiply exponentially as his arm was impaled. What exquisite music, Frieza mused, a look of almost ecstatic enjoyment gracing his features. He raised his hand once more, firing another beam that accurately pierced through Goku's other foot. The horrific cries resounded again. Goku, overwhelmed by the waves of torment, lost all strength to resist, lying helplessly. Frieza, just then, a furious juvenile roar filled with boundless rage erupted. Gohan had arrived. Upon witnessing his father's agonized state, a soft golden aura surged uncontrollably around his small form. In that instant, a dormant potential deep within his bloodline was awakened. Gohan transformed into a pseudo-Super Saiyan, his battle power soaring to an astonishing level of 50 million, one that even Frieza could not overlook. In the next moment, this furious child became a bolt of golden lightning, charging directly at Frieza. Not you again, annoying little pest. Upon seeing Gohan's emergence, Frieza's murderous intent intensified like never before. He casually shot forth another death beam. However, this time, it missed its target. Although a vast disparity in power still existed between them, Gohan, now in pseudo-Super Saiyan form, seemed to act on pure instinct. His rationality faded. Yet his combat awareness and agility became sharper and more refined than ever before. In the blink of an eye, two figures, one large and one small, engaged in a fierce clash midair. The mimicry of the Super Saiyan? Indeed, it was a splendid sight. All of this was observed from a distant hill by a figure who watched with a serene demeanor. Raditz's lips curled into a knowing smirk, while deep within his eyes burned an even more fervent anticipation. He had prepared himself to intervene personally. However, it seemed the moment was not yet ripe. Gohan, this pivotal piece on the chessboard, had successfully awakened the potential of the mimicry Super Saiyan. Thus, could his brother Kakarot, upon witnessing all of this, be pushed towards that ultimate, legendary realm? Raditz's gaze slowly shifted towards a nearby pit. At that moment, Kakarot lay on the brink of life and death, his injuries severe. Everything was in place. Only the right impetus was needed. If he could be given a sufficiently intense stimulus, one capable of shattering his reason, then the birth of the Super Saiyan would no longer be a mere possibility, but an inevitability. Goku. Chapter 7. The Transformation of the Super Saiyan. At this moment, Krillin finally stumbled to Goku's side. Observing his friend's tragic state filled him with anxiety, yet he felt utterly powerless. The only hope, the Senzu remained in the enigmatic hands of Raditz. He could only watch helplessly as Goku lay in a pool of blood, consumed by endless agony. However, it seemed Krillin's call had a miraculous effect, as Goku's consciousness flickered back to a sliver of clarity. He struggled to lift his heavy eyelids and gazed at Krillin, his lips moving as if he were about to speak. Yet, before his words could escape, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the battlefield once more. The two turned towards the sound, only to see Gohan, ultimately outmaneuvered. His small figure was no match for Frieza, who struck him with a vicious hand chop that pierced through his abdomen. The faint golden aura of the mimicry Super Saiyan extinguished instantly, like a candle flickering in the wind. Gohan's form fell helplessly from the sky. Gohan, witnessing his son's descent, Goku's pupils widened to their utmost limit. A scream of excruciating sorrow erupted from the depths of his throat. In that moment, the chains of reason that bound him shattered, melted away by the molten fury that surged within him. Boom! His golden aura, no longer a mere thin veil, erupted violently like a tsunami. His form began to flicker wildly between his normal state and a new, divine, and ferocious incarnation. As time passed, the skies of Namek darkened, clouds gathered, and thunder roared. Goku's energy surged exponentially, ultimately stabilizing irrevocably in the form of a Super Saiyan, with hair standing on end and emerald eyes blazing. In an instant, an overwhelming battle power index approaching 200 million erupted forth like a stellar explosion. Sun Wukong struggled to rise from the pit, gradually standing upright. In the next moment, his figure transformed into a golden light of vengeance, charging fiercely towards Frieza. Frieza! A beastly roar escaped his lips, and within his emerald eyes burned a pure murderous intent on incinerating the cosmic tyrant. You wretched wild monkey. The dramatic shift caused Frieza's pupils to constrict sharply. He gazed at the transformed Sun Wukong, bathed in golden radiance, whose demeanor was akin to that of a different being, his own eyes filled with a chilling malice. The legendary Golden Warrior. Damn it! Today, I shall shatter you into 1,000 pieces. In the next moment, Frieza disregarded the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the fallen Gohan, turning instead to confront the Golden Torrent, engaging in a frenzied battle. Although Sun Wukong had attained a terrifying battle power of nearly 200 million after transforming into a Super Saiyan, his limbs had suffered severe injuries, and he found himself unable to immediately vanquish this cosmic monarch. At last, Kakarot, you have finally ascended to that realm. Witnessing this scene, Raditz's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Sun Wukong had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. After waiting so long and laying out such an elaborate scheme, it had not been in vain. The Super Saiyan, this was indeed the fabled Golden Warrior. On the ground, Vegeta's eyes widened as he fixated on the golden figure, murmuring in disbelief. The legendary Golden Warrior Kakarot. That low-class warrior, truly. In that moment, a toxic fire named jealousy burned fiercely within Vegeta's heart. His gaze was a tumult of envy, jealousy, resentment, and complex emotions. Concurrently, due to the intense fluctuations of his emotions, his already dwindling life force began to rapidly diminish, nearing a critical point. Vegeta. At that moment, a calm voice resonated beside him. Raditz had sensed Vegeta's condition, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He casually produced a senzu bean, flicking it with his finger, landing precisely in Vegeta's mouth. If you wish to live, swallow it. Having spoken, Raditz turned away, addressing Bulma. Bulma, wait here for a moment. With events unfolding as they are, it is time for me to personally bring this farce to a close. Sun Wukong had completed his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Gohan had also experienced the power of the simulated Super Saiyan. It could be said that his primary objective for this venture had been more than fulfilled. Now, he simply needed to eliminate Frieza, the final inconvenience, and then return to Earth to guide Gohan, ensuring he could fully master the technique of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Thus, his mission in this era would be deemed a resounding success. Excellent. Bulma nodded vigorously, her previously anxious heart finally finding solace. Raditz, you must save Wukong and Gohan. Indeed. Raditz responded with a grunt and ceased his lingering presence. In an instant, he propelled himself into the sky like a cannonball, diving headfirst into the chaotic battlefield of gods and demons. His immediate focus was on the plummeting Gohan. He caught the boy's small frame and fed him a senzu bean before soaring higher into the atmosphere. Goku, halt. His voice resonated with an undeniable authority, forcibly separating the fierce combatants, Goku and Frieza. Raditz glided to Goku's side, tossing him another senzu bean, and gently placed the unconscious Gohan into his embrace. Goku, the rest is up to me now. His tone was cold and resolute. The vendetta of their parents, the enmity of their bloodline. Today was the day to settle it once and for all. Brother, Goku swallowed the senzu bean, his injuries healing instantaneously, his strength restored to its zenith. He instinctively felt the urge to oppose. After all, he had transformed into a Super Saiyan and was confident in his ability to defeat Frieza himself. First, take Gohan back to recuperate. However, Raditz offered him no opportunity for debate, commanding him with an authoritative tone. Though Goku's injuries had mended, his spirit had been deeply shaken, and he needed proper care during this time. Upon hearing this, Goku glanced down at the still sleeping Gohan in his arms. Just as Raditz had stated, Gohan's abdominal wounds had vanished, yet his complexion remained pale and his breath faint. In truth, this was merely a normal reaction from Gohan's initial experience with the Super Saiyan transformation, resulting from mental exhaustion, and posed no real danger. Yet, Goku remained oblivious to the underlying details. The memory of Gohan's previous unconsciousness flooded his mind, and his concerns swiftly overshadowed all else. He ceased his argument and nodded eagerly. Then I leave him in your care, brother. With that, Goku cradled Gohan and transformed into a streak of light, hastily flying toward Bulma's location. Watching Goku's departing silhouette, Raditz exhaled subtly, relieved to have successfully diverted his stubborn brother. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to fulfill his clandestine mission. With this thought, Raditz slowly turned, his gaze as frigid as ancient ice, locking onto Frieza, who was not far away. Frieza, it is now our turn. Raditz. Upon seeing Raditz's arrival, a fleeting glint of murderous intent flickered in Frieza's eyes. He distinctly remembered that it was this long-haired Saiyan who had sent him flying when he sought to extinguish that little brat's life. I am not called Raditz. Raditz scoffed, interrupting Frieza mid-sentence. Though he occupied the body known as Raditz, his soul and will would never be tethered to the name of this weakling. Humph. Frieza emitted a disdainful snort, his inherent arrogance as the cosmic emperor resurfacing. I care not whether you call yourself Raditz or some other pathetic name. Since you dare to oppose me, your fate is sealed. There is but one path for you, death. Before his words could fade, he raised his hand and unleashed a lethal beam of light, striking directly towards Raditz's face. Death. In the face of this lightning-fast assault, Raditz merely shifted slightly, evading it like an apparition. His profound gaze remained firmly locked onto Frieza, tinged with a hint of pity. The concept of death, perhaps, would be more fitting when applied to you, Frieza. Do you recall the ancient prophecy passed down through generations of your frozen demon clan? My brother Kakarot has already undergone the transformation into a Super Saiyan. He paused, a devilish smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Do you dare to guess if I have achieved it as well? You. This proclamation struck Frieza like a thunderclap, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He had personally experienced the terrifying form Goku took upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. Even after suffering severe injuries, the pressure and challenge had been unprecedented. If this even more enigmatic Raditz were to transform as well, then he must eliminate him before that transformation could occur. There could be no opportunity granted. In a flash, Frieza resolved himself. He let out a furious roar, accelerating to his utmost limits, launching himself at Raditz with a flurry of attacks. You think you can stop me? Witnessing Frieza's panicked demeanor, Raditz immediately discerned his intentions. He would not afford him any chances. With a thunderous shout, it was as if the very singularity of the universe had been ignited. Raditz's form was instantly engulfed by an endless golden flame. He had entered the full power state of a Super Saiyan. His immense battle power soared to a level that made the very laws of the universe tremble. Nearing 500 million. Die! Frieza screamed in a frenzy, delivering a devastating kick infused with all his might towards Raditz's face. He could sense the unfathomable power within Raditz. Akin to a black hole, his heart was consumed by a mix of murderous intent and unending fear. Yet, in that critical moment, a golden hand effortlessly seized Frieza's ankle. Raditz's expression was icy, his tone laced with disdain and mockery. Is this the extent of your feeble strength, Frieza? Are you here merely to tickle me? The moment his words fell, Raditz yanked his arm forcefully. Frieza's massive form was uncontrollably drawn before him. At that instant, without hesitation, Raditz unleashed a punch that landed squarely upon Frieza's abdomen. Gah! In an instant, Frieza's scream resonated with pure agony and despair for the first time, echoing across the expanse. His entire body arched backward under the immense force, contorting like a shrimp. Alas, his legs remained firmly grasped in Raditz's grip, depriving him of any chance to be propelled away to dissipate the impact. In that moment, Raditz seized the opportunity to transform into the most ruthless executioner. Wielding his golden iron fist like a relentless downpour, mercilessly striking Frieza's body time and again. The anguished screams of Frieza echoed through the desolate landscape, becoming the sole soundtrack of devastation. At that instant, the once feared cosmic monarch, who had instilled terror in countless civilizations, was utterly reduced to a passive target, devoid of dignity. From afar, on a distant hill, Krillin swallowed hard, gazing at the scene with an expression of disbelief as if beholding a deity. How could Raditz be so powerful? This was Frieza, with a combat power of over 12 million, a true cosmic emperor, now utterly incapable of even the slightest resistance under Raditz's assault. His thoughts elicited a heartfelt agreement from Bulma, who looked at Raditz with an unprecedented admiration and fervor. Damn it, Raditz. He actually. Vegeta's fists were clenched so tightly that they turned pale. He stared intently at the golden figure wreaking havoc in the distance, the flames of jealousy nearly consuming his reason. He longed to take Raditz's place at that moment. Although he had healed his injuries and his power level had surged to over 800,000 thanks to the Senzu beans, this number seemed laughably insignificant on the current battlefield. Apart from Bulma and Krillin, even the recently awakened Gohan would be beyond his reach. They had transcended into a different realm altogether. Just then, a whoosh echoed through the air as Goku, also in his Super Saiyan form, returned with Gohan in tow. Goku! Gohan! Krillin and Bulma rushed forward, carefully taking the unconscious Gohan from Goku's arms and laying him gently on the ground. Goku! Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? After ensuring everything was settled, Krillin gazed at Goku with envy, inquiring curiously. Upon hearing this, Vegeta perked up, casting a jealous glance at Goku. Raditz had transformed into a Super Saiyan. While he was envious, he could still accept it. But the fact that Kakarot, whom he had once dismissed as a lowly warrior and even defeated in the past, had now ascended to that legendary state struck a devastating blow to his pride. Indeed, this is the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Goku did not conceal anything. Feeling the surging power within him, he smiled slightly. According to my brother, after completing this transformation, my power has increased 50-fold. He cast a regretful glance at the distant battle. What a pity, my brother insisted on taking action himself. I wanted to defeat Frieza with my own strength, fairly and squarely. Upon hearing this, Krillin rolled his eyes and retorted, Goku, could you please use your brain for once? The parents of you Saiyans, along with the entirety of planet Vegeta, were annihilated by Frieza. Naturally, Raditz yearns to avenge his parents and the entire race. Moreover, you arrived on Earth at a young age, possessing little memory of the past. However, Raditz is different. He must have lived with your parents for a considerable time. It is only natural for him to seek to resolve this enmity personally. Upon hearing Krillin's analysis, Sun Wukong finally grasped the truth and nodded in understanding. He comprehended this reasoning, yet the inability to personally avenge his long-lost parents left a tinge of regret in his heart. 50-fold. The transformation into a Super Saiyan could amplify one's power a staggering 50 times. On the other hand, Vegeta was utterly astonished by this figure. While he was aware of the formidable strength of a Super Saiyan, he never anticipated it could reach such an absurd magnitude. In that moment, his gaze towards Sun Wukong and Raditz became increasingly envious, jealous, and filled with resentment. You wretched wild monkey. This king is not your mere punching bag. The echo of Frieza's boundless frustration and fury roared once more. His energy erupted violently, attempting to break free from Raditz's grasp through a self-destructive surge. Oh, seeking to escape? Sensing his intent, a glimmer of utter disdain flickered in Raditz's eyes. Since you no longer wish to be this human punching bag, his voice turned frigid. Then, this tiresome farce must come to a definitive end. As his words faded, Raditz raised his right hand abruptly, fingers aligning to form a golden spear, which instantaneously pierced through Frieza's heart. Ack! Frieza emitted a short, anguished scream, his expression twisting into a mask of rage. His venomous eyes fixated on Raditz. Summoning the last remnants of his strength to curse, you damned wild monkey. You truly dared to kill this king. My father, King Cold, and my brother, Cooler, will never forgive you." Upon hearing this, a trace of almost pitying disdain emerged in Raditz's gaze. King Cold? The one who was effortlessly dispatched by a youth from the future in a single strike? Cooler? Indeed, he could be considered a formidable opponent. Possessing one more transformation than Frieza, yet his ultimate power level barely exceeded 300 million. In the face of Raditz's current self, he remained insufficient. Frieza, may you pray in hell that they seek vengeance for you. Chapter 8. The day of reckoning for Namek has finally arrived. Raditz's voice resonated like a decree from the abyss. I shall await them on Earth. If they do not come, it merely signifies that you hold little significance in their hearts. With that, Raditz ceased all further words. He forcefully kicked the barely conscious Frieza into the sky, as one would discard refuse. Immediately, Raditz clasped his hands at his waist, and within his palms, a luminous blue orb brimming with destructive energy began to coalesce rapidly. Drawing in a deep breath, he assumed a posture distinct from that of Sun Wukong, yet equally steeped in tradition, and proclaimed his final declaration. Kami, Kami, huh. In the next moment, a beam of energy more resplendent than the sun itself transformed into a furious energy dragon, soaring into the heavens and striking with precision upon the despairing form of Frieza. No, accompanied by a cry of utter annihilation and unwillingness. Frieza's figure disintegrated at a visibly accelerated pace within the overwhelming torrent of energy, ultimately reducing to mere particles, vanishing into ashes without leaving a trace of existence. Ding. Hidden mission detected. Annihilate the enemy of your clan. Mission reward dispensed. Infinite energy. At that moment, a system notification, audible only to Raditz, quietly resonated within his mind. In the next instant, Raditz felt an extraordinary and colossal energy materialize deep within his core. With the emergence of this power, the nearly 1/10 of his energy expended in unleashing the Kamehameha was restored instantaneously to its pristine state. Moreover, Raditz could distinctly sense that with the presence of this infinite energy, as long as he was not instantly obliterated, he would remain at the pinnacle of his prowess. No matter the ferocity of the battle he faced. Wonderful. Splendid. Elated by this remarkable transformation, Raditz's heart soared. The advent of infinite energy essentially proclaimed him as an invincible entity among his peers, even if an opponent's strength slightly surpassed his. As long as they could not pose a fatal threat, he could outlast them in an endless war of attrition. Boom, boom. However, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The gathered onlookers turned their gazes and beheld that the atmosphere beyond Namek had become densely populated with Frieza's armada of spaceships. Accompanied by piercing alarm signals, countless spaceships simultaneously activated their main cannons. In an instant, thousands of beams of annihilation descended like a cataclysmic meteor shower, piercing into the very core of Namek. The entire planet began to tremble violently, visibly fracturing. The Frieza force, having completed their grim task, dared not linger for an instant. Their emperor was dead. This revelation extinguished their will to fight. All ships immediately altered their course, hastily retreating into the depths of the cosmos at breakneck speed. Damn it! These scoundrels! Namek is still destined to explode. Witnessing this scene, Raditz's countenance turned a shade of iron, though he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Possessing the ability to traverse the cosmos briefly, the others did not share that fortune. Once Namek was on the verge of total annihilation, a terrifying tempest of energy threatened to ensnare all present in a vortex of death. In that moment, Raditz disregarded everything else. He swiftly darted towards the area where Bulma and the others were situated. Bulma, quickly, retrieve your universal capsule spaceship. Upon landing, he urgently called out. Namek is about to explode completely. We must leave at once. Oh, all right. Bulma responded, her heart racing as she hurriedly fumbled through her pocket to extract the large spaceship capsule. As the ship expanded, she anxiously beckoned. Raditz, Goku, Gohan, Krillin. Everyone hurry. Okay. Krillin was the first to react. Without a moment's hesitation, he scooped up the unconscious Gohan from the ground and rushed towards the spaceship's entrance. Raditz promptly followed suit with Bulma in tow. Only Goku lingered momentarily, casting a complex glance at the shocked and defiant Vegeta not far off. After a brief hesitation, he invited, Vegeta, come with us. Frieza is dead, and your vengeance has been avenged. How about joining us on Earth? However, let me make this clear. If you truly wish to go to Earth, You must refrain from causing destruction as you did before. Otherwise, I will not spare you. Kakarot. Hearing Goku's words, Vegeta lifted his head and met his gaze with a deep look. Truth be told, his heart was swayed. Without a spacecraft, if he did not board this ship, he would surely face death on this doomed planet. Most crucially, having witnessed Raditz and Goku, the two Saiyans he once scorned, transform into the legendary Super Saiyans, his yearning for that power reached unprecedented heights. If Kakarot could become a Super Saiyan under Raditz's guidance, then as the proud prince of all Saiyans, there was no reason he could not achieve the same. All right, Vegeta begrudgingly managed to utter, relinquishing his ridiculous pride before the threats of death and the desire for strength. He accepted Goku's invitation. Subsequently, Goku and Vegeta hastily entered the spaceship. A moment later, under Bulma's urgent control, the spaceship roared to life, its engines emitting a tremendous rumble as it surged skyward, fleeing from Namek in haste. Boom, boom. Just as they exited the atmosphere, the cataclysmic end of Namek unfolded. The cosmos echoed with the sound of endless explosions as the planet erupted in an instant. The horrifying, space-rending shockwave transformed into a colossal ring of energy, sweeping outward and forcefully striking the newly escaped spaceship. Beep, beep, beep. In an instant, the interior of the spaceship was filled with a cacophony of blaring alarms, reverberating with an unsettling intensity. The vessel began to violently tremble under the relentless barrage of countless meteorite fragments, while flames erupted from the rear section, indicating severe damage that could lead to catastrophic disintegration at any moment. It was over. This time, it was truly the end. The spaceship was on the verge of explosion. Witnessing this apocalyptic scene, Klin was utterly panicked, shouting in a frenzy. Should the spaceship detonate in this desolate expanse of the universe, they would all be consigned to oblivion. Silence. Raditz barked, his brow furrowing with concern. He had never anticipated that events would escalate to this point. The imminent destruction of the spaceship was undeniably grim news. With this thought weighing heavily on him, Raditz's gaze swiftly shifted to Bulma, who was desperately maneuvering the controls. Bulma, the spacecraft. Do you have the Saiyan pods I left at your place? Yes, yes, Bulma exclaimed, as if clinging to a lifeline, her composure returning in an instant. She quickly retrieved 3 universal capsules from a nearby storage box and hurled them with determination. Boom, boom, boom. 3 clouds of smoke billowed forth, revealing 3 sleek, technologically advanced single-pod spacecraft that materialized within the cabin of the spaceship. These were the very same Saiyan space pods that Raditz, Nappa, and young Goku had once used. Splendid. Upon seeing the familiar vehicles, Raditz exhaled with relief. 3 pods were more than sufficient for the 6 of them. Resolving himself, Raditz seized Bulma's hand and headed towards one of the pods, issuing a commanding order. Pair up and board a pod immediately. We must depart this cursed place at once. With that, Raditz opened the pod's hatch, entering alongside Bulma, and swiftly took control, propelling the pod through the breach of the spaceship. As Raditz and Bulma's figures vanished in an instant, Goku and the others stood in stunned silence. It was Vegeta who regained his wits first, shouting urgently at Goku. Kakarot, take that little brat and board your childhood pod. I recall it contains the coordinates for Earth. And you, bald head, come with me. I will pilot the pod to Earth. With that, Vegeta was the first to dive into the nearest pod. Without a moment's hesitation, Goku and Klin followed Vegeta's instructions, entering their respective pods. Moments later, the 3 spherical spacecraft burst forth from the crumbling spaceship. Just as they distanced themselves, a deafening explosion echoed behind them, as the vessel that had harbored their hopes shattered into countless burning fragments, scattering into the frigid void of space. With a swift whoosh, 3 streaks of light cut through the oppressive darkness, as 3 diminutive spacecraft raced through the vastness of the cosmos. Though separated by a considerable distance, they had finally evaded peril and emerged largely unscathed. Inside the vessel, Raditz exhaled a profound sigh of relief. Fortunately, Bulma's foresight had led her to bring along these spare crafts. Otherwise, they might have faced total annihilation on Namek. Unavoidably, Raditz's animosity towards the fleeing Frieza force intensified. Had it not been for those desperate fiends launching an all-out assault and obliterating Namek, they would not find themselves in such a dire predicament. Raditz. Suddenly, Bulma, seemingly detecting something through the radar, pointed excitedly towards the viewport. Oh no, Goku and the other spacecraft appears to be veering off course, drawn away by something. At her words, Raditz momentarily froze, instinctively gazing out the window. Indeed, he observed the distant speck representing Goku and Gohan slowly deviating from its designated trajectory, seemingly ensnared by an unknown and formidable gravitational force, drawing them into the depths of uncharted space. Meanwhile, their own craft, along with the one carrying Vegeta and Krillin, steadfastly continued towards Earth. Is this the narrative's self-restorative power? Raditz mused softly, a flicker of insight glimmering in his eyes. The planet Atlar, if memory serves. That errant course ultimately leads to that mysterious world, renowned for its astonishing abilities. In the original tale, it was here that Goku mastered the remarkable instant transmission and another extraordinary fusion technique. Thus, he pondered, might there exist other, even more extraordinary capabilities not elaborated upon in the original narrative? Bulma. With this thought crystallizing in his mind, Raditz decisively declared, alter our course. We must pursue and locate Goku and the others. He paused, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Additionally, send a message to Vegeta and Krillin, instructing them to continue their return to Earth as initially planned, ensuring its protection in our absence. He hesitated briefly before adding, tell Vegeta that if he wishes for me to impart the secrets of transforming into a Super Saiyan, he must safeguard Earth without fail until my return. Understood. Bulma responded with uncontainable excitement, scarcely pausing to contemplate the implications. Truth be told, despite the harrowing adventure on Namek, her yearning for exploration remained unquenched. Now, with Raditz leading her into the uncharted realms of the cosmos for new adventures, she found herself reluctant to return to the mundane existence of Earth just yet. Upon considering this, Bulma deftly maneuvered the spacecraft, altering its course to pursue the direction from which Son Goku's vessel had vanished, accelerating at full speed. Simultaneously, she relayed Raditz's words verbatim to the spacecraft occupied by Vegeta and Krillin via short-range communication. In the next instant, Bulma and Raditz's vessel transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the vastness of the cosmic sea. Meanwhile, aboard Vegeta and Krillin's craft, the message from Bulma arrived. In an instant, the two exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting profound confusion. However, in stark contrast to Krillin's expression of anxiety, Vegeta's eyes shimmered with an unprecedented fervor of anticipation. Raditz had audaciously promised to teach him the method of transforming into a Super Saiyan. With his unfathomable strength and haughty demeanor, it was inconceivable that he would utter falsehoods. If that were the case, then what was the significance of temporarily safeguarding Earth? With this thought in mind, Vegeta coldly addressed the still-dazed Krillin beside him. Little bald head, brace yourself. This prince shall accelerate and return to Earth at full speed. I refuse to allow any mindless trash to obliterate it in my absence. On the other end, Raditz and Bulma, aboard their spacecraft, utilized the life-tracking system that Bulma had modified to firmly lock onto the vessel carrying Son Goku, persistently advancing through the stellar ocean. It must be acknowledged that Bulma's technological prowess was unparalleled throughout the universe. Thanks to her enhancements, these three small spacecraft experienced a qualitative leap in both endurance and tracking capabilities, enabling them to effortlessly keep pace with Son Goku. Thus, as they journeyed, Raditz and Bulma resembled a couple on a cosmic honeymoon, drifting amidst the endless starry expanse, marveling at the bizarre and colorful planets beyond their windows. Furthermore, given the limited space within the craft, the proximity of a solitary man and woman led to a rapid intensification of their relationship throughout this prolonged voyage. Ultimately, on a night aglow with stars, they transcended the final barrier, achieving a harmonious union of life. In the blink of an eye, a month had quietly elapsed. On this day, having just concluded a thrilling battle, Raditz and Bulma's navigational system suddenly emitted an urgent beeping sound. Before them, a verdant planet brimming with life was rapidly magnifying at a visibly discernible pace. Raditz, look, we've arrived. The sensors indicate that Goku and Gohan are on that planet. Upon witnessing this scene, a glimmer of uncontainable joy flickered in Bulma's eyes. Although she had enjoyed and felt fulfilled during the past month, having remained confined within the narrow confines of the spacecraft, she yearned for a change of scenery and the opportunity to breathe fresh air. Oh, have we finally arrived? As Raditz beheld the approaching planet, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. If all went as anticipated, The celestial body before him was none other than the long-awaited Planet Atlar, a treasure trove abundant with extraordinary capabilities. With this thought, Lateis grinned mischievously and gently patted Bulma's elegantly curved posterior, saying, "My dear, do change into something more presentable. We are about to descend." Bulma's cheeks flushed at his words. After a month of intense battles, her attire had become tattered and inadequate, barely concealing her form, leaving several sensitive areas only partially covered. Without hesitation, she retrieved a brand new outfit from the capsule, changing with a confident grace under Lateis' admiring gaze. Soon, their spacecraft landed smoothly on a grassy expanse of the planet. As Lateis and Bulma emerged, they noticed a vast crater nearby, evidently formed by their vessel's impact. However, the craft that Goku and Gohan had occupied had vanished, leaving them to ponder whether it had been retracted by the duo or taken by the planet's indigenous inhabitants. Retract. Bulma skillfully stored their spacecraft back into the capsule. She then approached Lateis, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "Lateis, where shall we search for Goku and Gohan next?" "Patience, let me attune my senses." Lateis replied with a calm smile. He closed his eyes, unleashing his immense perceptual abilities like a radar, initiating a thorough search of the entire planet. Before long, he pinpointed the habitation zone of the Atlat inhabitants. As he had anticipated, the individual strength of these beings was not particularly formidable, their combat prowess generally fluctuating between 10,000 and 100,000. Simultaneously, he detected the familiar and potent energies of Gohan and Goku within the settlement, indicating that the father and son duo had already familiarized themselves with the local denizens. "I found them," Lateis declared, opening his eyes and lifting Bulma into his arms. "Come, my dear, let us meet my foolish brother." "Wait," Bulma instinctively interjected, pointing towards a nearby crystalline lake. With a hint of embarrassment, she said, "Lateis, perhaps we should bathe first? It's been a month since I last washed. I feel all sticky." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed a bright crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, revealing a touch of shyness. "Very well," Lateis replied, a soft smile gracing his lips as he embraced her and soared towards the tranquil waters of the lake. After confirming that no one else was around, Raditz and Bulma took a leisurely bath in the picturesque lake, feeling thoroughly content before heading towards the dwelling of Goku and Goten. Soon, Raditz, accompanied by the refreshed Bulma, arrived above the city inhabited by the Atlanteans. "Who are you?" Just as they were about to descend, several Atlanteans, clad in peculiar attire, unexpectedly emerged from the ground beneath their feet, obstructing Raditz and Bulma's path. Each of them wielded uniquely designed energy weapons, their expressions brimming with vigilance as they fixated on the uninvited guests. "Earth escape technique?" Witnessing this scene, Raditz raised an eyebrow, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Although the original text had mentioned the existence of various extraordinary techniques on the planet Atlantia, it had never gone into excessive detail. However, witnessing it firsthand, Raditz found it far beyond his expectations. Just moments ago, he had sensed no trace of these individuals' presence underground, indicating that these Atlanteans could perfectly conceal their energy fluctuations after burrowing into the earth. "Our intentions are not to be adversarial." After a brief moment of shock, Raditz quickly regained his composure, his keen gaze sweeping over the uniquely shaped Atlanteans before him. "My name is Raditz. That fellow Goku is my elder brother." He paused deliberately, observing their reactions, while the air was infused with a peculiar scent of earth and unfamiliar flora. "We have tracked his whereabouts, and, if all goes as anticipated, he should be within your sanctuary. Do you not trust us? It is simple. Just inform him, and let him come out to meet me. Everything will become clear." "You claim to be Mr. Goku's brother? Is this true? Are you truly that esteemed one's sibling?" This question struck like a thunderbolt, causing the expressions of the Atlanteans to shift dramatically. Their previous wariness evaporated, replaced by an unmistakable joy. Indeed, Raditz nodded slightly, his jawline appearing somewhat rigid, his tone imbued with an undeniable certainty. "Then, can you lead us to him now?" "Certainly. Please, follow me." The leader of the Atlanteans nodded excitedly, as if he had received monumental news. He swiftly turned, gesturing to his companions with a series of brief, insect-like commands. "You all, remain vigilant and patrol." "Understood." Upon receiving the orders, the figures responded in unison, their bodies twisting in an uncanny manner, as if merging with the sand, silently burrowing into the ground without leaving a trace of disturbance on the surface. As he watched his companions vanish in such an extraordinary manner, The guide turned to Raditz and gestured invitingly. Esteemed guests, please follow me. I shall lead you to the temporary abode of Mr. Sun Wukong and young Master Gohan. With a courteous nod, Raditz accompanied Bulma closely, venturing deeper into the intricately arranged encampment. The further they progressed, the more astonishing the scenes became, evoking a sense of awe in both Raditz and Bulma. The inhabitants of this planet appeared to have mastered skills beyond comprehension. They witnessed individuals flicker and transform into mere afterimages, their speed surpassing the limits of human perception. Others vanished at the mere thought, only to reappear several meters away in an instant. Truly the legendary art of teleportation. Some moved in broad daylight, their forms seemingly melding with the air, their presence and essence erased entirely, exemplifying a flawless mastery of invisibility. These bewildering spectacles utterly reshaped Raditz and Bulma's understanding of the peculiar abilities that existed within the cosmos. A resolute thought solidified in Raditz's mind. He had indeed arrived at the right place. The extraordinary powers displayed here, even a mere grasp of a few, could revolutionize his combat techniques. More significantly, he astutely observed that many wielders of these skills possessed power levels barely in the thousands, indicating a remarkably low dependence on energy, an ideal safeguard tailored for Bulma. Valuable guests, we have arrived, announced the Atlantean guide, halting before a uniquely designed tent. Mr. Wukong and young Master Gohan are resting within. With a nod of acknowledgement, Raditz, alongside Bulma, lifted the tent's entrance flap. The interior revealed Sun Wukong sitting in tranquil meditation. His eyes closed, surrounded by an enigmatic aura as if engaged in profound cultivation. Nearby, the young Gohan diligently practiced an intricate set of martial arts moves, each technique resonating with a faint echo of thunder and wind. Gohan! Bulma exclaimed joyfully upon spotting the small figure. The exclamation shattered the serene atmosphere within the tent, causing Gohan to halt mid-motion, instinctively turning his head. As he recognized the newcomers, a radiant smile blossomed across his face. Uncle Raditz, Aunt Bulma, what a delightful surprise to see you here. Before he finished speaking, he transformed into a whirlwind, dashing towards them with astonishing speed. Easily 2 or 3 times faster than he had been on Namek. Gohan, Raditz reached out, instinctively ruffling the young boy's tousled black hair, warmth gleaming in his eyes. Do share with your uncle what you both have experienced since arriving here. It seems the Atlanteans hold you in extraordinary esteem. Certainly, uncle. Gohan nodded vigorously, his small face alight with excitement as he began to recount their adventures in vivid detail. The tale begins a fortnight ago, when the spaceship piloted by Sun Wukong and his son made an unexpected landing here. Coincidentally, the planet Atlar was under siege by hostile forces, casting a shadow of life and death peril over its inhabitants. Sun Wukong and his son bravely stepped forward, employing overwhelming strength to vanquish the invading foes. However, among the remnants that escaped the battlefield, a chilling revelation emerged. They were subservient to the cosmic tyrant Gula, who would soon lead his legions in a quest for vengeance. To repay the life-saving grace they had received and to safeguard this benevolent planet, Sun Wukong and Son Gohan resolutely chose to remain, joining forces with the denizens of Atlar to confront the impending threat. The inhabitants of Atlar were profoundly grateful, not only honoring the father and son as the most esteemed guests, but also bestowing upon them the ancient and mystical skills passed down through generations. Indeed, is this not the hallmark of Kakarot's protagonist aura? Such serendipitous fortunes seem to perpetually find him. After hearing Son Gohan's account, Raditz was overwhelmed by a surge of complex emotions. He understood better than anyone that Atlar was situated on the remote fringes of the northern galaxy, far removed from Gula's sphere of influence. Yet, astonishingly, the moment Sun Wukong arrived, Gula's forces materialized precisely in this location, conveniently leaving behind a survivor to forewarn of the looming crisis, as if the entire universe were conspiring to stage a grand spectacle for him. Contemplating this, Raditz composed himself, gently patting Son Gohan on the shoulder, and sincerely commended, "Well done, Gohan. You have performed admirably. But what is your father practicing? The commotion is quite substantial. Bulma and I have been here for ages, yet he remains utterly unresponsive." He gestured towards Sun Wukong, who was still seated in profound meditation, curiosity lacing his tone. "Uncle, father is engaged in his own mental realm, battling an alternate version of himself." Son Gohan eagerly elucidated, his face alight with admiration. This, too, was one of the formidable skills imparted by the Atlaridians. They claimed that conquering the inner demons lurking in the deepest recesses of one's consciousness would result in a substantial surge in power. Alas, this ability eluded my grasp. Yet Father seems to possess an extraordinary talent. He has been in this state for a full 3 days and nights. Ah, I see, Raditz acknowledged, a dawning comprehension illuminating his expression. He then turned his gaze back to son Gohan, his voice tinged with anticipation. Gohan, could you introduce me to your leader? Since I am here, I would like to learn these remarkable abilities. Moreover, Aunt Bulma could certainly benefit from acquiring a few techniques, enabling her to protect herself in times of peril. Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. The extraordinary abilities she had observed during their journey had captivated her, and the prospect of learning them felt like a tremendous blessing. Of course, Uncle, son Gohan replied without hesitation, energetically shaking his small fist. With your inclusion, that fellow named Gula will surely be no match for us. Uncle, I shall now escort you to meet the elder of the Atlar Star. With that proclamation, he hesitated no longer, turning to lead Raditz and Bulma away from the tent. Along their path, the inhabitants of Atlar greeted Gohan with heartfelt enthusiasm, their genuine warmth and kindness unmistakable. With unimpeded progress, they swiftly arrived at the elder's abode, which was a more ancient tent. The elder himself appeared to be at the brink of old age, his skin as parched as the bark of an ancient tree, devoid of any discernible aura of combat power, resembling an ordinary elder nearing the end of his days. Elder Atlar, Gohan approached, bowing respectfully before the old man. Oh, it is you, young Gohan. Upon seeing Gohan, the elder's wrinkled face broke into a gentle smile. Leaning on a staff seemingly crafted from the bone of some unknown creature, he trembled slightly as he advanced. What brings you to seek this old man today? Do you wish to learn some new and intriguing abilities? Not at all, Elder. Gohan quickly shook his head, a serious expression gracing his youthful face. The set of martial arts you taught me is still beyond my complete understanding. My father has taught me that one should not bite off more than one can chew. Before mastering one skill, I shall not seek more. With that, he turned slightly, gesturing towards Raditz behind him, and solemnly introduced, Elder Atlar, this is my uncle Raditz. His strength far surpasses that of my father. He is also willing to remain and assist Atlar in combating our foes. However, my uncle and Aunt Bulma are quite curious about the abilities of our planet. I wonder if you could impart some knowledge to them as well. Oh, at this, a flicker of barely perceptible brilliance ignited in the elder's murky eyes. He raised his gaze, his penetrating stare falling upon Raditz, and slowly nodded. Indeed, very impressive. The latent power within you is indeed more profound and formidable than that of Son Goku. Noble warrior, may I inquire what abilities you wish to learn? In accordance with our ancient customs, any extraterrestrial friend who offers assistance to the Atlar Star may be granted the knowledge of 3 of our esteemed special abilities. 3, you say? No wonder Son Goku exhibited instant transmission and that peculiar fusion technique in the original timeline. Raditz mused inwardly, his thoughts racing. After a moment, he met the elder's gaze and spoke gravely. Elder Atlar, before making a selection, could you first enlighten me about the specific special abilities of your esteemed star? Certainly. The elder nodded, seemingly unfazed. He turned and retrieved an ancient, time-worn scroll made of animal hide from a nearby chest, handing it to Raditz. The special abilities passed down through generations of the Atlar Star are nearly all recorded herein. You may peruse it at your leisure. Thank you. With a subtle sigh of relief, Raditz solemnly accepted the scroll, eagerly unfurling it. Before him lay a dense array of extraordinary characters, reminiscent of twinkling stars. Fusion technique, instant transmission, mind refinement method, ultimate fist, freedom of body, earthly escape technique, concealment method, material exchange technique. As his gaze swept over the lines of tantalizing abilities, Raditz found his breath quickening involuntarily. Among them, the 2 abilities, ultimate fist and freedom of body, exerted a magnetic allure, drawing his entire focus. Deep within his memory, a tale known as Dragon Ball Super resonated, where the pinnacle of divine mastery was indeed the freedom ultimate technique. Could these ultimate fist and freedom of body be the nascent forms of that supreme realm, or perhaps akin to it? If so, could mastering these 2 to their fullest extent truly unveil a new realm, evolving into the genuine freedom ultimate technique? This thought ignited Raditz's ambition like a wildfire. causing his heart to race uncontrollably. He forcefully quelled his excitement and handed the animal skin scroll to the equally intrigued Bulma beside him. Subsequently, he lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze as he addressed Elder Yat, his voice trembling with barely concealed enthusiasm. Elder Yat, I have made my decision. I choose to learn instant transmission, ultimate fist, and freedom of body. Please, impart the cultivation methods to me. Very well, Elder Yat responded with an astonishing calmness, nodding without hesitation. He retrieved 3 palm-sized stone tablets from the box and handed them to Raditz. The cultivation methods for the 3 abilities you have chosen are inscribed within these tablets. Although they are mere replicas, they will suffice for you to comprehend their essence. Replica. The word pricked at Raditz's nerves, a fleeting glimmer of unease flashing in his eyes. Yet he maintained a facade of exuberance as he accepted the tablets. Thank you, Elder. He carefully stowed the 3 weighty tablets away. Raditz, I have made my choice. At that moment, Bulma excitedly returned the animal skin scroll to Raditz, her eyes sparkling as she addressed Elder Yat. Elder, I wish to learn Eternal Youth Technique, Soft Body Technique, and Transformation Technique. As she uttered the final words, her eyes brimmed with anticipation. The allure of these 3 abilities was irresistible to her. The Eternal Youth Technique promised to preserve her youth against the ravages of time, while the Soft Body and Transformation Techniques would grant her unimaginable flexibility and the ability to alter her appearance at will. Despite the lack of offensive capabilities for Bulma, who inherently shunned conflict, these were undoubtedly the perfect choices. Very well, came the Elder's calm affirmation. Elder Yat remained as serene as ever, producing 3 small stone tablets and presenting them. The cultivation methods you seek lie within. Thank you so much, Bulma exclaimed joyfully as she received the tablets. Cradling them as if they were treasures, her face radiating delight. Noticing her happiness, Raditz's lips curled into a gentle smile. He glanced at the satisfied Bulma before returning the scroll to Elder Yat, solemnly assuring, Elder Yat, rest assured, should cooler truly descend upon this place, I, Raditz, shall eradicate this threat for you. Very well. Upon hearing this promise, a genuine smile finally graced Elder Yat's otherwise calm visage. With Raditz, a formidable ally surpassing even Son Goku, alongside Son Goku and the infinitely promising Son Gohan, the crisis on Planet Atlar seemed to hold a glimmer of hope for resolution. With matters settled, Raditz and his companions took their leave after bidding farewell to the Elder. Upon returning to the vicinity of Son Goku's camp, Raditz and Bulma released a portable house from the multifunctional capsule, setting it up on the adjacent open ground. Thus began a period of intense and fruitful training. Time flowed like sand slipping through fingers, quietly passing by. Raditz's understanding of the 3 divine techniques deepened progressively. The ultimate fist, an incredibly profound martial art, transcended mere techniques. It resembled a philosophy of combat. As his training advanced, Raditz could distinctly feel an independent will emerging within his fists, a force he recognized as the essence of martial intent. Empowered by this enigmatic strength, he sensed a qualitative leap in his combat prowess. Although the power index on the panel had scarcely improved, his actual fighting capability had soared to unparalleled heights. The technique known as the free body was equally mysterious, demanding the practitioner to extend their perception infinitely, transforming into eyes that could discern the minutiae of combat. With the refinement of this method, Raditz could now effortlessly evade all of Son Gohan's attacks, even with his eyes closed, relying solely on his body's instinct. This was not a conscious judgment, but a reflex akin to muscle memory, transcending thought itself. As for the final technique, instant transmission, its complexity was beyond imagination. Raditz dedicated a full month to mastering it, consulting the Atlarans countless times before achieving complete mastery. Although this version of instant transmission could not rival that of the Supreme Kai, which could traverse the cosmos at will, Raditz could bridge the gap of space and arrive beside his target instantaneously, provided he could clearly sense their energy. On one fateful day, a long-repressed roar erupted from Son Goku's tent. Chapter 10 is the inheritance of the Ultra Bloodline merely second-rate. In the next moment, a powerful aura, long dormant, surged upwards like a volcano awakening from slumber. Outside the tent, the training session between Raditz and Gohan came to an abrupt halt. They exchanged glances, both surprised by the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes, before hastily rushing into the tent. The sight that greeted them sent a jolt through their minds. Goku had slowly risen from his seated position, and after conquering the most formidable enemy within his soul, his energy began to surge in an astonishing manner. 4 million power level, 4.5 million power level, 5 million power level. It was not until this staggering figure was reached that the turbulent energy finally began to subside. At that moment, Goku's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, a flash of brilliance darting through them as his gaze precisely locked onto Raditz and Gohan. "Brother, you finally arrived." His voice was somewhat hoarse, yet it was imbued with a fighting spirit akin to bubbling magma. "Brother, let us engage in a thrilling battle." With that, his eyes, ablaze with fervor, fixated intently on Raditz. "All right," Raditz replied without the slightest hesitation, turning to stride outside the tent. "Follow me. I shall see how much you have progressed in your training." "Wonderful." Upon hearing Raditz accept the challenge, Goku's eyes brightened, excitement radiating from him like a child, and without a second thought, he eagerly followed suit. "Uncle, Dad, wait for me." As the two were about to clash, Gohan shouted urgently, quickly employing his flight technique to become a streak of light, closely pursuing them. Whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of slicing air echoed through the sky as the trio swiftly distanced themselves from the settlement of the Artradians. Upon reaching the depths of a vast and desolate desert, Raditz abruptly halted, slowly turning to gaze at Goku with deep, abyss-like eyes. "Kakarot, come forth." "Okay, brother." Goku responded with excitement, showing no signs of hesitation. He did not immediately transform into a Super Saiyan, but instead adjusted himself to his peak condition. In a flash, he lunged at Raditz with a fierce assault. In the next instant, Goku's figure appeared like a specter beside Raditz, delivering a devastating punch imbued with terrifying power, ripping through the air and aimed directly at Raditz's face. Too slow. In response to this thunderous strike, Raditz merely parted his lips to utter 3 words. His body did not make any grand movements. He simply swayed slightly, effortlessly evading Goku's punch at an impossible angle, akin to willow fluff dancing in the wind. Simultaneously, Raditz casually raised his hand and unleashed a punch of his own. The speed of this blow transcended the bounds of reason. Goku's pupils constricted in shock, his body, nerves, and fighting instincts unable to react in time. Ugh! A muffled cry of pain escaped Goku as his body was struck as if by a speeding train, instantly sent hurtling backward, crashing into a massive hill and leaving a trail of bright crimson blood at the corner of his mouth. Immediately thereafter, amidst the splintering debris, Sun Wukong erupted with a fierce aura, awkwardly soaring from the rubble. He hovered in midair, incredulously gazing at Raditz. "Brother, your power has increased again?" "No, it hasn't risen significantly," Raditz replied, casting a glance his way, his tone laced with a hint of unrecognized frustration. With a mere thought, he summoned his personal status panel. Raditz, race, Saiyan, bloodline, royal, power index, 7, 12 million, status, Super Saiyan 1, full power, abilities, Kaioken X10, Kamehameha, Ultra Instinct, Body of Freedom. Instant transmission. In just a few months, his power index had only increased by 120,000. While this figure was a remarkable leap for an ordinary warrior, for him, it felt painfully sluggish. Raditz surmised that he had likely encountered an invisible bottleneck. To surmount this barrier, he needed either to transcend to a new realm, achieving the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, or to undergo a higher-level evolution of his bloodline. During these months, aside from honing his 3 new skills, he had devoted much of his time to meticulously training Gohan. Now, Gohan's baseline power had astonishingly surged to around 3.4 million, merely a step away from the threshold of transformation, contingent upon the right opportunity. Should Gohan succeed, Raditz could fulfill the tasks set by the system. With this thought, Raditz's gaze sharpened as he turned to Sun Wukong, speaking with a grave tone. "Kakarot, transform. Only by showcasing your utmost strength can you qualify to battle me." "All right." Sun Wukong readily agreed. The brief skirmish had made it abundantly clear that the gap between him and his brother in their normal states had widened to a disheartening extent. Taking a deep breath, Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, unleashing a thunderous roar from the depths of his throat. Ha! In the next instant, a golden aura erupted skyward, his hair standing on end, transforming into a brilliant gold, while his pupils shifted to a vibrant green. Super Saiyan. In the moment of transformation, his already formidable power index of 5 million skyrocketed to a staggering 250 million. "Excellent," Raditz nodded, his expression finally taking on a semblance of seriousness. With a mere thought, he unleashed the power within him. In an instant, a similarly ferocious golden aura burst forth from his being, completing his transformation into a Super Saiyan. However, unlike Sun Wukong, he did not enter the state of muscular expansion at full power. Over the past few months, he had mastered the ability to fluidly switch between regular Super Saiyan and full power. Having completed this, Raditz beckoned to Sun Wukong with a playful smirk. "Come, Kakarot. Here I come, brother." Sun Wukong's fighting spirit ignited, and with a mighty shout, his figure vanished once more. This time, Raditz refrained from employing that enigmatic and ethereal body, choosing instead the most primal and savage method to confront Sun Wukong head-on. Boom, boom. In an instant, two golden streaks of light collided fiercely in midair, intertwining with one another. Each impact unleashed terrifying shockwaves capable of tearing the very fabric of the atmosphere, causing the sky to tremble and the earth to lament. As the battle persisted, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded. Both Sun Wukong and Raditz found their powers gradually increasing at a visibly discernible pace amidst the fierce combat. This was the terrifying trait of the Saiyan race. The closer they approached the brink of their limits, the more they could awaken the latent potential buried deep within their bloodlines, becoming ever stronger. Yet, it was evident that Sun Wukong's rate of enhancement was slightly swifter, while Raditz, possessing a higher baseline power, exhibited a less pronounced increase. On the ground, Gohan gazed upward, his eyes brimming with longing and desire as he watched the celestial clash in the sky. He yearned to join his father and uncle in battle. Alas, he had yet to master the transformation that would turn his hair golden. In that moment, a profound sense of helplessness and anger towards his own inadequacy engulfed him like a tidal wave. For months, Uncle Raditz had tirelessly employed various methods to aid and stimulate him, yet he remained unable to cross that threshold. Why? Why am I so useless? This sense of frustration and sorrow festered and swelled within his heart. Suddenly, golden streams of energy began to surge around Gohan without warning. His hair flickering wildly between black and gold, his appearance oscillating between normalcy and Super Saiyan in an unstable transition. However, lost in his self-loathing, Gohan remained oblivious to it all. Yet, Raditz in midair promptly sensed this unusual shift in energy. He struck Sun Wukong back with a punch and commanded in a deep voice, "Kakarot, stop for a moment." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong ceased his assault. Following suit, his gaze followed Raditz towards the distant figure of his son. Upon witnessing the changes in Gohan, a look of uncontainable joy spread across his face. "Brother, is Gohan about to transform?" "Indeed." Raditz nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction and anticipation flickering in his eyes. "He must have been thoroughly stimulated by our battle. Soon, Gohan will complete his first metamorphosis." "That's wonderful." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was overwhelmed with joy. Once Gohan completed his transformation, he would have a perfect training partner at his side, one he could cultivate alongside at any moment. Although Raditz was willing to accompany him, Sun Wukong understood the vast chasm between him and his brother, rendering such training less meaningful. Furthermore, Raditz could not remain by his side indefinitely, but Gohan was different. They could continually motivate and strengthen each other as father and son. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from within Son Gohan's throat, resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. It was evident that amidst the profound inner turmoil and suffering, he had ultimately shattered the shackles of his lineage and successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. In an instant, Gohan's energy surged dramatically, akin to a rocket ascending, soaring to an astonishing 170 million. However, at that very moment, his fragile body seemed unable to bear the overwhelming force. The increase in energy abruptly ceased, and he was engulfed in darkness, collapsing from the air in a faint. Gohan. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong gasped in alarm, swiftly transforming into a beam of golden light, racing toward the direction in which his son was plummeting. Ding! Target Son Gohan has successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Mission accomplished. Reward granted. One-time bloodline evolution privilege. At that instant, a chilling system notification echoed precisely in Raditz's mind. It worked. Hearing this long-anticipated message, a knowing smile spread across Raditz's face. Son Gohan had finally achieved this pivotal milestone, and he had completed this arduous task that had spanned several months. Once the bloodline evolution was complete, his power would undoubtedly experience a cataclysmic surge. With this thought, Raditz dispelled his Super Saiyan transformation, his figure flickering as he appeared beside Sun Wukong, who was cradling Gohan. Kakarot, you should take Gohan back to rest. I need to remain here and train. Understood, brother. Son Wukong, equally concerned about Gohan's condition, nodded in agreement, tightening his embrace around his son and swiftly soaring towards the residence of the Atlanteans. As he watched them depart, Raditz hesitated no longer. He quickly sought out a secluded valley, seated himself cross-legged, and resolutely declared in his heart, "System, initiate bloodline evolution immediately." Ding. Consuming one-time evolution privilege. Bloodline evolution program initiated. No sooner had the words left his lips than an indescribable heat and agony erupted from the depths of every cell within his body, akin to a volcanic eruption. The bloodline evolution had officially commenced. At that moment, it felt as though he had been cast into a furnace or pierced by a myriad of steel needles. A pain beyond endurance. A piercing scream erupted uncontrollably from his mouth as he curled into a ball, his energy spiraling uncontrollably upwards. Strangely, although the aura surrounding Raditz had transformed into a pure gold, he did not undergo a Super Saiyan transformation. In this peculiar state, his once black hair gradually shimmered with a brilliant golden hue, while his entire form crackled as if being forcibly stretched by an unseen force. His height soaring from approximately 1.67 meters to an astounding 1.87 meters. After an indeterminate period, the seemingly endless torment finally reached its conclusion. Raditz sprang from the ground, unleashing a deep, resonant roar. In the next moment, an entirely different surge of energy, tumultuous and powerful, erupted from within him. It was a grass-green flame imbued with a hint of primal ferocity and savage wrath. Accompanying this wave of energy, Raditz's presence intensified to an extraordinary degree, as if an ancient demonic deity had descended upon the realm. After a prolonged period, the grass-green flames gradually dissipated. Raditz's hair returned to its profound black hue, and his tightly shut eyes quietly opened. It is accomplished, feeling the explosive power coursing through him. A flicker of uncontrollable ecstasy flashed in Raditz's eyes as he hastily accessed his personal panel for a review. Raditz, race, Saiyan, bloodline, legendary Super Saiyan, inferior. Combat power index, 12 million. Transformation, rage state, legendary Super Saiyan 1. Abilities, Kaioken, Kamehameha, instant transmission, ultra instinct. Body of the gods, a combat power index of 12 million in its base form. The bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan. Upon viewing this renewed information, Raditz could no longer contain his inner jubilation and burst into hearty laughter. This was the true upheaval of existence. The bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan represented a transcendence in the hierarchy of life. The rage state could amplify his power tenfold. Moreover, the transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan 1 would yield a staggering 100-fold increase, surpassing the ordinary Super Saiyan's 50-fold boost, equating it with that of the Super Saiyan 2. Furthermore, should he fully harness this transformation's potential, the power amplification could reach a horrifying 200 times. Most crucially, as a legendary Super Saiyan, he would scarcely need to engage in rigorous training. His strength would naturally escalate over time. Wait. Suddenly, Raditz's brow furrowed sharply. His gaze fixated intently on the line of bloodline information on his personal panel. Inferior? My legendary bloodline is merely classified as inferior? Does this legendary bloodline truly come with tears? In that instant, a myriad of emotions flickered across Raditz's face, interweaving surprise and astonishment. Chapter 11. The legendary bloodline flowing through my veins once in a millennium. He had initially believed that evolving into a legendary Super Saiyan bloodline was akin to reaching the heavens in a single leap. However, it now appeared that this so-called legend harbored deeper levels of classification. Immediately, Raditz's mind began to fervently recall every fragment of memory related to Dragon Ball. It indeed seemed that a disparity in bloodlines existed. The Broly from the old films, the Broly from fanworks, Kale from Universe 6, and the new cinematic Broly. All at once, an unprecedented sense of anticipation and ambition surged within Raditz. If the legendary bloodline truly had distinctions, it implied that he could continue to evolve and grow stronger. At that moment, boom, boom. Just then, a series of thunderous roars, akin to rolling thunder, reverberated from the heavens, jolting Raditz from his reverie. He abruptly lifted his head in the direction of the sound, only to behold an array of menacing spacecraft tearing through the atmosphere like a swarm of locusts, descending upon the planet Atlar. In the next moment, a multitude of blinding laser beams rained down from the sky, striking with precision at the areas inhabited by the Atrad people. The forces of Gula had arrived. In an instant, the expression on Raditz's face changed drastically. He had never anticipated that Gula's fleet would arrive so swiftly. Logically, Gula's sphere of influence was exceedingly distant from this location. How could they possibly navigate to this very spot in just a few months? Ding. Crisis detected, triggering series of tasks. Task 1. Eliminate Gula and his legion. Task reward. Tenfold Kamehameha wave. Task 2. Uncover the ultimate secret of Atrat. Task reward. 100-fold Kaioken. The system's notification chimed quietly. Yet, at that moment, Raditz was preoccupied with a singular thought. Bulma. With Gula's forces encroaching, Bulma's safety became his foremost concern. Whoosh. Whoosh. Raditz's figure transformed into a streak of black lightning, racing towards the stronghold of the Atrat people at a velocity surpassing sound. Upon reaching the skies above the stronghold, the sight before him caused his pupils to constrict sharply. The once peaceful encampment had been transformed into a sea of flames and ruins, with countless Atrat bodies sprawled amidst pools of blood. Goku hovered in midair, relentlessly unleashing energy blasts, fervently assaulting the spacecraft above. Meanwhile, on the ground, a multitude of alien soldiers clashed violently with the surviving Atrat inhabitants. Damn it! Bulma, please do not come to harm. Raditz's heart plummeted. He had no time for hesitation. Like a meteor, he plunged downward, leaving behind a trail of obliterated Gula's minions who could scarcely perceive his shadow before being reduced to dust. He charged through the chaos, swiftly arriving at the location where he and Bulma resided. Goku's tent had long been reduced to rubble by the bombardment. Not far from the ruins, Gohan was fiercely battling several alien soldiers while shielding Bulma, who was crouched behind a massive rock, appearing unscathed. Bulma. Upon witnessing this scene, Raditz's heart finally settled. He blinked and instantly appeared at the center of the battlefield. With a mere wave of his hand, several concentrated energy blasts surged forth as if guided by instinct, annihilating all the aliens in that vicinity. After accomplishing this, Raditz descended beside Bulma, urgently inquiring, "Bulma, are you all right? Why you are Raditz?" Bulma stared blankly at the tall, stern-faced man before her, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. It was worth noting that just a few months prior, Raditz stood at a mere 167 centimeters, nearly matching her own height. Before him stood a man whose physique had dramatically surged to an impressive height of 187 centimeters due to the evolution of his bloodline. The transformation had altered his aura profoundly, rendering him unrecognizable from his former self. "It is I," Raditz affirmed with a nod after confirming Bulma's safety. He then spoke with a grave tone. "Bulma, I shall take you to a place of absolute security. Once I have dealt with the remnants of Gula, I will return for you." With that, he hesitated no longer, lifting Bulma into his arms and executing the instantaneous movement he had recently mastered. In the blink of an eye, their figures vanished from the spot. When they reappeared, they found themselves at the docking site of the spacecraft where they had first arrived on this planet. This location was far removed from the battleground and had remained untouched by the ravages of war. After ensuring Bulma was settled, Raditz activated his instantaneous movement once more, returning to the chaotic battlefield. Suspended in midair, he surveyed the multitude of spacecraft in the sky and the relentless tide of soldiers emerging from the ground. A flicker of cold disdain passed through his gaze as he prepared to unleash a one-sided massacre. However, just as he was about to strike, something imperceptible in the distance caught his attention. He observed the aged elder of the Atral, stealthily making his way off the battlefield, escorted by several Atral soldiers, hastening towards a towering mountain in the rear. Their course did not lead to the safety of the battlefield's periphery, but into the depths of that seemingly unremarkable mountain. Could it be that? A glint of realization sparked in Raditz's eyes as he recalled the recent mission issued by the system to uncover the secrets of the Atral planet. At such a perilous juncture for their race, the Elder and his core group were not seeking escape, but rather venturing into that hinterland. Clearly, the secret lay concealed within. 100-fold King Fist. Though this skill bore significant drawbacks for Raditz, who possessed the transcendent bloodline, it represented an immensely powerful trump card. Nevertheless, his curiosity was piqued regarding the profound mysteries hidden within the Atral planet. This world harbored formidable abilities that even deities had yet to comprehend. Yet, paradoxically, The combat prowess of the Atral people was alarmingly feeble. Such a stark contrast was inherently bizarre, raising suspicions about the monumental secrets lurking beneath. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Raditz cast a glance at the distance where Goku and Gohan were wreaking havoc among their enemies. Without Gula's true form present, the duo's combined strength was more than adequate to handle the minions. Resolute in his decision, Raditz no longer hesitated. He suppressed all his energy, moving like a specter, silently trailing the elder and his entourage as they delved into the enigmatic mountain. Hurry faster, he urged himself. No matter what, I must safeguard our ancestral grounds. As they journeyed onward, Elder Yates' anxiety grew palpable, his eyes brimming with an unprecedented sense of worry and impatience. The guards accompanying him bore solemn expressions, silent and resolute, exerting every ounce of strength to quicken their pace. The ancestral land, it was becoming increasingly intriguing. It seemed that all the secrets lay within. Observing this scene, Lateis internally scoffed, his figure slipping through the shadows like a wraith, following closely and silently. Before long, the group arrived at a secluded cave at the rear of the mountain, obscured by vines and rubble. You shall guard the entrance. No one is to approach, Elder Yate declared, hastily making his way into the abyss of the cavern. Understood. The remaining Atreidians did not dare to slacken their vigilance. They responded in unison and immediately positioned themselves, expressions tense as they stood watch at the cave's mouth. Is this the place? Lateis scrutinized the area from his concealed vantage point, pondering briefly before deciding to act. However, prior to revealing his identity, he intended to remain hidden. With a thought, Lateis activated his instantaneous movement, appearing atop a spaceship suspended high in the sky. He effortlessly dispatched several alien soldiers aboard the vessel, swiftly donning a standard combat uniform of the Gula Legion. Once he adorned the helmet that concealed his visage, Lateis activated his instantaneous movement once more, reappearing outside the cavern. Who goes there? Identify yourself. Almost instantaneously upon his emergence, the Atreidian guards detected his presence. In the next moment, they raised their bizarre weaponry and launched a fierce assault against Lateis. He merely shook his head in disdain. Without an ounce of mercy, his figure flickered. Akin to a tiger among sheep, and amidst a chorus of piercing screams, he efficiently eliminated the guards. Lowering his voice deliberately, he spoke in a hoarse and ruthless tone. By decree of King Gula, all Atreidians must perish, none shall be spared. Having completed his grim task, Lateis strode purposefully into the depths of the cave. The sound of his crisp footsteps echoed through the silent cavern as he ventured deeper into the encroaching darkness. Soon, he reached the innermost sanctum of the cave. The sight before him caused his pupils to constrict slightly. There, Elder Yate knelt in profound reverence before a colossal statue. The statue towered over 100 meters high, its form not that of an Atreidian, but rather an enigmatic being imbued with divinity and majesty, unlike anything he had ever encountered. Surrounding the statue, the rock walls were inscribed with countless intricate patterns and inscriptions, among which were the complete illustrations of the techniques Lateis had previously mastered: instantaneous movement, the ultimate fist, and the body of freedom. Was this the primordial version of the divine martial arts? As Raditz beheld the scene before him, he quietly murmured to himself and took purposeful strides towards the area where Elder Yet resided. However, the kneeling elder seemed utterly oblivious to Raditz's approach. Or perhaps he was simply indifferent, lost in a relentless repetition of prayers in an ancient tongue. O Supreme Deity, your humble servant is beset by the calamity of annihilation. I beseech your mercy and implore you to intervene. The mantra echoed continuously. O Supreme Deity, your humble servant is beset by the calamity of annihilation. I beseech your mercy and implore you to intervene. Raditz, observing this, could not suppress a peculiar cold smile, his heart brimming with disdain. To him, the notion of a deity was laughable, apart from the formidable god of destruction, who posed a modicum of threat. Even the noble King Kai appeared as nothing more than a trivial nuisance in his current stature. With this thought, Raditz spoke up, his voice frosty. Old man, tell me how I can acquire the powers inscribed upon this stone wall. Yet, Elder Yet remained unresponsive, continuing his fervent prayers, seemingly indifferent to the peril surrounding him, embodying a demeanor that suggested he would not weep until faced with death. A flicker of cold light flashed in Raditz's eyes. He raised his hand, unleashing a slender beam of light that precisely pierced Elder Yat's arm. A piercing scream erupted as the elder collapsed, agony etched across his face, wailing in despair. At that moment, an ancient scroll slipped silently from his grasp. Upon sighting the scroll, Elder Yat's expression transformed drastically. He disregarded the excruciating pain in his arm, struggling to reclaim the precious artifact. What could it be? Witnessing this, Raditz's eyes sparkled with intrigue, although he was unaware of the scroll's contents. The elder's desperate attachment hinted at its unimaginable worth. Resolving swiftly, Raditz advanced with a single leap, kicking Elder Yat aside. He then bent down, grasping the scroll that emanated a mysterious aura, and began to unfurl it. Good heavens! As he discerned the scroll's contents, he could not help but inhale sharply. This was indeed an astonishing revelation. The time-worn inscriptions, cloaked in the dust of ages, slithered into Raditz's gaze like a venomous serpent. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and when he glanced back at the sanctimonious Elder Yat, his eyes were devoid of anything but open contempt. What unfurled upon the parchment was far from an epic of peaceful races. It was, in truth, a chronicle of blood-soaked hunts conducted in the name of the divine. Spanning several centuries, the Atladan beings, seemingly gentle and humble, at their core are driven by the frenzied pursuit of a mysterious deity, relentlessly hunting powerful life forms across the cosmos, greedily seizing their genes and blood. Those travelers deemed weak, upon inadvertently touching the dark underbelly of this civilization, find their fates sealed in death. Their remains become the nourishment buried deep within the planet, while their souls serve as meager offerings to that so-called divine entity. The thought of how many innocent souls lie entombed beneath this land sent a chill through Raditz's voice. A true god would never appreciate your sordid tricks. What you worship, even if it were indeed a deity, must undoubtedly be a malevolent specter lurking in the shadows. Such utter nonsense. This statement seemed to strike a nerve with Elder Atala, who erupted in furious protest. The esteemed King Kai, whom our clan venerates, cannot be so defamed by you. I warn you. Remove that monstrosity Gula from this planet at once, or when the wrath of King Kai descends, you shall all be reduced to cosmic dust. King Kai? The mere mention of these words made Raditz's brows furrow in disbelief, a flicker of shock passing across his features. Uncontrollably, he cast his gaze toward the cold statue deep within the cave. Although the visage of the statue was utterly unfamiliar, its distinctive garb unmistakably bore the mark of King Kai. Could it be that a name long buried in the recesses of memory, like a bolt of lightning, has shattered Raditz's mind, invigorating his spirit? King Kai of the West, Layla. I remember now, in a forgotten narrative. Kakarot's genes were surreptitiously seized by her through vile means during this very period. Subsequently, the abomination, Jaco, born from the fusion of Saiyan and divine power, emerged, a terrifying entity possessing a battle power in the millions from its very inception. This plotline does not belong to the realm of Dragon Ball Super, but rather follows closely after the Black Star Dragon Ball incident. Thus, the world I inhabit exists in a temporal realm with a distinctly different power structure. In an instant, Raditz's thoughts galloped like a wild stallion across the vast unknown. The world. This realization acted as a key, unlocking new possibilities, suggesting that the power ceiling of this universe may not be as unattainable as previously imagined. Super Saiyan 4, along with the legendary yet fleeting ultimate form of Super Saiyan 5, shall represent the zenith of power in this realm. As for those despairing realms within Dragon Ball Super, such as the God of Science, the Azure Super Saiyan, even the Deep Blue Evolution, and the enigmatic Ultra Instinct, they may very well cease to exist. Wait. A spark of enlightenment exploded in Raditz's mind, and his gaze ignited with fervor, struggling to contain the upward curl of his lips. Although the power structures differ, the existence of King Kai in this world inevitably paves the way towards Super Saiyan 5. In the memories of his past life, the oppressive presence of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta even eclipsed that of Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. Does this imply that the potential of Super Saiyan 4 is, in certain dimensions, on par with that of Super Saiyan Blue? Once I manage to reach and master the elusive Super Saiyan 5, which has never been genuinely showcased in the canon, my power will undoubtedly transcend the so-called Super Saiyan Blue. Moreover, coursing through my veins is the legendary bloodline that emerges once in a millennium. At this thought, all the gloom within Raditz dissipated, leaving only boundless ambition and anticipation. Regardless of the timeline, as long as one's power reaches that critical juncture, Tearing through the barriers of dimensions is not an impossibility. The time machine utilized by future Trunks serves as a testament to this fact, not to mention the existence of the deity that governs time. Furthermore, with the system as my greatest variable, the future may very well present opportunities to grasp the authority within the realm of Dragon Ball Super. Nevertheless, compared to that realm where angels, the Grand Priest, and the Omni King can obliterate the universe at will, the survival environment of time and space can be deemed serene and peaceful. Returning to the present, Raditz's gaze fell once more upon the ground, observing the still bellowing Elder Atra, his eyes reflecting the indifference one might reserve for the deceased. Your journey ends here. Those outside must surely be your most loyal lackeys, correct? Excellent. As long as your malignant presence vanishes from this world, the planet Atlar can finally embrace the genuine tranquility it rightfully deserves. The moment his words concluded, Raditz moved with unerring resolve. Without a trace of hesitation, a razor-sharp beam of energy pierced through Elder Atra's chest, ending his life, one twisted by fanaticism. To linger even a second longer with such a thoroughly brainwashed zealot is a desecration of this planet. Chapter 12. Gula, is this truly the extent of your power? Moreover, from that scroll, he had already discerned the cultivation techniques inscribed upon the stone wall. Now, all the Atlar inhabitants privy to this secret have returned to dust, and this cavern shall become his exclusive treasure trove. Having accomplished all this, Raditz waved his hand dismissively, unleashing a tempestuous energy that shattered the obtrusive statue of the West Supreme Kai into fragments, before turning to exit the cavern steeped in sin and secrets without a backward glance. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, eradicate the source of evil. Special reward, 100-fold Kaioken, has been granted. Just as Raditz stepped out of the cave, basking in the sunlight, the cold, solemn tone of the system echoed in his mind. In the next moment, a torrent of profound and intricate information surged into his consciousness, revealing the essence and application of the 100-fold Kaioken. This power feels as though it was tailor-made for me. After assimilating all the information, an uncontrollable spark of excitement ignited in Raditz's eyes. He could feel every cell in his body quivering in response. However, the cost of this trump card is equally monumental. It must not be employed lightly until the brink of life and death. Until then, the conventional 10-fold Kaioken is more than sufficient to handle the vast majority of situations. Suddenly, a thunderous roar, without warning, reverberated from the heavens. Immediately, the entire planet of Atlatad began to tremble violently, as if an invisible giant hand were mercilessly ravaging it. A surge of energy, exceeding 300 million, radiating an aura of coldness and savagery, erupted in the distant sky like a volcanic explosion. This presence was Gula. The moment Raditz sensed that energy, he instantly recognized the identity of the approaching force. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light and rushed toward the direction of his kin's encampment. Gula had finally arrived. Splendid. If he could bury him here once and for all, the coveted 10-fold Kamehameha would be within his grasp. More importantly, once he eliminated Gula, the greatest threat, the crisis on Atlatad would be completely resolved, granting him ample time to decipher and cultivate the ancient secret techniques inscribed on the cavern walls. On the opposite end of the planet, a cataclysmic battle had already erupted in the heavens. Gula, the cosmic tyrant, and the figure of Sun Wukong wove through the clouds in a furious dance, each collision igniting shockwaves that threatened to obliterate the world. Below them, on the earth, Son Gohan was leading the warriors of Atlatad in a desperate struggle against the foot soldiers of Gula's army. It was undeniable that Gula's elite forces, both in number and quality, far surpassed the mechanized troops of his brother, Frieza. However, these combatants, possessing power only in the hundreds of thousands, appeared utterly feeble before the already transformed Super Saiyan Gohan. Were it not for the enemy's reliance on a sea of troops, launching relentless assaults without fear, Gohan would have undoubtedly wiped them out long ago. Whoosh! A brilliant meteor streaked across the sky, heralding the arrival of Raditz like a divine weapon descending from the heavens. Upon reaching the battlefield, he scarcely uttered a word. Instead, he indifferently raised his hands, unleashing hundreds, if not thousands, of highly compressed energy blasts that poured forth like a torrential rain. The thunderous explosions instantly engulfed the entire battlefield, as flames and shockwaves formed a curtain of death. Those grotesque extraterrestrial invaders, amidst their anguished cries, were torn to shreds by this overwhelming force, leaving not a single intact body behind. In merely a few breaths, Raditz's barrage of energy blasts eradicated nearly two-thirds of Gula's forces from this planet. Uncle, witnessing this scene, the beleaguered son Gohan was suddenly filled with overwhelming joy. Simultaneously, the trembling inhabitants of Atlatad erupted in a tremendous cheer, having narrowly escaped doom. The emergence of Raditz was akin to a ray of hope piercing through despair, instantly altering the tide of battle. In that moment, countless gazes, infused with admiration, reverence, and fervor, converged upon the imposing figure suspended in the air. Gohan. Raditz's form materialized beside son Gohan, his expression as placid as water, yet his voice carried an undeniable authority. We must not waste another second. This band of miscreants, their hands stained with the blood of countless worlds, follows Gula, annihilating civilizations and slaughtering sentient beings. With each foe you vanquish, you are saving thousands of innocent lives across the universe. Raditz perceives clearly the inherent goodness in Gohan's heart, which prevents him from executing truly decisive actions even amidst battle. Otherwise, with his Super Saiyan strength, these minions would have met their demise long ago, save for Gula himself. I understand now, Uncle. Raditz's words resonate profoundly within Gohan, dispelling the last remnants of hesitation in his eyes, replaced instantly by resolute determination. You irredeemable villains, perish. Accompanied by a long-suppressed roar, a golden aura surged skyward, and Gohan's body underwent the transformation into a Super Saiyan. In the next moment, without the need for further prompting, Gohan became a streak of golden lightning, charging fearlessly towards the remnants of the enemy forces. Countless orbs of pure energy, under his command, transformed into a cataclysmic tempest of death. The cries of despair echoed, only to be swiftly extinguished. Those invaders who had narrowly escaped the initial onslaught now fell in droves. Some terrified souls attempted to flee towards their distant spacecraft, seeking to escape this hellish battlefield. However, Raditz would grant them no such reprieve. With a mere dismissive gesture, he unleashed beams of terrifying energy, precisely piercing the cores of those vessels. Great fireballs erupted in the distance, accompanied by the destruction of motherships hidden beyond the planet's orbit. Reduced to mere cosmic dust, the painful lesson of Namek remains vivid in Raditz's memory. It was his earlier negligence towards those insects that led to the planet's obliteration, nearly resulting in his own undoing. Long live Lord Raditz, a deity. He is our divine savior. This scene shattered the last vestiges of psychological resistance among the Atladrans, transforming their awe and gratitude into fervent adoration. They prostrated themselves, chanting Raditz's name, their gazes lifted as though beholding a savior who had personally delivered divine retribution. Yet, Raditz did not even lift an eyelid in acknowledgement. Once the cacophony was silenced, his gaze finally ascended to the heavens, where a fateful clash raged on. It must be said that Kakarot's progress this time is astonishing. Despite the immense disparity in power levels between him and Gula, he holds his own in combat skills and spirit. However, Raditz sees more clearly than anyone that Goku's current state cannot be sustained for long. The chasm of power levels is akin to an insurmountable chasm, although the battle appears fiercely contested. Each of Kakarot's attacks and blocks drains his stamina far more than Gula's. If this continues, unless he seizes that fleeting opportunity to unleash a devastating strike that surpasses all limits and annihilates Gula, it is inevitable that he will be the first to succumb. Uncle. At this moment, Son Wukong's son Gohan, had completely purified the last enemy on the battlefield. He soared to Raditz's side, his youthful visage etched with concern for his father. Can Dad defeat that fellow named Gula? The hope seemed faint. Raditz cast a glance at Gohan, devoid of any emotional nuance as he stated the unvarnished truth, shrugging his shoulders. The disparity in their combat power was several magnitudes apart. Unless your father can instantaneously ignite all his potential and deliver a fatal blow that disregards defense, defeat is merely a matter of time. Upon hearing these words, son Gohan fell into a contemplative silence. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms, yet he felt no pain. He lifted his gaze to the golden figure in the sky, murmuring in a voice only he could hear, "Father, you must persevere." Alas, such prayers appeared utterly feeble in the face of overwhelming power. High in the heavens, Sun Wukong's offensive had evidently begun to wane, the golden aura that enveloped him dimming at a visible rate. Under Gula's increasingly ferocious assaults, he bore numerous grievous wounds, exposing bone beneath. The unforeseen had ultimately transpired. Gula's arrival on this planet had occurred significantly earlier than in the original narrative, directly resulting in Sun Wukong's power accumulation not reaching its zenith, rendering him insufficient to confront this frigid monarch head-on. The moment had come. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of cold brilliance flashed momentarily in Raditz's eyes. Kakarot's defeat had become a foregone conclusion. It would soon be his turn to take over the latter half of this performance. Should he succeed in slaying Gula, the long-desired tenfold Kamehameha would be within his grasp. Furthermore, once Gula was vanquished, the only remaining threat to Earth would be that old coot, King Cold, who knew what unpredictable storm his butterfly's wings might unleash. Just then, a chilling scream rent the air. Following the sound, one could see Sun Wukong struck hard in the abdomen by a powerful punch from Gula. His mouth flew open, a torrent of blood erupting like an arrow, and his body fell helplessly from the clouds like a broken kite. In the next moment, accompanied by a resounding crash, Sun Wukong's form smashed through the earth, sending dust swirling into the atmosphere. Simultaneously, the golden light enveloping him completely dissipated, withdrawing from the Super Saiyan state, leaving him to lie in the deep pit, gasping for breath. Filthy wild monkey. In midair, Gula's cold pupils glinted with a cruel killing intent as he slowly raised his hand. A sphere of purple energy, imbued with destructive potential, rapidly coalesced in his palm, swelling ominously. His gaze was fixed unyieldingly upon the barely conscious Sun Wukong below. Today shall be your day of reckoning. Those who dare to provoke the majesty of Lord Gula shall meet their demise. Even if one transforms into a golden warrior, it cannot alter the fate of being a lowly creature. As the words left his lips, Gula swung his arm with fierce intensity, unleashing a concentrated energy blast, trailing a long tail of flame, akin to a falling calamity, hurtling towards Sun Wukong. Father. Witnessing his father in imminent peril, Son Gohan's eyes widened with desperation. He roared with abandon, transforming into a beam of golden light, racing desperately towards Sun Wukong's position. Simultaneously, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, striving to intercept the deadly energy projectile midair. However, despite Son Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan, his combat power barely surpassed 100 million, rendering him powerless against Gula's full-force assault. The energy blasts he shot forth were as inconsequential as a drop in the ocean, devoured upon contact with the purple energy blast, inadvertently amplifying its might, rendering it even more colossal and terrifying. It was time. Observing this unfolding chaos, Raditz realized he could no longer remain a passive spectator. Kakarot's protagonist aura had evidently failed to manifest today. If he did not intervene, this father and son duo would likely perish together. In a flash of thought, Raditz vanished from his position, reappearing like a specter beside Sun Wukong. Kakarot, watch closely. It is now my turn to fight. He casually tossed a precious senzu bean into Sun Wukong's mouth, his tone as calm as if discussing a trivial matter. Brother. Seeing Raditz's form, nearly exhausted Sun Wukong felt a wave of relief wash over him. He swallowed the senzu bean without hesitation, feeling the warm energy swiftly heal his wounds and restore his strength. Although his fighting spirit still burned fiercely, he understood that in his current state, he stood no chance against Gula. He glanced at Gohan, who was desperately rushing toward them, and nodded emphatically. Brother, please be careful. With that, Sun Wukong made no further delay, swiftly turning to shield Gohan behind him. Watching his brother depart, Raditz slowly raised his head. The ominous purple star of death loomed ever closer, its intense heat igniting the tips of his hair. He ceased any unnecessary movements, inhaling deeply as the blood within him ignited at that moment. In the next instant, a verdant aura erupted like a torrential flood, transforming into a pillar of light that soared toward the heavens. Accompanied by this world-shattering energy emanating from Raditz, he achieved the legendary transformation into a Super Saiyan, his combat power skyrocketing to a despair-inducing 12 billion. Break for me. He casually lifted his hand, directing a seemingly inconspicuous green energy blast skyward, allowing it to drift forth. However, it was this small orb of energy that, upon contact with the colossal purple energy cannon, utterly consumed and obliterated it, as if it had never existed at all. Subsequently, Raditz's figure slowly ascended, hovering at the same height as Gula, his emerald green eyes devoid of any emotion, fixated intently on the cosmic overlord before him. Gula, your doom has arrived. Who exactly are you, this green energy? Upon witnessing Raditz's emergence and his unfathomable power, Gula's pupils abruptly constricted, and for the first time, a grave expression of vigilance appeared on his face. He could distinctly sense the immeasurable strength contained within this man. Yet the pride of being a cosmic sovereign forbade him from conceding defeat. My name is Raditz, he said with a cruel smile playing on his lips. By the way, allow me to inform you that your foolish brother Frieza also met his end at my hands. Today, I shall grant you the same fate, allowing you and your brother to unite in the afterlife. These words struck Gula like a thunderclap, and his countenance darkened to an even more dismal shade. He glared fiercely at Raditz, gritting his teeth as he spat. So you are the traitor who eliminated Frieza. That imbecile Frieza, when he destroyed planet Vegeta, left behind a few of you remnants. How utterly foolish. However, do you really think you can kill me, Gula? You must be overestimating yourself. Before he finished speaking, Gula unleashed his arms, and a tempest of energy blasts surged forth like a torrential storm, pouring down upon Raditz. Faced with an assault capable of annihilating a planet, Raditz did not even blink. He simply floated serenely in place, too apathetic to adopt a defensive stance. Boom, boom. The relentless sounds of explosions reverberated through the skies, as the terrifying torrent of energy engulfed Raditz entirely, forming a colossal, expanding fireball that stained half the sky with hues of destruction. Brother, uncle. This scene left Goku and his son, who had just reunited from a distance, aghast, exclaiming in horror. They had personally experienced the terrifying might of Gula. How could Raditz dare to be so audacious as to withstand the full brunt of his attack? If something were to go awry, the consequences would be dire. Gula, is this truly all your power? Just then, a voice, tinged with a hint of languor and disappointment, lazily pierced through the smoky remnants of the explosion. Resonating clearly in everyone's ears, Raditz casually waved his hand, dispersing the billowing smoke with an invisible force, revealing his unharmed figure. He brushed off non-existent dust from his shoulders, his gaze brimming with boundless contempt. You are truly pathetic. So weak that I am no longer even interested in continuing this play with you. In that case, let us not waste any more time. I shall send you on your way now, to reunite with your dear brother Frieza. As he spoke, Raditz slowly raised his right hand, and at the tip of his index finger, a minuscule green light, no larger than a grain of rice, flickered and vanished. In the next instant, that barely perceptible beam had traversed the distance of space, arriving before Gula. Before this cosmic emperor could react, the beam made the most intimate of contacts with his body. A soft pop echoed, reminiscent of a punctured water bag. Chapter 13. How could it be anything but successful when your future husband takes action himself? Immediately, blood gushed forth like a fountain, and Gula's heart-wrenching scream resonated across the sky, albeit belatedly. A disheveled figure plummeted from the air. Upon closer inspection, half of Gula's body had utterly vanished. The wound a gruesome mess, and the aura emanating from him had plummeted to an abysmal low. This is impossible. With his remaining hand, he incredulously touched his destroyed form. His eyes wide as saucers, fixated on the figure hovering in the air like a demonic deity. Your power, how could it be so formidable? Just a mere scion. A mere wild monkey. I possess a battle power of 380 million. How could it be that I cannot even withstand a casual energy blast from you? Not just Gula, but even from a distance, the father-son duo of Son Wukong and Son Gohan stood frozen as if under a spell, their mouths agape. Expressions filled with shock and disbelief. The scene unfolding before them had utterly shattered their understanding, assaulting their worldview. That was Gula, a cosmic emperor with over 300 million in battle power, formidable enough to best even a super scion. Yet now, he could not even endure Raditz's casual strike. This was more absurd than a tale from the heavens. Dad, did I just hallucinate? Did Uncle just nearly obliterate Gula with a single energy blast? Son Gohan stammered, his mouth moving but unable to form coherent words, speaking in a daze. Wukong, I think I'm seeing things as well, Son Wukong replied, a complex, bitter smile gracing his face as he murmured to himself. My brother's power has grown to such an extent. Although I always knew he surpassed me, I never anticipated that the gap could be so despairingly vast. And what of that green Super Saiyan transformation? What on earth is happening? Is there a higher transformation beyond the golden Super Saiyan? In that moment, the eyes of Sun Wukong and his son ignited with an insatiable yearning for higher realms. Although reason told them this was inconceivable, the bloody reality before them mercilessly confirmed that it was indeed true. Raditz had truly incapacitated the once mighty Gula with a single blow. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, it appeared to be merely a casual strike. Nothing is impossible. In response, Raditz merely smiled indifferently, his emerald gaze once again locking onto the ailing Gula on the ground. Gula, rise. Before the words had fully left his lips, Raditz's form flickered, appearing before Gula as though by teleportation. Before Gula could recover from his profound terror, Raditz had already conjured a brilliant orb of energy in his hand, forcefully pressing it against the remnants of Gula's half-destroyed body. Kamehameha. In that instant, the ferocious wave of the Kamehameha erupted, a torrent of azure energy swiftly engulfing Gula's figure entirely. Amidst the heart-wrenching screams, Gula's body was visibly disintegrating, vaporizing, leaving not even a single cell behind. In the final moments before his existence dissipated entirely, Gula's one eye, filled with venom and dread, fixated intently on Raditz. Damn you, wild monkey. My father, King Cooled, will surely avenge me. Not just you. All Saiyans must perish. The last curse abruptly ceased. Gula, the sovereign who roamed the cosmos, was utterly annihilated, vanishing from this world. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest, Eliminate Gula. Quest reward, tenfold Kamehameha, has been granted. The cold notification resonated within Raditz's mind at the opportune moment. In the next instant, the various techniques and applications of the tenfold Kamehameha were indelibly etched into his very soul, enlightening him profoundly. Indeed, quite splendid. After thoroughly digesting the information, Raditz nodded with satisfaction. With the tenfold Kamehameha as his trump card, his offensive capabilities had undoubtedly become more diverse and formidable. In future confrontations, unless his opponent possessed strength exceeding his by a factor of 10, it was certain that he would emerge victorious. Brother, uncle. At that moment, Goku and his son finally emerged from their shock, swiftly racing towards Raditz's position. We won. We triumphed. Lord Raditz has vanquished all the invaders. Evil has been purified. We are saved. Simultaneously, the surviving Atlanteans on the ground erupted into a cacophony of jubilant cheers. When Goku had faced defeat, they had briefly believed that the end was nigh, sinking into utter despair. Yet unexpectedly, the tide had turned. Raditz had proven to be so powerful that with a mere snap of his fingers, he obliterated the once mighty cosmic emperor. In an instant, countless gazes converged upon Raditz, filled with longing, admiration, fervor, and even reverence. Their expressions resembled that of worshippers gazing upon a deity, conveying everything without uttering a word. Brother, uncle. Goku and his son hurried to Raditz's side, examining him closely as he maintained his transformed state, their eyes brimming with unabashed envy. Brother, was that transformation a transcendence beyond Super Saiyan? No, it is not so. Raditz shook his head, revealing nothing concealed, and turned to son Goku, calmly explaining. This form of mine is essentially just another transformation of the Super Saiyan. It is merely a result of a retrogressive phenomenon within my bloodline that has evolved into this unique form. Retrogressive phenomenon. A different form? Upon hearing these words, both son Goku and son Gohan were momentarily taken aback, gazing at Raditz with confusion evident in their eyes. Our Saiyan lineage actually encompasses two distinct paths of transformation. Raditz continued, no longer withholding information. One is the familiar form, emanating a golden aura as a Super Saiyan. The other is my current appearance. In ancient Saiyan legends, this form is referred to as the legendary Super Saiyan. According to records, a warrior with such potential is born among our kind only once every 1,000 years. I am currently embodying the legendary Super Saiyan mode, which can also be termed as the transcendent mode. Is that so? Upon concluding Raditz's exposition, son Goku and son Gohan's expressions transformed to enlightenment. They realized that Raditz's green transformation was not a higher echelon beyond the Super Saiyan, but rather a distinctive form of Super Saiyan that existed only in legend. With this revelation, son Goku instinctively inquired, Brother, what distinguishes these two forms? Indeed, uncle. What are the differences between a regular Super Saiyan and the legendary Super Saiyan? Son Gohan also curiously pressed. The differences. Raditz glanced at the eager father and son duo and smiled lightly. The ordinary Super Saiyan transformation can enhance battle power by 50 times in its base state. And if one attains full power, it can amplify by 70 times. In contrast, my legendary Super Saiyan transformation has a base enhancement of 100 times. At full power, it astonishingly reaches 200 times. This disparity arises from the inherent differences in our bloodlines. Hiss. Upon hearing Raditz's words, both Son Goku and Son Gohan involuntarily gasped in astonishment. The sheer magnitude of these figures was truly breathtaking. Merely achieving transformation grants a 100-fold increase in battle power, while full power escalates to a terrifying 200 times. In comparison, their arduous efforts in training to achieve full power as Super Saiyans only resulted in a modest 70-fold enhancement, rendering any comparison utterly futile. Uncle. At that moment, Son Gohan could no longer contain his excitement and blurted out, "Is it possible for me to also possess the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan?" As soon as he uttered this, Son Goku turned to Raditz, his eyes brimming with hopeful anticipation. The power of this transcendent bloodline was overwhelmingly formidable, existing in an entirely different dimension from ordinary Saiyans. No, however, Raditz mercilessly shook his head, shattering their dreams. The transcendent bloodline is an extraordinarily unique lineage gift. It was through a fortuitous accident that I inadvertently awakened this power due to a return to ancestral traits. To my knowledge, in the vast cosmos today, aside from myself, there exists another Saiyan endowed with the transcendent bloodline, known as Broly. However, his prodigious talent led King Vegeta to view him with trepidation, resulting in his exile to a remote corner of the universe, leaving his current whereabouts shrouded in mystery. As for you, Kakarot, and you, Gohan, you both hail from a lower-tier warrior lineage. Thus, the likelihood of awakening the transcendent bloodline is virtually non-existent. Even if one were to wish upon the eternal dragon, it is doubtful that the essence of the bloodline could be altered. Upon hearing Raditz's account, an unmistakable expression of profound disappointment washed over the faces of Son Wukong and his son. They had harbored hopes of becoming legendary warriors themselves. However, the disparity now appeared insurmountable. Nevertheless, Son Wukong quickly regained his composure, clenching his fists as a fierce determination ignited within his gaze. Though he could not transform into one possessing the transcendent bloodline, he firmly believed that one day he would surely match his brother's prowess. Furthermore, that individual named Broly, as another legendary Super Saiyan, must be incredibly formidable now, and I am resolute in my intent to surpass him as well. Upon hearing this, Gohan vigorously nodded in agreement. "Go for it, Dad. I believe in you," he exclaimed. "I will also train diligently to catch up to Uncle and that legendary Super Saiyan, Broly." Raditz smiled with satisfaction at their unwavering resolve. He recognized that given the potential of this father-son duo, their future might not be significantly inferior to Broly's. At least in this world, Broly had yet to reach an insurmountable peak that evoked despair. With this in mind, Raditz spoke. "In that case, Kakarot and Gohan, you must double your efforts. Now that the issue with Gula has been resolved, you should descend and discuss the reconstruction of your homeland with the people of Planet Atlar. I will go fetch Bulma, and we shall continue our conversation shortly." With that, Raditz did not linger, focusing his thoughts to pinpoint Bulma's energy signature and employing instant transmission to vanish from sight. What astonishing speed, Son Wukong thought, a sense of yearning glimmering in his eyes. Is this what instant transmission looks like? Such a convenient and powerful ability. It appears I must seize the opportunity to learn it as well. Gohan, let us descend. The crisis with Gula has been averted. From here on, we shall devote ourselves to mastering those formidable abilities. Sure thing, Dad. Gohan eagerly nodded in agreement. Though he had already mastered the formidable Ultra Instinct technique, he was still permitted to select 2 additional abilities to study according to the rules. After witnessing the overwhelming power of Raditz, Son Gohan developed an insatiable curiosity for the ancient techniques possessed by the Atlanteans. Meanwhile, the figure of Raditz silently appeared at Bulma's temporary dwelling. Raditz. Upon seeing his arrival, Bulma, who was practicing her flexibility techniques, immediately halted her training, leaping joyfully to greet him. "So how did it go? Is the crisis over? I sense that suffocating aura of malevolence has completely vanished. You must have driven the invaders away, right?" "Indeed," Raditz replied with a subtle smile as he stepped forward, embracing Bulma and whispering softly in her ear. With your future husband personally taking action, how could success be anything but assured? What husband? We aren't married yet. At his words, Bulma's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Instinctively, she playfully punched Raditz's chest, her expression shy as she added, "Then let us get married as soon as we return to Earth." Raditz chuckled mischievously, lifting Bulma effortlessly into his arms and striding toward the room. "Now, allow me to guide you through the advanced training of flexibility techniques." Hearing this, Bulma's face reddened to the point of nearly bleeding, yet she did not refuse. As the door slowly closed, an extraordinary training session quietly commenced within the room. It was not until the following morning, with sunlight bathing the earth, that Raditz and Bulma emerged from the room, rejuvenated. After storing their portable dwelling in the universal capsule, they transformed into two streaks of light, racing toward the Atlantean stronghold. Lord Raditz has returned, and Lady Bulma. With their return, the entire Atlantean settlement erupted into a fervor. Raditz then experienced the unparalleled treatment reserved only for a savior, surrounded by throngs of gratitude and reverence. Eventually, he and Bulma managed to escape the crowd and reach the residence of Son Goku and his sons. In the days that followed, Raditz, Bulma, Goku, and Gohan temporarily settled on the Atlantean planet. Bulma, Goku, and Gohan were all engrossed in their respective training, while Raditz tirelessly traversed between the stronghold and the mysterious cave, eagerly absorbing and deciphering the profound and potent ancient abilities inscribed on the stone wall. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, over a year had gone by. Elder. One day, a wailing cry pierced through Raditz's deep meditation, awakening him. Following the sound, he saw a group of Atlanteans who had finally discovered the hidden cave in the back mountains and uncovered the remains of Elder Atlanti and others. In an instant, the entire Atlantean world was engulfed in profound sorrow. However, these simple-minded Atlanteans remained oblivious to the true circumstances surrounding the demise of Elder Yada and his companions. They naturally believed that the Elder had heroically sacrificed himself to protect his kin during the ancient invasion of Gula. Thus, that evening, Raditz and his companions, with complex expressions, attended the solemn funeral of Elder Yada and the others. Early the next morning, while Raditz and Bulma still rested, Goku and his son quietly arrived outside their dwelling. "Brother, uncle." With the calls of Goku and his son, Raditz stirred from his slumber. He glanced at Bulma, who was sleeping soundly, and a tender smile graced his face. He then quietly rose from the bed, donned his attire, and stepped outside. Upon seeing Goku and his son, whose power had multiplied several times since last year, Raditz inquired, "Kakarot, Gohan, what brings you here so early?" "Brother." Goku nodded emphatically and began to speak. "Gohan and I have completed our training here. I believe it is time for us to depart. After all, we have disturbed this place for over a year, and it is time to return to Earth." Return to Earth. At the mention of those words, a flicker of unusual brilliance flashed in Raditz's eyes. If his memory served him correctly, during Goku's return to Earth in the original narrative, the future Trunks was set to make his official entrance. However, now Bulma had become his partner. With no connection to the proud Saiyan prince, Vegeta, would the future Trunks still appear? If not Trunks, could it be their future child with Bulma? The mere thought of such a possibility stirred within Raditz a peculiar blend of anticipation and restlessness. Very well, let us prepare to leave today. More than a year had passed, and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Gula and Frieza's father, King Cold, would soon be unable to restrain himself and would personally venture to Earth. They needed to return swiftly and make thorough preparations. Wonderful. Goku and Gohan rejoiced at Raditz's agreement to return. Chapter 14. King Cold will attend. Their prolonged stay on Atlar was solely for the purpose of mastering its formidable powers, and now, with their mission accomplished, their hearts yearned to return. "Brother, just give us a moment." Goku's voice brimmed with impatience as he pulled Gohan beside him. "We'll be back in a flash. Before you and Bulma grow bored, we'll certainly appear with our belongings." Before his words had fully settled, the father and son transformed into fleeting shadows, racing towards their temporary abode on Atlar, stirring a gentle breeze in their wake. The corners of Raditz's mouth curled into a barely perceptible arc as he watched the two disappearing figures, before he leisurely turned around and pushed open the door behind him, which bore an unmistakably alien design. When he conveyed the news of their imminent return to Earth to Bulma, the woman, just awakened from her slumber, instantly radiated a dazzling light from her eyes, all traces of drowsiness vanishing in an instant. She almost immediately sprang from her bed, her exuberance resonating in the air, followed by a flurry of energetic preparations. After approximately 3 cosmic hours, the figures of Son Goku and Son Gohan reappeared, accompanied by a large group of Atlantean aliens. Their distinctive attire and friendly gazes creating a peculiar tableau. The atmosphere of farewell lingered, filled with genuine blessings and an inescapable sense of reluctance, as various admonitions and reminders intertwined in the air. Finally, under the watchful eyes of many, Raditz, Bulma, Son Goku, and Son Gohan stepped into the sleek silver spacecraft. The hatch slowly closed, isolating them from the outside world. The vessel shuddered gently, and then it ascended, transforming into a streak of light, resolutely shooting toward the vast, unfathomable cosmos, its target set on the distant blue planet, Earth. The vast backdrop of the universe resembled a still canvas, as 2 silver beams sliced through the tranquility, traveling at an astonishing speed among the stars. As the coordinates on the navigation screen flickered incessantly, time was compressed with each leap. After an indeterminate duration, the familiar arms of the Milky Way finally appeared outside the porthole. However, as they drew nearer to the solar system, Raditz's brow furrowed ever tighter. He keenly sensed that the once sparse signals of spacecraft along their path were now converging at an alarming frequency. At the edge of his vision, a colossal shadow composed of countless metallic ships was moving slowly yet resolutely. It was a cosmic fleet capable of conquering star systems, and their destination aligned with the coordinates of Earth. Raditz. Bulma's voice trembled with an uncontainable quiver, her pale fingers gripping the edge of the control panel, her beautiful eyes reflecting the harrowing image of the fleet, filled with dread. So many alien ships heading to Earth. Could it be that something monumental was about to transpire? She could not help but feel fear, for her parents and everything familiar to her remained on that fragile planet. Stay calm. It is not yet time for despair. Raditz's voice was deep and powerful, as if it could dispel the unrest in the hearts of those around him. Look, the formation of the main fleet remains intact, and they are still some distance from Earth, which proves that our beautiful home is still safe and sound. Though his words were laden with comfort, Raditz's heart sank. He furrowed his brows, recalling the harrowing revenge journey of King Cold from the original tale, which certainly did not exhibit such an exaggerated display. What was the meaning of this enormous armada that nearly obscured the starlight? Why would King Cold mobilize such terrifying force? This unforeseen variable stirred tumult within his once tranquil heart. He is acutely aware of the prowess of his comrades on Earth. Aside from the proud Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, who can still hold his own, the strength of Piccolo, Krillin, and the others pales in comparison. Akin to a flickering candle in the wind amidst the scale of this interstellar conflict. Should King Cold's formidable army arrive first and launch an indiscriminate assault, how could Vegeta alone withstand such an onslaught? The defensive line would likely collapse in an instant. This notion instilled a sense of urgency in Raditz. To preempt any calamity, he must make a decisive choice. Bulma, he immediately commanded, send a communication to Goku's spacecraft, instructing them to alter their course and find a way to infiltrate King Cold's fleet, returning to Earth alongside them. As for us, his gaze sharpened. I shall concentrate now and attempt to sense the energy of Vegeta and the others on Earth. Once they engage in battle, the fluctuations of their energy will not escape my notice. Upon confirming the onset of combat, I will instantaneously transport you back. Excellent. Bulma nodded firmly, exhibiting remarkable resolve in this life and death moment, as she swiftly operated the communication device to send an encrypted message to Goku's ship. Meanwhile, Raditz closed his eyes, immersing his entire awareness in the boundless sea of energy, searching for the battle aura emanating from his distant homeland. Earth, above West City. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and the burning energy. Vegeta, Piccolo, Tien, and Krillin, the finest warriors of Earth, were currently engaged in a brutal clash with the vanguard of King Cold's forces. However, the situation appeared grim. Tien, Kaiatsu, and their allies bore numerous wounds of varying severity, their breaths coming in ragged gasps, clearly beleaguered. Over the course of more than a year, they had not allowed themselves a moment of respite, facing daily challenges to their limits. Alas, the barriers of innate talent proved insurmountable, and their power had only marginally increased. Gazing around, apart from Vegeta, Krillin, and Piccolo, those exceptional outliers, most of the others hovered just around the threshold of 10,000 in combat power. Such strength, while sufficient to trample the foot soldiers, was woefully inadequate against the seemingly limitless and tenacious numbers of their foes. Their stamina was rapidly depleting, and each attack bore an immense burden. It was only a matter of time before they succumbed to their injuries. On the other side, at the heart of the conflict, beads of sweat trickled down the foreheads of Krillin and Piccolo, their chests heaving violently. Their combined strength had reached approximately 50,000, a godlike level on Earth. Yet even so, in the face of the elite within this vanguard, they felt an overwhelming pressure. Each encounter was exceedingly arduous. The sole one maintaining a composed demeanor was the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, suspended at the highest point. Over the past year, his relationship with Krillin and the others had undergone subtle transformations through the countless training sessions they shared. As familiarity grew, he too had finally learned of the existence of the miraculous Senzu beans. With the almost cheat-like restorative effects of the Senzu beans, Vegeta was able to push his limits through relentless life and death training. Now, his regular battle power index had soared to a terrifying figure of 4 million. Unfortunately, he had yet to grasp the legendary transformation. That elusive threshold to becoming a Super Saiyan remained tantalizingly out of reach. Where are those two scoundrels, Raditz and Kakarot? Frolicking in some corner of the universe? He casually unleashed several solid energy blasts, the golden beams piercing through a group of enemies poised to strike. The explosive light reflecting his extreme displeasure. That fellow named King Cold was undoubtedly more powerful than Frieza. In just an hour, his team would arrive. At that point, even I might not withstand it. While he muttered curses under his breath, his hands continued their relentless assault, sending forth more energy blasts that precisely rescued Tien and the others, who were besieged by several elite warriors and on the brink of demise. Thank you, Vegeta. We owe you one. Tien and his companions sighed in relief, casting grateful glances towards the figure above them. Over a year of companionship and fighting side by side had transformed many things. They had come to genuinely acknowledge this former foe. Past grievances had quietly dissipated in the face of their shared commitment to safeguarding their home. Upon hearing their thanks, Vegeta merely scoffed. Yet a profound statement from Raditz before his departure flickered through his mind. If you cannot protect Earth, then you shall never know the secret of becoming a Super Saiyan. This thought was fleeting, as he swiftly refocused on the present, barking in an authoritative tone, "Eat the Senzu beans. Restore your strength to its peak. 1 hour. In 1 hour, King Cold will arrive, and his overwhelming fleet will be in full force. That will be true hell." Understood. Hearing this, Tien and the others did not dare to hesitate, immediately retrieving the precious Senzu beans from their pockets and consuming them. A warm current spread throughout their bodies, visibly replenishing their depleted strength and energy at an astonishing rate. Meanwhile, Vegeta was not idle. He directed his gaze towards the higher heavens. Raising both hands, an array of brilliant energy blasts gathered like raindrops in his palms, transforming into a golden torrent surging upwards, heading straight for the enemy ship that was breaking through the atmosphere. Boom, boom. In an instant, the sky seemed to metamorphose into a grand fireworks display. The fierce and dense explosions reverberated incessantly, painting the horizon with a bizarre crimson hue. Countless descending spaceships and their alien soldiers were turned to cosmic dust in this violent energy baptism. I've locked onto it. Meanwhile, in the cold depths of the galaxy, Raditz's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, a glimmer of light flashing within. Just moments ago, his vast mental network had finally locked onto a familiar and powerful energy, Vegeta's power. He immediately turned to Bulma beside him and spoke rapidly. "Bulma, hold on to me. We're returning to Earth right now." "All right." Bulma responded without the slightest hesitation, extending her arms to tightly embrace Raditz's arm. In the next moment, Raditz, without a hint of doubt, focused his mind and unleashed the extraordinary technique he had learned from the Arladians. In the vicinity of Vegeta, the space suddenly distorted violently, akin to ripples created by a stone thrown into water, and a black vortex materialized out of thin air. Almost instantaneously, Raditz and Bulma stepped forth from within. "Who goes there?" Vegeta, seasoned in battle, sensed the anomaly even before turning around. His instincts compelled him to raise his hand, launching a powerful energy blast toward the source of the disturbance. "Vegeta, it's me." Faced with this unexpected reception, Raditz merely raised an eyebrow and casually waved his hand. An invisible force effortlessly redirected the energy blast, altering its trajectory to soar into the sky, where it brilliantly exploded, obliterating an enemy ship that had just breached the clouds. "You, Raditz," he remarked with a hint of mockery. "Your way of welcoming friends is rather intense." Seeing who had arrived, Vegeta's tense demeanor finally relaxed. He exhaled deeply, then donned his signature proud expression and declared, "You've finally decided to return. I thought you two had become so enamored with the universe that you had forsaken Earth's fate." Listening to the contradictory words, Raditz offered a calm smile, his gaze sweeping over the ravaged battlefield and the wreckage of falling ships. He sincerely remarked, "Well done, Vegeta. It seems you have established yourself as a prominent member among Earth's warriors. If it weren't for your efforts here, we would have returned to nothing but ruins." Humph. At this praise, Vegeta let out a proud snort, although the satisfaction in his eyes was unmistakable. He then looked directly at Raditz and stated plainly, "This prince never goes back on his word. Raditz, I have fulfilled my promise. Now, it is time for you to tell me how to become that golden Super Saiyan." With those words, Vegeta's eyes brimmed with unprecedented anticipation and desire. The legendary realm of the Super Saiyan had never felt so close to him. Of course, Raditz nodded. Having no intention of toying with Vegeta, he readily promised, "Once we completely deal with that fellow named King Cold and the troubles he brings, I will teach you the transformation method. Bulma, Raditz." Just then, several figures rushed in from various directions, Krillin, Piccolo, and Tien Shinhan among them. Upon recognizing Raditz's form, joy erupted on each of their faces, uncontrollable and exuberant. The remarkable feat of Raditz slaying Frieza on Namek has long been conveyed by Krillin to everyone. In their hearts, Raditz's formidable power is beyond doubt. His return signifies that even if Frieza's father were to descend personally, Earth would finally possess the fortitude to confront him. Krillin, Tien, and Piccolo, seeing these familiar faces brought immense joy to Bulma, particularly with Tien and Piccolo, both of whom had experienced death and been resurrected by the Dragon Balls. The sight of them standing alive before her made Bulma's eyes glisten with tears, her heart brimming with the joy of reunion. Suddenly, Bulma seemed to recall the most pressing question. She tilted her head up to the steadfast Raditz beside her, anxiously inquiring, "Raditz, when will King Cold arrive? Is his power greater than that of the Gula and Frieza we encountered before?" As soon as the question escaped her lips, the previously jubilant Vegeta and the others fell silent, their gazes fixated intently on Raditz. King Cold, the father of the cosmic tyrant Frieza. They were already aware of this intelligence and vaguely understood that as a father, his strength might surpass that of Frieza. However, they had no clear concept of just how formidable he might be. This uncertainty cast a heavy weight upon them all. "Well, I would say he is indeed slightly stronger." Raditz mused thoughtfully before delivering a somewhat ambiguous response. "But I am not entirely certain of the specifics. My assessment is that his strength should be comparable to Frieza's, but likely a bit weaker than Gula's." In truth, Raditz could only speculate about King Cold's true power based on memory. After all, in the original narrative, this unfortunate cosmic overlord and his mechanized son, Frieza, were swiftly dispatched by the future warrior Trunks upon their introduction, leaving no opportunity to showcase their true capabilities. He recalled having seen various analyses on fan forums, where some asserted with conviction that King Cold concealed his true strength, claiming he consistently surpassed Frieza and even possessed combat prowess rivaling that of Super Saiyan Goku. Unfortunately, all of this remained mere conjecture, lacking any supporting evidence. King Cold had not even had the chance to transform before Trunks dealt with him decisively. However, this at least indicated one thing. King Cold's minimum potential was equivalent to Frieza's final form, considering he could also undergo a fourth transformation, unlike Frieza's third form. He might indeed be somewhat stronger than Gula. Is that so? Then there is nothing to worry about. Upon hearing this conclusion, Bulma let out a long sigh of relief. Her greatest fear had been that King Cold could be stronger than Gula, especially given the terrifying power Gula displayed on Planet Atlar, which even the then Goku could not contend with. Though she remained unaware of the specific details of that battle, it was indeed a fact that Raditz ultimately killed Gula. Now, upon hearing that the power of King Cold was likely inferior to that of Gula, the weight on her heart was substantially lifted. Suddenly, amidst the conversations, a deep, thunderous roar resonated from the distant horizon. Everyone turned towards the sound, only to witness a colossal spaceship, reminiscent of a mountain, tearing through the clouds and descending slowly. A malevolent atmosphere, far more potent than any previous adversary, enveloped them like a storm, emanating from the vessel. King Cooled had arrived. Observing this scene, the expressions of Raditz and the others sharpened, their pupils glinting with intensity. Particularly Raditz, who could distinctly sense the aura radiating from the mothership, estimating its combat power to be around 80 to 90 million. Though he was uncertain which form of King Cooled this was, there was no doubt that this figure's strength was indeed less than that of Gula. With this thought, a confident smile graced Raditz's lips as he stated, "Let us proceed to meet this distant cosmic monarch." He then turned to Bulma, adding, "Bulma, send a message to Goku at once, instructing him to eliminate all the remaining pests in space." Understood. Bulma nodded vigorously, swiftly retrieving a compact communicator from her pocket to edit the message. Meanwhile, Vegeta and the others were struck with astonishment, exclaiming almost in unison, "Kakarot is outside Earth? Has Goku returned? Is Gohan with him?" In that moment, the emotions of Vegeta, Krillin, and Piccolo surged with excitement. In contrast to the formidable yet distant ally Raditz, they evidently cared more for and trusted the ever-optimistic and miraculous Goku. Truly, the unwavering aura of the protagonist was in full effect. Observing the immediate shift in reactions from Vegeta and the others, Raditz couldn't help but roll his eyes internally. Secretly mocking, Krillin and Piccolo are one thing. But when did you, the proud Vegeta, become so concerned about Kakarot? Chapter 15. How could there possibly be other Saiyans in this world? Despite feeling somewhat exasperated, Raditz maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, explaining lightly, "Indeed, I had previously infiltrated Cooled's fleet with them. Now, since the leader Cooled has personally set foot on Earth, there is no longer any necessity for those tin cans lingering beyond our planet." He shifted his tone, a hint of coldness creeping in as he continued. The tragedy that occurred on Namek was sufficient for one lifetime. Upon hearing this, both Vegeta and Krillin's expressions shifted slightly. The haunting memories of the despairing explosion that marked the end of Namek surged back to them. Had they been able to preemptively eliminate the remnants of Frieza's forces, that beautiful green planet might have evaded its tragic fate. Contemplating this, Krillin nodded emphatically, his tone laden with agreement. Indeed, those spacecraft must be dealt with immediately. Otherwise, the mere discharge of their main cannons could obliterate the Earth from the star chart, and all would be lost. Upon hearing this, Tien and the others experienced an epiphany. Recognizing the formidable threat concealed within those seemingly innocuous spacecraft, their expressions turned grave. Although individual combat prowess dictated the course of events in this era of might, the power of technology was equally formidable. Meanwhile, the colossal flagship crashed into the ground, creating a shallow crater as the hatch slowly opened. "King Cold, we have arrived on Earth." A senior officer hurried to the throne, respectfully reporting, "According to intelligence, this planet harbors a miraculous creation known as the Dragon Balls. Acquiring them would enable the resurrection of King Frieza and King Cooler." Indeed, at this, King Cold, seated upon his throne, nodded slowly. His immense form rose from the shadows, an invisible aura of oppression enveloping the entire command bridge. "Let us proceed. I wish to witness these so-called Super Saiyans with mine own eyes." His voice was frigid and imbued with malice. "Those filthy wild monkeys who dared to slay my two sons, Frieza and Cooler, and thwart my grand design to conquer the universe shall face their demise." With these words, King Cold strode forward, departing the spacecraft like a meteor. As his feet touched the soil of Earth, his sharp gaze immediately locked onto Raditz and his companions approaching from the distance. A glint of icy malice flickered in his eyes. Earthlings and wild monkeys. He emitted a disdainful snort, too apathetic to engage personally, merely gesturing carelessly. "Go, eliminate them all." "Yes, King Cold." With a synchronized response, hundreds of extraterrestrial warriors clad in standardized combat attire surged forth from the flagship, transforming into a dark tide that rushed toward Raditz and his allies with a piercing sound of slicing air. The enemy's forces have arrived. Witnessing the overwhelming onslaught, Krillin and the others' expressions grew somber. They could distinctly sense that this advancing enemy was markedly different from the previous vanguard. Each one exuded a refined and formidable aura, their strength far surpassing that of mere foot soldiers. A mere swarm of ants. A cold scoff interrupted the tension. Vegeta wore the distinctive pride of a Saiyan prince, his disdain palpable towards the legion before him. He then casually raised his hand, palm upward, unleashing a myriad of radiant energy blasts that erupted like a volcanic explosion. tracing lethal arcs in the air as they collided with the advancing dark tide. A cacophony of deafening explosions erupted, resonating through the heavens as if a multitude of deathly blossoms had burst forth in the sky, accompanied by piercing cries. The scene unfolded vividly. Formidable extraterrestrial warriors were mercilessly torn asunder amidst the tempestuous energy storm, reduced to mere ashes. With a combat prowess nearing 4 million, Vegeta confronted these so-called elite forces with the ease of a tiger among sheep. Well done, Vegeta. The onlookers, including Krillin, could not help but cheer at the spectacle, especially Tien, whose eyes brimmed with a mixture of relief and apprehension. Aside from Krillin and Piccolo, who still possessed some fighting spirit, the rest, with their meager battle power of around 10,000, would scarcely withstand a single encounter with this elite army. Yet, Raditz, at this moment, remained indifferent to the one-sided massacre below. His gaze was steadfastly fixed on a certain expanse of air above the king of the Kurd spaceship, and within his deep-set eyes flickered a glimmer of profound anticipation. In affirmation of his expectations, an intense white light unexpectedly erupted in the void. Within this brilliance, a uniquely shaped white machine, bearing the marks of time, silently materialized, hovering gracefully above the flagship of the king of the Kurds. What is that? Could it be that the enemy has reinforcements? This sudden development did not escape the notice of Vegeta, Krillin, and the others, who immediately gasped in astonishment. Their previously eased hearts now filled with trepidation. Although they did not recognize the machine referred to as a time machine, they could vaguely sense a powerful and unfamiliar aura emanating from it, its intensity rivaling their own. At last, has it arrived? A spark of brilliance ignited in Raditz's eyes as he tightened his grip on Bulma. The time machine, it has indeed manifested. The individual from the future has ultimately arrived in this era. But who could this visitor be? Is it the familiar Trunks, or an entirely new entity? Has the union of himself and Bulma altered the course of the future? Would the figure emerging from that portal be Trunks, Vegeta's son, or perhaps the offspring of himself and Bulma? If it is Trunks, it implies that while these parallel worlds are interconnected, there exists no absolute hierarchy between them. His actions do not directly eclipse Trunks' future. However, if it is another individual, it signifies that the trajectory of the world can indeed be fundamentally altered. Under the watchful eyes of all below, filled with suspicion, vigilance, and anticipation, the dazzling white light of the time machine gradually receded like a tide. As the hatch opened, a purple-haired youth, wielding a long sword and exuding unwavering determination, emerged from within. Trunks, it is truly him. Upon recognizing the visitor's visage, the burden that had weighed heavily on Raditz's heart was finally lifted. He immediately comprehended that the future world from which Trunks hailed likely bore no direct causal connection to the current timeline in which he found himself. It could be asserted that although Trunks successfully returned to the past, everything he undertook here, regardless of its success or failure, could no longer alter the hellish future he had escaped. In that moment, Raditz involuntarily exhaled a sigh of relief. If the visitor were not Trunks, but rather the offspring of himself and Bulma, it would imply that even he had met with defeat in that future, a future equally engulfed in despair. Who are you? On the ground, King Cold gazed upward at the suddenly materialized Trunks, issuing a commanding reprimand, his eyes brimming with suspicion. Upon witnessing King Cold's presence, a chilling glint flickered in Trunks' eyes, imbued with deep-seated hatred. His gaze then swept across the vicinity, seemingly in search of something. He did not spot the familiar figure, which left a clear expression of confusion on Trunks' face. Almost instinctively, he inquired, "Where is Frieza?" According to historical records, he should be appearing here alongside you. Upon hearing this, King Cold's brow furrowed into a tight knot. Trunks' seemingly casual question was, for him, a most venomous provocation. After all, the fact that Frieza had been slain was undeniable, and this unknown boy's words were a blatant attempt to incite anger by referencing his son's death. "You little brat from Earth, perish." A tempest of wrath ignited within King Cold, and he deemed it unnecessary to utter another word. He swiftly raised his finger, and a beam of deathly energy, coalescing with terrifying force, shot forth toward Trunks in the air, akin to a striking serpent. Too slow. In contrast to this lethal strike, Trunks merely tilted his head in disdain, effortlessly evading King Cold's assault. His eyes flashed with a fierce determination, as if he had resolved upon a course of action. Irrespective of the circumstances, he would first eliminate this old fool, and then seek out Frieza's whereabouts. As the words escaped his lips, Trunks emitted a suppressed roar, a golden aura erupting from within him, transforming his hair into a resplendent gold. In an instant, he became a golden streak of light, surging toward King Cold on the ground with a velocity surpassing that of before. The Golden Warrior. You are one of those wild monkeys. Witnessing this iconic transformation, King Cold was momentarily taken aback, only for his expression to twist into one of greater ferocity and rage as he roared in response to the golden flash. Is that a Super Saiyan? How is it possible? Another Super Saiyan has appeared. This spectacle elicited incredulous gasps from Krillin and the others observing from the ground. Their faces were etched with shock, gazing at Trunks as if he were a monstrous apparition. No, this is absolutely impossible. The one who found this reality the most intolerable was Vegeta. At this moment, his eyes were wide with disbelief, bloodshot, and brimming with an overwhelming jealousy. Apart from Raditz, Kakarot, and that half-breed brat Gohan, how could there possibly be any other Saiyans in this world? I have never even encountered a Super Saiyan. By what right can he transform into one? It is no wonder that Vegeta has lost his composure. He does not care how many Saiyans exist in this universe. However, the term Super Saiyan represents his lifelong pursuit and the pride of his royal heritage. Every individual who surpasses him and reaches this realm first is a ruthless affront to his dignity. The fact that Raditz and Goku have already transcended him fills him with immense humiliation and disbelief. Now another has emerged, and he appears so remarkably youthful. Please, don't kill me. At that moment, a heart-wrenching plea snapped everyone back from their astonishment. They turned towards the sound to see the imperious King Cold, now missing an arm. Staring in sheer terror at the golden-haired youth before him, trembling as he spoke, "As long as you spare my life, I am willing to offer you 10 planets. No, 100. I will give you 100 prosperous worlds." However, such temptations held no significance for Trunks, who hailed from a desolate future. He merely tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze icy and devoid of emotion. King Cold, perish. In the next instant, a flash of light surged forth. Trunks swung his sword in a swift, decisive strike, cleaving King Cold's massive form in two. Without pausing, he raised his other hand, palm directed at the falling corpse, and unleashed a ki blast, obliterating the last vestiges of the tyrant's existence from this world. Having resolved this matter, Trunks did not revert from his Super Saiyan transformation. He turned, his golden eyes scanning the surroundings, seemingly fixated on locating Frieza's presence. Beep. Mission triggered. Defeat Trunks. Mission reward. Dragon Fist. Beep. Mission triggered. Teach Trunks to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Mission reward. 1 Bloodline Evolution Privilege. At that moment, 2 system notifications, only audible to Raditz, resonated clearly in his mind. Instantly, Raditz's expression transformed into one of uncontainable excitement. On his journey back to Earth, he had anticipated triggering a mission to eliminate King Cold. Yet the system had remained silent, prompting his reluctance to act hastily. Little did he expect that after Trunks had slain King Cold, he would be the one to activate the subsequent missions. Dragon Fist. That was one of Goku's ultimate techniques, unparalleled in power. Yet, what stirred his heart even more was the Bloodline Evolution Privilege. This was precisely what Raditz desired most at this moment. His current inferior transmission bloodline has grown immensely powerful. Should it evolve once more, his strength will undergo a cataclysmic transformation. Contemplating this, Raditz's gaze ignited with fervor. He gently addressed Bulma beside him. "Bulma, please wait here for a moment. I shall have a brief conversation with that intriguing young man." With that, Raditz carefully placed Bulma on a relatively secure hillock and, without further hesitation, his form morphed into a streak of black lightning as he sped towards Trunks' location. Witnessing this, Vegeta and the others refrained from hastily pursuing him. This unexpectedly appeared golden-haired Super Saiyan, though he had decisively vanquished King Cold, rendering them a great service, remained an enigma. The nature of his allegiance, friend or foe, was still unclear. While Raditz possessed unfathomable power and harbored no fear of the unknown, Vegeta and his companions dared not approach recklessly. Should this mysterious figure prove to be an adversary, his prowess in dispatching King Cold could spell doom for them in an instant. A sharp sound sliced through the air as Raditz arrived before Trunks in the blink of an eye. Noticing Trunks still searching for Frieza, Raditz spoke with keen interest. "What are you looking for? Who are you?" The sudden appearance of Raditz startled Trunks, prompting him to step back and grasp his long sword tightly, his expression one of intense vigilance. In his recollection, a being of Raditz's caliber should not exist in this era. Furthermore, the formidable and perilous aura emanating from the man before him instinctively warned Trunks that he was no benign presence. "I am your adversary." A mischievous, malevolent smile curled upon Raditz's lips as he scrutinized Trunks like prey, slowly articulating, "Having slain the illustrious King Cold, you cannot naively believe you shall leave here unscathed. All Saiyans must perish." At that moment, Raditz's playful spirit surged forth. He unabashedly unleashed the palpable, war-hardened killing intent within him, sweeping toward Trunks like a frigid tide. Since the objective was to defeat Trunks, he intended to compel him to unleash his full power. Moreover, as Trunks evidently did not recognize him, it presented an excellent opportunity to toy with this boy from the future and thoroughly ascertain the depths of his strength. Adversary. Confronted by the chilling killing intent that threatened to freeze him, Trunks felt no doubt linger in his mind. Gripping the hilt of his sword, his gaze hardened with gravity. "Then let me send you to reunite with King Cold." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Trunks transformed into a golden flash. His long sword slicing through the air with a fierce wind, unhesitatingly aimed at Raditz's vital points. "Come at me." Faced with the rapid onslaught, the smile at the corner of Raditz's mouth deepened. With a mere thought, the power within him was instantly activated, propelling him into a state of fury. In the blink of an eye, Raditz's form expanded at a visible pace, transforming into a towering giant nearly 3 meters tall. His fists, as large as cooking pots, were enveloped in a layer of grass-green, frenzied energy. Confronted by Trunks' razor-sharp sword, he did not flinch or evade. Instead, he unleashed a powerful punch that collided directly with the blade. A resounding boom, akin to a great bell tolling, erupted between the two. Raditz's massive form swayed only slightly, while Trunks' determined strike was forcefully halted by Raditz's bare fist. What immense strength! Trunks lifted his gaze, staring in astonishment at the suddenly transformed giant before him. His golden eyes filled with disbelief and trepidation. Weakness permeated the air. The contrast between Trunks' shock and Raditz's response was stark. Raditz merely shook his head, a hint of frustration and resignation flickering across his colossal visage. From their previous clash, he had already gleaned the essence of Trunks' strength. The young warrior, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, possessed a combat power estimated at around 150 million, were it not for the foolish arrogance of King Cold, who failed to transform into his final form. Trunks would likely have struggled significantly to overcome him with such meager power. This observation also illuminated a critical issue. Trunks, hailing from a future world, had lacked the mentorship of formidable allies like Goku and Vegeta, which stunted his growth. With the looming threat of the androids, Goku, Vegeta, and others had perished, leaving him ignorant even of the fundamental techniques required to harness the full power of a Super Saiyan. It seemed he would require some substantial provocation to awaken his potential. Chapter 16. Wild Monkey, are you engaging in futile resistance? Given his current state, guiding him to comprehend the realm of Super Saiyan 2 would be an extraordinary challenge. As he contemplated this, a wicked smirk graced Raditz's lips. He contemptuously beckoned Trunks with a flick of his finger. "If this is all your strength, then today, you shall perish here. You insolent fool." Trunks' expression darkened at these words. Raditz's disparaging demeanor ignited a blaze of fury within him. Clenching his sword tightly, he surged forward, unleashing a tempest of attacks upon Raditz. This time, Trunks dared not exhibit the slightest hint of carelessness. He had come to realize that the giant before him possessed strength equal to his own. With a fierce cry, Trunks wielded his sword, creating a dazzling display of silver light in the air. Countless sharp beams of sword energy enveloped Raditz's massive form, forming an impenetrable web of lethal force. In response, Raditz merely curled his lip in disdain. He did not retaliate actively, but instead employed the agile techniques learned on Planet Atlar, effortlessly evading the intricate web of swords with an ethereal grace, dodging all attacks by mere fractions. During his year-long stay on Planet Atlar, although Raditz focused primarily on mastering those extraordinary techniques, his unique Saiyan bloodline subtly enhanced his combat prowess. Consequently, his current battle strength had astonishingly reached over 14 million. Now, having unleashed the tenfold amplification of his rage state, he possessed a combat power index that could rival or even surpass Trunks. Raditz, race, Saiyan, bloodline, transcendent, inferior, Combat Power Index, 14, 35 million. Transformations, Rage State. Transcendent Mode, Abilities, Extreme Fist Technique, Agile Maneuver, Instant Transmission, Kamehameha, Kaioken, Shape-Shifting, Fusion Technique. This is impossible. After an explosive onslaught, Trunks found his composure shattering. His attacks, potent enough to cleave mountains, failed to graze a single hair on his opponent. Raditz's calm, almost leisurely evasion was an unfathomable shock to him. There is nothing impossible. Raditz abruptly halted, casting a penetrating gaze at Trunks, and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Your power is commendable, yet your combat skills are woefully inadequate. Moreover, your training in your base form is exceedingly lacking. It is precisely this weak foundation that has resulted in your mere 150 million combat power after transformation. Young one, if this is all you can muster, I lack the patience to continue indulging in this child's play. Though the worthless King Cold is dead, I shall continue to execute his plans and commands. I will personally eradicate all life on Earth, and then utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect the great King Cold, King Frieza, and King Cooler. What? Upon hearing this, Trunks was instantly alarmed. If Raditz truly intended to annihilate all of Earth's inhabitants, what was the purpose of his perilous return to this era? What he sought to change was that tragic past. If the androids had yet to appear and this terrifying being obliterated the world first, what would be the significance of all his efforts? Do not underestimate me. A torrent of rage ignited within Trunks, unleashing a defiant roar. In that moment, his energy surged dramatically. The golden aura intensified. In the blink of an eye, his previously estimated combat power of around 150 million surged to nearly 180 million. Indeed. Upon witnessing this scene, Raditz felt an overwhelming sense of joy. As he had anticipated, the future world's Trunks possessed formidable potential as well. It merely lay dormant, hindered by a lack of proper guidance and activation, rendering him immature. Now, under the impetus of Raditz's words, Trunks' emotions spiraled out of control, with reason being supplanted by fury, which, in turn, catalyzed the latent power of the warrior race, the Saiyans, within him, awakening it at an alarming pace. With this realization, Raditz finally launched his counterattack. The extreme easy fist technique erupted instantly, complemented by the elusive movement of the free-flowing method. Despite the staggering disparity in their combat power, Raditz moved with an effortless grace, evading Trunks' assaults with ease. In stark contrast, his seemingly slow yet lightning-fast fists relentlessly penetrated Trunks' defenses, landing solid blows that forced Trunks to cough up blood and retreat incessantly. This cannot be happening. I will not lose. I absolutely refuse to lose. In an instant, Trunks' mindset became entirely reclusive. Despite his significant increase in strength, why could he not overcome this adversary before him? The most alarming realization was the unmistakable sensation of his boiling power beginning to wane. The transformation into a Super Saiyan was depleting his stamina at an alarming rate. If he failed to dispatch this foe swiftly, he would indeed risk the annihilation of Earth. At that moment, all would be lost. I shall not permit you to destroy the Earth. With a heart-wrenching roar, Trunks' physique suddenly swelled at a visibly rapid pace. His muscles bulged, and an overwhelming aura surged forth, amplifying his power significantly. His combat power, initially around 180 million, soared past the 200 million mark, reaching an astonishing 210 million. The dramatic escalation of strength momentarily dulled Trunks' pain. With a sudden, fierce determination, he raised his long sword, channeling all his might towards Raditz with a powerful downward strike. Double King Kai Fist. Raditz, witnessing this, felt a spark of brilliance in his eyes. Without hesitation, he activated the King Kai Fist, augmenting his strength twofold, nearing the terrifying threshold of 300 million. A crimson aura enveloped him instantaneously. He slowly raised his hand, and against the cataclysmic sword strike, he effortlessly grasped the descending blade with a single hand. His expression was cold and indifferent as he spoke slowly. Weak, utterly weak. An erroneous evolutionary path. Although you have gained greater power in a short span, your speed has correspondingly diminished. Furthermore, in this state, your energy is depleting at an astonishing rate, is it not? If my calculations are correct, you can endure no more than 3 minutes before exhaustion renders you vulnerable. Upon uttering those words, Trunks, whose face had turned crimson from the surge of power, instantly paled to a ghostly white. He had never anticipated that despite his considerable increase in strength and the hope he had harbored for a reversal of fate, his opponent could effortlessly pierce through the weaknesses and flaws of his current form with but a single statement. Most importantly, he could distinctly perceive the terrifying red aura emanating from Raditz, whose inner strength had far surpassed his comprehension. Is this how I am to perish? A desperate thought flickered through his mind, yet in an instant, Trunks clenched his jaw, a glimmer of resolute determination flashing in his golden eyes. He fixated on Raditz and roared, "I will kill you, even if it means our mutual destruction." With that, Trunks unleashed a primal roar, discarding the sword that Raditz had seized, and, with unwavering resolve, he propelled his clenched fist towards Raditz's face with ferocity. In that moment, Trunks had embraced the notion of death, even if it meant he could never return to the desolate future he had known. He was determined to eliminate the colossal threat that stood before him. Only in this way could he possibly prevent this era's Earth from transforming into the hellish vision etched in his memories. Ah, has the realization finally dawned upon you? Observing this scene, Raditz remained outwardly indifferent, yet deep within, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. It was only through the acceptance of certain demise that Trunks could truly be reborn from the depths of despair. Only then could he awaken the dormant, immense potential of a Saiyan within him, allowing for genuine growth and strength. With this thought in mind, Raditz raised his other hand, effortlessly deflecting Trunks' desperate blow, and spoke in an exceedingly derisive tone. "Mutual destruction? You? Filthy wild monkey, your strength is far too feeble. You lack the right to even discuss such a notion with me. Once I deal with you, I shall eradicate every human on this planet. Then, after reviving King Frieza and the others, we will unite to eliminate Goku and Gohan. Thus, all you repugnant Saiyan monkeys will be utterly exterminated." Upon hearing these words, a heart-wrenching roar erupted from Trunks' mouth. He was filled with indignation. He was engulfed in fury. Raditz was overwhelmingly powerful, instilling a sense of hopelessness. Thus, Trunks' resolve to embrace mutual destruction solidified even further. If such a terrifying existence were to remain alive, this world would surely face annihilation. In an instant, Trunks' energy began to surge wildly. His already formidable physique expanded even further, causing his combat power index to soar once more, nearing an astonishing 230 million. Yet, despite this, Trunks found himself unable to free his wrist from the unyielding grip of Raditz. He continued to emit low growls and fierce roars, but his resistance was futile. Even the punches and kicks he launched at Raditz could not inflict even the slightest scratch upon the latter's iron-like physique. This scene only deepened Trunks' despair. "Are you done playing, wild monkey?" Observing Trunks, who had succumbed to hopelessness, a glimmer of malevolence flashed in Raditz's eyes, signaling that the moment had come. He declared, "If that is the case, then this tedious farce must come to an end." With that, Raditz seized Trunks' long sword lying nearby, and without hesitation, plunged it into Trunks' abdomen. However, Raditz had meticulously controlled the angle and force of his strike. Although it appeared fatal, it would not claim Trunks' life. Even in this state, the vitality of a Super Saiyan would allow him to survive for several days without issue. Ah! A piercing scream escaped Trunks' lips as his eyes widened in shock. His once mighty form, inflated by power, began to shrink at a visible rate. Moments later, Trunks finally reverted from his Super Saiyan state, collapsing to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, writhing in agony. Boring. Raditz looked down upon Trunks, slowly dissipating his Kaioken aura while maintaining his colossal form, and spoke in a chilling tone. "Wild monkey, those earthlings over there must be quite dear to you, yes? Although I am unaware of the nature of your bonds, witnessing your loved ones perish before your eyes should prove most entertaining. You killed King Cold, and today, I shall grant you a slow demise steeped in endless suffering and despair." With that, Raditz delivered a powerful kick, sending the fallen Trunks flying across the terrain like a mere ball. He skillfully controlled the trajectory to ensure Trunks could clearly see the hill where Vegeta and the others were situated. Without hesitation, Raditz advanced with heavy strides toward the area occupied by Vegeta and the others, his murderous aura intensifying, as if he were truly intent on annihilating them all. "No, stop." This scene struck Trunks' heart like the sharpest dagger. He realized Raditz was genuinely going to attack Vegeta, Bulma, and his future comrades of this era. Yet, his cries were but a whisper amidst the chaos of battle. Raditz paid no heed, continuing his resolute march step by step. though the corner of his eye remained fixated on Trunks. Now, we stand at the critical juncture. With just a final, fervent provocation, there exists the possibility of Trunks transcending his limits, ultimately transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan 2. Certainly, even if this attempt to incite him fails, the immense emotional upheaval will undoubtedly enhance Trunks' power significantly, sparing him considerable effort in his future endeavors. No, no. As Raditz's figure draws perilously closer to his companions, Trunks descends into a frenzied state of despair. Emitting desperate howls, he struggles against excruciating pain, rising once more from the ground. He pays no heed to the sword still embedded in his abdomen, raising his hands as countless energy blasts rain down upon Raditz's back like a tempest. Witnessing this, Raditz's brow furrows ever so slightly, yet he remains unfazed, even too apathetic to glance back, opting instead to endure the onslaught with his own body. The earth trembles as a cacophony of explosions echoes, the area surrounding Raditz engulfed in flames and debris, transforming into a desolate wasteland. However, how could the feeble attacks of the severely injured Trunks possibly harm Raditz, who is in a state of fury? As the dust settles, Raditz emerges unscathed. His advancing steps falter momentarily as he turns his gaze toward Trunks, tauntingly remarking, "Wild monkey, are you engaging in futile resistance? If so, prepare to witness the torment of your loved ones perishing before your very eyes." With that, Raditz slowly raises his hand, palm facing upward, as a tremendous energy begins to coalesce rapidly, forming a resplendent sphere of power. In the blink of an eye, this energy orb swells at a visible pace, expanding to a colossal size, radiating an aura of annihilation. No, please no. At this sight, Trunks is utterly consumed by panic, his heart drowning in boundless terror. He struggles to intervene, to rush forward, yet his grievous abdominal wound renders him incapable. As the immense energy sphere, akin to a miniature sun, glides from Raditz's hand toward the distant hill where Vegeta, Bulma, and others reside, the anguish and despair in Trunks' eyes reach a fever pitch. "I command you to stop." In the next moment, a brilliant, pure golden aura erupts from Trunks, soaring like a pillar of light that pierces the heavens. It is evident that his previously diminished battle power skyrockets instantaneously to approximately 8 million. Following this, Trunks transcends the ordinary Super Saiyan form and enters the full-power Super Saiyan state. At this moment, his formidable combat power reached an unprecedented and terrifying peak of 560 million. However, Trunks, in this instant, could scarcely afford to concern himself with Raditz. In a flash, he propelled himself forward with a speed that surpassed all prior moments, appearing instantaneously before the colossal energy sphere. The next second, Trunks abruptly drew the long sword embedded in his abdomen, fueled by an overwhelming rage, and with a fierce swing, he cleaved the immense energy ball, capable of obliterating a city, cleanly in two, causing it to dissipate into the air. Though Trunks held his sword, blood streamed from his abdomen, rendering him a pitiful sight. Yet, his golden eyes blazed with boundless fury and a chilling intent to kill, fixating intensely on Raditz in the distance as he roared, "You wretched creature. Today marks your end. I shall not allow you to harm my loved ones. I will slay you." Chapter 17. This mysterious Super Saiyan, a disdain for himself. In this moment, Trunks seemed to channel all the hatred of the future world towards androids into the man before him. With sword in hand, he transformed into a golden lightning bolt, swifter and more ferocious than ever, charging wildly at Raditz. Almost there. Observing this scene, Raditz chuckled. Although Trunks had not transformed into Super Saiyan 2 as he had anticipated, he was currently at full power as a Super Saiyan. With a little more guidance, breaking through that final barrier to attain Super Saiyan 2 would not be a daunting task. With this thought, Raditz ceased his playful antics. He lifted his head to confront the golden lightning, slowly declaring, "Indeed, it is time to conclude this. Trunks, let you witness the true power of a Saiyan." A low, guttural roar erupted from the depths of Raditz's throat, unlike any human sound. A grass-green energy flame erupted from him like a volcanic eruption, unannounced. This ruthless energy wave formed a tangible shockwave, violently launching the unprepared Trunks like a kite severed from its string. In that same instant, Raditz, already towering at 3 meters, astonishingly grew even taller, every muscle fiber writhing and reconfiguring. At this moment, he entered the legendary Super Saiyan mode. The planet's lament resonated as the very tectonic plates of Earth seemed to shift under unbearable strain, groaning in agony. The Earth-splitting grass-green energy column violently tore through the azure atmosphere, piercing the heavens like a sword, plunging into the profound silence of the cosmos. Thud! A heavy sound of impact echoed. In the distance, Vegeta, the proud prince of the Saiyans, found himself unable to suppress the tremors coursing through his legs. Collapsing helplessly to the ground. For the first time, his eyes, always filled with defiance, were overtaken by an emotion called fear. What manner of creature is this? How could Raditz's power escalate to such unfathomable heights? Is this a new transformation of the Super Saiyan? Shouldn't it manifest in a blinding golden hue? The gasps of Krillin and others echoed around him, their words imbued with a chaotic sense of logic turned on its head, their gazes fixed on the green demon, filled solely with terror. No, this is absolutely impossible. That is not the Super Saiyan we know. Could it be that Raditz has surpassed the realm of Super Saiyans? Vegeta's face bore a profound disbelief deeper than that of his companions, as he felt his worldview being ruthlessly shattered. Just moments ago, Trunks had displayed a power that had already left him reeling. Yet now, Trunks, whose combat power exceeded 500 million, appeared as insignificant as a mere grain of sand in the vast desert before Raditz's cataclysmic aura. The sound of metal clashing rang out, a symbol of despair. The sword slipped helplessly from Trunks's grasp, pinned to the ground by the weight of an oppressive pressure akin to a mountain, rendering him immobile. The light in his eyes faded, leaving only endless desolation. No, this must be a nightmare. His lips moved, uttering incoherent murmurs. How could his power possibly reach such terrifying heights? Why does this era give rise to such illogical foes? At that moment, Raditz at the center of the storm slowly opened his eyes. A flicker of unexpected astonishment crossed his countenance. He felt a momentary strangeness and disorientation from the power surging within him. This force was not the 14 billion he had anticipated, but an astonishing figure that made his heart skip a beat. 140 billion. However, before the euphoric thought could fully form, a heart-wrenching pain surged through his limbs. Almost instantly, his engorged body shrank as if pierced by a pin, reverting to its normal height of 1.87 meters. In that fleeting moment of transformation, the staggering combat power of over 140 billion ebbed away like a receding tide, vanishing without a trace. In its place was the stable yet unremarkable 14 billion. Moreover, the intense pain persisted, seemingly seeping from the depths of his soul, tormenting every nerve. Damn it, my body cannot withstand this. He muttered a curse under his breath, yet acted without hesitation, swiftly retrieving a gleaming bean from his pocket and tossing it into his mouth. With a gulp, the bean slid down his throat, and a warm current spread through his entire being. The agony that threatened to tear him apart dissipated like snow under the sun, vanishing in an instant. At this moment, Raditz finally exhaled deeply, standing upright once more from the ground. However, his mind was racing at an extraordinary speed. What on earth was happening? That fleeting glimpse of over 14 billion in battle power, was it a consequence of forcibly activating the legendary Super Saiyan mode built upon his state of rage? In other words, was this the most primal and ferocious true form of the Super Saiyan transformation? First, amplifying his normal state tenfold with rage, and then, based on that, achieving a 100-fold enhancement of the Super Saiyan? The sheer madness of this thought left even Raditz himself shaken by the terrifying implications. If this were indeed the case, he seemed to grasp why the power disparity between the old and new versions of Broly in his memories was so vast. The root of the issue lay in the purity and level of the Super Saiyan bloodline. The failure to transform earlier was likely due to his own bloodline level being insufficient to sustain the energy consumption required for such an extreme state. This revelation made his heart race uncontrollably. As long as he could elevate his Super Saiyan bloodline to a sufficient height, then he could truly harness that world-destroying power. Evolutionary authority. I need more evolutionary authority. In an instant, Raditz's breathing became frantic, his gaze locking onto the young Trunks, who had just risen from the ground like a predator fixated on its prey. That look even held a hint of crimson. If I can guide this boy to break through to the Super Saiyan 2 realm, I will gain another precious opportunity for evolution. At that moment, my Super Saiyan bloodline could ascend once more, and perhaps, just perhaps, I would have the chance to touch that fleeting pinnacle I glimpsed earlier. Boom, boom. Just as Raditz's inner turmoil surged, a deafening roar echoed from the heavens above. Instinctively, he looked up to see menacing cosmic warships in the distant outer space exploding like firecrackers, bursting into vibrant sparks. Two golden figures, enveloped in boundless fury, had breached the atmosphere. It was Goku and Gohan. The father and son duo, in their Super Saiyan forms, were unleashing blue Kamehameha waves, relentlessly clearing out the invaders from the cosmos. Oh, have they finally decided to return? Witnessing this scene, the corners of Raditz's tightly drawn mouth finally curled into a relaxed smile. Since Goku and Gohan had returned, he could enjoy some leisure, no longer needing to personally deal with those insignificant foes. With this thought, Raditz averted his gaze, adjusted his mindset, and began to leisurely stride toward Trunks' position. Tap, tap, tap. The steady sound of his footsteps seemed to tread upon Trunks' fragile nerves with every step. In his eyes, an indelible despair lingered. He fixated intently on the leisurely approaching figure, his heart brimming with reluctance, yet overshadowed by a chilling reality he could do nothing to alter. The after-effects of forcibly squeezing out his potential, coupled with the terrifying pressure of over 14 billion combat power he had just experienced, rendered Trunks utterly weakened, barely able to stand. As the man, resembling a demonic deity, drew ever closer, Trunks gradually closed his eyes. "Mother, forgive me," his voice barely audible. "I have failed, and there is no turning back." Ding. Side quest completed. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, Dragon Fist. A cold system notification echoed sharply in his mind. In the next moment, a torrent of information surged in, imprinting the essence of the Dragon Fist technique, its application, and the methods of energy flow deep within Raditz's memory. Indeed, what an excellent reward. After absorbing the information about the Dragon Fist, Raditz could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. This was one of Son Goku's ultimate techniques, and in terms of destructive power, it could surpass the Kamehameha wave on certain levels. With this thought in mind, he continued his stride without hesitation, approaching Trunks directly. Under Trunks' astonished gaze, Raditz casually retrieved a senzu bean and, in an undeniable manner, placed it into Trunks' mouth, assisting him in swallowing it. Gulp. As the senzu bean settled in, a miraculous warmth enveloped his entire being. Trunks felt a sudden jolt as the ghastly wounds across his body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, he had restored himself to his peak condition. He abruptly raised his head, staring incredulously at Raditz. Why did you save me?" At that moment, Trunks' mind was utterly overwhelmed. He had prepared himself for certain death, even rehearsing his last words in his mind. Yet now, the very man who had nearly taken his life had inexplicably saved him. This was more astonishing than his journey through time, leaving him momentarily unable to distinguish reality from illusion. "Ask me why I saved you," Raditz replied, a cryptic smile playing on his lips, effortlessly pulling the still-dazed Trunks from the ground. His expression had now regained its composure. "Because, from the very beginning, we were never enemies. My earlier actions were merely a small test of your power and intentions. The evidence has shown that you are not here to invade Earth, nor are you an evil being. Thus, I have no reason to take your life." "What?" Trunks was utterly bewildered upon hearing this. He stared blankly at Raditz, his face vividly displaying disbelief. What a joke. Who was that menacing figure exuding villainous energy just moments ago? How had he suddenly transformed into a protector of Earth? The plot twist unfolds with astonishing rapidity. What exactly has transpired? Raditz. Raditz. At that moment, several familiar voices echoed from a short distance away. Soon, the figures of Vegeta, Bulma, Krillin, and others soared into this chaotic battlefield one after another. "Raditz, are you all right?" As soon as Bulma landed, she hurriedly approached Raditz, scrutinizing him with concern etched in her beautiful eyes. Although the terrifying power she had just witnessed was fleeting, she instinctively sensed that Raditz had sustained considerable injuries in that brief moment. "It's nothing," Raditz replied with a calm smile, gently pulling Bulma into his embrace and soothing her. "Just a minor nuisance with some potential. He poses no real threat. However, the burden of that transformation was somewhat beyond my control, and I have yet to master it perfectly." Upon hearing this explanation, Bulma felt an immediate sense of relief, her anxious heart finally at ease. Her gaze then shifted to the purple-haired youth who remained in a dazed state not far away. "By the way, who is this guy? Since you claim he is not a villain and is even a Super Saiyan, why have we never encountered him before?" Bulma's inquiry echoed the thoughts of everyone present. Krillin and the others also looked curiously at Trunks, especially Vegeta, who could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward and sternly questioned, "Who exactly are you?" "As far as I know, I should be familiar with every surviving Saiyan in this universe. Your existence is impossible." Dad. Upon seeing the simultaneously familiar and unfamiliar face of Vegeta, Trunks' expression turned extraordinarily complex. At this juncture, he belatedly realized that the unfolding events diverged significantly from the history he knew. Although he had successfully returned to the past, the trajectory of this world seemed entirely different from his memories. In this timeline, there appeared to be no hint of a romantic connection between Vegeta and his mother, Bulma. Moreover, Bulma seemed to share an unusually intimate relationship with the formidable Saiyan who had just defeated him. What could possibly be the explanation for this? In that moment, a myriad of questions and chaotic thoughts filled Trunks' mind like a tangled mess. He was utterly disoriented, even forgetting to respond to Vegeta's inquiry. TCH. Observing Trunks' disregard, Vegeta's displeasure manifested as he pouted, a deep sense of resentment flickering in his eyes. He instinctively believed that this enigmatic Super Saiyan looked down upon him. This perception inflicted an unprecedented blow to Vegeta's already inflated pride. After all, he was the prince of all Saiyans. Yet now, on this small planet Earth, an array of fellow Saiyans emerged, each one a Super Saiyan in their own right. What is even more infuriating is that their strength is increasingly formidable, each one more monstrous than the last, pressing down upon him relentlessly. This sensation nearly drives Vegeta to madness. At that moment, two clear voices resounded from the horizon. Everyone turned to see the figures of Goku and Gohan descending from the skies. It seemed they had thoroughly eradicated the uninvited fleets from outer space. "Kakarot, is everything taken care of?" Raditz inquired with a slight nod. "Were there any stragglers?" "Not a single one." Goku shook his head, his expression unusually grave. "Those who invaded Earth have been dealt with entirely by Gohan and me. However, I must ask, who is this young man? He is also a Super Saiyan and appears quite powerful." As he spoke, Goku's face instantly shifted to one of curiosity, eyeing Trunks with keen interest. With Raditz's assistance, Trunks had already stepped into the full power of Super Saiyan, a level of strength that far surpassed Goku's current capabilities. "Mr. Goku," Trunks finally emerged from his chaotic thoughts. Upon seeing Goku, who maintained his Super Saiyan form, radiating warmth and vitality, a flicker of hope ignited in his once darkened eyes. Though he was unaware of the specific events that had transpired, his ultimate purpose for this journey had always been to seek out the man before him. With this in mind, Trunks took a step forward, speaking earnestly. "I have come here specifically for you." "For me?" Goku raised an eyebrow, his expression tinged with surprise. "You sought me out for something important?" At this inquiry, Trunks instinctively cast a glance at Raditz and the others nearby. Although they were warriors dedicated to protecting Earth, he hesitated to reveal his true identity and intentions. After all, he could not afford to trigger an unpredictable butterfly effect with his words and actions. In a moment of desperation, Trunks adopted a pleading tone. "Mr. Goku, may we speak privately?" "Certainly." Goku readily nodded, although he was uncertain about what this mysterious youth desired. Trunks' earnest gaze left him with no reason to refuse. Subsequently, Goku and Trunks flew toward a nearby clearing. Raditz observed this exchange without any intention to intervene. He was now fully convinced that the world in which he resided and Trunks' future world were two parallel lines that did not interfere with one another. Therefore, he was indifferent to Trunks' intentions, as long as he could ultimately guide him to achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 2 and secure his mission rewards. Everything else was of no consequence. "Gohan, have you successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan?" "My goodness, Gohan, is this the visage of a Super Saiyan? Truly magnificent." At that moment, Krillin and the others excitedly gathered around Son Gohan. They gazed at the bright-haired young boy, his youthful innocence still apparent, their eyes brimming with envy and admiration. Everyone present understood that the transformation into a Super Saiyan could yield an astounding 50-fold increase in battle power under normal circumstances. Now that Gohan had accomplished this feat, in a certain sense, his strength had far surpassed that of his seniors present. Most astonishingly, Gohan was still not yet 10 years old. This realization filled Krillin and the others with a profound sense of awe. Indeed, the younger generation was formidable. "Yes, Uncle Krillin." Chapter 18. The joyous day of Raditz and Bulma. Surrounded by praises, Gohan shyly nodded. "It's primarily due to the excellent guidance from Uncle and Dad that I could achieve the Super Saiyan transformation so swiftly." After speaking, His gaze searched the crowd and quickly locked onto a tall figure with green skin, an expression of genuine joy illuminating his face. "Uncle Piccolo, you have finally been resurrected." Gohan. In response, Piccolo gazed at Gohan with a complex expression, reminiscing about how he had trained and nurtured this boy. It was astonishing to witness Gohan's remarkable growth in just over a year, surpassing even his own capabilities. Kakarot's little brat. Meanwhile, Vegeta cast a jealous glare at Gohan, his eyes swirling with envy, jealousy, and deep resentment. He could scarcely fathom that, apart from Raditz, Goku, and the newly emerged Trunks, even this little brat Gohan had entered the realm of the Super Saiyans. By this reckoning, among the surviving pure-blooded Saiyans, aside from his ineffectual brother Tarbell, it seemed he was the only one yet to master this transformation. Contemplating this, Vegeta felt a seething impatience akin to being scorched by flames. Unable to contain himself any longer, he abruptly turned to Raditz and nearly shouted, "Raditz, I have fulfilled our agreement. Now it is time for you to honor your promise." Vegeta. Observing Vegeta's almost tragic demeanor, Raditz wore a faint, amused smile. He was about to speak when, from a distance, Goku's urgent voice rang out. In an instant, a golden flash appeared as Goku hastily approached Raditz's side. "Brother, come with me at once. There is something I truly cannot comprehend. Please help me analyze it." With that, Goku unceremoniously seized Raditz's arm and flew towards Trunks' location. Kakarot. Watching the scene unfold before him, Vegeta's expression instantly froze. A surging rage ignited within his chest as he glared fiercely at the retreating silhouette of Goku, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms. Just a moment longer, just a fraction of a second, Raditz was on the verge of revealing the secret to transforming into a Super Saiyan. Yet now, this scoundrel Goku had rudely interrupted. This man, he had no regard for him, the Prince of the Saiyans. Whoosh! The piercing sound of slicing air resonated as Raditz, dragged by Goku, swiftly arrived before Trunks. "Brother." As soon as they landed, Goku eagerly scratched his head, a bewildered expression adorning his face. "Trunks just told me he traveled back from the future. Moreover, he is the child of Bulma and Vegeta. But right now, Bulma is clearly with you. What on earth is happening? Are you going to separate from Bulma in the future?" The moment Goku spoke, Trunks also cast a curious yet anxious glance at Raditz. Indeed, according to his original memories, he should soon be born. However, in this timeline, Raditz and Bulma were a couple, while his father, Vegeta, was evidently not aligned with them. Where had everything gone awry? "I would never separate from Bulma," Raditz replied nonchalantly, casting a calm glance at Goku, as if stating an undeniable fact. Furthermore, that future he referred to has little direct correlation with the world we inhabit now. Consider this, since I am currently with Bulma, and we are about to wed, he still exists here, unvanished, does he not? These words struck Trunks like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. Indeed, if what Raditz claimed was true, that the past world had undergone such monumental changes, why did he still continue to exist? Logically, he should have been erased from the timeline like a paradox. Should he not? "Uncle Raditz." Trunks instinctively spoke, his tone trembling with a hint of inquiry. "Are you suggesting that although our worlds share a similar starting point on the timeline, they are, in fact, two parallel realities that will never truly intersect? In other words, no matter what I do in this world, I cannot genuinely alter the future world I come from?" "Precisely, the young one shows promise," Raditz replied with approval, continuing to guide him. "It is precisely because of this reasoning that you need not harbor any reservations. Speak your mind freely. Although we do not hail from the same world, you are, after all, a warrior fighting to protect your future, and we will certainly do our utmost to assist you. Just like earlier, while I was testing you, I inadvertently helped you grasp the full power of the Super Saiyan transformation ahead of time. Under such formidable power, your combat strength has undoubtedly surpassed the monumental threshold of 500 million. I believe this should suffice for you to return and vanquish the foes of your era." Upon hearing Raditz's detailed account, Trunks couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Almost immediately, his breathing became remarkably rapid. Super Saiyan full power. His current strength was already sufficient to conquer those two nightmarish androids. If all of this is indeed true, should I not embark immediately to return to my own world and personally bring an end to that calamity? After all, the sooner I eliminate the androids, the sooner my world can be liberated from its torment. Super Saiyan full power? Trunks, have you truly achieved the full power state? Beside him, Goku gazed at Trunks with an expression of sheer delight, his battle-hungry eyes sparkling with anticipation and longing. For a long time, Goku had also been faintly brushing against the threshold of full power, yet he had always lacked that final push to fully cross over. Now, Trunks had remarkably mastered the Super Saiyan full power in one fell swoop with Raditz's assistance. This revelation was undoubtedly exhilarating news for Goku. It should be so. Trunks scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful under Goku's intense gaze, and shyly responded, "That's wonderful." Receiving an affirmative reply, Goku immediately became animated. "Trunks, come. Let us engage in a spirited battle. I wish to witness firsthand the strength of your full power state. Perhaps I can seize this opportunity to refine my own full power state." Upon hearing Goku's challenge, Trunks hesitated for a moment. Battle, of course. He yearned to test his current strength to ascertain the extent of his abilities. However, if everything is as Raditz has described, he felt a more pressing need to return to that ravaged future world. "All right, Kakarot, do not rush." Raditz interjected, interrupting Goku's invitation for battle. He turned to Trunks and said, "Trunks, while your current power is indeed impressive, you still lack a touch of refinement to resolve the issue once and for all. For the time being, remain here. I will personally guide you to master the next transformation stage beyond Super Saiyan. Once you successfully achieve the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, your strength will undergo a profound metamorphosis. At that point, when you return to your future, I am confident that no enemy will be able to stand against you. Moreover, do you not desire to see your companions in that world revived? As long as we can ascertain the coordinates of the Namekian people in the universe, you will be able to utilize the Dragon Balls from their planet to resurrect all those who have fallen on Earth. What? We can bring back my father and the others?" Upon hearing this, Trunks trembled with excitement, overwhelmed by the revelation. If what Uncle Raditz said is true, does that mean that the fallen warriors, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, might all have a chance to return? "Thank you, Uncle Raditz." Trunks inhaled deeply and bowed respectfully to Raditz. At that moment, the last vestige of doubt in his eyes dissipated, replaced by heartfelt recognition and exhilaration. "Brother, you just mentioned Super Saiyan 2. At this juncture, Goku also eagerly approached, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he fixated on Raditz. "Could you teach me how to transform as well? I yearn to surpass the realm of Super Saiyan." "Certainly," Raditz replied, his demeanor calm and composed. "However, I regret to inform you that it may not be possible in the coming days. Soon, I will be busy preparing for my wedding with Bulma, so I will need some time. Kakarot, you and Gohan can train with Trunks for now, aiming to fully master the complete power of Super Saiyan. Only once you achieve this level will you be eligible to pursue the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Moreover, this will provide you with an opportunity to inquire with Piccolo and the others about the precise coordinates of the Namekian people in the universe. If all goes well, the Namek of Trunks' world should not have been destroyed by Frieza. As long as we can locate the Dragon Balls on Namek, resurrection will be within our grasp." "Very well." With this declaration, both Goku and Trunks nodded vigorously in unison. One yearned to grow stronger, while the other was eager to uncover the coordinates of Namek. Without further ado, the trio turned and soared back towards Bulma and the others. Raditz, Goku. Upon seeing Raditz and the others returning, Krillin and the others rushed forward to greet them. Everyone, observing this, Trunks stepped forward and bowed deeply to the group. "My name is Trunks, and from this day forth, I humbly seek your guidance." Through Raditz's enlightening words, Trunks had come to fully comprehend the nature of the two worlds, similar yet disconnected, and thus felt no need to conceal his identity any longer. Furthermore, given the significance of the two matters Raditz had mentioned, Trunks was no longer in a hurry to return to his own timeline. After all, both the coordinates of Namek and the transformation into Super Saiyan 2 held an irresistible allure for him. "Trunks. Greetings, Trunks." Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others beamed with kindness, warmly welcoming this young man from the future. They had all witnessed Trunks' unwavering determination to protect the Earth and recognized that he was not a villain. In this moment, Raditz smiled gently, approached Bulma, and naturally embraced her. Then declared aloud, "Since everyone is present today, I have an announcement to make. Soon, I will be marrying Bulma, and I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence." "What? Marriage?" Upon hearing this momentous news, Krillin and the others gasped in astonishment. As they beheld Raditz holding a blushing Bulma closely, genuine smiles blossomed on everyone's faces. "Congratulations, Raditz. From now on, Bulma is officially entrusted to you. Raditz, you must treat Bulma well. Otherwise, even if we cannot defeat you, we will certainly not let you off the hook. Bulma, this is truly wonderful news. In an instant, the atmosphere became warm and joyous. Even the usually aloof Vegeta uncharacteristically offered his congratulations. After the revelry, the group decided not to linger and began to disperse. However, before departing, Raditz specifically called upon Vegeta and Trunks to accompany him to Bulma's Capsule Corporation. He had previously promised to assist Vegeta in achieving his transformation into a Super Saiyan, a commitment he intended to honor. Furthermore, he aimed to guide Trunks in his training, allowing Trunks to also provide insight to Vegeta, thereby accomplishing two objectives at once. Simultaneously, Raditz extended a heartfelt invitation to Goku's family. He was acutely aware of their financial situation. While Goku and Gohan might not be concerned, Chi-Chi, who had been pampered as the cherished daughter of the Ox King, now found herself a homemaker in the humble surroundings of the Capsule Corporation, which felt like an unfair compromise. Thus, for the harmony of Goku's family and to prevent Chi-Chi from becoming the overbearing mother who pressured Gohan into becoming a scholar, Raditz felt compelled to instigate change. In truth, Raditz understood that Chi-Chi did not genuinely care whether Gohan pursued martial arts or academia. The primary concern was that Chi-Chi had been terrified of poverty. After all, according to the memories of the original narrative, the family's expenses were largely supported by Chi-Chi's father, the Ox King. Goku, being oblivious to financial matters, made it only natural for Chi-Chi to wish for Gohan to become a stable income scholar rather than bear the burden of supporting the family alone. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During this period, the details of Raditz and Bulma's wedding had been finalized, set to take place on Valentine's Day in just 2 weeks. Meanwhile, under the joint guidance of Trunks and Raditz, Vegeta finally fulfilled expectations and successfully completed his transformation into a Super Saiyan. As a genius possessed of royal blood, Vegeta's transformation propelled his combat prowess past the remarkable threshold of 200 million, effectively surpassing the current capabilities of Gohan. Meanwhile, Goku, Gohan, and Chi-Chi received an invitation to the bustling city of West City. Under Raditz's guidance, Goku gradually cultivated a sense of familial responsibility. With the assistance of Raditz and Bulma, he established a dojo in the heart of West City dedicated to the teachings of the Turtle School martial arts. Bolstered by Goku's prestigious title as the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, the dojo enjoyed an unprecedented surge in popularity upon its opening. Coupled with the extensive influence of Bulma's Capsule Corporation, affluent individuals from across the planet flocked to the dojo. Although many of these wealthy patrons lacked the aptitude for martial arts, or were simply too advanced in age, their offspring were eager to learn. This phenomenon swiftly elevated Goku's dojo to prominence. Additionally, Gohan, a mere 8 or 9 years old yet endowed with remarkable strength, served as a captivating emblem for ordinary citizens. In no time, Goku's family's financial situation underwent a dramatic transformation. They acquired a splendid villa in West City, complete with an expansive courtyard, and their lives became filled with joy and harmony. Chi-Chi was liberated from the burdens of financial strain, spending her days shopping and socializing with Bulma, while also welcoming her father, Ox King, to reside with them. In such a serene and fulfilling environment, time sped by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At long last, the day arrived for Raditz and Bulma's momentous celebration. Surrounded by friends and family, they exchanged vows in an unprecedentedly grand wedding ceremony. During the banquet, Raditz seized the opportunity to offer guidance to Krillin, Tien, and others regarding their future aspirations. Inspired, Tien, Krillin, and the others resolved to follow in Goku's footsteps and establish their own dojos. However, they wisely chose not to set up shop in West City, where Goku's Turtle School dojo had already solidified its dominance. Given the vast expanse of Earth, Tien and his companions' skills and reputations would undoubtedly ensure success in other cities. The atmosphere within the banquet hall was filled with joyous harmony. Suddenly, a melodious voice resonated from a distance, capturing everyone's attention. Turning towards the sound, they beheld a young woman who bore a striking resemblance to Bulma, yet her radiant golden locks distinguished her. "Is that you, sister?" Bulma initially stood in stunned silence, before her face illuminated with overwhelming delight. "Sister, you finally returned. I feared you wouldn't make it back for my wedding." As she spoke, Bulma lifted her wedding gown and hurried forward, embracing the golden-haired woman warmly. My dearest sister is getting married. How could I possibly stay away? The woman known as the elder sister smiled gently, affectionately patting Bulma's back, and then her gaze drifted past Bulma to the man behind her, impeccably dressed in a groom's attire. Surely, this must be my new brother-in-law, Mr. Raditz? Indeed, he was a man of striking appearance and commanding presence, truly deserving of his reputation as a formidable force renowned throughout the galaxy. Ties. Upon the arrival of the newcomer, Raditz maintained a facade of composure. Yet within the depths of his heart, a subtle ripple of emotion stirred. According to his hazy recollections, this woman appeared to be a significant character within the tapestry of the world line. However, unlike his sister Bulma, who had chosen to remain on Earth as a brilliant inventor, Ties' character leaned towards a celebration of freedom and adventure. At a tender age, she had forged a connection with a member of the Galactic Patrol, GAC. Thereafter, she embarked on a journey aboard a spaceship, delving into the vast cosmos while penning her own science fiction tales. Raditz, allow me to introduce you to my beloved elder sister, Ties. At this moment, Bulma had grasped Ties' hand and brought her to Raditz's side for the introduction. Greetings, Ties, Raditz said with a subtle smile, exuding gentlemanly charm. I appreciate your long journey to attend Bulma and my wedding. However, I am curious about your comment regarding my fame across the universe. Not only was Raditz intrigued, even Goku, Vegeta, and others nearby regarded the mysterious woman who claimed to be Bulma's sister with puzzled expressions. You personally brought an end to the tyrant King Cold and his two sons, Cooler and Frieza. Their family had dominated the universe for centuries. Ties replied with a slight smile, revealing no secrets and speaking candidly. This matter has become quite the topic among the higher echelons of civilization across the universe. The Saiyan race, with its legendary Golden Warriors and the fabled Super Saiyan, now holds a resounding name. However, while you have successfully vanquished King Cold's family, you have not entirely obliterated the entire race of the Frost Demons. In the current universe, those Frost Demon descendants who have been liberated from the Cold family's oppression are now embroiled in bloody conflicts, vying for the title of new cosmic overlord, casting the universe into chaos. My return is not solely to extend heartfelt congratulations on your union with Bulma. Rather, my primary purpose is to convey a crucial message. Upon hearing this, Raditz's expression turned contemplative. In his previous understanding, the Frost Demon lineage seemed limited to Frieza and his sons. Yet, the reality appeared to be quite different. The Frost Demon race was not as scarce as he had believed. Their numbers were substantial, although their strength paled in comparison to that of King Cold and his progeny. In the present day, with the absence of the oppressive giants Kurds, Gula, and Frieza, it is entirely within reason that they would engage in internal strife over power and profit. With this thought in mind, Raditz immediately inquired, "What exactly is the important news you refer to, sister? Surely, you do not intend for me to eliminate all the frozen demons remaining in the universe?" Upon hearing this, the tension among Goku, Vegeta, and the others became palpable as they instinctively turned their gazes toward Ties. Although they remained unaware of the true motives at play, they sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. No. Ties quickly waved her hand, a relaxed smile returning to her face. I have come back primarily at the behest of others to convey intelligence pertaining to our kin. Recently, a remarkably powerful Saiyan has emerged in the southern galaxy of the universe. However, this Saiyan appears to be far from benevolent. Rather, he embodies an extreme evil. Numerous civilized planets in the southern galaxy have already fallen victim to his destruction. Even many of our Galactic Patrol members have tragically lost their lives at his hands. Therefore, aside from attending the wedding, my primary purpose for returning is to inquire if you are acquainted with this mysterious Saiyan, as requested by the Galactic Patrol. Hearing Ties' account, all the Saiyans present could not help but gasp in shock. Except for Raditz, Goku, Vegeta, and the others wore expressions of disbelief. How is this possible? How can there be other Saiyans in the southern galaxy? Instinctively, their gazes converged on Vegeta. Vegeta, think. Do you have any information regarding Saiyans in the southern galaxy? They urged. Indeed, Vegeta, you are the prince of the Saiyan race. Do you know of the Saiyan wreaking havoc in the southern galaxy? At this, Vegeta's lips twitched involuntarily as he spoke in a low tone. No, I do not know him. The only Saiyan I am familiar with, aside from my worthless brother with a battle power of merely 2, is the lot of you. This is the first time I have ever heard of Saiyans in the southern galaxy. However, from her description, it is clear that this individual is likely not of good character. While many powerful Scions can destroy planets, evading the Galactic Patrol's pursuit and even turning the tables to slay them is no feat for an ordinary person. As he spoke, Vegeta clenched his fists, a flash of intense anger and deep trepidation crossing his eyes. Having served Frieza for a significant period, he understood better than anyone present the formidable strength of the Galactic Patrol. Within that organization, there existed countless warriors with battle powers in the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and even millions. The so-called South Galaxy Scion, capable of slaying members of the Galactic Patrol, is clearly no ordinary character. In fact, he may very well be a Super Saiyan. Broly, how astonishing that he has appeared so swiftly. Meanwhile, Raditz can only display a subtle yet fitting astonishment on his face. According to his recollections, the events surrounding Broly should unfold only after the crisis with the androids has concluded. Yet, there remain at least 3 years before the androids make their entrance. Broly has already incited a storm of bloodshed in the South Galaxy, annihilating countless planets. This revelation is indeed somewhat beyond his expectations. Vegeta, are you truly the fabled Prince of Science? At this moment, Tais, as if discovering a new realm, approached Vegeta with keen interest, her beautiful eyes unabashedly scrutinizing him from head to toe, brimming with curiosity. What do you intend to do, woman? Observing Tais's unabashed gaze, Vegeta instinctively stepped back, a flicker of irritation crossing his countenance. Is it a crime to look? However, Tais appeared entirely unfazed by Vegeta's reaction, her curiosity only intensifying as she pressed on. Your kingdom, once a bastion of pride, has been obliterated overnight. As one of the last surviving Scion princes, your story must be incredibly fascinating. Pray, Vegeta, would you share your tale with me? I assure you, I can craft a best-selling novel across the universe based on your experiences. Madness. At this proclamation, Vegeta's mouth twitched in irritation. Were it not for the fact that Tais is Bulma's sister and, by extension, Raditz's sister, he would have relished the opportunity to send this oblivious woman flying with a single strike. In that moment, Vegeta resolved to leave this place. He withdrew a peculiar fruit from his pocket and tossed it to Raditz. Raditz, this item was presented to me by a fellow named Dales. He claimed it could enhance combat prowess. However, it holds little value for me now, but I believe it could elevate your wife's strength. With that, Vegeta wasted no time lingering, turning swiftly to depart, as though each additional second was a torment. Wait, Vegeta, Tais exclaimed, her urgency palpable. She disregarded everything else and hastened after him, for he was a living, storied prince, a rare Scion prince, no less. Such a remarkable subject was a rare find for her as a novelist. This is the fruit of the Tree of Might. Gazing at the fruit in his hand, radiating an unusual energy, Raditz paused, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes. As far as he knows, Darius is also an evil Scion. However, it appears that he has not followed the original storyline to invade Earth. The fruits of the spirit tree are sacred delicacies reserved for the divine, each imbued with an extraordinary energy capable of directly enhancing one's combat prowess. Naturally, these spiritual fruits vary in potency. A low-quality fruit may only augment one's power by a mere 1 to 2,000 points, whereas the finest among them might elevate one's battle index by several tens of thousands, or even more. Raditz, what kind of fruit is this? At that moment, Bulma, intrigued, leaned closer to Raditz, her eyes fixed on the spiritual fruit in his hand. After all, Vegeta had just declared that such a thing could amplify combat power, making it a rare treasure in Bulma's eyes. She inherently despised tedious training, preferring instead to linger in her laboratory, indulging in inventions and research. Yet, having experienced numerous perilous events, Bulma had come to profoundly understand the significance of combat power and the myriad benefits it could bestow upon her. This is a spirit fruit, Raditz replied, his gaze softening as he turned to Bulma. However, this should merely be a low-grade spirit fruit, capable of enhancing combat power by approximately 1,000 to 3,000 points. Darius, that wicked Scion. Upon hearing that name, Goku and the others gasped in unison. They had not recalled it until Raditz mentioned the spirit fruit, which instantly awakened their buried memories. Long ago, Darius had indeed invaded Earth, even attempting to cultivate the spirit tree on the planet, nearly leading to its annihilation. Ultimately, however, he met his demise beneath Goku's spirit bomb, and the malevolent spirit tree was utterly vanquished. Who would have thought that another spirit fruit would surface now? Although this was merely a low-grade fruit, Its seeds remained an exceedingly perilous existence. Really? This thing is so powerful? Bulma, undeterred by the potential danger, reached out her delicate hand and snatched the spirit fruit from Raditz, consuming it without a second thought. Gulp. Once the fruit was ingested, no seeds were left in Bulma's hands, and her energy surged instantaneously by around 2,000 points. Wow, I've become so much stronger all of a sudden. Feeling the transformation within herself, Bulma's face lit up with joy. Although a mere 1 to 2,000 points of power was insignificant to Raditz, Goku, and others, for someone with a fundamentally low combat power like Bulma, it represented a tremendous enhancement. Suddenly, however, a peculiar flush crept across her cheeks. She uncomfortably touched her neck and asked in confusion, "Raditz, why do I feel so hot? Is there something wrong with this fruit?" Upon hearing this, Raditz couldn't help but smile wryly. The fruit itself posed no issue. Rather, the problem lay in Bulma's frail constitution. The immense energy contained within the spirit fruit was indeed a bit too much for her to bear. With this realization, Raditz turned to Goku and the others, declaring, "All right, everyone, let us conclude today as gathering. I must take Bulma back and assist her in fully refining the power of that spirit fruit." With that, Raditz swiftly lifted the weakened Bulma in a princess carry, hurrying away amidst the warm laughter of the guests. Time slipped by gently amidst warmth and busyness, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Raditz. On this particular morning, as dawn broke, Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, and Gohan eagerly gathered outside Raditz's room, calling out loudly. Hearing the commotion outside, Raditz awoke leisurely. He turned to glance at Bulma, still peacefully asleep beside him, her exquisite face adorned with a hint of a satisfied blush, and he sighed helplessly. These battle maniacs truly possessed an astonishing amount of energy. He quietly lifted the covers and rose from bed. However, it was time to stretch his limbs after such a long period of relaxation. The bed springs emitted a soft creak as Raditz stood tall from the shadows. He casually donned his battle attire, each movement exuding a nonchalant sense of strength, as if merely preparing for an inconsequential stroll. As he opened the door, light flooded in, accentuating his silhouette. "Raditz, it's Uncle." The three figures waiting at the door beamed as if they had just witnessed the arrival of a savior. Especially Goku, whose pure gaze burned with an impatient fire, nearly propelling him forward. "Brother, I've completely mastered the full power state. I can feel every cell in my body rejoicing." His voice resonated with barely contained excitement, reminiscent of a child eager to showcase a new toy. "Can you teach us about that legendary Super Saiyan 2 now?" The moment the question left his lips, the air seemed to freeze. Trunks' eyes, magnetically drawn to Raditz, sparkled with anticipation, nearly overflowing with hope. Having arrived in this unfamiliar time and space a month ago, he had transitioned from initial confusion and caution to gradually integrating into this world. Yet, deep within, the flame of saving the future burned even more fiercely due to the temporary peace they had found. Super Saiyan 2 was not merely a title of strength. It represented the sole hope he could offer to that apocalyptic world. It seemed he could already hear, in the distant future, the desperate wails of survivors beneath the iron hooves of the artificial beings. "Very well," Raditz replied succinctly, devoid of any superfluous emotion. His gaze was akin to the most precise scanner, slowly traversing Son Goku, Vegeta, and finally pausing for a moment on Trunks. His profound eyes instilling an inexplicable pressure even upon these combat prodigies. Yet, to touch the threshold of that realm was not something that could be achieved merely by standing here and uttering a few words. A subtle, elusive smile curved at the corner of his mouth. "Follow in my footsteps, if you can keep up." Before his words had fully resonated, his figure transformed into a blurred afterimage. The ground was left with a shallow pit from his footfall, his entire being akin to a shell ejected from a cannon, tearing through the air towards the vast expanse beyond the steel jungle of West City. "You shall not shake us off," Son Goku bellowed, filled with fighting spirit. The three companions dared not show any sign of complacency. Almost simultaneously, golden auras erupted, morphing into 3 streaks of light that pursued the profound shadow, vanishing into the horizon. Outside West City lay a desolate expanse forgotten by time. The air was thick with the arid scent of dust and dried grass. Even the wind appeared to lack vigor. For figures cleaved through the sky and, nearly simultaneously, descended lightly onto the cracked earth, raising not a speck of dust. Super Saiyan 2 Raditz stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the three Scions before him, each brimming with infinite potential. His brow involuntarily furrowed, forming a subtle crease as countless thoughts swirled and collided in his deep-set eyes like stars in the cosmos. The butterfly's wings had already stirred. The trajectory of history had undergone a violent shift due to his intervention. From a cold, data-driven perspective, the power that Son Goku and the others possessed at this moment had, in fact, surpassed the threshold prior to the fateful Cell games that determined Earth's destiny. However, did the accumulation of power truly equate to a breakthrough in realm? The door to Super Saiyan 2 had never been one that could be smashed open through sheer brute force. It required a key forged from the most extreme emotions. Brother, what is the secret to that realm? Ultimately, it was Son Goku, the pure-hearted martial enthusiast, who first shattered the momentary silence. He stepped forward, the gravel beneath his feet producing a faint rasp, his eyes filled with a yearning and desire for the unknown power. In an instant, Vegeta's haughty gaze, Trunks' eyes laden with the hopes of the future, and Gohan's clear, slightly anxious eyes all converged upon Raditz. They resembled three devoted students awaiting their mentor to unveil the ultimate mystery. Anger. Raditz slowly uttered these two words, his voice soft yet resonant, akin to two boulders cast into a tranquil lake. It was a fury potent enough to incinerate reason, tear apart the soul, and render one oblivious to their own identity, the most extreme form of wrath. He finally regained his composure, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if he sought to dissect the innermost thoughts of each individual present. The full power of a Super Saiyan merely erected a staircase leading to a higher realm. To ascend that final step, one must ignite an everlasting flame of fury deep within their soul. Only when your anger transcends your thirst for power and your fear of life and death can you hope to unleash a more dazzling lightning amidst that golden aura. At this juncture, Raditz's attention abruptly shifted to the youth from the future within the crowd. Trunks, step forward. His voice carried an undeniable sense of command. Kakarot's heart resembled a serene lake, capable of stirring ripples, yet struggling to unleash a consuming tsunami. Vegeta and Gohan, your energies have yet to be refined to the pinnacle of full power. After careful consideration, it is only you who holds the greatest promise of being the first to breach that door. As he spoke, Raditz himself was unaware of the fleeting spark of fervent anticipation that flickered in the depths of his gaze. This was not solely an act of mentoring the younger generation. It felt more akin to a meticulously planned investment. Should Trunks succeed in breaking through, the intangible rewards of bloodline evolution granted by the system would fall into his grasp. At that moment, his legendary yet impure lineage would receive the coveted purification and elevation, the path to transcending to full power. And even further to the more elusive transcendence too, would thus be rendered significantly smoother. For over a year, he had relentlessly assaulted the barriers of full power, only to falter at the final threshold. This was not a matter of insufficient energy, but rather a curse rooted deep within his bloodline. Trunks could distinctly sense those chaotic, impure elements within his lineage, like invisible chains that would tighten around his reason as his power reached its zenith, dragging him into a chasm of frenzy and destruction. This was the very essence of the uncontrollable power exhibited by the old Broly, a primal and unmanageable tendency to rampage. To sever these chains, one must purify their bloodline, fortifying their vessel to withstand cataclysmic power. Trunks stood frozen, as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt. Instinctively, he pointed to himself, his face etched with disbelief and apprehension. He had never anticipated that the enigmatic Raditz would bestow such high praise upon him. An unprecedented weight of pressure, mingled with an even stronger sense of expectation, surged within his chest. Drawing a deep breath to quell the tumult within, he stepped forward with somewhat rigid movements, finding himself at the center of the clearing. Uncle Raditz, what should I do? His voice trembled ever so slightly, a blend of anxiety and excitement. This question resonated deeply with the hearts of the other three as well. The gazes of Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Son Gohan converged once more upon Raditz. Indeed, Trunks was the first among them to attain full power, yet in this tranquil wilderness, where could one seek that so-called ultimate fury? Was it merely to be conjured from thin air? Raditz's lips curled into a smile, enigmatic and inscrutable, while a glimmer of brilliance ignited deep within his eyes. Empty your mind, stretch your limbs, surrender everything to me. Soon, I shall lead you to witness a nightmare most familiar to you. Despite the tumultuous doubts that surged within him like a cataclysm, Trunks, trusting in Raditz's absolute strength, hesitated not. He nodded firmly, closed his eyes, and endeavored to regulate his breathing, relinquishing control of his body entirely. Now, Raditz, no longer wavering, darted forward like a specter, his palm gently pressing against Trunks's forehead. In a tone only he could perceive, he began to chant softly, "True illusion." In the next instant, a blinding white light erupted from Raditz's palm. The luminous aura seemed to possess a life of its own, flowing like liquid metal, visibly and inexorably merging into Trunks's mind. With a jolt, Trunks's body convulsed violently, as though struck by an invisible hammer. In an instant, the wilderness around him, the figures of his companions, and Raditz's mysteriously smiling visage all dissolved into nothingness. His soul was inexorably dragged back to a future shrouded in despair. He witnessed with his own eyes Tien's indomitable arm being ruthlessly shattered. He saw Krillin turn to dust amidst desperate cries. He witnessed Son Gohan, his most revered mentor, battling two demons alone to protect him, ultimately consumed by a merciless energy wave. Those images, buried deep within the recesses of his heart and sealed away beneath layers of rational ice, were now magnified infinitely, replaying before him in the most authentic and harrowing manner. A piercing, inhuman wail erupted from the depths of Trunks's throat, shattering the wilderness's silence. The agony emanating from his very soul rendered him nearly lifeless. Golden flames erupted uncontrollably from within him, enveloping him instantaneously, propelling him into the state of a Super Saiyan. He fell to his knees, gripping his hair tightly as his body trembled violently, emitting a primal roar from his throat, his aura surging like an uncontrollable volcano. Increasingly tumultuous and potent. The moment was ripe. Observing this breathtaking scene, Raditz's lips curled upward in satisfaction as he quietly withdrew, leaving the center stage entirely to the youth grappling in torment. True illusion. This was one of the spiritual techniques he had learned from those mysterious natives on the planet Atlar. It is not merely an illusion, but rather a profound means to directly pry open the barriers of one's soul, manifesting the deepest fears and pains that one is most reluctant to confront into a visceral experience. This constitutes a psychological torment of the highest order. Yet, for Trunks in this moment, it undeniably serves as the most potent remedy. Time and again, he witnesses his friends and mentors perish before his eyes, powerless to intervene. If his spirit were to shatter completely under this relentless cycle of anguish, the hatred he harbors for the androids would erupt like a deluge breaking free from its dam. At that juncture, the so-called ultimate fury would come forth as a natural consequence. "Brother, what has happened to Trunks? Uncle, what have you done to him?" The voices of Goku and Gohan brimmed with shock and confusion. They sensed Trunks' energy surging wildly, yet the contorted expression of torment on his face was profoundly unsettling. Even the typically stoic Vegeta furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with inquiry and intrigue. He could not fathom the methods Raditz employed to transform the once resilient future warrior into such a pitiful state. "It's nothing," Raditz replied with a nonchalant smile, as though he had merely performed a trivial act. "I have simply allowed him to revisit the anguish he once swallowed." He sauntered over to Goku and the others, calmly elucidating, "The ultimate fury I speak of has never been conjured from thin air. It necessitates a trigger, a catalyst capable of igniting the entire powder keg. That catalyst is the pain of the past. Trunks hails from a hellish future, which signifies that his soul is already etched with countless imprints of loss and separation. Thus, all I have done is to brutally tear open the scars he dares not touch and sprinkle salt upon them, amplifying that suffering indefinitely. I believe this will be sufficient to evoke everything he conceals within." "Ah, so that is it." Upon hearing Raditz's chilling explanation, Goku and the others experienced an epiphany. They finally comprehended why Trunks had suddenly descended into such chaos. In an instant, their gazes upon Trunks became exceedingly complex, mingled with a hint of envy. Yes, envy. They too had endured suffering, yet those tribulations paled in comparison to the despair of the entire world that Trunks bore, proving insufficient to plunge them into that all-consuming ultimate fury. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble violently, as if an ancient behemoth were stirring from its slumber beneath the ground. In the heavens above, the winds howled and clouds amassed, enveloping the sun's radiance entirely. Centered around Trunks, serpentine bolts of lightning erupted into existence, dancing and swirling with frenetic energy, producing a cacophony of thunderous booms. In that instant, the aura surrounding Trunks began to escalate at an incomprehensible and terrifying rate. Embarking on an explosive surge, the furious flames surged forth as if unshackled from all constraints, ascending without limit, spiraling ever higher. Witnessing this spectacle, Raditz's eyes blazed with an unprecedented brilliance. This thunderous phenomenon, this cataclysmic might that rent the heavens and the earth, was undoubtedly the harbinger of the arrival of Super Saiyan 2. If Trunks could endure the backlash of that power at the eye of the storm and master it completely, then a brand new legend would be born in this very moment. Was Trunks on the verge of success? The scene before him had utterly transcended the comprehension of Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. Their faces were etched with unmistakable awe and incredulity. How little time had passed. Merely a few minutes. Trunks had already grazed the realm of legend. A feat more astonishing than any myth. Kill. At that instant, a roar imbued with boundless hatred and murderous intent reverberated through the air. In the next heartbeat, the aura surrounding Trunks erupted with explosive force. Boom. Amidst the golden flames, countless blinding bolts of lightning swirled around him, reshaping his form in the electric glow. At this moment, Trunks's aura underwent a qualitative metamorphosis, its intensity surging to 30 times that of his previous full power state, a 100-fold amplification of his normal state. This was Super Saiyan 2. Notification. Task completed. Reward. 1 opportunity for bloodline evolution. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed like celestial music in Raditz's mind. At this moment, an indescribable ecstasy surged within him as he gazed upon the figure illuminated by the lightning, unable to contain his excitement as he exclaimed 3 times, "Good, good, good." Trunks had succeeded. Moreover, he had attained that which he had longed for. Now, as long as he completed this bloodline evolution, he would step onto a new pinnacle. Even if he could not ascend directly to Super Saiyan 2, he would at least refine the Super Saiyan bloodline to a perfect full power state, unimpeded. The transformation into Super Saiyan granted a 100-fold increase in battle power, while the full power of Super Saiyan was a terrifying 200-fold. This implied that once he broke through, he would possess a battle power amplification rivaling that of Super Saiyan 2 at full power. He had succeeded. Thus, he was Super Saiyan 2. The aura was utterly formidable, a stark contrast to what had preceded it. Having witnessed this miraculous scene, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan could not restrain their exclamations of astonishment. Their gazes towards Trunks were filled with shock, envy, and an indescribable yearning, particularly from Goku. As the first among them to attain full power, he now found himself barred from the ultimate fury, unable to breach that threshold. I did it. I succeeded. At this juncture, Trunks, at the center of the storm, gradually awoke from that infinite illusion. He raised his hands in a state of bewilderment, feeling an unprecedented surge of power within him, akin to the tumultuous tides of vast oceans. For a moment, he stood in stunned silence, only to be subsequently engulfed by overwhelming ecstasy. Super Saiyan 2. This formidable power, capable of altering the very fabric of existence. With it, he could undoubtedly return to that shattered future and obliterate the 2 demons, androids 17 and 18, from the face of the earth. Furthermore, during this time, he had learned from Bulma the cosmic coordinates of the new Namek. In an instant, Trunks could hardly contain his eagerness to activate the time machine and return to his battlefield. However, he quickly forced himself to regain his composure. As if struck by a sudden thought, his eyes, shimmering with electric intensity, darted toward Raditz, who was not far away. "Uncle Raditz, would you indulge me in another battle?" Despite his transformation and immense power increase, he harbored one last wish before departing. He yearned to discern the extent of the gap that still lay between himself and this enigmatic man. His base battle power had soared to approximately 600 million, and his strength after transforming into Super Saiyan 2 was more than 100 times greater than before. Very well, Raditz nodded, showing no hesitation. He, too, was eager to gauge the capabilities of this newly emerged Super Saiyan 2. With a thought, Raditz took a step forward. Boom! A wave of grass-green energy, imbued with primal and ferocious essence, erupted from his being, soaring into the sky. Transcend. Come. Raditz's gaze locked firmly onto Trunks, his voice resonating with a commanding authority. Use all your strength, unleash all your fury, and attack me. Yes, Trunks shouted, casting aside any hesitation. He drew forth the long sword from his back. its blade glinting with a chilling light, transforming himself into a streak of lightning as he charged fiercely toward Raditz. In the face of this thunderous assault, Raditz did not even budge. He simply raised his right hand slowly, fingers together, as a highly condensed energy formed an invisible blade within his palm. The next moment, their figures collided with a resounding crash. The longsword met the energy blade with a tremendous impact. Clang, clang. The jarring metallic clang echoed across the wilderness, sending visible shockwaves rippling through the air. Sparks flew. Raditz's form stood like a monolith, effortlessly deflecting each of Trunks' tempestuous strikes with a casual wave of his arm, nullifying the onslaught with ease. Meanwhile, Trunks, seemingly possessed, continued to slash with his longsword, unleashing a flurry of sharp sword lights, each strike filled with ferocious intent. Yet, the disparity was painfully evident. No matter how he summoned the power within him or honed his swordsmanship to perfection, he could not budge Raditz in the slightest. The chasm of power between them remained insurmountably vast. Uncle's strength is astounding. In the distance, Gohan gasped instinctively, his gaze toward Raditz filled with admiration and yearning. Transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, Trunks exudes an undeniable power that surpasses both Goku and Vegeta. Yet, in the presence of Raditz, he resembles a child just learning to walk, effortlessly toyed with at his whim. This illustrates the terrifying extent of Raditz's strength. Damn it! Vegeta emits a low growl of frustration. His fists clenched, nails digging deep into his palms. In his eyes burns a flame of jealousy and humiliation. At this moment, he perceives more acutely than anyone else. While the multiplier of transformations is significant, the ultimate height is always determined by the foundation known as the base form. The reason Raditz can so effortlessly crush Trunks in his Super Saiyan 2 state lies in his unfathomable base combat power. After all, the transformation into Super Saiyan is a 100-fold increase, and Super Saiyan 2 also boasts the same amplification. Under equal multipliers, the strength of the base form dictates everything. Gohan. Goku's expression turns grave as he suddenly glances at his son beside him. Upon returning, we must engage in rigorous training together. We must become stronger without delay. All right, Dad. Gohan nods earnestly, determination etched across his youthful face. The impact of this battle on him is unprecedented. It's almost time. I have completely assessed your strength. This farce must come to an end. At that moment, Raditz's voice, laced with mockery, resonates across the battlefield. Before his words fade, his figure suddenly blurs, akin to instantaneous movement, appearing at Trunks' side. Without the slightest hesitation, Raditz's fingers, sharp as blades, strike with blinding speed, precisely landing on Trunks' neck. Bang! Trunks' body jolts violently as the raging lightning and golden aura dissipate in an instant. His eyes roll back, and he collapses backward, succumbing to unconsciousness. Trunks! Vegeta exclaims urgently, his figure flashing forward to catch the falling Trunks. Although this youth is not his biological son from this timeline, the bond of blood still evokes a rare tenderness in the proud prince. How intriguing. Witnessing this scene, a smirk of amusement plays upon Raditz's lips as he muses. It seems that even the most aloof prince harbors an undeniable softness. He then speaks, "Do not worry, I merely allowed him to rest." Chapter 21. The ultimate spirit fruit that enhances combat power by millions. The recent illusion, coupled with the forced breakthrough to Super Saiyan 2, has utterly exhausted his spirit. This state is ill-suited for a hasty return to that hellish future. Very well. Vegeta nods, understanding the deeper meaning behind Raditz's words. He was acutely aware of the heavy burden of deep-seated enmity that Trunks carried within. Consequently, Vegeta ceased his speech and cautiously lifted the unconscious Trunks into his arms. "I shall take my leave now," he declared, raising his gaze to meet Raditz with an unprecedented seriousness. "Raditz, I will undoubtedly surpass you." With those words, he did not linger, transforming into a streak of light as he hastily departed with Trunks in tow. "Brother, uncle." As Vegeta vanished, Goku and Gohan immediately converged. "Brother, let me also experience that true illusion." Goku's eyes gleamed with eagerness. "Although I cannot fathom what could incite my anger to such an extent, I am nonetheless eager to undergo the experience." His desire to grow stronger had been thoroughly ignited after witnessing Trunks' meteoric transformation. "Very well." To his surprise, Raditz nodded in agreement. He approached Goku, his gaze becoming profound. "Kakarot, this will depend entirely on your own fortune. If you fail, You shall have to return to diligently honing your foundational skills and enhancing your base power. Once your strength accumulates sufficiently, perhaps a trivial opportunity will allow you to naturally achieve transformation. With that, he raised his hand and placed it firmly upon Goku's forehead, unhesitatingly activating the true illusion. Goku emitted a muffled groan as his body jolted violently, his eyes momentarily losing focus as he succumbed to the battlefield constructed by his mind. Uncle. Witnessing his father's entry into the illusion, Gohan, filled with anticipation and anxiety, turned to Raditz. Uncle, can I also become stronger soon? Of course, Raditz replied. Withdrawing his hand and affectionately ruffling Gohan's soft black hair, his tone softening considerably. However, at this moment, you need not concern yourself with transforming into Super Saiyan 2. While your full-power Super Saiyan form is nearing completion, your foundation, that is, your base power, remains too weak. Thus, your primary focus should be on fortifying your body and base strength. Only by establishing a solid foundation can your future achievements reach greater heights. Rather than prematurely fixating on the power that transformation brings, Raditz's words were delivered with earnest gravity. Gohan's potential resembled an unfathomable ocean, undeniably formidable. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that he must not be rushed. Unlike Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks, who were seasoned warriors, Gohan's combat experience was scant, and his disposition too gentle. Engaging with excessively potent forces too early would yield no benefits for him. I understand, Uncle. Gohan nodded vigorously, Raditz's words illuminating his shortcomings. He resolved not to obsess over transformation, but rather to devote himself to diligently enhancing his base power upon returning home. Very well. Seeing that Gohan had absorbed his counsel, Raditz nodded with satisfaction and patted him on the shoulder. The responsibility now rests with you. Keep an eye on Kakarot. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to summon me. With that, Raditz turned and made his way towards a distant hill. Bloodline evolution. He was eager to reap the rewards of his investment. Gohan did not inquire further, obediently sitting cross-legged beside his father, beginning his protective vigil. On the opposite end, Raditz reached the summit of the hill. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and delved deep into his consciousness, issuing a command. System, initiate bloodline evolution. Ding. 1 evolution permission consumed. Bloodline evolution initiated. In the next moment, an indescribable heat and agony surged forth, akin to molten lava, erupting from the depths of every cell in his being. It felt as though millions of ants were gnawing at his marrow, or as if he were cast into a furnace, undergoing a forced remolding. Bloodline evolution had commenced. He could vividly perceive the legendary factors within his bloodline, ravenously devouring and purifying the chaotic elements. Accompanying this painful baptism, his normal battle power index began an unprecedented ascent. 15 million, 18 million, 21 million, 25 million. As the excruciating pain gradually subsided, his battle power had firmly stabilized at the astonishing figure of 25 million. Ding. Bloodline evolution complete. A battle power of 25 million. An increase of a full 10 million. The results of this evolution were simply beyond imagination. Raditz abruptly opened his eyes, radiating brilliance. He felt an unprecedented, pure, and overwhelming power within him, and a satisfied smile involuntarily graced his lips. With a mere thought, he summoned his personal panel. Raditz, race, Saiyan, bloodline, transcendental bloodline, low tier, battle power index, 25 million, transformation, rage state, full power transcendental, abilities, mastery of martial arts, agile movement, instant transmission, Kamehameha wave, King Kai fist, excellent, excellent, excellent. Gazing at the information on the panel, a wave of ecstatic joy surged within Raditz. Although the rating of his bloodline remained low tier, as he had desired, the full power state of transcendental had been successfully unlocked. This meant that he could now transform and directly enter a perfect state with a 200-fold increase. 25 million multiplied by 200 equaled 5 billion in battle power. However, this formidable power, capable of instilling despair in the vast majority of the universe's strongest beings, did not satiate Raditz in the slightest. His thoughts drifted 3 years into the future, towards the global crisis instigated by the androids. Android 18 and 17 were no longer of concern to him. Yet, Cell was different. The ultimate being, perfectly merging the cells of all powerful warriors, created by Dr. Gero's computer. The first form of Cell boasted nearly 1 billion in battle power, while the second form could reach a terrifying level of 10 billion. After absorbing the power of number 18, the perfect form of Cell possessed an astonishing battle strength exceeding 300 billion. Not to mention, at the very end, the Lightning Cell, who escaped death through self-destruction, experienced yet another surge in power. It was still too weak, in a mere 3 years, to attain that realm of supremacy. I must exert effort 100-fold, 1,000-fold more than anyone else. Raditz clenched his fists tightly, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He was acutely aware of his current predicament. Although his strength was commendable, it fell drastically short of the threshold of 1,000 billion. This meant he could not enter the hyperbolic time chamber like Goku and the others, utilizing the time dilation within to gain an additional 2 years of training. All he had left were 3 tangible years. To become stronger, apart from relentless training, he must seek alternative methods to break through. Just then, a suppressed roar echoed from the plains behind him. Following the sound, Raditz beheld Goku's position, where a towering golden aura erupted violently, its intensity causing the very ground to tremble. That energy was relentlessly surging towards a critical point. What was happening? Was Goku about to transform into Super Saiyan 2? Raditz's brows shot up in astonishment, disbelief flooding his expression. How could this be possible? Trunks succeeded because he bore a deep-seated vendetta. That pain and hatred were undeniably real. But Goku? This renowned benevolent soul, a fighter whose simplicity bordered on foolishness. To incite him into a rage so intense it could scorch reason was a challenge of Herculean proportions. Had his own genuine illusion truly managed to achieve this? In an instant, Raditz disregarded all else, his figure flashing as he sped toward Goku's location, eager to uncover the truth. However, the moment he arrived, the frenzied aura surrounding Goku deflated rapidly, akin to a punctured balloon. Following this, Goku slowly opened his eyes, an unmistakable hint of helplessness etched on his face. He lifted his gaze to Raditz, offering a characteristic, somewhat sheepish smile. "Big brother, I've disappointed you. I failed. I could not muster that ultimate fury after all." Upon hearing this, Raditz's brow furrowed even tighter. Something was amiss. Just moments ago, he had felt distinctly that Goku had indeed brushed against the threshold of Super Saiyan 2. Why had it suddenly been interrupted? Why the abrupt failure? What was truly occurring? Instinctively, he inquired, "Why did you fail? If you failed, how did you escape from my genuine illusion?" In response, Goku offered a wry smile before explaining, "Big brother, have you forgotten that I also practiced mental techniques on Planet Atlar? I have already conquered and subdued my own inner demons. Thus, although your true illusion is remarkably vivid, it ultimately fails to exert any genuine influence upon me. It is precisely for this reason that, at the crucial moment of impending breakthrough, I discerned its illusory essence, resulting in the swift dissipating of the anger I had so painstakingly gathered." Well then, how unexpected this is. A glimmer of realization flickered in Raditz's eyes. He finally comprehended why Sun Wukong had faltered. After much ado, it was because this individual's mental realm had ascended to a level capable of immunizing him against low-grade illusions. Contemplating this, Raditz could not help but silently sigh. In light of this, you can only tread the path of continuously strengthening yourself. Once your baseline combat power reaches a certain critical point with your current mental state, you should naturally be able to achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. As he spoke, Raditz resolutely abandoned any aspirations of cultivating that kind of mental secret technique. Initially, he had pondered whether to emulate Sun Wukong and vanquish the inner demons dwelling deep within, thereby facilitating a leap in his own power. Yet now, it appeared that such mental cultivation was, for a Saiyan, decidedly more detrimental than beneficial. The essence of a Saiyan's transformation lies in the intense fluctuations of their emotions. It can be asserted that emotionality is one of the true secrets behind a Saiyan's continuous ascent in strength. Conversely, such mental cultivation would render individuals more rational and serene, undoubtedly complicating the transformation process. Although transforming in that state would enhance one's control over power, Raditz was different. He possessed the bloodline of transcendent strength, with power that naturally augmented over time. To forsake the advantageous emotional volatility for the sake of an alleged mental realm would be a foolish endeavor, akin to discarding a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. Very well. Sun Wukong nodded earnestly, his demeanor turning profoundly serious. Rest assured, I will exert every effort and dedicate myself to training. Uncle, I too will strive to grow stronger. On the side, son Gohan clenched his small fists and declared loudly. Indeed, Raditz nodded, no longer dwelling on the matter. Now that our attempts have concluded, we must return. The imminent android crisis 3 years hence will be far from simple. Even I do not possess complete assurance. And you must utilize your time wisely to train. Yes. All right. Son Wukong and son Gohan replied in unison, their expressions grave. They understood the terror of the android crisis better than anyone. After all, Trunks, hailing from the future, was the sole survivor of that cataclysm. Without further hesitation, the three transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards West City. Upon returning home, Raditz immediately sought out Bulma. Raditz. Upon seeing him approach, Bulma, who had been fiddling with a complex array of instruments, promptly ceased her actions and rushed forward to envelop him in a hearty embrace. Bulma. Raditz held her close. Yet his expression bore an unusual solemnity. What is the maximum intensity of gravity devices you can produce? At this juncture, Raditz was acutely aware that to achieve a substantial enhancement in his combat prowess within a short span, he must rely on the assistance of the gravity chamber. The gravity chambers previously crafted by Bulma, though impressive at the time, now seemed woefully inadequate for his current needs. He required a far more intense pressure, a more extreme burden. Gravity device. Bulma paused momentarily, then mused, perhaps around 200 times the normal gravity. Given the current materials and technology on Earth, I can only manufacture a device that can withstand that much gravity at most. What's wrong, Raditz? Do you desire such a device? Indeed. Raditz nodded, affectionately ruffling Bulma's nose. I need a gravity chamber for rigorous training. Bulma, how long will it take to complete this apparatus? 7 days. Bulma swiftly calculated in her mind before arriving at a conclusion. Some specialized alloy materials need to be urgently sourced from various parts of the world. I can have it ready for you in no less than 7 days. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Raditz nodded in satisfaction. He was about to continue speaking when a clear voice interrupted from outside the door. Raditz. Bulma. Turning towards the sound, Raditz saw Bulma's sister, Taris, hurriedly entering with a peculiar communicator in hand. Raditz, an urgent message has arrived from the Galactic Patrol. They wish to speak with you. Gab. That fellow from the Galactic Patrol? Raditz raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. Why would this individual suddenly seek him out? Nevertheless, despite his confusion, he extended his hand to take the unique communicator. What do you want from me? A soft buzzing emanated from the communicator, which soon projected a holographic image of Gab within the hall. Lord Raditz. Gab saluted Raditz with great respect, his expression grave. By the decree of the Galactic King, I represent the Galactic Patrol to formally request your assistance in eliminating a dangerously malevolent Saiyan in the Southern Galactic region. In return, should you succeed, His Majesty the Galactic King is willing to bestow upon you a premium spiritual fruit as a reward. A premium spiritual fruit. Such a treasure is reserved only for the most exalted beings in the universe. Just one fruit could enhance the consumer's normal combat power by an astonishing 1 million. Might I inquire, Lord Raditz, if this piques your interest? A premium spiritual fruit. Consuming just one could amplify my combat prowess by 1 million. Raditz's breath caught in his throat at the revelation. He had never anticipated that the Galactic King, a figure he had yet to meet, would be willing to offer such a generous reward in the effort to confront Broly. A fruit capable of bestowing the extraordinary power of 1 million on its possessor holds an immense value, enough to drive countless formidable beings across the cosmos into a frenzy, even inciting them to wage wars among planets. Yet, I must decline. However, after a fleeting moment of astonishment, Raditz swiftly regained his composure. His response was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. What a jest! To think a mere million in battle power could compel him to confront the legendary Super Saiyan Broly? That would be tantamount to courting death. Although it is likely that Broly has yet to complete his transformation into a Super Saiyan, the sheer magnitude of his latent power is indisputable. In the original film, even the combined might of Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, and Trunks, who had achieved Super Saiyan 2, could not contend with him. Ultimately, they had to resort to a clever tactic of bestowing their energy collectively just to barely defeat him. It is worth noting that this timeline is set after the Cell Games. During that era, Super Saiyan 2 warriors possessed a power level ranging between 40 billion and 60 billion. The fact that they could barely withstand Broly's onslaught reveals that post-transformation, Broly's strength must exceed 60 billion. Even if we consider the scenario 3 years prior, Broly's power level would still be at least in the range of 30 to 40 billion. And what of Raditz? Even upon achieving full power in his transformation, his battle strength barely grazed 5 billion. To seek out Broly now would be akin to inviting certain death. Contemplating this, Raditz donned a demeanor of righteous indignation and declared solemnly, "Who is that Saiyan? I have no interest. The allure of such a premier spiritual fruit, while significant, cannot sway me to turn against my fellow Saiyans. If this is merely about that, then there is no need for further discussion." Upon hearing Raditz's words, Gabe was left utterly astounded. He could scarcely believe that Raditz would spurn such a monumental temptation, a fruit that could amplify one's battle power by 1,000,000. Was this individual completely unmoved? Lord Raditz. Instinctively, Gabe yearned to interject, to persuade him otherwise. Yet, Raditz offered him no further opportunity. He unilaterally severed the communication device and carelessly tossed it to Talus. "Talus, for the time being, you shall remain on Earth. The universe will soon grow tumultuous. That Saiyan in the South Galaxy will inevitably wreak havoc again. It would be exceedingly unsafe for you to venture into space." Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Although she was unaware of Raditz's reasons for declining, her concern for her sister's safety outweighed all else. "Indeed, sister, you have wandered far and wide for so many years. It would be wise not to roam aimlessly any longer." Chapter 22. Could the invader of the North Galaxy truly be this fearsome? "Father and mother miss you dearly. On several occasions, I have caught father secretly weeping with your photograph in hand." At these words, Talus fell into a contemplative silence. Moments later, she seemed to have made a decisive resolution. She lifted her gaze towards Raditz and Bulma. "I understand now. From this point forward, I shall remain on Earth, chronicling my experiences in the cosmos into a book, forsaking further adventures. Moreover, there is indeed a splendid subject awaiting my attention here, one I shan't easily overlook." Having spoken, Talus reclaimed her communicator, turned, and hastily departed. "Subject?" Bulma watched her sister's retreating figure, her expression one of perplexity. "What on earth is she talking about?" "Vegeta," Raditz replied with a knowing smile, drawing Bulma back into his embrace and whispering softly, "If my instincts serve me right, Talus has taken a fancy to Vegeta. A home destroyed, a fallen prince adrift on a foreign planet, and a wealthy, spirited heiress from Earth. This is a narrative fit only for the most cliché of novels. Your sister, with her aspirations of being an author, would hardly let such a tale slip through her fingers." "You mean?" Bulma gasped in astonishment, instinctively wanting to refute him. Yet, recalling how Vegeta had previously fought valiantly alongside Krillin and the others to protect Earth from the forces of King Cold, the words caught in her throat. With a resigned sigh, she acquiesced. If that's the case, then let her pursue her happiness. If she truly can be with Vegeta, at least she won't be preoccupied with thoughts of further adventures in the cosmos. Indeed, Raditz nodded in agreement. While Talus was undeniably a stunning beauty, she was not to his taste. Such a woman, who yearned for absolute freedom and appeared carefree, was not the partner he envisioned for himself. Shifting his gaze towards Bulma, he changed the topic. "By the way, Bulma, do you have the Dragon Ball radar?" "The Dragon Ball radar?" Bulma paused momentarily, then retrieved a universal capsule from the nearby table, activating it with a press of a button. With a soft click, the radar materialized in her hand. "Are you planning to summon the Eternal Dragon?" Bulma inquired, handing the radar to Raditz, her curiosity piqued. "Yes," Raditz replied, his demeanor turning notably serious. "There are matters that must be addressed without delay. Bulma, you focus on the gravity device while I seek out the Dragon Balls." "All right," Bulma nodded. Showing no intent to linger, she stood on her tiptoes and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. "Come back soon." With that, she turned and made her way towards her high-tech instruments, diving back into her work. Observing her, Raditz smiled faintly, no longer hesitating, and swiftly left the house. Guided by the Dragon Ball radar, Raditz gathered all 7 scattered Dragon Balls from across the Earth in just 3 hours. As he beheld the 7 luminous orange spheres before him, a flicker of uncontainable excitement danced in his eyes. He united them, adopting a solemn tone as he proclaimed, "Arise, Eternal Dragon." With a thunderous roar, the skies trembled. In an instant, the sky darkened, thunder rumbled, and ominous clouds loomed overhead, as if the entire Earth had been plunged into an interminable night, accompanied by a brilliant golden light reaching for the heavens. The colossal figure of the Dragon of Earth materialized above Raditz. Its immense eyes gazed down upon the diminutive figure below, and in a voice that resonated like a mighty bell, it proclaimed, "Speak your wish. Any desire shall be fulfilled." Upon hearing this, Raditz ceased his hesitation, lifting his head to call out, "Dragon, grant me a set of weight equipment that can automatically adjust and infinitely enhance." However, the dragon fell silent for a moment before responding. "My power is insufficient to create a device capable of infinite enhancement." "Is that so?" Raditz furrowed his brow, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. Yet he soon spoke again. "Then create a weight device at the maximum limit of your ability, one that I can freely adjust." "That wish can be granted," the dragon assented, its eyes ablaze with a crimson glow. Moments later, a hand ring shimmering with metallic brilliance descended from the heavens, gently landing before Raditz. The dragon's voice echoed once more, "Your wish has been fulfilled. This bracelet can adjust to a weight equivalent to 10,000 times Earth's gravity. Until we meet again." With that, the dragon's magnificent form transformed back into 7 Dragon Balls, soaring in all directions and dissipating across the Earth. 10,000 times gravity," Raditz exclaimed, grasping the floating bracelet. A glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes, and a confident smile slowly curved his lips. "With the weight ring capable of 10,000 times Earth's gravity, combined with Bulma's soon-to-be-completed gravity chamber of 200 times, I should be able to grow stronger in a short time." Time swiftly passed amidst grueling training, and in the blink of an eye, over a year had quietly elapsed. "Raditz! Raditz!" One day, as Raditz was drenched in sweat within the gravity chamber, a flurry of urgent shouts suddenly echoed from outside. Hearing this, Raditz frowned, approached, and switched off the gravity chamber. After completing this task, he exhaled deeply, opened the heavy door of the chamber, and sat down to rest. Throughout the past year, he had maintained over 12 hours of intense training nearly every day. The weight of 10,000 times gravity, combined with Bulma's 200 times gravity chamber, had propelled his base combat power to astonishing new heights. Reflecting on this, Raditz instinctively activated his personal panel to check his progress. Raditz, Race, Saiyan, Bloodline, Legendary Super Saiyan, Inferior. Power Index, 82 million. Transformation, Rage State, Legendary Super Saiyan Full Power. Abilities, Instant Transmission, Advanced Martial Arts, Free Movement Technique, Kaioken. Kamehameha Wave, 82 million. Excellent. The efforts of over a year have not gone in vain. Observing the information displayed on his personal panel, a satisfied smile graced Raditz's lips. Although he had yet to achieve the transformation into Legendary Super Saiyan 2, even with the 200-fold increase of Legendary Super Saiyan Full Power factored in, his total battle power had already reached an astonishing figure exceeding 16 billion. There remained more than a year, if he sustained this level of training intensity. Then by that time, even without transforming into Legendary Super Saiyan 2, he would possess strength sufficient to rival and perhaps surpass that of the fully realized Cell. However, Raditz dared not indulge in any sense of complacency. He understood that the android crisis was far from simple. Until he genuinely completed the transformation into Legendary Super Saiyan 2, he was far from being able to rest easy. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed in the spacious gravity training room, reminiscent of the pendulum of death, exuding a peculiar sense of oppression. The source of the sound was Bulma and her sister Talus, who entered one after the other, their high heels striking the metallic floor with a crisp and jarring sound. Following them was the ever-arrogant Vegeta, though at that moment, a rare softness glimmered in his gaze as he looked at Talus. More than a year had elapsed. Enough time for the Prince of the Saiyans to bow his head for love. Not long ago, his marriage to Talus had sent shockwaves through the Capsule Corporation. And what was more sensational was that it was a hasty wedding that occurred while they were on the run. How infuriating. Bulma could not help but sidle up to Raditz, lowering her voice, her tone laden with sour complaints. Clearly, you and I have been training diligently together. Yet why is it that my condition shows no signs of change at all? This situation even plunged Raditz himself into a deep self-doubt. Was it truly the case that the stronger the individual, the more tenuous the instinct for life as continuation? It seemed illogical, after all. He and Bulma had been engaged in relentless battles day and night. Statistically, they should have seen results by now. Raditz. Bulma's voice suddenly turned serious as she shook the communicator on her wrist, its screen flickering with a peculiar avatar. That galactic patrolman, a fellow named Gak. has sent an urgent communication specifically requesting that you answer it personally. Gak. Raditz's brow involuntarily furrowed as his gaze, sharp as a sword, swept towards Talus, who was nearby. Among those present, she was the only one connected to that bothersome patrolman. Over a year ago, that individual had attempted to persuade Raditz through Talus, only to be met with a merciless rebuttal. He had not anticipated that Gak would still be so persistent. Indeed, the arduous training over the past year had significantly amplified his combat prowess, yet to claim that he could contend with that legendary monster was still a stretch, particularly when he had yet to even approach the threshold of the second transmission. To recklessly involve himself in such high-stakes disputes could only lead to self-inflicted humiliation. Aware of this, Raditz suppressed the simmering irritation within him, considering that Talus was ultimately Bulma's elder sister. He reached out to accept the peculiar communication device, lightly tapping it with his fingertip. In an instant, a somewhat ethereal holographic projection unfolded in midair, revealing the iconic visage of Gak. My Lord Raditz. As soon as Gak's figure materialized, he immediately performed a respectful salute, deeply bowing in a universal gesture of martial respect. Speak plainly, and do not waste my time, Raditz replied languidly, his expression as frigid as ice. If this pertains to the affairs of that scion from the southern galaxy, save your breath. My answer remains unchanged. I am not interested. Gak's countenance, once filled with reverence, instantly froze, morphing into a hue of deep perplexity. Talus and Vegeta exchanged glances of mutual confusion, yet they chose to remain silent. Even though they were now considered family, they had yet to earn the right to meddle in Raditz's decisions. My Lord Raditz. After a brief silence, Gak seemed to have made up his mind. He inhaled deeply and spoke rapidly. I have indeed come for that vile scion. However, circumstances have drastically changed. He has departed from the southern galaxy, and according to our latest tracking, his course is directed straight towards the northern galaxy. The Galactic King has authorized me to convey his utmost sincerity, should you be willing to lend your assistance. Our galactic patrol is prepared to offer the finest fruit of the spirit tree, an opportunity that would elevate a common individual to unimaginable heights, as well as a drop of blood from an ancient, truly legendary Super Saiyan. Blood from the ancient Super Saiyan. The mere utterance of these 6 words struck Raditz's mind like a thunderclap. His pupils constricted to dangerous pinpoints, and he found his breath suddenly becoming heated and rapid. Such a thing, which existed only in myth, truly existed in the world? If he could obtain this drop of blood and fully assimilate it, would it not mean an unprecedented purification and elevation of his bloodline? Perhaps even an unimaginable leap in power. After all, the strength of ancient Super Saiyans was undeniably godlike. If he could refine its essence, the possibility of his bloodline advancing might indeed be within reach. Ding. Significant emotional fluctuations detected in the host. Activating hidden task chain. Task 1. Defeat Broly. Reward. 100-fold Kaioken with no side effects. Task 2. Bring Broly under your command. Reward. One-time permission for bloodline-directed evolution. The cold system notification echoed within him like celestial music, resonating deep within his soul. Defeat. Subjugate. As he grasped the tasks and the extraordinarily enticing rewards laid before him by the system, Raditz's heartbeat grew heavy, akin to the pounding of war drums. 100-fold Kaioken with no side effects, and the permission for bloodline evolution. Each of these rewards was enough to drive him to madness. It is essential to recognize that under the state of Ultra Instinct, the energy structure is exceedingly unstable, rendering the supercharged technique known as the Kaioken utterly unfeasible. However, what if he were to enter his unique state of fury? The scenario would be entirely different. The 10-fold increase in battle power during this angered state, combined with the 100-fold Kaioken, would translate into an astronomical surge in his base combat prowess, soaring to 1,000 times its original strength. Such amplification is undoubtedly on par with the ethereal transformation into Ultra Instinct 2. I accept your terms. After a brief yet intense internal struggle, Raditz slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing like lightning, fixating on the projection of Gak. Yet, in exchange, you must first deliver the supreme spirit tree fruit and that drop of ancient Ultra Instinct blood, intact and undamaged, to Earth. Upon their arrival, I shall set forth immediately. Should they fail to arrive, our negotiations are null and void. Despite the overwhelming allure of the system's mission, Raditz would not budge an inch without tangible benefits in hand. His understanding of Broly's power remained vague, but he was certain that it was far beyond the combat prowess of over 10 billion he currently possessed. Thus, to ensure absolute certainty, he must first secure the leverage promised by the Galactic King, provided that drop of ancient Ultra Instinct blood is intact. Even if it does not immediately elevate his lineage, it would at least aid him in breaking through his bottleneck and truly stepping into the realm of Ultra Instinct 2. At that point, a mere Broly would pose no threat. He even harbored confidence in flawlessly accomplishing the 2 missions issued by the system. Absolutely, Gak exclaimed, his face instantly alight with exuberance, nodding fervently with excitement. Lord Raditz, please wait. I will personally escort the treasures to Earth immediately. 3 days. In no more than 3 days, I shall arrive punctually at the Universal Capsule Company. No sooner had he spoken than Gak hastily severed the communication, his hurried demeanor indicating that he was off to report triumphantly to the Galactic King. The moment the communication was severed, Bulma approached, her azure eyes filled with concern. Why did you agree to him? That so-called evil Saiyan, having already thrown the entire South Galaxy into chaos, undoubtedly possesses strength beyond imagination. Before she could finish, both Vegeta and Tarles cast their gazes towards Raditz. To them, the answer was painfully evident. The price offered by the Galactic King must have swayed this money-driven individual, especially that drop of ancient Ultra Instinct blood, which, by its very name, suggested an invaluable worth. Otherwise, given Raditz's nature of not taking action without assurance, he would never have acquiesced so readily. Raditz, are you enamored with that drop of blood? Vegeta instinctively interjected, his tone laced with the characteristic arrogance and disdain of a Saiyan prince. If that is the case, we should simply set off to eliminate that fool who has recklessly wandered into the North Galaxy, rather than waste time in idle chatter. In Vegeta's perception, Raditz had already reached the pinnacle of power in the universe. To deal with a rampaging lunatic should be no more taxing than squashing an ant. No, you are mistaken. That individual is far more complex than you might presume. Raditz cast a fleeting glance at Vegeta, a rare gravity evident in his expression. Vegeta, do you recall the legendary Super Saiyan I mentioned to you long ago? The fabled Super Saiyan. These words struck Vegeta's heart like a heavy hammer. An involuntary shudder coursed through his body as the forbidden name resurfaced in his mind, a haunting echo from the past, when he was overwhelmingly defeated by Raditz on Earth. Are you suggesting that? Suddenly, Vegeta's complexion turned ashen, and he gasped in disbelief. That so-called evil Saiyan is Broly. How can this be? He was exiled by my father when he was just a child. Logically, he should have perished on some desolate planet. In that moment, genuine panic gripped Vegeta. If Raditz's conjecture held any truth, the gravity of the situation would far exceed anyone's imagination. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, unlike Raditz, who awakened his powers through fortuitous encounters and arduous training, Broly was a monster born with a battle power of 10,000. After all these years, how terrifying could Broly's strength have become? You're not far from the truth, Raditz affirmed, his expression unusually solemn. If my deductions are accurate, that individual is indeed Broly. From birth, he possessed the ability to overpower the vast majority of adult Saiyans. Being exiled to any ordinary planet would render him utterly invincible. Moreover, King Vegeta took the precaution of banishing him to the most remote and desolate regions of the universe. The level of civilization there is negligible. How could it possibly pose a threat to a naturally born monster? Upon hearing these words, Vegeta fell into a profound silence. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. If Raditz's assertion were true, then the impending trouble would indeed be monumental. Not only would he struggle, but even Raditz himself might not possess absolute confidence in overcoming such an opponent. Who could fathom the limits of a being who had trained in the harshness of the universe for over 20 years? No wonder you were so resolute in your earlier refusal. Vegeta inhaled a breath of icy air, forcing himself to regain composure, then raised his gaze, his eyes burning with intensity as they met Raditz. So why have you changed your mind this time? You have only been a Super Saiyan for a little over 3 years, while that individual has trained in this form for over 2 decades. The chasm between us is likely insurmountable. This exchange finally illuminated the situation for Bulma and Tarbell, who had been listening nearby. Fear and anxiety etched themselves across the faces of the 2 women. That invader from the North Galaxy is truly that formidable? How could this be? If he is indeed that powerful, do we stand virtually no chance of victory? Raditz, given all this, why did you still agree to cooperate with Gak? This Broly is exceedingly perilous. We must remain silent. As the crowd succumbed to panic, Raditz merely smiled serenely, extending his powerful arm to embrace the trembling Bulma. Broly had already stepped into the northern galaxy, signifying that his path of destruction would not cease. Even if I were to refuse Gak today, it would not be long before he traced the Scion's energy and sought out Earth himself. Given Broly's formidable strength, once he descends upon Earth, do you believe there remains any possibility for its survival? Thus, we have no option but to take the initiative. Intercept this wandering calamity in some corner of the northern galaxy, and perhaps eliminate him entirely. Only then can the crisis be truly averted. Moreover, a playful smirk graced Raditz's lips. The bounty offered by the Galactic King is indeed tempting. The spirit fruit could significantly enhance your powers. And that drop of ancient Saiyan blood holds extraordinary significance for me. After hearing Raditz's explanation, Bulma and the others fell into silence. Chapter 23. A meeting with the ancient kin. As he stated, in the face of a threat like Broly, evasion and ignorance would ultimately invite catastrophe. Vegeta. At that moment, Raditz's gaze shifted towards Vegeta, who was still processing the shocking information. You must immediately summon Goku and Gohan. Gak will arrive on Earth in 3 days. During this interval, I must facilitate another leap in your strength. Very well, Vegeta exclaimed, his head snapping up, a fierce battle spirit ignited in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles cracking under the pressure. The legendary Super Saiyan Prince must witness firsthand just how formidable he truly is. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta spun on his heel, transforming into a streak of light as he burst through the roof of the gravity chamber, racing toward Goku's home. Raditz, is he also going? Watching her husband vanish, Terillis's face was etched with an unshakable worry. She was now Vegeta's wife, carrying the Royal Saiyan lineage within her. Should anything happen to Vegeta in this battle, it would be akin to a thunderclap in her serene life. Do not fret. Raditz cast a glance at Terillis, his tone calm. Vegeta is the prince of the Saiyans. His pride forbids him from being absent in this battle for the title of the strongest Saiyan. You cannot deter him. Furthermore, as long as the battlefield is not on Earth, we can utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect infinitely. Hence, there is no real danger to life. What is most crucial now is to enhance our strength without delay. This cosmic journey may not conclude swiftly. Let us not forget, according to the information left by Trunks, in just over a year, a terrifying crisis involving artificial beings will erupt. If we cannot resolve the threat posed by Broly before then, Earth will inevitably face an even more desperate plight. These words left Terillis in profound silence. Sister. At this moment, Bulma fully grasped the gravity of the situation. She stepped forward and gently grasped Talis's arm. This is a battle for the men. Our concerns here are futile. Come, sister, let me accompany you for a checkup. The health of the baby is of utmost importance. Talis nodded, gradually recovering from her emotional turmoil. As Bulma had articulated, her worries were unwarranted. Only Raditz, Vegeta, and the others could resolve this crisis. Subsequently, Bulma supported Talis as they exited the oppressive atmosphere of the gravity chamber. Watching their departing figures, Raditz let out a soft sigh, his gaze deepening with contemplation. He understood that he must devise a means to elevate the powers of Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan to new heights. Only when they swiftly mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 2 could they provide crucial support on the battlefield. He hoped that the hyperbolic time chamber in the other world would allow them to fully harness their latent potential within the limited time frame. As he muttered to himself, Raditz turned towards the bathroom, where the warm water cascaded over his robust physique, washing away the restlessness brewing within him as he faced the impending battle of destiny. He was resolute in his determination to confront the legendary Broly himself. Yet, he was acutely aware of the vast disparity in power that still lay between them. Thus, before obtaining that drop of blood, he needed to elevate Goku and the others to an entirely new realm of strength. As for himself, having already broken through the limitations of the hyperbolic time chamber, returning there would hold little significance. Otherwise, if he could train there for a while longer, Broly would hardly stand a chance against him. An hour later, at Capsule Corporation, Goku and Gohan excitedly followed closely behind Vegeta. Broly, brother, uncle. Upon spotting Raditz, the trio rushed forward to greet him. Without delay, Goku eagerly rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Brother, is what Vegeta said true? Is this guy named Broly really that powerful? It was no wonder Goku was so exhilarated. Since the incident with King Cold, peace had graced Earth for over a year, and his combat instincts were nearly rusting. The sudden news of such a formidable opponent was an irresistible temptation for this battle enthusiast. Powerful? More than just powerful. Raditz cast a calm glance at Goku, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Kakarot, unleash all your energy and let me see. After more than a year, bolstered by the top-tier gravity chamber, he was curious to discover how much Goku's base battle power had increased. All right. Goku nodded without hesitation. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists tightly, and an overwhelming aura erupted from within him. In the next moment, the entire area began to tremble violently as Goku's energy soared like a volcanic eruption, ultimately stabilizing at an astonishing level of approximately 32 million. As he sensed the overwhelming aura, Vegeta involuntarily gasped, his voice betraying his astonishment. How could this individual possibly surpass me by such a magnitude? In that moment, Vegeta's mental equilibrium shattered completely. Over the past year, he had fervently questioned whether his dedication to training rivaled that of anyone else, yet despite his relentless efforts, his base combat power barely scraped the level of 28 million. But what of Goku? With the same amount of time and training conditions, this fellow's combat prowess inexplicably soared 4 million higher. At that moment, Gohan, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly exclaimed, "Dad, let me show you too." He stepped forward, emulating his father's stance, and unleashed his energy without reservation. Gohan's aura surged rapidly, soon reaching a level of approximately 25 million. Although he ultimately stabilized at this figure, Raditz, with his keen perception, sensed a far more formidable power lurking beneath the surface, yet to be fully unleashed. This indicated that Gohan's current combat power was unstable, only capable of realizing its full potential in extreme anger. Moreover, Raditz estimated that this concealed power could easily be an additional 5 to 6 million. In other words, in a certain sense, this young lad's potential had already surpassed that of his father and even Vegeta standing beside him. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Vegeta, acutely aware of Gohan's latent energy fluctuations, felt on the brink of madness. To be surpassed by Goku, a lower-class warrior, was one thing. But now even his son, a mere child, was on the verge of eclipsing him. How could the proud Saiyan prince accept such a reality? Calm yourselves, Raditz interjected, gesturing for Goku and his son to restrain their energy. Then, he dropped a bombshell. I intend to send you both to the other world, to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training. The hyperbolic time chamber? Goku blinked in surprise at the unfamiliar term, then suddenly recalled, is that the place? I think I went there once as a child. Indeed, Raditz confirmed, nodding at Goku. Since you have been there, you should be familiar with its rules. One can only remain inside for 2 days in their lifetime. A year within the chamber equates to a single day outside. In 3 days, Gak will arrive on Earth with the items I require, so we can utilize these 3 days effectively. Vegeta and Gohan, since you both have not been there, you may enter first and train for 2 days. After you emerge, Kakarot, you can utilize the remaining day for your training. Upon hearing this arrangement, a look of sheer ecstasy washed over Vegeta's face. 1 day outside equals an entire year inside. Does that mean I can train for a full 2 years in there? That's more than enough. Absolutely sufficient. In the span of 2 years, I possess unwavering confidence that I can not only master the full power of Super Saiyan, but also transcend it to achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. At this moment, Vegeta trembled with excitement, utterly astonished that such a remarkable training sanctuary could exist on the humble Earth. Though each individual may only enter for 2 days in their lifetime, for him, who desperately sought strength, this was more than sufficient. Vegeta, have you not yet mastered full power? In the midst of Vegeta's exhilaration, Goku scratched his head, gazing at him with innocent surprise. Even Gohan, standing nearby, cast a curious glance in his direction. It is worth noting that both father and son had perfected the full power of Super Saiyan over a year ago, and now they were merely a catalyst away from transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Che, Goku's seemingly unintentional remark struck Vegeta like a dagger, leaving his countenance stiffened as he shot a glare at Goku, rendered speechless. The fact that he had endured over a year of arduous training without mastering full power remained his greatest source of anguish. Enough with the idle chatter, Raditz interjected, clapping his hands to dispel the awkward atmosphere. Let us depart immediately for the other world. All right. Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan replied in unison. Without further hesitation, the quartet transformed into 4 radiant streaks of light, soaring skyward towards the other world. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the divine temple, suspended above the sea of clouds. At a glance, they beheld Piccolo sitting cross-legged at the center of the temple, immersed in his training. The seat once occupied by the old Kai was now vacant. Moreover, the aura emanating from Piccolo was astonishingly potent, far exceeding Raditz's expectations. With a solid and formidable energy nearing the terrifying level of 200 million. Piccolo, Uncle Piccolo. Upon spotting Piccolo, Goku and Gohan were filled with joy, swiftly descending beside him. Goku, Gohan, what brings you here? Piccolo slowly opened his eyes, concluding his meditation, and a flicker of surprise crossed his features upon seeing them. After all, over the past year, Goku and Gohan had devoted nearly all their time to intense training, seldom visiting him at the Divine Temple. We're here to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Goku stepped forward, brimming with excitement. A formidable Saiyan has invaded the North Galaxy, and we require greater strength to contend with him. A powerful Saiyan invasion? Piccolo's brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of astonishment. Given Raditz's current strength, the need to specifically enhance their power to confront this enemy indicated just how formidable the invading Saiyan must be. By the way, Piccolo, where's the old Kai? At that moment, Goku curiously surveyed the surroundings, noticing the absence of the old Kai, which piqued his interest. He has fused with me. Piccolo pondered for a moment before slowly articulating his thoughts. The old sage had proclaimed that to safeguard the Earth and confront the impending crisis posed by artificial beings, a more formidable force was required. Thus, he chose to assimilate with me, transforming me into my current, complete form. Understanding dawned upon Sun Wukong upon hearing this explanation. Meanwhile, Vegeta also grasped the reason behind Piccolo's astonishing increase in combat power. While he and his companions had diligently trained for a year, achieving a mere tens of millions in power, this individual had ascended to nearly 200 million. Although Piccolo lacked the ability to transform like a Saiyan, the rate of his enhancement, akin to a rocket's ascent, was undeniably extraordinary. At that moment, Raditz interjected, clapping his hands to halt their nostalgic exchanges. Vegeta, Gohan, you two should enter the hyperbolic time chamber first. Mr. Popo, kindly escort them there. Upon hearing this, Mr. Popo nodded and turned to Vegeta and Gohan. Speaking in his distinctive tone, please, follow me. With that, he pivoted and proceeded towards the great white door deep within the temple. Witnessing this, Vegeta and Gohan ceased their hesitation and promptly followed suit. Wukong. At this juncture, Piccolo finally had the opportunity to inquire, what exactly is this hyperbolic time chamber? Why must Vegeta and Gohan train there? Are you not aware? Sun Wukong replied, casting a surprised glance at Piccolo before explaining, in that chamber, 1 year of training equates to merely 1 day in the outside world. Such a place exists. Piccolo's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this revelation. Although he had merged with the elder Kai, inheriting his memories and wisdom, he was oblivious to the existence of such a miraculous secret within the Kai's realm. A wave of intense regret washed over Piccolo. Had he known of such an opportunity, he would not have wasted time training outside. Instead, he could have spent 2 years within, dramatically enhancing his strength. Observing his dismay, Sun Wukong quickly sought to console him. Piccolo, do not fret. The Elder Kai has also mentioned that each individual can only enter that place for 2 days in their lifetime. Only 2 days. Piccolo's furrowed brow relaxed considerably, and his regret began to dissipate. After all, if everyone was limited to just 2 days, the timing of entry would be relatively inconsequential. Not entirely. Raditz interjected with a thoughtful tone. If your power is sufficiently formidable, strong enough to shatter the very rules of the hyperbolic time chamber, then the so-called 2-day limitation would be rendered meaningless for you. In that case, you could remain inside for as long as you wished and come and go at will. At this pronouncement, Sun Wukong and Piccolo's eyes lit up with newfound hope. Strength sufficient to disregard the constraints of rules? This is a revelation they have never encountered. If that truly is the case, does it imply that in the future, as long as they possess enough power, they could treat the hyperbolic time chamber as a boundless sanctuary for cultivation? Brother, Sun Wukong instinctively exclaimed. How much combat power would that require? Beside him, Piccolo cast an inquisitive glance. How much? Raditz regarded the two, momentarily estimating the power level of Gotenks when transformed into Super Saiyan 3, and then slowly uttered a number so staggering it felt as though it could freeze the air around them. At least 100 billion to start. Of course, this was merely a conservative estimate, The actual requirement could be significantly higher. Hiss. Upon hearing Raditz's words, both Sun Wukong and Piccolo simultaneously inhaled sharply. Their earlier anticipation was instantly doused with a bucket of ice water, leaving them feeling cold and disheartened. 100 billion combat power to begin? What a cosmic jest. They were acutely aware that their current power levels had yet to even touch the threshold of 10 billion. Reaching the realm of 100 billion seemed not just improbable, but utterly ludicrous. Enough. Ignoring the astonished expressions on their faces, Raditz spoke with an air of indifference. You two should focus on your training here. Once I secure what I need, I shall return to you. At that time, we will set forth to meet our ancient kin. With that, Raditz made no further delay, executing the instant transmission technique, transforming into a beam of golden light and vanishing into the horizon. On the spot, Piccolo wore a look of bewilderment, instinctively turning to Sun Wukong. Wukong, what exactly is the situation with this Broly? Please elucidate. Soon, Raditz returned home. Without hesitation, he plunged back into the gravity chamber, commencing yet another round of intense training. Having sent Sun Wukong and the others into the hyperbolic time chamber, he was acutely aware that by the time they emerged, their strength would have undergone a monumental transformation, potentially bringing their base power levels dangerously close to his own. After all, training within the hyperbolic time chamber inherently involved immense pressure and the extraction of latent potential. Given the talents of Sun Wukong and his companions, spending a year or two inside would undoubtedly lead to their rebirth. Thus, he understood the necessity to seize every fleeting moment to elevate his own strength to new heights. Only through such diligence could he maintain his undeniable edge. And only then would he possess the fortitude to confront the imminent arrival of the true legend. Time flew by, and 3 days swiftly passed. Raditz, Raditz, come out. On this day, Bulma's urgent voice pierced through the heavy alloy door of the gravity chamber, echoing within. Hearing her call, Raditz gradually ceased his training, deactivating the gravity system before stepping outside. There stood Bulma and Talus at the door. Beside them stood a diminutive alien clad in an eccentric uniform, whose comical appearance unmistakably identified him as Galactic Patrolman Gak. Upon sighting Raditz, Gak rushed forward without a moment's hesitation, bowing respectfully before he spoke. Thank you for accommodating the request of our Galactic Patrol team. Chapter 24. The malevolent Saiyan capable of annihilating star systems is here. Enough of the pleasantries, Raditz interjected, waving his hand dismissively, his expression indifferent. Have you brought what I requested? I shall speak plainly. If what you present is counterfeit or inadequate, then the Galactic King's employment holds no value for me. I have brought it. I have brought it, Gak exclaimed, hastily retrieving 2 universal capsules from his bosom, gently pressing them to the ground. With 2 soft pops, a purple fruit exuding an otherworldly aroma, and a small transparent vial containing liquid materialized in Gak's hands. The vial held a droplet of dark green blood, deep as obsidian. At the mere sight of it, Raditz felt his Saiyan blood surge uncontrollably, as if a yearning from the depths of his soul compelled him to consume and merge with that drop of blood. Lord Raditz, Gak said cautiously, extending the fruit and the ancient blood droplet towards him. Everything is here. Please take a look. Very well. Raditz nodded, accepting the 2 items. He was acutely aware that the droplet of blood was authentic. It could not have elicited such a powerful resonance within him otherwise. After a brief inspection, he handed the premium fruit to Bulma. Bulma, consume this. A mere enhancement of 1,000,000 combat power is of little consequence to me now, but for you, it represents a significant leap. At his words, Bulma's mouth fell slightly agape, her azure eyes wide with astonishment. She had not anticipated that Raditz would so readily bestow upon her this divine fruit, capable of elevating any ordinary earth martial artist to greatness. I understand. Yet, true to her nature, Bulma swiftly regained her composure, devoid of any pretentiousness. She reached out and accepted the fruit, beginning to consume it in small bites. In no time, the entire fruit was devoured. A healthy flush spread across Bulma's cheeks as her aura began to swell visibly, swiftly boosting her combat power to a stable 1,000,000. Having completed this, Raditz nodded in satisfaction before directing his gaze towards Gak. You must have pinpointed the exact coordinates of that malevolent Saiyan by now. Provide them to me. I shall depart in 3 days to resolve this predicament. At these words, Gak's expression radiated with elation. Raditz has determined the date of departure, signaling that the terrifying shadow threatening the entire northern galaxy will soon be eradicated. With this thought, Gak quickly spoke up. Lord Raditz, we have accurately locked onto that person's coordinates. At that time, I can pilot the latest model of our galactic patrol ship to personally escort you and your companions there. Our patrol ships are among the fastest in the universe, allowing you to reach your destination in the shortest possible time. Very well, Raditz nodded, casting a glance at Gak before turning to Bulma beside him. Bulma, please entertain Gak for now. I need to enter seclusion immediately to refine this drop of essence blood. If Vegeta and Kakarot return, have them wait for me at the company. Understood. Bulma nodded. At this moment, having fully absorbed the power of the spirit tree fruit, her gaze towards Gak softened. Mr. Gak, you may stay at our company for the next few days. With that, Bulma and Terillis led a stunned Gak away. After watching the three depart, Raditz abruptly turned and re-entered the gravity chamber, filled with an ominous atmosphere. With a click, he locked the door tightly. Raising the glass vial containing the ancient essence blood, a glimmer of madness and anticipation shone in his eyes as he murmured, "Please do not disappoint me." Without hesitation, he uncorked the vial, tilted his head back, and swallowed the drop of dark green essence blood in one gulp. In the next moment, Raditz's expression changed drastically. He could distinctly feel an indescribable heat, akin to molten lava, surging from his abdomen and rapidly spreading throughout his limbs. "It's here." His spirit surged, and without a moment's delay, he sat cross-legged, circulating his energy to guide and refine the raging power of the bloodline. For a time, the gravity chamber was enveloped in a profound silence. As time passed, the aura irradiating from Raditz intensified at an astonishing pace, the effects of the so-called ancient essence blood surpassing his expectations. However, it was precisely because of this that Raditz's aura began to undergo a sinister transformation unbeknownst to him. As his energy continued to grow, traces of a dark red, ominous hue began to intermingle with the originally pure and domineering golden flame. Yet, immersed in the exhilarating sensation of rapidly increasing power, Raditz remained oblivious to it all. At that moment, all his focus was devoted to refining and absorbing the mysterious essence blood. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had quietly passed. Crack! On the third morning, accompanied by a long-suppressed low growl, Raditz's eyes, which had been tightly shut for 2 whole days, suddenly flew open. At the very moment he opened his eyes, a terrifying aura, a blend of the divine and the malevolent, erupted like a tangible shockwave. Raditz's gaze had transformed into a deep crimson, and his physique had grown significantly stronger than before. Exhaling a long, heated breath, a satisfied smile gradually crept across Raditz's lips. Indeed, truly remarkable. This enhancement far exceeded my expectations. My baseline combat power has surged by at least 30 million. As he spoke, Raditz concentrated his thoughts and summoned his personal system panel for review. Name, Raditz. Race, Saiyan. Bloodline, Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline, Inferior. Evil Saiyan Bloodline, Secondary. Combat Power Index, 120 million. Transformation states, Rage State, Evil State, Full Power Super Saiyan 2, Mastered Abilities, Extreme Martial Arts, Free Movement Technique. Instant Transmission, Kamehameha Wave, King Kai Fist, Evil Saiyan Bloodline, Evil State. Upon discerning the 2 newly added, ominous entries on his personal panel, Raditz's smile froze instantaneously. His expression darkened, teeth clenched in furious agitation. He spat out a few words through gritted teeth. Galaxy King, you scoundrel, how dare you deceive me? What nonsensical ancient Super Saiyan essence? It is nothing but the essence of the evil Saiyan. In that moment, a murderous intent radiated fiercely from Raditz's eyes. Evil Saiyan. This term, in his memory, referred to a terrifying new branch of Saions that appeared in another parallel universe, specifically within the Dragon Ball Heroes Prison Planet saga. Evil Saions. Their bloodline bears an eerie resemblance to the legendary Super Saiyan, but is infinitely more malevolent and savage. In that storyline, a character named Kamba, an evil Saiyan, possessed a strength so formidable that even Gogeta in Super Saiyan 4 and Vegeta in Super Saiyan Blue could not defeat him entirely. Ultimately, it was Son Goku who, upon mastering the true free movement technique, managed to reach a stalemate with him. One could assert that the potential of the evil Saiyan bloodline, in certain respects, even surpasses that of the Super Saiyan bloodline. However, alongside this immense power lies an overwhelming malevolence and uncontrollability. Once plunged into a state of rage, the danger posed is several-fold greater than that of a Super Saiyan lost to madness. despite Raditz having the system to rely on. Transforming into the evil state would render him exceedingly unstable, with the constant risk of being consumed by that malevolent force. Most critically, this evil Saiyan bloodline harbors a significant flaw. A moment's carelessness could turn him into a mindless machine of slaughter and destruction, potentially targeting even his own family and comrades. Galaxy King, this matter is far from over. A chilling, bone-deep killing intent flashed in Raditz's eyes as he spoke vehemently. Although this time his combat powers surged by 30 million, under the influence of the evil Saiyan bloodline, Raditz could distinctly sense that his mental state had become exceedingly unstable. Particularly concerning was the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, which he had only just mastered. He harbored a profound premonition that once he unleashed that form, he would likely be completely overtaken by that frenzied malevolent force, plunging into an eternal rampage. It could be said that although he had grown stronger, he had also planted a ticking time bomb within himself, one that could explode at any moment. The root cause of all this was none other than the Galactic King, who had deceived him by disguising the blood of the evil Saiyan as the ancient Super Saiyan bloodline. The fury within him roiled like molten lava on the verge of eruption, simmering in his chest for what felt like an eternity, barely suppressed by a thin veneer of rationality. The metallic door of the gravity chamber slid open with a hiss of released pressure as light flooded in, outlining his solitary silhouette. "Brother, it's Raditz. He has come out." Outside, the small space was already filled with anxious anticipation as Goku, Vegeta, and several other warriors stood like statues, their every cell screaming in response to the aura that seeped through the door's crack. That presence was no longer merely potent. It was infused with a soul-chilling malevolence. It was a pure, unmasked malice, as if the ancient brutality and icy intent to kill had been materialized, its intensity surpassing even that of the once joyful destroyer, Vegeta, and eclipsing the brutality of the cosmic tyrant, Frieza. The sensation was utterly dreadful. "Raditz, are you all right?" Bulma was the first to approach, her azure eyes filled with unshakable concern as she cautiously scrutinized him. His physique seemed even sharper than before, every muscle line appearing as if sculpted for slaughter, but most disquieting were his eyes, tinged with a faint crimson glow, resembling two fathomless pools of blood capable of consuming one's very soul. "I'm not dead," he replied nonchalantly, waving his hand with an unfamiliar, estranging aloofness. His gaze drifting past Bulma's worried visage to lock onto the trembling figure of Gak in the corner. "Gak, was that so-called blood the one handed to you by that old coot, the Galactic King?" His voice was an octave lower than usual, resonating with a metallic edge. "He assured you that it was a legacy from the ancient Super Saiyan, correct?" Yes. Gak nodded vigorously, like a student caught unprepared for a pop quiz, nervously explaining. "Lord Raditz, could there be any mistake? I witnessed with my own eyes the Galactic King retrieve that container from the depths of his precious vault." The ancient cosmic language label clearly stated it was the blood of the ancient Super Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Raditz's brow furrowed deeply. A minor character like Gak wouldn't dare to lie about such matters. Thus, the information he conveyed must originate from a genuine source. Yet, therein lay the crux of the issue. Why does the tumult within me echo the destructive impulse of the malevolent Saiyan, while the label reads ancient transcendence? What twisted connection lies hidden between these starkly contrasting entities? Or perhaps, who is deceiving whom? After a brief silence, the atmosphere seemed to solidify. Lord Raditz finally spoke again, his words imbued with an unassailable chill. "Once I have dealt with this minor inconvenience, you must make arrangements for me to personally visit that Galactic King. I demand an explanation, one that satisfies my inquiry." Deep within the northern galaxy's starry expanse, a solitary spacecraft pierced the eternal tranquility, carving a silver trajectory among countless slumbering stars. Its flight path was as direct as a vengeful blade. As the ship's engines transitioned from the roar of faster-than-light travel to a steady hum, outside the viewport, a planet enveloped in ochre dust and winds silently floated against the backdrop of the dark cosmos. "Lord Raditz, we have arrived at the coordinates." Gak hastily secured the ship in a synchronous orbit around the planet, nearly tumbling as he rushed toward the training room at the rear of the vessel, his voice tinged with excitement. "Already here?" Within the training room, the energy fluctuations, nearly capable of distorting space itself, abruptly subsided. Raditz, Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan appeared as if they were four gods of war, momentarily paused in their stances. Their gazes converged on the desolate landscape outside. The ochre-hued planet resembled a stone forsaken by the cosmos, devoid of any sign of life's verdant embrace, lifeless and bleak. Only upon the planet's surface did a disproportionately large black castle rise, akin to a sinister barb, stubbornly embedded in the arid terrain. Surrounding the fortress, indistinct, non-human entities moved mechanically, barely perceptible. Is this really the destination? Goku pressed his face against the viewport, peering intently, astonishment evident in his expression. It seems so ordinary, utterly lacking in grandeur. The legendary evil Saiyan resides in such a barren wasteland? Not just him. Even the typically proud Vegeta and the meticulous Gohan exhibited a profound sense of curiosity. For within their perceptual realms, this planet appeared pitifully weak. Devoid of any notable malevolent energy, the rumored presence utterly absent. Had it not been for Gak's fervent oaths along the way, they might have doubted whether the galactic patrolmen had mistakenly miscalculated their navigational coordinates due to excessive anxiety. Since we are here, let us disembark and investigate. In contrast to the other's bewilderment, Raditz maintained an unruffled demeanor, casually gesturing as if addressing a matter of no consequence. Gak released the small landing craft. At once, Gak, as if relieved from a great burden, promptly turned and swiftly set about executing the command. Moments later, the quartet of Raditz boarded the landing craft. A compact vessel that detached from the mothership and streaked towards the desolate planet's atmosphere like a flash of light. With a resounding thud, the landing gear crashed violently onto the cracked ground, sending a cloud of yellow dust swirling into the air. An alarm blared. An unidentified intruder has breached our defenses. Simultaneously, within the solitary black fortress, the one-eyed Saiyan Paragus crushed the crystal goblet in his hand, crimson liquid dripping through his fingers as blood vessels rapidly filled his unblemished eye. Who is this insolent fool? He roared, his voice echoing through the vast control room. How dare they trespass upon our new Vegeta? As he spoke, his scarred fingers pounded furiously on the control panel before him. Soon, a massive monitor flickered to life, clearly displaying the real-time footage of the landing craft's touchdown. The hatch opened, and 4 figures emerged in succession. Leading the charge was Raditz, followed closely by Son Goku, Vegeta, and Son Gohan. That hairstyle and battle attire, those are Saiyans. As Paragus's gaze fixated on Vegeta's face, which bore a striking resemblance to his father's, his complexion turned an ominous shade of gray, contorting with rage. Prince Vegeta, he spat through clenched teeth, each syllable dripping with hatred and humiliation. That wretched being. He has the audacity to come here himself. Prince Vegeta, the disgrace you inflicted upon my son and me will be repaid 1,000-fold with your precious son's blood and life. With a furious roar, Paragus slammed his palm down on a red emergency button, issuing his final command. Deploy all combat units. Eliminate the intruders on the spot. Leave no one alive. The moment the command was given, every exit of the fortress swung open, and an overwhelming tide of alien mercenaries and standard combat robots surged forth like a flood, menacingly converging upon the desolate expanse where Raditz and his companions stood. Yet Paragus himself did not rush into the fray. He opted to remain within the safety of the control room, grinning malevolently as he prepared to witness a one-sided slaughter. Hey, big brother. Could it be that guy Gak has truly gone to the wrong place? Outside the landing craft, Son Goku scratched his head, surveying the endless desolation around him with a puzzled expression. The energy I sensed is as feeble as a flickering candle in the wind. I could extinguish a large area with just a breath. How could someone named Broly possibly be in a place like this? His words echoed the sentiments of all present, as Vegeta and Son Gohan nodded in agreement almost simultaneously. In their perception, the life force on this planet was alarmingly weak, utterly unworthy of being the cradle for the legendary Super Saiyan. Logically, a being of such caliber, even in unconscious breathing, would emit a presence potent enough to make an entire planet tremble. How could it be so eerily silent? Have you all forgotten that we can also conceal our aura with perfection? Chapter 25. Is this the power of Broly? Raditz cast a glance at the 3 companions beside him, his tone as flat, as if stating an undeniable truth. Yet his crimson eyes sparkled with a glimmer of profound insight. Moreover, I have detected a trace of a fellow Saiyan's energy. Although the owner of this power is not Broly, it is undeniably a Saiyan, with a battle strength hovering around 5,000, a rather unremarkable fighter. As these words escaped his lips, they detonated in the hearts of Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan like a deep-sea bomb. The 3 of them stiffened, immediately amplifying their sensory perception to its utmost, delving into broader and more intricate dimensions. There truly exists the energy of a Saiyan. Almost within a second, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of incredulity. Incredible. Aside from the legendary monster Broly, there are indeed other kin surviving in this world. Although this energy is weak enough to be dismissed, its mere existence confirms that Gak's navigation was not erroneous. Upon realizing this, excitement ignited on the faces of Goku and Gohan. The navigation is correct. This conclusion equates to the proclamation that the legendary Super Saiyan Broly is undoubtedly lurking somewhere on this planet. The mere thought of facing such a legendary adversary sent their battle instincts into a fervor, an uncontrollable urge to seek out Broly for an exhilarating confrontation. Kill. Exterminate all invaders. Just then, a sharp sound of slicing through the air abruptly interrupted their thoughts. Following the sound, they beheld a dark mass, a mixed legion composed of various bizarre extraterrestrial creatures and robots gleaming with metallic luster, surging forth from the horizon, encircling them completely. Countless laser gun muzzles shimmered with the light of death, targeting the four in the arena and commencing a comprehensive assault. A swarm of oblivious ants. Witnessing this scene, a contemptuous smirk curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth, a fleeting flash of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. He could not be bothered to assume any stance. Instead, he casually raised one hand, palm facing forward. In an instant, hundreds, if not thousands, of dazzling energy blasts erupted from his palm like an uncontrollable meteor shower, sweeping forth with overwhelming force. Boom, boom. The deafening sound of explosions instantly resonated across the desolate wasteland, heralding a symphony of destruction. The aggressive alien legion, in the face of Vegeta's merciless energy storm, crumbled like paper, vaporized, torn apart, and utterly annihilated at a visible pace. In an instant, the scorched earth was left littered with swirling metallic fragments and biological remnants. Vegeta, is this a bit too ruthless? Observing the one-sided massacre before him, Goku instinctively smacked his lips. Despite the fact that those individuals were here to attack, their meager strength utterly failed to ignite any desire for battle within the inherently kind-hearted Sun Wukong. Instead, he felt a twinge of compassion. Humph. Upon hearing this, Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, retorting without looking back, "Kakarot, you naive fool. Broly has annihilated dozens of civilized planets in the South Galaxy. Do you truly believe he could accomplish this alone? Are those pitiful beings turning to ash beneath your feet innocent?" With these words, both Sun Wukong and his son Gohan fell momentarily silent. Indeed, how could they have overlooked this crucial detail? He was not wrong. At that moment, Raditz's cold yet magnetic voice echoed, bringing a definitive end to their brief dispute. Although it was Broly, the uncontrollable beast, who had truly unleashed destruction upon the planets, these individuals were undoubtedly accomplices, handing over the knife and pointing the way. He paused, his scarlet gaze sweeping over his brother and nephew, continuing, "We Saiyans are inherently unable to survive for extended periods in the vacuum of space. Without this group of navigators possessing cosmic navigation technology to locate habitable planets for him, no matter how powerful Broly may be, he would merely be a beast confined to a solitary island, incapable of wreaking havoc across the South Galaxy. Kakarot, Gohan, it is time for you to take action. Eliminate these bothersome pests. Though we have yet to sense Broly's energy, that Saiyan we captured earlier must know something. Let us resolve this swiftly, and then pay a visit to the master of this castle." "Understood, brother." "Yes, uncle." Raditz's words struck like a clarion call, awakening Sun Wukong and Son Gohan to their senses. Weakness has never been a shield against culpability. Participation in evil deeds, even if merely facilitating them, is equally unforgivable. With this realization, the last vestige of hesitation vanished from their eyes, replaced by the pure fighting spirit of the Saiyans. No longer hesitating, they immediately joined Vegeta in the effort to clear the area. In an instant, golden and white energy beams intertwined with Vegeta's purple destructive energy, forming an inescapable net of death. The entire sky was illuminated by this magnificent yet brutal display of energy fireworks. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the aliens and robots that had surged forth from the castle were utterly slaughtered, leaving not a single intact piece behind. "Let us depart." Gazing at the battlefield, now silent yet more chaotic than before, Raditz stated expressionlessly. With a press of a button, he stored the landing craft back into the universal capsule, then slowly ascended, becoming a fleeting shadow as he sped towards the distant, imposing black castle. All right. Sun Wukong and the others eagerly followed suit, trailing closely behind. In an instant, four formidable presences surged forth like four unsheathed swords, tearing through the heavens and directly targeting the throne of Paragus at the eye of the storm. Cursed be this, he exclaimed in disbelief. How could they be so powerful? Within the palace, Paragus shattered the table before him with a single punch. His gaze fixed upon the four figures rapidly approaching his abode, his eyes ablaze with fury and murderous intent. Simultaneously, an overwhelming dread enveloped him. From the previous actions of Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan, he discerned that their strength far exceeded his own limits. Should they reach the castle, Paragus would stand utterly defenseless. No match for their might. No, I must awaken Broly. Only he can contend with Vegeta and the others. Murmuring to himself, Paragus could no longer remain seated. He hastily departed the control room, making his way to a concealed chamber. Is this the royal palace of Vegeta? Outside the castle, Vegeta gazed in astonishment at the edifice before him, disbelief etched upon his features. The castle was crafted by Paragus, yet bore an uncanny resemblance to the former royal palace of Vegeta. Damn that scoundrel! He dares to aspire to kingship. In an instant, Vegeta's countenance darkened, his eyes burning with rage as he regarded the castle. As the Prince of Saiyans, he had always held pride in his lineage. Yet now, a fellow Saiyan had constructed a replica of his royal abode, an affront to his very identity. Enraged by this thought, Vegeta unleashed a torrent of energy blasts, which soared forth in every direction. Boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions reverberated loudly as the castle succumbed to destruction at a visible pace. Vegeta, what are you doing? Goku exclaimed in shock, staring at Vegeta in confusion. Conversely, Raditz understood the source of Vegeta's ire. Paragus, in his delusions of grandeur as the new king, had, in a sense, struck at Vegeta's most tender spot. However, Raditz had no intention of intervening. His singular focus remained on Broly. To him, Paragus was of little consequence. Humph. Vegeta scoffed darkly. The wretch within this castle has violated the sacred code. As the Prince of Saiyans, I shall not permit such an affront to exist. Kakarot, do not meddle in my affairs. With that, Vegeta resumed his barrage of energy blasts. In mere minutes, the castle lay in ruins, reduced to mere rubble. Vegeta. At that moment, a venomous roar erupted from the ground below. Following the sound, they beheld Paragus emerging from the debris, disheveled, and with one glaring eye fixed upon Vegeta, seething with rage. His castle, his dominion, everything had been obliterated by Vegeta. To Paragus, this was an unbearable humiliation. Is it truly him? Upon seeing Paragus, Goku remarked, indeed. He is a Saiyan. However, his energy was exceedingly feeble, with a battle power index of merely 5 or 6,000. Surely not Broly. Indeed, it was not. Shaking his head, Vegeta's expression darkened as he declared, he is Paragus, a Saiyan, albeit merely a high-class warrior. As he spoke, Vegeta soared towards Paragus with great speed. Observing this, Raditz, Goku, and Gohan did not hesitate and swiftly followed suit. In no time, the quartet arrived at Paragus's location, where Vegeta, with an icy demeanor, demanded, Paragus, reveal to me the whereabouts of Broly. Without any further ado, Vegeta regarded Paragus with utter disdain, his focus primarily on Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, and the extent of his power. How do you know? Paragus stammered, his face paling. Damn it. You've already discovered the truth. It appeared that someone had leaked information about Broly. Vegeta, do not presume that just because you are the Prince of Saiyans, you can act with impunity. My son Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, and today, you and Bardock's sons shall meet your demise here. With that, Paragus abruptly pressed a button on a remote control. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed from beneath the ruins. Following that, an immense energy surged forth from the ground, causing the entire castle's ruins to tremble visibly, with countless fragments levitating and shattering under the force of that energy. Haha. Paragus laughed heartily at the sight. Vegeta, today you shall all perish. Enough. In response, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Vegeta's eyes as he raised his hand, launching a beam of energy that pierced through Paragus's chest. With a cry of agony, Paragus plummeted from the air, crashing to the ground, where he lay, barely clinging to life. Having completed this act, Vegeta paid no heed to Paragus's presence, instead directing his gaze towards the underground area. At last, The legendary Super Saiyan is about to emerge. Raditz, Kakarot, and Gohan, you are not to interfere. This prince shall be the first to confront him. Upon hearing this, Raditz shrugged indifferently, replying, Vegeta, then good luck to you. He gestured for Kakarot and Gohan to follow him. As they departed, Raditz was filled with curiosity regarding Vegeta's current power. After all, he had trained for a full 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber. Even if Vegeta had not yet completed his transformation into Super Saiyan 2, his strength was not to be underestimated. The critical matter was that Raditz was unaware of the depths of Broly's abilities, and he too was eager to witness the extent of Broly's power. Be careful, Vegeta, Goku called out, before he too followed Raditz, taking Gohan along with him. Just then, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. A faint golden energy erupted from the ground, and a figure, towering 3 meters high, ascended into view. It was none other than Broly. At this moment, he was enveloped in a state of fury, with a power index soaring to an astounding 1 per billion. The sheer intensity of his aura was palpable, sensing the tumultuous energy emanating from Broly. Both Goku and Gohan could not help but exclaim in awe. Such strength. It was immensely powerful, a battle power of 1 per billion. And this was merely in his base form. One could only imagine the terrifying potential he would unleash upon achieving his legendary transformation. Astonishingly, Broly's base power was already 140 million. Raditz was equally taken aback, never anticipating that Broly would surpass his expectations. If he could maintain around 1 per billion in this furious state, what would his power index be upon completing his legendary transformation? Would it not exceed a staggering 14 billion? If that were the case, how could Goku and others, who were merely at the level of Super Saiyan 2 in the original storyline, possibly defeat him? For a moment, Raditz felt that the original plot was flawed. In this state, how could Broly be challenged by those with power levels merely in the 4 to 5 billion range? The most crucial point was that, judging by Broly's current state, he evidently possessed forms that Raditz had yet to master. The legendary transformation in his furious state was immensely powerful. Raditz understood this firsthand, and thus he realized that Goku and his companions were likely no match for him. Broly, kill him. Eliminate that Vegeta scoundrel. At that moment, Paragus' voice rang out, revealing that although he was nearing his end, he still clung to life with a fierce gaze directed at Vegeta, hatred and murderous intent evident in his eyes. Dad! Broly instinctively glanced at Paragus in his furious state, and his aura surged even higher. In the next moment, Broly's focus locked onto Vegeta, and he charged at him without hesitation. Is he coming? Observing the situation, Vegeta felt no fear. Taking a deep breath, he immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. Huh! A low roar echoed as Vegeta transformed, his energy escalating rapidly, and his power index surged to approximately 2.5 billion. Without hesitation, he launched a punch that collided with Broly's fist. Boom! The sound of the explosion resonated as the forces of Vegeta and Broly erupted, a terrifying aura sweeping through the air. In an instant, Broly was sent flying. With a power level of only around 1 per billion, he was indeed no match for Vegeta at this moment. After sending Broly hurtling away, Vegeta declared with pride, "The legendary Super Saiyan is nothing extraordinary. Broly, transform. Otherwise, you will never be my equal." However, Broly disregarded Vegeta's words and charged at him once more. Although his energy had increased significantly, he still fell short of Vegeta's power. Stubborn fool. Seeing this, a glimmer of disdain flickered in Vegeta's eyes. Without transforming into his legendary form, Broly was indeed beneath his notice. In that instant, Vegeta lunged forward, and the next moment, 2 figures were engaged in a fierce battle amidst the ruins. The sound of explosions echoed relentlessly as Broly was mercilessly battered by Vegeta. Roaring with fury, Broly's power surged rapidly, yet he was unable to contend with Vegeta's might. Impossible. This could not be. This scene left Paragus, watching from a distance, in utter disbelief. How could Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, be unable to overpower Vegeta? Moreover, how could Vegeta, in his golden warrior form, possibly transform into a Super Saiyan? Uncle, is this truly the extent of Broly's power? Not only Paragus, but even Goku and Gohan were equally astonished, remarking in confusion, "He doesn't seem that strong." Upon hearing this, Raditz's lips curled in disdain. Not strong. This was merely Broly's rage state. Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, Broly had yet to unveil his full potential. Once he completed his transformation, His terrifying power would far exceed Vegeta's capabilities. Realizing this, Raditz promptly spoke. Continue watching. Vegeta is not Broly's opponent. At this moment, Broly has yet to awaken his full strength. What? Goku and Gohan's expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing this. If he had yet to awaken his full power, what was Broly's true limit? In an instant, Goku and Gohan fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the battlefield. As time passed, although Broly continued to endure relentless punishment, his strength grew exponentially. Moreover, this power was surging within his rage state. With each passing moment, Broly became increasingly formidable. In a remarkably short time, he had reached a level sufficient to rival Vegeta. Observing this, Raditz instinctively mused, "This guy's rage state is even stronger than I anticipated." Broly, even the older version of his legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, surpasses mine by a significant margin. In that moment, Raditz's desire for bloodline evolution intensified. The limits of Broly's rage state exceeded his understanding, indicating that Broly's legendary bloodline was at least of a higher tier, while he himself remained at a lower tier, making it quite challenging to achieve Broly's level. Most crucially, he recalled from the original narrative that Broly could transform into a Super Saiyan and into his legendary form. This meant that the true legendary bloodline harmoniously combined the powers of both the Super Saiyan and legendary forms. Broly. At that moment, Vegeta's low growl resonated as he delivered a powerful punch directly to Broly's face, sending him flying. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta raised his hand and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Broly's location. The explosions rumbled incessantly, reducing Broly's vicinity to a mere wasteland. "Broly, save me." Just then, a desperate cry echoed through the chaos. Turning to the source of the sound, it became evident that Paragus within that vicinity had also been affected by the energy blast. His inherent combat prowess was already exceedingly feeble, and now, subjected to the energy wave, his condition had deteriorated to a tragic extent. In the span of just a few breaths, Paragus's body was nearly obliterated. The remaining fragment of his form plummeted to the ground, landing directly beside Broly. Even in death, Paragus's singular eye remained wide open, filled with resentment, hatred, and unwillingness. "Dad." Upon witnessing Paragus's demise, Broly was momentarily stunned. Almost instantly, his sanity began to unravel rapidly, as a golden aura erupted around him. "Kill." With a thunderous roar, Broly's golden energy surged skyward, and in the next moment, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. At that instant, his power intensified 50-fold. Previously possessing a combat power index of approximately 1.5 billion, it skyrocketed to around 75 billion. In that very moment, Broly's form surged forward. A single punch struck Vegeta squarely in the abdomen. The cry of anguish echoed as Vegeta's eyes bulged, blood gushing from his mouth, and he was sent hurtling away like a kite severed from its string. "Vegeta." This sight instantly prompted Goku's urgent call. Without a moment's hesitation, Goku swiftly flew into the arena and quickly assisted the injured Vegeta. Kakarot. Seeing Goku beside him, Vegeta coughed up blood, his spirit waning as he warned, "Be careful. That guy is incredibly strong." Vegeta. Observing this dire situation, Goku became frantic, hastily producing a senzu bean to feed Vegeta. He then tossed Vegeta towards Raditz and Gohan, instructing, "Gohan, help take care of Vegeta." "Okay, Dad." Chapter 26. Raditz can actually use 100-fold Kaioken. Seeing the situation unfold, Gohan did not dare to hesitate, quickly supporting the now stabilized Vegeta. Even after consuming the senzu bean, the injuries inflicted by Broly's recent punch rendered Vegeta unable to recover swiftly. Indeed, Raditz glanced at Vegeta before his gaze fixated on the distance where Broly, now devoid of reason and transformed into a Super Saiyan, emanated an aura of envy. High-grade Saiyan bloodline. It was precisely due to the existence of such a bloodline that Broly was able to harness his rage and transform. This exceptional lineage enabled Broly to achieve both Super Saiyan and legendary Super Saiyan forms. If only his own bloodline could reach such heights, perhaps he too could undergo such transformations. Broly. At that moment, Goku appeared before Broly with a swift motion, letting out a low growl. Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power and declared, "Your next opponent is me." In this moment, Goku's energy surged, reaching approximately 4.9 billion. His normal battle power hovers around 70 million, while Vegeta's is approximately 50 million, indicating a significant disparity between the two. Kakarot. Sensing Goku's energy, Broly's expression subtly shifted as memories of Goku's childhood cries, which once incited his wrath, flooded his mind. In the next moment, disregarding Vegeta's presence entirely, Broly lunged directly at Goku. "Come at me." Goku, unwilling to be outdone, charged forward to meet him. Instantly, the two figures collided in midair. With each punch, Goku's expression grew increasingly grim, while Broly seemed to thrive in the fray. The gap in their powers was simply too vast, leaving Goku struggling to compensate with his combat skills alone. It was evident that a change was necessary. Muttering to himself, Goku exchanged another blow with Broly before swiftly retreating to the ground. "Kakarot," Broly bellowed, surging towards Goku with ferocity. "Huh." On the ground, Goku, refusing to slacken his resolve, unleashed a thunderous roar, his body enveloped in crackling lightning as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. In an instant, his battle power soared to around 7 billion. Without hesitation, Goku ascended into the sky, re-engaging Broly in battle. The sound of explosions reverberated as Goku found himself steadily retreating. Despite achieving the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, his base power still paled in comparison to Broly's, especially with Broly's transformation enhanced by his rage, resulting in increasingly severe injuries for Goku. Dad. Witnessing Goku's brutal thrashing and his lack of resistance, Gohan's eyes reddened in an instant. In the next moment, Gohan's energy surged violently, crackling with electricity as he too transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Without a moment's hesitation, Gohan soared forward to aid Goku. "Broly," he growled, and in an instant, Gohan reached Broly, delivering a powerful punch that sent Broly careening away. Observing this turn of events, Raditz raised an eyebrow, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. 100 billion battle power. Gohan's base power has astonishingly reached 100 million. At that moment, Raditz was profoundly shaken. Although Gohan had trained for a year longer than Goku, such a leap in strength seemed implausible. It was worth noting that Vegeta, who had also trained in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 years, had only achieved a base power of around 50 million. "Kakarot," Broly roared once more, stabilizing himself before charging at Gohan. "Gohan, let's attack together," Goku urged, sensing Gohan's power had surpassed his own, yet recognizing that they were both no match for Broly. Thus, the only hope now lies in their combined efforts. Only through their collaboration can they hope to possess the strength to contend with Broly. "All right, father." Nodding in understanding of Broly's formidable power, Gohan promptly joined Goku in their advance towards Broly. The air was filled with the sound of explosions as the three figures engaged in a fierce battle in midair, causing the ground to tremble and the heavens to crack, with the terrifying force escalating exponentially in that moment. "TCH, that brat," Vegeta grunted, struggling to rise. His injuries had nearly healed. Yet, his eyes were filled with a sense of unwillingness. Goku and Gohan had both attained Super Saiyan 2, and their base power levels surpassed his. A reality he found hard to accept. With a fierce shout, Vegeta unleashed his full Super Saiyan power, his battle index soaring to approximately 3.5 billion. Without hesitation, he took to the skies to assist Goku and Gohan. In a brief moment, the trio of Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan joined forces to engage Broly in combat. However, despite their 3-on-1 advantage, the situation for Goku and his companions was dire. In the face of overwhelming power, their resistance was nearly futile. As time progressed, Broly grew increasingly adept at wielding his strength. Even in his irrational rage, each of his punches was enough to inflict injury upon Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. Conversely, their attacks barely registered against Broly, leaving no mark whatsoever. The disparity was insurmountable. Witnessing this, Raditz shook his head. Under the current circumstances, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan were utterly outmatched by Broly. This was merely Broly's Super Saiyan form. Should he transform further, he could eradicate them in an instant. Indeed, even in his current state of madness, he possessed the capability to easily eliminate the trio. The anguished cries of Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta jolted Raditz from his thoughts. Turning to the source of the sound, he saw that the three had crashed heavily to the ground. The chasm between their power levels, billions versus hundreds of billions, was a gap that no force could bridge. Even with Broly's loss of rationality, his raw strength was beyond what Goku and the others could contend with. "Die, Kakarot." Broly's low growl reverberated as he raised his hand, gathering golden energy into a massive sphere, which he hurled unhesitatingly towards the fallen Goku and his companions. It was over. They were doomed. As this dire situation unfolded, despair flickered in the eyes of Vegeta and Gohan. No. Suddenly, Goku let out a low growl. Struggling to rise from the ground, he brought his hands together and shouted, "Huh, me, huh." In the next moment, a colossal Kamehameha wave erupted forth, colliding directly with the energy sphere in midair. However, even at this moment, as Sun Wukong poured all his strength into the battle, the vast disparity in their combat power led to the Kamehameha being pushed back relentlessly. In contrast, the energy sphere hurled by Broly surged rapidly toward the area where the three of them stood. Came, huh. The commanding shouts of Gohan and Vegeta echoed simultaneously. In the next instant, two beams of energy erupted forth, merging with Sun Wukong's Kamehameha to collide fiercely with the energy sphere. The ground shook with a thunderous roar, crumbling and collapsing at a visible pace, ultimately disintegrating into dust. Miraculously, the combined strength of Sun Wukong and his allies managed to withstand the onslaught of the energy sphere. Yet, before they could catch their breath, Broly's distant roar pierced the air. Kakarot. In the next moment, he raised his hands, channeling energy into the sphere. Instantly, its power surged dramatically, hurtling towards Sun Wukong and his companions with alarming speed. Damn it, this monster! Vegeta bellowed, his eyes filled with resentment and envy. The legendary Super Saiyan before them was even more terrifying than Raditz. While Raditz, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, was indeed overwhelmingly powerful, he paled in comparison to the Broly standing before them. After all, as a pure-blood Super Saiyan, even in a state of rage and lost reason, Broly's innate power was pushed to its zenith, unlike Raditz's limitations. Gohan, Vegeta, assist me. At that moment, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, seemingly resolute. Tenfold Kamehameha? In an instant, the Kamehameha in his hands amplified tenfold, unleashing an overwhelmingly terrifying force that collided with the energy sphere. The energy sphere, despite Broly's direct contribution, began to falter under the might of the tenfold Kamehameha. Incredible! This scene caused Gohan and Vegeta to widen their eyes in astonishment. The tenfold Kamehameha elevated Sun Wukong's power to an astonishing level exceeding 70 billion. Although it was merely a single attack, if it could strike Broly on the distant ground, victory would be within reach. With this thought, Vegeta and Gohan hesitated no longer and unleashed their entire energy into the tenfold Kamehameha. Kakarot. As the crisis loomed, Broly continued to roar, channeling an unending source of energy into the sphere to counter the Kamehameha. The entire planet trembled under the weight of their combined forces, unleashing terrifying waves of energy that cracked both the surface and the core of the planet. Amidst the eruption of countless magma flows, the clash between the tenfold Kamehameha and the energy sphere intensified dramatically. What a guy! I underestimated Kakarot. Seeing this situation, a glimmer of insight flashed in Raditz's eyes as he murmured, "Though I cannot attain the Kaioken technique while in the Super Saiyan form, this tenfold Kamehameha wave has become a formidable weapon. If the opponent were not Broly, there might have been a chance of success." He seemed to comprehend why Broly had fallen in the original narrative. It was likely due to this tenfold Kamehameha, which had propelled Broly into the depths of space. Had he possessed the capability to survive in the cosmos, the original version of Broly would not have succumbed to Gohan and his companions. Contemplating this, Raditz rose and declared, "It is nearly time. After this strike, they will lose their fighting spirit." Broly, Kakarot. Before Raditz could finish his thought, a thunderous roar erupted from Broly. Following the sound, he observed Broly's aura transforming into a grass-green hue, his form swelling once more, and his golden hair shifting to match the color of his energy. The legendary Super Saiyan. Raditz's pupils constricted in disbelief. He had not anticipated Broly would unleash his legendary mode so swiftly. In that instant, Broly's energy surged, doubling to an astonishing 15 billion. With no resistance, Broly thrust both hands forward, propelling the energy sphere that had been approaching him. The tenfold Kamehameha wave shattered at a visible pace. The enormous energy sphere, brimming with the power to annihilate planets, hurtled towards the vicinity of Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. No! Vegeta cried out in despair, fully aware of the imminent doom. The terrifying assault from Broly would undoubtedly spell their demise. Goku and Gohan's faces mirrored the despair. Their strength utterly depleted as they watched the Kamehameha disintegrate, the colossal energy sphere now mere moments away. They could no longer afford to wait. They were vastly outmatched by Broly. At this critical juncture, Raditz's eyes gleamed with determination. With a thought, he activated instant transmission, appearing beside Goku and the others. He swiftly employed the technique again, whisking the four of them away in an instant. The moment they vanished, Broly's energy sphere soared past the area they had occupied, shooting out of the atmosphere and crashing into a distant, colossal planet. Boom! The explosion reverberated through the cosmos, and they could clearly see the planet, hundreds of times larger than Earth, disintegrating at an observable rate, ultimately transforming into cosmic dust. Gulping, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan could not help but swallow hard at the sight. While they possessed the power to destroy planets, obliterating such a massive celestial body was no trivial feat. Yet now, Broly's energy sphere had effortlessly reduced it to dust. Had that attack struck them, they would have likely left no trace behind. Upon contemplating this, the expressions of Sun Wukong and the others turned ashen, their gazes shifting towards Raditz. "Brother, thank you," they expressed in unison. Raditz waved his hand dismissively, tossing 3 magical beans to Sun Wukong and his companions. "Well, you have already experienced the disparity in our strengths. Henceforth, allow me to take charge." With that, Raditz did not linger but leapt forward, appearing in the vicinity of Broly. Upon landing, Raditz unleashed his full transformation, his battle power soaring to approximately 24 billion. After completing this transformation, he declared, "Now, let me be your opponent." What immense energy! The realization struck Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan, who observed from a distance, rendered speechless. A battle power exceeding 200 billion was beyond their comprehension and capabilities, although they had previously acknowledged a significant gap in strength. Witnessing Raditz's current state weighed heavily upon their hearts, instilling a sense of gravity and oppression. "I must grow stronger." In that moment, the eyes of Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and Gohan were filled with determination and resolve. Simultaneously, a sense of regret washed over them. During their time in the time chamber, despite their training, they had not exerted themselves to the fullest. Their journey to confront Broly had not been taken with the seriousness it warranted, as they believed their own powers were already formidable. Yet, the reality was stark. Facing Broly nearly cost them their lives. The overwhelming disparity in strength left Sun Wukong and his companions on the brink of despair. Kakarot. On the ground, Broly roared once more, entirely disregarding Raditz's presence, and charged towards the area where Sun Wukong stood. In his frenzied state, Broly was consumed by a single thought: to eliminate Sun Wukong. Anyone else, including Raditz, Vegeta, or Gohan, was of no consequence to him. How utterly contemptuous! Witnessing this scene, Raditz's lips curled into a slight smirk as he swiftly positioned himself before Broly. "Get back!" he bellowed, launching a powerful punch that collided with Broly's formidable physique. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, yet Raditz's brow furrowed slightly. Broly remained unfazed, standing resolutely without so much as a flinch. Kakarot. Before Raditz could regain his composure, Broly's fist surged towards him. How ungrateful! Observing the situation, Raditz's lips twitched as he adeptly evaded Broly's attack. He then raised his fists, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes upon Broly's form. In an instant, Broly became a living target. As Raditz's fists relentlessly struck Broly's form, Broly found himself retreating rapidly. Yet, despite this onslaught, Raditz realized that his blows were failing to inflict any significant damage upon Broly. With the passage of time, Broly's mastery of combat techniques was advancing at an astonishing rate. Even his evasive maneuvers nearly faltered several times, and Raditz's formidable fighting style struggled to land continuous hits on Broly. Such a terrifying aptitude for learning. This truly exemplified the formidable nature of a Super Saiyan. Observing this situation, Raditz could not help but reflect inwardly. Although they both possessed the Super Saiyan lineage, a considerable disparity existed between himself and Broly. Were it not for his possession of the system, he would likely have no hope of contending with Broly at all. Realizing this, Raditz understood that if this continued, he would have no chance of subduing Broly. As Broly continued to learn, his strength would only become increasingly formidable. It was imperative to suppress him swiftly or to defeat Broly outright. Resolute in his decision, Raditz lifted his gaze to Broly, his thoughts prompting him to withdraw and create distance. In the next moment, Raditz's form gracefully landed, and he instinctively deactivated his Super Saiyan mode. What was happening? Why had he abandoned his transformation? What was Raditz contemplating? Observing this development from a distance, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, who had already regained their composure, were left utterly bewildered. They could not comprehend why Raditz would relinquish his Super Saiyan transformation. Did he possess other means of enhancing his power? Just as Goku and the others were processing this, Raditz, without hesitation, activated his rage state. Instantly, Raditz's physique surged, matching Broly's height. Simultaneously, his energy escalated to an astonishing level of 1.2 billion. It was now time to unleash the Kaioken times 100. Underestimating his opponent, Raditz directed his gaze towards the oncoming Broly, his fists tightening as he declared, Kaioken times 100. In the next instant, a crimson beam soared into the heavens. Empowered by the Kaioken, Raditz's battle power skyrocketed to 12 billion. He then swiftly closed the gap, engaging Broly in a fierce melee. His formidable fighting style unleashed a barrage of punches upon Broly. With his agile maneuvers, Raditz evaded every one of Broly's attacks. Although there remained a discrepancy of approximately 3 billion in their strengths, Broly was still not in control of his faculties, relying solely on instinct in battle. This led to Broly's raw power being formidable, yet ultimately inadequate against Raditz. He was continuously bombarded, his anguished cries echoing, "Ah, ah." This scene rendered Goku and the others, observing from the ground, utterly speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief as they exclaimed, "How is this possible? Raditz is actually utilizing the Kaioken times 100. Moreover, with the astonishing 100-fold Kaioken, he managed to dominate Broly, even subjecting him to relentless torment." At that moment, the three of them experienced a profound shock to their worldviews. The Kaioken, it astonishingly achieved a magnitude of 100. This was entirely comparable to the transformations of Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2. The Kaioken could even be executed in a state of rage. To think that my brother has cultivated the Kaioken to such an extraordinary degree. With his mouth agape, Goku's gaze burned with intensity, his eyes brimming with fervent anticipation. If Raditz could unleash the Kaioken in a state of anger, could he not similarly invoke it while in Super Saiyan form? If he could activate a 10-fold Kaioken in that state, his battle power would soar to over 70 billion. Dad. At that moment, Gohan instinctively spoke up. "Can you teach me the Kaioken?" Upon hearing this, even Vegeta turned his attention towards Goku. Raditz's recent execution of the Kaioken in a state of rage had revealed its extraordinary potency to them all. Should they master it, it would undoubtedly yield a tremendous enhancement to their abilities. Certainly. Nodding in affirmation, Goku affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair and replied, "Once we return to Earth, I will take you to the North Kao to learn the Kaioken. Though I have mastered it, my teaching capabilities are nowhere near those of Lord North Kao." "Okay, Dad." Gohan nodded vigorously, his face alight with excitement. "I will definitely work hard to learn it." In contrast, Vegeta merely scoffed at the notion. Seeking out the North Kao for instruction on the Kaioken, Gohan and Goku may embrace such an idea, but he, the proud prince of the Saiyans, could never bring himself to seek guidance from a so-called deity. While the allure of the Kaioken was undeniable, Vegeta chose to forego it in favor of preserving his dignity. Furthermore, he recalled the excruciating pain Goku endured when he first employed the Kaioken. It was not a skill one could master lightly, nor could one easily reach Raditz's level of 100-fold Kaioken. Kakarot. In the arena, Broly continued to roar with fury. Under Raditz's relentless assault, he found himself bewildered. No matter how fiercely he attacked, he could not seem to land a blow on Raditz. Conversely, every strike Raditz unleashed found its mark, inflicting immense agony upon him. As a result, Broly became increasingly enraged. In such circumstances, Raditz could distinctly sense Broly's energy surging rapidly. Is he growing stronger? Observing this, a glimmer of interest flickered in Raditz's eyes, yet he remained unfazed. Being of the same bloodline as the Super Saiyans, this intense battle was also causing his own power to escalate swiftly. "Let me see where your limits truly lie," Raditz muttered, intensifying his onslaught against Broly. In an instant, the two figures engaged in a furious clash within the planet, leaving devastation in their wake as countless regions erupted around them. Countless mountains crumbled, innumerable rivers fractured, and even the very planet itself was rapidly splitting apart. In such dire circumstances, the energies of Raditz and Broly surged dramatically, as if their strength knew no bounds. Witnessing this, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, positioned at a distance on the ground, could not help but gasp in astonishment. Being on the planet, they could distinctly sense the escalating power of Raditz and Broly, each increment seemingly exceeding tens of millions, and appearing limitless, truly a terrifying spectacle. Was this the power of the legendary Saiyan bloodline? It was indeed unfathomable. Vegeta, with a bitter expression, remarked, "I once believed that the legendary Super Saiyan merely transformed to surpass us, but I never anticipated that their method of enhancing strength was equally ruthless." His words immediately resonated with Goku and Gohan, who recognized that Raditz and Broly merely needed to engage in battle to grow stronger. Moreover, their rate of progression far surpassed the arduous training the three of them endured. The advantage of the legendary bloodline made it painfully clear to them that their efforts were rendered insignificant in the face of such innate talent. Suddenly, Goku seemed to sense something amiss, directing his gaze toward a specific area. This planet is about to explode. Upon hearing this, both Vegeta and Gohan perked up. Following his gaze, they observed the entire planet fracturing at an alarming rate, with countless streams of molten magma erupting. In such a scenario, it was evident that the planet's lifespan had reached its limit. If Raditz and Broly continued their rampage, the planet's destruction was inevitable, and they too would be caught in the aftermath. "Big brother," Goku instinctively shouted, "the planet is going to explode. We must evacuate immediately." Startled, Raditz glanced around, fully aware of the planet's dire condition. At the current rate, it appeared that within mere minutes, the planet would meet its demise. This was truly a fragile world, he mused. Underestimating its resilience, Raditz delivered a powerful punch that sent Broly staggering back, then declared, "Kakarot, you must take Vegeta and Gohan back to the spaceship. Find a larger planet where you can transform and unleash your energy. I will teleport to you afterward." With that, Raditz charged back into battle with Broly, who was now completely enveloped in the frenzy of combat. As time flowed on, one could faintly observe Broly's once blank eyes slowly regaining clarity. Clearly, amidst this relentless fighting, Broly's base power was rising swiftly, leading him to master the legendary bloodline with increasing proficiency. "I understand." Goku nodded, instantly comprehending Raditz's intentions. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong seized Vegeta and Gohan, and with a mere thought, initiated instant transmission back to the spacecraft. Gak, once aboard the ship, Sun Wukong immediately turned to Gak and instructed, "Swiftly search for a massive uninhabited planet." "Understood, Mr. Wukong." Gak nodded earnestly and promptly activated the ship's radar to commence the search. Moments later, Gak's spirits lifted as he announced, "I found it. There is a dark matter planet in the left front sector. Although its size is not the largest, its density ranks among the highest of all planets." "Excellent." Sun Wukong responded eagerly. "Let us set off immediately. I must reach it as soon as possible." "No problem." Gak nodded again, and without delay, he swiftly initiated the ship's launch, propelling it rapidly toward the dark matter planet. Meanwhile, within the crumbling planet, the battle between Raditz and Broly intensified. As time progressed, their powers escalated at an astonishing rate, increasing by millions or even billions every minute. Though these enhancements were amplified, even in their normal state, they could still augment their strength by approximately 100,000. This was merely the power gained each minute, far surpassing the slow and arduous training they had previously undergone. Both Raditz and Broly became entranced, fervently engaged in their combat, relentlessly enhancing their own strength. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars jolted Raditz from his reverie. Following the sound, he beheld the planet's impending collapse. Torrents of molten lava began to engulf the surface, and the planet's core shimmered ominously, threatening to explode. It seemed the planet could hold on no longer. Frowning slightly, Raditz immediately sensed Sun Wukong's energy. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and his companions successfully arrived at the dark matter planet. "Mr. Wukong, this is the location," Gak indicated. "However, sensors indicate the presence of some powerful life forms here." "Powerful life forms?" Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow at this revelation and extended his senses. Soon, he detected numerous energies and declared, "I found them. While there are quite a few energies present, they all exude a malevolent aura. There shouldn't be any significant issues." Gak, take Vegeta and Gohan and evacuate to a distant planet while you await my brother and me. With that, Sun Wukong activated instant transmission, vanishing from the spacecraft. Witnessing this, Gak was momentarily stunned, instinctively looking to Vegeta and Gohan for direction. "We will follow his instructions." Vegeta spoke first, his expression tinged with reluctance. "With instant transmission mastered by Kakarot, he stands invincible. We simply need to leave this place, find a planet to land on, and then Gohan and I can alternate transforming into Super Saiyan. They will be able to sense our energy and come to us. I understand, Gak replied. Upon hearing this, Jack suddenly realized the situation. Without further hesitation, he declared, "Let us depart at once." With that, Jack activated the control lever, and the spaceship surged forth into the distance. Simultaneously, the figure of Sun Wukong materialized on the dark matter planet. Ignoring the malevolent entities present on this planet, Sun Wukong transformed into his Super Saiyan form, elevating his energy to the utmost, allowing Raditz to sense his presence. Found him. Almost instantaneously, as Sun Wukong's energy erupted, Raditz's eyes lit up at the sight of the planet on the verge of destruction. He swiftly moved forward and seized Broly. In the next moment, Raditz executed an instantaneous movement. Just as Raditz and Broly vanished, the planet could no longer withstand the pressure. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed as the new Vegeta star disintegrated into dust, scattering across the cosmos. On the dark matter planet, Raditz and Broly reappeared. Kill, kill. In an instant, the growls from all directions resonated ominously. Turning towards the source of the sound, countless shadowy figures, resembling phantoms, surged toward them. Each possessed a battle power of approximately 30 to 50,000, their red eyes gleaming with a murderous intent aimed at Raditz and his companions. Seeking death. Witnessing this, a murderous glint flashed in Raditz's eyes, and he promptly raised his hand, unleashing a multitude of energy blasts. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions reverberated as the approaching figures were utterly annihilated. Kakarot. At that moment, Broly's thunderous voice rang out as he delivered a powerful punch towards Sun Wukong. This is bad. A sense of impending doom washed over Sun Wukong, his expression shifting dramatically as he quickly raised his arms to shield himself. With a resounding thud, Broly's fist collided with Sun Wukong's arms. A crack reverberated as Sun Wukong's arms shattered, and he let out a pained scream, being sent hurtling away. Kakarot. Observing this, Raditz furrowed his brow and swiftly appeared beside Sun Wukong. He promptly placed a senzu bean in Sun Wukong's mouth and urged, "Kakarot, you must leave this place. I will handle Broly." With that, Raditz wasted no time and leaped into the fray, charging towards Broly. Seeing this, Broly did not hesitate and charged at Raditz. In an instant, the two figures clashed violently upon the dark matter planet. The terrifying force radiated outward, causing the attacking malevolent aliens to perish in its wake. Countless anguished cries echoed as the evil extraterrestrials fell, their bodies dissolving into swirling clouds of black mist that dispersed into the ether. As time passed, the black mist continued to converge towards Raditz's location. In this dire situation, Raditz absorbed the mist, his aura growing increasingly sinister. Suddenly, black gas began to emanate from Raditz's body, signaling the activation of his dark state. His physique visibly grew yet again, reaching a height comparable to that of Broly. Not only that, but with the activation of the malevolent state, Raditz's own power surged tenfold. In an instant, his battle power index soared to a staggering 240 billion. With a single punch unleashed, Raditz, still unaccustomed to the strength granted by the malevolent state, effortlessly sent Broly flying. Taken aback by this turn of events, Raditz instinctively glanced at his own fist, incredulously pondering, "The malevolent state has indeed amplified my power by 20 times. Such is the potency of the malevolent Saiyan bloodline." At that moment, Raditz's heart swelled with both astonishment and exhilaration. He initially believed that the malevolent Saiyan heritage would spell doom for him. Yet now it seemed that the reality diverged from his expectations. Much like the furious state, the malevolent state serves as a transformation that enhances one's own strength. However, while both the furious and malevolent states elevate power by tenfold, they can also be combined. This meant that perhaps he could merge the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline with the malevolent Saiyan bloodline, giving rise to a malevolent legendary Super Saiyan. Suddenly, a thunderous voice broke through Raditz's contemplation. Turning his head, he beheld Broly in the distance, surrounded by an even more intense emerald aura. In mere moments, Broly's energy doubled, reaching approximately 320 billion in battle power. The next instant, Broly raised his hand, unleashing a multitude of energy spheres that relentlessly surged toward Raditz's vicinity. Legendary Super Saiyan. Full power. Witnessing this, Raditz's expression shifted slightly. It was unfathomable that Broly had managed to achieve full power during their confrontation. After all, in the original narrative, Broly had merely completed the transformation before succumbing. Now, in his full power state, with a strength exceeding 300 billion, he was far beyond what Raditz could contend with, even with the malevolent state combined with the hundredfold King Kai's technique. As Broly's formidable presence approached, Raditz swiftly evaded the oncoming punch. However, in the blink of an eye, he could not suppress a grunt of pain. Although his agility allowed him to dodge Broly's fist, the sheer force of the punch's wind still caught him. In an instant, Raditz was sent hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground in a rather disheveled manner. Brother, this scene instantly filled Goku, who was watching from a distance, with alarm. He could clearly see how immensely powerful Broly had become. Given Raditz's current condition, he stood no chance against his opponent. Indeed, if this continued, the likelihood of Raditz's defeat was enormous. Instinctively, Goku felt compelled to rush to his aid. Yet, he soon halted his movement. For the moment, Raditz had managed to rise from the ground, even dispelling the malevolent state and the King Kai's technique. After regaining his composure, Raditz found himself somewhat breathless, his condition far from optimal. Although the hundredfold King Kai's technique was formidable, it was not without its drawbacks. The overwhelming side effects had nearly brought him to the brink of unconsciousness. Fortunately, Raditz possessed the mystical beans, and after consuming 2 of them in quick succession, his injuries began to heal. It seemed that he could not continue any further with you, with his wounds mended as if they had never existed. Raditz lifted his gaze towards the approaching Broly, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes as he resolutely initiated his Super Saiyan 2 transformation. With a triumphant roar echoing through the air, a vibrant green aura surged upwards, accompanied by crackling lightning, as Raditz ascended into the sky. In an instant, the energy enveloping him began to surge rapidly, reaching approximately 14 billion in combat power. The Super Saiyan 2 transformation represented a tenfold increase from Super Saiyan 1, a staggering 1,000 times enhancement over his regular strength. Though Raditz's power had soared to 14 billion, it was evident that he was still no match for Broly. Furthermore, due to the nature of his bloodline, he was unable to achieve the anger state or the evil state in this form. Yet, despite these limitations, Raditz showed no signs of despair as he confronted the nearly imminent threat of Broly. With a sudden surge of resolve, he clenched his fists and bellowed, Kaioken times 10. In the next moment, a brilliant crimson light intertwined with his emerald aura. At that instant, Raditz's power amplified tenfold, reaching an astounding 140 billion. Without hesitation, Raditz raised his hand and seized Broly's incoming fist. With an air of calm confidence, he declared, Broly, face your fears. With that, Raditz unleashed a barrage of punches upon Broly's form. The air was filled with anguished cries, as Broly, now at full power in his Super Saiyan form, was battered like a mere punching bag. In a matter of mere breaths, every bone in Broly's body had been shattered, and he collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, his breath shallow and labored. How formidable! The combination of Super Saiyan 2 and Kaioken times 10. Raditz had astonishingly executed the Kaioken technique while in Super Saiyan form. This spectacle left Goku in sheer disbelief, his heart racing with exhilaration. Raditz had proven a significant point, that it was indeed possible to employ the Kaioken while transformed into a Super Saiyan. This vindicated Goku's previous hypothesis, suggesting that with diligent training and relentless experimentation, one could manifest their innermost aspirations. The terrifying augmentation of the Super Saiyan combined with the Kaioken was sufficient to dramatically elevate Raditz's prowess. Just then, a pained scream pierced the air, as Raditz's foot pressed down upon Broly's form. In an instant, Broly's chest caved invisibly, the excruciating pain mingling with the specter of death jolting him back to consciousness. The aura surrounding Broly began to wane, the Super Saiyan state dissipated, the anger state receded, and he returned to his normal appearance. Although there remains approximately 140 million in battle power, the individual now lies motionless on the ground, appearing to be on the brink of death. Ding! Mission accomplished. Reward, hundredfold King Kai fist. The system's notification resounded at that moment. It has been achieved. Upon hearing the notification, Raditz's lips curled into a smile. Immediately, his gaze shifted to the near-lifeless Broly on the ground, murmuring, "It is time to subdue you." As he spoke, Raditz concentrated and dispelled his transformation and the King Kai fist, advancing to remove the device affixed to Broly's forehead. This apparatus was designed by Paragus to control Broly. Its existence was the reason behind the suppression of Broly's raging emotions. This also explained why Broly would invariably go berserk and even lose his sanity upon each transformation. While the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline is indeed ferocious, Raditz, as its bearer, understood that with constant training, one could master it completely. Broly possessed an ordinary battle power of 140 million. No, at this moment, his ordinary battle power had escalated to approximately 180 million. Logically, Broly should have been able to fully control his rage state transformations and Super Saiyan transformations, even the legendary form. However, it was precisely due to Paragus's misguided ingenuity that the originally mild-mannered Broly had evolved into his current state. Reflecting on this, Raditz summoned a Senzu bean and tossed it into Broly's mouth, saying, "Consume this. It will heal your injuries." Why? When the Senzu bean reached his lips, Broly hesitated, gazing at Raditz with a look of bewilderment. He was acutely aware that the latter was his adversary, and their recent battle had been almost to the death. But what was the situation now? Raditz had defeated him, yet showed no intent to kill. Instead, he was offering him healing. What was this all about? "Broly, are you happy?" In response, Raditz wasted no time in sitting beside Broly and continued, "As the legendary Super Saiyan, you possessed a battle power of 10,000 from the outset. Regrettably, King Vegeta, envious of your prowess, exiled you, and it was your father, Paragus, who found you and raised you. Yet, you must understand that your father merely used you, fearing you, which is why he created that device to control you. Consider the countless planets you have destroyed. Was that truly your desire, or merely a command from Paragus?" Upon hearing this, Broly fell silent. Although he often found himself in a berserk state, it did not signify a lack of reason or thought. He recognized the truth in Raditz's words and acknowledged his father's control and fear of him. However, despite this realization, Broly showed no intention of yielding. He stared at Raditz and declared, "Your intent. Paragus is dead, and I have settled my debts to him. If you seek to exploit me as well, I would rather embrace death." In that moment, Broly's expression softened, revealing a sense of relief, even liberation. Ultimately, Broly's nature is not inherently malevolent. He simply lacked the opportunity and the means to choose otherwise. Otherwise, with his immense power, he could easily crush Paragus, the one who controlled him, with a mere finger. Had Broly harbored even a hint of wickedness, Paragus would have met his demise long ago. "No, I do not wish to exploit you." With a slight smile, Raditz regarded Broly with a newfound sense of satisfaction before continuing, "Broly, be my brother. We both share the bloodline of the legendary Saiyans, and we are among the last of our kind. I harbor no desire to slay you. Moreover, I can see that your nature is not malevolent. As long as you can maintain your reason, you will become a true warrior rather than a harbinger of destruction. Of course, my desire for your survival extends beyond the fact that you are a Saiyan. I require your assistance. The universe is vast, filled with formidable beings, many of whom are wicked. My current strength is insufficient to contend with them. Thus, as a legendary Super Saiyan, you possess the potential to aid me. Will you accept the role of my brother and assist me in combating those nefarious entities in the future?" In that moment, Raditz felt as though he had transcended into a saint. This form of persuasion, which he had once scorned in a previous life, now became a necessity due to the system's demand for him to win over Broly. Yet, this entire endeavor hinges on whether Broly possesses a genuine heart for peace. Otherwise, Raditz's words would carry no weight. To oppose the evildoers of the future? On the ground, Broly gazed at Raditz with a complex expression. Evil. He had obliterated countless planets. Thus he could be deemed wicked. Although all of it was beyond his intent, the aftermath of his rampages was undeniable. He had taken many lives. The fact that Raditz sought to reform him, even willing to accept him, was unexpected for Broly. Most importantly, Raditz's offer to become his brother felt both complex and distant to Broly. After all, his father, Paragus, had always treated him with fear and control. And out of respect, Broly had accepted this reality. After a long silence, Broly finally spoke again. "What of the countless lives I have taken? Furthermore, I cannot control my own power. I may unleash my fury at any moment. I do not believe I can manage this strength." "Indeed," Raditz exclaimed with a smile. The very fact that Broly could articulate these thoughts indicated that he was moved and did not wish to perish here. This also implied that with a little more effort, Raditz could fully win Broly over. Crucially, with Broly's presence, Raditz could harness his power to continually enhance his own, compared to his slow personal training. The rapid improvement gained from fighting alongside Broly was far more efficient. For instance, in just about a day of battle, his base power level had already surged by 20 million. If the battles with Broly continue in the future, his power will undoubtedly escalate at an even swifter pace. With this thought in mind, Raditz promptly spoke. This matter is quite simple. There exists an object on Namek known as the Dragon Balls. By gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, one can summon the eternal dragon of Namek, whose power is sufficient to resurrect the planets and lives you have obliterated. Additionally, while your strength may easily spiral out of control, I possess the means to effortlessly suppress it. In the future, should you lose control, I will immediately contain your power, alleviating your concerns about harming others. Most importantly, I possess numerous secret techniques, some of which can help you retain your rationality, as long as you regain your composure. The bloodline of the Super Saiyan cannot manipulate your mind, preventing you from succumbing to chaos and destruction. Upon hearing these words, Broly's eyes brightened. The thought of being able to resurrect those he had slain and the planets he had destroyed, while maintaining a state of rationality, quelled his fears. I understand, he nodded, and with a thought, swallowed the senzu bean in his mouth. With the senzu bean consumed, Broly's wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Ding. Task completed. Reward: 1 bloodline evolution privilege. The system's notification resounded at that moment. Finally accomplished. Hearing the system's chime, Raditz's smile broadened, and he regarded Broly with a newfound warmth. The bloodline evolution privilege was now in his grasp. All that remained was to complete the evolution, significantly enhancing his strength, perhaps even enabling him to master the Super Saiyan form in a state of rage. Brother. At that moment, Goku's voice echoed from a distance. He hurriedly approached. Having witnessed Raditz's victory over Broly, yet refraining from delivering a fatal blow, particularly upon seeing Broly's energy restore and his injuries rapidly mend, Goku felt a surge of impatience. Unsure of Raditz's intentions, Kakarot. Upon Goku's arrival, Raditz smiled calmly and gestured toward Broly on the ground. Broly has been persuaded. From now on, he shall be my brother and yours as well. Do you understand? Broly has been persuaded to become a brother? Goku was momentarily stunned, disbelief washing over him as he glanced at Raditz. His gaze soon shifted to Broly, who had now risen from the ground, looking somewhat bashful as he addressed Goku. I apologize, Kakarot. I am still unable to control my power and easily fall into a state of rage. Moreover, your cries during our childhood disturbed me, causing me to feel quite uncomfortable around you, which only exacerbates my tendency to lose control. Ah, I see. Goku exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him as he absorbed Broly's explanation. It is no wonder that Broly previously went into a frenzy upon seeing himself, adopting a demeanor that suggested he would not rest until he had vanquished his own existence. It dawned on him that they were born together, and in his childhood memories, he could only recall the presence of the latter. Most crucially, from the current state of Broly, Goku discerned his inherent goodwill and peaceful heart. Although Broly's earlier rampage was terrifying, it stemmed solely from the uncontrollable surge of his Saiyan bloodline and was not his true intention. With this thought in mind, Goku felt no further aversion and, with a gentle smile, extended his hand, saying, I am Goku, also known as Kakarot. Broly, since you are my brother's sibling, we shall henceforth be brothers. At these words, Broly was momentarily taken aback. Gazing at Goku's smiling face, radiating kindness, he too broke into a faint smile. Subsequently, Broly reached out to grasp Goku's hand and proclaimed, Kakarot, we shall be brothers from this day forth. Incredible. The absurdity of the situation left Raditz momentarily speechless. After much effort in persuading Broly, he now witnessed Goku achieve what he could not in mere moments. Observing the mutual recognition between the two, one might mistakenly believe they were long-lost siblings. While aware of Goku's protagonist luck, Raditz could not help but feel that this was excessively surreal. Clearing his throat, Raditz interjected, now that this matter has been resolved, we should take our leave. Our first destination is Namek, where we shall seek the assistance of the Namekian dragon to revive those planets and lives that Broly has destroyed. Chapter 28. The negative energy embedded within the bloodline of evil Saiyans. Although all of this was orchestrated by Paragas's manipulation of Broly, the prospect of revival was indeed a silver lining. At this declaration, both Broly and Goku's eyes brightened. Broly wished to resurrect those he had slain and the worlds he had obliterated, while Goku felt elated at the thought. If the lives and planets Broly had taken were restored, then he would no longer be perceived as a villain. With this in mind, Goku promptly stated, "Brother, let us set forth immediately. I can sense Vegeta's energy. We can teleport directly to him and then head to Namek." "Very well," Raditz nodded, not dwelling on the matter any longer. Without hesitation, Raditz and Broly grasped Goku's shoulders. As they initiated the instant transmission, the three figures departed from the dark matter planet. Just as Raditz and the others vanished, a shadowy figure emerged from the depths of the earth. Swiftly, it arrived at the area where Broly had previously fallen, absorbing every drop of blood from the ground before hastily departing. Unnamed planet. Vegeta, Gohan, and Gak stood outside the spaceship, awaiting their arrival. Suddenly, the area trembled, and in an instant, Goku, Raditz, and Broly appeared. Broly. No, it's the evil Saiyan. Upon the appearance of Broly, Vegeta, Gohan, and Gak were taken aback, swiftly assuming a defensive stance. Vegeta, Gohan. There is no need for such alarm. Broly is not a villain. He has been persuaded by my brother, Goku hastily interjected, stepping forward to clarify. What is happening? Upon hearing these words, Vegeta and the others were momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing at the seemingly innocent Broly, struggling to comprehend the situation. Allow me to explain. Raditz stepped forward, directly addressing them. Broly is not malevolent. He possesses a kind and peaceful heart just like us. He has merely been under the control of Paragus, subjected to torment through electric shocks, which rendered him unable to manage his own power. Paragus harbored ambitions of cosmic conquest, manipulating Broly into a merciless killing machine, resulting in the destruction of numerous planets and lives. In truth, Broly's nature is not sinister, now that Paragus is deceased. Broly has liberated himself from his influence. As long as he can harness that overwhelming Saiyan bloodline power, he will no longer indulge in malevolence. I see, Vegeta responded, suddenly relieved and accepting of the circumstances. After all, he too had committed many wrongdoings, having taken lives and annihilated planets. Since Broly had been subdued by Raditz, there was no cause for concern. Conversely, Gohan and Gak found it somewhat hard to believe. However, they quickly came to terms with it. Gohan, being a child, grasped the essence of Broly's inherent goodness and accepted it without much hesitation. Gak, though incredulous and sensing some implausibility, could hardly dismiss Raditz's assertions. It was inconceivable. Moreover, all malevolence could now be attributed to Paragus, thus absolving Broly of being the evil Saiyan they sought. Most importantly, with Raditz's presence, it was unlikely that Broly would continue down a dark path. Rather than dwelling on the past, it was wiser to attribute all the sins to Paragus. With this thought in mind, Gak spoke up. Thank you, Lord Raditz, for your assistance. Since the evil Saiyan Paragus is dead, the commission from the Galactic King is considered fulfilled. When will you visit the Galactic King? I have informed him of your intention to meet, and the Galactic King has stated that you may go at any time, Gak continued. At this, Raditz's expression turned serious. The Galactic King had provided him with the blood of the evil Saiyan. This matter could not simply be overlooked. However, his immediate priority was not to visit the Galactic Patrol. He replied, Gak, we will go to the Galactic Patrol afterward. For now, report to the Galactic King. We need to take your spaceship to the location of New Namek. Understood. Gak nodded, not hesitating to respond. I will go report to the Galactic King right away. Having finished speaking, Gak hurriedly turned and dashed into the spaceship. After Gak's departure, Raditz turned to Vegeta, who approached and inquired about Broly. Will Broly's power surge again? This question piqued the curiosity of Goku and Gohan, for Broly's previous rampage had been truly terrifying. Even when they exerted their utmost efforts, they were no match for him. Raditz glanced at the trio and responded, Our journey to the new Namek is precisely to address this matter. I will also impart some techniques to Broly for controlling his rationality, ensuring that he can maintain his composure, whether in an enraged state or in his Super Saiyan form. As he continues to grow stronger, he will ultimately be able to uphold his rationality even while transforming into a more powerful state, thereby enhancing his abilities continuously. Upon hearing Raditz's explanation, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan exchanged knowing glances, realizing that if Raditz's plan unfolded as intended, Broly's issues could indeed be resolved thoroughly. With this thought, they felt a sense of relief. As long as Broly did not succumb to his rage, bringing him back to Earth would not pose a significant challenge. Their gazes then turned toward Broly, whose formidable strength they had all witnessed. Once Broly mastered his rationality, he would undoubtedly become a formidable opponent. In that moment, a fierce battle spirit flickered in the eyes of Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. At that juncture, Gak hurriedly descended from the spaceship. Upon reaching Raditz and the others, he announced, "Lord Raditz, I have informed the Galactic King. He is already aware and has stated that you may meet him at any time." "Excellent." Raditz nodded in satisfaction. Although the malevolent Saiyan bloodline had significantly enhanced his power, it also plunged him into a precarious state. During his previous battle with Broly, he felt a surge of ferocity upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2, with dark emotions such as cruelty and murderous intent flooding his mind. Thus, he needed to find a solution swiftly. Otherwise, as he grew stronger, the negative energy from his malevolent Saiyan lineage could potentially consume him entirely. With this realization, Raditz declared, "Then let us not waste any more time. We shall depart for the new Namek immediately." "Understood." Gak, Goku, and the others nodded in agreement. Without further hesitation, the five of them entered the spaceship. As the spacecraft powered up, it departed from the nameless planet, swiftly heading towards the direction of the new Namek. In the vastness of space, the spaceship soared rapidly. Meanwhile, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Broly began their training in the gravity chamber. At this moment, Raditz entered a chamber, settling into a meditative posture as he spoke. "System, initiate bloodline evolution." A chime resonated, indicating the consumption of an evolution privilege, and the bloodline evolution commenced. In the next instant, Raditz was engulfed by excruciating pain as the transcendent bloodline within him surged to life. Furthermore, as the bloodline evolution progressed, the malevolent Saiyan lineage began to stir, a development entirely unforeseen by Raditz. The two bloodlines within him commenced a fierce struggle, unleashing a terrifying power that reverberated throughout Raditz's being. In this tumultuous state, Raditz endured immense tribulation. His body trembled incessantly, cold sweat poured forth, and his aura grew increasingly sinister. A notification heralded the completion of the bloodline evolution. After what felt like an eternity, the system's voice resonated once more. In that moment, Raditz, with his eyes tightly shut, slowly opened them, exhaling a heavy breath as he murmured, "At last, it is over." Weak yet resolute, he rose from the ground and turned towards the adjacent bathroom. After cleansing himself, Raditz emerged from the bathroom, invigorated. He then seated himself upon a chair and commanded, "System, display personal panel." In an instant, the personal panel materialized before him. Raditz, race, malevolent Saiyan. Bloodline, transcendent bloodline, intermediate. Combat power index, 250 million. Transformations, rage state, malevolent state. Super Saiyan, transcendent, transcendent 2. A malevolent Saiyan, combat power of 250 million. Upon reviewing his personal panel, Raditz was taken aback, disbelief evident in his eyes. It was astonishing to think that he had transformed from an ordinary Saiyan into a malevolent Saiyan. Most critically, upon this transformation, his prior bloodline had dissipated. This signified that he had now become the essence of a malevolent Saiyan, rather than merely a pure Saiyan. Consequently, it implied that his aura would henceforth be sinister, with the potential for uncontrollable rage lurking perilously close. Damn, this was hardly a favorable development. Raditz's expression darkened as he contemplated his new identity. The malevolent Saiyan was one of the ancient branches of the Saiyan race. While undeniably powerful, it was fraught with uncertainty and peril. Moreover, he still possessed the transcendent bloodline. The combination of the malevolent Saiyan traits with the transcendent bloodline could indeed amplify Raditz's strength significantly, but the accompanying risks were exponentially greater. Yet, I find myself capable of achieving a status akin to Broly's. This is truly unexpected news. After a brief moment of reflection, Raditz's gaze returned to the transformation section of his panel, his expression tinged with complexity. As anticipated, he could now transform into a Super Saiyan in his rage state, even in the transcendent mode. This indicated that Raditz's power would surge tenfold, if not 20-fold. After all, his malevolent state can be augmented by his wrathful disposition. Coupled with the transformation into a Super Saiyan and the ascension to Ultra Instinct, his power now fluctuates between 20 trillion and 40 trillion. It can be said that Raditz's strength has transcended that of Super Saiyan 3, even rivaling Goku and Vegeta in their future Super Saiyan 4 forms. Yet, he is acutely aware that Super Saiyan 4 is not the pinnacle of power, and the impending crises extend far beyond these challenges. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a resounding knock echoed through the air. Shortly after, Goku's voice resonated from outside. "Big brother, we are nearing New Namek." "Already?" Raditz raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise glinting in his eyes. Although Gak's spacecraft was swift, reaching New Namek typically required nearly a month. The rapid arrival indicated that his bloodline evolution had indeed consumed considerable time. Boom, boom. The spacecraft breached the atmosphere and swiftly descended upon New Namek. Once the vessel landed, Raditz and his companions disembarked without hesitation, hastening towards the residence of the Namekians. Raditz, Goku, Gohan. As they approached the Grand Elder's abode, Dend emerged with palpable excitement. Upon reaching Raditz and his companions, Dend exclaimed, "Thank you for saving the Namekians." Bowing deeply, he expressed his gratitude. Had it not been for Raditz and the others vanquishing Frieza and relocating all Namekians to Earth at the last moment, their extinction would have been inevitable. "There is no need for such formalities." Raditz gestured for Dend to rise, and then spoke. "Dend, we have come seeking assistance from the Eternal Dragon of Namek. Might we borrow the Dragon Balls?" "The Eternal Dragon, Purunga?" Dend nodded thoughtfully. "That is certainly feasible. I will take you to see the Grand Elder at once." Without delay, he guided Raditz and his companions into the Grand Elder's residence. However, the current Grand Elder was not the same as before. He was a much younger figure. After Raditz and his companions explained their purpose, the Grand Elder readily acquiesced, instructing others to gather the Dragon Balls from various tribes. In a short time, the Namekians delivered the 7 Dragon Balls to the Grand Elder's residence. "Come forth, Purunga." Dend's voice resounded, and the Dragon Balls shimmered brilliantly as Purunga manifested in midair. "State your wishes," Purunga declared. Upon hearing this, Dend turned to Raditz and asked, "Raditz, what wishes do you wish to make?" Without hesitation, Raditz responded, "Dend, for my first wish, restore all planets destroyed by Broly. For my second wish, resurrect all those slain by Broly. For my third wish, grant Broly the ability to maintain absolute rationality." "Understood." Nodding in agreement, Tien promptly conveyed the wishes expressed by Raditz to Purunga. "This wish is quite simple," Purunga declared, his crimson eyes igniting as he began to fulfill the desire. As time progressed, a low growl emanated from Purunga, reverberating through the heavens, while the planets destroyed by Broly began to restore themselves, and those slain by Broly were resurrected. At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from Broly. Dark tendrils of energy surged from his body, gradually dissipating over time. "Your wish has been granted," Purunga announced. In the next instant, Purunga's colossal form vanished, and the stone Dragon Balls descended from the sky, landing before Raditz and the others. However, their attention was solely fixed on Broly. As time passed, Broly's energy began to stabilize. Without warning, he transformed into his enraged state. Instantly, a golden aura erupted around him, marking his transition into Super Saiyan form. Yet this was merely the beginning. As Broly's power escalated, his Super Saiyan form evolved into full power. At that moment, a vibrant green energy began to manifest, causing Broly's body to swell, while his vision rapidly blurred. "This is bad. Broly is about to lose control." The sight startled Goku and the others, prompting an instinctive defensive stance. Raditz's expression turned grave as well, fully aware that Broly's rampage would result in catastrophic destruction. "Go back," Broly's roar thundered, causing the green energy within him to dissipate, and he reverted from the transformation. Exhausted, he nearly collapsed, gasping for breath, his eyes reflecting a deep sense of dread. "It's done." Raditz sighed with relief upon witnessing Broly regain control, although the transformation into Super Saiyan still posed a risk of losing rationality. At least in his enraged state and Super Saiyan form, he remained stable. It was crucial to note that the enraged state multiplied his power tenfold, while the Super Saiyan full power further augmented it by 70 times. Even if Broly could not yet master the Ultra Instinct mode, he had already surpassed Goku and Vegeta. Wonderful. Broly has harnessed his strength. The power of the dragon was immense, allowing him to quickly regain his composure. Goku and Gohan rejoiced alongside him, having felt the overwhelming pressure from Broly's earlier energy. Yet, this very intensity ignited a fervent battle spirit within Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. Broly's ability to transform without succumbing to madness was undoubtedly the ideal training partner they had longed for. "Thank you, Broly," having regained his senses. rose to his feet and bowed respectfully to Tien. He understood that without the power of the Namekian dragon, he would scarcely be able to maintain his sanity. No need for formality. Upon witnessing the situation, Tien quickly waved his hand and said, "Raditz, Goku, and Gohan are friends of ours, the Namekians. Friends should assist one another." "Friends?" Broly pondered upon hearing this and then turned to Tien, declaring, "From now on, all Namekians shall also be my friends." Upon this proclamation, Tien and the nearby Namekians revealed warm smiles. For Broly, with his immense strength, to become a friend of the Namekians was an extraordinary recognition and fortune for them. After fulfilling their wishes, Raditz and the others did not linger any longer. After bidding farewell to Tien and the other Namekians, they boarded their spaceship and sped toward the residence of the Galactic King. "Brother." Inside the spaceship, Goku approached Raditz, his expression somewhat complex. "Brother, is everything all right with you? I can sense an increasingly sinister aura emanating from within you. Although you still maintain your sanity, I can't shake a feeling of unease." Upon hearing this, Broly, Vegeta, and Gohan also turned their attention to Raditz. They too sensed the growing malevolence surrounding him. Despite Raditz appearing unchanged, an unsettling feeling lingered in the air. "It's nothing serious." Raditz glanced at Goku and the others, aware of their concern. However, given the circumstances, he did not wish to trouble them further. After a brief contemplation, Raditz spoke. "The blood bestowed upon me by the Galactic King is not that of the ancient Saiyan, but rather that of an evil Saiyan." "Evil Saiyan?" Goku, Broly, and the others were taken aback, looking at Raditz with confusion. "Brother, what is an evil Saiyan?" "Indeed, I have never heard of such a thing." In response to their inquiries, Raditz did not withhold information, but explained directly, "The so-called evil Saiyans are a branch of the ancient Saiyans. They embody malevolence, and thus, after refining that drop of blood, I transformed into an evil Saiyan. However, while evil Saiyans are rife with negative emotions, they cannot overpower me. Additionally, possessing the bloodline of the ancient Saiyan allows me to neutralize their negative energy. Moreover, since evil Saiyans continuously generate negative energy, my ancient Saiyan form will grow stronger. As long as I can manage my emotions, I should face no significant issues." As these words left his lips, Goku and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were not entirely clear on what an evil Saiyan entailed, Raditz's explanation suggested that it was not necessarily a bad thing. Suddenly, Vegeta seemed to recall something, his expression darkening as he exclaimed, "So, the Galactic King deceived you. If it weren't for your ancient Saiyan bloodline, that evil Saiyan blood could have very well destroyed you." Upon the utterance of these words, the countenances of Sun Wukong and his companions immediately darkened. If what Vegeta claimed were indeed true, this matter could not be dismissed lightly. Thus, I must meet with the Galactic King. With a serene smile, Raditz's eyes flashed with a cold glimmer as he remarked, "Should he fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation, he shall not fault me for my ruthlessness." At this, Broly, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Son Gohan all nodded in agreement. If the situation were truly as such, they could not remain passive bystanders. After all, the Galactic King had nearly caused Raditz's demise. Such a matter could not simply be brushed aside. Suddenly, an alarm blared within the spaceship, and Gak's voice resonated, "Esteemed guests, we are about to arrive at the residence of the Galactic King. Please prepare yourselves. Are we nearly there?" Upon hearing this, Raditz and the others perked up, promptly ceasing their conversation. Turning to gaze out the window, they observed that they had now entered the territory of the Galactic Guardians. Within the boundless cosmos, colossal mechanical fortresses congregated, forming a vast mechanical kingdom. As the spaceship ventured deeper into this realm, verdant hills and flowing waters adorned the mechanical kingdom, resembling a miniature world. After undergoing layers of scrutiny, Gak piloted the spaceship to a halt outside the royal palace. Once the vessel was securely docked, Raditz and his companions followed Gak towards the palace where the Galactic King resided. The sound of footsteps echoed as they swiftly reached the grand hall of the Galactic Palace. There, the Galactic King, a green, jellyfish-like extraterrestrial adorned with a crown, exuded an air of nobility. "Hail, Galactic King!" Gak knelt on one knee, gazing up at the Galactic King with utmost reverence and fervor. "Gak, rise," the Galactic King replied with a nod, then fixed his gaze upon Raditz and the others, stating, "You have finally arrived. I have been awaiting your presence for quite some time." At these words, Raditz and his companions exchanged uneasy glances. The Galactic King's tone evoked an unsettling feeling, as if he had indeed been anticipating their arrival. Despite their own formidable strength, Raditz and his companions found it hard to believe that the Galactic King would adopt such a demeanor. Galactic King, Raditz stepped forward, his eyes shimmering with intensity. It appears you are already aware of our visit. Therefore, it is only fitting that you provide me with an explanation. Why has the so-called ancient Saiyan blood been transformed into that of the evil Saiyans? Upon hearing this, Broly, Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Son Gohan all turned their gazes toward the Galactic King. Meanwhile, Gak stood nearby, his expression one of shock and disbelief. Evil Saiyan blood? Impossible. I distinctly saw the label on the vial presented by the Galactic King. It read Ancient Saiyan blood. However, his words fell upon deaf ears. Raditz and the others were wholly focused on the Galactic King, their eyes brimming with inquiries, skepticism, and indignation. The ancient Saiyan blood is indeed that of the evil Saiyans. At this moment, the King of the Galaxy spoke calmly. As Saiyans, you are unaware of the entirety of history. In ancient times, the Saiyans were divided into two great factions of good and evil. The benevolent Saiyans ascended to become deities, known as the Super Saiyan gods, while the malevolent Saiyans descended into the realm of evil. A fierce conflict erupted between the two factions, lasting for millennia across the universe. Ultimately, the ancient Saiyans fell into decline, and the formidable warriors from both sides perished, leaving only the weaker remnants, who eventually formed what we know as the present-day Saiyans. However, within these Saiyans, there exists the bloodline of the evil Saiyans, which is what we now refer to as the legendary Super Saiyan. Upon hearing the king's explanation, Broly and the others were momentarily dumbfounded. They had never imagined such events had transpired in ancient times among the Saiyans. If what the King of the Galaxy said were indeed true, then the evil Saiyans were merely a more ancient version of the Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan God. In contrast, Raditz was no longer concerned about the bloodline of the evil Saiyans. His gaze was fixed intently on the King of the Galaxy. Is what you just mentioned about the Super Saiyan God truly attainable? The Super Saiyan God transformation was something that could only be accomplished within the realm of Dragon Ball Super. According to the original narrative, it required the combined heart energy of 5 benevolent Saiyans to be infused into another Saiyan, thus enabling the transformation into a Super Saiyan God. This transformation was a divine metamorphosis, granting one power comparable to 50% of a destroyer's strength, while not exceedingly high in certain respects. It was not inferior to the transformation into a Super Saiyan 4. It is indeed achievable, the King of the Galaxy replied, casting a glance at Raditz. However, with your current strength, it is impossible to attain the Super Saiyan God transformation, unless what? Raditz interjected almost instantaneously. The Super Saiyan God was undoubtedly a formidable transformation. The crucial question was whether such a transformation existed within this world, which would imply the presence of destroyers and angelic beings as well. Not only Raditz, but Goku, Vegeta, and others also turned to listen intently. If the ancient Saiyans were divided into factions of good and evil, then the Super Saiyan God of the benevolent Saiyans could represent their future. If that were the case, could knowledge of the Super Saiyan God transformation enable them to enhance their own strength? Unless you can awaken the ancient bloodline, the King of the Galaxy stated without hesitation. Otherwise, the possibility of transforming into a Super Saiyan God is nearly non-existent. Upon hearing the king's words, Raditz and the others involuntarily twitched at the corners of their mouths. To awaken the ancient bloodline was an endeavor deemed nearly impossible. With this thought, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan displayed expressions of disappointment. Raditz, too, realized that while the Super Saiyan God transformation was not unattainable, it did indeed require the awakening of the ancient bloodline. According to his knowledge, the ancient Saiyans resemble the form of Super Saiyan 4. This signifies that upon achieving the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, the bloodlines of Goku, Vegeta, and others can evolve into that of the ancient Saiyans. If one were to transform into Super Saiyan God based on Super Saiyan 4, would that not align with the legendary Super Saiyan God? Although he is a malevolent Saiyan, possessing the lineage of the transcendent Saiyans, his own transcendent bloodline has reached a moderate level, allowing him to seamlessly switch between Super Saiyan and transcendent modes. This implies that in the future, he is certainly not devoid of the potential to achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan God. Galaxy King. With this thought, Raditz immediately spoke. Thank you for the information. However, Do you have a solution for the negative energy contained within the bloodline of the malevolent Saiyan? Upon finishing his sentence, Raditz fixed his gaze intently on the Galaxy King. Although this negative energy can enhance the transcendent mode, it also poses a significant drawback, and Raditz is truly reluctant to find himself ensnared in such a crisis. Chapter 29. Activation of the Kaishin's power? Not at all. Shaking his head, the Galaxy King replied. However, if your transcendent bloodline is sufficiently potent, the power of the malevolent Saiyan will not impair your reason. The reason the ancient malevolent Saiyans are formidable is that the negative energy can amplify the transcendent power. But the purer the bloodline, the better. Elevating the bloodline. Contemplating this, Raditz nodded thoughtfully, feeling reassured. For others, enhancing their bloodlines is almost impossible. But he possesses a system that allows him to continuously evolve his transcendent bloodline. This means he need not worry about his own situation. With this in mind, Raditz spoke. In that case, I am grateful to the Galaxy King for your enlightenment. Galaxy King, I apologize for the disturbance caused by my visit. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Having stated this, Raditz intended to depart. Since he had already achieved his objective, there was no need for him to linger. Similarly, Goku, Broly, and the others also planned to leave. Wait. Observing this situation, the Galaxy King was the first to speak. Raditz, I have a proposition for you. Are you willing to engage in a trade? A trade? Raising an eyebrow, Raditz looked up at the Galaxy King and inquired, what kind of trade? Simple. With a calm smile, the Galaxy King waved a tentacle, and a special box materialized in his grasp. He then opened the box, revealing a silver-white ring floating within. That is the time ring. Upon seeing the ring in the box, Raditz's pupils constricted and his breath quickened. This was no ordinary ring. It was the time ring possessed by the Kaishin of the Dragon Ball Super universe. According to the lore of Dragon Ball Super, this time ring is a treasure that allows one to traverse various timelines. This item will be your reward. The Galaxy King stated directly, as long as you assist me in completing a task, it shall belong to you. A ring? What purpose does a single ring serve? Observing the situation, Sun Wukong, Broly, Vegeta, and others displayed expressions of curiosity, instinctively inquiring about the matter. They were unfamiliar with the time ring. Yet they sensed its extraordinary nature. Otherwise, the Galactic King would not have presented it. This object possessed immense value. Casting a glance at Sun Wukong and the others, the Galactic King began to elucidate. It harbors remarkably mystical powers. Should one manage to claim this ring, they would wield the ability to manipulate time and space. The mention of such powers startled Sun Wukong and his companions, who gazed in astonishment at the time ring, finding it hard to fathom that a mere ring could possess such miraculous capabilities. What is this about? Raditz stepped forward, his eyes fixed intently on the Galactic King. Although he was unsure of the Galactic King's intentions, everything paled in comparison to the significance of the time ring. With a simple gesture, the Galactic King closed the box, directing his gaze towards Raditz. Within the Galactic Patrol, countless prisoners are held, each extraordinarily formidable and once a menace in their own right. Recently, the Galactic Patrol experienced an invasion, leading to the escape of some of these prisoners. I wish to enlist your aid in recapturing them. If necessary, you may eliminate them. Should you accomplish this task, the ring shall be yours. Ding. Task triggered. Eliminate the fugitives. Reward. Coordinates to the Dragon Ball Super World. Ding. Task triggered. Eliminate Shrag. Reward. One opportunity for bloodline evolution. The system's notifications resonated in the air. Shrag. The legendary Super Namekian. A glint of understanding flashed in Raditz's eyes. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. The appearance of the time ring was a significant development. The task also promised coordinates to the Dragon Ball Super World, indicating that completion would grant him access to the time ring and passage to that realm. As for Shrag, Raditz did not regard him as a substantial threat. A mere Super Namekian, he was only slightly stronger than Frieza and certainly did not reach the caliber of the androids or Cell. With this thought, Raditz lifted his head and declared, "Very well, I shall agree to your request. Galactic King, you are aware of my terms. I require possession of the ring before I assist you in apprehending the fugitives. If you are unwilling, you may choose others for this task." Upon hearing this, the hall fell into a profound silence. The Galactic King furrowed his brow, seemingly conflicted about whether to acquiesce to Raditz's demands. In contrast, Sun Wukong and his companions exchanged worried glances towards Raditz. After all, the Galactic King held an undeniable position of authority. Should he become enraged, it would undoubtedly spell trouble for Raditz. After a moment of contemplation, the Galactic King raised his head to look at Raditz. In that case, I shall place my trust in you. With that, he waved his tentacle, and the box containing the time ring was transferred into Raditz's hands. With a swift motion, Raditz grasped the box, and a glimmer of elation flickered in his eyes. At last, the coveted time ring was within his grasp, rendering any possibility of the Galactic King's remorse obsolete. Suddenly, the Galactic King spoke softly. You shall assist Raditz in apprehending those fugitives. Information regarding the offenders will soon be transmitted to you. Yes, my Lord Galactic King, Gak replied, bowing respectfully, his demeanor grave and reverent. Without further delay, Raditz and his companions bid farewell to the Galactic King and hastily departed from the location. They soon found themselves aboard Gak's spaceship. In a brief span, details about the fugitives materialized within the confines of the vessel. Gak promptly approached Raditz and presented a tablet, declaring, Lord Raditz, here lies the information on the fugitives. The next moment, the tablet shimmered, and a virtual projection of the wanted posters emerged. Unsurprisingly, the foremost figure depicted was the formidable Super Namekian, Slag. Raditz's expression shifted subtly as his gaze fell upon the wanted list, momentarily taken aback. Esteemed colleagues, Gak interjected, stepping forward to elucidate. Allow me to introduce the details regarding these fugitives. The first is Slag, a Namekian of exceptional strength, surpassing even the former Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. The second fugitive is Kvila, a criminal from the planet Bixta. The third, Bojack, is a notorious marauder who has traversed the 4 major galaxies with the intent to wreak havoc. Lastly, we have the Demon King, the most powerful among this group of escapees. As Gak shared his insights, Goku, Broly, Vegeta, and Gohan listened intently. Raditz, however, wore a peculiar expression. This was no mere coincidence. He recognized Kvila and Bojack from the narrative of his previous life, both notorious antagonists. To his astonishment, these individuals had managed to escape from the Galactic Guard's prison. Though Slag, Kvila, and Bojack lacked formidable power and could easily be dispatched by him, the Demon King posed a different challenge. Historical accounts depicted that even Super Saiyan 3 Goku suffered immensely, ultimately requiring the fusion of Goku and Vegeta into Vegeta to vanquish him. With Goku's Super Saiyan 3 power exceeding trillions, approaching tens of trillions, the Demon King's ability to overpower him indicated a battle prowess nearing 10 trillion as well. This left Raditz acutely aware that his current strength was insufficient to contend with such a foe, unless a significant evolution of his lineage were to occur. Goku! Goku! At that moment, an urgent voice resonated through the spaceship. It was the voice of the North Kai. Goku paused momentarily before responding. North Kai? What do you require of me? Beside them, the expressions of Vegeta and the others also revealed curiosity. At this moment, King Kai of the North suddenly sought out Son Goku, indicating that the situation was undoubtedly serious. Goku, without hesitation, King Kai promptly conveyed, the Earth's deity, Piccolo, has sent word that he is en route to New Namek. An evil Namekian has appeared there, and the entire planet is in imminent peril. We hope you can join forces to resolve this crisis. What? New Namek is in danger? Upon hearing this, the faces of Son Goku, Gohan, and Broly turned grim. Particularly Broly, who had only recently gained control over his intellect with the aid of the dragon on Namek, even considering the Namekians as friends. The audacity of an invasion upon Namek was akin to lighting a lamp in a restroom, an invitation to disaster. I understand, King Kai. Goku quickly responded. Please inform Piccolo that we shall depart for New Namek immediately. After concluding this exchange, Goku's gaze shifted to Gak. Gak, prepare to set course for New Namek. Upon hearing this, Gak hesitated momentarily. After all, his mission was to apprehend fugitives. Heading to Namek now seemed counterproductive. Very well. Observing the situation, Raditz snapped back to attention and stated, it is highly likely that the intruder on Namek is Slag. He is a Super Namekian and has undoubtedly returned to his home after escaping from Galactic Prison. Furthermore, he likely intends to utilize the Dragon Balls on Namek to fulfill his wishes. Although we have already used the Dragon Balls, rendering them inactive for a year, if Slag possesses a means to restore them, his strength upon making a wish could become exceedingly formidable. Upon hearing this, Gak's expression shifted dramatically. If the assailant on Namek was indeed Slag, there was no time to waste. I understand, he affirmed, hastily making his way to the cockpit. We shall depart immediately. I will navigate the ship at maximum speed. We will reach our destination within a month. With a thunderous roar, the spaceship ascended rapidly, departing the vicinity of the Galactic Patrol and heading swiftly towards New Namek. Upon witnessing this, Son Goku and the others inside the ship exhaled in relief. A month to reach New Namek. May the inhabitants there endure until their arrival. Meanwhile, a glimmer of ambition flickered in Raditz's eyes. If he could eliminate Slag, he would gain a chance for bloodline evolution, allowing him to transcend once more, thus equipping him with the strength to contend against even formidable foes. All right, after a moment, Raditz regained his composure and addressed Son Goku and the others. We still have some time before we reach New Namek. Let us continue our training. The information regarding these fugitives has just been reviewed, and Shrag is among the weaker entities. He is not our primary adversary. The one we must be most vigilant against is him. As he spoke, Raditz gestured towards the information interface of the Illusionary Man. The Illusionary Man. Is he truly formidable? Upon examining the details of the Illusionary Man, Sun Wukong, Broly, Vegeta, and Gohan were momentarily taken aback. Although the information about the Illusionary Man appeared impressive, Sun Wukong and the others did not perceive him as particularly powerful. Extremely strong. Observing their reaction, Raditz wasted no time and declared, aside from Broly, who can barely contend with him in his Ultra form, you are not his match at all. Therefore, if you wish to avoid experiencing failure once more, you must dedicate yourselves to rigorous training. Furthermore, the powers of Kviz and Bojack should not be underestimated. Even transforming into Super Saiyan 2 will not significantly increase your odds of victory. Raditz was not indulging in alarmist rhetoric. Currently, the battle power of Sun Wukong and others was still too feeble, insufficient even to rival Cell. Meanwhile, Bojack was no less formidable than the Lightning Cell, perhaps even surpassing him. Thus, among the five, aside from Raditz and Broly, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan were no match for him. Hiss! After hearing Raditz's account, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan could not help but draw a sharp breath. These fugitives were indeed exceedingly powerful. No wonder the Galaxy King had summoned Raditz for their capture. With this realization, the expressions of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan turned serious as they spoke. Understood, uncle. Brother, I will commence my training at once. With that, the three of them swiftly turned towards the training room without further delay. Elder brother. At this moment, Broly stepped forward, gazing at Raditz with astonishment, and inquired, is the Illusionary Man truly that powerful? Indeed. Nodding, Raditz looked at Broly and stated, his strength is, in many respects, significantly greater than yours. While I possess some confidence in facing him, that is contingent upon entering Ultra 2 and utilizing the King's Fist. Hiss. After Raditz's explanation, Broly, in disbelief, remarked, does that imply his power is several trillion? 1 trillion equals 1. Previously, when Broly unleashed his full power, it was just over 1 trillion, leaving him profoundly shocked. Indeed. Nodding, Raditz replied, his battle power index is estimated to be around 3 to 4 trillion. Therefore, if you wish to contend with him, you must intensify your training in your base form. I understand. Nodding in comprehension, Broly recognized the terror of the Illusionary Man. Without further hesitation, he turned and strode directly towards the gravity training room. Seeing this, Raditz let out a sigh of relief. The determination of Sun Wukong and his companions to train diligently was indeed good news for him. After all, he had now acquired the Time Ring, and upon completing his mission, he would be able to venture into the realm of Dragon Ball Super. In this manner, once he departs, it is improbable that he will return in the near future. If the strength of Sun Wukong and his companions is insufficient, the likelihood of facing a crisis in the future diminishes, especially under the current circumstances. Although Sun Wukong and others have already entered the time chamber for training, and even achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, their power level has yet to reach the heights depicted in the original narrative, which is rather perplexing. It seems prudent to investigate the Time Ring. After a moment, Raditz regained his focus, retrieving the box containing the Time Ring and turning to enter the room. He needed to bond with the Time Ring swiftly. Otherwise, even if he acquired the coordinates to the Dragon Ball Super Universe, he would be unable to activate the Time Ring to journey there. As Raditz opened the box, a resonant humming filled the air, and the Time Ring within suddenly radiated with brilliance. A silvery luminescence burst forth, enveloping Raditz entirely. In that instant, the silver light began to swirl around him, Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the time ring flew out of the box and slipped onto his left hand's index finger. Ding! The time ring has recognized its master. Raditz stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the unfolding scene. Just moments ago, he was fretting over how to bond with the time ring. And yet, in the blink of an eye, it had accepted him without any hindrance, an utterly bewildering occurrence. After a brief moment of astonishment, Raditz quickly regained his composure and gazed at the time ring on his hand, muttering, "This is indeed an unexpected delight. Let me see from which world this ring originates and to which realm it connects." With that, Raditz attempted to activate the time ring. However, no matter how he channeled his energy into it, the ring remained unresponsive. What is happening? Could it be that I have obtained a counterfeit time ring? Raising an eyebrow, Raditz's expression darkened with a hint of confusion. Instinctively, he inquired, "System, what is the meaning of this?" Ding! The time ring is a representative artifact held by the Kaioshin of the Dragon Ball Super Universe, requiring divine power from the Kaioshin to activate it. Divine power activation? Raditz's lips twitched, his mood souring. He never anticipated that the time ring would come with such restrictions. Where could he possibly acquire divine power? Let alone the power of a Kaioshin? Was he to become a Kaioshin himself? Yet, should he ascend to that position, he would be bound to protect a certain universe and could never leave. In an instant, Raditz's mind was beset by frustration. He had believed that once he obtained the time ring and completed the mission to acquire the coordinates to the Dragon Ball Super Universe, he could venture forth to explore it. Now, it seemed that this was but a delusion, especially given that he lacked the divine power necessary to activate the time ring. Alas! Sighing deeply, Raditz quickly tucked away his feelings of disappointment and remarked, "I hope that future tasks will yield rewards in the form of Kaioshin power. For now, the pressing matter was to deal with the fugitives, Shrag and others." As the conversation unfolded, Raditz wasted no time. Swiftly turning to head towards the training room to commence his daily regimen. Time passed quickly, and the spaceship hurtled through space, ultimately arriving at the outskirts of the new Namek. A glance around revealed that the entirety of New Namek was engulfed in chaos. With the skies ablaze from the ongoing battle, countless extraterrestrials and Namekians were locked in fierce combat, slaughtering one another mercilessly. Above New Namek, numerous aliens relentlessly charged towards the Namekian warriors on the ground. In response, the Namekians valiantly chose to confront their aggressors. However, compared to the vast numbers and superior equipment of the alien forces, the Namekians were clearly at a disadvantage, suffering significant losses. In a particular area where a colossal spaceship hovered, Piccolo and Nail were engaged in a brutal struggle against Slug. The air was rife with the echoes of their combat. As Piccolo and Nail fought valiantly to fend off Slug, their bodies marred with wounds and looking utterly disheveled. Nail, in particular, was severely injured, his vitality diminished to a mere flicker. Suddenly, Slug executed a swift counterattack, penetrating Nail's chest with a violent blow. Nail let out a cry of anguish, his eyes widening in shock as he collapsed to the ground. Despite his grievous injuries and near-death state, Nail refused to surrender. Grasping Slug's foot with a fierce determination, he declared, "Slug, I will not allow you to harm my kin, not while I still draw breath." In response, Slug cast a dismissive glance at Nail, coldly retorting, "The strongest warriors of this generation of Namekians are utterly feeble. If that is the case, I shall send you on your way." With that, Slug raised his hand, gathering a lethal beam of energy aimed directly at Nail. Just as the devastating blow was about to be unleashed, Piccolo shouted from a distance, launching his own powerful attack. In an instant, the energy beam streaked towards Slug. Sensing the imminent threat, Slug furrowed his brows and swiftly sidestepped. The beam whizzed past him, obliterating several hills and annihilating the massive spaceship he had occupied. Nail. After forcing Slug back, Piccolo rushed to Nail's side, lifting him in his arms and retreating without a moment's hesitation. He understood all too well that he was no match for Slug at that moment. Their sole hope lay in rapidly healing Nail. Only then could they unite their strength to hold Slug at bay and buy time for Goku and the others to arrive. Trying to escape? Upon witnessing the scene, a cold glint flickered in Slug's eyes as he pursued Piccolo and Nail. The destruction of his spaceship ignited a furious rage within him, compelling him to exact a brutal vengeance upon Piccolo. Damn it! Aware of Slug's rapid approach, Piccolo's expression darkened with dread. Given Slug's speed, he knew he could not endure for long, especially with Nail's grave condition. If he failed to relocate him for treatment, Suddenly, Neru's gaze fixed upon Piccolo, his expression somewhat intricate as he inquired, "Are you aware of the unique abilities possessed by the warrior-type Namekians?" Unique abilities? Piccolo raised an eyebrow, instinctively looking towards Neru. What special abilities do the warrior-type Namekians have? Although he had already merged with the elder Namekian, Piccolo remained largely unaware of the intricacies and secrets surrounding his kind. After all, the elder had been sent to Earth at a young age and had not acquired extensive knowledge of Namekian skills. Indeed, Neru nodded, coughing up blood, then gazing at Piccolo with a somewhat dazed expression. "The greatest ability of us warrior-type Namekians is fusion. Piccolo, I am at my limit. Yet the power of Shrag is beyond what you alone can withstand. Even the warriors of all Namek cannot contend with him. The only solution now is for you and me to fuse. After our fusion, your strength will significantly increase, allowing you to confront Shrag and protect Namek from his grasp." Upon hearing this, Piccolo fell silent. Having previously fused with the Elder, he understood the immense power that such a capability conferred. Neru's desire to merge with him would undoubtedly enhance his strength, yet Piccolo was reluctant to embrace this power. Neru was the foremost warrior of Namek. If he were to fuse with Piccolo, who would safeguard the future of the Namekian people? Piccolo. Before he could voice his refusal, Neru interjected, "For the future of Namek. I implore you." With that, Neru initiated the secret technique, his essence beginning to meld with Piccolo's being. Witnessing this, Piccolo instinctively resisted. However, Neru's technique was compelling and sacrificial, leaving no trace of his consciousness behind, rendering Piccolo unable to refuse. As time passed, Neru's power and form completely integrated into Piccolo. Die. At that moment, Shrag's figure materialized in the vicinity, launching a punch aimed directly at Piccolo's head. "Get away from me." In a critical instant, Piccolo jolted awake, swiftly evading Shrag's strike, and retaliated with a punch that sent Shrag hurtling away. With a resounding crash, Shrag collided with several hills before coming to a halt, blood spewing from his mouth, lying amidst the ruins in a disheveled state. "Damn it, this is impossible." Struggling to rise, Shrag glared at Piccolo in midair, his eyes ablaze with fury and malice. "Shrag." In response, Piccolo showed no inclination to engage in further verbal sparring. A glimmer of lethal intent flashed in his eyes as he declared, "Today, you must die." Magic light piercing cannon. As he spoke, Piccolo unleashed an attack, the magical beam descending towards the ground where Shrag stood. No. Sensing the imminent threat of death, Shrag was engulfed in terror, desperately calling out, "Bojack, save me." In the instant Shrag concluded his words, a figure silently materialized beside him. To his astonishment, it was Bojack. With a low growl, Bojack raised his hand, seizing the incoming magical energy beam and crushing it effortlessly. After this display, Bojack cast a fleeting glance at Piccolo hovering in midair, before turning his gaze to Shrag and stating, "Shrag, is this the chaos you spoke of? Were it not for my intervention, you would likely be utterly deceased by now. This time, I have saved you, so your wishes shall henceforth belong to me. Do you consent?" As he spoke, a glimmer of cold menace flashed in Bojack's eyes. Though he said no more, the implication of his threat was unmistakable. Faced with this situation, Shrag ground his teeth in frustration. The Namekian dragon could grant 3 wishes, and they had already allocated 1 wish each before their arrival. Yet now, Bojack was leveraging his life-saving act as a means of coercion. Despite his fury, Shrag found himself powerless. Deep within, he resolved, "Damn that scoundrel, just you wait. Once I have fulfilled my wish, I shall eliminate you." "Very well." Bojack seemed unfazed by Shrag's reaction. A smirk graced his lips as he received the latter's response. He then turned his gaze towards Piccolo in the air, exuding an aura of menace. "Namekian, submit to me, and I shall grant you a chance at survival. Just you wait." Piccolo, equally filled with murderous intent, did not hesitate. He raised his hand, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards Bojack and Shrag's vicinity. In the next moment, the energy blasts enveloped the area where the two stood. The air was filled with the resounding echoes of explosions, engulfing their figures in the chaos. With a whoosh, Shrag's silhouette emerged from the tumult, appearing disheveled as he exclaimed, "Bojack, if you cannot defeat him, we stand no chance of obtaining the Dragon Balls." "Enough." Bojack's disdainful voice resonated from within the smoke. With a swift motion of his hand, a tempest arose, dispersing the surrounding fog. Bojack emerged unscathed, without a single mark upon him, not even a trace of damage. Once he had cleared the debris, Bojack lifted his gaze towards Piccolo and declared, "Since you have rejected my proposal, you must now pay the price for your choice. Namekian, perish." With that, Bojack raised his hand, unleashing a beam of light that hurtled towards Piccolo. Not good. Sensing the impending danger, Piccolo swiftly dodged. In an instant, the beam pierced the horizon, annihilating everything in its path. Countless extraterrestrial beings and Namekians were caught in the devastation, meeting their demise in an instant. The beam even shot from one side of the ground directly into the expanse of space. The thunderous explosions reverberated through the air and in the distance. A small asteroid erupted, transforming into countless fragments scattered across the heavens and earth. This scene caused Piccolo to instinctively gasp in astonishment. With a single strike, such overwhelming power was unleashed. Broly's strength was on an entirely different level compared to that of Slug, with whom he had previously battled. This was dire. The strength of this foe was formidable, and I must await the arrival of Goku and the others to have any chance of contending with him. As thoughts raced through his mind, Piccolo's expression shifted, and he dared not act recklessly. "Are you afraid?" Broly immediately detected Piccolo's hesitance and smirked. "Namekian, I shall offer you one last chance. Submit to me or perish." Simultaneously, the spaceship carrying Raditz and the others arrived at the vicinity of New Namek. As the asteroid exploded, Raditz, Broly, Goku, and the others paused their training. "Lord Raditz," Gak rushed in, his face pale with fear. "We have reached the location of New Namek. However, the strength of the foes there is overwhelming. They can effortlessly annihilate asteroids. I believe it is unwise for me to pilot the ship further." Clearly, Gak was intimidated. The power capable of destroying planets was beyond his means to confront. Chapter 30. This force is at least 500 billion. Not an issue. Casting a glance at Gak, Raditz replied calmly, "Kakarot, let us utilize instant transmission to enter Namek together." "All right, brother," Goku nodded eagerly. After all, New Namek was in peril, and it was imperative to enter swiftly to avert disaster. Moreover, they were already in proximity to Namek, allowing them to sense all the energies within. In the next moment, Raditz and Goku activated instant transmission, bringing Broly, Vegeta, and Gohan directly to New Namek. Uncle Piccolo's energy. Upon landing, Gohan immediately sensed a powerful adversary battling Piccolo. "Dad, Uncle, I'm going to assist Uncle Piccolo." Without hesitation, Gohan leaped into the air, racing towards Piccolo's location. "Gohan." Witnessing the situation, Goku instinctively shouted in alarm. He could feel that the opponent fighting Piccolo possessed immense strength, far beyond what Gohan could handle at present. Realizing this, Goku turned to Raditz. "Brother, calm down." Raditz gestured for Goku to remain composed. "I will handle the situation over there. Your primary concern now is to rescue the Namekians. Although Vegeta and Broly are swift, they still lag behind. Kakarot, your instant transmission is indeed the finest means of rescue. Henceforth, you, along with Vegeta and Broly, shall embark on the mission to save the Namekians. I will take care of Gohan. With me around, he shall come to no harm." "Very well." Upon hearing this, Goku nodded in agreement. Although he harbored concerns for Gohan and even contemplated confronting Bojack, he understood that the immediate priority was to rescue the Namekians. With this thought in mind, Goku turned to Vegeta and Broly, stating, "Let us split up and eliminate the extraterrestrial threats within Namek." "Agreed. No objections." Nodding, Vegeta and Broly acquiesced. Consequently, the trio soared in 3 separate directions, hastening to aid the Namekians. "Excellent. Next, we must seek out Slug." Observing the unfolding events, Raditz's eyes gleamed with determination as he leaped into the air, racing towards the direction Gohan had taken. He sensed a power level in that vicinity, approximately 300 million, belonging to a Namekian. Yet, apart from Piccolo, no other Namekian could possess such formidable strength. This left only one possibility. The Super Namekian Slug was indeed present. Boom. On the battlefield, Piccolo had succumbed to defeat. With cries of anguish echoing, his form plummeted to the ground. Concurrently, Bojack descended upon the area, landing near Piccolo. And with an imposing stance, he placed a foot upon Piccolo's chest, declaring, "Namekian, you have tested my patience. Since you refuse to submit, I shall bestow upon you the gift of death." With that, Bojack raised his hand, gathering energy for a finishing blow aimed at the fallen Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. In a moment of desperation, Gohan finally arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the battered Piccolo on the ground and Bojack's intent to deliver the killing blow, Gohan was engulfed by a surge of rage. Transforming into Super Saiyan 2, he shot into the fray like a streak of light. "Get away from him," he bellowed, launching a powerful kick towards Bojack. "What?" As the fierce wind swept by, Bojack raised an eyebrow, momentarily halting his assault on Piccolo as he prepared to defend himself. The next instant, Gohan's kick collided with Bojack's arm with a thunderous impact, sending Bojack hurtling away, caught off guard. As Gohan landed, he rushed to assist Piccolo, asking, "Uncle Piccolo, are you all right?" He then placed a senzu bean into Piccolo's mouth. Gohan. After consuming the senzu bean, Piccolo gazed at the transformed Gohan, brimming with pride and joy. Even though he had fused with Nail, achieving a battle power of around 500 million, he found himself utterly eclipsed by Gohan's prowess. Gohan was the culmination of Piccolo's guidance and nurturing from a young age, and witnessing his remarkable achievements filled Piccolo's heart with immense happiness. Upon reflecting on the situation, Piccolo immediately inquired, "Gohan, where are Raditz and the others? Uncle is also here." Noticing Piccolo's recovery, son Gohan exhaled in relief and responded, "I sensed Uncle Piccolo's energy arriving first. Uncle and the others should reach this place shortly." "Excellent." Piccolo sighed with relief upon hearing this. Raditz and the others had arrived. Neither Slug nor Bojack could possibly destroy Namek or contend with its inhabitants. At that moment, Bojack rose from the ground in the distance. Feeling a searing pain in his arm, a wave of intense fury surged in his eyes, fixating his gaze on Gohan's vicinity. Bojack's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he growled, "Who are you? How dare you disrupt my plans? Are you courting death?" "Humph." In response, son Gohan scoffed. Despite sensing Bojack's formidable energy, he felt no fear. Stepping forth from beside Piccolo, Gohan glared at Bojack and declared, "You dare to harm Uncle Piccolo and slaughter so many Namekians? Today, I shall end your life." With that, son Gohan wasted no time, launching himself towards Bojack with fervor. "You little brat, who gave you the audacity to provoke me?" Bojack roared in fury. "You're just a child. Although your power isn't insignificant, it pales in comparison to mine." Without hesitation, Bojack charged at Gohan, bellowing, "I'll deal with you first, then annihilate the Namekians." In the next moment, Gohan and Bojack clashed midair. The sound of explosions echoed as their fists met with tremendous force, each strike growing increasingly powerful. Within mere breaths, Gohan and Bojack exchanged hundreds of blows. Yet, as Bojack unleashed his full strength, Gohan found himself in dire straits, his attacks continuously thwarted. Conversely, Bojack's assaults overwhelmed Gohan, leaving him battered and bruised. "Die, brat!" Bojack roared, landing a devastating punch that penetrated Gohan's shoulder. With a cry of agony, Gohan plummeted from the sky, crashing painfully beside Piccolo, racked with torment. "Gohan!" Piccolo exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to retrieve a senzu bean to heal him. "Brat! Namekian, prepare to meet your demise." Just then, Bojack, without a moment's hesitation, shouted and unleashed a ki blast aimed at Gohan and Piccolo. Not good. Piccolo's expression turned grave as he sensed the impending danger. The sheer force of the attack was terrifying. If it struck, both he and Gohan would perish. Without a second thought, Piccolo swiftly scooped Gohan into his arms and darted to the side to evade the assault. In the next moment, the energy blast descended to the ground and subsequently erupted. The thunderous sound of the explosion reverberated, and the energy blast expanded, visibly obliterating a significant portion of Piccolo's form. A chilling scream echoed as Piccolo, clutching Gohan, crashed violently to the ground, his legs vanishing entirely, leaving him in excruciating pain. "Uncle Piccolo." Upon witnessing this scene, Gohan's eyes turned crimson with fury. In an instant, Gohan's aura surged violently. Struggling to rise from the ground, his gaze locked onto Bojack, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, "Dare to harm Uncle Piccolo, and you shall face dire consequences." As he spoke, Gohan's power began to escalate rapidly. Within mere breaths, his energy soared beyond 300 billion, continuing to rise without any sign of abating. "Impossible." Bojack, suspended in the air, widened his eyes in disbelief at the terrifying aura emanating from Gohan. Previously, Gohan's combat power was approximately 200 billion, yet in such a brief span, he had achieved this extraordinary level, instilling a profound sense of dread. Especially as Gohan's power continued to amplify, though still beneath Bojack's own strength. If given the opportunity to escalate further, that simply could not be allowed. A murderous intent flickered in Bojack's eyes. He could no longer hesitate, and swiftly charged toward Gohan. Die. Faced with this situation, Gohan showed no fear. With a mighty roar, he propelled himself upward, charging toward Bojack. In the next moment, the two figures clashed fiercely in midair. This time, Gohan was not at a disadvantage. Fueled by intense rage, Gohan's potential was unleashed, growing ever more formidable while his mastery of martial arts reached an impressive level of proficiency, even bordering on effortless execution. Despite Bojack's combat power exceeding 400 billion, he found himself unable to contend with Gohan's relentless spirit. As the battle intensified, the entire area began to crumble. At that moment, Slug's figure appeared in the vicinity of Piccolo. At this juncture, Piccolo was left with only half of his body, completely incapacitated and devoid of any resistance. Slug had taken advantage of this vulnerability to appear before Piccolo. Fixating his gaze greedily upon the wounded Namekian, Slug licked his lips and said, "A combat-type Namekian. Once I devour you, your combat power of around 500 million will be mine." As he spoke, Slug reached out to seize Piccolo from the ground. Slug, witnessing this, Piccolo's eyes widened, filled with rage and resentment. His combat power had reached 500 million, and had he not been gravely injured, he could have effortlessly vanquished Slug, whose power was merely around 300 million. Yet, in his current state, he found himself unable to resist. After merging with Naru, he acquired the fusion technique of the combat-type Namekians, fully aware that once this method was employed, everything he possessed would belong to Shrek. In an instant, despair and fury filled Piccolo's eyes, and even the thought of self-detonation was beyond his capability. "You are Shrek." At this critical moment, a chilling voice resonated quietly. "Who goes there?" With narrowed pupils, Shrek disregarded the devouring of Piccolo on the ground and swiftly withdrew. Once his form stabilized, the silhouette of Raditz appeared beside Piccolo. However, Raditz's gaze was also fixed upon Shrek, demonstrating his keen interest in the mission target. A Saiyan? Upon seeing Raditz, Shrek paused momentarily. Then, as if sensing something, his countenance darkened instantly. "A mere battle power index of over 200 million dares to intimidate me? You seek death. The cursed Saiyan. I shall crush every bone in your body, leaving you unable to live or die." With that, Shrek lunged at Raditz with a powerful stomp against the ground. "Is that so?" Raditz chuckled. He had never encountered someone so brazen before. With just a battle power index exceeding 300 million, he could effortlessly crush Shrek, even without transforming or tapping into his rage state. With this thought, Raditz tossed a Senzu bean to Piccolo, saying, "Piccolo, leave this fellow to me. Once you've recovered, just watch from the sidelines." Upon finishing his words, Raditz stepped forward, instantly appearing in front of Shrek. Before Shrek could regain his composure, Raditz delivered a punch that struck Shrek squarely in the abdomen. "Ah!" A scream echoed as Shrek's body arched like a shrimp, his eyes wide in shock, blood gushing from his mouth. It was merely a single punch, yet Raditz's blow inflicted excruciating pain, and he could feel his internal organs erupting at that moment. "Get down," Raditz scoffed, executing a spinning kick that sent Shrek crashing to the ground. With a loud thud, the earth caved in, and dust billowed as Shrek lay there, wailing in agony. Impressive. By this time, Piccolo had recovered, rising from the ground to behold the effortlessly brutalized Shrek, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. After all, Raditz's current battle power index was just over 200 million, while Shrek's exceeded 300 million. Under normal circumstances, Shrek would hold an undeniable advantage. Yet, now he lay severely injured from Raditz's punches and kicks, highlighting a staggering disparity. How outrageous. On the ground, Shrek, utilizing the regenerative traits of his Namekian heritage, struggled out of the deep pit, glaring furiously at Raditz. "A mere Saiyan, how could you possess such strength? You clearly only have over 200 million in battle power. How can you wield such terrifying destructive capability? Saiyan, have you concealed your true strength? Concealed my strength?" Upon hearing these words, Raditz disdainfully curled his lip and turned to Shrek, remarking, "You are not worthy of me concealing my true power. A super Namekian is nothing extraordinary." With that, Raditz had no intention of wasting any more time. With a mere thought, he activated instant transmission, appearing directly behind Shrek. With a ferocious roar, Raditz unleashed a punch that pierced straight through Shrek's heart. A scream of anguish echoed as Shrek's eyes widened in disbelief. He instinctively looked down at the arm that had pierced his heart, exclaiming, "No, this is impossible. I am a super Namekian, the strongest being. How could I perish at the hands of a mere Saiyan monkey? As he spoke, Shrag could feel his life force rapidly diminishing, and after crashing to the ground, he found himself unable to rise again. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward. 1 opportunity for bloodline evolution. The system notification rang out at that moment. A smirk graced Raditz's lips as he glanced at the dying Shrag and said, "You have no chance of survival now. Thus, let us realize your final value." He then turned his gaze to Piccolo, instructing, "Piccolo, consume him. He possesses super Namekian cells, and by absorbing him, you will gain the ability to transform as well." Though uncertain of the extent of power that the super Namekian transformation would confer, Raditz was confident it would not be lacking. What? Super Namekian cells? And a super Namekian transformation? Piccolo's breath quickened at these words. Having witnessed Raditz and others transform into Super Saiyans and amplify their power by dozens or even hundreds of times, Piccolo felt a profound envy. Given this opportunity, he could not afford to hesitate. Without a moment's delay, Piccolo instantly reached the area where Shrag lay, a smirk forming on his lips. "Shrag, you sought to consume me before. Now, allow me to claim everything you possess. I shall accept the Super Namekian cells and the transformation ability." With that, Piccolo extended his hand, seizing Shrag's body from the ground, and without a second thought, initiated the fusion technique he had acquired from Nail. No. Terror flashed across Shrag's face as he faced Piccolo's consumption. Yet, no matter how fervently he resisted, it was of no consequence. As the fusion technique took effect, Shrag's body visibly disintegrated, continuously merging into Piccolo. In an instant, Piccolo's energy surged, 600 million, 700 million, 800 million. It reached a staggering 850 million before his aura finally stabilized. At that moment, a unique wave of energy enveloped Piccolo, and he began to enter a state akin to evolution. At that very moment, a scream resonated from the air. Looking toward the sound, one could see Gohan being struck by Bojack's fist, landing directly upon his previous wound. This led to Son Gohan's already injured body becoming even more mangled, as he plummeted violently to the ground. With a triumphant laugh, Bojack reveled in his success, raising his hand to unleash a ki blast aimed directly at the fallen Gohan. It appeared that Gohan could no longer endure the onslaught. Regrettably, his latent potential had yet to be fully realized. Witnessing this scene, Raditz's eyes flickered with a hint of sorrow. In a state of extreme fury, Gohan's combat power surged to nearly 40 billion, suggesting that, given a moment, he could further elevate his strength. Alas, Gohan struggled to harness this tremendous power, leaving him utterly incapacitated for battle. Contemplating this, Raditz stepped forward, intending to aid Gohan. "Gohan." Just then, a call echoed from afar. Looking in that direction, Raditz spotted Goku rushing towards them. From a distance, he could see Gohan in dire straits, battered and trapped in peril. In an instant, Goku activated instant transmission, appearing in Gohan's vicinity. With a thunderous shout, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2, unleashing a Kamehameha that collided with Bojack's ki blast. "Dad!" Gohan's eyes lit up at the sight of his father, and in that moment, he regained his composure. Simultaneously, the rapidly escalating power surrounding Gohan dissipated, and darkness enveloped him as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The resounding explosion of the Kamehameha obliterated Bojack's attack. At that moment, Goku exhaled deeply, his gaze shifting to the injured and unconscious Gohan on the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Gohan, I will avenge you." With that proclamation, Goku roared, his aura surging forth, his power escalating to approximately 35 billion. In the next instant, Goku soared into the sky, hurtling towards Bojack. Another Saiyan. Upon witnessing Goku's approach, Bojack hesitated briefly, but then a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Although Goku's power was not as terrifying as Gohan's potential, it was not to be underestimated. In that moment, Bojack's murderous intent intensified as he addressed Goku. "You must be that little brat's father. If so, I shall eliminate you first, and then send your son to join you. Your family deserves to be reunited." With that, Bojack charged at Goku. The next moment, the two figures clashed fiercely mid-air. "Good heavens! How has Kakarot's power surged so rapidly?" Raditz exclaimed, astonished, his eyes filled with disbelief. 35 billion in combat power indicated that Goku's normal strength had reached an astounding 350 million. However, during his time aboard the spacecraft, Sun Wukong's regular combat power barely reached around 200 million. The astonishing surge in strength he experienced in such a fleeting moment was nothing short of bewildering. Soon, Raditz seemed to have an epiphany, gazing thoughtfully at Sun Wukong in midair, pondering, is it due to the weight? Raditz recalled that Sun Wukong had previously been burdened. Moreover, it was not just Sun Wukong. Raditz himself had been wearing weights as well, which he had never removed. The current state of Sun Wukong clearly reflected his true power after shedding all burdens. This indicated that the training effects of the weights were indeed significant. And had Raditz removed his own, his regular combat power would have seen a substantial increase. It was noteworthy that Sun Wukong's weights were only about 10-fold, while the weights on Raditz's wrists were over 100-fold. With this realization, Raditz felt a wave of relief wash over him. He decided not to dwell further on Sun Wukong's current power level and stepped towards the area where Gohan was located. Before long, Raditz reached Gohan's side, only to find him gravely injured, particularly with his left arm nearly destroyed. Nevertheless, this was not a significant concern. Raditz produced a healing bean and placed it in Gohan's mouth, promptly transporting him back to the vicinity of Piccolo. At that moment, the battle between Sun Wukong and Bojack had escalated to an intense climax. Although their power levels differed, Sun Wukong's fury sharpened his combat skills, making it increasingly difficult for Bojack to withstand the onslaught, ultimately leading to his retreat and inability to suppress Sun Wukong. At this juncture, Piccolo had completed his evolution, his eyes snapping open as his energy surged once more, reaching approximately 1 billion. Once he settled, he exhaled a breath of relief, exclaiming, refreshing. The cells of the super Namekian within me are indeed powerful. They have elevated my strength to such an extent. Upon hearing this, Raditz glanced at Piccolo, noting the 1 billion power level. Although it stemmed from his fusion with the old Kai and the absorption of Slug, there was no denying Piccolo's formidable regular combat strength. With this in mind, Raditz tossed the still unconscious Gohan to Piccolo, saying, "Piccolo, take care of Gohan." Upon hearing his name, Piccolo's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the battered Gohan, a flicker of anguish crossing his gaze. Without hesitation, he swiftly took Gohan into his care. At that very moment, a ferocious energy erupted from the Namekian region. Instinctively, Raditz turned to look in that direction, his expression shifting as he exclaimed, "This power. At least 500 billion. Who could it be? Aside from Slug and Bojack, is there an escapee lurking on Namek?" Not only Raditz, but Piccolo also sensed the formidable and malevolent aura from afar. The energy, comparable to Bojack's, suggested that the one engaged in battle was none other than Vegeta. Contemplating this, Piccolo instinctively spoke, "Raditz, I fear that Vegeta may not be a match for that individual. You and I must go to his aid." Before Piccolo could finish, Raditz interjected, "Quickly awaken Gohan. If Kakarot cannot contend with Bojack, then let Gohan join forces with him. The combined might of father and son should be sufficient to vanquish Bojack. I shall proceed to Vegeta's location. I am curious to see how many fugitives have arrived on Namek this time." With that, Raditz wasted no time and instantly vanished from sight. Awakening Gohan, however, left Piccolo in contemplative silence. He gazed at the unconscious Gohan in his arms and murmured, "Gohan, you have indeed grown stronger." Nevertheless, he held faith that Goku could defeat Bojack, for Goku was not one to fall easily. Meanwhile, Vegeta was engaged in a fierce battle with Krillin. However, Vegeta's power level barely exceeded 100 billion, rendering him no match for Krillin. After exchanging countless blows, Vegeta found himself battered and bruised. Despite his determination to persevere, it was evident that he was outmatched. In a short span, his injuries multiplied, and he succumbed to exhaustion. Haha, is this the power of the Saiyan Prince? Truly insignificant. Not even matching the strength of my little finger. Krillin laughed heartily, delivering a brutal punch to Vegeta's abdomen, his gaze filled with disdain and contempt. "Scoundrel!" Upon hearing this, Vegeta erupted in fury, roaring as he launched a fist towards Krillin's face. Yet, his strike proved futile. Krillin merely sidestepped the attack. In an instant, Krillin retaliated with another punch to Vegeta's midsection. A scream echoed as Vegeta's body curled in pain, his eyes wide and blood spewing from his mouth. Even his Super Saiyan transformation fading away. "Useless prince, perish," Krillin declared triumphantly. Not intending to waste any more time, he casually tossed Vegeta aside, delivering a kick that sent him hurtling away. With a resounding crash, Vegeta collided with several hills before finally coming to rest amidst the rubble, gravely injured. Kurila, however, had no intention of sparing him. After sending him flying, he raised his hand, gathering an energy sphere and hurling it towards Vegeta's location. Damn it! Damn scoundrel! As the energy sphere approached, Vegeta roared, his eyes ablaze with rage and defiance. Yet, he was battered and bruised. Should the energy sphere land, his demise would be inevitable. Was this how the prince would meet his end? Clenching his fists in unwillingness, images of Trillis in her pregnant state flooded Vegeta's mind. Trillis. Trunks. No. With a ferocious roar, Vegeta's aura surged, his power escalating in that moment. Surrounding debris began to levitate, lightning crackling around his form. Super Saiyan 2. At that very moment, the figure of Raditz materialized in the vicinity of Vegeta. Observing Vegeta's current condition, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. He had never anticipated that Vegeta would achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 2 so swiftly. Without delay, Raditz vanished, reappearing in midair. Entering a state of fury, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, delivering a powerful kick that sent Kvila's energy sphere hurtling into the cosmos. After executing this action, Raditz directed his gaze towards Kvila, remarking, "Kvila, to think you have accompanied Slag and Bojack to Namek. How convenient. It saves me the trouble of searching the entire universe for you. What manner of being are you?" Kvila questioned, a frown creasing his brow, revealing a hint of wariness and gravity. Kvila's base power level had already approached 300 million, and with the combination of his enraged state and Super Saiyan transformation, his power index surged to approximately 15 billion. Such overwhelming force was certainly beyond Kvila's capacity to withstand, instilling within him a profound sense of caution and dread. Without any prelude, Raditz darted forward, his form instantly appearing beside Kvila. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a punch that pierced through Kvila's chest. With a blood-curdling scream, Kvila's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Raditz, exclaiming, "Impossible! How can such a powerful Saiyan exist in the universe?" As he spoke, Kvila raised his hand, preparing to strike at Raditz. However, with his heart now pierced, his strength was rapidly dissipating, rendering his attack feeble in comparison to Raditz. Effortlessly seizing Kvila's arm and pulling him down, Raditz raised his hand, poised to deliver the final blow. "Raditz, stand aside." At that moment, Vegeta's thunderous voice echoed from behind. Final flash. Turning to behold the scene, Raditz noted that Vegeta had successfully completed his transformation into Super Saiyan 2, now channeling all his energy into the final flash aimed at Kvila. Raditz couldn't help but smirk at the situation. Initially intent on eliminating Kvila, he paused, swiftly retreating from Kvila's side. The very next instant, the final flash descended, striking Kvila's form with tremendous force. A heart-wrenching scream reverberated through the air as Kvila desperately attempted to fend off the damage inflicted by the final flash. Yet, due to the fact that Raditz had pierced his heart and severed one of his arms, his strength waned rapidly. Consequently, Kvila found himself unable to withstand the onslaught of the final flash, and soon he was engulfed by its overwhelming might. "I refuse to accept this. Science, you shall all pay the ultimate price." As time elapsed, Kvila ultimately succumbed, obliterated by the force of the final flash. Simultaneously, Vegeta, having exhausted his energy, reverted from his Super Saiyan 2 state, his body swaying as he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Vegeta, upon witnessing the situation, Raditz casually tossed a senzu bean to Vegeta and spoke, "Not bad. You have actually completed the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. However, your power level still pales in comparison to Kakarot, who now possesses an astonishing power index exceeding 35 billion. Your training has yet to suffice." "What? Kakarot's power level has reached 35 billion? Upon hearing this, Vegeta was taken aback. The elation he felt from achieving Super Saiyan 2 quickly dissipated. Although he had transformed, his power level barely reached around 26 billion, making him arguably the weakest Super Saiyan 2 thus far. "Damn it, Kakarot, how dare you conceal your strength from me?" In an instant, Vegeta realized the reason behind Goku's formidable power. With gritted teeth, he swiftly consumed the senzu bean. As the bean took effect, Vegeta's injuries and energy were rapidly restored to their former state. Once he had completed this, he rose from the ground and turned his gaze towards Raditz, asking, "And what about you, Raditz? What is your power index?" As he spoke, Vegeta's eyes glimmered with anticipation. He was eager to discern the disparity between their strengths, even though he was acutely aware of the vast chasm that existed. "Me? Raditz glanced at Vegeta, a smirk playing on his lips. My base power level is only around 300 million, which pales in comparison to Kakarot and Gohan. However, being a member of the Saiyan elite, I have mastered the transformation during a state of rage, so you could say my power fluctuates between 3 billion to 6 billion. TCH. Upon hearing this, Vegeta scoffed. His eyes filled with indignation. The elite Saiyan bloodline, a mere anomaly that should not exist. Why should you possess an additional rage state, granting you a tenfold increase in power? In that moment, Vegeta begrudgingly acknowledged his envy. This damned bloodline superiority rendered his own royal lineage insignificant. Enough of toying with you. Vegeta, Raditz waved his hand dismissively. You may head towards Kakarot's location. There is a fellow named Bojack there, whose power level is comparable to that of the recently encountered Krillin. Kakarot and the others are nearby, but they should not be underestimated. Comparable to Krillin? Contemplating the direction where Goku was, Vegeta's eyes gleamed with determination. Leave it to this prince. I shall demonstrate that I am indeed stronger than that Kakarot. With that declaration, Vegeta soared into the sky, racing towards the area where Goku and the others were located. He was not only eager to show them his transformation into Super Saiyan 2, but also keen to test the limits of his newfound power. Observing this, Raditz smiled calmly to himself and murmured, "Next, it is time for me to undergo a bloodline evolution as well. I shall continue to wear this weighted wristband, anticipating the power surge I will experience when I finally encounter a true adversary. However, before that, I must first find Broly. Having his protection should ensure my safety considerably." Having made up his mind, Raditz released his perception and swiftly located Broly's whereabouts. In the next moment, with a mere thought, Raditz initiated instantaneous movement and appeared at Broly's location. It was evident that Broly had already dealt with all the extraterrestrial beings in the vicinity, as a large number of Namekians were being escorted by him towards the area where the Grand Elder resided. "Ah, Broly," Raditz remarked with a smirk as he landed gracefully. "It seems you have taken care of these fellows." "Indeed," Broly replied, nodding as he glanced at the Namekians walking on the ground. "Alas, we have arrived too late. Many Namekians have already fallen to their hands." As he spoke, a fierce anger flickered in Broly's eyes. He held a considerable respect for the Namekians, as their Dragon Balls had assisted him in managing his volatile nature. Witnessing the death of so many Namekians before him ignited a profound fury within Broly. "There is no need for such distress," Raditz interjected, waving his hand and directing his gaze towards the advancing Namekians. "It is precisely because of this incident that the Namekians will awaken. In the past, they were excessively focused on peace, resulting in a severe lack of warriors among their ranks. Although Frieza was vanquished, and the likes of Slug could also be defeated, what lies ahead? Thus, the Namekians must cultivate their own warriors. Only with formidable strength can they ensure their peace. Therefore, while this event was unexpected, it was also somewhat inevitable." At these words, Broly fell silent. According to Raditz's narrative, it indeed seemed plausible. At the very least, after this experience, the Namekian warriors would strive to train diligently rather than remaining as defenseless as they were now. Otherwise, even if they could come to aid later, interstellar travel was not something that could be accomplished in a short span of time. "Broly," Raditz then spoke again, "the invaders have been annihilated. Only Bojack remains, still engaged in battle with Kakarot and the others. He will likely meet his demise soon as well. Therefore, you need not shadow the Namekians so closely. I require you to safeguard me." "Safeguard?" Broly raised an eyebrow, looking at Raditz with confusion. "Why? I sense my bloodline is on the verge of further evolution." With a serene smile, Raditz's lips curled upwards. "Before I achieve my breakthrough, I cannot allow anyone to disturb me." "Bloodline evolution?" Broly's pupils contracted in astonishment as he regarded Raditz, disbelief evident in his eyes. "The Super Saiyan bloodline can evolve?" "Indeed," Raditz confirmed with a nod, revealing further. "Previously, my Super Saiyan bloodline was quite thin. While I could transform into Super Saiyan mode, I was unable to transform in a state of rage, nor could I attain Super Saiyan transformations. However, our previous battle elevated my bloodline, allowing me to achieve transformation in a state of rage. This time, my lineage is poised for a further evolution, promising to refine itself to a degree where it can entirely suppress the malevolent energies inherent in the Saiyan bloodline, preventing me from succumbing to uncontrollable rage." Thus enlightened, Broly nodded in realization and exclaimed with fervor, "Excellent. I shall assist you in your endeavor." It was truly unexpected that the Super Saiyan bloodline could undergo evolution. If I too could evolve my bloodline, might it not allow me to maintain my sanity while transforming into a Super Saiyan? At this, Raditz's lips twitched. He possessed a system that enabled his bloodline to evolve. Yet for Broly to achieve the same with his Super Saiyan lineage seemed an arduous challenge, albeit perhaps not impossible in the future. Without outright denying it, Raditz cast a glance at Broly and, with no further hesitation, settled himself in a meditative posture in a nearby area. System, initiate bloodline evolution. A chime resonated. One evolution privilege consumed, bloodline evolution activated. As the system's announcement echoed, Raditz felt a surge of heat coursing through him, reigniting the evolution of his Super Saiyan bloodline. Under such circumstances, Raditz's aura began to escalate dramatically. 300 million, 350 million, 400 million, 450 million, 500 million. As time progressed, the density of Raditz's energy intensified, the benefits of this bloodline evolution surpassing even his own comprehension. How is this possible? Broly gasped, unable to contain his astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. He could vividly sense Raditz's energy escalating rapidly, nearly doubling within a brief span, with no signs of abating. It is known that enhancing one's combat power is exceedingly arduous. Even as a Super Saiyan, his recent rigorous training had only yielded a power level of around 200 million. Yet Raditz, merely through the enhancement of his bloodline, he had achieved such an unthinkable increase. Bloodline evolution. Could I possibly attain bloodline evolution as well? In that moment, Broly's gaze burned with fervor, filled with envy and yearning as he observed Raditz. The prospect of Raditz's bloodline evolution tantalized him immensely. If his own Super Saiyan lineage could evolve, would his combat power not surge to similar heights? Suddenly, the ground trembled. A verdant aura enveloped Raditz, propelling him into the Super Saiyan state. This was merely the beginning. As time passed, lightning crackled around him, and he ascended into the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Super Saiyan 2. Witnessing Raditz's transformation, Broly's breath hitched, his gaze intensifying with fervor. Bloodline evolution. Super Saiyan 2. This was a capability he did not possess. And now Raditz was manifesting this transformation right before his eyes, leaving a profound impact on him. After all, during their time on the dark matter planet, although Raditz had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, Broly had already lost his grasp on rationality. Overwhelmed with excitement, Broly suddenly transformed into the Super Saiyan state, his eyes shimmering with a blinding light. However, under the oppressive aura of Raditz, his rationality swiftly regained dominance. As time elapsed, sweat began to bead on Broly's brow, his expression contorted in a fierce struggle. After a prolonged roar, Broly unleashed a powerful bellow, and a vibrant green aura erupted around him, causing his energy to double once more. At that moment, clarity returned to Broly's gaze as he stood still, savoring the profound changes brought forth by the full power of the Super Saiyan state. Remarkably, under Raditz's pressure, not only had Broly mastered the Super Saiyan form, but he had also achieved its full capacity without any inclination towards losing his rationality. In this instant, Broly's combat prowess surged dramatically, nearing an astonishing 300 million even in his base form. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Feeling the surge of his own power, Broly could not contain his exhilaration. His gaze towards Raditz filled with fervor and admiration. He understood that his advancement was entirely attributable to Raditz's influence. Although his bloodline had not evolved, he had fully grasped the power of the Super Saiyan bloodline while maintaining complete control. Unless he risked transforming into Super Saiyan 2, there was no possibility of losing his sanity again. Moreover, Broly speculated that as long as he continued to grow stronger, he would inevitably attain the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, mastering it even in a state of absolute clarity. Ding! Bloodline evolution complete. The system notification resonated, awakening Raditz in tandem. Success. Upon opening his eyes, a triumphant smile graced Raditz's lips. Superior Super Saiyan bloodline. His bloodline purity had finally ascended to a new level. With this thought, Raditz promptly accessed his personal interface to review his status. Raditz, race, malevolent Saiyan, bloodline, Super Saiyan bloodline, superior, power index, 658 million. Transformations, rage state, malevolent state, Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan 2 God. Abilities, extreme martial arts, free-form movement, instant transmission, Kamehameha, King Kai Fist, a staggering 658 million in base power. Upon reviewing his information, Raditz's breath quickened in astonishment. It was noteworthy that his previous power index had not even reached 300 million. Now it had more than doubled. In his rage state, he reached 6.5 billion, and with the malevolent state, that skyrocketed to 13 billion. If he transformed into Super Saiyan, his power would exceed 13 trillion, not to mention the formidable strength of the King Kai Fist. I am invincible. For a moment, Raditz was lost in thought. With his current strength and hidden capabilities, only the later Super 1-Star Dragon and Super 4 Gogeta would pose any challenge to him. Raditz, congratulations. At that moment, Broly approached to offer his heartfelt congratulations, his eyes reflecting envy and admiration. Broly, coming back to reality, Raditz felt as if he had stepped into another world. The magnitude of this bloodline evolution was so profound that it left him in disbelief. Simultaneously, Raditz could ascertain that the Broly before him was not of superior Saiyan lineage, but rather of moderate descent. Had Broly attained an elite Saiyan bloodline, he would undoubtedly reach a level comparable to that of Kale from the Dragon Ball Super realm. Even in his base form, he could rival Super Saiyan Blue. Though he was slightly inferior to the Dragon Ball Super version of Broly, he was nonetheless formidable. This indicated that my bloodline strength was akin to that of Kale. Should my lineage evolve once more, I could attain a status comparable to that of Dragon Ball Super Broly. In that moment, Raditz felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. Dragon Ball Super Broly, known as the pinnacle of Saiyan evolution, could unleash his fury against Super Saiyan God and contend with Super Saiyan Blue, even overpowering Super Blue Vegeta in his base form. After the initial excitement, Raditz quickly regained his composure and turned his gaze towards Broly, stating, "There is no need for envy. Should your bloodline evolve, you too shall reach such heights. However, there is no rush. If my bloodline evolves again, my essence will be able to assist you in your own evolution." A smirk tugged at the corner of Broly's mouth as he looked at Raditz, incredulous. Another evolution? Is that even a plausible claim? A single evolution has already amplified my power immensely. If you were to evolve again, would you not become invincible? Nevertheless, Broly soon collected himself and replied, "I shall look forward to that day." Though he jested, deep down, he harbored great expectations. Raditz's strength was of little concern to him. He knew he could never match it, and besides, Raditz was his elder brother. However, if Raditz could indeed aid him in achieving a bloodline evolution, it would be a monumental opportunity for Broly. Not only would it enhance his combat prowess, but more importantly, it would allow him to gain a more complete mastery over his lineage and potentially attain the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. The Super Saiyan 2 transformation would be tenfold that of Super Saiyan 1. Upon achieving Super Saiyan 2, he would amplify his base power by 1,000 times. Without claiming the title of the universe's strongest, who else could rightfully bear the title of the second strongest warrior in the cosmos? Came. Final flash. Special beam cannon. At that moment, for low roars echoed across the expanse of New Namek. Following the sound, one could see Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Piccolo joining forces to unleash their ultimate attacks. Despite Bojack's nearly 50 billion power index, he stood no chance against their combined might. A cry of anguish resonated as Bojack's form was engulfed by the Kamehameha, special beam cannon, and final flash. Subsequently, he disintegrated at a discernible pace. Leaving no opportunity for a final word, he simply ceased to exist. With Bojack vanquished, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Piccolo were all left panting. Although their power indices were formidable, they paled in comparison to Bojack's. Even after uniting to defeat him, they had each paid a significant price. Finally, they had slain him. With a deep exhale, Piccolo slumped to the ground, relinquishing his super Namekian form, utterly fatigued. He was not alone. Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan shared in his exhaustion, particularly Vegeta. He had arrived with high hopes, believing his strength could rival that of Bojack, only to face yet another overwhelming defeat. Had it not been for the timely assistance of Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo, Vegeta might have been rendered incapacitated. Is it over? The voice of Raditz echoed through the air as the space trembled, heralding his arrival alongside Broly. Observing the battered forms of Goku and the others on the ground, a subtle smirk graced his lips. The power of Bojack was comparable to that of Perfect Cell, and if Goku and his companions could vanquish him, it suggested that they could also eliminate Cell should they unite their strengths. However, in solitary combat, they were still no match for Cell, especially in his transformed lightning form. Lightning Cell possessed a strength exceeding that of Perfect Cell by more than double, approaching the staggering figure of 100 billion. Brother, Raditz, Broly. Upon seeing Raditz and Broly, Goku and the others struggled to rise. Piccolo then inquired, Raditz, have the enemies on Namek been dealt with? They have been eliminated. Nodding, Raditz gestured towards Broly. Broly has dispatched them all. The Namekians have now gone to the Grand Elder's dwelling. This should awaken their awareness regarding the importance of honing their own powers. With a sigh of relief, Piccolo felt reassured. The threat from the extraterrestrial beings on Namek had been neutralized, alleviating his concerns. Reflecting on this, he remarked, indeed, the Namekian genetics are exceptional, well-suited for combat. However, their previous inclination towards peace hindered their martial development. If half of the Namekians were to become warriors, no ordinary alien could threaten their safety. At this proclamation, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan nodded in agreement. There is no everlasting peace in the world. Only through possessing sufficient strength can one safeguard it. Contemplating this, Goku voiced, should we stay here for a while to settle, or continue our search for the last of the Majin? With Shrag, Bojack, and Kvila now eliminated, even those who had escaped with them had been vanquished. The only missing piece was the Majin. Only by eradicating him could they fulfill the agreement between Raditz and the Galactic King. Of course, Raditz instinctively began to express the desire to depart from Namek. With the threat neutralized, there was no reason to linger any longer. Even if training the Namekians in martial arts was necessary, leaving Piccolo behind would suffice. Suddenly, before Raditz could articulate his thoughts, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air. Gak descended from the spacecraft, landing directly beside Raditz and his companions. As the hatch of the ship opened with a hiss, Gak hurriedly emerged, his expression fraught with urgency. Lord Raditz, I have located the coordinates of the Magical Man. According to the information relayed by the Galactic Guardians, the Magical Man has made his appearance on a planet within the Eastern Galaxy. The Eastern Galaxy? Raditz raised an eyebrow, frowning slightly. They were currently situated in the Northern Galaxy, and traveling to the Eastern Galaxy would consume an exorbitant amount of time. Gak, how long will it take to reach the Eastern Galaxy? After a moment's contemplation, Gak replied, 3 months. We will need at least 3 months to arrive. 3 months. Raditz's frown deepened upon hearing this. To journey to the Eastern Galaxy would not only take that long, but searching for the Magical Man would require additional time. By the time they returned to Earth, it would coincide perfectly with the impending crisis of the androids. Very well, Gak, we shall depart at once. After a brief pause, Raditz continued, Kakarot, Vegeta, Gohan, you must return to Earth. The 3-year deadline is approaching swiftly, and to ensure that Earth is not devoid of warriors when the androids emerge, you need not accompany me to confront the Magical Man. Upon hearing this, Goku and the others felt a surge of urgency. The Magical Man, as they had learned from Raditz, was an immensely powerful entity. It was precisely for this reason that they wished to engage him, to augment their own strength. Now, being instructed to return to Earth instead of pursuing the Magical Man, left Goku and Gohan reluctant. On the contrary, Vegeta, after a moment of contemplation, spoke up. It is also time for me to return. The time for Tarlish's delivery is approaching, and I must see to the birth of Trunks. Hearing this, Goku, Piccolo, and the others exchanged astonished glances. They had never expected Vegeta to express such sentiments. Previously, Vegeta had been exceedingly proud, and now he was concerned about Tarlish, a notion that was simply incredible. What are you looking at? Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment as he glared at Goku and the others. His pride wounded. As the Prince of the Saiyans, do you think I am impervious to embarrassment? Coughing lightly, Raditz regained his composure and said, in that case, Vegeta, you should take Piccolo's ship back to Earth. Leave the matter of the Magical Man to me. After all, he is indeed beyond your current capabilities. Understood. Goku and Gohan nodded in agreement. Although they yearned to confront the Magical Man, they were acutely aware of their own limitations. Rather than become a burden to Raditz, it was far more prudent to return to Earth and focus on their training. Addressing the imminent threat posed by the androids must take precedence. Excellent. Observing the situation, Raditz nodded in satisfaction and turned to Gak. Gak, let us depart. Just then, Broly quietly interjected, Raditz, I wish to accompany you. I am eager to witness the power of the illusionary man, and having successfully mastered the transcendent super mode, I seek a formidable opponent to hone my skills. As he spoke, Determination and eagerness gleamed in Broly's eyes. Rather than returning to Earth with Goku and the others, he preferred to join Raditz in pursuit of the illusionary man, hoping to encounter stronger adversaries to expedite his growth. Very well. After casting a glance at Broly, Raditz conceded. Then you shall come with me. Excellent. Relieved by Raditz's affirmation, Broly wasted no time in swiftly following him into the spaceship. Everyone, we shall take our leave, Gak declared, no longer hesitating. After exchanging greetings with Goku and the others, he promptly returned to the spacecraft. With a thunderous rumble, the spaceship vibrated and rapidly ascended, departing the vicinity of the new Namek planet. Alas, witnessing this, Gohan and Goku couldn't help but sigh. Truth be told, they too desired to accompany Raditz. However, they still had the android crisis on Earth to address. In a moment of silent understanding, Goku exchanged glances with his companions. And then Piccolo spoke. Let us proceed to the Grand Elder. Once I impart my martial arts knowledge to the Namekians, we shall return to Earth. Agreed. The trio did not object, for their feelings toward Namek were not as profound as Piccolo's. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, over 3 months had elapsed. The spaceship successfully reached the Eastern Galaxy, and under Gak's guidance, they arrived at a planet. Upon their arrival, it was evident that the planet was devoid of any disturbances. Moreover, Gak's investigations revealed that the illusionary man was not present on this planet. What is the situation? Attempting to sense any formidable energy, Raditz found nothing and instinctively looked toward Gak. According to Gak's earlier account, the illusionary man was supposed to be on this planet. Why was there no trace of him now? I am uncertain, Gak replied, shaking his head, his expression tinged with anxiety. After all, this information had come from a member of the Galactic Guardians, and now it seemed to be erroneous, an unfathomable circumstance. Subsequently, Gak picked up a nearby communicator and said, Lord Raditz, please hold for a moment while I inquire further. With that, he began to make inquiries. Moments later, a voice emanated from the communicator. Gak, the illusionary man has been slain by a warrior. A month ago, a warrior arrived on this planet and cleaved the illusionary man in two. I had just finished addressing the aftermath of the illusionary man's rampage and regretfully forgot to inform you. Slain? Cleaved in two. With a raised eyebrow, Raditz instantly displayed a look of astonishment. It is essential to understand that the magical man surpasses even Super Saiyan 3 Goku, in a certain sense. He is not inferior to Majin Buu. Yet, here we are. How could the magical man possibly be slain? Furthermore, the system has not yet acknowledged the completion of his task, which implies that the magical man has not perished. I understand now. At this moment, Gak nodded and was about to terminate the communication device. Wait. Seeing this, Raditz promptly intervened, continuing, Gak, inquire about the current whereabouts of that warrior. Raditz was absolutely certain that the magical man was not dead. The only conceivable explanation lies with the warrior. Although the magical man was split in two, he was not killed. At most, he had merely been sealed. This phenomenon has previously been depicted in the films. However, upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that the magical man was not artificially created by anyone. Rather, it is likely that the warrior has released the magical man from his seal, using the pretext of creation to conceal the true intention of unbinding the remaining sealed body. According to the circumstances presented in the films, the magical man emerged 3 years after the android crisis. Given that the android crisis has yet to commence, it indicates that the magical man has merely been sealed. I understand now. Nodding, Gak promptly inquired, do you know the current location of that warrior? On a nearby emerald planet, not far from your coordinates. Receiving the answer, Gak no longer hesitated. After exchanging pleasantries with a member of the Galactic Patrol, he ended the communication. Once all was complete, Gak turned to Raditz and said, Lord Raditz, since the magical man is dead, we should return. All the escapees have been eliminated, and there is no need for us to linger. Upon hearing this, Broly glanced at Raditz. Although Gak claimed the magical man was dead, Raditz's reaction suggested otherwise. No. Shaking his head, Raditz directed his gaze at Gak, stating, we must immediately proceed to the planet where that warrior resides. The magical man should not be dead. He is most likely only sealed. Therefore, to ensure there are no lingering issues, we must meet this warrior. I do not wish for future troubles. Very well. Although puzzled, Gak did not refuse. He too wished to meet the warrior capable of slaying the magical man. If the latter proved sufficiently powerful, extending an invitation to join the Galactic Patrol would be a splendid choice. Without delay, Gak adjusted the spacecraft's coordinates and rapidly set course for the Emerald Planet. Brother, Broly spoke, looking at Raditz. What leads you to believe the magical man is not dead? Because I do not believe that a casually appearing warrior could defeat him, Raditz replied calmly, casting a glance at Broly. Moreover, since we have come to the Eastern Galaxy, it would be unwise for us to return empty-handed. If that valiant warrior were to vanquish the enigmatic being, it would undoubtedly signify that his prowess surpassed that of the enigmatic entity, thus warranting an encounter. He could hardly elucidate to Broly that his system had failed to ascertain the demise of the enigmatic being. Hence, this pretext was rather impeccable. Chapter 33. One of the universe's sharpest weapons. Indeed, Broly nodded in fervent agreement, his excitement palpable. If I can defeat the enigmatic being, it would affirm that my strength transcends his. Such a formidable opponent was exceedingly rare, and this was the perfect opportunity for a contest of strength. Observing this exchange, Raditz offered a slight smile. With Broly convinced, he deemed further explanation unnecessary and closed his eyes to reminisce about the cinematic information from his previous life. Lord Raditz. After a brief interlude, Gak hurriedly entered the lounge and announced, "We have arrived at Emerald Star. According to the intelligence we received, the warrior is indeed within Emerald Star, but it seems he is about to depart aboard a spacecraft. Have we arrived?" A flicker of determination ignited in Raditz's eyes as he promptly rose from his seat. "Gak, you remain here. Broly, accompany me to meet this warrior." With that, Raditz concentrated his thoughts, enveloping Emerald Star in his senses. Before long, Raditz honed in on a powerful energy signature. This force was no trifling matter, boasting a battle power exceeding 1 billion. Yet it paled in comparison to the enigmatic being's might. However, this was the only formidable presence detectable on Emerald Star. Without hesitation, Raditz took Broly and vanished from the spacecraft. Gak stood dumbfounded. He had hoped to accompany them to meet the warrior, even aspiring to recruit him into the Galactic Guardian Corps. Now, witnessing Raditz and Broly depart so abruptly left him momentarily speechless. Sighing, though disheartened, Gak opted not to linger in the vastness of space any longer and piloted the spacecraft down to Emerald Star. With a crackle, the fabric of space trembled as Raditz and Broly materialized at the edge of a canyon. Not far from their position sat a man with a red feathered crest, resembling a supreme Kai, wielding a long sword while playing a melody on a piece of white ceramic. "Tapio, it is indeed him," Raditz exclaimed with a smile, realizing that his suspicion had been correct. Although slightly different from the cinematic portrayal, it was evident that the enigmatic being had been sealed away by him, confined within his own body. "Is that truly him?" Broly regarded Tapio with a raised brow, his eyes brimming with incredulity. He could distinctly sense that Tapio's energy was not potent, barely qualifying as weak. In such circumstances, he found it hard to believe that the formidable enigmatic being, as described by Raditz, could have been slain by this individual before him. "Who are you?" At that moment, Tapio ceased playing and rose from the ground, eyeing Raditz and Broly with wariness. "Are you the ones who killed the enigmatic being?" Taking a step forward, Broly inquired, "Yet I perceive your strength is not formidable. How could the phantom be slain by you?" Upon hearing this, Tapio's brow furrowed slightly. The visitor was here for the phantom. Were they friend or foe? In a moment of instinct, he prepared to take flight and depart. Attempting to flee? Observing this, Raditz's eyes sparkled with determination, and he promptly commanded, "Broly, intercept him." "Understood." Broly replied without hesitation, swiftly positioning himself before Tapio's path, declaring, "This route is impassable. You must remain and provide an explanation. Stand aside." Tapio's expression shifted as he assumed Raditz and Broly were adversaries, drawing forth his long sword to strike at Broly. "Engaging in combat? I relish the challenge," Broly exclaimed, a smile gracing his face as he focused intently on Tapio, stating, "In that case, allow me to witness your true power." With that, Broly unleashed his rage state. In the next heartbeat, Broly charged forward, and the clash commenced between him and Tapio. Yet, within mere moments, Tapio found himself outmatched, succumbing to Broly's might and being hurled to the ground. After this decisive blow, Broly expressed his astonishment. "Is this truly the extent of your power?" He found it hard to believe. After all, this individual was capable of sealing the phantom, yet appeared so weak. "Enough, Broly." Recognizing the situation, Raditz intervened, explaining, "He has sealed the phantom. It stands to reason that most of his strength is devoted to suppressing it." Understanding dawned on Broly, and after dissipating his rage state, he flew to Raditz's side. Subsequently, Raditz approached Tapio's vicinity and stated, "Tapio, we harbor no ill intentions. I am here on the Galactic King's behest to eliminate the Phantom. Although you have sealed it, I can see that you cannot contain it for long. Thus, I require you to release the Phantom so that I may personally eradicate the threat." At this declaration, Tapio paused, skepticism evident in his gaze as he scrutinized Raditz, struggling to believe the veracity of his words. However, he recognized his disadvantage against Raditz and Broly, leaving him with little choice. He directed his gaze towards Raditz, asking, "How can I trust that your words are genuine? The Phantom is exceedingly vicious, born of malevolence. As long as a trace of that malevolence exists, it cannot perish. How do you intend to confront it?" Indeed, at this revelation, Broly's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he interjected, "You truly have sealed the Phantom within yourself. How audacious! To imprison such a perilous fugitive within you. Do you not fear the repercussions?" Upon hearing this, Tapio's complexion paled dramatically. He never anticipated that his subconscious words would inadvertently reveal the secret of his own sealing of the magical being. In an instant, Tapio regarded Raditz and Broly with heightened vigilance and apprehension. "There is no need for concern," Raditz remarked with a calm smile, waving his hand dismissively. "You should be well aware that if I had intended to strike you, you would not have survived this long. Now that you have acknowledged it, let us dispense with the pretense. My power is sufficient to annihilate the magical being, so I require you to release it. Of course, if you fear for the safety of others, I can escort you to an uninhabited planet to do so." Upon hearing this, Tapio fell silent, uncertain whether to trust Raditz. Suddenly, a thunderous sound resonated as a spacecraft descended from the heavens. Shortly after, the figure of Gak emerged hurriedly. Upon reaching the vicinity of Raditz and the others, Gak clasped his fists in greeting and said, "Lord Raditz." His gaze then turned to Gak, brimming with excitement as he inquired, "Are you the valiant warrior who vanquished the magical being? Would you be willing to join the Galactic Guardians?" Tapio cast a surprised glance at Gak and replied, "You are one of the Galactic Guardians?" "I am." Gak nodded, initially assuming Tapio would acquiesce. He continued, "However, Lord Raditz is not. They have been commissioned by the Galactic King to eliminate the escaped convicts, but since the magical being has already been slain by you, I understand." Nodding in comprehension, Tapio realized that Raditz and Broly posed no threat after all. A sigh of relief escaped him as he turned to Raditz, stating, "I agree. Take me to the uninhabited planet, and I will release the sealed magical being for you to destroy." "Excellent," Raditz exclaimed with a smile, pleasantly surprised that Gak's arrival had resolved so many issues. It seemed the reputation of the Galactic Guardians was indeed commendable throughout the cosmos. With this thought, Raditz promptly turned towards the spacecraft and instructed, "Gak, pilot the ship to an uninhabited planet. I intend to eliminate the magical being once and for all." Gak realized the gravity of the situation, observing Raditz, Broly, and Tapio as he comprehended that the magical being had not perished. A hint of embarrassment crept onto Gak's face, recalling that the previous Galactic Guardian had declared the magical being dead, only to discover it had merely been sealed. Had Raditz not insisted on investigating, returning to report, this could have resulted in a catastrophic disaster should the magical being emerge once more. With this realization, Gak lost interest in recruiting Tapio and promptly followed Raditz and the others. Soon, the spacecraft reignited its engines, and after breaching the atmosphere, Gak skillfully piloted the vessel to an uninhabited, desolate planet. As the spacecraft descended, Raditz and his companions emerged from within. "All right," Raditz exclaimed, turning to Tapio. "Can we commence now? Release the illusionist. I must eliminate him swiftly." "Understood," Tapio replied without hesitation. He then shattered the instrument in his hands. With a resounding explosion, dark energy erupted around him. Soon after, a colossal figure manifested on the planet, emanating a terrifying and malevolent aura. It was the illusionist. Gak, witnessing this scene, swallowed hard. Disbelief etched across his face. How can he be this powerful? "No, I must flee. I need to leave this place at once." As he spoke, Gak turned and hurried towards the spacecraft, fearing the overwhelming presence of the illusionist. He believed his only hope rested in Raditz and Broly vanquishing the foe. At that moment, Tapio began to cough up blood. Although he had restored his power by releasing the illusionist, he was gravely injured and weakened. His combat strength had dwindled to barely over 10,000, rendering him incapable of assisting. Seeing this, Raditz furrowed his brow and spoke. Take Tapio and leave the planet. Wait for us in outer space. Understood. Gak, who had just reached the spacecraft, froze momentarily before quickly returning to assist Tapio. After helping him up, Gak wasted no time and rushed into the spacecraft, maneuvering it to swiftly depart the planet. A low growl echoed through the air. The illusionist had fully resurrected, though his form remained split in two, not yet fully merged. Even so, the energy radiating from him surpassed 100 billion, leaving one to ponder the extent of his power upon complete fusion. Excellent, Broly exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with battle fervor and exhilaration. Raditz, leave the rest to me. With that declaration, Broly sprang into action. He let out a primal roar, entering a state of rage, his power surging to 2 billion. With another fierce roar, Broly transformed into a Super Saiyan, his combat power skyrocketing to approximately 2 trillion. Without hesitation, he launched himself skyward, positioning himself where the upper half of the illusionist loomed. Get away from me, he bellowed, delivering a powerful punch that sent the illusionist's massive upper body crashing into its lower half. Boom, boom. The explosive sounds reverberated as the illusionist's form finally began to merge together. Immediately, the aura of the magical being surged rapidly. 300 billion, 500 billion, 800 billion, 1 trillion 300 million, 1 trillion 800 million. Soon, the magical being's energy reached its zenith, although not quite on par with Broly. It was hardly lacking. A thunderous roar echoed as the magical being fully regained its strength, turning its gaze towards Broly. You little brat. That punch you threw at me earlier truly stung. To express my gratitude for your assistance in merging my form, allow me to return the favor with a punch of my own. With that, the magical being unleashed a powerful punch, barreling straight towards Broly. Come at me. Broly, sensing the challenge, eagerly raised his fist to retaliate. In the next instant, their arms collided in midair with a resounding crash. Broly let out a pained scream as he was sent crashing to the ground. Observing the scene, Raditz raised an eyebrow, his expression one of astonishment. What is happening? Broly's strength is apparently inferior to that of the magical being? The collision had been a pure display of brute force, devoid of any technique. Yet the mightier Broly had been bested, an occurrence utterly unfathomable and difficult to believe. Something is amiss. In that moment, Raditz's brow furrowed, his gaze shifting towards the magical being with a hint of uncertainty. Although its power seemed lacking, how could its strength be so overwhelming? Kill. Just then, Broly roared as he surged from the ground, transforming into a streak of light racing towards the magical being. In the blink of an eye, Broly reached the magical being's vicinity. Without a moment's hesitation, he threw a punch directly at the magical being. A pained scream filled the air as the magical being's massive form staggered, then crashed to the ground with a thud. You wretched creature, how dare you ambush me? Prepare to meet your end. Broly's furious voice rang out. Immediately, he raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts that rained down relentlessly upon the magical being. Boom, boom. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosions and the anguished cries of the magical being, whose body began to disintegrate under the relentless assault. Dark blood splattering forth. So that's it, Raditz realized, understanding dawning upon him. No wonder he had sensed something unusual. The seemingly straightforward clash had been a ruse, a tactic employed by the magical being. It was precisely this that had caught Broly off guard and led to his grievous injury. With this revelation, Raditz fell silent, his expression contemplative. Now that he recognized that the magical being's power was indeed inferior to Broly's, it signified that the outcome was inevitable. With this thought, Raditz felt a wave of calm wash over him. As long as the magical being met its demise, everything would come to a close. You scoundrel! I will take your life. At that moment, a fierce roar echoed through the air. Then, one of the magical being's arms shot forth, hurtling towards Broly in a swift, lethal strike. At that very moment, the arm of the illusory being transformed, countless tiny fists emerging from various directions, assaulting the vicinity where Broly stood. Not again. Observing the unfolding scene, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Broly's eyes. With his hands forming blade-like shapes, emerald green energy coiled around him, morphing into energy blades. In the next instant, Broly surged forth, relentlessly swinging his arms, the energy blades cleaving through the myriad tiny arms that had assailed him. In a fleeting moment, countless appendages were severed, blood splattering profusely. The anguished cries of the illusory being echoed, its attacking limbs began to retract. Attempting to escape, Broly's expression revealed a trace of disdain. Without a hint of hesitation, he lunged downward, the energy blades in his hands slicing through the flesh and blood of the illusory being. In no time, the air was filled with heart-wrenching wails. Within mere breaths, one of the illusory being's arms was reduced to nothing but stark white bones. At that instant, Broly appeared atop the illusory being's shoulder. With a fierce shout, Broly brought his hands together, the energy blades expanding to an immense size of several dozen meters, cleaving down upon the stark bones of its arm. A resounding crack echoed as the illusory being's arm was brutally severed. The wails intensified, its eyes burning with vengeful fury as it glared at Broly, seething with murderous intent. "Damn you, I will take your life." With that, the illusory being's remaining arm lunged toward Broly. Not again. Broly smirked coldly. Previously, he had been caught off guard, but he would not grant the illusory being another opportunity. With his energy blades retracting, Broly soared upward to continue the dismemberment of the illusory being's other arm. Heart-rending screams filled the air once more. Countless fragments of flesh scattered about as the illusory being desperately attempted to defend itself, yet it was no match for Broly. Under the relentless slicing of the energy blades, one could visibly see the illusory being's vitality waning at an alarming rate. "Is it over?" Raditz observed this scene, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. He had anticipated the illusory being would possess greater power, considering it was a rival to Super Saiyan Goku. However, it appeared that such expectations were exaggerated. Beyond its sheer size, the illusory being held little significance. "Die!" Just then, a low growl erupted from the illusory being. In the next moment, it opened its mouth and unleashed a wave of energy blasts. Taken by surprise, Broly was struck directly, letting out a cry as he was sent flying. Moments later, Broly's form plummeted from the sky, his body marked with the scorches of battle. Most notably, he was enveloped in a multitude of dark energy, a force continuously invading his body, causing him immense pain as he lay there, unable to rise. A resounding laughter erupted from the enigmatic being as it triumphantly stood upon the desolate planet. Gradually, the figure of the magical entity rose from the ground, dark gas swirling around its form, as the severed arm and dismembered flesh began to regenerate at a visibly astonishing rate. A troubling situation unfolded before Raditz, who raised an eyebrow at this extraordinary display of recovery. The creature's formidable healing ability was truly unexpected, and there were also peculiarities surrounding its earlier energy wave. Beyond its destructive capacity, it seemed to harbor some unique energy, for it had inflicted considerable suffering upon Broly, rendering him incapable of even standing. "You wretched being, I shall end your existence with the next strike," Raditz vowed, a cold resolve enveloping his voice. Meanwhile, the magical entity remained undeterred, gathering its immense energy ball once more, targeting Broly lying on the ground. "What gives you the audacity?" Raditz demanded, his voice echoing with icy authority as he entered a heightened state of power. Appearing before the creature, without waiting for a response, he delivered a powerful kick that sent the creature's chin upwards, causing the energy wave within its mouth to explode with a thunderous roar. The blast shattered its jaw, dark gas billowing forth, while the upper jaw began to corrode and melt away. Indeed, something is amiss, Raditz discerned, his eyes gleaming with insight. He realized the energy wave of the magical entity was flawed. With no intention of wasting further time, he clasped his hands together and shouted, Came. In the next instant, the Kamehameha wave surged forth, striking the magical being head-on. The creature's form crumbled under the assault, yet unexpectedly, it began to rapidly self-repair. What is happening? Is it truly invulnerable? Raditz mused, eyebrows knitting in disbelief. With a swift thought, he unleashed a tenfold Kamehameha wave, amplifying its power significantly. The creature continued to disintegrate, yet it still showed no signs of succumbing, enveloped in smoke while it accelerated its recovery. This is not right. This fiend possesses an immortal essence. Raditz's expression darkened as he grappled with the implications. An immortal being was an exceedingly formidable adversary. Yet, in the original narrative, this magical entity did not seem to possess such an ability. What could possibly account for this? Suddenly, a realization struck Raditz, his eyes gleaming with clarity as he exclaimed, Tapion. He had sealed the magical being once before. Could this be the reason it could not be vanquished? The weight of this thought bore heavily upon Raditz's heart. If that is indeed the case, then the extermination of Tapio is essential to vanquish the enigmatic ones, which is certainly not a favorable revelation. It is worth attempting once more. Absolute power should be capable of shattering their immortal essence. Deep down, Raditz underestimated the urgency of eliminating Tapio. With a low growl, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Almost immediately, Raditz clenched his fists and roared, tenfold Kaioken. In the next instant, a brilliant green aura combined with a fierce red light enveloped him as he unleashed his full might, unleashing a devastating Kamehameha wave that began to obliterate the form of the enigmatic one. Unsurprisingly, in the face of such overwhelming power, the notion of immortality held little significance. As the Kamehameha wave surged forth, one could distinctly observe the disintegration of the enigmatic one's body, and faintly, a black core pulsated in the vicinity of its heart. Countless tendrils of black energy surged forth, incessantly mending the wounds of the enigmatic one. Thus it was revealed. Witnessing this, a gleam of understanding flashed in Raditz's eyes. He quickly comprehended that the entity was not truly immortal in the conventional sense. The core ability of the enigmatic one stemmed from the heart's core, and though it bore some connection to Tapio, it was not substantial. Hence, the only course of action was to obliterate it. Murmuring to himself, Raditz soon made his decision. Halting the Kamehameha wave, he then launched himself directly toward the region of the enigmatic one's heart. Swiftly, Raditz approached, and without hesitation, he raised his right hand and bellowed. Dragon Fist Explosion. The roar of the dragon reverberated as Raditz transformed into a golden dragon, piercing through the heart of the enigmatic one in an instant. The sound of shattering echoed as the heart region erupted, and the core was utterly destroyed. At this moment, the enigmatic one lost its ability to heal itself, and its massive form collapsed to the ground. Accompanied by a surge of malevolent energy, the enigmatic one met its end, and the dark essence rapidly flowed into Raditz's being. Ding! Task completed. Reward: Dragon Ball Spatiotemporal Coordinates. The system's notification resonated. At that moment, Raditz's aura surged violently. The malevolent essence, transformed from the enigmatic one's demise, was absorbed, as the wicked Saiyan blood within him converted it into negative energy flooding into Raditz. With a low growl, Raditz's aura flared in a vibrant green. As his power continued to swell, his energy soared rapidly. 770 million, 780 million, 850 million. It reached a staggering 850 million before his aura finally ceased to rise. In that instant, Raditz bellowed, "Ha!" In the next moment, his energy amplified 1,000-fold, and he achieved full power in his Super Saiyan 2 state. In a heartbeat, the entire planet trembled. As Raditz's power radiated outward, the planet began to fracture, showing ominous signs of imminent collapse. This is not good. As he opened his eyes, Raditz hastily disregarded his own condition and swiftly appeared beside Broly. Grasping him firmly, Raditz activated instant transmission, transporting them directly back to the spacecraft. Lord Raditz. At that moment, Gak hurried forward, his expression fraught with urgency. It's dire. Tapio. I don't know what happened, but he just screamed and fell unconscious. His energy is rapidly declining. Upon hearing this, Raditz cast a glance at Gak before his gaze settled on Tapio, lying on the ground. As expected, with the demise of the illusionist, Tapio had also fallen victim to the chaos. Moreover, judging by his condition, Raditz's earlier speculation seemed correct. Tapio's life was irrevocably intertwined with that of the illusionist. If Tapio were to perish, it was highly likely that the illusionist could resurrect once more. Contemplating this, Raditz spoke decisively, "Throw him onto that planet. His previous sealing of the illusionist has bound his life to it. With the illusionist dead, his time is short. If we keep him here, there is no chance of revival." At this, Gak was left speechless. If that were the case, it would mean Tapio's fate was sealed. He had hoped to recruit him into the Galactic Guardians, yet now they were to abandon him so callously. Just then, Broly's light cough resonated through the air. As the illusionist perished, the force that had assaulted Broly dissipated, and he gradually regained consciousness. "Foolish creature," he thundered, rising from the ground and transforming into his Super Saiyan form, alert and scanning his surroundings. His hatred for the illusionist burned fiercely. He could hardly believe that he had been deceived twice in succession, nearly losing his life this time. It was an immense humiliation. "Calm down, Broly," Raditz interjected. "The illusionist has been slain. There is no need for further alarm." "What? That scoundrel is dead." Broly paused, then gradually composed himself. realizing he was aboard the spacecraft. He understood that the illusionist's demise was true. Otherwise, he would not be in this place. A flicker of resentment crossed his eyes as he muttered through clenched teeth. That damned wretch, I suppose he got off easy this time. Meanwhile, Tapio on the ground quietly regained consciousness. Suddenly sensing something, he rose and declared, Raditz, kill me. I can feel a trace of the illusionist's power within me. He is not completely dead. You must end my life. Only then, without me as a vessel, will he be entirely vanquished. Very well, Raditz replied without hesitation. Though Tapio was a warrior, embodying a spirit of bravery and willing to seal the illusionist within himself to protect others, he was correct in his assertion. As long as he lived, the threat of the illusionist would never truly be over. Upon contemplating this, Raditz stepped forward and seized Tapio, declaring, This planet is on the brink of explosion. I shall send you into its core, making it your final resting place. With that, Raditz executed a sudden teleportation, transporting Tapio to the impending cataclysmic sphere. Thank you, Raditz. Tapio replied, grounding himself as he regarded Raditz solemnly. He then retrieved a long sword from behind and presented it, saying, This long sword is one of the sharpest weapons in the entire universe. It is due to its presence that I could cleave the enchanter in two for sealing. My life has reached its twilight, yet this sword remains unscathed. I hope you will take it, and in the future, help it find a master with a heart of justice. Very well, Raditz nodded, acknowledging the sword's extraordinary nature. The resilience of the enchanter's form was beyond question. Even the Kamehameha was insufficient to obliterate it entirely. However, this long sword had the capacity to sever its body, illustrating its terrifying sharpness. Taking the long sword, Raditz looked at Tapio and proclaimed, From this day forth, this sword shall be known as the Sword of Tapio, and may it carry forth your will. After a brief pause, he refrained from further sentimentality, giving Tapio's shoulder a reassuring pat before teleporting away from the planet. As for the Sword of Tapio, Tapio felt a sense of relief wash over him, sitting on the ground with a smile. I hope it comes to pass as you have said. Meanwhile, Raditz returned to the confines of the spaceship. Approximately 15 minutes later, the planet could no longer withstand its fate. A thunderous explosion reverberated through space, and one could clearly witness the planet's disintegration, with Tapio becoming mere cosmic dust. Alas, Gak sighed upon witnessing the scene. What a brave and fearless warrior, to perish in such a manner. At his words, both Raditz and Broly fell into silence. Indeed, as Gak remarked, Tapio could rightfully be deemed a warrior, possessing fragile strength yet unafraid of any evil, willing to sacrifice his own life to extinguish malevolence. Let us depart. After a brief pause, Raditz swiftly reoriented himself, directing his gaze toward Gak, returned to Earth. My commission from the Galactic King is complete. There is no need for further delay. Understood. Gak nodded and proceeded towards the cockpit. Raditz. Broly then turned his attention to Raditz, or more precisely, to the sword of Tapio in his possession, inquiring, Is that sword left by Tapio? Indeed. Raditz affirmed with a nod, glancing at Broly before tossing him the sword of Tapio. I have named it the Sword of Tapio. Henceforth, it is yours to wield. Your technique of concentrating energy into a blade during the battle against the enchanter was commendable, and possessing the Sword of Tapio will elevate your prowess to new heights. Undoubtedly, the most significant aspect of this sword is that it embodies the will of Tapio. I hope you can maintain a steady control over your emotions and avoid succumbing to rage. With a firm grip, Broly accepted the sword of Tapio and nodded solemnly, assuring, Do not worry, brother, I shall not disappoint your expectations. From this moment forth, I will inherit the will of Tapio, facing challenges with bravery and safeguarding all those I cherish. Hearing this, Raditz couldn't help but smile slightly. With such a mindset, there would be no cause for concern in the future. Contemplating this, Raditz spoke up, Excellent. Henceforth, alongside strengthening your own abilities, you must also learn the art of swordsmanship. After all, this sword is indeed one of the most powerful divine weapons in the universe, not merely a decorative piece. Understood. Broly nodded, his expression grave. Without further hesitation, Raditz and Broly returned to the training chamber, commencing their rigorous training. Especially Broly, who, after this incident, recognized the inadequacy of his strength. While fervently honing his powers, he also dedicated several hours each day to practicing swordsmanship. On Earth, Vegeta, Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, and others had gathered on a hill. Is this the place? Krillin asked, glancing at Piccolo. This should be where the androids, as mentioned by Trunks from the future, were created, right? But why have we yet to see any signs of their arrival? As he spoke, Goku and the others turned their attention to Piccolo. Although Goku had previously exchanged words with Trunks and was somewhat informed, his memory was not particularly sharp. Indeed, this is the location, Piccolo affirmed, surveying the group before continuing. According to Trunks, the androids should emerge around 10 o'clock. There are still a few minutes left until then. Just as he finished speaking, the ground below erupted with thunderous explosions. The androids had indeed arrived. Witnessing this, Goku, Vegeta, Krillin, and Piccolo's expressions shifted dramatically. Without further ado, they disregarded any previous conversations and swiftly directed their gaze towards the chaos below. A thick cloud of black smoke billowed from the city, accompanied by faint cries of anguish. The androids had appeared, yet their energy signatures remained undetectable. Furrowing his brow, Goku's expression darkened. After all, they were warriors of Earth, committed to protecting it and humanity. Despite the androids' arrival, the inability to pinpoint their exact location was troubling news. At that moment, Vegeta spoke first. Since we cannot sense their energy, we should descend and locate them. Once we determine their precise positions, we will engage and eliminate them at the earliest opportunity. With that, Vegeta soared into the air, swiftly heading towards the city below. Vegeta, upon witnessing the dire situation, Sun Wukong and his companions urgently called out. Although they had all grown stronger, none could ascertain the true depths of the android's abilities. Such reckless action was indeed somewhat imprudent. Nevertheless, with matters having reached this point, Piccolo and the others no longer hesitated, soaring towards the city below. Concurrently, Sun Wukong turned to Bulma and urged, Bulma, quickly take Talus and little Trunks away from here. Once the battle erupts, we may find it difficult to protect you. Understood. Bulma nodded in agreement, recognizing that despite her power level being in the millions, second only to Sun Wukong, Gohan, Vegeta, and Piccolo in a certain sense, her actual combat prowess was limited. Without further delay, she grasped Talus and ascended into the air, hastily making her way towards the island's edge. Seeing this unfold, Sun Wukong exhaled in relief. He then wasted no time, swiftly flying down towards the city. As he and his companions arrived, the chaos within the city intensified. However, despite their efforts, they could not pinpoint the location of the androids. Instead, the number of explosive incidents escalated, leading them to question whether the androids were indeed limited to the two Trunks had mentioned or if there were more lurking about. Just then, a piercing scream echoed through the air. In an instant, Sun Wukong and the others halted, acutely sensing Yamcha's energy rapidly dissipating. This is bad. Yamcha has been targeted. He has encountered an android. Almost immediately, Sun Wukong and his companions retracted from their positions and hastened toward the area where Yamcha's energy was emanating. Upon their arrival, they beheld the scene. Android 20, Dr. Gero, had pierced Yamcha's heart. Yamcha, the sight caused Sun Wukong and the others to change their expressions, swiftly launching an assault on Dr. Gero. Do not disturb the doctor. At that moment, Android 19 appeared before Drive Gero, raising his hand to unleash a barrage of energy blasts. Boom, boom. In the ensuing chaos, Sun Wukong and his companions dodged to the side. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero casually discarded Yamcha's lifeless body onto the ground and turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong and the others, inquiring, "What brings you here? And it seems you are aware that we are androids." Yamcha had attempted to attack Dr. Gero upon sighting him, but their disparity in power had led to his defeat. Simultaneously, Dr. Gero gleaned some information from Yamcha, realizing that their presence had been exposed, and even that their arrival had been anticipated. Save Yamcha. In light of the grim circumstances, Sun Wukong surged forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent Android 19 staggering back. He swiftly retrieved the barely conscious Yamcha from the ground. Upon returning to his companions, Sun Wukong instinctively patted his chest, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "Oh no, I left the sins of beans at the rendezvous point." In a moment, Sun Wukong swiftly turned his head towards Krillin and said, "Krillin, quickly take Yamcha to the location where we just gathered. The Senza beans are there. Give him one to restore his strength." Understood. Wukong, Krillin nodded, unwilling to delay, and hurriedly assisted Yamcha away. "Are you the androids?" At this moment, Vegeta stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Android 19 and Drive Gero, stating, "You appear quite feeble." If that is truly the case, then Trunks' words seem rather exaggerated. However, since you are so weak, I, the prince, shall eliminate you right now." With that, Vegeta took a step forward and transformed into a Super Saiyan. With golden energy surging forth, Vegeta instantly darted towards the area where Android 19 was located. 19, be careful. Dr. Gero instinctively cautioned, his power is immense, even surpassing your limits. Yet, before Dr. Gero could finish his warning, Vegeta's punch pierced through Android 19's chest. Die, Android. Upon successfully landing the blow, a sinister grin spread across Vegeta's face, revealing his delight. Vegeta, be careful. Suddenly, shouts from Sun Wukong and the others echoed from behind. Before Vegeta could react, Android 19, having had his heart pierced, lunged forward and embraced him. In the next instant, a brilliant light emanated from Android 19's hands, and Vegeta's energy visibly diminished as it was absorbed. In mere moments, Vegeta reverted from his Super Saiyan state, unable to suppress a cry of agony. "Ah, Vegeta." Seeing this, Sun Wukong and the others grew anxious. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged toward Android 19's location. Meanwhile, Piccolo grasped the situation and spoke up. "Old Sun, destroy their heads. They are androids. Their only weakness lies in the core chip in their heads." The head. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong suddenly understood, swiftly appearing beside Android 19. Not allowing Dr. Gero a moment to react, Sun Wukong delivered a swift knife hand strike, cleanly severing Android 19's head from its body. In an instant, Android 19's arms dimmed, unable to restrain Vegeta or absorb his energy any longer. Dr. Flea. Despite this, Android 19 was not dead. Though left with only his head, he still called out to Dr. Gero. TCH. Witnessing this, Dr. Gero grimaced, clearly unwilling but quickly began to retreat. He understood well that, while Android 19 was not his equal, they were close in power. Now that Android 19 had been so easily dispatched by Sun Wukong, it meant he had no chance left. "Stop him. Don't let him escape." Piccolo, Krillin, and the others urgently shouted as they swiftly pursued Dr. Gero. The androids had no energy. Once Dr. Gero managed to escape from their sight, finding him again would prove exceedingly difficult. "You shall not stop me." In response, Dr. Gero let out a cold smile, swiftly retreating while beams of light shot from his eyes. The air was filled with the thunderous sounds of explosions as countless structures crumbled, and the cries of the city's inhabitants echoed in a cacophony of terror. Amidst this chaos, Dr. Gero's figure quickly melded into the crowd, disappearing from the sight of Sun Wukong and the others within mere breaths. "Damn it, that scoundrel has escaped." Witnessing the unfolding scene, Sun Wukong and his companions first dealt with the collapsed buildings, their expressions darkening significantly. Although they had eliminated one android, the escape of another was undoubtedly a grim turn of events for them. "Dad." At that moment, Son Gohan seemed to sense something, abruptly looking in a specific direction and exclaiming, "I can feel that guy's aura. It's faint, but he's definitely fleeing in that direction." He pointed towards the outskirts beyond the city. Gohan. Hearing this, Sun Wukong and the others perked up. Despite their uncertainty about how Gohan had perceived this, they felt no inclination to question it. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong and Vegeta soared towards the outskirts, followed closely by Gohan and Piccolo. However, Tien and Kairatsu did not continue to pursue. Instead, they proceeded to obliterate the remains of Android 19 before hastening towards the outskirts as well. "Damn! How could they find me?" Meanwhile, Dr. Gero was fleeing rapidly, his expression growing increasingly grim. His instruments detected the rapidly approaching energy signatures of Sun Wukong and his companions, filling him with profound unease. In a moment of desperation, Dr. Gero gritted his teeth and muttered, "It seems I have no choice but to return to the lab and awaken those creatures." With that, he ceased concealing his energy and took flight towards the laboratory. "Leave him." The android. Seeing this, Sun Wukong and the others immediately locked onto his position and pursued him at great speed. Thus, a frantic chase ensued, leading them swiftly to the outskirts. Once outside the city, Sun Wukong and the others shed their caution, raising their hands to unleash energy blasts towards Dr. Gero. The air erupted with explosions, and hills shattered under the onslaught, leaving Dr. Gero in a state of disarray. At that moment, a figure rushed towards them. Upon seeing Sun Wukong and the others in pursuit, Trunks raised an eyebrow, questioning, "What is happening? Who are Dad and Uncle Goku chasing?" With curiosity piqued, Trunks hastened to catch up. As he flew, Trunks quickly reached Piccolo and the others, asking, "Who are you pursuing?" Trunks. Upon seeing him, Piccolo paused in surprise and instinctively replied, "Isn't that the android you mentioned?" Previously, a certain android known as Number 19 had been vanquished by Goku. Now, we are in pursuit of another. What? Number 19. Upon hearing this, Trunks was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? Number 19, and this individual before me. Why have I never encountered them before?" Hearing this, Piccolo and Gohan paused in their pursuit, instinctively glancing at Trunks and inquiring, "Trunks, what do you mean by that? The androids you refer to are not Number 19 and Drive Jero?" "No, that is not correct." Shaking his head, Trunks' face reflected terror as he declared, "The ones wreaking havoc in the future are androids 17 and 18, not Dr. Jero and Number 19. How could this be? Could it be that my mother's notes are erroneous? But how is that possible? Android 18, Android 17. Upon hearing Trunks' account, Piccolo, Gohan, and the others instantly wore grim expressions. If the androids they were pursuing were not those Trunks mentioned, then where were the androids 17 and 18 who were responsible for the destruction of humanity in the future? "Trunks, are you certain your memory is not at fault?" Swallowing hard, Piccolo instinctively spoke, "We have seen Number 19 and Drive Jero. We did not witness the 17 and 18 you mentioned." As he was about to respond, a thunderous explosion suddenly resonated through the air. Looking towards the source of the sound, they beheld a distant mountain erupting into dust. At that moment, Goku and Vegeta, along with the two androids, were seen engaged in fierce combat. "It is them. It is indeed them." Seeing this, Trunks felt a surge of energy and exclaimed, "Those two are androids 17 and 18. They are the ones who devastated the future world." Upon hearing this, Gohan and the others instinctively turned to look. As they witnessed the two new androids engaging Goku and Vegeta with equal ferocity, their expressions grew serious. "Let us approach and observe." Almost instantaneously, Piccolo spoke up, accelerating forward. However, Gohan quietly interjected, "Tian Shinhan, Kaiatsu, it would be best if you did not go over. The power of my father and the others in battle is too overwhelming. You could be caught in the crossfire. You should head to Krillin and Yamcha instead." Upon hearing this, Tian Shinhan and Kaiatsu, who were about to advance, halted. Although Gohan's words were somewhat disheartening, they understood the truth of the situation. After exchanging glances, Tian Shinhan and Kairatsu replied, "In that case, we leave the matter to you, Gohan." With that, Tian Shinhan and Kairatsu turned without hesitation and flew back towards the previous gathering point. Seeing this, Gohan exhaled in relief and said, "Trunks, let us go." With that, Gohan accelerated towards the battlefield, while Trunks, somewhat bewildered, followed, his eyes filled with confusion as he pondered, "How do Gohan and the others know me? Did Uncle Wukong divulge my message to everyone?" Meanwhile, within the cosmos, Raditz and Broly had successfully returned to the solar system aboard their spaceship, hastening towards Earth. "Brother, a battle has erupted on Earth." Broly hastily approached Raditz, his expression marked by urgency. "Moreover, the energy I sense is at least around 40 billion, rivaling that of Son Wukong and his companions." Upon hearing this, Raditz ceased his training and stood up, exhaling a deep breath before beginning to perceive the surrounding energies. Soon, he noticed the commotion on Earth. Unsurprisingly, androids 17 and 18, along with Son Wukong, had already engaged in combat. Their energies were rapidly escalating, indicating that the battle had reached a critical juncture. Ding. Mission triggered. Save androids 17 and 18. Assist them in regaining their humanity. Reward, Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Ding. Mission triggered. Defeat Perfect Cell. Reward, transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Ding. Mission triggered. Eliminate Lightning Cell. Reward, one opportunity for Bloodline evolution. The system notifications resonated softly. 3 missions. A glint flickered in Raditz's eyes as his breath quickened. The transformations into Super Saiyan 3, along with the chance for Bloodline evolution, were rewards he could not afford to overlook. For a long time, Raditz had attempted to achieve the Super Saiyan 3 transformation through sheer will. Yet all his efforts had ended in failure. This realization dawned upon him. The transformations into Super Saiyan 3 and its advanced form were not easily attainable under ordinary circumstances. Even now, with his full power at Super Saiyan 2 and its advanced form, he could attempt to transform into Super Saiyan 4 or its advanced variant. However, Raditz understood that without mastering Super Saiyan 3 and its advanced form, any successful transformation would result in a significant loss of power. For instance, Super Saiyan 4 Goku consistently outclassed Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, largely due to Goku's mastery of Super Saiyan 3. With this in mind, Raditz promptly declared, "If that is the case, let us return immediately. First, we shall inform Gak, and then we will teleport back to Earth." Having spoken, Raditz strode towards Gak's cockpit. Observing this, Broly followed suit without hesitation. The period of training had fostered a more peaceful mindset in Broly, who had also inherited the spirit of the Sword of Tapion, evolving into a warrior centered on peace. Gak, upon reaching the cockpit, Raditz wasted no time, stating directly, "A crisis has erupted on Earth. We are teleporting back at once. You may return to report to the Galactic King." "What?" Gak exclaimed, bewilderment etched across his face as he looked at Raditz. Does Lord Raditz not wish to visit the Galactic King's residence anymore? After all, this matter was part of the agreement between Raditz and the Galactic King, and it was customary for Raditz to provide a report. "I shall not go," Raditz replied firmly. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Raditz remarked nonchalantly, "Gak, we shall meet again." Upon finishing his words, he seized Broly and, with a mere thought, activated instant transmission, vanishing from the confines of the spaceship. Witnessing this, Gak's lips twitched in disbelief. He never anticipated that Raditz would depart so abruptly. As an elite member of the Galactic Patrol, he had involuntarily reduced himself to a mere messenger and pilot. However, Gak soon regained his composure, inhaling deeply as he declared, "It appears I must promptly return to report to Lord Galactic King." With that, he maneuvered the spaceship, redirecting its course away from Earth, hastening instead to the designated location of the Galactic Patrol. On Earth, Goku and Android 17 were locked in fierce combat, while Vegeta battled against Android 18. The intensity of their skirmishes escalated, and it became evident that both Goku and Vegeta were beginning to struggle. Although their powers were not significantly inferior to those of 17 and 18, the latter were artificial beings endowed with infinite energy reserves, allowing them to maintain their peak fighting capabilities. In contrast, Goku and Vegeta suffered from the relentless drain of energy and stamina due to continuous combat. At that moment, a piercing scream resonated through the air as Vegeta was brutally kicked away by Android 18. In the next instant, he crashed to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, his complexion paling dramatically. "Vegeta, Uncle Vegeta, Father." Upon witnessing this dire situation, Gohan, Piccolo, and Trunks rushed to Vegeta's side. After helping him to his feet, Gohan immediately spoke up, "Uncle Vegeta, leave the rest to me." Rising with determination, Gohan unleashed a powerful roar, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Without hesitation, he charged towards Android 18 hovering above. "Is that Gohan?" Android 18 observed the approaching figure, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes, yet she remained vigilant. From Gohan, she sensed an overwhelming aura surpassing her own. "Androids, prepare to meet your end," Gohan shouted, delivering a fierce punch that struck 18's arm. She was sent hurtling away, unable to withstand the sheer force of Gohan's assault. Seizing the momentum, Gohan relentlessly pursued 18, his rapid-fire punches raining down upon her with unparalleled precision. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the battlefield. Looking toward the source, it was evident that Goku, who had been engaged in combat with Android 17, had reverted from his Super Saiyan 2 transformation. His face turned ashen, one hand clutching his chest as cold sweat poured down his body. "This is not good," exclaimed Piccolo, his expression changing dramatically. "Old son hasn't taken his medicine." In that instant, Piccolo disregarded everything else, unleashing a fierce roar as he transformed into Super Namekian. In an instant, Piccolo's energy shattered over 100 billion layers, propelling him forward to bring Goku back to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Number 17's eyes gleamed with cold intent, and he raised his hand, preparing to strike at Piccolo and the others. 17, come help me." In that moment, the voice of Number 18 echoed from a distance. Following the sound, it became evident that under Gohan's assault, Number 18 was in a dire state. Without assistance, her life was in jeopardy. Faced with this predicament, Number 17 halted his energy blast. He dismissed the beleaguered Goku and Vegeta on the ground and turned to soar toward Number 18's location. In the next moment, he arrived at the battlefield. With a swift kick, he sent Gohan reeling back a considerable distance. After executing this maneuver, number 17 remarked, 18. You truly are in a sorry state. Are you mocking me, you jerk? Number 18 shot a furious glance at number 17. Gohan poses a problem. He is not at all as described in the intel. His power has evidently surpassed several levels. Unperturbed by her words, number 17 shrugged and replied, 18. Since you cannot contend with him, I'll take on Gohan. You should deal with Goku on the ground. With that, number 17 wasted no time and charged at Gohan. Switching opponents? Gohan's expression turned serious, and without hesitation, he faced number 17. In the next moment, the two figures clashed in midair. Explosions reverberated as their battle intensified, each blow resonating with fierce energy. Number 17, particularly, wore an exhilarated expression as he fought Gohan, exclaiming, such incredible power. Gohan, as Goku's son, you have surpassed him. Excellent. Truly excellent. Only such strength can evoke this exhilarating sensation. As he spoke, number 17 unleashed his energy with reckless abandon. Thanks to the infinite energy core, even though Gohan's combat prowess exceeded his own, he could not be subdued. It was evident that, despite both being androids, number 18's strength was somewhat inferior to that of number 17. Impressive. Gohan is able to hold his own against number 17. On the ground, Trunks instinctively voiced his admiration, though confusion clouded his eyes. After all, in his world, Gohan did not possess such formidable power. He had been defeated by numbers 17 and 18. TCH. Hearing this, Vegeta on the ground scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain. At this juncture, it was clear to all that number 17 was superior to number 18. Yet, Vegeta had recently been bested by number 18, and since she was no match for Gohan, did that not imply that Vegeta himself was no match for Gohan? Struggling to rise, Vegeta cast an irritable glance at Trunks and said, "What are you still doing standing there? Are you already afraid in the face of our adversary?" With that, Vegeta inhaled deeply, and with a fierce roar, he transformed once more into Super Saiyan 2, swiftly charging towards Android 18, suspended in midair, exclaiming, "Android, this prince shall surely defeat you. Is that so?" Android 18 replied with a laugh, dismissively glancing at Vegeta before advancing to engage him in battle, unlike her previous restraint. In this moment, Android 18 was consumed by fury, unleashing all the pent-up rage she had suffered under Gohan's pressure upon Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta found himself repeatedly wounded beneath her relentless onslaught. No matter how fiercely he resisted, he was no match for her strength. Dad, witnessing this, Trunks erupted in anger, transforming into a Super Saiyan and brandishing his sword, ready to assist. This path is blocked. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated, as a figure appeared in front of Trunks, delivering a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Who is that? At this sight, Piccolo, Trunks, as well as Gohan and Vegeta, who were engaged in battle, turned their gazes in unison. After all, Trunks was no weakling, possessing a combat power index exceeding 100 billion, nearly 200 billion. Yet he had been so easily overpowered, indicating the newcomer was exceptional. Number 16, you have finally awakened. In contrast, Android 18 and 17's eyes were fixed on number 16, filled with astonishment and curiosity. Being fellow androids, they understood that 16 lacked an infinite energy core, initially believing him to be a mere defective model. However, the power he had just displayed suggested he was far from ordinary, potentially rivaling the combat prowess of 17 and 18. Number 16. This one is also an android. The words of the two caused Gohan, Vegeta, and the others present to change their expressions dramatically. They had never anticipated the existence of so many androids. Aside from the previously escaped Dr. Gero and 17 and 18, there was indeed another entity, number 16. At that moment, Goku's cries of agony intensified as his heart condition flared, leaving him in excruciating pain, unable to endure any longer. "This is bad," Piccolo exclaimed, his face paling. "Trunks, I must take Goku back to get medication. You must hold off number 16. He cannot be allowed to assist 17 and 18. Without delay, Piccolo scooped up Goku and hurriedly soared towards West City. The last time Trunks had come, he had provided Goku with a special medicine, but Goku had not brought it with him, leading to the current dire predicament. Observing this, Trunks felt momentarily stunned. Holding off number 16 was no trivial task. He certainly did not believe himself to be his equal. Yet Trunks understood that he had no options left. After taking a deep breath, he brandished his sword and charged towards Android 16. Observing this, Android 16 sighed and, while fending off Trunks' assault, stated, "Your struggle is in vain. You are no match for me, and I do not wish to kill you." In response, Trunks' expression turned grave. He did not reply to Android 16's words, but continued to swing his sword relentlessly. "Trunks, what are you doing?" From a distance, Vegeta, engaged in battle with Android 18, was enraged by the scene. Ignoring Android 18's assault, he shouted, "Hurry and transform into Super Saiyan 2 to deal with that android." Super Saiyan 2? Trunks was taken aback. His sword-wielding motion halted as he instinctively looked towards Vegeta, saying, "But I can't transform into Super Saiyan 2. What?" Both Vegeta and Gohan, who were nearby, were momentarily stunned. They quickly repelled Androids 17 and 18 and turned to Trunks, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you speaking? Didn't you achieve it 3 years ago with Raditz's help? In the span of 3 years, how could you possibly not transform into Super Saiyan 2? What have you been doing in the future?" At this revelation, the arena fell into silence. Particularly, Trunks, now disregarding Android 16's presence, wore a look of bewilderment, exclaiming, "Father, I truly cannot transform into Super Saiyan 2. Moreover, I seem not to recognize Raditz. Who is this person?" "What? You don't know Raditz? You can't transform into Super Saiyan 2. Upon hearing this, both Vegeta and Gohan were flabbergasted. If it were not for the fact that Trunks appeared to be physically intact, they might have doubted his identity altogether. In an instant, Vegeta and Gohan retreated from androids 17 and 18, swiftly flying to the vicinity of Trunks. "Who are you? You are not Trunks." After landing, Vegeta immediately questioned. His gaze towards Trunks filled with skepticism. Gohan mirrored this expression of doubt and caution. "What is happening? What are they doing?" Observing the situation, Androids 17 and 18 approached Android 16, looking perplexed at Gohan and the others, their eyes brimming with confusion. There must be something wrong with this Trunks. After a brief contemplation, Android 16 remarked, "According to the data from the nanodrone, Raditz is Goku's brother and the first Super Saiyan. However, the doctor's drone did not obtain his cellular genes, so his existence is absent from your programming. 3 years ago, there was a being similar to the Trunks before us, but it appears that they are not the same individual." Upon hearing this, Androids 17 and 18 were astonished. Such a bizarre occurrence existed. How could the same person undergo such drastic changes in just 3 years? They seemed entirely different. Curiosity flickered in the eyes of Androids 17 and 18, and they did not rush to attack Gohan and the others. "I am indeed Trunks." At this moment, Trunks was filled with urgency. Faced with the distrustful gazes of Vegeta and Gohan, he felt a profound sense of despair. He recalled that 3 years ago, he had merely provided Goku with the heart medicine and informed them of the timeline regarding the androids. But now, judging by the reactions of Vegeta and Gohan, it seemed as though none of this was attributable to him, even raising doubts as to whether they were encountering a false version of himself. Yet, from the responses of Gohan and the others, it was evident that they placed greater trust in the Trunks of 3 years prior rather than the one before them. At that moment, the space trembled, and Raditz, accompanied by Broly, appeared within the area. "Raditz! Broly! Uncle Raditz!" Upon seeing Raditz and Broly, Gohan and Vegeta were instantly elated. Regardless of whether the Trunks before them was genuine or not, the return of Raditz and Broly rendered all else trivial. After all, both Raditz and Broly possessed powers far surpassing their own, capabilities that neither Gohan nor Vegeta could contend with, nor could any android. Nodding slightly, Raditz surveyed the surroundings before his gaze settled on androids 16, 17, and 18. "You have awakened. What of Dr. Gero? Has he been slain, or does he still live?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of androids 17 and 18. The death of Dr. Gero was knowledge only they possessed. Even Goku and Android 16 were unaware. How did Raditz, who had not been present previously, come to know such details? "Raditz, you seem to be privy to certain information." Android 16 stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Raditz. "Are you referring to the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero?" "I do indeed have some knowledge of it. Your existence is presumably to prevent its emergence. Can you destroy it?" "No." Android 16 returned Raditz's gaze with intensity before replying. "Dr. Gero implanted a program within me. I am unable to obliterate it. However, it seems you are well informed. With his absence, as long as 17 and 18 do not encounter significant provocation, they should not pose a threat to humanity." "What do you mean?" Upon hearing this, 17 and 18 were taken aback, looking at 16 with confusion. 16. What exactly do you know? What is this ultimate android? Aren't we the only androids that exist? Their curiosity was mirrored by Gohan and Vegeta, who also exhibited expressions of intrigue. Impossible. Suddenly, Trunks exclaimed in agitation, the world I come from was destroyed by 17 and 18. How could they not threaten humanity? You androids are speaking utter nonsense. As he spoke, Trunks cast a loathing glance at androids 17 and 18. If it weren't for his own lack of power, he would have relished the opportunity to tear them apart. Humph. With a dismissive glance at Trunks, android 17 remarked, your world? It seems you truly are not one of us, since you don't belong to our realm. What gives you the right to question the morality of my sister and me? At this, Trunks fell into silence. Chapter 35. Whose serum did you inject? For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words, as there were indeed many unsettling aspects to consider. For instance, the incredible strength of Goku and others, the emergence of so many artificial beings, and the existence of Raditz and Broly. Two individuals he had never heard of yet appeared to possess immense power. Enough, Raditz interjected, clapping his hands to halt the discussions. Now that the situation is clear, 16, take me to the location of that individual. Such a dangerous entity is unnecessary. It is best to eliminate it swiftly. Raditz was indifferent to Cell, but that was only in relation to the Cell of the future. Having spent some time on Earth, he was uncertain whether Dr. Gero's nanomachines had incorporated Broly's genes. If such a fusion were to exist in this world, Cell would undoubtedly become even more terrifying. Therefore, to prevent potential disaster, Raditz resolved to destroy it before the Cell from the future could have any chance to absorb it. All right, 16 nodded, not daring to refuse. He understood that Raditz's power was beyond what he and the others could contend with. Even Broly, standing beside Raditz, surpassed him in strength. Thus, failure to recognize the gravity of the situation would only lead to his annihilation. Excellent. Raditz nodded in satisfaction, no longer hesitating. Lead the way, Broly. Remain here to keep an eye on 17 and 18. Should they dare to attack again, capture them. Understood, Broly replied, not objecting. Although he was unaware of the identity of the individual Raditz referred to, he recognized it as a significant threat. Follow me, 16 stated, no longer hesitating. And he began to walk towards the ruins of the laboratory alongside Raditz. In the blink of an eye, the two figures disappeared from view. Witnessing this, 17, 18, Gohan, Vegeta, and Trunks were momentarily stunned. They had never anticipated that Raditz would simply take 16 away. Moreover, the conversation they overheard left them feeling a sense of unease. At that moment, Trunks approached Broly and inquired, esteemed one, are you capable of dealing with 17 and 18? Indeed. Casting a glance at Trunks, Broly spoke with an air of indifference. Although androids 17 and 18 were indeed formidable, they posed no real threat to Broly at this juncture. Should he desire to eliminate them, it would be an effortlessly simple task. Upon hearing this, the expressions of androids 17 and 18 shifted, their gazes towards Broly sharpening with caution. While their curiosity regarding Raditz and Android 16's discussions lingered, they were far more wary of Raditz's presence. However, if Broly chose to engage them, surrender would be out of the question. Excellent, Trunks exclaimed with delight, hastily declaring, then please dispose of these two. They are artificial beings destined to bring ruin to Earth in the future. They must be dealt with now. As these words left his lips, 17 and 18 turned their eyes towards Broly. Should the latter take action, they would undoubtedly need to brace themselves, even preparing for an all-out confrontation. I refuse. Broly responded decisively after a brief glance at Trunks. I see no malevolent essence within them. If there is any, it is merely the fury and resentment stemming from their transformation into androids, which does not suffice to label them as villains. Having endured the events involving Tap-Ion, Broly had become exceedingly rational, unwilling to judge a person's character based solely on Trunks' solitary testimony. Trunks stood in shock, utterly astounded that Broly would turn down his request, particularly as 17 and 18 were indeed far from virtuous in his world. At that moment, a furious roar reverberated through the air. Before Trunks could gather his wits, Vegeta's fist collided with his cheek. With a resounding thud, Trunks was sent crashing to the ground, dazed and bewildered. Dad! Trunks instinctively cried out, confusion and even a hint of grievance evident in his eyes. Humph! Vegeta scoffed at the sight, sharply reprimanding him. I have no son who exhibits such cowardice. As the progeny of the Prince of Saiyans, where is the pride and dignity coursing through your veins? Regardless of whether these androids are good or evil, why do you, a proud Saiyan, grovel before others? Do you not understand the necessity of training to grow stronger and eliminating those you wish to defeat? Upon hearing this, Trunks' face turned ashen. He had always known of Vegeta's pride, having gleaned much from his mother's notes. Yet, he never anticipated that Vegeta's pride would manifest so intensely that it would lead to an act of violence against him. Instinctively, Trunks turned to Gohan for support. Gohan. In response, Gohan's expression hardened as he remarked, "Uncle Vegeta is right. Relying on others is permissible, but one must not forget their own existence, nor cease striving for self-improvement. And tell me, who are you? You are not the Trunks who appeared 3 years ago. At that time, although you relied on the thoughts of others, you were quickly admonished by your uncle, even achieving the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. However, you did not, as your thoughts remained unchanged, and your power had diminished significantly." Upon hearing these words, Trunks on the ground felt as though struck by lightning. He never anticipated that Gohan, who had taught him in the future and was even his mentor, would utter such remarks. Simultaneously, he realized that his time travel had indeed encountered issues. If only 1 or 2 individuals denied his existence, it could be overlooked, but with so many rejecting him, it indicated a deviation in his journey. It was highly likely that the Trunks who had arrived in this world 3 years ago was not the same person as him. And this was not the Earth he had reached 3 years prior. Meanwhile, Raditz, accompanied by Android 16, entered the ruins of the laboratory without any obstruction, swiftly arriving at the depths below. Upon entering, they beheld the larval form of Cell being cultivated within a vessel. Surrounding them were countless documents and serums, evidently created for the purpose of nurturing Cell. Indeed, this scene confirmed their suspicions. Android 16 instinctively spoke, his gaze toward Cell tinged with a hint of wariness and caution. However, Raditz remained entirely unfazed. At that moment, he approached the area where the documents were located, scanning each one in turn. Noting the presence of blood samples from Goku and others, including those of King Cold and Frieza. To his astonishment, he also discovered numerous alien blood samples, including that of Broly. Indeed, my conjecture is correct. Seeing this, Raditz exhaled in relief, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. My arrival has already triggered a butterfly effect in this world. No wonder the power levels of Androids 17 and 18 have reached approximately 40 billion, equivalent to that of perfect Cell. After this realization, Raditz casually destroyed all the blood samples before him, particularly that of Broly, which possessed extraordinary power. Although not vast, it was immensely significant for the androids. At that moment, Android 16 seemed to sense something, pointing to a nearby shell. "Look at this." Hearing this, Raditz turned his gaze toward the area indicated by 16, noticing a peculiar shell on the ground. This shell was familiar to him, unmistakably the remnant left behind after Cell's metamorphosis. What is happening? Has the Cell from the future already arrived? That cannot be. Logically, he should not have appeared yet. Murmuring to himself, Raditz approached for a closer inspection. After examining it carefully, he confirmed that this was indeed left behind by Cell's shedding, signifying that the latter had appeared here before their arrival and had likely absorbed all the genes of the embryonic Cell. In an instant, Raditz's expression darkened considerably. If this were the case, then Cell's power would far exceed that depicted in the original narrative. Moreover, with the infusion of the blood of the Super Saiyan, should he evolve to the level of perfect Cell, his strength would be truly terrifying. It seems certain matters are unavoidable. Murmuring to himself, Raditz raised his hand and obliterated the Cell embryo within the nearby vessel. After completing this task, he turned to Android 16 and said, "Let us depart. This place has lost its value." "Understood," replied Android 16, not daring to delay, and promptly followed Raditz. The destruction of the Cell embryo meant that the ultimate android could not possibly come into existence, which was welcome news for 16. Among the androids, he was undoubtedly the most benevolent, unwilling to witness the birth of Dr. Gero's ultimate android. Soon, Raditz and 16 exited the confines of the laboratory, and Raditz hurled an energy sphere downwards. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the air, as the ground shattered and everything within the research facility was utterly annihilated. Even if someone were to enter afterward, not a trace of information would remain. Following this, Raditz returned to the arena with 16. The two opposing sides were still at a standoff, but Piccolo had returned, and Gohan and Vegeta's injuries had healed. Clearly, they had consumed the Senzu beans. 16. Raditz. Upon seeing their return, the previously tense parties exhaled in relief and quickly approached them. After nodding at Raditz, 16 made his way towards the areas where androids 17 and 18 were located. Raditz, what exactly is going on? At this moment, Vegeta and the others approached Raditz, their eyes filled with confusion. After all, the prior conversation between Raditz and 16 had indeed surpassed their understanding. Let 16 explain, Raditz shrugged, gesturing towards 16. That fellow has been destroyed, and the programming in your minds will no longer hinder you. At this declaration, all eyes turned to 16, including those of 17 and 18. Very well, 16 nodded in acceptance and began to elucidate. In truth, we androids are not the ultimate forms. We are merely experimental subjects of Dr. Gero. Among us, 17 and 18 are the most unique, as Dr. Gero equipped them with infinite energy cores, granting them boundless energy. Now it makes sense, Gohan and Vegeta realized, nodding with enlightenment. They understood why, despite their seemingly equal strength, they had been unable to overpower their opponents previously. Especially Vegeta, who finally comprehended why he, the illustrious prince of the Saiyans, had fallen to the hands of a mere woman like Android 18. However, while the infinite energy cores were advantageous for androids 17 and 18, they also posed a significant threat. At that moment, Android 16 continued his exposition. According to the information I have obtained, Dr. Gero has commenced the creation of the ultimate form of androids. This form amalgamates all the Earth Warriors' essences, along with the genetic material of extraterrestrials collected by the nano-drones that accompanied Goku and others into the cosmos. The ultimate android is divided into 3 stages. The initial growth phase resembles that of a larva, which requires nourishment to evolve into its complete form. Wait, interrupted Piccolo, who was standing nearby. 16, you just mentioned that the ultimate android requires nourishment to evolve. Are you implying that it needs the energy from 17 and 18? At this revelation, a profound silence enveloped the room. Both androids 17 and 18 exchanged incredulous glances towards 16, their mouths agape in disbelief. What a joke! How could we possibly serve as nutrients for this so-called ultimate android? Yet, amidst the incredulity of 17 and 18, 16 maintained an air of calm. Suddenly, he raised his hand, revealing a design blueprint that slipped from his grasp. He tossed the blueprint towards 17, stating, "This is the design schematic for the ultimate android. You may examine it for yourselves. Additionally, that entity has already been destroyed by Raditz, so you should no longer be in peril." Upon hearing this, 17 and 18 disregarded their prior concerns, swiftly seizing the blueprint to scrutinize its contents. So, absorbing the infinite energy cores within me and 18 to evolve. Damn Dr. Gero. Killing him was too merciful. As they perused the document, the expressions on the faces of 17 and 18 grew increasingly grim. Suddenly, 17 ignited the blueprint in a fiery blaze, gritting his teeth as he glared at 16, demanding, "Why didn't you tell us this sooner?" "Because I needed to test you," 16 replied coolly. "Had you been truly malevolent androids, I would not have divulged this information. However, it is now evident that you are not. Although modified by Dr. Gero, you have retained much of your human emotions. Therefore, you are not inherently evil, and I am willing to share this knowledge with you." At this, both 17 and 18 fell into contemplative silence. Meanwhile, Gohan, Vegeta, Broly, and Piccolo regarded 17 and 18 with newfound warmth. The essence of 16's revelations indicated that 17 and 18 were not the callous murderers that Trunks had described. Rather, they were simply victims, altered humans who still possessed emotions. Thus, it was clear that the present forms of 17 and 18 did not embody the irredeemable wickedness that had been suggested. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Raditz once proclaimed that the worlds of both parties are disparate, leading to divergent events. It is akin to this world's Bulma marrying Raditz, while Vegeta weds Tarbell, who, then, can be deemed a hero. Spare me the arbitrary bestowal of hero cards. At this moment, Android 18 let out a haughty snort and turned to Raditz and Android 16, stating, "Since you have annihilated that fellow, we shall take our leave. As long as you refrain from provoking us, my brother and I will not wreak havoc indiscriminately." With that, Android 18 pivoted with Android 17, intending to depart. "Wait," Raditz interjected, sensing the impending danger of their departure. Stepping forward, he cast a glance at Androids 17 and 18 before continuing. "Although this world's cell has been vanquished, there exists another cell, and his target will undoubtedly be you. What? There's another cell? Upon hearing this, androids 17, 18, 16, and even Vegeta were taken aback, staring incredulously at Raditz. The cell of this world had clearly been obliterated by Raditz. How could there possibly be another? Could Dr. Gero have constructed an even more formidable cell? Uncle, what is happening? Gohan stepped forward, his expression fraught with urgency. He had discerned that androids 17 and 18 were not malevolent, and even android 16 was amicable. However, the ultimate artificial being, Cell, was unequivocally a menace, and the revelation of his continued existence was alarming. After all, one of the cells had come from the future. With a calm smile, Raditz did not keep them in suspense, directing his gaze towards Trunks. Moreover, the cell that traversed to our world may not be singular, considering Trunks utilized the time machine on 2 occasions. What? He actually came from the future? At this proclamation, not only Vegeta and the others, but also Trunks stood in shock. Impossible. Instinctively, Trunks exclaimed, "In my world, the only androids are 17 and 18. How could there possibly be another cell?" Yet, as he continued, his conviction waned. After all, the cell of this world had been destroyed before his inception, but he resided in a future world several years hence. Was it conceivable that Cell had not yet come into being? If Raditz's assertions were accurate, did it imply that he had inadvertently transported the Cell crisis to this realm? Indeed, it is your fault, you insufferable brat. At that moment, Android 18 glared at Trunks, a glimmer of murderous intent in her eyes. From the outset, Trunks had sought their demise, even desiring Broly to annihilate them. Androids 18 and 17, mindful of Raditz and the others, had refrained from pursuing any grievances. Yet now, the notion that the future Cell had been brought here signified his emergence, with the objective of targeting the siblings, which was intolerable for Android 18. 18, do not act impulsively. Upon witnessing the situation, Android 16 and 17 hastily intervened. After all, Trunks was allied with Raditz and his companions. Should Android 18 act recklessly, it was likely that both factions would plunge into conflict once more. They were also acutely aware of their own limitations in confronting Raditz and Broly. A battle would yield catastrophic consequences. Observing the escalating tension, Raditz clapped his hands to quell the discord and turned to androids 17 and 18, stating, "I require your assistance to draw out Cell. I cannot ascertain whether 1 or 2 cells have traversed into this world, but should the future Cell absorb the future versions of you both, his power would undoubtedly surpass your capabilities." When 16 and I ventured into the lab's basement, we discovered a shell left behind by a transformed Cell. Thus, it is highly probable that this Cell has pilfered the genetic material of Broly and others in this realm, resulting in a strength far beyond what you currently possess. His words rendered the room silent. Androids 17 and 18 frowned in contemplation, while Gohan and Vegeta gazed at them in astonishment. They had not anticipated that these two harbored Saiyan blood, albeit not in its entirety, but rather as artificially created Saiyans. Nevertheless, their strength was undeniable. "Whose serum did you receive?" Vegeta instinctively inquired, his eyes filled with suspicion. The implication that the serum could originate from him suggested a potential bloodline connection. Android 17 was injected with your serum, and Android 18 received Goku's. 16 interjected gravely. If a mere Saiyan serum could enhance their power to such an extent, it is conceivable that Cell has appropriated all serum samples, including Broly's nearby. Thus, should he achieve complete evolution, Cell's power could reach an exceedingly terrifying level, and you may find yourselves unable to contend with him. Upon hearing this, Vegeta and the others were left speechless. "My serum?" Broly exclaimed in disbelief. "This is my first time on Earth. Moreover, to acquire my serum." As he trailed off, Broly appeared to realize something and instinctively glanced at Raditz. Indeed, Raditz confirmed without hesitation. "It is likely that when we traveled to your region, nanodrones accompanied us, and it was during that time that he obtained your blood sample. Therefore, 17 and 18, are you willing to assist me in locating Cell and eradicating the threat within our world?" At this, 17 and 18 fell into silence. Should they agree or decline? It was undoubtedly a dilemma. To speak candidly, they were not inclined to become entangled with Raditz and his ilk. After all, as artificial beings, they harbored their own grievances. Yet, should they refuse, the prospect of Cell approaching them loomed ominously, leaving the brother and sister duo with scant assurance of their ability to confront him. Indeed, according to Dr. Gero's schematics, Cell was a formidable adversary, and their confidence was scarcely bolstered. After a moment's contemplation, number 17 regained his composure and inquired, "However, what do you intend to do?" Upon hearing this, Vegeta and the others turned their attention to Raditz. Luring Cell from the shadows was no trivial undertaking. In response, Raditz wore an expression of utter nonchalance and, casting a glance at number 17 and number 18, replied, "All I require is for you to make a grand appearance. Once you do, Cell will undoubtedly seek you out and will not hesitate to engage. Should he show himself, survival will be impossible." The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by Raditz's unwavering confidence. Yet, this very assurance allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. After a shared look, number 18 stated, "Very well, we agree to your terms. However, how will you ensure the safety of my brother and me?" With that, number 18 fixed her gaze intently upon Raditz. Given the evident strength of Cell from the schematics, they dared not to be complacent. With a slight smile, Raditz raised his hand, enveloping number 17 and number 18 in a unique aura. "My energy now surrounds you. As soon as you engage and unleash your own power, I will sense it immediately. I can teleport and appear by your side without delay." "Good." Number 18 and number 17 nodded, feeling reassured. Subsequently, number 17 turned to number 16 and asked, "Will you join us?" "Of course." Number 16 replied, nodding in agreement. Chapter 36. This power, indeed, Dr. Gero's data was not mistaken. Without further delay, the trio soared toward the distant city. Witnessing this, Gohan and the others were momentarily stunned, instinctively exclaiming, "Uncle Raditz, are you really just letting them go?" Trunks, in particular, wore an expression of incredulity. Even knowing that number 17 and number 18 were different from his acquaintances, he still grappled with the conflicting emotions that arose upon Raditz's decision to release them. "What else should I do?" Raditz shrugged, his demeanor unfazed. "Should I forcibly detain them? Number 17 and number 18 are not irredeemable villains. As long as they refrain from endangering the Earth, there is no need for us to eradicate them. Besides, our primary objective is Cell. He is the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero. Only by eliminating them can we thoroughly resolve the current crisis of the artificial beings. Primarily, without the existence of androids 17 and 18, it would be difficult to lure the concealed Cell out of the shadows." Upon hearing this, Son Gohan and the others nodded in agreement. Just as Raditz mentioned, androids 17 and 18 indeed pose no threat to Earth. Even if they were to consider such actions, they could be dealt with swiftly. After all, Raditz's energy enveloped them both. Should they commit any wrongdoing, he would sense it immediately. Furthermore, androids 17 and 18 have been infused with the blood serum of Goku and Vegeta, essentially making them artificial Saiyans, rendering outright destruction somewhat excessive. At this moment, Raditz clapped his hands and turned his gaze toward Trunks. "Now, let us discuss your situation, Trunks. You are not the one who arrived 3 years ago, are you? I have instructed you before. While your energy is similar, I can perceive a slight distinction. Pray tell, from whence do you hail?" With these words, Son Gohan, Vegeta, and the others also directed their attention to Trunks, their skepticism regarding his authenticity evident. Previously, they had lacked the time to inquire, and Trunks had not provided answers. However, now that the matter of the androids had reached a temporary resolution, they were eager to discern the truth. Faced with their inquiries, Trunks was momentarily taken aback. He too harbored doubts about his arrival. After a brief contemplation, he responded, "Indeed, I come from the future. However, I recall that my last visit involved merely informing Uncle Goku of certain matters and delivering a cure for his heart condition before departing. Therefore, I find myself questioning the authenticity of the Trunks you believe me to be." Upon hearing this, Vegeta and the others furrowed their brows. If Trunks' words held any truth, the situation became peculiar. There were, astonishingly, 2 future Trunks. Indeed, in contrast, Raditz's eyes lit up with realization. He had deduced a possibility. The Trunks before them likely did not originate from the future they knew, but rather from the future of Dragon Ball Super. Otherwise, the future Trunks could not be so weak. 3 years prior, he had assisted him in attaining Super Saiyan 2. Thus, 3 years later, the crisis in his timeline should have been resolved. After all, in the future world, androids 17 and 18, along with Cell, possessed power levels barely exceeding 100 billion. This implies that the Cell from the Dragon Ball Super future had arrived in their midst. It also signified an opportunity. If Raditz could obtain the time machine that Cell used, He could venture into the Dragon Ball Super future world, and even directly into the main world of Dragon Ball Super. Of course, he could choose to learn the techniques of the Kaioshin. However, such knowledge would not be imparted unless earned through a task. Upon reflecting on this, Raditz immediately spoke. Thus, I have a general understanding of your situation. You are not the Trunks from 3 years ago, but merely a Trunks from a parallel world. This explains your diminished power and the convoluted experiences you have endured. Parallel world? Another Trunks? Upon hearing Raditz's explanation, Gohan, Vegeta, and others suddenly grasped the situation. Their expressions became complex as they murmured, "There truly exist parallel worlds? Such a phenomenon is indeed real." It was no wonder that the Trunks before them appeared so feeble. He was indeed not the Trunks from 3 years prior. In an instant, Gohan, Vegeta, Broly, and Piccolo exchanged astonished glances directed at Trunks. They were surprised by the latter's origins, their hearts brimming with wonder. After all, it was already astonishing enough that he hailed from the future. Who would have imagined that there were parallel worlds within that future? Wait a moment. At this juncture, Trunks interjected, "How can you be certain that I am from a parallel world and not the individual from 3 years ago?" Simple. With a sidelong glance at Trunks, Raditz smirked and replied, "Because in this world, Bulma is my wife. Furthermore, the Trunks of this world is the son of Vegeta and Tarbell, not you." At this revelation, Trunks was rendered speechless. This world was utterly bizarre. Raditz and Broly, two unfamiliar individuals, had appeared. His own mother was, astonishingly, Raditz's wife. And this world's version of himself was the offspring of Vegeta and Tarbell. No, wait. Suddenly, Trunks seemed to have a realization and exclaimed, "So it is you who are from a parallel world." At this, Raditz rolled his eyes. He recognized that Trunks had fallen into a misunderstanding, yet he had no intention of clarifying the matter. Raditz then turned to Vegeta and stated, "All right, Vegeta, since he has arrived, I leave the rest to you. After all, he is your son. His current strength is woefully inadequate. He must grow stronger before returning, or he will only meet his demise." Understood. Vegeta nodded in agreement. He comprehended Raditz's implication. It was evident from Trunks being overpowered by Android 16 that the latter's strength was lacking. If he did not become stronger, he would merely face death upon returning, incapable of protecting his world. With this in mind, Vegeta addressed Trunks. "Follow me. I shall demonstrate what it means to possess the power and pride of a Saiyan." Without further ado, Vegeta soared off toward West City. Observing this, Trunks did not hesitate and hurriedly pursued Vegeta. "Uncle." At this moment, Gohan stepped forward, directing his gaze toward Raditz. "What shall we do next? Are we to simply wait for Cell's appearance?" "Precisely." Nodding, Raditz replied, "Let us return for now. It was just the right time to check on Kakarot. How foolish it was to not carry the special medicine on hand, indeed." Upon hearing this, Gohan offered an awkward smile. Goku's carefree nature often led him to overlook such details, a fact he had not considered before. Soon after, the group ceased their lingering and soared towards West City. Upon arriving at Goku's home, they found him still lying on the sickbed, with Chi-Chi attending to him. Not only that, but Bulma, Talus, Krillin, and others had also gathered there, waiting. Raditz. Gohan. Upon the return of Raditz and the others, a sigh of relief swept through the room, prompting everyone to hastily approach. "Raditz." Bulma came to Raditz's side and inquired, "So, have you dealt with that android?" At her words, Krillin and the others turned their gazes toward Raditz. "Not yet." Shaking his head, Raditz briefly recounted the situation regarding androids 17 and 18. He then continued, "Hence, I must wait for the two to lure out that Cell from the future. As for them, as long as they do not pose a threat to Earth, there is no need for total extermination." Upon hearing this, Bulma and the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are also pitiable beings. Living humans captured and transformed by Dr. Gero, they must have suffered greatly. The despicable Dr. Gero had committed such atrocious acts. Regarding androids 17 and 18, Bulma and the others felt more compassion than anything else. Unlike the other androids, who were nearly all mechanical creations, 17 and 18 were once living humans, cruelly transformed into androids. At that moment, Chi-Chi's voice called from within the bedroom. Following the sound, they saw that Goku had successfully passed through the viral phase and had awakened, though he still appeared quite weak. "Goku is awake. Dad is awake." Witnessing this, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. They quickly turned and entered the room, eager to see him. Bulma. Not wishing to intrude, Raditz instead pulled Bulma aside and pointed toward Broly, saying, "I intend for him to stay with us. What do you think?" After all, Broly was now without family. Moreover, having no other skills, living alone on Earth would be quite challenging for him. "Sounds good." Nodding without hesitation, Bulma replied, "I'll purchase the villa next door for Broly to live in. It will be perfect for you both to train together." At her words, a smile spread across Raditz's face. Bulma's understanding nature pleased him immensely, and he embraced her, kissing her gently. "In that case, let us return home first and sort out Broly's accommodation." With that, Raditz, Bulma, and Broly swiftly departed from Goku's residence. Thanks to Bulma's financial prowess, the housing issue was resolved in no time. Simultaneously, Bulma enlisted the assistance of the company's robots to help Broly tidy his residence and installed a gravity training device for him. Once these tasks were completed, Broly officially settled on Earth. Meanwhile, Raditz took Bulma home to commence their training regimen. Vegeta's son had been born, and it would not be long before Goku's youngest would also be on the way. However, Raditz and Bulma remained conspicuously silent, which was not Raditz's desire. Although a time traveler, he had thoroughly integrated into this world. He possessed strength and a partner, yet a child was still lacking. Consequently, Raditz and Bulma spent nearly the next month without leaving their room, engrossed in their endeavors, determined to achieve results. Time flew by, and before they knew it, over a month had passed. One day, after Raditz and Bulma finished breakfast, a powerful surge of energy erupted within the earth. In an instant, Bulma set her bread aside and turned her gaze to Raditz. "It's here," she remarked. Raditz, feeling a surge of urgency, stood up and declared, after waiting for so long, "That creature has finally appeared. Bulma, stay here." With that, he activated his instantaneous movement and vanished from sight. Simultaneously, Goku, Vegeta, Broly, Gohan, and others detected the explosive energy. Without hesitation, they hurriedly exited their homes and sped toward the source of the disturbance. "Damn it, you will perish." In the outskirts of a city, androids 17 and 18 raised their hands, unleashing a relentless barrage of energy blasts toward the looming threat. The ground trembled with the sound of explosions, revealing a green figure advancing amidst the chaos. Yet, the energy blasts from 17 and 18 posed no threat to him. In mere moments, the green figure emerged from the smoke, unscathed, his icy gaze fixed upon them. 17, 18, cease your futile resistance. It holds no significance. By devouring you, I shall ascend further. A glimmer of greed flickered in the eyes of the fully evolved Cell. Although he had reached his complete form, his evolution had advanced further after seizing the serums from the lab. In this state, his power approached 100 billion. If he could consume 17 and 18, he would evolve once more. "Monster, you shall not succeed." In response, 17 and 18 glared fiercely at Cell, launching their energy blasts with renewed fervor. Nearby, 16's body lay in disarray, his head severed. Though he was a robot and not entirely dead, he possessed no combat capability. Witnessing the scene before him, 16 urgently urged, 17, 18, hurry and escape. The creature before them was no longer something they could contend with. Their only chance of survival lay in swiftly vacating the area to locate Raditz and the others. However, at this moment, androids 17 and 18 did not make their departure. It was not that they were unwilling to flee, but rather that they were acutely aware of their inability to escape the current predicament. Should they cease their assault, the formidable Cell would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to consume them without hesitation. Thus, 17 and 18 intensified their attacks, all the while fervently hoping for Raditz and the others to arrive promptly. After all, the disparity in power between the two sides was insurmountable. Without Raditz's intervention, they stood no chance against Cell and could very well be devoured. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Cell. He raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts that obliterated the assaults from 17 and 18 entirely. Once this was accomplished, Cell looked up and declared, 17, 18. I have grown impatient with this futile exchange. After I consume you, I will fulfill Dr. Gero's command to eliminate Son Goku. With that, Cell moved with astonishing speed, almost instantaneously reaching the area where 17 and 18 stood. Without a moment's hesitation, Cell struck, sending both 17 and 18 crashing to the ground. After this, Cell's tail rose ominously, moving unflinchingly toward 18 with the intent to devour her. 18. In a moment of desperation, 17 shouted and rushed forward, pushing 18 aside to safety. However, in that instant, Cell's tail descended, engulfing 17 entirely. In a heartbeat, 17's strength dissipated as the tail coiled around him, beginning to consume him. 17. Seeing this, 18 cried out, raising her hand to fire energy blasts at the tail in a desperate attempt to halt the inevitable. Yet, the harsh reality was unforgiving. Her attacks barely grazed the tail, which merely quivered before completely engulfing 17. In the next moment, Cell's energy surged wildly, his power escalating rapidly as he absorbed 17, breaking through the 400 billion threshold in mere moments. Haha, I have successfully consumed 17. Cell laughed triumphantly. It worked. The data from Dr. Gero was indeed accurate. Who would have thought that I still had the opportunity to evolve in this world? After experiencing this elation, Cell quickly regained his composure and turned his gaze toward 18, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. 18, it's your turn now. Become a part of my power. With that, Cell advanced toward her. At that moment, fear flickered in 18's eyes, and she began to retreat, stumbling and falling to the ground. At this very moment, without a hint of hesitation, Cell directed his tail towards Android 18, intent on absorbing her. It's over. Witnessing this dire situation, despair flickered in 18's eyes. She was acutely aware that, given her current predicament, she had little hope of evasion. As the tail drew ever closer, she helplessly closed her eyes and murmured, 17, I am coming to join you. With a sudden splatter of blood, a scream echoed. Ah. In the next instant, one could clearly see the tail that was aimed at Android 18 severing. Emerald blood spraying forth, as Raditz materialized before her. Raditz. As 18 opened her eyes, astonishment filled her gaze, and tears flowed uncontrollably. The moment was so tumultuous. She had believed her demise was inevitable, yet Raditz had unexpectedly appeared to save her once more. Having survived against the odds, 18 immediately implored, Raditz, please save 17. That fiend has consumed him. I beg you, save him. In this instant, all her hopes rested upon Raditz, for he alone possessed the potential to defeat Cell and rescue 17. Had he truly been consumed? At her words, Raditz cast a glance at the nearby Cell, a hint of astonishment crossing his features. Perfect Cell. Furthermore, after devouring 17, his power had surged immensely. With a battle power index of approximately 400 billion, he had far surpassed the limits of Goku and his companions. If this continued, should he absorb Android 18, his power would soar to nearly 1 trillion. Not to mention, Cell could subsequently transform into Lightning Cell, further amplifying his strength. Contemplating this, Raditz spoke decisively, leave it to me. Android 18, you should head to where 16 is. All right. Upon hearing this, 18 nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, she turned and made her way towards 16's location. She understood that remaining would not aid Raditz. Rather, she could become a liability. Raditz. At this moment, Cell's gaze shifted to Raditz, his brows furrowed. According to my records, your name should be Raditz. Moreover, my data indicates that you were previously slain by Goku and Piccolo. How is it you still live? In this instant, Cell's eyes brimmed with confusion and suspicion, tinged with an unmistakable wariness towards Raditz. He could distinctly sense the perilous aura emanating from Raditz. I am Raditz. Not just Raditz, Raditz replied with a calm smile, his expression tranquil as he regarded Cell. As for the information you speak of, it holds no significance for me. Raditz's eyes reflected a sense of resignation. Although he inhabited Raditz's body, he was not the true Raditz. Is that so? With a contemplative nod, Cell began to speak. Indeed. The development of this world is quite different from that of my own. However, if you intend to thwart my plans, I shall not grant you that satisfaction. Android 18 is already mine. No one can prevent me from claiming her. At that moment, Cell radiated an air of spirited confidence, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. Is that so? Raditz chuckled derisively, casting a disdainful glance at Cell. With your mere battle power of approximately 400 billion? If that is all you possess, you truly lack the capability to act so brazenly in my presence. With that, Raditz stepped forward, ready to engage. Raditz, brother, uncle. A chorus of voices interrupted, revealing the swift approach of Broly, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Trunks. Upon landing, their gazes converged upon Cell. So this is Cell, the ultimate android? Murmured Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. Their eyes ignited with a fervent battle spirit. Though Cell exuded a formidable aura, as Saiyans, they felt little trepidation. Moreover, during the past month, Goku and the others had significantly enhanced their strength through rigorous training. Upon spotting Goku, Cell's gaze locked onto him with a flash of murderous intent. You are Dr. Jiro's ultimate target. Only by eliminating you can I achieve true completeness and absolute freedom. Goku was taken aback, never having anticipated such profound animosity from Cell. Yet, this only fueled Goku's eagerness as he stepped forward, declaring, if that is the case, let me see if your power can indeed defeat me. He then turned to Raditz and inquired, Brother, may I have the first attempt? Of course. Raditz paused momentarily. Although he yearned to swiftly eliminate Cell and complete his mission, he could not deny Goku and the others their chance to gauge their own strengths. With this in mind, Raditz withdrew his foot and encouraged, go ahead. Give it your all. All right. Goku beamed, no longer hesitating. He approached Cell's vicinity and proclaimed, Cell, come forth. With a mighty shout, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his energy surging dramatically to approximately 150 billion. At that moment, he had attained the full power of Super Saiyan 2, his strength immensely amplified. Impressive power, Cell remarked, regarding Goku with admiration. If it were androids 17 and 18, they would indeed be no match for you. Even I, in my previous form, might have struggled against you. Alas, I have already absorbed android 17. You are no longer my equal. With that, Cell swiftly lunged toward Goku, ready to engage in battle. Come at me. Goku responded eagerly. Witnessing this scene, Sun Wukong felt a surge of joy and immediately darted forward to confront Cell. In the blink of an eye, the two figures erupted into a fierce battle within the arena. Cell's fists rained down upon Wukong like a tempest, yet Wukong, undeterred, retaliated with unwavering punches of his own. The resounding clashes of their fists echoed throughout the air, signaling the intensifying ferocity of their confrontation. Kakarot. Vegeta clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment. Although he had achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, he had yet to reach his full potential. Thus, in a certain sense, Wukong had once again surpassed him, and by a considerable margin. Uncle Wukong is so powerful, Trunks murmured, his eyes brimming with envy and longing. Throughout the past month, despite Vegeta's relentless training, Trunks had not yet attained full power as a Super Saiyan, and the prospect of reaching Super Saiyan 2 seemed a distant dream. Compared to the Trunks who had been trained by Raditz in the past, this one's talent and diligence were clearly lacking. This also hinted at Vegeta's inferior teaching methods and understanding of Saiyan power compared to Raditz, the interloper. At that moment, Cell's roar reverberated through the air. He deftly evaded one of Wukong's punches and, without hesitation, struck Wukong's abdomen with a powerful blow. Wukong cried out in anguish as he was sent hurtling backwards, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Dad! Gohan and Vegeta both exclaimed in alarm at the sight. Gohan swiftly darted towards Wukong's position, while Vegeta, undeterred by Wukong's plight, transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged directly at Cell. Vegeta. Chapter 37. With Raditz's power, defeating Super Android 13 would be effortless. Noticing the approaching figure, Cell momentarily paused, then with a hint of disdain remarked, Your power level is comparable to that of Android 16. What makes you think you can challenge me? You insolent fiend. Vegeta retorted, enraged. His power level had soared to nearly 50 billion over the past month of rigorous training, surpassing that of Androids 17 and 18. Yet, Cell's blatant contempt was intolerable, fueling his fury. You shall pay for your arrogance today. With a thunderous battle cry, Vegeta closed the distance to Cell, unleashing a relentless flurry of punches akin to a torrential storm. However, this time, Cell did not evade. Instead, he stood firm, allowing Vegeta's attacks to rain down upon him. The sounds of their collisions filled the air as Vegeta's fists relentlessly pounded against Cell's form. However, at this moment, Cell stood with his arms crossed, seemingly unfazed by Vegeta's onslaught. Moreover, Vegeta's attacks had inflicted no damage upon him, leaving not even a trace. No, this cannot be. After launching several more attacks, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Cell, his gaze filled with incredulity. Nothing could prepare him for the sheer horror of the situation, which was almost too overwhelming to accept. His utmost efforts had failed to make even the slightest impact on Cell. His strikes were utterly ineffective. Enough is enough. Witnessing this, Cell smirked, fixing his gaze upon Vegeta and remarked, You are but an insignificant insect, unworthy to challenge me. With that, Cell made no move to strike. Instead, his tail swept out, sending Vegeta flying with a single blow. A scream echoed as Vegeta was hurled through the air, his transformation into Super Saiyan 2 dissipating, crashing to the ground and spitting blood, appearing utterly disheveled. "Dad!" Trunks cried out in alarm, rushing to the area where Vegeta lay, his eyes brimming with concern. "TCH, useless." After the strike, Cell cast a disdainful glance at Vegeta and then turned his attention to Goku, who had just risen from the ground. "Goku, it is your turn now." With that, Cell raised his hand, and a beam of energy rapidly surged toward Goku's location. "Get away from me." In that critical moment, Gohan's voice boomed. Transforming into Super Saiyan 2 at full power, his energy surged to an astonishing level of 200 billion. In the next instant, Gohan launched himself forward, delivering a kick that sent the incoming beam flying. With a thunderous crash, the beam pierced a distant mountain, obliterating it into ruins. Cell. After witnessing this, Gohan glared furiously at Cell in the distance. Without hesitation, he surged toward Cell's position. "Gohan." Seeing the approaching figure, Cell's eyes gleamed with surprise, and he remarked, "I didn't expect you to surpass Goku. At such a young age, your potential is indeed remarkable. However, this means nothing to me. Yet, considering you are Goku's son, I shall demonstrate the vast disparity between us today." As he spoke, Cell lowered his hand and began to walk toward Gohan. "You scoundrel!" Gohan shouted in fury, charging towards Cell, unleashing a barrage of punches under his control. In that moment, Cell's expression changed. He could distinctly sense that Gohan's attacks posed a genuine threat. Instinctively wishing to evade, he found himself overwhelmed by Gohan's relentless assault, which struck him squarely. Caught off guard, Cell was subjected to a fierce beating from Gohan, with wounds emerging all over his body, flesh tearing and blood erupting. How powerful! The scene instantly elicited gasps from the onlookers. Even Raditz and Broly couldn't help but glance over in astonishment. Despite the staggering power disparity of nearly 200 billion, Gohan surprisingly held the upper hand, even overpowering Cell, which was utterly inconceivable. "Gohan." Both Goku and others widened their eyes, staring incredulously at Gohan, unable to fathom that he possessed such immense strength. Vegeta was equally taken aback, his mouth agape, completely unable to believe what he was witnessing. Gohan, that young lad, was astonishingly powerful. Although aware that Gohan might not be able to defeat Cell, the strength that Cell exhibited at that moment was something Vegeta could only admire from a distance, nearly out of reach. "Gohan is so strong. Gohan has actually subdued Cell." Trunks exclaimed, his face alight with admiration as he gazed at Gohan's slender figure, his eyes filled with longing. It was extraordinary. In a battle transcending 200 billion in power, not only was Cell not dominating, but he was being thoroughly overwhelmed. It was simply unfathomable. Damn it! Damn it! Hearing Trunks' words, Vegeta's anger intensified, his emotions surging with jealousy. It was one thing for Kakarot to surpass him, but how could a mere child like Gohan achieve such remarkable feats and wield such terrifying strength? After all, just moments ago, when Cell stood there, Vegeta couldn't inflict even the slightest injury. The extreme easy fist. "It seems I underestimated it," Raditz mused, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. In a certain sense, the scene before him seemed impossible, even surreal. Yet, Gohan was indeed subduing Cell. Although Cell's carelessness played a part, the destructive power of the extreme easy fist was undeniably formidable. One could assert that Gohan's astonishing feat was, in many ways, attributable to the prowess of the extreme easy fist. Its overwhelming destructive capability meant that each strike not only shattered flesh, but also damaged internal organs, contributing to why Cell was clearly struggling against such relentless brutality. "What is the extreme easy fist?" Broly inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Raditz. He too was baffled by Gohan's assertive display of strength. Thus, although Raditz's words were subtle, Broly had still caught them. "It is a unique martial art," Raditz replied, glancing at Broly without withholding any information. "I learned it long ago on the planet Atlar. I never expected Gohan to have mastered its essence, rendering Cell's defenses utterly ineffective. The extreme easy fist inflicts damage on a deeper level, beyond mere flesh, which is why Cell's outer shell offered no protection against Gohan." Understanding dawned upon him as Broly nodded in realization, instantly grasping the situation. Immediately, his gaze shifted towards the magnificent display of power by Gohan in the distance, leading him to remark, "Thus, it is no wonder that Cell finds himself in such a predicament. Even in the face of a staggering disparity in their combat prowess, Gohan was still able to dominate." If this were indeed the case, could it not imply that Cell might very well fall directly to Gohan? No, that is unthinkable. In response, Raditz shook his head, directing his attention to the arena. While the extreme martial arts are formidable, the gap in combat power between Gohan and Cell remains insurmountable. Should Cell engage earnestly, Gohan would not stand a chance against such overwhelming strength. Damn it! As if to validate Raditz's assertion, Cell bellowed within the arena. With a surge of intense energy, Gohan was sent hurtling away. In the following moment, Cell swiftly distanced himself, panting heavily. His eyes darkly fixed on Gohan as he declared, "You little brat, I truly underestimated you. To think you could inflict damage upon my vital organs. Your peculiar fighting style is indeed formidable. However, for me, Cell, your so-called assault is but a mere tickle." As he spoke, Cell clenched his fists and shouted, "Huh?" In the next instant, the wounds on his body began to heal, and within mere breaths, the injuries inflicted by Gohan had nearly vanished. Even the shattered flesh had completely mended, and far from diminishing, Cell's aura intensified, becoming even more formidable. This is impossible. Staring in disbelief at this scene, Gohan, Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks could not suppress their astonishment. The injuries had healed, leaving not a trace behind. This signified that Gohan's recent assault had proven utterly futile. Enough, Gohan, return. Observing the situation, Raditz shook his head and stepped forward to speak. Cell is an android, infused with the cells of every warrior aside from myself. This includes Piccolo. Even with severed limbs, he can restore himself to full health, let alone withstand your minor attacks. Understanding dawned upon them as Gohan and the others nodded in realization. No wonder Cell could recover completely. No wonder Gohan's assault bore no substantial impact. It all stemmed from the fact that Cell possessed the cells of each of them. In an instant, the expressions of all present grew exceedingly grim. Not for any trivial reason, but because Cell's condition was exceedingly formidable. As an android who had assimilated the cells of so many, he had become overwhelmingly invincible, leaving no possibility of defeat. "I understand, Uncle," Gohan replied, no longer insistent. He had made his attempt. Although he could inflict harm upon Cell, it was insufficient to be lethal. Coupled with the presence of Piccolo's cells, Cell could virtually disregard such injuries. The existence of the artificial human's infinite energy furnace ensures that even if Cell loses limbs, he remains unweakened. In that moment, although Gohan felt a deep sense of reluctance, he ultimately chose to relinquish his fight. He swiftly approached Goku's side, supporting him as they soared towards the area where Raditz was located. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Only a being like Raditz possessed the potential to defeat and even eliminate Cell. "Let me handle this," Broly eagerly declared upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Despite Cell's formidable power, augmented by his special Cell serum, which made him nearly indestructible, Broly considered it inconsequential. In the face of absolute strength, everything could be obliterated, leaving no trace or Cell behind. "No need for that," Raditz interjected, stepping forward. "I'll take care of this, as I promised Android 18 to rescue her brother." With that, Raditz advanced, and in the next moment, he appeared just in front of Cell. Raditz, Cell's expression turned serious upon seeing him. He could distinctly sense Raditz's immense power and the terror it invoked, making Cell's trepidation toward Raditz all the more palpable. "Cell," Raditz replied with a calm smile, stepping forward and immediately entering his rage state. Instantly, a surge of green energy erupted as he transformed into his Super Saiyan form. In that fleeting moment, the oppressive aura emanating from Raditz, with a battle power exceeding 8 billion, enveloped Cell's body. With a thud, Cell collapsed to the ground. Struggling to lift his head to gaze at Raditz, disbelief etched in his eyes. "How can you be this strong? You are just a Saiyan. How could you possess such formidable power?" His astonishment was warranted, as Raditz's overwhelming presence was simply too intense. Under such pressure, Cell felt his very cells quivering, and he realized he lacked the courage to engage in battle. "There is nothing impossible," Raditz replied with a cold smile, his gaze fixed on Cell. "Now that you've revealed yourself, I won't waste any more time. First, you will release Android 17. With that, Raditz swiftly moved to Cell's side without hesitation. He unleashed a powerful punch directly into Cell's abdomen. A scream echoed as Cell's body contorted, blood spewing from his mouth, his eyes bulging, and veins popping. In that moment, he acutely felt the intensity of his suffering and the vast chasm between himself and Raditz. As he staggered backward, Cell continued to wail in agony. his form twisting as a figure was expelled from his tail. With a thud, Android 17 fell to the ground, already plunged into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the aura of Cell began to wane, plummeting from an impressive battle power index of approximately 400 billion to a mere 100 billion. With his strength diminished, Cell's eyes brimmed with resentment and anguish as he desperately glanced towards Android 17, raising his tail in a futile attempt to attack and consume him once more. Cell, do you think I am invisible? In response to this dire situation, Raditz let out a cold smirk and swiftly appeared beside Android 17. He then seized Cell's tail with a decisive grip and effortlessly flung it aside. After completing this action, Raditz picked up Android 17 from the ground and strode towards the vicinity of Android 18. He would not fail his mission, casually tossing Android 17 to Android 18. Raditz declared, "I will deal with him now. You should take 17 and leave at once." Suddenly, the system notification echoed, "Mission accomplished, reward, Super Saiyan 3 transformation." With the rescue of Android 17, both he and Raditz were profoundly transformed. Likewise, Raditz's long-cherished task was finally fulfilled. It is done. Upon hearing the system prompt, a gleam of triumph flashed in Raditz's eyes. His efforts to save Android 17 were not in vain, granting Cell a chance to flounder. And the mission involving Androids 18 and 17 was at last completed. "I will not leave." At that moment, Android 18 raised her head to look at Raditz, resolutely stating, "I will safeguard 17. You should swiftly eliminate Cell." After all, that creature was the ultimate android, not something to be dispatched lightly. "Very well," Raditz replied, astonished by Android 18's choice to remain instead of retreating. However, he did not dwell on it further, turning to stride towards the now weakened Cell. "No, do not come any closer." From a distance, Cell, struggling to rise from the ground, let out a desperate roar, his gaze towards Raditz filled with terror and dread. Having just absorbed Android 17, he was already no match for Raditz, and with his current diminished power, he stood no chance against him. In a moment of desperation, Cell raised his hands, unleashing a multitude of energy blasts towards Raditz. "Is that all you've got?" Raditz scoffed dismissively, effortlessly weaving through the onslaught of energy blasts. Within mere moments, he reached the area directly before Cell. With a smirk, Raditz proclaimed, "Cell, I shall bid you farewell now." With that, he extended his right hand and pressed it against Cell's form. In the next instant, energy blasts coalesced, visibly enveloping Cell's body. A heart-wrenching scream echoed as Cell's form rapidly disintegrated under the overwhelming power of Raditz's energy blasts. In the face of absolute strength, even Cell's regenerative capabilities, derived from Piccolo's cells, proved futile. Most critically, with Cell's current power reduced to a mere 100 billion. Neither Raditz, nor even Goku or Gohan would find it challenging to eliminate him. "Raditz, may you meet your demise. I shall not spare you." In a fit of rage, Cell's roars echoed ceaselessly, yet the terror and dread reflected in his eyes grew ever more pronounced. This was not without reason. He had begun to sense the chilling breath of death creeping closer, and under the onslaught of Raditz's energy blast, his very cells seemed to evaporate at an accelerated pace. Should his cells be utterly annihilated, Cell would find himself bereft of any possibility of recovery or rebirth. Such audacious words. Casting a disdainful glance at Cell, Raditz exhibited no sign of concern, his aura swiftly searching the surroundings. The complete form of Cell was on the verge of being extinguished. Yet he pondered the whereabouts of the other cell. Without the existence of another cell, he would be unable to entirely eradicate the perfect form, instead granting it a sliver of opportunity to achieve the evolution into Lightning Cell. Otherwise, he would fail to fulfill his mission entirely and obtain the rewards that awaited him, the genetic evolution privileges. The rewards for vanquishing Lightning Cell were incomparable to the transformations into Super Saiyan 3. However, as Raditz extended his senses, he found no trace of Cell's presence in his vicinity. This indicated that the sole intruder in this world was the very perfect form of Cell standing before him. At that moment, Cell's agonizing screams resounded, revealing that his cells were nearly obliterated by Raditz, causing his entire being to wither to the brink of collapse. Almost there. Observing this, Raditz refrained from annihilating the last remnants of Cell's cells and instead clenched his fist, declaring, "Perish." A resounding explosion shattered the air, and in that instant, Cell's entire form was utterly destroyed. Victory! Uncle has triumphed. That fiend is dead. Cell is finally no more. Witnessing this, Gohan and the others erupted into jubilant cheers. their eyes brimming with excitement. Cell had been the greatest threat, and with his demise, the crisis of the artificial beings had come to a conclusive end. At this thought, joy radiated from every face, including that of Android 18 and the recently awakened Android 17, who were no exceptions. Is this the legendary ultimate android? Such a waste. Utterly obliterated in an instant. Just then, a voice laced with contempt echoed from the distance. In an instant, Gohan and the others, caught up in their celebration, froze, instinctively turning towards the source of the voice. Raditz too was no exception. The sound of footsteps resonated as a figure emerged from the depths of the woods. This individual bore no discernible aura, yet the mere sight of him sent a wave of apprehension through everyone present. Particularly, Androids 17 and 18 could not help but tremble, as if they had encountered their nemesis. Number 13. At that moment, the head of number 16 fixed its gaze on the newcomer, incredulously exclaiming, "How is this possible? Number 13, you were clearly annihilated by Dr. Gero. How can you still be alive?" Number 13. Another android. Upon hearing this, the onlookers erupted in astonishment. Their eyes filled with wariness as they focused intently on the area where number 13 stood. Though number 13 did not exude the same malevolence and dominance as Cell, the mere fact that he dared to appear at this moment indicated that he was certainly formidable. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward obtained. Transformation into Super 3. The system notification echoed, rousing Raditz from his reverie. Number 13? At that moment, Raditz's gaze also shifted to where number 13 was located, his brow furrowing slightly as he mused. No, this must be Super 13. But how could this being, who was supposed to exist solely within the confines of the films, suddenly materialize here? Simultaneously, memories of Super 13 surfaced in Raditz's mind. This individual was also one of the top-tier androids. While not as perfect as Cell, he was nonetheless not to be underestimated. Most crucially, Raditz sensed a vaguely stronger energy fluctuation emanating from Super 13 compared to the previous fully formed Cell. Destroy me? Super 13 replied with a cold smile. Addressing the head of number 16, Dr. Gero intended to obliterate me, yet he neglected to completely dismantle my chip. He discarded me among the debris of number 1 to number 15, unaware that I would absorb the powers and data of all the androids. Now, I am the true embodiment of the strongest android. Next, it will be your turn. Once I devour numbers 16, 17, and 18, I, Super 13, shall be the ultimate android, not that so-called Cell. Hiss. Upon hearing Super 13's proclamation, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. Just how powerful had Super 13 become after consuming 14 androids? In an instant, the crowd's gazes towards Super 13 were filled with terror, astonishment, and even a hint of apprehension. Such arrogance. At that moment, Broly scoffed disdainfully at Super 13, saying, "You were content to hide before, but now you have the audacity to show your face? Do you truly think we do not exist? What of Super 13? What does it matter that you devoured 14 worthless beings? I will shatter you now." With that, Broly stepped forward, entering his rage state, then bellowed, "Ha!" In the next instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan, unleashing a torrent of energy that shattered the threshold of 400 billion in battle power. Following this transformation, Broly charged at Super 13. He could discern that Super 13's strength was comparable to that of Cell after devouring number 17. Previously, Cell had been slain by Raditz without a chance to retaliate, but this time, Broly had no intention of yielding the opportunity to the others. In the next moment, Broly arrived at the vicinity of Super 13. With a swift motion of his longsword, countless beams of light erupted, densely targeting the vital points surrounding Super 13. Damn it! Upon witnessing this, Super 13's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively dodging, unwilling to recklessly confront Broly's onslaught. Yet, caught off guard, he was still struck by the edge of Broly's blade, severing one of his hands, which fell to the ground. "You scoundrel, I will have your life." Enraged by this turn of events, Super 13 raised his remaining hand towards Broly. In the next instant, an energy blast surged forth, hurtling directly at Broly. A mere parlor trick. Broly scoffed disdainfully, effortlessly evading Super 13's attack with a slight shift of his body. Subsequently, he swung his longsword once more, forcing the previously arrogant Super 13 into a state of frantic evasion. Haha. Broly laughed heartily, continuing to wield his sword. "Is this what you call the strongest android? Truly pathetic. With such meager power, you dare to provoke me? It is nothing short of suicidal." As Broly's taunts echoed, Super 13's expression grew increasingly grim. His strength was nearly equivalent to Broly's, yet the sharpness of Broly's sword allowed him to dominate the confrontation. The presence of the long sword rendered Super 13 unable to approach Broly, preventing him from utilizing his unique abilities. In that moment, Super 13 felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, continually dodging Broly's strikes while internally seething. Damn it, you will pay for this. He realized he could not continue this way. He needed to find an opportunity to swiftly absorb androids 16, 17, and 18. Only then could he hope to contend with Broly and potentially eliminate Raditz, the one responsible for killing Cell. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Super 13 began retreating towards the location of the 3 androids. Do you intend to make a move? How Navi? Observing this scene, Raditz smirked, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Soon after, he appeared beside the trio of androids 17, 18, and the weakened 17. Without uttering a word, Raditz stood firm, effectively sealing off all of Super 13's intentions. Scoundrel! Faced with this situation, Super 13 felt utterly defeated. He could not fathom that Raditz had discerned his thoughts and had taken measures to protect Android 18 and the others. With Raditz in front and Broly pursuing from behind, this was undoubtedly dire news for him. Raditz, thank you. At that moment, Android 18 approached, supporting the weakened 17. Her gaze towards Raditz filled with gratitude, tinged with curiosity and an unusual emotion. No need for such formalities. Raditz waved his hand dismissively, his expression remaining calm. As long as you refrain from recklessly damaging the earth and from indiscriminate killing, we shall be friends rather than foes. Friends, is it? Thoughtfully nodding. Number 18 cast a profound glance at Raditz and said, very well, henceforth we shall be friends. Raditz, why do you not take action? The power of Super 13 is not dissimilar to that of Cell. If you intervened, you could swiftly resolve this matter. Indeed, with Raditz's strength, dispatching Super 13 would pose no challenge. However, given that Broly has already engaged, Raditz could not intervene. Moreover, since Super 13 was not part of the mission, he was indifferent to whether the latter's demise lay within his hands. He is unworthy. Coming back to his senses, Raditz shot a commanding glance at number 18 and declared, though he has consumed numerous androids, he remains merely a failure. Even if his power surpasses that of the previous Cell, it is of little significance. Thus, he is unworthy to be my opponent. Upon hearing this, number 18's eyes sparkled with newfound appreciation as she regarded Raditz. The woman did not favor the strong, yet Raditz had saved her and her brother. With that thought, her gaze towards Raditz gleamed even brighter. At that moment, a blood-curdling scream echoed. Super 13's form was cleaved in two by Broly's sword, crashing down to the ground. Although the artificial being was not yet dead, there was no possibility of recovery. It is over. Victory is ours. Super 13 has been defeated. Chapter 38. Lightning Cell, I shall send you on your way. Witnessing this, Gohan and the others in the distance erupted in cheers. The power of Super 13 was not far behind that of the previous perfect Cell, and they were also no match. The fact that Broly had slain him signified the complete resolution of the android crisis. Broly, be careful. At that moment, Raditz's expression shifted, and he shouted. Upon hearing this, Broly hesitated, then sensed a looming danger approaching from behind. In the next instant, he swiftly turned to adopt a defensive stance. At that very moment, a fist struck his sword with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, Broly was propelled backward, crashing through several mountains before finally coming to a halt. What is happening? Who is it? Everyone present was taken aback. No one had anticipated the presence of another enemy, let alone one of such formidable strength that even Broly was sent flying. Even considering the element of surprise, the overwhelming power was undeniable. Haha. At that moment, a boisterous laughter echoed throughout the air. Following the sound, Cell's figure emerged in midair, enveloped in a grass-green aura, with arcs of unique lightning dancing around him. Indeed, this was Lightning Cell. Due to the presence of Broly's serum within him, he has awakened certain powers of the Ultra Instinct at this moment. This has caused Cell's aura to become extraordinarily terrifying, boasting an overwhelming force of several trillion. Cell, has he resurrected? This is impossible. Was he not just slain? Witnessing this scene, those present could not help but exclaim in disbelief, their eyes filled with incredulity. The sheer absurdity of it all was staggering. Cell, who had been utterly annihilated by Raditz, has returned. Could he truly be immortal? Super 13. At this juncture, Lightning Cell glanced at Super 13 on the ground, a smirk forming on his lips. Interesting. I never imagined there would be such an intriguing presence within this world. Come, surrender everything to me. With that, Lightning Cell swiftly descended to the ground, his tail striking out to consume the bisected Super 13 into his being. Not good. Stop him. Upon witnessing this, Goku and the others were taken aback, hastily transforming and unleashing energy blasts towards Cell's vicinity. In the next moment, numerous energy waves surged towards Lightning Cell. The thunderous explosions echoed relentlessly, obliterating the area where Lightning Cell had been. A massive cloud of dust rose, and Goku and the others paused, their eyes intently fixed on the spot where Lightning Cell once stood. At that moment, a thunderous roar resonated through the air. Looking towards the source, they beheld Lightning Cell surrounded by a tempestuous aura, a grass-green energy surging forth. His previously formidable power of around 15 trillion had now skyrocketed to an astounding 75 trillion. It was evident that by devouring Super 13, Cell had completely assimilated the latter's power index. Moreover, this inheritance of power indicated that his lightning mode had amplified his base strength by a staggering tenfold. In response, Goku and the others could not suppress a gasp of astonishment, their gazes towards Lightning Cell rife with disbelief and dread. The overwhelming pressure emanating from him left them trembling, rendering them devoid of any semblance of resistance. In that instant, every breath felt laborious, and a singular thought echoed in their minds. Could Raditz possibly contend with him? Could Raditz defeat him? At this moment, having completed his consumption, Lightning Cell's laughter abruptly ceased. His gaze shifted toward Raditz's location, a smirk gracing his lips. Raditz, come again. Previously, I was utterly powerless against you, but this time I sense I can effortlessly crush you. As he spoke, a glimmer of malice and coldness flickered in his eyes. He harbored a profound hatred for Raditz. Although he had gained a boon from this calamity, achieving his lightning form, he had also come perilously close to death, an experience he would never forget. Crush me? Who gave you the audacity? Upon hearing these words, Raditz chuckled, his disdainful gaze fixated on Cell. A mere power level of 75 million, he remarked. Do you truly believe you can contend with me? With that, Raditz took a step forward, ready to act. The Lightning Cell materialized. By vanquishing him, Raditz could obtain the right to bloodline evolution. Should his bloodline undergo yet another evolution, he would attain a lineage comparable to that of Broly from Dragon Ball Super. At that moment, his strength would receive a significant enhancement, providing him with the absolute means to venture into the realm of Dragon Ball Super in search of even greater breakthroughs. Is that all you've got? Observing the unfolding situation, Lightning Cell raised an eyebrow, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes, swiftly replaced by murderous intent. Although he could not fathom Raditz's unwavering confidence, he felt an overwhelming assurance in his own power. As Raditz advanced step by step, Lightning Cell mirrored his movements, closing in. At that moment, Raditz let out a low growl, instantly entering a state of malevolence and fury. In an instant, his base power soared to 16 billion. Following this surge, Raditz took another step, transforming into the Super Saiyan 2 state. In that fleeting moment, his strength multiplied 1,000-fold, catapulting his power level to an astounding 160 million. Boom, boom. At this juncture, the earth trembled. The oppressive force of 160 million swept across the land, halting Lightning Cell in his tracks. Subsequently, every cell in Lightning Cell's body began to tremble, as if haunted by the fear of Raditz's previous dominance. Instinctively, he stepped back. Terror etched upon his face as he gazed at Raditz. How is this possible? Your power is utterly terrifying, at least more than double mine. This cannot be. It is absolutely inconceivable. In that moment, Lightning Cell was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Raditz had not been fighting at full strength previously. Never could he have imagined that the latter's power would reach such a formidable level. With a power exceeding double his own, could he truly emerge victorious? Did he genuinely possess the potential to contend with such might? Incredible. A power surpassing Lightning Cell by more than double. Was that not over 150 million? At this instant, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Trunks could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Though they had known from the outset that Raditz was formidable, almost beyond their reach, he had never revealed his full strength before them. Now, upon hearing the account from Lightning Cell, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan finally grasped the sheer magnitude of the disparity between them. A power level exceeding 150 million. That was a staggering figure. 1 million equated to 10 trillion in power index. Meanwhile, their current power levels were merely in the thousands of millions, rendering any comparison utterly futile. TCH. At that moment, an irritable voice echoed. He has grown considerably stronger. I must swiftly master the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Turning towards the sound, one could behold Broly's figure racing forth from a distance. However, in this moment, he was battered and bruised, his aura extremely diminished. Had it not been for his lineage as a legendary Super Saiyan and the activation of his full power in a desperate final effort, a mere blow from Lightning Cell could have spelled his doom. Broly. Upon seeing Broly, Goku and the others awakened from their stupor. Without hesitation, they swiftly approached Broly's side. Goku quickly retrieved a Senzu bean and offered it to Broly, exclaiming, "Broly, it's such a relief to see you unharmed. We were just worried you might be in trouble." In response, Broly cast a glance at Goku, and after consuming the Senzu bean, he gritted his teeth and declared, "That damned fiend could never kill me. Although my strength pales in comparison to his, I still possess around 4 million power. How could he possibly defeat me with a single strike? 4 million. The revelation of Broly's formidable strength caused Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan to narrow their eyes. Their gazes filled with envy. They understood all too well the reason behind Broly's ability to reach such power. His legendary Super Saiyan form amplifies his strength 100-fold. Yet Goku and the others' Super Saiyan 2 transformations were not to be underestimated. However, Broly, being the fabled legendary Super Saiyan, could also unleash his rage state, which enhanced his standard power tenfold. There was nothing impossible in this realm. At that moment, Raditz's cold voice pierced the air as he continued to stride towards Lightning Cell's vicinity. In mere moments, Raditz stood before Lightning Cell, looking down upon him. "Insect, your evolution has been entirely within my expectations. A mere 75 million in strength. Do you truly believe that you possess any real power? Today, I shall demonstrate to you what my true strength is." With that, Raditz delivered a powerful kick, sending Lightning Cell soaring through the air. With a thunderous crash, Lightning Cell crashed heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, his aura waning at that moment. Even though Raditz had not unleashed his full might, the disparity of over 80 million in power was insurmountable for Lightning Cell. Once he had completed this act, Raditz took a deep breath and proclaimed, "Kakarot, Broly, Gohan, Vegeta, Trunks, watch closely. I shall transform into a form that surpasses Super Saiyan 2. I call it Super Saiyan 3, or perhaps Legendary Super Saiyan 3. With a fierce shout, Raditz unleashed a tempestuous energy that caused the very earth to tremble more violently. A terrifying aura emanated from him, escalating with every passing moment, unceasing and seemingly boundless. Is such a transformation truly possible? In an instant, Goku and the others gasped, their eyes fixed upon Raditz with disbelief. Yet soon after, their expressions morphed into fervent excitement. They understood that Raditz could not possibly lie, which meant that he truly had mastered a transformation beyond Super Saiyan 2. What then? Could the legendary Super Saiyan 3rd level possibly resemble? To what terrifying extent could it reach? No, this was inconceivable. Meanwhile, Cell, with his eyes bulging in fear, watched Raditz rapidly grow stronger, gripped by an overwhelming dread as he fixated on Raditz, growling incessantly. Yet, no matter how vehemently he denied it, it bore no significance. For the immense surge of energy emanating from Raditz was a tangible reality that no one could refute. At that moment, Raditz let out a thunderous roar, his energy erupting beyond the confines of Earth and transmitting into the boundless cosmos. In that instant, his hair lengthened once more, ceasing only when it reached a distance of 3 inches from the ground. Simultaneously, Raditz's eyebrows vanished, and his power surged to an astonishing 40 times its previous magnitude. In a heartbeat, Raditz's battle power, originally at 160 trillion, soared to a staggering 6,400 trillion. The very fabric of the universe trembled as Raditz's presence permeated all, detectable by all beings, terrestrial or celestial. Even within the realm of the Kais, transcending the gods, Raditz's ferocious energy fluctuations were unmistakably felt. Was that the transformation into Super Saiyan 3? Gaping at this spectacle, Goku, Vegeta, and the others were left in utter disbelief. Broly, in particular, trembled with excitement, his eyes reflecting yearning, desire, and fervor. Super Saiyan 3. The transformation beyond Super Saiyan 2 truly existed. Raditz had achieved it. and his energy was at least 40 times greater than in his previous peak state. With a resounding roar, Raditz's energy stabilized, completing his transformation into Super Saiyan 3. At that moment, he cast a glance at the lightning cell on the ground, a smirk gracing his lips. Lightning cell, this is my ultimate form. How do you intend to crush me now? Upon hearing this, the arena fell into an eerie silence, and even Lightning Cell was rendered speechless. Raditz's battle power now stood at an incredible 6,400 trillion, while Cell was merely at 75 trillion. There was no basis for comparison. It was over. Despair clouded Cell's eyes as he instinctively reached for his forehead, preparing to teleport away. What a jest! How could he possibly contend with such a formidable Raditz? If he lingered any longer, certain death awaited him, utter annihilation. Attempting to flee? Observing this, Raditz smiled. He raised his hand, and a beam of energy shot forth, piercing through Cell's arm. A scream echoed as the beam obliterated the cellular structure of Cell's arm at an observable speed. Even though Lightning Cell has the cells of Goku, it is currently unable to restore itself. Moreover, due to the severed arm, Lightning Cell has lost any possibility of executing instant transmission. It is time. Lightning Cell, I shall send you on your way. Having completed this, Raditz has no intention of wasting any more time. In a swift motion, Raditz appears in the vicinity of Lightning Cell. Without hesitation, he delivers a powerful kick, sending it soaring into the air, then brings his hands together and proclaims, Came. In the next instant, the Kamehameha wave erupts skyward, crashing down upon Lightning Cell's form. A heart-wrenching scream reverberates through the air as it becomes evident that Lightning Cell is disintegrating at a visible rate. Furthermore, since Raditz has chosen not to hold back this time, all of Lightning Cell cells are utterly annihilated. Ding! Mission accomplished. Reward. 1 Bloodline Evolution Privilege. At that moment, the system's notification resonates quietly. Success. A smile crests Raditz's lips, his expression radiating joy. Lightning Cell is dead. Super 13 is also deceased. Androids 17 and 18 have been successfully rehabilitated. This artificial human crisis has been thoroughly resolved. Brother, Raditz. At that moment, Broly, Goku, and others hurriedly arrive at Raditz's side. Observing the now-vanished Lightning Cell, they inquire, is that guy truly dead? He won't be resurrected, will he? Clearly. The previous experience of Cell's resurrection and subsequent power enhancement still lingers in their minds. After all, the last time Lightning Cell's power increase was staggering. Had Raditz not been formidable, they all might have perished, and the Earth could have faced annihilation. Do not worry. Cell is completely dead, coming back to reality. Raditz glances at Goku and the others, a smile gracing his face. The android crisis has ended. There will be no further threats to Earth's safety from androids. Upon hearing this, Goku and his companions let out a collective sigh of relief. With Raditz's assurance, they finally feel at ease. Soon after, Gohan and Trunks erupt in cheers. We finally won. The crisis has been resolved. Wonderful, Earth is safe at last. Seeing their exuberance, Raditz smiles calmly. He understands their emotions. He too felt exhilarated upon witnessing the defeat of Lightning Cell in his previous life. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Beyond Lightning Cell, there are still threats like Majin Buu, the 7-star dragon, and even greater dangers looming. Moreover, considering the Supreme Kai he encountered on Planet Atlar, it is likely that she has already stolen Goku's genes. This implies that, apart from the future Super 1-star dragon, there are even more formidable foes, such as the naturally born Super Saiyan 5, Zai-Qua. Reflecting on this, Raditz is acutely aware that his own power remains insufficiently weak. Though the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 has been completed, and there is confidence in achieving Super Saiyan 4, a period of maturation is still required. With this thought in mind, Raditz spoke up. All right, since the issue has been resolved, it is time for us to return. Chapter 39. What? Another bloodline evolution. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and the others nodded in agreement. This battle had made them acutely aware of their own inadequacies, and they were eager to return and continue their training. Eldest brother. Suddenly, an idea struck Sun Wukong, his eyes shining as he turned to Raditz. Your current state is Super Saiyan 3. Does that mean we can achieve the same transformation into Super Saiyan 3? As soon as he spoke, Broly, Vegeta, Gohan, and the others turned their gazes toward Raditz, especially Vegeta, Gohan, and Trunks. Since they were all Saiyans and not in the Super Saiyan form, could they also attain Super Saiyan 3? Indeed, Raditz replied after glancing at Sun Wukong. The transformation into Super Saiyan 3 can be cultivated. However, Super Saiyan 3 is merely 4 times stronger than Super Saiyan 2. My ability to achieve a 40-fold increase stems from the unique bloodline of the Super Saiyan God. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan felt a twitch at the corners of their mouths. The disparity between 4 times and 40 times was astonishing and almost beyond belief. They realized that although Super Saiyan 3 was formidable, it could not reach the extraordinary heights that Raditz had attained. The bloodline of the Super Saiyan God is indeed formidable. Sun Wukong mused, his mouth opening slightly in awe. Yet even a 4-fold increase from Super Saiyan 2 represents a monumental enhancement for us. After we return, I shall devote myself to training and strive to achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's spirit soared, his fists clenched tightly. Kakarot, this prince shall be the first to attain Super Saiyan 3. As they spoke, the group decided not to linger and prepared to take flight. Wait. Suddenly, Raditz seemed to recall something, turning to look at Android 18 and 17, who were not far away. 17, 18, you should bring 16 along with you. Bulma should be able to repair 16 completely. Moreover, since you both have bombs implanted by Dr. Gero, and the Dragon Balls are at my home, I can summon the Eternal Dragon to remove those bombs, ensuring your safety in the future. At these words, a glimmer of emotion flashed in the eyes of 17 and 18. 17 instinctively turned to 18, awaiting her decision. All right, 18 said, brushing her short hair aside. Her gaze fixed on Raditz. Then we shall rely on you. 17, please bring 16 along with us. Understood. 17 responded without hesitation. Immediately, he stepped aside and lifted the dismembered body of number 16. The group, however, did not linger, leaping into the air and racing towards West City. Soon, they arrived at the Capsule Corporation. Raditz, Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, and Trunks returned, where Bulma, Tights, and Chi-Chi were in the courtyard. The 3 women basked in the sun, playfully engaging with the newly born Trunks, creating an extraordinarily harmonious scene. Witnessing this, Raditz smiled lightly and approached Bulma, enveloping her in his embrace. Simultaneously, Vegeta, Goku, Gohan, and the others also moved forward to reunite with their families. Number 18, it seems Raditz has found a woman, remarked number 17, who had suddenly approached the area beside her. It's so noisy. Upon hearing this, number 18 shot a glare at number 17 and retorted, what of it? Who says he can only have one woman? Taken aback by her response, number 17 found himself momentarily speechless. Instead, number 16, who was being carried by him, pondered aloud. According to records, the strong are revered. Many powerful figures on Earth have multiple wives. Moreover, number 18 has a significant chance, considering you are a human enhancement infused with Saiyan blood. According to the theory of animal evolution, offspring produced from similar bloodlines tend to be stronger. Shut up, number 16. Number 18 exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as she shot him an angry look. Although she harbored feelings for Raditz, the blunt discussion of reproduction was something she found hard to accept. What? Chi-Chi, are you pregnant? Goku suddenly exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention, especially Gohan, who curiously looked at Chi-Chi's belly and asked, Mom, is this true? Am I going to have a little brother? Indeed it is, Chi-Chi replied with a gentle smile, ruffling Gohan's hair. But we don't yet know if it's a brother or a sister. You must take good care of them. All right, Mom, Gohan nodded seriously, declaring, regardless of whether it's a brother or sister, I will protect them well. This exchange elicited smiles from those around them. Subsequently, Goku and Gohan began to attend to Chi-Chi with great care. Thanks to Raditz's guidance, Goku had developed a greater sense of familial responsibility beyond merely training and growing stronger. No longer as foolish as in the original tale. At that moment, Bulma leaned toward Raditz and whispered, I just checked. I'm also pregnant. Really? Raditz's pupils dilated in astonishment as he gazed at Bulma. Observing her bashful demeanor as she caressed her belly, he realized the truth of her words. Overcome with joy, he lifted Bulma and twirled her around, exclaiming, Bulma, we finally have our own little miracle. Raditz, put me down. She protested. Raditz, everyone is still here, do pay attention. In a moment, Bulma exclaimed in surprise, yet her smile grew increasingly radiant. At that instant, the courtyard was filled with warmth and joy, with only the trio of Android 17 feeling somewhat out of place. However, they did not intrude upon the moment. They too longed for such a life. After a while, Raditz finally set Bulma down, and seemingly recalling something, he turned to the trio of Android 18 nearby and said, "By the way, Bulma, there is something that requires your expertise. The 16th has been severed, and only you or your father-in-law can restore him." An android? At these words, Bulma instinctively glanced at the trio of Android 18, her gaze swiftly fixating on the headless 16th. In an instant, her interest was piqued, and she grabbed Raditz, advancing towards them. Upon reaching the vicinity of Android 18, she immediately began to assess the condition of the 16th. After approximately 15 minutes, Bulma finally paused and declared, "I have a general understanding now. The condition of the 16th is not too grave. He merely requires reassembly. Give me half a day, and I should be able to restore him completely." Upon hearing this, the trio of Android 17 gazed at Bulma in astonishment. The construction of androids is exceedingly intricate, often incomprehensible to many. Yet now, Bulma was able to articulate such insights, clearly demonstrating that her prowess in research was on par with that of Dr. Gero. "Then I shall trouble you," the 16th expressed gratefully. "It's no trouble at all." Bulma waved her hand dismissively, her face alight with joy. "I have been eager to explore the structure of androids. Previously, I wanted to bring back 19, but alas, it was destroyed beyond examination. 16th, you wouldn't mind if I took a look at your internal structure, would you?" With that, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. If she could master this technology, she could create a benevolent team of androids to safeguard the Earth. Clearing her throat, the 16th replied, somewhat awkwardly, "I have no objections. You may study as you wish." "Ms. Bulma." "Wonderful." Upon hearing this, Bulma was instantly elated. Without further hesitation, she summoned several robots to transport the body and head of the 16th towards the laboratory. Observing this scene, Raditz could not help but smile wryly. Once Bulma's scientific obsession was ignited, even he could do little to intervene. With a resigned sigh, Raditz commanded the robots to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Moments later, the robots brought forth the Dragon Balls, which Raditz placed on the ground and declared, "Arise, Shenron." With a resounding roar, Shenron emerged, hovering majestically in the air, and proclaimed, "State your wish. Any wish can be granted." Without further ado, Raditz pointed to the side and requested, "Shenron, please remove the bombs within androids 17, 18, and 16. Shenron responded, "This wish is quite simple." In the next moment, his eyes gleamed brilliantly, and vibrant light enveloped both androids 17 and 18, as well as the 16th who had been taken into the laboratory. After a brief moment, the dragon ceased its movements and spoke, "Your wish has been granted." With that, the dragon shimmered and vanished, scattering the Dragon Balls across the Earth, leaving no trace behind. The bombs within had disappeared. Almost instantaneously, androids 17 and 18 sensed the change within themselves. Freed from the threat of the bombs, they were finally liberated from fear. Although they were artificial beings, the bombs within them posed a latent danger. Should they detonate from within, their flesh and blood would perish. But now, with Raditz having commanded the dragon to eliminate the bombs, they faced no such threat. "Raditz, thank you." In an instant, 18 stepped forward and embraced Raditz, even bestowing upon him a kiss. Taken aback, Raditz was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated 18's boldness and directness, instinctively glancing at her. Yet before he could utter a word, 18 spoke first. "Raditz, I like you. Even though you are married, I shall not relinquish my feelings." With that, she turned and swiftly departed with 17, leaving the Capsule Corporation. This scene ignited a commotion among Goku and the others nearby. In this world, there were no strict regulations regarding monogamy, so they paid little heed to the matter. Goku, ever the straightforward one, approached Raditz and exclaimed, "Brother, you've captured 18's heart. She seems just as splendid as Bulma." Kakarot. Raditz shot an annoyed glance at Goku. He had never envisaged 18 being so forthright, nor did he expect Goku and the others to be so accepting. While he acknowledged 18's beauty and felt a flicker of interest, he knew he must first consult Bulma, his wife, who was expecting their child. If Bulma were to object, Raditz had no intention of pursuing a harem. With this thought in mind, he declared, "All right, let us not waste any more time here. You all should return and take good care of Chi-Chi. She is expecting again and must be protected." Right. Goku nodded vigorously. Without further hesitation, he rushed to Chi-Chi and Goten's side, urging them to leave swiftly. "Trunks, come with me." At that moment, Vegeta, unwilling to squander any more time, turned to Trunks and commanded, "Follow me. The android crisis has ended, but you remain too weak." I shall train you until you achieve Super Saiyan 2. Otherwise, you shan't return. Yes, father. Trunks responded promptly, following Vegeta. Having witnessed the strength of Raditz and the others, he realized the extent of his own weakness and became acutely aware of the vast potential of the Saiyan race. In order to confront the artificial beings of the future world, he must grow stronger. Only then can he stand against them. With that thought in mind, Trunks immediately stepped forward to follow Vegeta. Ding. Task activated. Eliminate the Majin Buu of the Dragon Ball Super Future World. Reward, Kaishin Power. Kaishin Power. Dragon Ball Super Future World. Raditz's pupils constricted as his breath quickened. He had already acquired the time ring and the coordinates of the Dragon Ball Super main world. All that was missing was the Kaishin Power to activate it. Now, the task had finally refreshed. As long as he ventured into the Dragon Ball Super Future World and defeated the Majin Buu within, it would be his. For Raditz, this was undoubtedly a simple and effortless task, especially since Majin Buu's strength was not formidable, at least not compared to the lightning-fast cell he had faced previously. It seemed he would have to accompany Trunks on this journey. However, Trunks had yet to reach full power and would require some time to achieve Super Saiyan 2. Muttering to himself, Raditz glanced at the departing Vegeta and Trunks before turning to Broly and saying, "Broly, come with me." There was still ample time, and he did not need to rush to the Dragon Ball Super Future World. Furthermore, he had already received a chance for Bloodline evolution, allowing him to undergo the Super Saiyan Bloodline evolution once more. If he completed another Bloodline evolution, Raditz was confident that his power would increase significantly. According to records, the power of a Super Saiyan God within the Dragon Ball Super main world should be around 700 trillion. Thus, he needed to elevate his strength promptly. Only then could he secure a place within the Dragon Ball Super main world. With footsteps echoing, Raditz led Broly into the training chamber. "Broly," he said after closing the door, "I need you to guard me. I sense that my bloodline is about to ascend." "What? Another bloodline evolution?" Broly exclaimed, his pupils narrowing as he looked at Raditz in disbelief. Subsequently, Broly became exhilarated, exclaiming, "Really? This is fantastic. Hurry, complete the bloodline evolution. I will protect you." In that moment, Broly was filled with overwhelming excitement. He no longer harbored much hope of catching up to Raditz's power, but if Raditz completed his bloodline evolution, his essence would enable Broly to undergo a bloodline evolution as well, thus enhancing his own strength. Therefore, Raditz's ascension was an immense opportunity for Broly, a chance he could not afford to miss. Nodding, Raditz hesitated no longer and walked towards a nearby open space. Once seated in a meditative position, he did not delay further and directly communicated with the system. System, initiate bloodline evolution. Ding. Consumed one bloodline evolution opportunity. Bloodline evolution initiated. In the next instant, Raditz felt a tremor coursing through his body as a wave of scorching energy surged within him. With the activation of his bloodline evolution, his Super Saiyan bloodline began to rapidly attain completeness. Time flew by, and the aura surrounding Raditz grew increasingly potent, particularly as the deficiencies in his Super Saiyan bloodline were swiftly rectified. Within a mere hour, Raditz sensed that his Super Saiyan bloodline had reached its full potential. In this state, he could distinctly feel his latent power climbing at an astonishing rate. As his bloodline improved, Raditz's base combat strength surged dramatically. 900 million, 1 billion, 1. 5 billion, 1. 8 billion, 2 billion. Such overwhelming energy. Such terrifying energy. Witnessing this transformation, Broly could not help but exclaim in awe, his gaze toward Raditz filled with envy and longing. Powerful. Truly formidable. With this enhancement of his bloodline, Raditz's strength had, in a sense, transcended its limits. The oppressive force emanating from his top-tier Super Saiyan bloodline made even Broly, who possessed a medium-tier bloodline, shudder with trepidation. In that moment, Broly was exhilarated. The stronger Raditz became, the greater his own potential for enhancement would be upon acquiring Raditz's essence. If his bloodline could evolve to another level, Broly would have absolute confidence in mastering the Super Saiyan 2 transformation without losing his sanity. Ding! The bloodline evolution was complete. At that moment, the system notification echoed, awakening Raditz from his reverie. It was done. Opening his eyes, Raditz rose from the ground. Without hesitation, he swiftly summoned his personal panel to assess his status. 23 billion. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Chapter 40. Goodness, Broly's power has increased again. Upon reviewing his situation, Raditz's breath quickened, his eyes sparkling with excitement. and he could not help but burst into laughter. Huh. Over 2 billion in base combat strength. With his rage state combined with his berserk state, his base combat strength could reach approximately 44 billion. Should he successfully achieve the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, his power would amplify by 40,000 times, reaching 1.76 trillion. Although still far from the level of the gods, if he could attain the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, his strength would soar even further, effortlessly surpassing that of a Super Saiyan god. Raditz, you have succeeded. At that moment, Broly stepped forward, his gaze intense as he looked at Raditz, filled with envy. Broly. Coming back to reality, Raditz glanced at Broly standing before him, a smile gracing his lips. Yes, I have mastered the top-tier Super Saiyan bloodline. Though I am unaware of what further evolution and enhancement may lie ahead, at the very least, my Super Saiyan bloodline is now exceedingly refined. Now, I shall grant you a drop of my essence. If you can refine the energy within it, it will undoubtedly facilitate the evolution of your own bloodline. With that, Raditz did not hesitate, summoning forth a drop of his essence with a mere thought. In an instant, Raditz's energy diminished by several hundred million. However, this was not a loss of combat strength. Rather, it was a result of expelling his vital essence, leaving him in a weakened state. With a period of rest, he could restore himself to his former glory. Gulping, Broly gazed at the vital essence in Raditz's hand, his eyes filled with intense greed and excitement. Here you go, Raditz remarked with a calm smile, casually tossing it to Broly. Refine it. The extent of your achievement depends on your own fortune. Thank you, brother, Broly exclaimed, his heart racing as he accepted the vital essence. To be honest, he felt a sense of disbelief, given that this essence was crucial for his bloodline evolution. Without further hesitation, Broly stepped to a nearby area and seated himself. Without a moment's delay, he swallowed Raditz's vital essence in one gulp, commencing its refinement. At that moment, the entire training room fell into a profound silence. Observing this, Raditz did not linger. After ensuring Broly would be fine, he turned and walked out of the room. With the bloodline evolution complete, Raditz was eager to attempt the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, or perhaps the legendary Super Saiyan 4 form. However, the moon outside Earth had been utterly destroyed, compelling him to seek Vegeta to learn the technique for creating an artificial moon. Most importantly, Raditz was uncertain if he could even undergo the Great Ape transformation, as his transformation had become an enraged state due to alterations in his bloodline. With urgency, Raditz swiftly made his way to Vegeta's location, where he found him training Trunks in the training room. Or rather, it was Trunks who was being subjected to a one-sided beating. Nevertheless, this opportunity allowed Trunks' power to increase at an astonishing rate. Raditz surmised that it wouldn't be long before Trunks reached full Super Saiyan power, and transitioning to Super Saiyan 2 would pose little challenge. As he pondered, Raditz raised his hand and knocked on the door. Moments later, the battle inside paused, and a somewhat disheveled Vegeta and Trunks emerged. Vegeta looked at Raditz with a puzzled expression. Raditz, what brings you here? Vegeta, I wish to learn the ability to create an artificial moon, Raditz stated directly, revealing his purpose without preamble. The technique for creating an artificial moon was something he must master. Very well, Vegeta replied. Though surprised, he did not refuse. He stepped forward and utilized the unique Saiyan inheritance power to impart the artificial moon technique to Raditz. Once he completed this task, Vegeta turned his gaze to Raditz and said, Raditz, I also have a matter that requires your assistance. You may speak. Nodding, Raditz had already grasped the technique of creating an artificial moon and looked at Vegeta, curious about what he wished to request. After a moment's hesitation, Vegeta swiftly made up his mind and pointed towards Trunks, stating that he would soon attain his full power status. Therefore, he hoped that at that moment, one could cast the true illusion upon him, for it was through this that Trunks had previously achieved his transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Hence, should you unleash the true illusion, Trunks should also be able to complete his transformation. Understanding Vegeta's intentions, Raditz's eyes gleamed with insight. He glanced at Trunks and nodded affirmatively, saying, Very well, I shall agree to this matter. When Trunks reaches his full power, bring him to me, and I will employ the true illusion to aid him in his breakthrough. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Vegeta's face. Without further hesitation, he took Trunks and returned to their training. As Raditz observed the father and son engaging in their practice, a smile crept upon his lips, and he turned to depart. With the artificial moon technique now in his grasp, all that remained was for him to restore his own strength. At that point, he could seek out a deserted planet to attempt the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. This thought filled Raditz with elation. Just as Raditz emerged from the training grounds, the distant voice of Bulma reached his ears. Turning in the direction of the sound, he saw Bulma approaching cheerfully from afar. Following closely behind her was Android 16, who appeared fully restored and seemingly stronger than before. With a smile, Raditz stepped forward, enveloping Bulma in his embrace, and said, "You've worked hard." "Not at all," she replied, waving her hand dismissively. "This time, repairing Android 16 has been quite fruitful for me. Although I am not yet capable of creating androids, I can enhance the robots we have at home. Furthermore, this presents an opportunity to develop combat robots for sale, which would significantly bolster human survival with robotic protection." In that moment, Bulma continued to enthusiastically share her insights and visions for the future. Indeed, the restoration of an android had immensely advanced her research. Raditz, rather than growing impatient, listened attentively to Bulma's discourse. After a considerable time, Bulma finally concluded her thoughts, brimming with excitement and immersed in her ideas. Suddenly, Bulma seemed to recollect something, her gaze turning towards Raditz. "I heard from Android 16 that Android 18 has feelings for you. What are your thoughts on her? I am currently pregnant and cannot assist you, but if you believe it feasible, why not bring Android 18 home?" "What?" Raditz was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Bulma. He could hardly fathom that Bulma would be so magnanimous, not only refraining from anger, but also encouraging him to pursue Android 18. Noticing Raditz's astonishment, Bulma smiled gently and, feeling a bit awkward, remarked, "You are too formidable. I cannot handle it alone. The arrival of Android 18 will surely lead to your defeat." Upon hearing this, Raditz chuckled. He lowered his head and kissed Bulma, saying, "Then let us wait and see." With that, Raditz felt a great sense of relief. No longer suppressing his inner emotions and thoughts, he then turned his gaze towards Android 16 and inquired, "Do you have any knowledge of the whereabouts of Androids 17 and 18? "I know a bit," Android 16 replied, glancing at Raditz before nodding. 17 and 18 were originally human, but they were captured by Dr. Gero and transformed into androids. I have heard them express a desire to return to their place of birth. They should now be living in that location." As he spoke, Android 16 picked up a tablet, manipulated it briefly, and then tossed it to Raditz. "This is the location of their home." "Thank you," Raditz exclaimed, his lips curling into a smile as he looked at Android 16 with satisfaction. He then suggested, 16, you have nowhere to go. Why not consider working at Capsule Corporation? With your abilities, you could assist Bulma in creating civilian robots, and perhaps gain further knowledge to enhance your own capabilities. Would you be interested?" Surprised, Android 16 looked at Raditz and Bulma. Although he was confident in his skills, being a mechanical being, he wondered if they truly wished to take him in. "Of course." Bulma interjected eagerly, "With your help, I could expedite the development of civilian combat robots for the benefit of humanity. I had intended to invite you to join Capsule Corporation earlier, but I was uncertain how to approach the subject. Now that Raditz has broached it, I formally invite you to become a member of our robotics team." "Thank you," Android 16 replied, his expression reflecting genuine emotion. Without Raditz and Bulma's kindness, he would have been lost regarding his future path. "Excellent." Raditz laughed heartily. He had been contemplating how to discuss this matter with Bulma, and now Android 16 had alleviated a significant concern for him. He held a considerable respect for Android 16, who was indeed a valuable asset due to his origins as a mechanical being. Although Raditz was not motivated by financial gain, he understood the importance of nurturing the growth of Capsule Corporation. With Android 16's agreement, Raditz wasted no time. He took the tablet and soared towards the residence of Android 18 and her brother. Before long, he arrived at the designated location. As expected, the siblings were present. Though it was merely a suburban estate, they had kept it remarkably clean and tidy. "Android 18, Raditz called out, darting towards the area where the siblings were located. "It is I, Raditz." Upon the arrival of Raditz, number 18 was momentarily taken aback, her mind involuntarily drifting back to memories of the Universal Capsule Company, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. "Oh, you arrived so quickly," she remarked. Meanwhile, number 17 smiled faintly, his gaze playfully directed at number 18 as he quipped, "How should I address him? Should I simply call him brother-in-law?" At this teasing, number 18 instantly erupted in anger, delivering a swift kick to number 17, sending him and others sprawling. Observing this scene, Raditz, who had just landed, twitched the corner of his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. You are here, he stammered. At that moment, number 18 shyly approached Raditz, lowering her head like a bashful girl, shedding her usual confident demeanor. Number 18, Raditz said, stepping forward to grasp her hands. I cherish you dearly. Will you be my wife? I vow to protect you with my life and ensure no one harms you. Upon hearing this, number 18's face reddened, yet she hesitated to respond immediately. With a hint of anxiety, she inquired, what about your current partner? Will she agree to this? Do not worry, Raditz replied, a smile gracing his lips as he discerned that number 18 was beginning to soften. He embraced her tightly, declaring, Bulma has also consented to this. From now on, I shall protect you, he added, leaning down to share a kiss with number 18. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. During this period, Raditz had taken up residence in number 18's home, and their relationship flourished rapidly. On this particular day, having regained his full strength, Raditz decided to take number 18 and number 17 back to the Universal Capsule Company. Now that they were a family, it was only natural that they would reside together. Before long, they arrived at the Universal Capsule Company. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. Following the sound, they turned to see Raditz's training room erupting in a cloud of dust and debris, triggering alarms throughout the facility. Numerous robots swiftly rushed in to extinguish the flames. What is happening? Raditz exclaimed, his brow furrowing as he led number 18 and number 17 toward the explosion's epicenter. Upon their arrival, they spotted Vegeta, Trunks, Bulma, Talus, and number 16 standing at the periphery of the blast zone, cautious not to venture too close. Raditz, Bulma sighed in relief upon seeing him return. They quickly approached his side, inquiring, was there someone in your training room? Why did it suddenly explode? Someone. Raditz raised an eyebrow. The scene of Broly training after he had provided his blood flashing through his mind. He then smirked and replied, no need for concern, it is Broly. I had not anticipated that he would complete the evolution of his bloodline so swiftly, and it appears this was due to his inability to fully control his own power. With these words, Raditz stepped purposefully into the ruins. Broly, it is he. Upon hearing this, Bulma and the others suddenly understood. They ceased their worries. For confirming that Broly was the cause meant there was no external attack. Consequently, Bulma did not follow suit, but instead turned to where Android 18 stood. Approaching her with a smile. 18, you have finally arrived. Bulma. At the sight of Bulma, Android 18 felt a twinge of nervousness. Although Raditz had previously mentioned that Bulma had consented to this matter, she still felt a hint of apprehension. There is no need for concern. Seemingly sensing 18's unease, Bulma, in a sisterly manner, grasped her hand and continued, with your presence from now on, my burdens will be significantly lightened. As she spoke, Bulma led Android 18 away into the distance, the two engaging in whispered conversation, which flushed 18's cheeks yet alleviated her earlier tension. Meanwhile, Raditz, Vegeta, Trunks, Android 17, and Android 16 ventured deeper into the ruins. In the central area, Broly was seated cross-legged, emanating peculiar waves of energy that conveyed an overwhelming presence. Good heavens! Broly's power has indeed surged. Observing this transformation, Android 17 instinctively remarked, he is far more powerful than he was during the battle with Cell. Upon hearing this, Vegeta and Trunks exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. In just a brief span of less than a month, Broly had seemingly doubled his strength, a notion bordering on the absurd. Unconsciously, Vegeta turned his gaze towards Raditz and inquired, Raditz, what accounts for Broly's extraordinary increase in power? Not just him, but Trunks and the others also looked towards Raditz, their eyes brimming with curiosity. This was a power enhancement exceeding a mere doubling, and it had been achieved in such a short time. Bloodline evolution. Without any preamble, Raditz addressed Broly, stating, I provided Broly with a drop of my blood. The purity of my bloodline significantly surpasses his. Thus, when Broly refined my blood, his own bloodline underwent evolution, resulting in this substantial increase in power. However, it seems he is struggling to control it. I must relocate him to a different area. If you wish to accompany me, simply place your hands on my shoulders, and I will teleport us away. With that, Raditz stepped forward and grasped Broly's shoulder. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta and the others exchanged glances and promptly approached, placing their hands on Raditz's shoulders. They were all exceedingly curious about what Broly would resemble after this bloodline evolution. Let us go. In an instant, Raditz activated his teleportation ability, and with Broly and the others, He reappeared at the site known as Baozi Mountain. Brother, uncle, what brings you here? As the figures of a few individuals emerged. Not far away, the battle between Son Wukong and Son Gohan momentarily paused, and they swiftly soared towards them. Kakarot, brother Gohan. Upon seeing the newcomers, both Vegeta and Trunks' expressions subtly shifted. This change stemmed from the fact that at this moment, both Son Wukong and Son Gohan had stabilized their Super Saiyan 2 full power states. Particularly notable was Son Wukong, whose energy had significantly surged compared to his past levels. Although it wasn't terrifyingly doubled, it was still formidable. This development was undoubtedly a substantial blow to Vegeta. Not only did he inherently fall short of Son Wukong, but Son Gohan was also vastly more powerful than him. The fact that Son Wukong had also experienced such an enhancement was exceedingly difficult for him to accept. Hey, Vegeta. However, Son Wukong paid little mind to these thoughts. After greeting Vegeta with a wave, his gaze turned towards Broly on the ground, exclaiming, "It's Broly. His energy is incredible. Brother, is Broly in the midst of a breakthrough?" Indeed. Nodding, Raditz led everyone to a nearby area to sit down and remarked, "Broly will likely need some time to complete his breakthrough. Trunks, have you achieved full power Super Saiyan?" "Yes." In response, Trunks, not daring to be negligent, stepped forward, stating, 5 days ago, with my father's assistance, I achieved the full power Super Saiyan state. However, despite numerous attempts, I still cannot transform into Super Saiyan 2. Nodding, Raditz understood Trunks' predicament. He then stepped forward without hesitation and said, "In that case, clear your mind. I shall directly cast the true illusion upon you. I hope you can seize this opportunity to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 41. Raditz transforms into a gorilla. Hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Trunks' eyes. Super Saiyan 2. This was what he had long awaited, and it was finally within reach. With that thought, Trunks bowed deeply to Raditz, saying, "Then I shall trouble you." Nodding, Raditz wasted no time, placing his hand on Trunks' forehead and immediately activating the true illusion. In the next moment, Trunks' entire being trembled as he was drawn into the true illusion. Instantly, the energy surrounding Trunks surged violently. As the depths of the true illusion deepened, his fury escalated rapidly, propelling him steadily towards Super Saiyan 2. Raditz, brother-in-law. At that moment, Android 17 approached thoughtfully and inquired, "Can this true illusion stimulate transformations?" Indeed. Casting a glance at Android 17, Raditz nodded and replied, "While I cannot guarantee 100% success, Trunks should be fine." Upon hearing this, Android 17's eyes brightened, a smirk forming on his lips as he asked, "Could you possibly cast it on me as well?" After being consumed by Cell, I sensed something awry within myself. Although I could not articulate what exactly felt amiss, I suspect it may be due to the Saiyan cells within me. Please cast a true illusion upon me, and let us see if I can achieve this transformation. What? Upon hearing these words, both Vegeta and Goku, along with Gohan, exchanged bewildered glances at Android 17. To provoke 17 into completing a transformation? While he indeed possessed Saiyan cells, it seemed implausible that he could attain the Super Saiyan transformation. After all, he was not a true Saiyan, merely an artificial being imbued with a semblance of Saiyan blood. Are you certain? Raditz furrowed his brow, casting a skeptical gaze at 17. Such matters are not to be trifled with. Should 17 lack the ability to transform, the true illusion could very well plunge him into despair. I am certain. Nonetheless, 17 nodded resolutely and added, "Regardless of the outcome, I must ascertain the state of my own being. If it is merely my predicament, so be it. However, if 18 experiences something similar, I must first understand what is transpiring." Upon hearing this, Raditz fell silent. The gravity of 17's words compelled him to take the matter seriously. After all, 18 was now his partner, and should any issues arise, he needed to unravel them swiftly. With this thought, Raditz nodded and declared, "Very well. I shall proceed. If you cannot endure, I will awaken you." Without hesitation, Raditz placed his hand upon 17's head, initiating the true illusion. In an instant, 17 was engulfed in a tempest of energy, akin to Trunks beside him, his aura surging rapidly. Observing this, Raditz and the others retreated a short distance, their gaze focused on Trunks and 17, patiently awaiting the outcome. Approximately half an hour later, a low growl resonated from Trunks. In the next moment, he was enveloped in crackling lightning, awakening from the true illusion and transforming into Super Saiyan 2. At this moment, Trunks' power surged to over 50 billion, granting him the capability to vanquish the perfect form of Cell. Splendid, splendid, splendid. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta was overwhelmed with joy. Though not his biological son, Trunks was a progeny from another world, now capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 2 and possessing the power to save the future. This filled Vegeta with immense delight. Have I succeeded? As Trunks opened his eyes, feeling the surge of power within him, a spark of excitement and astonishment welled in his gaze. Super Saiyan 2. He had finally achieved this transformation, mastering the ability to rescue the future. Overcome with elation, Trunks rushed to Raditz's vicinity and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you, Uncle Raditz." "Rise." With a wave of his hand signaling Trunks to rise, Raditz spoke. "You should take some time to recuperate. Once you have rested, I will accompany you to your world." "What?" Trunks exclaimed, staring at Raditz in astonishment. "Uncle Raditz, you want to go to my world?" His surprise was mirrored by Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, who also looked at Raditz with disbelief. Indeed, Raditz nodded, not concealing his intentions. "If all goes as expected, your world is completely different from ours. It is the perfect opportunity for me to see what it is like. If there are two future worlds, does that imply the existence of two realities as well?" Trunks pondered this thoughtfully, while Gohan and the others expressed their growing anticipation. If there are two real worlds, does that mean there is another version of me? I wonder what that other me is like and how much power he possesses. Just then, the thunderous voice of Android 17 pierced the air. In the next moment, a golden-green aura erupted around him, causing his hair to change color in an instant and amplifying his energy 70-fold. What is happening? A Super Saiyan. Goku and the others gasped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. After all, Android 17 merely possessed Saiyan cells. How could he possibly achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan? This was an entirely different concept. Had he truly succeeded? Raditz raised an eyebrow, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. He noted that 17's transformation resembled that of a Super Saiyan, but leaned more towards the legendary Super Saiyan. However, the power he exhibited after transforming was clearly extraordinary, a boost that no ordinary Super Saiyan could achieve. As 17 opened his eyes, feeling the surge of his newfound power, a glimmer of astonishment crossed his face. "No wonder I felt something was off. It seems that after Cell absorbed me, the future version of me that he consumed has merged with me. Moreover, due to Cell's absorption, a portion of the legendary Super Saiyan cells fused with me, stimulating my original Saiyan cells and fundamentally transforming my genes into those of a special Saiyan." Understanding dawned on the others after hearing 17's explanation. Soon after, Goku and Vegeta were the first to inquire, "17, how did your transformation enhance your combat power so significantly? Is this the full power of a Super Saiyan?" Their curiosity was palpable. The fact that 17 had increased his power 70-fold upon transforming was something no ordinary Saiyan could achieve. "No, this is merely my first transformation," 17 replied, shaking his head, his expression complex. "My bloodline must have fused the traits of both the legendary and ordinary Saiyans. This also resulted in my transformed state being a blend of the two, not quite reaching the level of the Ultra form, yet still surpassing that of a regular Super Saiyan." Upon hearing this, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan felt a twinge of envy. Although he was a mere artificial Saiyan, the latter's power now exceeded theirs. It is noteworthy that after merging with the future version of himself, Android 17's combat power reached approximately 60 billion. With a 70-fold enhancement, his strength surged to over 4 trillion in an instant. At this juncture, Raditz stepped forward, stating, "While 17's situation is indeed unique, it is unlikely that he will surpass the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. His lineage lacks the strength to support further transformations. He cannot achieve Super Saiyan 3. Understanding this, Goku and Vegeta felt somewhat relieved. Super Saiyan 3 is 4 times the power of Super Saiyan 2, and should they achieve it, they would not fall short of Android 17. With this thought, the group's spirits stabilized significantly. Suddenly, a booming voice resonated through the air. In the next moment, a vibrant green aura erupted as Broly ascended from the ground, soaring into the sky. Subsequently, Broly's energy began to escalate rapidly. His base power, initially around 400 million, climbed to 800 million. As time progressed, his power continued to rise. 900 million, 1 billion, 1 billion, 2 billion. Ultimately, it reached an astonishing 1 2 billion before his energy began to stabilize. Before anyone could regain their composure, Broly entered a state of fury, and his power index soared to approximately 12 billion. Remarkably, this was merely the beginning. Once fully enraged, Broly clenched his fists and growled, "Break for me." In the following instant, the heavens roared with thunder. Broly then transitioned into the Ultra form, continuously amplifying his strength until he completed the transformation into Ultra Super Saiyan 2. In an instant, Broly's normal power of 12 billion was augmented by 1,000 times, propelling his strength to around 120 trillion. Such formidable energy was terrifying. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Broly, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, Android 17, and Android 16 could not contain their astonishment. How astonishing! This fearsome presence even surpassed that of the previous lightning cell. It is critical to note that even if Android 17 transformed into a Super Saiyan, he would still be no match for Lightning Cell. Yet, Broly now stood as a far superior force, illustrating the extent of his terror. At that moment, Broly awakened, feeling the surge of his own power, and could not help but burst into laughter in the air. "So powerful," he exclaimed. The might he possessed was indeed overwhelming. With 120 trillion in strength, had it not been for Raditz's presence, he might have doubted his invincibility over the world. After a considerable time, Broly finally calmed himself. He then descended from the sky, his figure appearing in the vicinity of Raditz and the others. "Thank you, brother," Broly exclaimed excitedly as he approached Raditz. "Without your blood essence, I would not have been able to achieve my bloodline evolution, nor would I have harnessed such formidable power." His words instantly evoked envy from Goku and the others. They too yearned for Raditz's blood essence to enhance their own strength. Yet they understood that they did not possess the Super Saiyan bloodline. Even if Raditz were willing to share his blood, it would bear no effect for them. This exemplified the suppression and advantage of bloodlines, an innate condition that could not be altered. "There's no need for such sentiments," Raditz replied, waving his hand with a composed expression. "This is your opportunity. Furthermore, I have already promised you, your ability to enhance yourself is due to your own efforts." Having spoken, Raditz cast a glance around at the gathered individuals and continued, "Since everyone is here, let us journey to another planet together. I wish to attempt the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. I wonder if I will succeed." "What? Super Saiyan 4? Upon hearing this, Goku, Broly, and the others widened their eyes in disbelief as they looked at Raditz. Super Saiyan 4. It was a transformation that surpassed Super Saiyan 3. They had yet to grasp the intricacies of Super Saiyan 3, and Raditz was already preparing to attempt Super Saiyan 4? With this thought, Goku and the others became instantly exhilarated, eagerly inquiring, "Brother, when do we depart?" "Raditz, which planet do you intend to visit?" "Uncle, I wish to accompany you." In no time, Goku and the others swiftly gathered around Raditz, anxious not to be left behind. "Haha," Raditz chuckled at their enthusiasm and said, "Hold on to me. I have left numerous energy signatures beyond the Milky Way. We will teleport directly there." All right. Upon hearing this, Goku and the others wasted no time and quickly reached out to grasp various parts of Raditz. In the next moment, Raditz resolved without hesitation to initiate the teleportation. Beyond the Milky Way, on an uninhabited planet, Raditz and his companions materialized. "This place is quite suitable," Raditz remarked with satisfaction as he floated down to the ground. He then turned his gaze toward Goku and instructed, "Kakarot, you should go to another planet and leave your energy signature there. If I lose control, you must lead everyone to evacuate from this planet. If I succumb to rage, I could potentially obliterate the entire planet, leaving you no chance to escape." "Understood," Goku responded with a solemn expression. He recognized that Raditz's concerns were valid. However, instead of departing, he closed his eyes to survey the surroundings for a moment and said, "Brother, I have found it. There is a significant energy presence on a distant planet. If you lose control, I will teleport everyone there." Upon hearing this, Raditz directed his senses towards the direction indicated by Sun Wukong. Soon, he too detected the presence of those energies. Although they were not particularly formidable, their proximity suggested that Sun Wukong need not travel to other planets to leave a mark in order to initiate instant transmission. With this thought in mind, Raditz wasted no time and spoke decisively. "Then let us commence immediately. Please step back. I need to test my own transformation." "Understood." Sun Wukong and the others responded promptly, retreating to create distance from Raditz. Once they had moved away, Raditz halted his actions and, without hesitation, invoked the artificial moon technique. In the next moment, a colossal sphere of light materialized in his hand. "Go," he growled, casting the artificial moon into the sky, murmuring, "It must succeed." A resonating hum filled the air as the artificial moon ascended. An artificial moon? What is he doing? Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others were taken aback. They were familiar with this ability, yet they also knew that Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Trunks, and Gohan had long since lost their tails. The only one among them still possessing a tail was Broly, who stood nearby. Not good. In an instant, Sun Wukong and Vegeta exclaimed, "Everyone, move away from Broly." Sun Wukong quickly pulled Gohan back, while Vegeta urged Trunks to retreat as well. As Saiyans, they understood that in the presence of a tail, Broly could potentially transform into a colossal ape. Even with only a tenfold increase in power, Broly's immense strength was daunting. Seeing the unfolding situation, androids 17 and 16, though equally perplexed, did not hesitate and swiftly distanced themselves. Meanwhile, Broly remained oblivious, his gaze fixed on the artificial moon. However, he was not affected by its influence. He exhibited no signs of transformation. After observing it for a few moments, he turned to Sun Wukong and the others, puzzled. "What are you all doing? What is happening?" The sight left Sun Wukong and the others dumbfounded. Broly had not transformed into a giant ape, and the artificial moon seemingly held no effect over him. This was nothing short of astonishing. Instinctively, Vegeta spoke up. Could it be due to the legendary Super Saiyan lineage? The tenfold increase in power during the Berserker state is comparable to that of the giant ape transformation. Is it possible that this is why they can disregard the influence of the artificial moon? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and the others furrowed their brows. If that were indeed the case, then what was the purpose of Raditz conjuring the artificial moon? Just then, a deep growl reverberated across the land. Turning their gaze, they beheld Raditz in the distance, who had entered a berserker state. They watched in awe as his body rapidly expanded. 5 meters, 7 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters. In the blink of an eye, Raditz's figure expanded to a staggering 15 meters. In this state, his combat power index surged an astonishing 15-fold. Yet, despite this transformation, Raditz retained his humanoid form, failing to morph into that of a gorilla. Had he failed? As he opened his eyes, a flicker of disappointment crossed his gaze. While under the influence of the artificial moon, Raditz had hoped to achieve the transformation into a gorilla, thus completing the Super Saiyan 4 or even the legendary Super Saiyan 4 transformation. However, what he experienced was merely a 5-fold increase in his enraged state, which diverged significantly from his expectations. The power of his rage had indeed amplified by 15 times. This was a remarkable enhancement of his base combat abilities. Conversely, Broly, witnessing Raditz's transformation, was overwhelmed with excitement and instinctively activated his own enraged state. In the next moment, Broly's physique also swelled, reaching approximately 13 meters. Simultaneously, his base combat power increased to 13 times its original level. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by Goku and the others, whose eyes glimmered with envy. After all, in such circumstances, both Raditz and Broly had increased their combat prowess multiple times, a feat that seemed nearly unattainable for them, at least in their gorilla forms. They could not access their other transformation abilities, rendering such a metamorphosis somewhat superfluous. With this thought in mind, all eyes turned towards Raditz, pondering how he intended to achieve the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. "No, I cannot accept this," Raditz thought, engulfed in a surge of fury. The Super Saiyan 4 was the true power of a Saiyans lineage, with the potential for further transformations into Super Saiyan 5 and Super Saiyan 6. Yet, if he could not attain the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, it would signify an inability to harness such power. Even venturing into the realm of Dragon Ball Super to learn the powers of Super Saiyan God would be in vain. After all, while the power of Super Saiyan God appeared formidable, it was merely a mutated transformation. Goku, Vegeta, and others could utilize this transformation to enhance their strength, but for Raditz, it was unattainable. This was because he was an evil Saiyan, preventing him from fully realizing the potential of Super Saiyan God. At that moment, a powerful heartbeat resonated within him, echoing like thunder. With each passing moment, the rhythm of his heart escalated. Suddenly, Raditz's eyes turned crimson, enveloped by an aura of malevolence. In that instant, black fur began to sprout from his body. In a matter of breaths, Raditz transformed into a formidable black gorilla. The transformation was complete. Raditz had indeed become a gorilla. Witnessing this scene, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes instantly revealing a look of astonishment. How is this possible? Even Broly, who possesses the same legendary bloodline, has not transformed into a great ape. How could my elder brother achieve such a form? It was not just him. Even Vegeta and the others were left dumbfounded. Broly, too, wore a face of bewilderment, repeatedly attempting to activate his own power, only to discover that he could not transform into the great ape form. Before anyone could collect their thoughts, Raditz's roar echoed once more, his eyes glowing a fierce crimson. As if he had lost all reason, he opened his mouth, unleashing a powerful energy wave that obliterated the very surface of the planet. This is bad. My brother has gone berserk. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exclaimed in unison, fully aware of what Raditz's transformation into a great ape signified. In an instant, Sun Wukong and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Meanwhile, a moment later, Gohan, Trunks, Android 17, and Android 16 also swiftly transformed, channeling their energy to prepare for defense. Although Raditz had merely transformed into a great ape, his power had increased 15-fold, yet he was not invincible. Therefore, Sun Wukong and the others chose to remain and investigate further rather than retreat. At that moment, Raditz, in his great ape form, roared, his gaze locking onto Sun Wukong and his companions. However, instead of attacking them, he directed his fury towards the enraged Broly. Come on. Seeing this, Broly was momentarily taken aback, but then his expression brightened as he charged forward. He could see that although Raditz, now a great ape, was stronger than his current self, he had lost all rationality and could not achieve the Super Saiyan transformation. In an instant, Broly transformed into a Super Saiyan, his power surpassing Raditz. The next moment, the two colossal figures clashed on the planet, exchanging blows with sheer force, devoid of any technique, merely the collision of strength against strength. Chapter 42. The future world roars echoed relentlessly. Raditz, in his great ape form, was no match for Broly in his current state, continuously being sent flying, his body drenched in blood from the relentless assaults. Brother, Raditz, uncle, Sun Wukong and the others grew increasingly anxious upon witnessing the dire predicament. Although they did not fully understand the situation, they sensed that Raditz was in grave danger. Instinctively, they rushed forward to intervene. Get away from me. However, before they could get close, Broly bellowed first. With a sweep of his massive hand, an immense wave of energy surged forth, sending Sun Wukong and the others flying away. After this, Broly's gaze fixed upon Raditz, a smirk forming on his lips as he declared, "Today, I must defeat him. Raditz, devoid of reason, is undoubtedly no match for me." With that, Broly wasted no time and swiftly charged at Raditz. In an instant, the two figures clashed once more upon the planet. The sound of explosions echoed relentlessly as Raditz, transformed into a colossal gorilla, proved no match for Broly. Countless hills were obliterated, and the earth itself crumbled, leaving Raditz battered and bruised. Yet, amidst this turmoil, the bloodlust in Raditz's eyes began to clear. Fight! Fight! He growled lowly, initiating his counterattack. With each collision, searing pain continuously awakened Raditz's faculties. Finally, when Raditz's fist collided with Broly's once more, a radiant golden aura enveloped his form. In that fleeting moment, Raditz's power surged 100-fold, propelling the Super Saiyan Broly away with a single blow. The resounding crash echoed as Broly's body smashed into a towering mountain. Emerging from the ruins without hesitation, he unleashed his transformation into a Super Saiyan once again. In the next moment, Broly charged toward Raditz, bellowing, "Submit!" Instantly, the two titans clashed in a ferocious battle once more. As time passed, the intensity of their conflict escalated, causing the very planet to tremble and threaten to shatter. This is bad. The planet is on the brink of destruction. Witnessing this, Goku and the others turned pale. Should the planet be annihilated, all but androids 17 and 16 would perish in the cosmos. Resolutely, Goku declared, "Vegeta, gather everyone. I will teleport you all away from here." Upon hearing this, though Vegeta and the others wished to linger, they understood the dire consequences of a planet's explosion. Without further hesitation, they swiftly flew toward Goku. Just as the group converged, ready to activate the instant transmission, Raditz, amidst the battle, suddenly halted and said, "Broly, we can stop now." Taken aback, Broly paused mid-charge and looked at Raditz in astonishment. "You've regained your senses?" "Indeed. Raditz replied with a grin, his lips curling upward. Thanks to you. I was able to restore my clarity so swiftly. That's enough for now. Step back. I need to transform one last time. Hearing this, Broly grimaced. Raditz was about to break through again, potentially achieving Super Saiyan 4, leaving him feeling rather helpless. He had thought this might be the opportunity to decisively defeat Raditz, only to find himself the fool in the end. Though reluctant, Broly promptly withdrew. Observing this, Raditz hesitated no longer, glanced at his golden gorilla form, and resolutely began his transformation into a Super Saiyan. As a low growl reverberated through the air, Raditz's aura began to surge rapidly. In such a moment, the power enveloping him surged into a tempest of ferocity. Within mere breaths, the golden energy surrounding Raditz was supplanted by a fierce crimson hue. Such overwhelming energy. Such a terrifying presence. Witnessing this transformation, Broly, Goku, and the others could not suppress their astonishment, their eyes wide with a mix of dread and awe. This was not even the Super Saiyan transformation, merely the form of the Golden Ape. Yet Raditz's energy rivaled that of the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. In that instant, Goku, Broly, and Vegeta gazed upon Raditz with envy and longing. Though they could not fully comprehend the phenomenon, they sensed that Raditz was on the verge of achieving the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. With this thought in mind, Goku and the others fixated intently on Raditz, fearful of missing even a fragment of the process. At that moment, Raditz's thunderous roar echoed once more. The next instant, the crimson energy soared skyward, and the colossal golden ape vanished. Within the boundless crimson aura, Raditz's figure, adorned with black hair and a coat of red fur, emerged within the arena. At this juncture, the planet trembled. Raditz, having completed the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, experienced a profound elevation in his aura. Under such circumstances, Raditz's power surged beyond the 8 billion mark, eclipsing even the Super Saiyan God within the Dragon Ball Super realm. Moreover, this was merely the initial phase of the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Should he harness his full power, he would undoubtedly become even more formidable. What is paramount is that Raditz belongs to the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. If he were to achieve the full Super Saiyan 4 transformation, the magnitude of his power would be truly terrifying. He has done it. Is this truly the Super Saiyan 4? At this moment, Goku and the others regained their composure, their gazes fixed upon Raditz standing in the distance. A look of disbelief etched upon each of their faces. Without further hesitation, they swiftly approached Raditz's vicinity. "Brother," Goku called out cautiously. After all, Raditz's current form was indeed extraordinary, even daunting. "Kakarot." Raditz opened his eyes, glancing at Goku and the others, then smirked. "What's wrong? Do you not recognize me? Or have you been frightened by my Super Saiyan 4 transformation?" Upon hearing this, Goku and the others finally snapped back to reality, their eyes converging on Raditz as they exclaimed, "Brother, it truly is you. Raditz, is this your Super Saiyan 4 state? It's incredible. The intensity of your transformation is beyond anything, even more terrifying than your previous Super Saiyan 3 form." Indeed, previously, Raditz's full power hovered around the 4 billion mark, achievable only when he entered a state of fury, darkness, or the full power of Super Saiyan 3. However, at this moment, he did not invoke the state of fury, nor did he engage the malevolent state. Merely harnessing the power of Super Saiyan 4 was sufficient to disrupt 8 billion. This clearly illustrates the immense and terrifying strength of the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Moreover, according to Raditz's conjecture, he could potentially activate the states of fury and malevolence while in this form. Yet, achieving this is rather challenging. The power of Super Saiyan 4 is exceedingly unique, and even he struggles to master it proficiently. Unless he attains the full power of Super Saiyan 4 or encounters some extraordinary opportunity, he finds himself unable to activate the states of fury and malevolence. Even transitioning to the Super Saiyan 4 form is an arduous task, as it seems there is an obstruction between the two powers that hinders his ability to transform into the Super Saiyan 4 state. At this point, Raditz regained his focus and turned his gaze towards Goku and the others, stating, "The so-called Super Saiyan 4 is a transcendence of bloodline evolution. The previous transformations of Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2, and Super Saiyan 3 were, in a sense, merely a manipulation of the bloodline's power within. However, Super Saiyan 4 draws upon the primal essence of the Saiyan race, and as Super Saiyan 4 is perfected, your bloodlines can also be enhanced. The drawback of Saiyans transforming into gigantic apes under the moonlight will also dissipate. Furthermore, upon completing the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, you can assimilate the power of the great ape into your being, much like the Fury state exhibited by myself and Broly. Upon hearing Raditz's explanation, Goku, Vegeta, and the others could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Their gazes ignited with fervor. Super Saiyan 4. This transformation is astonishingly formidable. Not only does it resolve the Saiyans' inherent shortcomings, but it also allows for the integration of great ape power into a more compact form. It is well known that the amplification from transforming into Super Saiyan 4 is already immensely substantial, coupled with the tenfold increase from the great ape transformation. Raditz's terrifying strength becomes understandable. Brother, Goku instinctively inquired, does this mean we too can achieve the Super Saiyan 4 transformation? Upon hearing this, Vegeta and the others turned to Raditz, asking, is it possible that after achieving the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, we can also transform into great apes, thereby enabling the Super Saiyan 4 transformation? Their excitement was palpable. The allure of the Super Saiyan 4 transformation's power was irresistible. The prospect of a momentous surge in strength left them utterly captivated. In theory, it is indeed possible, Raditz replied with a faint smile, not keeping them in suspense. In fact, one can achieve the Super Saiyan 4 transformation even without completing Super Saiyan 3. However, several prerequisites must be met. First, one must restore their tail. Second, one must maintain their sanity during the Great Ape transformation or regain their rationality. Upon the completion of the aforementioned points, one may then undergo the final transformation. By initiating the Super Saiyan transformation while in the Great Ape form, one can become a golden gorilla. Furthermore, by activating the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, one can subsequently attain Super Saiyan 4. After listening to Raditz's explanation, Vegeta, in the audience, swallowed hard and gasped, stating, so, all I need to do is reach full power in Super Saiyan 2 and grow back my tail to achieve the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Upon hearing this, Goku and the others cast envious glances towards Vegeta. Dad. At that moment, Trunks interjected eagerly, you also need to maintain your sanity. Uncle Raditz mentioned that if one cannot retain their composure, the transformation becomes impossible. Fool. In response, Vegeta shot an incredulous glare at Trunks and exclaimed, Trunks, you have utterly disappointed me. We possess the bloodline of the Saiyan royalty. Even transforming into a great ape will not lead us to lose our sanity, as Kakarot and Gohan did. It can be said that this Super Saiyan 4 form was crafted specifically for our royal lineage, and your ignorance about this infuriates me. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Trunks sheepishly scratched his head, realizing he was unaware of this fact, as he had been born without a tail and had never transformed into a great ape. Vegeta, your bloodline is truly unfair, Goku remarked with a hint of envy. He understood well that, as a lower-class Saiyan, he would lose his sanity upon transforming into a great ape, and regaining it would not be an easy feat now. Now, Raditz interjected, clapping his hands and casting a glance at Vegeta. While it is true that you can achieve Super Saiyan 4 by reaching full power in Super Saiyan 2, there are drawbacks. Only by attaining Super Saiyan 3 can your foundation be entirely solidified. Otherwise, even if you transform into Super Saiyan 4, you will not stand a chance against those who have mastered the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. It can be said that if you transition to Super Saiyan 4 directly from Super Saiyan 2, you will be the weakest version of Super Saiyan 4. Oh, so that is the reason, Goku, Vegeta, and the others mused in realization after Raditz's explanation. No wonder Raditz had not previously transformed into Super Saiyan 4. It was to perfect the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Only by refining Super Saiyan 3 could one fully unleash the combat prowess of Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 3 is 4 times more powerful than Super Saiyan 2. This implies that without completing Super Saiyan 3, the power disparity when transforming into Super Saiyan 4 would be approximately fourfold, a substantial loss indeed. Contemplating this, Goku, Vegeta, and the others clenched their fists tightly, internally vowing, I must expedite the perfection of Super Saiyan 3, especially Vegeta, whose breath quickened to its utmost limit. As a member of the Royal Bloodline, he faced minimal obstacles in achieving Super Saiyan 4. Thus, what remains is the completion of the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. At that moment, Broly stepped forward with a serious expression and inquired, is it possible for me to transform into Super Saiyan 4? I have just attempted it. Yet I am unable to assume the form of a gorilla, which signifies that I will be unable to fulfill the prerequisites for this transformation. Upon hearing this, Goku and the others turned their gaze towards Raditz. Although Raditz had succeeded, it was still Super Saiyan 4 rather than the legendary Super Saiyan 4. Therefore, as Broly possesses the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan, could he possibly achieve it? Raditz pondered briefly before responding. Logically, it should be attainable. After all, the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline is indeed a variant of Saiyan heritage, albeit the difficulty in mastering it surpasses that of Kakarot and Vegeta. Even I have yet to master the transformation into legendary Super Saiyan 4, thus I cannot provide a definitive judgment. However, you may first refine your Super Saiyan 3 form. Once you master the full power of Super Saiyan 3, your transformation enhancement would not pale in comparison to Super Saiyan 4. Upon hearing this, Broly's expression darkened. Although Raditz's words appeared to present no major issues, he still sensed the considerable challenge that lay ahead. Unless by some unforeseen chance, the likelihood of him achieving legendary Super Saiyan 4 seemed exceedingly slim, a notion that Broly found quite difficult to accept. Wait a moment, interjected Android 17, stepping forward with a hint of surprise in his demeanor. If, and I emphasize if, I were to achieve Super Saiyan 2, would I then be able to transform into Super Saiyan 4? The moment these words left his lips, everyone turned to look at 17 in astonishment. His lineage was unique, a blend of the legendary Super Saiyan and Saiyan traits, yet he lacked a tail. Could he truly accomplish this transformation? Theoretically, there should be no issues. Raditz glanced at 17 and replied with a smile. As long as you wish upon the dragon to grow a tail, it can be done. However, this possibility would only arise once you master the full power of Super Saiyan 2. Great! Exclaimed 17, beaming with joy. The fact that Raditz suggested a possibility indicated that he too might achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Although his unique bloodline precluded him from mastering Super Saiyan 3, the prospect of transforming into Super Saiyan 4 was already sufficient. After all, as an android, he had absorbed Future 17, becoming Super 17, whose regular combat prowess far surpassed that of Raditz and the others. Suddenly, a deafening rumble echoed through the air. As they turned to investigate, they observed the entire planet vibrating ominously, hinting at an imminent catastrophic explosion. This is bad. The planet is about to explode. Goku and the others' expressions shifted in alarm, and Raditz's demeanor grew serious as he urged, "Everyone, quickly grab hold of me. We must return at once. Otherwise, the explosion will engulf us all." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and his companions did not dare to delay and swiftly approached to grasp Raditz's shoulders. In the next moment, Raditz, no longer hesitating, sensed the energy signatures on Earth and activated his instant transmission, hastily departing with the group. Shortly after their disappearance, a terrifying explosion echoed through the air, revealing the catastrophic destruction of the planet, which disintegrated at a visibly alarming rate, ultimately transforming into a cloud of dust scattered across the cosmos. Earth, Capsule Corporation. With a crackling sound, space rippled, and Raditz and his companions reappeared. Upon returning to Earth, everyone exhaled in relief. Uncle Raditz, at that moment, Trunks stepped forward, his expression impatient. "I have completed my transformation into Super Saiyan 2. I intend to depart immediately." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and the others turned their attention to Trunks. They all understood he hailed from the future. Previously, he had lingered on Earth to train due to his insufficient power, but now that he had achieved his transformation, there was indeed no need to remain any longer. After all, the humanity of his future world awaited his return for salvation. Very well. Nodding, Raditz did not hesitate and promptly stated, "Bring out the time machine. I shall accompany you to assess the situation." With that, Raditz expressed his excitement. Once he eliminated the formidable Majin Buu from the Dragon Ball Super Future world, he would then master the power of the Kaioshin. With the existence of the Time Ring, he would be able to traverse between worlds at will. Understood. Trunks nodded without hesitation, quickly retrieving a capsule and tossing it out. With a loud bang, the capsule opened, revealing a time machine that materialized in the vicinity. After completing these preparations, Trunks bowed to Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan, saying, "Father, Uncle Wukong, Brother Gohan, I shall take my leave now." Seeing this, Sun Wukong and the others waved their hands to bid farewell to Trunks. Vegeta, arms crossed and radiating pride, stepped forward, stating, "Trunks, you have witnessed the previous situation. I am now transferring the artificial moon technique to you. Once you achieve Super Saiyan 3, commence your training for Super Saiyan 4. With that, Vegeta wasted no time in imparting the artificial moon skill to Trunks. Thank you, Father. After accepting Vegeta's teachings, a resolute glimmer shone in Trunks' eyes as he nodded firmly, declaring, I will protect the future world. Subsequently, Trunks and Raditz stepped into the time machine. Under the watchful eyes of Sun Wukong and the others, the time machine activated and soared into the sky, subsequently vanishing entirely from Earth. Dragon Ball Super, Future World. The time machine hummed and vibrated as Raditz and Trunks successfully materialized above Capsule Corporation. Looking around, it was evident that West City lay in ruins. The future world had already suffered greatly under the rampage of the androids. Uncle Raditz, this is my future world, Trunks said, as the time machine descended slowly. Trunks spoke with a hint of melancholy. Compared to the peaceful world of the past, this realm was truly in a state of disrepair. This realization further solidified Trunks' resolve to eradicate the androids and restore peace to the world. Indeed, the desolation was palpable. Nodding slightly, Raditz's eyes glimmered with a tinge of reflection. Chapter 43. Take me to see this so-called god. Although Raditz had glimpsed fragments of the future world while watching anime in his previous life, it was only upon immersing himself in this reality that he fully comprehended the extent of its devastation. It was no wonder that Trunks harbored such intense hatred towards the androids. At that moment, the time machine's hatch opened and Raditz and Trunks stepped out. Trunks, a voice called out. Following the sound, they saw Bulma from the future hurriedly emerge from a distant building. The Bulma of this world had clearly endured much hardship. Yet she remained strikingly beautiful, her figure and appearance still captivating. Time had not left excessive marks on her face. Rather, it was the weariness and despair for the future that gave her a worn look. Mom. Upon seeing Bulma approach, Trunks swiftly stepped forward to embrace her. He then spoke. Mom, I've become significantly stronger this time. I've even achieved Super Saiyan 2 transformation. The androids are no longer my adversaries. Is that so? A smile broke across Bulma's face upon hearing this. She had faith that Trunks was not exaggerating. And this signified that the long-standing crisis posed by the androids in the future might finally come to an end. With this thought, a glimmer of hope appeared in Bulma's eyes. Turning her attention to Raditz, she furrowed her brow and inquired, You are Raditz? No, I am Raditz. With a slight smile, Raditz stepped forward, saying, The world I come from is different from yours. Although I am Goku's brother, I am not the Raditz you know, and I have not destroyed Earth. You may consider us beings from parallel worlds. While there are similarities, there are also significant differences. Parallel worlds. I see, Bulma nodded thoughtfully, quickly grasping the concept. As a scientist, she was not as astonished as Trunks had been upon discovering this information. Raditz continued, Are you here to assist Trunks in dealing with the androids? Upon hearing this, both Trunks and Bulma looked at Raditz with curiosity. Trunks, in particular, was puzzled as to why Raditz had come to his world, yet he felt no inclination to refuse him. No, not exactly. Shaking his head, Raditz smiled slightly and stated, I have come to address another threat to Earth. Of course, as Trunks mentioned, the androids no longer pose any danger to him. Other threats on Earth. Aside from the androids, do they exist? Upon hearing this, both Bulma and Trunks gazed at Raditz in astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, Trunks inquired, What is this other crisis you speak of? His concern was palpable. If a few androids had already drained him of his strength, the existence of other crises would indeed spell dire trouble. Be calm, Raditz interjected, raising a hand to halt Trunks' barrage of questions. Our immediate priority is to eliminate the androids. Once that threat is neutralized, I shall disclose the further matters to you. Very well, Trunks nodded in agreement. His loathing for the androids was profound, rendering any other concerns relatively insignificant. With this thought in mind, he declared, Mom, I will go and deal with those androids first. With that, Trunks soared into the sky, intent on leaving the area. Wait a moment, Trunks, Raditz called out. I shall accompany you. Although I do not foresee any unforeseen incidents, it is prudent for me to ensure your safety. Considering the world he had encountered, which included foes like Cell and Super Android 13. Trunks hesitated but ultimately accepted Raditz's suggestion. After all, the lurking threats of Android 17 and 18 were not to be underestimated, and he could not afford to dismiss Raditz's counsel. Thank you, Uncle Raditz, he replied, and without further ado, he sped off towards West City. Raditz followed suit after exchanging a nod with Bulma. In an instant, Raditz and Trunks vanished from sight, leaving Bulma overwhelmed with joy. Finally, the crisis of the androids is coming to an end. Trunks, swiftly avenge your father and the others. Meanwhile, Trunks and Raditz raced through the sky. Soon, they located the destructive duo, androids 17 and 18. In a moment of intense recognition, Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2, brandishing his sword as he charged towards their location. Upon noticing their approach, androids 17 and 18 paused momentarily, then exchanged glances of disdain. Trunks, who grants you the audacity to attack us? They scoffed. Have you forgotten the humiliation of your previous retreat? As he stepped forward, android 17 declared, leave this one to me, 18. It has been a while since I flexed my muscles. Today is a perfect opportunity. Very well, 18 replied coldly, casting a dismissive glance at Trunks before focusing on Raditz nearby. The one over there is yours, Trunks. The other one is mine. As he spoke, android 18 and android 17 surged forth, launching an assault towards Trunks and Raditz. Die, android 17. At the sight of 17 approaching, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Trunks' eyes as he bellowed and swung his sword with ferocity. In the next instant, Trunks' blade sliced through the air, cleaving android 17's form in two. A piercing scream echoed, the agonized cries of 17 reverberating in all directions. Android 17. This scene instantly elicited a gasp from android 18 amidst the ruins. Her expression shifted dramatically, and disregarding Raditz's presence, she turned to charge at Trunks, desperate to save 17. However, Trunks would not afford her such a chance. Casting a glance at the still-breathing 17, he raised his left hand and unleashed a ki blast. In the blink of an eye, the energy enveloped 17, utterly obliterating his body, leaving not a trace. Trunks recalled that a lurking cell was watching from the shadows, ready to pounce. Thus, eliminating androids 17 and 18 without leaving behind any remains was paramount. Otherwise, should Cell consume them, he would pose a significant threat, even if his power did not match Trunks. No, you killed android 17. Witnessing this, android 18 cried out in anguish, her eyes reddening as she fixed a fierce glare on Trunks. I will end you, Trunks. And me? Trunks scoffed, his gaze narrowing on 18. The one who is doomed is you, android 18. With that, Trunks charged at 18, sword in hand. Cursed. That Trunks has annihilated android 17. Meanwhile, from a distance within the ruins, the primal form of Cell seethed with rage, his face etched with bitterness. He had been lurking, seeking an opportunity to devour androids 17 and 18, but their constant proximity had thwarted his plans. He had anticipated this moment to finally consume them, only to find Trunks having killed 17 outright, leaving no remnants for him to exploit. Given the current circumstances, with 17 deceased, it was evident that 18 could not possibly rival Trunks and would likely meet a similar fate. The thought intensified Cell's frustration, his fists clenched as he ground his teeth. Cursed Trunks, you have ruined my plans. It seems my only recourse is to travel to the past to have any chance of consuming androids 17 and 18. The time machine. I recall there is one within the Capsule Corporation. As long as Trunks remains here, if I eliminate Bulma, I can obtain it. With that, Cell retreated, intending to depart. Cell, where do you think you're going? In a tense moment, Raditz's icy voice resonated behind Cell. Only moments prior, Cell's furious energy had betrayed his location to Raditz. Naturally, Raditz would not allow this hidden pest to escape unnoticed. Who are you? Upon witnessing the brilliance in Raditz's eyes, Cell began to access data, seeking information about Raditz. Soon, Cell acquired the necessary data and raised his head, declaring, Raditz, a worthless being vanquished by Goku and Piccolo. With a power level of merely over 1,000, what audacity allows you to stand before me? In response, Raditz chuckled, dismissing Cell's words entirely. Since the opponent regarded him as the Raditz of this world, he felt no need to offer explanations. Taking a step forward, Raditz materialized before Cell, delivering a punch that pierced through Cell's abdomen. A scream echoed, and Cell's eyes widened in disbelief as blood poured from his mouth. No, this is impossible. Raditz possesses only a power level of 1,000. How could he be so formidable? At that moment, another agonizing scream resonated. Following the sound, it became evident that Android 18 had been cleaved in two by Trunks. Subsequently, Trunks raised his hand and obliterated the remnants of Android 18's body. After completing this task, Trunks exhaled a sigh of relief and, without hesitation, soared toward Raditz's location. Upon arrival, Trunks noted Cell's grievous condition and remarked, "Uncle Raditz, you found Cell." He exposed himself. With a dismissive gesture, Raditz kicked Cell to the ground and stated, "Trunks, the next task is yours. I trust you are aware of Cell's capabilities." "Understood." Trunks nodded. He recognized that unless Cell's cells were entirely eradicated, he would continuously regenerate, presenting a formidable challenge. Turning his gaze toward the fallen Cell, Trunks's expression hardened as he proclaimed, "Cell, it is your turn now. Eliminating you will resolve the crisis posed by the androids." With that, Trunks approached Cell. "No, don't come closer." Fear flickered in Cell's eyes as he instinctively shouted, attempting to flee. Unfortunately, Trunks offered him no reprieve. With a fierce shout, Trunks advanced and sliced through Cell's body. Having completed this, Trunks ceased his words, bringing his hands together and exclaiming, "Final flash." In the next instant, a torrent of energy surged forth, enveloping Cell's dismembered form. A heart-wrenching scream filled the air as Cell's cells were swiftly annihilated. In this dire moment, Cell's panic escalated, and he pleaded, "No, Trunks, don't kill me. I am not a bad person. I am not a bad person." Yet, Trunks remained impervious to Cell's desperate entreaties. With a thunderous roar, the power of the final flash intensified, obliterating all of Cell's cells in an instant. At this moment, the complete downfall of Cell signified the resolution of the artificial human crisis that loomed over the future world. It was done. In that instant, Trunks exhaled a sigh of relief. Once he reverted from his Super Saiyan 2 transformation, he collapsed onto the ground, laughing and weeping simultaneously. How many years had this artificial human crisis weighed heavily upon him? Now, he had finally eradicated all the artificial beings in this world, allowing peace to return at last. In the midst of his overwhelming joy and sorrow, Trunks suddenly felt darkness envelop him and fell into a deep slumber. Witnessing this, Raditz couldn't help but smirk. He never anticipated Trunks would possess such fragile endurance. Yet, he quickly dismissed any concern. After all, Trunks was a warrior from the future, and the pressure exerted by the artificial humans was indeed immense. With this thought, Raditz wasted no more time and quickly lifted the unconscious Trunks, turning to swiftly head towards the Capsule Corporation. "Trunks!" Bulma exclaimed in shock upon seeing Trunks' condition, her eyes filled with worry and fear. She had witnessed too many loved ones depart, and now, with Trunks being brought back by Raditz, unease crept into her heart. "Do not worry," Raditz reassured her, placing Trunks down in a designated resting area. "Trunks is fine. The artificial humans have been completely eliminated. He must have relaxed too suddenly, leading to his exhaustion and subsequent fainting." "Is that so? Just unconscious?" Bulma's eyes brightened at his words, and without hesitation, she rushed forward to examine Trunks. After confirming he was in no peril, she breathed a heavy sigh of relief and remarked, "As long as he's all right. As long as he's all right." The crisis of the artificial humans has finally concluded, and Earth can once again be at peace. As she spoke, her gaze towards Raditz softened with gratitude. "Thank you. Although we hail from different worlds, I believe that without your presence, Trunks would not have become so formidable so swiftly, nor would he have vanquished those rampaging artificial beings." In response, Raditz shook his head. "Trunks' strength is due to Vegeta's training. I played no significant role." However, Raditz had no intention of elaborating further. He glanced at Bulma and said, "There is no need for such formality. Now that the artificial humans have been dealt with, you should promptly disseminate this news so that the surviving humans may be informed. Additionally, I will remain here for a while, which may cause some inconvenience." "That is perfectly fine," Bulma replied with a slight smile, her gaze fixed on Raditz. "You may stay for as long as you wish. Raditz, please help me look after Trunks. I will go and spread the word about the elimination of the artificial humans." With that, Bulma hurriedly departed, leaving the scene. Not long after, the entirety of humanity received Bulma's announcement, and all were made aware that the androids had been eradicated. In an instant, the world erupted with fervor. Countless individuals, who had fled their homes, were moved to tears at this moment, and one by one, they emerged from their hiding places to return to their cities. Though the android threat had been vanquished, the Earth lay in ruins, requiring immense effort to restore. In light of this situation, humanity embarked on a rapid reconstruction of their cities, and life began to progress in a positive direction. Raditz took residence at the Universal Capsule Company. Before long, a little over half a month had passed. On this day, Trunks successfully awoke. After sleeping for over 10 days, Trunks felt a profound sense of ease wash over him. The androids were no more, and humanity had ushered in an era of peace. He no longer had to harbor any worries. At noon, Raditz was called by a robot to join for a meal. Upon his arrival, he found Trunks and Bulma, now adorned in a long dress, waiting for him. "Uncle Raditz, you've arrived," Trunks exclaimed, immediately rising to greet him. Simultaneously, Bulma smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. In that moment, Bulma exuded grace and tranquility. Having shed the despondency and despair of 2 weeks prior, she appeared several years younger. "Trunks," Raditz replied with a gentle smile as he took a seat beside him. He then inquired, "What occasion warrants such a feast today?" Upon hearing this, Trunks chuckled softly and explained, "Uncle Raditz, this is a meal my mother prepared to express her gratitude to you. I was unconscious for some time, and upon waking, she insisted on properly thanking you." "I see." Raditz nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Then I shall graciously accept." "Trunks, please join us at the table," he urged. "Absolutely." Trunks eagerly agreed, settling down to partake in the meal. Meanwhile, Bulma brought forth some beverages to toast Raditz for his care of Trunks. For a time, the three of them enjoyed a lively meal, appearing as though they were a family. Trunks, brimming with excitement, also indulged in the drinks. Alas, his tolerance was poor. After only a few glasses, he succumbed to drunken slumber. Bulma, too, became animated with drink, and before long, Raditz found himself struggling to keep pace with her enthusiasm. After more than an hour of revelry, Raditz and Bulma finally ceased their drinking. As Raditz wearily returned to his quarters, the door suddenly swung open, revealing Bulma, now clad in her nightwear. "Uncle Raditz." The following morning, Raditz was roused by a chorus of calls from outside his door. Glancing around the disordered room, he grimaced and muttered, "It wasn't a dream after all." Regaining his composure, he dressed and stepped out of the room. "Trunks, is there something you need?" Casting a complex glance at Trunks before him, Raditz found himself at a loss on how to confront the situation. After all, the Bulma of this world was not his wife, despite the fact that Vegeta had long since passed away. "Uncle Raditz," Trunks interjected, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the moment. "A being claiming to be a god just arrived at the company. This god said he needs my assistance, but I am uncertain of his true intentions." "God?" Raditz raised an eyebrow, his heart stirring with intrigue, as he mused. Could it be the East Supreme Kai? If he had indeed come, it would signify the imminent release of Majin Buu. The thought ignited a surge of excitement within Raditz. During his time on Earth, he had sought traces of Majin Buu, yet reality proved to be unforgiving. No matter how diligently he searched, he could not locate the fiend, which hindered his ability to fulfill his mission. However, since the Supreme Kai had arrived, it implied that he might take action against Majin Buu. This realization presented Raditz with a golden opportunity. With renewed determination, Raditz turned to Trunks and said, "Take me to this so-called god. If all goes as anticipated, he is likely here to address another crisis facing Earth." "What? Another crisis?" Upon hearing this, Trunks' pupils dilated, and his breath grew heavy. The android threat had only just concluded a fortnight ago, and now a new peril was looming? Panic surged within him as he urgently inquired, "Uncle Raditz, what do you mean by this crisis? Let us go." Raditz dismissed the question with a wave of his hand. "First, we must meet this deity. If it is indeed him, he will elucidate everything." At this, Trunks regained his composure and nodded. "All right, let us proceed at once." Without hesitation, he led Raditz swiftly into the company. Soon, they arrived at the reception area, where the Supreme Kai and his attendant awaited them. Indeed, it is them, Raditz thought, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes as a smile crept across his lips. He had anticipated a longer wait, but the Supreme Kai's arrival was surprisingly prompt. This development was fortuitous, as it would allow him to address Majin Buu swiftly and complete his mission. With the power of the Supreme Kai, he could manipulate the time rings and access the primary realm of Dragon Ball Super. "You are the gods." Trunks stepped forward to the Supreme Kai and Kibito, his voice laced with skepticism. The absence of any divine aura emanating from the two only fueled his doubt. Primarily, if the two individuals are indeed divine beings, why did they not intervene during the crisis of artificial beings that plagued the Earth? Indeed, at this moment, Jebet proudly declared, "This is the most esteemed Lord of the universe, the King of Worlds. How dare a mere mortal keep the King of Worlds waiting for such an extended period? You ought to be punished." Humph. Upon hearing this, Trunks let out a cold snort, unfazed by Jebet's words. the most esteemed king of worlds. In times past, he would have accorded respect to such a title. However, after the lessons imparted by this world, Trunks came to comprehend the true meaning of strength and supremacy. With this thought in mind, Trunks boldly inquired, "What brings you, this so-called deity, to Earth in search of me?" Witnessing this exchange, Jebbet became furious, pointing at Trunks and exclaiming, "How dare you show disrespect to a deity?" "Enough, Jebbet!" Before Jebbet could finish, the King of Worlds interjected to stop him. He could perceive Trunks' indifference towards him, as well as the immense and terrifying power of Raditz. Even without releasing any aura, he felt a shiver of dread and unease. With this realization, the King of Worlds chose not to be presumptuous and directly stated, "Trunks, I have come to request your assistance." Not long ago, the sorcerer Babidi entered the northern galaxy aboard a spacecraft and will arrive on Earth in approximately 7 days. At that time, he will collect the energy of Earth's strongest warriors to break the seal of Majin Buu. From what I learned from the Northern King, the mightiest being on Earth is you, hence I require your cooperation. A mere sorcerer, and you cannot deal with him? Trunks raised an eyebrow, glancing at the King of Worlds with confusion. Is this truly the most esteemed deity of the universe? I cannot help but doubt. Although he had never encountered Babidi, the notion that he was merely a sorcerer led Trunks to believe he could not possibly be formidable. Yet, the unwavering conviction of the King of Worlds struck Trunks as somewhat amusing. Is this the demeanor of a lofty deity? What significance does such a divine existence hold? Impudent. Seeing this, Jebbet immediately reprimanded, "You shall not show disrespect to the King of Worlds. Trunks, you will pay for your actions." With that, Jebbet lunged toward Trunks to strike. Humph. Observing this, a murderous glint flickered in Trunks' eyes, and without hesitation, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, delivering a powerful punch toward Jebbet. Though he felt disdain, he could not gauge Jebbet's true strength, and thus he chose to exert his full power. A scream pierced the air as Jebbet was sent flying by Trunks' punch, even causing the wall to collapse. After being propelled out of the conference room, he crashed violently into a nearby open area, causing the ground to shatter and a cloud of dust to rise. Is this all? Upon witnessing this scene, Trunks smiled disdainfully and remarked, "Is this the extent of a so-called god's power? It is utterly laughable." After speaking, he directed his gaze towards the Supreme Kai, stating, "I have no time to squander. Reveal your purpose directly, or else this so-called god shall remain here permanently." At this declaration, the Supreme Kai's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that Trunks possessed such formidable strength. Instinctively taking a few steps back, the Supreme Kai then responded, "Trunks, we harbor no ill intentions. On the contrary, I have come to you for the future of Earth. Babidi may not be immensely powerful, yet he has the capability to awaken the terrifying Majin Buu. That Majin Buu is extraordinarily formidable. He had slain the other 3 Supreme Kais besides myself in the past. Therefore, I require your assistance. Once Babidi gathers enough energy, he will undoubtedly proceed to the location where Majin Buu is sealed. At that time, I can act to eliminate him, along with the destruction of Majin Buu himself. Otherwise, in no more than 10 years, Majin Buu will emerge, and the entire Earth, even the universe, will face the peril of annihilation. Majin Buu. Upon hearing the Supreme Kai's account, Trunks furrowed his brow. If what the Supreme Kai claimed was true, then Majin Buu was indeed a formidable adversary, one that he might not currently be able to contend with. Instinctively, Trunks turned to his side and inquired of Raditz, "Uncle Raditz, what do you think we should do?" At this, the Supreme Kai instinctively glanced at Raditz. He sensed an overwhelming malevolence emanating from Raditz, yet the latter did not appear to harbor any malicious intent, seeming not to be a villain at all. Most importantly, Trunks seemed to heed Raditz's words, which piqued the Supreme Kai's interest. "An agreement is possible." Raditz replied with a calm smile, and then turned to the Supreme Kai, stating, "However, there is one condition. If you can agree to it, then Trunks will assist you. Conversely, if you refuse, there is no need for further discussion." The Supreme Kai was taken aback. He had never expected Raditz to negotiate terms. As the Supreme Kai, did Raditz not possess even the most basic respect for him? Though vexed, the Supreme Kai dared not decline. After all, without Trunks' cooperation, he had little chance of locating Majin Buu. Considering this, the Supreme Kai immediately spoke, "Mr. Raditz, please state your condition. As long as it is within my power, I shall oblige." "Excellent," Raditz replied, a smirk gracing his lips. He wasted no time and declared, I require the Supreme Kai's ability for instantaneous movement without limitations. If you agree to impart this technique to me, I will ensure that Trunks aids you in luring out Babidi and even locating Majin Buu. Instantaneous movement without limitations. Upon hearing these words, both the King Kai and Trunks furrowed their brows. The former hesitated, pondering why Raditz sought such a technique, while Trunks found himself perplexed as to why Raditz, who could already teleport, would seek to learn from the King Kai. The King Kai could not acquiesce to such a request. Just then, the voice of Jebet resonated through the air. Following the sound, they saw him hastily approaching, his previous injuries from being knocked away having fully healed. Upon reaching the side of the King Kai, Jebet warily regarded Raditz and Trunks, stating, "Unlimited instant transmission is a technique reserved solely for the King Kai. It cannot be carelessly bestowed upon mere humans." Upon hearing this, Raditz raised an eyebrow, his gaze locking onto Jebet, and an overwhelming pressure emanated from him, bearing down upon Jebet's form. With a cry of distress, Jebet collapsed to the ground, utterly unable to withstand Raditz's oppressive aura. "Stop!" The King Kai, witnessing this scene, grew anxious. Jebet was, after all, his servant. Should Raditz kill him, it would create significant complications for the King Kai. Immediately, he spoke, "Mr. Raditz, I concede to your terms. Over the next few days, I shall have Jebet impart the knowledge of unlimited instant transmission to you. I hope our collaboration will be fruitful." "Excellent." Raditz responded with a satisfied nod. With the acquisition of this technique, combined with the King Kai's power he would obtain upon completing his task, he envisioned himself as a King Kai devoid of a divine rank. Thus, Raditz would not only be able to traverse time using the time ring, but also possess the ability to teleport across the universe. Unlike a world that exists as an independent entity, the Dragon Ball Super Universe comprises 12 distinct universes. Notably, the 6th and 7th universes harbor the Super Dragon Balls. If gathered, they could grant wishes. The Eternal Dragon could bestow true immortality, as exemplified by the fused Zamasu. Had Goku not ultimately summoned the Omni King to erase that universe's existence, it is likely that he and his companions would have met their demise in the future world. With these thoughts in mind, Raditz turned his gaze toward Jebet on the ground, stating, "I expect you to teach me unlimited instant transmission diligently. Should you dare to withhold any knowledge, I assure you, regardless of your title as King Kai or deity, all shall fall beneath my fist." At these words, the King Kai's expression shifted, and Jebet turned pale, his countenance as cold as frost. Raditz's final threat weighed heavily upon them. A profound humiliation for both the esteemed King Kai and his servant, who were accustomed to reverence in every corner of the universe. Now, they found themselves threatened, their very lives at stake. "Jebet," despite the anger simmering within, the King Kai refrained from making a rash decision, directing his gaze toward the trembling Jebet. "You are to teach unlimited instant transmission without reservation. This is an order." "Yes, my King Kai," Jebet replied, his voice trembling. With a reluctant acknowledgement, Jebet rose from the ground, his expression reflecting a profound sense of loss. He cast a displeased glance at Raditz, yet refrained from voicing his discontent, as the sheer weight of Raditz's presence rendered him defenseless. This scenario illustrated the immense terror that Raditz instilled, should he be incensed. Both Jebet and the Supreme Kai could find themselves in peril. Pleased with the unfolding dynamics, Raditz nodded approvingly. His gaze then shifted to Trunks, instructing, "Trunks, prepare yourself. I possess some senzu beans, and I shall observe your progress from the shadows." "Understood, Uncle Raditz," Trunks replied, nodding enthusiastically. The existence of senzu beans implied that as long as he did not perish immediately, the risks were minimal. With this thought in mind, Trunks proposed, "In that case, Supreme Kai, you should stay at my home. Once Babidi arrives on Earth, we shall commence our actions." "Very well," the Supreme Kai agreed, and soon the group departed from the reception room. Upon returning to the villa, Raditz commenced his lessons in instant transmission with Jebet, while Trunks and the Supreme Kai engaged in friendly conversation. As time passed, 7 days swiftly elapsed. On the morning of the 8th day, Raditz focused his thoughts and instantaneously transported himself back to Earth from the edge of the cosmos. A smile graced his lips, filled with joy. Through Jebet's unreserved teachings over the past week, he had successfully mastered unlimited instant transmission. Now, as long as he knew the coordinates, he could teleport regardless of the distance. Crossing universes posed no challenge. "Uncle Raditz! Uncle Raditz!" Trunks called out, rushing into the room. Upon seeing Raditz, he exhaled in relief and approached quickly, stating, "Uncle Raditz, the Supreme Kai just informed me that Babidi has arrived on Earth." "Has he?" A glint of determination shone in Raditz's eyes as his breath quickened slightly. After such a lengthy wait, the emergence of Majin Buu was imminent. Without hesitation, Raditz declared, "Let us depart at once. It is likely that Babidi's minions will soon seek you out. All we require is for you to make an appearance. Those fiends will act, providing us the opportunity to locate Majin Buu." "Agreed," Trunks affirmed, feeling reassured by Raditz's presence. Without further delay, the two swiftly made their way outside. "Mr. Raditz." "Trunks, you have finally arrived," the Supreme Kai exclaimed, having awaited their arrival. He hurried forward, stating, "Trunks, I have tracked the movements of those individuals. They are seeking powerful beings on Earth to absorb energy, and now I need you to wait at their essential passage. When the time comes, you can directly complete your Super Saiyan transformation. Your energy should be sufficient to meet the criteria for resurrecting Majin Buu." Upon hearing this, Trunks nodded and turned his gaze towards the Kaioshin. "However, I still do not know the path those individuals will take. So, how shall I search for their presence?" "It's simple." With a serene smile, the Kaioshin appeared confident as he said, "I have already instructed Jebet to find a suitable location. Once we are prepared, we can proceed immediately." At this juncture, the Kaioshin seemed to recall something and looked towards Raditz, saying, "Mr. Raditz, until those individuals complete their task, I kindly ask that you refrain from intervening. If all goes as expected, Majin Buu will not be resurrected, and I will handle him." "All right," Raditz shrugged, maintaining an outward calm, yet internally scoffing. "You believe you can defeat Majin Buu? I do not mean to belittle you, but it seems you are merely walking to your demise." While Majin Buu posed little threat to Raditz, he was undeniably a cataclysmic force to the likes of the Kaioshin and others. Nonetheless, Raditz had no intention of offering any warnings. If the Kaioshin sought his own demise, that was his affair. Raditz had but one objective: to eliminate Majin Buu and fulfill his mission. "Very well, let us depart," the Kaioshin declared, oblivious to Raditz's true thoughts. Satisfied with Raditz's acceptance, he exhaled in relief. He felt the need to demonstrate that his existence as Kaioshin held significance. Additionally, he sought to use this opportunity to illustrate to Raditz and Trunks the extent of his own power, hoping they would no longer underestimate him. After all, he was indeed the esteemed Kaioshin. With this in mind, the Kaioshin spoke. "Jebet, commence." "Yes, Lord Kaioshin," Jebet replied without hesitation, stepping forward and stating, "You all grab hold of me, and I will teleport us directly." In response, Raditz and the others accepted without objection. They grasped Jebet, and with the initiation of the teleportation, their figures vanished from the spot. In the next moment, Raditz and his companions found themselves in a desolate expanse on Earth. The landscape before them was barren, truly a forsaken area. "This is the place," the Kaioshin announced. "Babidi's subordinates will traverse through the canyon ahead to reach the city. Trunks, you should wait there. Once you spot the aliens, transform immediately to draw their attention." "Understood," Trunks nodded, accepting without hesitation. After all, this was a crisis on Earth that he could not afford to overlook. As for the Kaioshin, to be frank, he did not regard him highly at this moment, nor did he harbor much respect. The reason was simple: the Kaioshin was far too weak, leaving Trunks with no inclination to regard him as an equal. "Uncle Raditz, I shall take my leave now." After greeting Raditz, Trunks hastily turned and made his way towards the canyon. Observing this, Raditz and his companions refrained from intervening. They swiftly concealed their presence and awaited the unfolding events. As time passed, 2 hours elapsed in the blink of an eye. Raditz perched upon a tree, continuously emanating his energy to sense the surrounding area. However, he was unable to pinpoint the exact location of the malevolent Majin Buu, making it impossible for him to confront the creature directly. Suddenly, 2 figures sped through the canyon, their foreheads emblazoned with symbols, clutching energy extractors in their hands. "They've arrived," Raditz exclaimed, feeling a surge of anticipation. The Supreme Kai and Jebet also brightened at this development. Their gazes shifted downward towards the canyon where Trunks was situated. At last, they come. Sensing the energy fluctuations ahead, Trunks rose from his rocky perch. Without hesitation, he transformed into a Super Saiyan with a fierce battle cry. He chose not to seek out trouble with the 2 subordinates. Their power paled in comparison to his own. Once transformed, Trunks began to cultivate his strength, generating a tremendous commotion that drew attention. At that moment, The two subordinates dispatched by Babidi detected Trunks' presence, their extractors pulsating with brilliance. Weavy found it, they rejoiced, recognizing the abundant energy emanating from Trunks. Exchanging glances, they swiftly made their way to his location. Upon confirming their target, they silently shouted in unison, "Attack!" In an instant, a muscular man lunged forward, restraining Trunks. At that precise moment, the other subordinate plunged the extractor into Trunks' body. In an instant, Trunks' energy began to be siphoned away rapidly. Soon, the extractor was filled to capacity, and without delay, the two subordinates discarded Trunks onto the ground and hastened towards Babidi's domain. "Jebbit, follow closely," the Supreme Kai urged, his excitement palpable as he beckoned Jebbit to accompany him. Raditz observed the Supreme Kai's fervor with indifference. How arrogant, he mused, shaking his head. If the Supreme Kai wished for destruction, Raditz had no intention of intervening. His objective was to eliminate Majin Buu. If the Supreme Kai could not even be revived, how could they speak of a potential victory? With that thought, Raditz soared towards Trunks' location. Upon his arrival, Trunks looked up weakly at Raditz, his energy drained, leaving him in a precarious state. Nodding slightly, Raditz extracted a Senzu bean and tossed it to Trunks, saying, "Consume it. Then we shall go investigate that Majin Buu." "Certainly," Trunks replied, promptly swallowing the bean. Moments later, his injuries were fully healed, and he rose from the ground. Touching the area that had been pierced by the extractor, Trunks expressed with a shiver, "That thing is terrifying. After being penetrated, I felt a peculiar force binding me, rendering me unable to move or resist. Fortunately, those two left after extracting enough energy. Otherwise, I fear I would have perished at their hands." At this, Raditz raised an eyebrow. The extractor possessed such abilities was entirely unexpected for him. After all, in the original story, Gohan faced no significant danger after his energy was extracted, and Raditz had never given it much thought. With this in mind, Raditz cleared his throat and declared, "All right, Trunks, it is time for us to depart." "Yes, Uncle Raditz," Trunks replied, setting aside his reflections to follow Raditz in pursuit of the Kaioshin and the others. Throughout their journey, Raditz and Trunks maintained a steady pace, neither hastening nor slowing down. They were unconcerned about the Kaioshin or Majin Buu. At least Raditz was indifferent. Trunks, too, felt no urgency, as he believed that with Raditz by his side, Majin Buu posed little threat. Suddenly, a booming sound resonated through the air. Looking towards the source, they witnessed a massive cloud of dust rising skyward, accompanied by an exceedingly malevolent energy surging forth from the distant ground. "What an evil aura," Trunks exclaimed, his pupils contracting. "Uncle Raditz, is that energy Majin Buu?" "It must be," Raditz nodded, a smirk forming on his lips. "This power is at least 800 billion. It is certainly beyond what Babidi and his ilk could unleash. Not even the Demon Realm King Dabura could possess such strength. The only plausible source is Majin Buu." With this realization, Raditz instructed, "Trunks, accelerate and keep up." With that, Raditz surged forward with great speed. Not wanting to lag behind, Trunks activated his instant transmission to follow closely. With a whoosh, the sound of air being sliced filled the air as Raditz and Trunks swiftly arrived at their destination. There, they beheld the rotund Majin Buu, Dabura, and Babidi standing together. In their vicinity, Jebbit lay slain, while the Kaioshin was sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life. "Haha, Kaioshin, you cannot stop me. Majin Buu has been resurrected. And this universe shall belong to me, Babidi." Babidi cackled, his gaze towards the Kaioshin brimming with mockery and amusement. "Babidi." The Kaioshin seethed through clenched teeth, his eyes filled with resentment and fury. He had ultimately failed. There was no opportunity to prevent Babidi's plans, and he was swiftly defeated by Dabura. While even Jebbit had met a tragic end. In that moment, the Supreme Kai was engulfed in regret. Had he foreseen such a disastrous outcome, he would not have acted so arrogantly nor hastened to prove himself. If only he had brought along Raditz and Trunks at that time, the conclusion would surely have been different. Majin Buu, eliminate him. At this moment, Babidi showed no inclination to continue playing games, pointing to the Supreme Kai on the ground. "Years ago, you killed 3 Supreme Kais. Now, finish off this last one." "I refuse." However, Fat Buu, without hesitation, began to gather energy. He was not the true Majin Buu and had absorbed the Grand Kai, which resulted in a markedly serene disposition. Although Babidi had freed him, Fat Buu had no desire to obey his commands. "What?" Babidi was taken aback. He could hardly believe that Fat Buu would dare to defy him. Humph. At that moment, Dabura scoffed, casting a menacing glance at Fat Buu. Indeed, he is an uncontrollable entity. Lord Babidi, since this creature is beyond control, allow me the honor of slaying him. With that, Dabura charged towards Fat Buu without hesitation. Dabura, stop! Babidi cried out in alarm. He knew the tremendous power of Majin Buu. Dabura's actions would surely lead to his demise, and might even provoke the creature's wrath. With a resounding thud, Dabura's fist pierced through Majin Buu's chest. Yet, before Dabura could regain his senses, Fat Buu suddenly seized his arm, narrowing his eyes with a murderous intent. Kill me? I shall turn you into chocolate and devour you. In the next instant, a radiant beam emanated from the antenna atop Fat Buu's head, striking Dabura directly. In an instant, Dabura was transformed into a cookie, offering no resistance whatsoever. Once this was accomplished, Fat Buu swallowed him whole, augmenting his own energy by several hundred billion. How terrifying! After consuming Dabura, he could absorb the power of his foe. This sight left Trunks gasping in astonishment, his eyes filled with horror and dread as he regarded Fat Buu. Although they had yet to engage in battle, the unfolding scene made it abundantly clear just how formidable Majin Buu truly was. The latter was exceedingly dangerous. If he were not careful, he could very well end up as a cookie himself, facing utter annihilation. Not enough. Not enough. At this juncture, Fat Buu blinked, his gaze shifting towards Babidi and the Supreme Kai. Having devoured Dabura, he now felt an even greater hunger. Majin Buu, what do you intend to do? Babidi, sensing the peril, quickly interjected, I have mastered all the magic of my father. If you dare to strike at me, I will seal you once more. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu narrowed his eyes. He was uncertain of the veracity of Babidi's claims, yet he dared not take the risk. After all, he did not wish to return to that dark seal. Conversely, Babidi was overwhelmed with joy at this moment. He did not anticipate that he had truly frightened Majin Buu. And without fear, he commanded, Majin Buu, kill the Supreme Kai. Understood, Babidi. Buu nodded, showing no signs of refusal, and turned his gaze toward the Supreme Kai on the ground, ready to strike. This is bad. Observing the situation, the Supreme Kai was instantly filled with despair. Majin Buu was far too powerful. He was no match for him. In that moment of hopelessness, he closed his eyes and murmured, Supreme Kai of the West, Supreme Kai of the South, Supreme Kai of the North, I will join you soon. Simultaneously, Majin Buu raised his hand, and a ki blast shot forth toward the Supreme Kai. Just in time. At that critical moment, Raditz's voice resonated. Raditz and Trunks appeared before the Supreme Kai. With a mighty sweep of his hand, Raditz deflected the incoming ki blast. Although he did not care for the Supreme Kai's fate, Raditz had no intention of wasting any more time. Boom. The ground several thousand meters away erupted, as Majin Buu's ki blast obliterated the earth, turning it into ruins. Who are you? Babidi exclaimed, quickly approaching Majin Buu, his expression filled with terror as he gazed at Raditz. Although he could not discern Raditz's true strength, he vaguely sensed the immense threat he posed. Babidi, Raditz said with a cold smile, completely disregarding his presence, and turned to the rotund Buu. Majin Buu, Babidi is deceiving you. He cannot seal you. He merely seeks to manipulate you through fear. What? Babidi cried out in disbelief before Majin Buu could respond. He never expected that his deception would be revealed to Raditz. Babidi, is this true? At that moment, Majin Buu turned to Babidi, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Buu was not foolish. He had already deduced the situation from Babidi's reaction. False. He is lying. Babidi, in a state of panic, hurriedly produced a remote control from his pocket. This is a device crafted by my father. It can absolutely seal you. I can turn you into chocolate. However, before Babidi could finish, Majin Buu launched an attack. A beam of light shot forth, enveloping Babidi and transforming him into a chocolate cookie. Simultaneously, the remote control fell to the ground, and Buu raised his hand to utterly destroy it, smirking, now no one can seal me again. It's over. Completely over. This scene rendered the Supreme Kai's face ashen. The only means to seal Majin Buu was gone, and now, the Majin before him was unmatched, threatening to plunge the entire universe into chaos. TCH. Observing the situation, Raditz merely scoffed. The timid appearance of the Supreme Kai is truly a disgraceful existence. It is beyond my comprehension how such a prominent figure could be so feeble. After all, they wield divine power, which is exceedingly disappointing. Unlike the Supreme Kai of other realms, who merely hold a superior status. The Supreme Kai in the Dragon Ball Super Universe possesses unique divine abilities. Yet, the result remains the same. This Supreme Kai is still so weak, even cowardly and fearful, which is indeed a shameful reality. With this thought in mind, Raditz spoke up, "Trunks, take the Supreme Kai away from here." "Yes, Uncle Raditz," Trunks replied, understanding that Raditz intended to confront Majin Buu alone. He stepped forward, taking the battered Supreme Kai with him as they soared away. In an instant, only Raditz and Majin Buu remained in the arena. "Thank you for your earlier advice," Raditz said. At that moment, the rotund Majin Buu fixed his gaze upon Raditz, a smirk curling upon his lips. "To express my gratitude, I shall transform you into chocolate." With that, a beam of light shot from the top of Buu's head, aimed directly at Raditz. "You are not worthy." Observing the situation, Raditz smirked, and with a thought, executed instant transmission, vanishing from his original position. The next instant, Buu's beam struck the ground, turning a swath of land into chocolate. Meanwhile, Raditz reappeared behind Majin Buu, coldly stating, "To not reciprocate would be impolite. Allow me to return the favor with a punch." With that, Raditz unleashed his fury, transforming into his Super Saiyan form, and delivered a powerful blow to Majin Buu. With a resounding explosion, Buu's form disintegrated into countless particles, scattering across the sky. Is it over? Has he truly been defeated? The Supreme Kai and Trunks exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Although Raditz was formidable, Majin Buu was no weakling. It seemed implausible that he could be vanquished so swiftly. Yet, at that moment, the pink mist began to writhe, and soon after, Majin Buu reformed as if nothing had happened. An expression of anger crossed his face as he glared at Raditz, saying, "Human, you have hurt me. Buu is unhappy. Buu will kill you." With that declaration, Majin Buu raised his fist and charged at Raditz. "Bring it on." Raditz laughed heartily, showing no signs of fear as he advanced to meet the challenge. With his exceptional agility, Raditz evaded every attack from Majin Buu. Simultaneously, his relentless martial arts techniques struck continuously at Buu's form. Though invulnerable, Buu's body was visibly struggling to recover as it was battered repeatedly. In the span of mere breaths, Majin Buu was reduced to a puddle of goo. Each time he attempted to regenerate, Raditz swiftly dismantled him once more. The disparity in their powers was glaringly evident. "How incredible! Mr. Raditz is truly formidable." The Supreme Kai gasped in awe, his gaze fixed on Raditz with a mixture of shock and admiration. Simultaneously, a deeper sense of regret welled up within him. "Had I known this earlier, I would not have been so arrogant. Perhaps Jebbet would not have met his demise." "Buu! Buu!" At this moment, the furious voice of Fat Buu reverberated through the air. It was evident that an aura of malevolence emanated from him, and in the face of repeated destruction at the hands of Raditz, Fat Buu was rendered fearful, unable to contain the evil residing within him. "What is that?" Trunks gasped upon witnessing the scene. The malevolence was so potent that it instilled a deep-seated fear within one's soul. "Buu! That is evil Buu!" The Supreme Kai exclaimed in terror. He had encountered evil Buu before and was acutely aware of the horror it represented, far beyond anything that Fat Buu could compare to. "Evil Buu? Is he powerful?" Trunks inquired, momentarily taken aback. Although a sense of unease stirred within him, he lacked substantial knowledge about Majin Buu and had little concept of its capabilities. "Extremely powerful," the Supreme Kai affirmed with a nod, his expression fraught with fear. Fat Buu is the result of evil Buu consuming the Grand Kai. The Grand Kai's essence is inherently peaceful, which diluted Buu's power, rendering him not particularly formidable. However, evil Buu is different. He has absorbed the essence of the Supreme Kai, and his malevolent aura poses a grave threat to all. In the past, even the four Supreme Kais united could not defeat him, largely because his evil energy birthed negative forces within us, causing our powers to dissipate significantly. Hiss! Upon hearing the Supreme Kai's account, Trunks could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The terror of this malevolent aura was indeed unfathomable. Capable of diminishing a person's strength by 70 to 80%, truly astonishing. Has he finally emerged? Evil Buu. In light of the circumstances, Raditz appeared unfazed, his gaze fixed upon the source of the malevolent energy without an ounce of trepidation. He understood that his objective was to eliminate Majin Buu. Yet he was unclear as to which incarnation he was meant to destroy. Thus, he refrained from dispatching Fat Buu immediately, allowing him to recover. Once Fat Buu reverted to his original form, Vanquishing him would pose no complications. Raditz. At this juncture, Evil Buu had fully restored himself. His form had become gaunt, presenting a blackish-purple hue, with a ferocious aura that reached a staggering combat power of approximately 100 trillion. Subsequently, Evil Buu's gaze locked onto Raditz as he spoke. I must thank you for releasing me. Were it not for your annihilation of that fat fool, I would not have returned to my full glory. As a token of gratitude, I shall take your life. With that, Evil Buu surged forward, aiming directly for Raditz. Kill me? With just that? Raditz scoffed coldly, showing no concern for Evil Buu's words. He swiftly evaded Evil Buu's attack and unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon the malevolent creature's form. A chilling scream echoed in all directions, emanating from the nefarious Majin Buu. One could clearly observe his form fracturing repeatedly, mirroring the fate of the previous Fat Buu. How could this be? On the ground, the Supreme Kai gazed in disbelief at this scene, instinctively exclaiming that the wicked Buu was not even a match for Mr. Raditz. Although the malevolent energy had clearly enveloped him, why was Mr. Raditz unaffected? Upon hearing this, Trunks appeared to ponder deeply, as if a realization dawned upon him. I think I understand the situation, he remarked. Uncle Raditz is an evil Saiyan. This so-called malevolent energy poses a significant threat to us, but it holds no meaning for Uncle Raditz. In fact, the bloodline of an evil Saiyan thrives on such dark energy. The power of Evil Buu not only fails to endanger him, but may even serve as sustenance to bolster Uncle Raditz's strength. What? Such a phenomenon exists? The Supreme Kai's pupils contracted in disbelief as he regarded Trunks, questioning whether he had misheard. Evil Saiyans. It was astonishing that such beings existed in this world, able to disregard the wicked energy of Majin Buu. Chapter 46. He is the last Saiyan warrior in your world. No, this cannot be. At that moment, the anguished roar of Evil Buu resonated. He had become acutely aware of his precarious situation. Against Raditz, he found himself utterly defenseless. This signified that even he was no match for Raditz, and as the latter continued to dismantle him, he too would fade away like Fat Buu. Fear gripped Evil Buu. His struggle was evident as he desperately attempted to restore his form and escape, but Raditz would not grant him such an opportunity. Under Raditz's manipulation, the extreme martial arts relentlessly assaulted him, dismantling his body and leaving him no chance of escape. No, I refuse to die. I refuse to vanish like this. The anguished cries of Evil Buu echoed continuously. The terrifying malevolent energy began to dissipate rapidly, replaced by a presence steeped in destruction and devastation. It emerged, the legendary Original Buu. This sight caused the Supreme Kai's expression to shift dramatically, collapsing onto the ground, his eyes filled with terror. That entity that annihilates all, the embodiment of the universe's malevolence. Once it appears, its power will surpass that of Evil Buu by hundreds, if not thousands, of times. It is over. It is utterly over. The entire Earth, no, the entire universe is doomed. Original Buu? A power thousands of times greater than Evil Buu. Trunks raised an eyebrow, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. No wonder Uncle Raditz came personally. Just Evil Buu. No, even Fat Buu would prove to be too formidable for me. If it is indeed the so-called Original Buu, then I fear I would stand no chance at all. Meanwhile, Trunks clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on the silhouette of Raditz suspended in midair, murmuring, Uncle Raditz, you must emerge victorious. At that moment, a resounding laughter echoed through the air. Countless streams of energy converged rapidly, visibly transforming into the primordial Buu. In that instant, a fierce murderous intent ignited in the depths of primordial Buu's eyes, as his power surged dramatically, reaching a staggering level of 200 trillion. The ground trembled violently, and the entire earth began to shake, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of primordial Buu's power, which even swept across the universe. 200 trillion in strength. Primordial Buu is far more formidable than I had anticipated. At least in this future world, he surpasses the original version significantly. Seeing this, Raditz furrowed his brow, astonished by the terrifying enhancement of Primordial Buu. Target acquired. Annihilate you. At that moment, Primordial Buu's gaze locked onto Raditz, letting out a sinister grin as he charged towards him. The speed was so unprecedented that he almost instantaneously reached Raditz's vicinity, launching a punch aimed directly at his face. Not good, Raditz exclaimed, hastily raising his arm to block. In the next instant, Primordial Buu's fist collided with Raditz's arm, creating a thunderous impact. Raditz was sent flying, crashing to the ground, and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. "Mr. Raditz." King Kai gasped, his eyes filled with an even deeper despair. "Raditz has fallen. He is no match for Primordial Buu. In such circumstances, could anyone thwart Primordial Buu's advance? No, Uncle Raditz has not been defeated." Trunks, with an expression of calm assurance, asserted Uncle Raditz was merely in a Super Saiyan 1 state. Although Primordial Buu's power is formidable, it does not reach the level required to rival Uncle Raditz. "What?" King Kai stared at Trunks in disbelief. Observing his calm demeanor, he felt an unsettling sense of dread and instinctively glanced towards Raditz's location. Was he not using his full strength just now? How is that possible? How could a Saiyan be so incredibly powerful? King Kai was left astounded. Having presided over the universe for many years, he had never encountered a Saiyan of such overwhelming prowess. Now, Trunks claimed that Raditz's strength surpassed that of Primordial Buu, a statement that defied belief. What immense power! Truly remarkable. On the ground, Raditz shook off the numbness in his arm and rose from the earth. He looked up at Primordial Buu hovering above, a smirk forming on his lips. "Well then, it seems I shall finally test the full extent of my strength." With that, Raditz took a deep breath, his fists clenched tightly. In the next moment, a brilliant crimson light erupted as Raditz transformed into Super Saiyan 4. At this juncture, his strength soared to 800 trillion, all without tapping into his rage or evil states. Yet, this was already more than sufficient. With a sudden sway of his body, Raditz instantaneously teleported to the vicinity of the original Buu, delivering a powerful punch that struck his form without hesitation. A resounding explosion echoed as the original Buu was obliterated, half of his body disintegrating upon impact. Before he could even comprehend the situation, Raditz's fist followed in rapid succession. The technique of the extreme fist manifested once more, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the original Buu, rendering him ethereal and making recovery exceedingly arduous. How formidable! He was utterly overpowering the original Buu. Is this the entirety of Raditz's strength? He seemed to surpass even the divine. Staring in disbelief, the Supreme Kai gaped in astonishment. Full power? Conversely, Trunks, standing nearby, bore an unusual expression. He was aware that this was not Raditz's peak state. He had yet to transform into either his enraged or malevolent forms. Should Raditz achieve these transformations, his power could surge by 20-fold or more. Moreover, Raditz could also harness the energy of the Supreme Kai. With all these enhancements combined, Raditz's power would ascend to an extraordinarily terrifying level. However, Trunks chose not to elaborate to the Supreme Kai, instead calmly stating, "I told you. Uncle Raditz will undoubtedly vanquish that Majin Buu." Upon hearing this, the Supreme Kai offered an awkward smile. He had not previously regarded Raditz with any respect and had subconsciously dismissed his existence. Yet reality proved harsh. Not only could he not contend with Raditz, but he also found himself incapable of defeating Trunks. This led the Supreme Kai to question his own worth. After all, he was supposed to be the most esteemed deity in the universe. Why was he so feeble? "Have you already surrendered?" In midair, Raditz observed the original Buu, who had yet to restore himself, and smirked. He was genuinely surprised to see the once arrogant original Buu now displaying signs of fear. Moreover, it appeared that he had resigned himself, opting to evade combat by becoming gaseous. Reflecting on this, Raditz's eyes glimmered with mockery as he declared, "In that case, I shall no longer waste time with you. Although it is indeed challenging to extinguish your gaseous form, annihilating all your cells will render you incapable of any recovery." With that, Raditz retreated a short distance, his hands coming together as he bellowed, Came. In the next instant, the Kamehameha wave surged forth, striking the gaseous form of the original Buu. A heart-wrenching scream resonated as the gas dissipated at a visible rate. The original Buu, now in a state of panic, writhed in an attempt to escape, yet found himself immobilized due to the absence of his physical form. The relentless destruction wrought by the Kamehameha wave left the original Buu in a state of waiting for death. As the imminent threat loomed, desperation overtook him, and he pleaded for mercy. "Spare me. I concede, do not kill me. I am willing to submit to you. I beg you, do not annihilate me." At these words, Raditz raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was indeed an unexpected turn of events for the original Buu to plead for his mercy. "Mr. Raditz, do not place your trust in him." At that moment, the Supreme Kai on the ground grew anxious, fearing that Raditz might relent to the pleas of the original Majin Buu. If that were to occur, the original Majin Buu would undoubtedly continue his indiscriminate slaughter and wreak havoc upon the universe. Contemplating this, the Supreme Kai urgently exclaimed, Majin Buu is the most malevolent entity within the cosmos. Should you choose to spare him, he will not repent. Instead, he will seek opportunities to escape and continue his wicked deeds. Upon hearing these words, Raditz regained his focus, casting a glance at the Supreme Kai below, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. To forgive Majin Buu? That was utterly inconceivable. His mission was to eliminate him. Raditz would show no mercy for the sake of the Supreme Kai's power. With this thought, Raditz resolved without hesitation, directing his gaze toward the resilient original Majin Buu cells, and declared, Very well, Buu, I shall send you on your way now. With that, Raditz amplified the power of his Kamehameha wave tenfold in an instant. One could clearly witness the cells of Majin Buu dissolving at an observable rate, even the most central regions crumbling rapidly. Accompanied by a roar of defiance, it was evident that the cells of Majin Buu were utterly annihilated. Ding! Task completed. Reward, Supreme Kai power. At last, it was accomplished. Hearing the system notification, Raditz's smile widened. Previously, he had eradicated the consciousness of Fat Buu and Evil Buu without fulfilling his mission. Now, with the complete destruction of the original Majin Buu, he had finally succeeded. With the Supreme Kai power attained, the last piece of his puzzle fell into place. Coupled with the coordinates of the Dragon Ball Super main world and the existence of the Time Ring, he would henceforth traverse freely between worlds and the Dragon Ball Super universe. Most importantly, with the Time Ring in his possession, he would not be detected even if he was not a Supreme Kai. When he entered the Dragon Ball Super world, he would do so as a Supreme Kai, rather than as an undocumented stowaway like Trunks. It is essential to note that although Trunks' stowaway actions were not pursued by Beerus in the original narrative, their conversation revealed that they placed great importance on such matters. Had it not been for Trunks' ties to Son Goku and others from the main world, he would likely have faced Beerus' wrath. We won. Uncle Raditz, you have vanquished Majin Buu. Upon witnessing this scene, Trunks soared into the air, exclaiming with jubilation, his eyes brimming with excitement. After all, Majin Buu was a threat to Earth, and now that Raditz had eradicated him, such calamities would no longer afflict the planet. Thus, the future world could finally bask in enduring peace. Indeed, Raditz replied, returning his focus to Trunks. Although I have slain Majin Buu, we cannot guarantee that future threats will not arise. Therefore, you must double your efforts in training and not neglect your own strength. Raditz was acutely aware that before long, Zama's would once again wreak havoc upon the future world. Should Trunks fail to diligently cultivate his abilities, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to contend with Zama's, perhaps even rendering escape a formidable challenge. Yes, Uncle Raditz, Trunks responded, his expression grave as he nodded emphatically. I shall devote myself to rigorous training. Indeed, Raditz nodded with satisfaction, suddenly struck by an idea. He turned his gaze towards the distant Kaioshin, contemplating, perhaps we could enable Trunks to achieve that enigmatic state. This mysterious transformation was among the most exhilarating in the Dragon Ball universe. In a certain sense, this state rivaled the Super Saiyan 3. In the original tale, had it not been for Gohan's hubris, the malevolent Majin Buu would undoubtedly have been no match for him. Presently, Trunks possessed strength far surpassing that of Gohan in the original narrative. If he could attain this mysterious state with the assistance of the Elder Kai, he would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Trunks, follow me, Raditz declared resolutely, striding towards the area where the Kaioshin was situated. Although puzzled, Trunks swiftly followed suit. They soon arrived at the Kaioshin's location, where he stood before the lifeless body of Jebet, his expression one of profound sorrow, clearly in a distressed state. Kaioshin, Raditz began, breaking the somber atmosphere, for he had no time to squander in such a mournful moment. The consequences of one's arrogance must be borne. Thank you, Mr. Raditz. The Kaioshin responded, regaining his composure and bowing slightly. Were it not for your assistance, Majin Buu would have undoubtedly obliterated the world. Not at all. Raditz replied with a dismissive wave of his hand, his countenance solemn. Kaioshin, I have a matter that requires my presence in the Kaioshin realm. May I seek your permission? To the Kaioshin realm? The Kaioshin raised an eyebrow, taken aback as he instinctively inquired, Mr. Raditz, what is your purpose for visiting the Kaioshin realm? Though Raditz had rescued him and even saved the universe, the Kaioshin hesitated, for access to the Kaioshin realm was traditionally reserved for the Kaioshin alone. In response, Raditz offered a calm smile, having prepared his rationale. I have heard that the Kaioshin sword is an extraordinary weapon of great renown, and I wish to behold it. Naturally, if you are unwilling, I shall not impose. Despite his words, Raditz's expression conveyed an unwavering determination. It was clear that he expected no refusal from the Kaioshin. Very well, Mr. Raditz, the Kaioshin conceded, nodding hastily. He was not foolish. He recognized Raditz's resolute intent. Although the Kaioshin sword was a precious artifact, Raditz had aided him in vanquishing Majin Buu, and he could not afford to be stingy. Moreover, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Raditz. Should the latter harbor ulterior motives, even his status as Kaioshin would not suffice to withstand him. Excellent. With a nod of satisfaction, Raditz smiled and said, in that case, let us proceed, Supreme Kai. It was fortuitous that Trunks and I could accompany you. Very well, replied the Supreme Kai without hesitation, lifting the corpse of Jebit from the ground. Raditz, Trunks, grasp my shoulders. I shall initiate instant transmission back to the Supreme Kai's realm. Upon hearing this, Raditz and Trunks complied without reluctance, stepping forward to seize the Supreme Kai's shoulders. In an instant, their figures vanished from Earth. Upon their arrival in the Supreme Kai's realm, Raditz, Trunks, and the Supreme Kai materialized. The Supreme Kai wasted no time, leading Raditz and Trunks toward the area where the Supreme Kai sword was located. Soon, the trio arrived at the site of the sword, and the Supreme Kai proclaimed, Mr. Raditz, that is the Supreme Kai sword. It is said that whoever can draw it will gain tremendous power. Alas, though I am the Supreme Kai, I have never succeeded in drawing it. Intrigued, Trunks turned his gaze toward the Supreme Kai sword. The notion that drawing this sword could bestow immense power seemed unfathomable, yet piqued curiosity. A mere longsword, watch me, Raditz chuckled, stepping forward to grasp the Supreme Kai sword. Without even transforming, he exerted force and pulled it free. With a resounding clang, the sword emerged from the earth, accompanied by a soft hum, its brilliance reflecting the sunlight, revealing a truly remarkable weapon. I have drawn it. Astonishingly effortless, exclaimed Raditz. Witnessing this scene, the Supreme Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the moment Raditz successfully drew the sword, he could not suppress the tumult within his spirit. A fine sword indeed, Raditz mused, inspecting it with satisfaction. It was not inferior to the Tapion's sword and, in certain respects, even more formidable. However, the sword contained the seal of the old Supreme Kai. Without releasing him, Raditz's objective could not be fulfilled. Contemplating this, Raditz pointed at the sword and declared, since it is a divine sword, allow me to test its sharpness. With that, he flicked his fingers against the blade. A sharp crack echoed as the Supreme Kai sword shattered into two parts. How is this possible? The Supreme Kai sword cannot be broken. The Supreme Kai gasped in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his face. Not only he, but Trunks, standing nearby, was also engulfed in shock. Though he had never wielded the Supreme Kai sword, he recognized its strength, far surpassing that of the sword he possessed. Yet now, it lay in ruins, an utterly astounding sight. At that moment, Raditz shifted his gaze toward a specific area. Empowered by the might of the Supreme Kai, he successfully sensed the presence of the old Supreme Kai emerging. Time swiftly passed, and after approximately a quarter of an hour, the figure of the old Supreme Kai appeared before them. At long last, a junior has liberated me. At this moment, the old Supreme Kai stretched lazily, his demeanor radiating immense joy. He had been sealed away by Beerus for an eternity, and now, finally restored to freedom. The old Supreme Kai felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Who are you? However, the Supreme Kai gazed at the old Supreme Kai with astonishment, even harboring a hint of wariness. After all, the sudden appearance of this elder in the realm of the Supreme Kai was undoubtedly alarming news for him. Do you not recognize me? Raising an eyebrow, the old Supreme Kai fixed his gaze upon the Supreme Kai, and then, in a fit of rage, declared, unworthy descendant. I am your ancestor from 18 generations ago. How could you not know who I am? This current Supreme Kai is truly disgraceful. 18 generations ago. Upon hearing this, both the Supreme Kai and Trunks were utterly stunned. They never anticipated that this elderly figure before them possessed such a remarkable lineage. Ancestor, you truly are our ancestor. The Supreme Kai exclaimed in shock, his face lighting up with joy. Having regained his composure, he could distinctly sense the potent energy radiating from the old Supreme Kai, a divine force that only a Supreme Kai could possess. There was no way anyone could impersonate such power. Humph. With a disdainful snort, the old Supreme Kai proclaimed proudly, "Indeed, I am your ancestor from 18 generations past. Boy, why have you allowed a Saiyan to enter the realm of the Supreme Kai? Moreover, I sense an exceedingly malevolent aura emanating from him. Why would you, as the Supreme Kai, associate with such an evil individual?" As he spoke, the old Supreme Kai cast a wary glance at Raditz. As the old Supreme Kai, his strength might be lacking, but his insight was keen. He could easily discern the malevolence within Raditz. "Ancestor." With an awkward smile, the Supreme Kai hastily explained, "This Raditz helped me eliminate Majin Buu. Furthermore, it was he who liberated you from the realm of the Supreme Kai." Upon hearing this, the old Supreme Kai's lips twitched. He never expected that it would not be the Supreme Kai who rescued him, but rather the very Raditz standing before him. For a moment, the old Supreme Kai felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Well, I didn't mean it that way regarding the Saiyans." Before the old Supreme Kai could finish his sentence, Raditz stepped forward and said, "I have freed you, but I seek a favor in return." Pointing towards Trunks, who stood a short distance away, he continued, "He is the last Saiyan warrior in your world. I hope you can help him unlock his potential and master his true power." Upon hearing this, the old Supreme Kai raised an eyebrow, looking at Raditz with astonishment. His concern was not so much about Raditz's request to aid Trunks in unlocking his potential, but rather the reference to their world. Instinctively, the old Supreme Kai's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Raditz. Supreme Kai power. The next moment, the old Supreme Kai exclaimed in shock, instinctively taking a step back. "My heavens, you are also a Supreme Kai?" Chapter 47. Today marks the arrival of Beerus. Is that how the former Supreme Kai of your world perceives things? Why would the god of destruction impart his powers to you? It is enough to leave the old god of destruction astonished. The god of destruction is not merely a destroyer. He has significant expectations for his successors. Raditz exudes a malevolent aura that makes it inconceivable for him to be deemed a candidate for the title of god of destruction. What? Mr. Raditz is the god of destruction? Uncle Raditz is the god of destruction? Both the god of destruction and Trunks gasp in disbelief. Their gazes toward Raditz filled with shock and incredulity. There is no need for the old god of destruction to be informed. With a nonchalant shrug, Raditz chooses not to elaborate, his expression solemn as he states, "I have but one request for your rescue. If you agree to assist Trunks in unlocking his potential, that will suffice. However, if you refuse, I shall seal you once again within the sword of the god of destruction." Upon hearing this, the old god of destruction is seething with rage. After all, he is a god of destruction, and yet Raditz dares to threaten him so brazenly. However, recalling that Raditz is indeed a god of destruction himself, the old god of destruction quickly regains his composure. He understands that Raditz possesses the power to seal him once more. With this thought, the old god of destruction turns his gaze toward Trunks and declares, "Very well. I accept your terms. Come here, young one, and I shall unlock your potential." "All right," Trunks responds, stepping forward and bowing respectfully to the old god of destruction, saying, "I shall rely on you." Displaying little gratitude, Trunks is acutely aware that this opportunity is a result of Raditz's intervention. Indeed, nodding in acknowledgement, the old god of destruction is unfazed by Trunks's demeanor and continues, "Your potential is vast. I will require 7 days to unlock it. For the next 7 days, you must remain still, and when the time comes, I will awaken the potential within you. How far you can go will depend on your own capabilities." "Understood," Trunks replies, promptly sitting down as instructed. Observing this situation, Raditz decides not to linger any longer. He waves goodbye to the old god of destruction, the god of destruction, and Trunks, stating, "In that case, I shall return in 7 days to escort Trunks back." With that, Raditz concentrates and activates his instant transmission, vanishing from the realm of the gods to Earth. Upon his return, Raditz materializes within the Capsule Corporation. "You have returned," Bulma exclaims, momentarily taken aback before approaching him and inquiring, "Where's Trunks?" "He is training in the realm of the gods," Raditz replies, a smile gracing his lips as he recalls the previous night. He steps closer and adds, "Majin Buu has been vanquished. In 7 days, Trunks will return from the realm of the gods, and I shall also depart." "You are leaving?" Bulma's heart sinks momentarily. Although she has long known that their worlds are separate, she still harbors a reluctance to let Raditz go. "Do not worry, I shall be able to return," Raditz assures her with a gentle smile. I have now mastered the power to traverse time and space, and I no longer require the time machine to achieve it. By the way, in my world, you are my wife." Upon hearing this, Bulma's delicate form trembled slightly, and she instinctively turned to Raditz, asking, "Is it true?" "Indeed." Raditz replied with a subtle smile, stepping forward to embrace Bulma, declaring, "Now, you are mine." With that, Raditz lifted Bulma effortlessly and carried her into the room. Bulma made no objections. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Raditz's neck, her eyes shimmering with affection. Before long, the two entered the room together. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. Throughout this period, Raditz and Bulma remained within the confines of the room. On the 8th morning, after engaging in some physical activities with Bulma, Raditz activated his instant transmission to travel to the sacred world of the Kais. Upon arrival, he observed the tumultuous atmosphere of the sacred world, where Trunks had completed his potential development, standing firm as his energy surged rapidly. At that moment, Trunks let out a powerful shout, amplifying his energy, and entered a mysterious state. In this condition, his energy soared to approximately 80 billion, rendering him nearly equal to the formidable Fat Buu. In fact, in certain respects, he had surpassed Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan within this realm. "All right, young one. Reign in your energy." The anxious voice of the old Kai echoed. "Do you wish to destroy my sacred world?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Trunks promptly subdued his energy. Thrilled by the immense power he felt, he expressed his gratitude to the old Kai with a respectful bow, saying, "Thank you, old Kai." Subsequently, Trunks exited his mysterious state, and simultaneously, his base power level reached around 800 million, a significant enhancement that should not be underestimated. 800 million in base power. Does the mysterious state amplify power by 1,000-fold? Raditz pondered thoughtfully as he observed the scene unfold. Any lingering desire to enter a mysterious state faded. A mere 1,000-fold increase in power could be achieved by transforming into a Super Saiyan 2, rendering further study unnecessary. Of course, if the mysterious state could become a permanent form, it would indeed represent a terrifying escalation of power. Yet, such an occurrence seemed highly improbable, and Raditz doubted his ability to achieve it. "Raditz." At that moment, the Supreme Kai noticed Raditz's presence and approached him directly. "Supreme Kai?" Raditz nodded in acknowledgement, stepping forward to express, "Thank you for your care over these past few days. Trunks has completed his potential development, so I shall take him back now." "Very well," the old Kai replied, nodding in agreement. Raditz was not the Supreme Kai of this world, and he had no intention of remaining. Moreover, the earlier threats Raditz had directed towards him lingered in his mind, causing a sense of discomfort. However, Raditz remained unperturbed by this. A mere old Kai, particularly from the future realm, is hardly worthy of concern. It is inevitable that when Zama's arrives, both the old Kai and the Supreme Kai shall perish. After all, should they remain alive, Beerus in this world will undoubtedly sense Zama's, thwarting any potential for his plan to annihilate humanity. With this thought in mind, Raditz promptly declared, "Trunks, let us depart." "Yes, Uncle Raditz," Trunks responded, stepping forward to grasp Raditz's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Raditz activated instant transmission, whisking Trunks away from the Kaioshin realm. Upon witnessing this, the old Kai let out a sigh of relief, then turned to the Supreme Kai, saying, "This predicament is of your making. The power of the Supreme Kai is utterly feeble, a disgrace indeed. Come here, and I shall help you unlock your potential. Let me see how much strength you have yet to realize." "Yes, Ancestor," the Supreme Kai replied, retracting his neck and hastily stepping forward. On Earth, Raditz returned with Trunks. After a family meal, Raditz made no further delay. He donned the time ring, ready to return to his world. Having spent considerable time in this future realm of Dragon Ball Super, Raditz was not inclined to linger any longer. Bulma had been pregnant for several months. He wished to witness the birth of his first offspring. With this in mind, Raditz turned to Bulma and Trunks, saying, "Bulma, Trunks, I shall take my leave now." "All right. Goodbye, Uncle Raditz." Bulma and Trunks nodded in agreement. Trunks was filled with excitement, while Bulma displayed a profound reluctance. However, Raditz did not dwell on such emotions. Taking a deep breath, he infused the time ring with Kaioshin power. In the next moment, the ring shimmered brilliantly, and before Bulma and Trunks' eyes, Raditz's figure vanished in an instant. In the world of Dragon Ball Super, Buzzing, a silvery light illuminated the space as Raditz materialized within the Capsule Corporation on Earth. Ding. Task initiated. Defeat Vegeta. Reward. World coordinates. Ding. Task initiated. Defeat Beerus. Reward. 1 Bloodline Evolution Permission. Ding. Task initiated. Defeat Whis. Reward. Destruction God Technique. The system notifications resonated quietly. What is happening? I did not return to my world. Opening his eyes, Raditz's pupils constricted, and his expression turned grave. At that moment, Raditz was taken aback. He had anticipated that wielding the time ring would allow him to return directly, only to find himself in the Dragon Ball Super universe. It seemed that this time ring had limitations. One required world coordinates to traverse dimensions. This implied that he must defeat Vegeta to return to his own world. Yet, in the Dragon Ball Super realm, what stage was he in? The fusion of Goku and Vegeta resulted in 2 forms, one being Gogeta, who transformed through the fusion dance of the Metamorphs. Another manifestation is the fusion of Vegeta and Goku into Vegeta, facilitated by the Patera earrings. How can he ensure that Goku and Vegeta will merge into Vegeta to engage in battle alongside him? Who are you? Just then, a low growl reverberated through the air. Turning towards the sound, he beheld Vegeta, warily emerging from a nearby area, his eyes filled with terror. Vegeta. Upon seeing the newcomer, Raditz's eyes glimmered with intensity. He sensed that Vegeta's power level was approximately 500 million, indicating that he had not yet ventured to the realm of the Destroyer for training. This also suggested that the narrative of Dragon Ball Super had yet to unfold, at least for the moment. With this realization, Raditz breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Vegeta and Goku had not ascended to the realm of the Destroyer for training, he was confident in his ability to defeat them. Conversely, if they transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and merged into Vegeta, it would pose a significant threat. Contemplating this, Raditz called out, "Vegeta, it's been a long time." "Who are you?" Vegeta exclaimed, his pupils constricting in horror as he gazed at Raditz. He could distinctly sense the malevolent aura emanating from Raditz, intermingled with an unsettling familiarity. Yet, despite the drastic changes in Raditz's appearance, he could not recall where he had encountered him before. The tail. Suddenly, Vegeta noticed the tail behind Raditz, his expression shifting as he declared, "A Saiyan. Impossible. How can you possibly be a Saiyan? The remaining Saiyans in the universe should not include you, and I have never seen you before." At that moment, Vegeta's breath quickened. A new Saiyan had emerged. One who seemed intimately familiar, exuding an aura of malevolence that heightened his unease. "Have you mistaken me for an enemy?" Observing Vegeta's reaction, a glimmer of realization sparked in Raditz's eyes as he discerned Vegeta's thoughts. A sense of elation washed over him. If even Vegeta failed to recognize him, it was certain that Goku and the others in this world would not either. With this in mind, he could easily adopt the guise of a villain, compelling Vegeta and the others to unite, thereby significantly increasing the likelihood of Vegeta's emergence. With this plan taking shape in his mind, Raditz fixed his gaze on Vegeta and taunted, "What is this? The proud prince of Saiyans has fallen to such depths? Or has the comfortable life on Earth dulled the noble blood of a Saiyan within you? If so, allow me to help you rekindle that pride." With that, Raditz raised his hand and aimed at an unoccupied house, unleashing a ki blast that obliterated it without hesitation. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed, as the vacant building was reduced to rubble in an instant. At that moment, the alarm of the Universal Capsule Company reverberated through the air. "What the hell are you doing?" Vegeta, consumed by rage, glared fiercely at Raditz, his teeth clenched and a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. This was his home. The destruction wrought by Raditz was devastating. Fortunately, there was no one else in the house, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. In an instant, Vegeta disregarded Raditz's Saiyan lineage and stepped forward, declaring, "Dare to wreak havoc in my domain? Today, I shall teach you a lesson." With that, Vegeta raised his hands, exclaiming, "Huh!" In the next moment, lightning crackled around him, and his power surged to an astonishing level of 100 billion. Remarkably, Vegeta was merely at the Super Saiyan 2 stage. "Is that all you've got?" Raditz scoffed at the sight. Although a combat power of 100 billion was impressive, it held no significance for him. With a mere thought, Raditz's body swelled, activating both his rage and malevolent states simultaneously. In an instant, his energy surged to approximately 120 billion. After achieving this, Raditz did not seek to augment his power further nor transform into a Super Saiyan. Instead, he beckoned Vegeta with a casual gesture. Come. Let me witness the might of the proud prince of Saiyans. How dare you? Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Raditz, Vegeta's expression darkened, and he charged towards Raditz. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta appeared right before Raditz, launching a punch aimed directly at his face. Too slow, Raditz sneered, effortlessly evading the attack with his agile movements. Without hesitation, he retaliated with a punch that struck Vegeta squarely in the abdomen. A pained scream echoed as Vegeta was sent flying, crashing through a wall. In the next moment, golden energy erupted forth. As the debris of the room shattered, Vegeta emerged, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed darkly on Raditz. Damn it! How can your power be so formidable? Who are you? How can there exist such a being among the Saiyans? At that moment, despite his reluctance to believe it, the reality was undeniable. Raditz's strength was beyond anything he could contend with. At least, his power was insufficient to match it. Want to know? Raditz smirked, raising a hand to gather an energy blast. Defeat me, whether it's you or anyone else. If you can conquer me, I shall reveal my origins. But clearly, you are not capable of that right now. So, Vegeta, what do you plan to do next? With that, Raditz hurled the energy blast directly at Vegeta. Damn it! Vegeta roared in fury. He could evade the incoming energy blast, yet he understood the terrifying implications of such an attack. If he were to step aside, the entirety of his home would likely be obliterated. Ultimately, a brilliant flash ensued. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta raised his hand, unleashing the final flash to collide with the energy blast hurled by Raditz. The ground trembled as the explosion echoed, the entire courtyard erupting into ruins in that fleeting moment. Having managed to fend off the attack, Vegeta exhaled deeply, his eyes reflecting a lingering fear. He had sensed the terrifying power behind Raditz's seemingly casual strike. Had he not employed the final flash, he would have likely been unable to withstand it. Despite the mere 20 billion power difference between them, the disparity was immense. Vegeta, what are you doing? At that moment, a virtual projection appeared, revealing Bulma on a yacht, her face contorted with anger as she shouted, "Why are you destroying the equipment at home? It's one thing for you not to attend my birthday party, but why can't you stay calm at home?" The mention of the birthday party struck a chord. Today was the day of Beerus's arrival. Raditz's pupils dilated as a weighty seriousness enveloped him. If Beerus arrived, it would signify that Goku and Vegeta were on the verge of completing their transformation into Super Saiyan gods. Once achieved, they would become exceedingly formidable opponents. While Raditz was confident in his ability to defeat them, any alliance formed between Goku, Vegeta, Beerus, and Whis would severely jeopardize his plans. No, I must expedite my mission. Bulma's due date is fast approaching, and I cannot afford to miss the moment of meeting my child. With a sense of urgency, Raditz glanced at Vegeta and smirked. Vegeta, is that your wife? A mere human dares to shout at you so fiercely. It seems she has made you weak. For the pride of the Saiyans, such a presence should no longer continue to exist. With that, Raditz began to ascend, seeking the energy signatures of Bulma and the others. What are you planning to do? Vegeta exclaimed, realizing Raditz's intentions. He could not allow Raditz to locate Bulma. The consequences would be dire. I found them. Raditz had already locked onto Bulma's location. While she emitted little energy, he was well acquainted with the signatures of Gohan and the others. Vegeta, I shall resolve the issue that makes you weak, Raditz declared, looking down at him. I hope you won't disappoint me afterward. As he spoke, Raditz launched an energy blast toward Vegeta before nonchalantly employing instant transmission to rush toward Bulma's location. Damn it! Vegeta shouted, desperately evading the attack. The explosion resonated, turning Bulma's courtyard into complete ruins. Vegeta, what on earth are you doing? Bulma's voice rang out once more. Though far out at sea, her artificial intelligence had informed her of the havoc wrought at their home. Bulma, upon hearing the words, Vegeta, disregarding everything else, rushed towards the virtual figure and exclaimed, "Hurry! Everyone must escape at once. Inform Kakarot that an evil Saiyan is approaching Earth. You are all in grave danger." Without hesitation, Vegeta leapt into action, pursuing Raditz in a desperate attempt to prevent him from inflicting harm upon Bulma and the others. What is happening? On the surface of the sea, Bulma listened in astonishment to Vegeta's voice emanating from the communicator. She was not alone in her bewilderment. Chi-Chi, Gohan, Trunks, and the others shared her shock. This is bad. Suddenly, Piccolo seemed to sense something amiss, his expression shifting as he declared, There is an extremely malevolent energy heading this way. What Vegeta said is true. An enemy is approaching, and it appears we are the targets. At this revelation, Bulma and the others were left in a state of disbelief. Simultaneously, Gohan, Trunks, and Goten began to perceive it as well. Soon enough, they all detected Raditz's energy, an overwhelming aura of evil that sent shivers down their spines. What a sinister presence. Is this the enemy Uncle Vegeta spoke of? It is terrifying. This malevolence even surpasses that of Majin Buu from years past. In that moment, everyone's breaths quickened. The yacht, once filled with joy, now fell into an eerie silence. Such a formidable foe, one that even Vegeta could not contend with, implied that their combined might not suffice either. What are we to do? What are we to do? Panic ensued among the group aboard the yacht. Each person could acutely feel the impending peril. Old Son. At that moment, Piccolo trembled, seemingly struck by a thought. Quick, Bulma, contact Old Son and have him return. From Vegeta's words, it's clear that only he stands a chance against that enemy. We must hold our ground until he arrives. Only then do we have a possibility of defeating him. Oh right. Realizing the urgency, Bulma promptly retrieved a special communicator and began dialing. Beep, beep. As the sound resonated through the device, Bulma and the others anxiously urged, hurry, pick up the phone. Goku, what are you doing? Answer the call. Chapter 48. Are you truly the legendary Super Saiyan God? Meanwhile, on North Kai's planet, Goku, transformed into Super Saiyan 3, was engaged in a battle with Beerus in midair. However, the term battle was somewhat misleading. It was more of Goku's one-sided effort, as no matter how he attacked, he could not land a blow on Beerus, who effortlessly toyed with him. Ugh, how dull. Beerus suddenly yawned, losing interest in the playful skirmish. He stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch to Goku's form. Ah! With a cry of anguish, Goku plummeted to the ground, crashing onto North Kai's planet, reverting from his Super Saiyan 3 form and lying on the ground, wincing in pain. Goku! Goku! At this moment, the North Kai hurriedly approached, offering a communicator and saying, your communicator has been ringing incessantly. You should check it. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong, gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through his body, rose from the ground. Thank you, Lord North Kai, he replied, taking the communicator and pressing the answer button. Bulma, what do you need? Has something significant occurred on Earth? The connection was finally established. On the yacht, Bulma was overwhelmed with excitement. Without hesitation, she quickly spoke. Wukong, you must return at once. An immensely evil being has arrived on Earth, and even Vegeta is no match for him. It seems this fiend is coming to trouble us. And if you do not return soon, we may not stand a chance. What? An enemy? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong on North Kai's planet gasped in shock. Although he was unaware of the enemy's identity, the fact that even Vegeta had been defeated and Bulma sought his assistance indicated the foe's formidable strength. I understand, Bulma. Without a moment's delay, Sun Wukong declared, I will return immediately. Have Gohan transform and release his energy. I will teleport back directly. With that, he ended the call, retrieved a Senza bean from his pocket, and consumed it. In an instant, his injuries were fully healed. He then turned to North Kai and said, Lord North Kai, there is an invasion on Earth. I must return to deal with it. Upon finishing his statement, Sun Wukong concentrated his senses. Simultaneously, Gohan on Earth transformed into a Super Saiyan and released his energy. Feeling this surge, Sun Wukong's spirit lifted, and he executed his instant transmission, disappearing from North Kai's planet. Instant transmission? It seems this fellow has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. At that moment, Beerus quietly remarked. Yet he remains unaware of the existence of the Super Saiyan God. How will he seek it out? Lord Beerus, Vados interjected with a calm smile. There are other Saiyans on Earth. One of them, named Vegeta, is the Saiyan Prince and should possess some knowledge of what you wish to learn. Vegeta. Beerus raised an eyebrow in contemplation. Then let us depart for Earth. If even Vegeta lacks the information, I shall destroy the Earth along with the Saiyans. Very well. Lord Beerus. With a nod, Vados waved his staff, and together, they departed from North Kai's planet, heading straight for Earth. Phew. Finally, they are gone. Witnessing this, North Kai let out a sigh of relief. He held a deep fear of Beerus. Almost immediately, North Kai seemed to recall something and shifted his focus to Earth. Found it. Concurrently, Raditz arrived at the location of the yacht. Observing the figures gathered on the yacht, particularly Gohan, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan at the bow, Raditz smirked. Are they calling for Sun Wukong? My decision to slow my pace was not in vain. With that, Raditz's gaze fixed on Gohan. From the latter, he sensed a combat power index that barely exceeded 500 million. It could be said that even though Son Gohan had transformed into a Super Saiyan, he was still weaker than Vegeta in his normal state. Yajirobe. This was truly the essence of Yajirobe. With a sense of lamentation, a flicker of frustration crossed Raditz's eyes. In this world, under his guidance, Son Gohan had become stronger than both Son Goku and Vegeta. Yet, in the realm of Dragon Ball Super, this scholarly Son Gohan had squandered his extraordinary talent and potential to an astonishing degree. Bulma. Just then, a rush of wind heralded the arrival of Vegeta, who hurriedly flew into the yacht, oblivious to Raditz's presence. Vegeta, Uncle Vegeta, witnessing the disheveled state of Vegeta, Bulma, Trunks, and the others were taken aback and quickly rushed forward to support him, especially Bulma, who, with a face full of concern, inquired, "Vegeta, what on earth is happening? Who is that enemy?" At that moment, the space trembled, and Son Goku's figure appeared beside Son Gohan, raising his hand and greeting, "Hey, Vegeta, Kakarot." Upon seeing Son Goku, Vegeta immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Without further hesitation, he declared, "The one who attacked me is a Saiyan. Moreover, that individual is extraordinarily powerful. Even in my Super Saiyan 2 form, I could not contend with him." Hearing this, Son Gohan, Trunks, and the others gasped in astonishment. Son Goku's previously jovial demeanor grew serious. A foe capable of overpowering Vegeta in his Super Saiyan 2 form was indeed a formidable threat. Furthermore, I suspect that this is not his full strength. Vegeta spoke again, his expression darkening. "Super Saiyan. If that individual can also transform into a Super Saiyan, his power will be unparalleled." "What do you mean?" Upon hearing this, Son Goku and the others were left dumbfounded, incredulously gazing at Vegeta. "Are you suggesting that while you were in Super Saiyan 2 form, the opponent defeated you without even transforming?" At that moment, Son Goku and the others were shaken to their cores, their eyes filled with fear. To have been defeated without transforming by a foe who could best even Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta, how powerful could this enemy truly be? Indeed, nodding, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. He did undergo some transformation, but it merely enlarged his physique. Therefore, I suspect he can also become a Super Saiyan. If we do not unite, we stand no chance against him. The utterance of these words plunged the room into silence. Son Goku fell silent, while Son Gohan, Trunks, and the others were rendered speechless. To crush a Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta in his base form, and if he could also transform into a Super Saiyan, even Son Goku would have little confidence. It appears that everyone has gathered. At that moment, Raditz's figure appeared above the yacht, looking down upon Sun Wukong and the others with a smirk. "Vegeta, is this the ally you sought? If this is all you have, then I must express my profound disappointment." With that, Raditz did not hesitate to unleash his malevolent aura. Thunder rumbled as the earth trembled, dark clouds converging to envelop the sea. "It is over." Such a wicked energy. What a terrifying being. In an instant, despair etched itself across the faces of Krillin, Yamcha, and the others aboard the yacht. Raditz's presence was overwhelmingly powerful, his aura so malevolent that it surpassed even that of the notorious Majin Buu, instilling fear in all present. "Who are you?" Vegeta swiftly shielded Bulma and Trunks behind him, his gaze fixed warily on Raditz above, his eyes ablaze with fury. He understood all too well that this foe was not to be trifled with. Yet, this very realization made Vegeta all the more resolute. Failure would not only place his life in peril, but also endanger his offspring. "You are a Saiyan too, are you not? Why do you seek to attack us?" Sun Wukong stepped forward, confusion evident in his eyes as he regarded Raditz. He sensed a certain familiarity about Raditz, as though he had encountered him before. Yet he could not recall from where. "Me?" Raditz grinned, glancing at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. "You may refer to me as the evil Saiyan. My purpose here is straightforward, to eradicate all weak beings. There is no need for more than one Saiyan in this world." As he spoke, Raditz's gaze shifted to Gohan and the others on the ground. He understood that in order to compel Sun Wukong and Vegeta to fuse into Vegito, he would have to employ some unconventional methods. The only way to achieve his goal was to capture everyone present, except for Sun Wukong and Vegeta. By threatening the lives of these individuals, he knew that Sun Wukong and Vegeta would be driven into a rage. Thus, the likelihood of their fusion into Vegito would significantly increase. "How dare you?" To think you would seek to annihilate all Saiyans. Upon hearing Raditz's words, the expressions of Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and the others darkened considerably. They had never anticipated that this individual could possess such malevolence. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong and Vegeta realized that today's conflict could not be resolved lightly. If they failed to defeat Raditz, their loved ones would surely perish. Kakarot, let's team up. With a fierce shout, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged at Raditz. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong did not hesitate. He too unleashed his power, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 as he surged towards Raditz. In the next moment, the silhouettes of the two approached Raditz from either side, unhesitatingly launching their fists towards his vital points. Well done. Raditz chuckled heartily upon witnessing this, his mind racing as he activated both his rage and evil states. In an instant, Raditz unleashed a powerful punch that sent Vegeta soaring, crashing down onto the ocean's surface and creating colossal waves. Simultaneously, Goku's fist drew near, and with a swift motion, Raditz countered, their fists colliding midair. A thunderous boom echoed as Raditz was sent flying back from the impact of Goku's punch. In his Super Saiyan 3 form, Goku's battle power soared beyond 450 billion, enabling him to match Raditz's strength. Success! Dad has him under control, cheered Goten, and the others aboard the yacht, their spirits lifted at the sight of Goku suppressing Raditz. Even Vegeta, who had emerged from the depths of the sea, felt a sense of relief. If Goku were unable to contend with Raditz, they would surely face dire consequences. Indeed. Raditz shook his somewhat numb arm and gazed at Goku, declaring, Kakarot, your power far surpasses Vegeta's. It is truly ironic that the Prince of the Saiyans is outmatched by a low-class warrior. However, do not mistake this for a victory. You are still no match for me. The Super Saiyan transformation is not exclusive to you. With that, Raditz clenched his fists and bellowed, huh? In the next instant, golden energy erupted forth as Raditz transformed into his Super Saiyan form. In a heartbeat, his energy surged dramatically, quickly exceeding 2 million. The overwhelming, malevolent aura radiated outward, pressing down upon Goku and the others. What power! What terrifying energy! How can it be so formidable? As they sensed Raditz's overwhelming presence, Goku and his companions' expressions turned grave. They understood the precariousness of the situation. Raditz's energy far exceeded their comprehension, and it was clear that neither Goku, Vegeta, nor anyone else could contend with him collectively. Suddenly, Vegeta's face paled, and he shouted, Trunks, quickly take your mother and the others away. At the same time, Goku's expression grew solemn as he instructed, Gohan, you must also take Chi-Chi and Goten and leave. Dad. Upon hearing this, Gohan and Trunks' faces shifted dramatically. They were no fools. They could discern the implications of Goku and Vegeta's command to leave. Clearly, the adversary they faced was exceedingly formidable, perhaps insurmountable. Otherwise, Goku and Vegeta would not have urged their departure. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gohan and the others, though reluctant, prioritized the safety of Bulma, Chi-Chi, and the others, preparing to leave without further hesitation. Leave? Did you wish for my consent? Observing the situation, Raditz chuckled, the corners of his mouth curling upwards as he released a surge of energy that enveloped the yacht's vicinity. This action effectively sealed off any possibility of escape for Gohan and the others. Any attempt to flee would result in being struck by a ki blast. At that moment, a figure suddenly darted forth. Yamcha, attempting to ascend and escape, was met with the force of the ki blast. A thunderous explosion resounded, and Yamcha was struck down as if by lightning, crashing to the ground, bloodied and barely clinging to life. Yamcha! At the sight, Bulma and the others cried out in alarm, rushing to support Yamcha. Krillin swiftly retrieved a Senzu bean and offered it to him. Once ingested, Yamcha's wounds began to heal, and he cautiously remarked, what a terrifying power. Just a fraction of it nearly cost me my life. It's hopeless. We have no chance of leaving this place. Upon hearing this, Bulma and the others turned pale. As Yamcha had stated, the barrier created by Raditz's energy was too formidable. Even a slight contact could result in severe injury or worse. In such dire circumstances, they had no choice but to remain aboard the yacht, their lives hanging by a thread at Raditz's whim. How infuriating! How despicable! The expressions of Goku and Vegeta darkened in response to the situation. With their loved ones in peril aboard the yacht, how could they remain calm? In an instant, Goku and Vegeta charged once more at Raditz. Too slow. Too weak. Raditz smirked, showing no concern for their actions, effortlessly sending Goku and Vegeta flying with a couple of strikes. Afterward, he turned his gaze toward them, taunting, "If that is all you can muster, I have no intention of wasting time on you." His implication was clear. He intended to eliminate those aboard the yacht. With that, Raditz's gaze shifted towards the yacht, causing Bulma and the others to blanch in terror. "Damn it, you shall not!" Goku and Vegeta shouted in fury. Yet, they were powerless. Raditz was far too strong for them to contend with. Kakarot. Suddenly, Vegeta clenched his teeth, seemingly making a decision. "Let us fuse. Only with our combined strength do we stand a chance against him." Goku froze for a moment, instinctively glancing at Vegeta. "Vegeta, weren't you opposed to this before? Why now? Enough chatter." Vegeta interjected, not granting Goku the opportunity to continue. "What time is it? If we do not defeat him, our families will perish." Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong fell silent. As Vegeta had stated, if Raditz was not vanquished, Chi-Chi and the others would meet their demise here. Although the Dragon Balls existed, their significance would be rendered null if both of them were to perish. "I understand." Taking a deep breath, Sun Wukong spoke, "Evil Saiyan. We indeed possess some techniques yet to be unleashed. Would you grant us a moment?" "Very well." Raditz, comprehending Sun Wukong and Vegeta's intentions, feigned interest. Although the current fusion was merely Gogeta, it was only after defeating Gogeta that they could compel the two to transform into Vegeta, thus fulfilling his objective. Contemplating this, Raditz remarked with a pretense of curiosity, "Oh, you have more tricks up your sleeve? It seems you are not as feeble as I had imagined. In that case, do show me. If you fail to pique my interest, you know the consequences." At these words, Sun Wukong and Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief. Despite their underlying tension, Raditz's willingness to grant them the opportunity to fuse was a stroke of fortune amidst their dire predicament. As for why Raditz agreed, both Vegeta and Sun Wukong harbored no doubts. After all, as pure-blooded Saiyans, they relished the prospect of battling strong opponents. For instance, in the past, Vegeta possessed the capability to eliminate the second form of Cell, yet he chose to sacrifice Android 18 to engage in combat with Cell's perfect form. Similarly, Sun Wukong, despite Frieza having slain his comrade Krillin, harbored no intention of exacting vengeance. Had it not been for Trunks' arrival from the future, it is likely that no one on Earth could have withstood the onslaught of Frieza and King Cold at that time. Subsequently, Sun Wukong and Vegeta began to adjust their energy, preparing for the fusion. Just then, a sound akin to a rending of the air resonated. Following the noise, a prismatic beam descended from the heavens, and the figures of Beerus and Whis emerged upon the surface of the sea. Lord Beerus. Upon witnessing Beerus' arrival, Sun Wukong momentarily froze, his expression fluctuating. He was acutely aware of Beerus' formidable strength, even surpassing that of Raditz. Most crucially, Beerus was an exceedingly terrifying entity. As a god of destruction, his wrath would yield unimaginable consequences. "Ah, you arrived quite swiftly." Observing this turn of events, Raditz's brow furrowed slightly. The rapidity of Beerus' arrival caught him off guard. While he harbored no significant fear of Beerus, given his current power level, he felt he had a reasonable chance of survival even in defeat. Whis was an entirely different matter. As an angel, Whis' strength was profoundly unfathomable, should he choose to intervene. Raditz had no assurance of survival. "Ah, another Saiyan." At that moment, Beerus' gaze fell upon Raditz, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes as he remarked, "Such power. Within the Saiyans, there exists a warrior of your caliber. Hey, you over there, could you possibly be the legendary Super Saiyan God?" Super Saiyan God. Chapter 49, The Mightiest Saiyan Fusion Warrior. Upon hearing this, both Goku and Vegeta turned to Raditz in astonishment. Although they were not entirely clear on what a Super Saiyan God entailed, it was evident from Beerus' words that it was a formidable existence. The crucial point was that if Raditz were indeed the Super Saiyan God, then their defeat would not be entirely unacceptable. "I am not the Super Saiyan God." Casting a sidelong glance at Beerus, Raditz replied with a calm smile, "However, I know who the Super Saiyan God is. Destroyer Beerus, should you disturb my affairs, I shall reveal the identity of the Super Saiyan God once I have completed my tasks." Upon hearing this, Beerus raised an eyebrow and looked at Raditz in astonishment. "Is what you say true? Do you truly know the Super Saiyan God? Are you aware of the consequences of deceiving a destroyer?" Though skeptical, Beerus was no longer inclined to take action at this moment. After all, His purpose for coming to Earth was to confront the Super Saiyan God. He had been profoundly disappointed when he encountered Goku earlier, and now that he had finally received a lead, he was not about to relinquish it. Of course, a smirk graced Raditz's lips as he regarded Beerus. You are the destroyer. Deceiving you would bear no benefit for me. However, you must wait until I have finished my affairs. Very well. Beerus readily agreed, shrugging his shoulders. Then hurry along. I shall await your return. Agreed. Raditz smiled slightly at this exchange. As long as he could first defeat Vegeta, he would obtain the coordinates of the universe. At that moment, he would truly be in a position of both offense and defense. Even Vados would not be able to restrain him. With this thought, Raditz turned his gaze towards Goku and Vegeta. Let us not waste time. I have no leisure to squander with you. Upon hearing this, Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Since Beerus's arrival, they had thought there might still be a chance for resolution. Yet, they had not anticipated that Raditz would so easily persuade Beerus, leaving them with little opportunity to respond. After a brief moment of silent communication, Vegeta spoke up. Kakarot, let us begin. Right, Vegeta. Nodding in agreement, Goku ceased his hesitation. The two then commenced their fusion dance. Fusion. Fusion. As Goku and Vegeta's low voices resonated, their forms merged into one. In the next instant, the figure of Gogeta appeared within the arena, exuding a powerful aura as his gaze fixed intently upon Raditz. Evil Saiyan, you shall be defeated by me, Gogeta. With that proclamation, Gogeta let out a thunderous roar and transformed into Super Saiyan 3. In the next instant, Gogeta's aura surged to approximately 10 trillion, enveloping him in a formidable presence, exuding vigor and confidence. Remarkable. Such power around 10 trillion. Gogeta's fusion proves to be extraordinarily potent. Observing this, Raditz raised an eyebrow, a flicker of astonishment gleaming in his eyes. He never anticipated that the fusion of Goku and Vegeta would yield such strength, truly deserving of being one of the mightiest fusion warriors. However, Gogeta still fell short of Vegeta, as Vegeta was born from the fusion using the Patera earrings. Contemplating this, Raditz smirked and remarked, indeed, such power is intriguing. With this, you have earned the right to witness my true transformation. With that, Raditz took a bold step forward, his grass-green aura erupting around him as he bellowed, "Ha!" In the following moment, Raditz's overwhelming energy surged forth, significantly amplifying his presence. In an instant, Raditz's power reached 4 trillion, and this was merely the beginning. As his roar echoed once more, lightning crackled around him, signaling his transformation into Super Saiyan 2. In a heartbeat, Raditz's power multiplied tenfold, soaring to an astonishing 40 trillion. That should suffice. Having completed this transformation, Raditz smirked and turned his gaze toward the not-so-distant Gogeta, saying, "Come forth, let me witness the power you possess after your fusion. What transformation is this? Super Saiyan 2? It cannot possibly grant you such a drastic increase in strength." However, Gogeta did not rush to engage. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Raditz, his eyes filled with uncertainty. It was vital to note that Gogeta's base power was already comparable to Raditz's, perhaps even surpassing it. Yet now, the latter's mere transformation akin to Super Saiyan 2 had seemingly eclipsed his own power, which was utterly unfathomable. This was the legendary transformation of a Super Saiyan. Without further preamble, Raditz smiled nonchalantly and declared, "I am the legendary Super Saiyan, a being born once every 1,000 years among the Saiyan race. My Super Saiyan 2 transformation bestows a 1,000-fold increase in power, far beyond what your so-called Super Saiyan 3 could ever achieve." What? The legendary Super Saiyan? A 1,000-fold increase in power? Upon hearing Raditz's revelation, Gogeta instinctively gasped. Even from a distance, Beerus displayed a flicker of intrigue, murmuring, "I never imagined such a formidable existence could arise among the Saiyans. A transformation that enhances power 1,000-fold. If this individual possesses sufficient base power, even I would find him formidable." Upon hearing this, Whis nodded in agreement, though at that moment, he seemed to have sensed something, and remarked playfully, "Lord Beerus, his power is not limited to just this." While unable to see through it entirely, he sensed that Raditz's strength was not significantly inferior to that of Lord Beerus himself. Impossible. Upon hearing this, Beerus's pupils constricted, incredulously staring at Whis. "I am a god of destruction. How could he possibly reach my level? It is impossible for a Saiyan to ascend to the level of a god of destruction, nor could they achieve such heights. Otherwise, how could I? As a god of destruction, remain oblivious to his existence? Whis, you must have been mistaken. Upon hearing this, Whis smiled gently, opting not to engage in a debate. He had already discerned that Raditz did not belong to the seventh universe, but rather hailed from the realms of other universes, as evidenced by the time ring he bore. However, what intrigued Whis was the question of Raditz's true intentions. The legendary Super Saiyan. Very well. At that moment, Gogeta let out a hearty laugh and spoke. If that is the case, allow me to witness the true capabilities of this so-called legendary Super Saiyan. With that, Gogeta wasted no time and attacked Raditz without hesitation. Slow. Too slow. Observing the scene, Raditz smirked and effortlessly dodged Gogeta's strike. In the next instant, he unleashed his martial arts, launching a barrage of punches from various angles towards Gogeta. In the span of mere breaths, Gogeta was struck by dozens of blows, blood spewing from his mouth as he rapidly retreated to distance himself from Raditz. Such terrifying power. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Gogeta gazed at Raditz with astonishment and declared, "But I am Gogeta. I will not be defeated. Today, I shall triumph over you." With that, Gogeta clenched his fists tightly and bellowed, "Tenfold, Kaioken." In the next moment, a crimson aura erupted around Gogeta, amplifying his power tenfold, bringing his battle index to approximately 100 trillion. Having completed this transformation, a fierce glint sparkled in Gogeta's eyes as he charged toward Raditz. "Kaioken, is it?" Raditz noted with a smile, choosing not to transform further, but instead employing his agile movement to evade Gogeta's assault. Simultaneously, his martial prowess relentlessly pounded against Gogeta's frame. Despite the 60 trillion power disparity, Raditz maintained the upper hand. Conversely, Gogeta's situation grew increasingly precarious as time progressed. The repercussions of forcibly activating the tenfold Kaioken in his Super Saiyan 3 state weighed heavily upon him. "This is impossible. It cannot be," Gogeta roared, his eyes tinged with red. Realizing the dire state he was in, he understood that he was unable to contend with Raditz. Yet he could not accept this outcome. Despite possessing greater strength, he could not land a blow on Raditz. In a fit of fury, Gogeta charged at Raditz once more. "An enraged beast cannot best me." Observing this, Raditz chuckled nonchalantly, effortlessly dodging Gogeta's strikes while continuing to unleash his martial arts, inflicting damage that rattled Gogeta's very core. Hey. This spectacle caused Beerus, watching from a distance, to change his expression drastically, his face filled with disbelief. What kind of joke is this? How could such a thing be possible? Whis, is this fellow exhibiting that? What Beerus refers to is the Ultra Instinct. Although Raditz does not display any divine power, nor has he transformed into a silvery state, Beerus still perceives an extraordinary resemblance in his condition. In a certain sense, it even appears to be more formidable than the Ultra Instinct he himself commands. Yes, and yet, no. Whis's expression turned serious, his gaze fixed intently on Raditz, declaring, "A genius. Within his realm, there must exist a prodigious talent. By deconstructing the Ultra Instinct, although it lacks its original might, it enables one to grasp the essence of the Ultra Instinct effectively. Should he cultivate this fragmented power to its zenith, when he encounters the Ultra Instinct, he might seamlessly master it." Hiss. Upon hearing Whis's explanation, Beerus could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. It was indeed true. Though there were some discrepancies, it was undeniable that this Saiyan, whom he deemed weak, had genuinely approached the threshold of Ultra Instinct. In that moment, thoughts of Whis's previous words flooded Beerus's mind, and he swallowed hard, asking, "Whis, are you certain he is not swifter than I?" At that instant, a surge of combativeness ignited within Beerus's eyes. Although this individual before him was not a Super Saiyan god, should he truly be capable of rivaling Beerus, he could very well serve as a formidable opponent. "I am certain," Lord Beerus, with a slight smile, was pointed at Raditz, adding, "Moreover, his identity is not trivial. He is no ordinary Saiyan but a true god of destruction." What? The mention of god of destruction left Beerus momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at Raditz, unable to fathom that he could be a god of destruction. Suddenly, Beerus's pupils constricted, his attention drawn to the time ring in Raditz's possession. In an instant, a smirk crept across Beerus's lips. "Interesting, a god of destruction from another universe? I never anticipated that the gods of destruction from other universes would be so powerful. Venturing into my seventh universe, truly lacking in respect for me." Despite his words, the intensity of Beerus's combat spirit surged even higher. a god of destruction that rivaled him, who had even grazed the edges of Ultra Instinct, represented an adversary on par with the prophesied Super Saiyan god. Ah! Just then, a piercing scream echoed. Raditz's fist had struck Goku's body. The next moment, the power of the Ultra Instinct erupted, causing Goku's form to sway, separating the figures of Son Goku and Vegeta. Huff! Huff! Goku and Vegeta, both panting heavily, looked at Raditz in terror, their eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? How can he be so powerful? Evil Saiyan, who exactly are you? Clearly, Goku's strength has surpassed yours, yet you remain his superior. In response, Raditz smiled nonchalantly, turning his gaze to Goku and Vegeta, remarking, because Goku is simply too irrational. Though my agility and martial prowess are commendable, they are not insurmountable. Yet, without a hint of strategy, he recklessly launched an attack against me, rendering him no match. While the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, known as Vegeta, indeed captivated my attention, it alone could not pique my interest further. As he spoke, Raditz raised his head, a malevolent aura coalescing into an energy sphere, not directed at Goku and Vegeta, but rather at the yacht in the distance. No, stop. Upon witnessing this, Goku and Vegeta were utterly alarmed, urgently imploring, Evil Saiyan, please refrain. We have another fusion transformation, one that will render us even more powerful. If you grant us a moment, we shall complete it. Done. Raditz chuckled, fully aware that his objective was achieved. It was evident that Goku and Vegeta intended to seek the Elder Kai for the Patera earrings. Once they fused into Vegeta, defeating him would grant him dominion over the coordinates of the world. Moreover, what would the outcome be if it were the Super Saiyan God Vegeta against Beerus? Contemplating this, Raditz inquired, how long will you require? If it takes too long, I shall lose my patience. A mere hour, Goku replied, exchanging a glance with Vegeta. We will be ready in 1 hour. Very well, Raditz nodded in satisfaction, gesturing dismissively. You have 1 hour to prepare. Should you fail to return within that time, I shall annihilate everyone aboard the yacht. Upon hearing this, Goku and Vegeta exhaled in relief. An hour though time was of the essence, they had no alternative. After a brief exchange of glances, Goku boldly declared, Lord Kai, we must visit the Kaioshin realm. Raditz scoffed at this notion, yet nearby, Whis and Beerus were rendered speechless. The audacity of Goku and his companions to contact the Kaioshin was utterly unfathomable. After all, the Kaioshin is a supreme deity on par with the god of destruction. How could they possibly know the Saiyans, let alone permit their entry into the Kaioshin realm? Before Beerus could collect his thoughts, a voice resonated, Mr. Goku. I have opened the location of the Kaioshin realm. You may proceed. Overjoyed, Goku exchanged a glance with Vegeta and promptly turned to Raditz, saying, we shall return promptly in 1 hour. With that, Goku seized Vegeta and activated instant transmission, vanishing from sight. In disbelief, Beerus could only stare as Goku and Vegeta truly ventured to the Kaioshin realm. When did the realm of the Kaioshin become accessible to mortals? While Goku and Vegeta's strength may not surpass his own, Beerus was well aware of the Kaioshin stature. In the current circumstances, should Son Wukong and Vegeta harbor any ill intentions, both the Supreme Kai and the Elder Kai within the Kaioshin realm would face dire consequences. Contemplating this, Beerus felt a surge of urgency within him, directing his gaze towards Whis, and inquired, Whis, should we intervene? Was Lord Beerus truly concerned about the fate of the Supreme Kai? Observing the situation, Whis smiled gently before responding, from the dialogue between the Supreme Kai and Son Wukong. It appears that neither Son Wukong nor Vegeta intends to bring harm to the Supreme Kai. Moreover, their relationship seems quite amicable, so there is no need for Lord Beerus to worry excessively. Upon hearing this, Beerus exhaled in relief. It would indeed be for the best, otherwise, should anything happen to the Supreme Kai, he too, as the god of destruction, would be adversely affected. With this thought in mind, Beerus promptly flew towards Raditz and called out, Excuse me, Supreme Kai, what is your name? Supreme Kai? Raising an eyebrow, Raditz glanced at Beerus, fully aware that the latter had misunderstood his identity. However, Raditz chose not to clarify, instead smiling and saying, Lord Beerus, my name is Raditz. I have come to the 7th universe to witness the prowess of the strongest Saiyan fusion warrior. The strongest fusion warrior? Beerus furrowed his brow in confusion and turned to Whis. The fusion warrior must be that Gogeta, right? After a moment of contemplation, Whis replied, But Gogeta has already been defeated. Why do you still insist on pursuing them? No, no, no. Raditz waved his hand dismissively, a calm smile gracing his lips. While Gogeta is indeed formidable, he is not the ultimate fusion warrior. The strongest form of Sun Wukong and Vegeta's fusion is known as Vegeto, which is born from the Patera earrings. Thus, their current endeavor to seek the Supreme Kai is likely to acquire the Patera earrings, which would elevate their power significantly. Enlightened, Whis and Beerus nodded in understanding, grasping Raditz's motive for targeting the two Saiyans. With this realization, Beerus promptly asked, Raditz, tell me about the Super Saiyan God. I have searched the universe far and wide without encountering the Super Saiyan God. If it weren't for your claim of his existence, I would doubt his reality. Upon hearing this, Whis too regarded Raditz with curiosity. The Super Saiyan God was said to be an entity capable of defeating Beerus himself. With so few Saiyans in the universe, where then could this so-called Super Saiyan God be found? In this era, there is no Super Saiyan God, Raditz replied, casting a glance at Beerus with a calm smile. The term Super Saiyan God refers to an ancient transformation of the Saiyans known as Super Saiyan God. What? There is no Super Saiyan God. Chapter 50. The means to transform into a god exists. Upon hearing this, Beerus's expression darkened instantly. His gaze fixed intently on Raditz as he exclaimed, So you have deceived me all along. With that, the aura emanating from Beerus surged forth, his anger unmistakable. No, no, no. Raditz waved his hand in response to the situation. Although the existence of a Super Saiyan God has yet to manifest, I possess the knowledge to evolve someone into a Super Saiyan God. Therefore, if Beerus wishes to engage in battle with a Super Saiyan God, I can indeed assist in creating one. Upon hearing this, Beerus was taken aback. The notion of creating a Super Saiyan God, coupled with such intricate procedures, was astonishing. Yet, at that moment, his aura began to subside, and he turned to Raditz, saying, In that case, I shall look forward to what you refer to as a Super Saiyan God. In response, Raditz smiled slightly. Convincing Beerus was relatively simple. Presently, he was solely eager to fight a Super Saiyan God, disregarding everything else. As long as he could defeat Vegeta afterward, he would obtain the coordinates to return to his world, alleviating any concerns. Contemplating this, Raditz glanced toward the yacht in the distance and said, Beerus, we have some time. Let us indulge in some food. The delicacies on Earth are the finest in the universe. Would you not care to partake? With that, Raditz soared toward the yacht. The finest delicacies in the universe? At this proclamation, both Beerus and Whis were intrigued. Consequently, the three of them sped toward the yacht. That guy is coming. Oh no, is he here to kill us? Observing the scene, Bulma and the others on the yacht were utterly panicked. Their eyes filled with terror as they gazed at Raditz and his companions. Meanwhile, Raditz and his companions had already arrived at the yacht. Raditz snapped his fingers, dissipating the energy enveloping the yacht, and after landing gracefully, he looked at Bulma and the others, stating, Dear guests, you should prepare some food for us, given our long journey. Upon hearing this, Bulma and the others were taken aback. Raditz was here for food, not to eliminate them. This was truly unexpected. Though perplexed, Bulma quickly nodded, saying, Certainly, please wait a moment while I arrange for the food. She promptly set about organizing the preparations. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis moved to the buffet area to begin their feast. Wow, delicious. This is exquisite. Truly delightful. In no time, Beerus and Whis were immersed in the culinary delights. Even the simplest of dishes held immense appeal for them. In contrast, Raditz seemed indifferent. He had no taste for snacks or cold dishes. At that moment, Bulma approached Beerus and Whis, asking, Do you know that person? Pointing towards Raditz. Raditz. After exchanging a glance with Bulma, Beerus responded nonchalantly, I just met him. What of it? Bulma, feeling a bit flustered, instinctively inquired, Could you perhaps persuade him not to kill us? After all, we bear no enmity. It seems unnecessary. Kill you? Upon hearing this, Beerus cast a disdainful glance at Bulma and remarked, Fear not. He is the Kaioshin and would not casually slay mortals. The reason for his threats is likely to compel Goku and Vegeta to transform into the form of Vegeto. What? Bulma was taken aback by this revelation. Not only she, but Gohan and the others around her also wore expressions of astonishment. The malevolent entity was, in fact, the Kaioshin. Furthermore, he did not intend to harm them, but rather wished to witness the fusion of Goku and Vegeta as Vegeto. Swallowing hard, Bulma still found it hard to believe. Is that truly the case? Indeed. At this moment, Whis nodded, directing his gaze towards Bulma. "Madam, is there any more of that?" He gestured with the pudding in his hand. "There is more?" Seeing this, Bulma finally accepted the truth and promptly replied, "I will have someone bring it to you right away." With that, she walked away, somewhat apprehensive. Not only she, but Chi-Chi and the others were equally bewildered, having never imagined that their prolonged anxiety was entirely unwarranted. In light of this revelation, Chi-Chi and the others couldn't help but chuckle, astonished at how the situation had unfolded. As the chef brought forth the food, Raditz, Beerus, and Whis became immersed in the atmosphere of dining, which cast a tranquil silence over the yacht. Bulma and the others stood at a distance, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Although they had confirmed the absence of danger, they were reluctant to act impulsively, for Raditz, Beerus, and Whis were still strangers to them. None could predict the consequences should these formidable beings become enraged. In the realm of the Kaioshin, Goku and Vegeta had fully recovered, thanks to the healing of Kibito. "Thank you, Lord Kaioshin." Rising to his feet, Goku smiled gratefully at Kibito, realizing that without his healing, their recovery would have been prolonged. "Do not mention it." Kibito waved his hand, his expression laden with complexity. "Goku, do you intend to return? Not only is Lord Beerus on Earth, but there is also the presence of that evil Saiyan. If you return recklessly now, I fear we must return." Before Kibito could finish, Vegeta interjected. "If we do not go, Bulma and the others will be in danger." At this, Goku nodded in agreement. He then turned his gaze towards Kibito, saying, "Lord Kaioshin, we wish to borrow your Patera earrings. The transformation into Gogeta is no longer a viable option. Our only hope lies in becoming Vegito." "Very well." Kibito nodded, without hesitation. He removed his earrings and tossed them to Goku, saying, "Mr. Goku, while the Patera earrings are indeed powerful, they come with a time limitation of only half an hour. Previously, the transformations of Gogeta were unsustainable. Even though Vegito might possess greater strength, his endurance was still limited." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Goku and Vegeta darkened. As Jebet God had stated, the time constraint imposed by the Patera earrings presented the most formidable challenge for them to overcome. "I can assist you in extending that time." At that moment, the figure of the old Kai appeared from a distance. Upon reaching the vicinity of Goku and Vegeta, he spoke, "If I intervene, I can prolong your fusion time to approximately 3 hours. However, this would result in you losing all memories during that span, leaving the true Vegito in control." "The true Vegito? Losing 3 hours of memory?" Goku and Vegeta exchanged bewildered glances towards the old Kai. "Old Kai, what do you mean by the true Vegito?" Not only them, but the Kaioshin also looked curiously at the old Kai. "Ancestor, isn't Vegito merely the fusion of Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta? How could he become the true Vegito?" At this inquiry, a flicker of helplessness crossed the old Kai's gaze, and he responded, "Surely you do not believe that the Patera earrings serve merely that function. Unlike the fusion technique you have learned, which merely forces a union of your powers, the essence of the Patera earrings is to merge two individuals into one completely. Although Goku and Vegeta are not Kaioshin and cannot achieve a permanent fusion, this is merely the most rudimentary application of the Potara's power. Should I activate the power of the Patera earrings, you would both disappear upon fusion, replaced by the true Vegito. The crux of the matter is that once this occurs, your memories will entirely merge. This means that, under such circumstances, all your memories will be known to one another, devoid of any secrets. Furthermore, once Vegito is born, he will embody your other self. Should you fail to maintain control, you could very well be overwhelmed by Vegito's will, thereby losing your sense of self entirely." Upon hearing the old Kai's explanation, both Goku and Vegeta opened their mouths, their eyes filled with resistance. They were not afraid of Vegito's will overtaking them. However, the thought of completely surrendering their memories to one another was a source of hesitation. After all, everyone harbors their own privacy, and even with a strong relationship, the notion of openly sharing everything was indeed difficult to accept. Instinctively, Goku turned to Vegeta and inquired, "What is your decision?" "Although I hesitate to proceed in this manner," he continued, "if we do not, we are indeed no match for that evil Saiyan. TCH. Upon hearing this, Vegeta scoffed, his eyes filled with frustration and reluctance. Just as Goku had said, if they did not agree to this, their chances of victory were nearly non-existent. Should failure truly occur, all life on Earth would face annihilation. Raditz would undoubtedly show no mercy. After all, the malevolent aura surrounding him is palpable, a certainty recognized by both Vegeta and Son Goku. I accept. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Vegeta gritted his teeth and addressed the old Kai. I must trouble you to assist in the transformation. We must return to Earth within an hour, so I implore you to expedite this process. Very well. Upon hearing this, the old Kai cast a glance at Vegeta, and without further hesitation, he seized the Patera earrings from Son Goku's hands and commenced his work. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, over 40 minutes had elapsed. A resonant hum filled the air as the Patera earrings in the old Kai's grasp shimmered brilliantly. In the next moment, a unique aura began to emanate from the earrings. Once the task was completed, the old Kai let out a sigh of relief and casually tossed the earrings to Son Goku, stating, "The transformation is complete. You must remember, in 3 hours, you must undo the fusion. Should you fail to do so, Vegeta will may permanently dominate your body, leaving you with no opportunity to emerge." A sharp intake of breath escaped both Son Goku and Vegeta upon hearing this. The possibility of not reverting could even pose a threat to their lives, a scenario they had not considered before. However, at this juncture, there was no room for retreat. After exchanging glances, Son Goku turned to Jebet, saying, "Lord Kai, please transport us back to Earth. There is no need to venture to the yacht. Simply reach the Capsule Corporation, and we shall teleport from there." Understood, Jebet nodded in agreement. The area surrounding the yacht was indeed perilous, and he preferred to avoid such risks. However, reaching the Capsule Corporation was not daunting, as he could swiftly return via instant transmission. With that thought, Jebet stepped forward and declared, "Mr. Son Goku, Mr. Vegeta, hold on to me, and I shall take you to Earth." Very well. In response, Son Goku and Vegeta immediately grasped Jebet's shoulders. In the next instant, Jebet activated instant transmission, whisking them back to the vicinity of the Capsule Corporation. All done. Once they landed, Jebet exhaled, turning his gaze towards Son Goku and Vegeta. "I shall take my leave now. Mr. Son Goku, Mr. Vegeta, I hope you can vanquish that evil Saiyan." With that, Jebet did not linger, activating instant transmission and vanishing from sight. "Vegeta, let us proceed." After watching Jebet depart, Son Goku turned his attention to Vegeta without any hesitation. Very well. With a firm grasp on Goku's shoulder, Vegeta acknowledged him before they activated their instant transmission and vanished from their original location. Meanwhile, on the yacht, Raditz paused his meal and turned his gaze toward a specific area. Suddenly, with a crackle, space trembled as Goku and Vegeta's forms materialized on the yacht. Both Goku and Vegeta were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the assembled crowd on the yacht. They had not anticipated Raditz's presence there. Instinctively, their eyes darted toward the area where Bulma and the others were located. Once they confirmed that Bulma, Chi-Chi, and the others were safe, Goku and Vegeta finally exhaled in relief. After exchanging a glance, they approached Raditz and stated, "We are ready." "Excellent," Raditz replied, nodding in satisfaction. He set down the meat in his hand and rose from his seat, declaring, "Follow me. Should you fail to meet my expectations, you know the consequences." Observing the situation, Goku and Vegeta did not hesitate. They swiftly took to the air to follow him. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others rushed forward, eager to speak. However, before they could voice their concerns, Whis waved his hand, freezing them in place and stifling their words. After ensuring everything was in order, Whis turned to Bulma and the others, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, angering the Supreme Kai is a grave offense. Though he harbors no intent to harm you, should you dare to disrupt his plans, he will not show mercy." Once he concluded his warning, Whis lifted the immobilization. Yet, the previously eager Bulma and the others fell silent, fully aware of the truth in Whis's words. Sharing a concerned glance, they looked up at the airborne figures of Vegeta and the others. "Let us commence," Raditz declared, his eyes fixed on Goku and Vegeta. "Show me your most powerful fusion." Vegeta, the mightiest fusion warrior of the Dragon Ball Super Universe. However, within this realm, the strongest fusion warrior is, in fact, Gogeta. Even during the Planet Saga, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta clearly surpassed Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta in strength. Nonetheless, Raditz was eager to defeat them. Only by obtaining the coordinates of the universe could he secure his safety. Otherwise, he would face grave peril in this 7th universe. All right, Goku and Vegeta nodded in agreement. After a shared glance, Goku tossed a pair of Patera earrings to Vegeta, stating, "Vegeta, let us begin." Understood, Vegeta replied without hesitation. They promptly donned the Patera earrings. A resonant hum filled the air as Goku and Vegeta's figures began to merge at a visible speed. In that moment, an overwhelming aura quietly emerged, shaking the very fabric of the earth. Raditz's pupils constricted, and even Beerus and Whis on the yacht instinctively paused their activities to observe. The heavens and the earth changed color as streams of golden light quietly blossomed. The figures of Sun Wukong and Vegeta had vanished without a trace. In their place stood Vegeta, yet his presence, floating in midair, exuded an aura distinctly different from both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and even bore a noticeable divergence from the fused warrior Gogeta. Most importantly, Raditz sensed a peculiar divine energy emanating from Vegeta. This very energy allowed Vegeta, even in his normal state, to possess power rivaling that of the previous Super Saiyan 3 Gogeta. Mysterious state. In an instant, Raditz's pupils constricted. His gaze fixated on Vegeta as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? You two clearly have not mastered this state. How could you have attained it upon fusion?" It was not only Raditz. Beerus, too, wore an expression of disbelief. Divine power. This mortal has actually grasped divine energy. Whis, what is the meaning of this? The Patera earrings, although belonging to the Kaioshin, should not enable one to wield divine power. Chuckling softly, Whis replied, "Indeed, Lord Beerus, it is a truly miraculous power. The true potential of the Patera earrings has been activated, likely with the assistance of the old Kaioshin. Yet, because of this activation, Sun Wukong and Vegeta have been entirely erased. What now exists is Vegeta, a wholly new entity born from the divine energy of the Patera earrings." What? A god? Upon hearing this, Beerus was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. This fellow has become a god while still being a Saiyan. Does this mean he is the Super Saiyan god I have been searching for? At that moment, Beerus lost all appetite, rising as a fierce battle intent surged within him. What could this possibly mean? How could Sun Wukong and Vegeta simply cease to exist? Meanwhile, Bulma and the others grew anxious, rushing forward to inquire. Their eyes filled with terror. If Sun Wukong and Vegeta were gone, did that not signify their demise? "Madam, it is quite literal," was stated calmly, glancing at Bulma and the others. "I did not expect the Kaioshin to possess a means of transforming someone into a god. The current Vegeta is indeed a fusion of Vegeta and Sun Wukong. He is both of them, yet also an entirely new life form. He retains all the memories of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, but he exists independently, implying that the likelihood of their return is virtually non-existent." Upon hearing this, Bulma and Chi-Chi were momentarily stunned, their faces betraying disbelief. Not only them, but Gohan, Goten, and Trunks, who stood nearby, were equally incredulous. "Father has fused, and it is a complete fusion. But does that mean he is still our father?" Chapter 51. After their fusion, has their bloodline mutated? The evil Saiyan. At this moment, Vegeta opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards Raditz, saying, "You wish to see me, and here I am. Come, let us engage in a thrilling battle." With that, Vegeta let out a powerful roar, and golden energy surged around him. In just a few breaths, he transformed into Super Saiyan 3, building upon his mysterious state. At this moment, Vegeta's energy began to soar rapidly. 10 trillion, 100 trillion, 1,000 trillion, 1 quintillion, 5 quintillion. It reached an astonishing level of 5 quintillion before finally ceasing to rise. This was truly remarkable. On the yacht, Whis exclaimed in astonishment. "The power of a god of destruction. Undoubtedly, this is a power that rivals that of a god of destruction." Although it was merely the level of a lower god of destruction, the emergence of Vegeta was indeed terrifying. Upon hearing this, Beerus also realized the gravity of the situation. A battle power of 5 quintillion undoubtedly reached the standards of a god of destruction, signifying that this being before him was indeed the Super Saiyan god he had been searching for. In an instant, Beerus could no longer contain himself and leaped into the air. Soon, he arrived in the vicinity of Raditz and Vegeta, declaring, "Super Saiyan God, I have been searching for you for a long time. Come, let me see if the prophecy of the fish claiming you can defeat me is true." As he spoke, the divine power surrounding Beerus erupted, locking onto Vegeta. God of Destruction Beerus. Upon seeing the newcomer, Vegeta raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of battle intent flashing in his eyes. "I have heard you are the most powerful being in the universe. It is only fitting that I witness the extent of your capabilities." With that, the two locked eyes, their energies clashing, indicating an impending confrontation. "Are you two being excessive?" At that moment, Raditz's icy voice resonated through the air. Although Vegeta's transformation was astonishing, Raditz felt no fear. Rather, it intensified his own battle spirit. But now, Beerus had appeared, attempting to intrude, which Raditz absolutely would not permit. Although he was uncertain of Vegeta's situation, he sensed that the latter's presence would not last long. If it were indeed only half an hour, then allowing Beerus to delay would jeopardize his mission. Noticing this, both Vegeta and Beerus frowned at Raditz. Beerus, aware that Raditz was a Kaishin, refrained from making any hasty remarks. However, Vegeta remained undeterred, casting a glance at Raditz and stating, "You are not my opponent. Though it may be harsh, it is the truth. I am already aware of your power. You cannot contend with me." Upon hearing this, Beerus smirked. Just as Vegeta had asserted, while Raditz's power was commendable, it was merely that, commendable. Now, the power exhibited by Vegeta has reached the level of a god of destruction, a force far beyond that of mere Kaishins. Upon hearing this, Raditz chuckled, utterly astonished that someone would dare to underestimate him. He cast a scornful glance at Vegeta and declared, "A mere combat power index of 5 trillion? What gives you the audacity to act so brazenly before me? Allow me to demonstrate what true power entails." With those words, Raditz focused his thoughts, and a brilliant red radiance enveloped him. In the next moment, he transformed into the state of Super Saiyan 4. Instantly, the heavens trembled as an overwhelming force of 8 trillion surged from Raditz, bearing down upon Vegeta's vicinity. In a sudden explosion, Vegeta was caught off guard and hurled away by this immense energy. Regaining his composure, he looked up in horror at Raditz and exclaimed, "What is that transformation? How is it possible for a Saiyan to possess such a form?" Not only he, but even Beerus was taken aback. The red-haired, simian-like Raditz bore an uncanny resemblance to the Super Saiyan god he had seen in his dreams, though he lacked any divine aura, and his hair and eyes were not red. Nevertheless, this did not diminish Beerus's fighting spirit. Both Vegeta and Raditz exhibited a level of power befitting a god of destruction. Most importantly, Beerus sensed a faint yet palpable threat emanating from both of them, igniting a fervor within him. Instinctively, Beerus spoke, "Vegeta, Raditz, you should face me together." At that moment, Beerus was restless, eager to defeat both Raditz and Vegeta, his impatience palpable. After countless millennia of being a god of destruction, he had long lost the thrill of battle. Yet, today, this sudden surge of excitement made him feel that every passing moment of waiting would be an unbearable torment. Seeing this, Raditz's anger flared. Beerus was nothing short of a meddlesome troublemaker. He had finally forced Vegeta to reveal his true capabilities, despite some complications that had significantly enhanced his power. However, none of this posed a threat to Raditz. As long as he could defeat Beerus, he would obtain the world coordinates and return home. Yet, Beerus continued to intervene, even attempting to steal his opponent, an act of sheer folly. "Beerus," Raditz seethed, suppressing his inner fury as his gaze fixed upon Beerus. "Leave now, or I shall head to the Kaishin realm and eliminate both the old Kai and the Supreme Kai. Do not doubt my abilities. Although Whis is formidable, my instant transmission is swifter. You cannot stop me." Upon hearing this, Beerus was left speechless, staring incredulously at Raditz, unable to fathom the depths of his madness. To kill the Kaishin, if he were to follow through with such a threat, would it not spell doom for Beerus himself? In that moment, despite his overwhelming rage, Beerus found it necessary to remain composed. He was well aware that Raditz's numerous actions were aimed at confronting Vegeta, and that his own endeavors were rather reckless. Yet who was he? He was the formidable god of destruction, Beerus, who would dare to defy him. Yet, he found himself confronted by Raditz, who was also recognized by the Supreme Kai as having a connection with him. In that moment, despite the tempest of fury brewing within him, Beerus had no choice but to suppress it, gritting his teeth and declaring, "Raditz, you are the first to dare threaten me. If you wish to engage first, I shall concede. However, once this matter is resolved, I shall seek to enlighten you on the true extent of your capabilities." "Enlighten? You intend to teach me a lesson." A glance exchanged between them revealed Raditz's awareness of Beerus's thoughts. Nevertheless, Raditz felt no fear. Defeating Vegeta was a pressing task, but the reward for vanquishing Beerus was also significant, and he could not help but be tempted by it. With this in mind, Raditz spoke up. "I eagerly anticipate that moment. Once I have dealt with Vegeta, I shall then confront you, the so-called god of destruction." "Humph." Upon hearing this, Beerus let out a cold snort, feeling disgruntled by Raditz's insolence. Yet, he had to withdraw his power and timidly return to his yacht. After all, Raditz was aware of his connection to the Supreme Kai and even possessed the capability to eliminate this world's Supreme Kai. As Raditz had stated, even if Whis' speed was remarkable, it could not rival instantaneous movement. Should the Supreme Kai perish, the god of destruction would follow suit, and upon his demise, the angel would fall into slumber, unable to intervene. Finally, he had managed to deceive him. With this turn of events, Raditz felt a wave of relief wash over him. Successfully persuading Beerus to leave, he could now focus on dealing with Vegeta. With this thought, Raditz directed his gaze towards Vegeta, stating, "Well then, the troublesome one has departed. Vegeta, unleash your full power upon me. Let me witness the extent of your strength." "Very well," Vegeta responded without hesitation. He was acutely aware of Beerus's immense power and the terror it instilled, igniting a fierce determination within him. However, he was unwilling to engage Beerus in battle at this time, not due to a lack of capability, but rather because his true aim was Raditz. Only by defeating Raditz could he fully eradicate the influence of Goku and Vegeta, allowing him to become an independent entity. With this resolve, Vegeta moved forward, launching an assault on Raditz without further hesitation. In an instant, Vegeta reached Raditz's position, his fists flying as a barrage of punches rained down upon Raditz, targeting his vital points. "Come at me," Raditz exclaimed with a hearty laugh. He chose not to employ his agility or advanced techniques, instead raising his fists to meet the challenge head-on. In the next moment, the fists of the two combatants collided in the air with an unrelenting force. Thunderous explosions echoed continuously as Raditz and Vegeta's figures intertwined, their powers erupting in a fierce display that caused the very heavens to tremble. With each bone-crunching blow, both Raditz and Vegeta bore numerous wounds, yet neither seemed to care, engaging in a frenzied assault akin to madmen, abandoning all defense and evasion. On the yacht, Beerus observed this spectacle, his lips curling in disdain, eyes glinting with unfulfilled desire. The battle ignited his passion, despite their powers being inferior to his own. He yearned for a confrontation. However, the threat posed by Raditz restrained him, as it pertained to his very existence. "Lord Beerus," at that moment, Whis approached with a cake in hand, his expression calm. "There is no need for concern. Raditz's earlier words were merely to ensure you do not interfere with their battle. Moreover, Vegeta is a formidable opponent that Raditz has painstakingly drawn out. Should you attempt to seize him, Raditz would undoubtedly be infuriated." "Humph," Beerus scoffed. Though he understood the situation, his frustration lingered. After a brief moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Whis, whom do you believe will emerge victorious?" "Raditz," Whis replied with a serene smile, unwavering in his conviction. "His strength is over twice that of Vegeta's. Furthermore, he has yet to unleash his full potential. Otherwise, Vegeta would have already been defeated. Have you forgotten, Lord Beerus, that Raditz is aware of the existence of the Super Saiyan God? Although Vegeta may currently be regarded as a Saiyan God, he is not the one you seek. It is possible that the Super Saiyan God might be even stronger, providing you with a worthy adversary." Upon hearing this, Beerus paused. Just as Whis had articulated, if Vegeta, as a Saiyan God, possessed such power, what of the Super Saiyan God? Could it truly rival him, a top-tier destroyer, or even surpass him? Contemplating this, Beerus's previously simmering anger subsided considerably. His quest was for the Super Saiyan God, not Vegeta before him. Should he provoke Raditz, he might not reveal the secrets of creating the Super Saiyan God, resulting in the loss of an even more intriguing opponent. Although he had found some peace within, Beerus could not help but assert, after battling the Super Saiyan God, "I intend to teach Raditz a lesson. How dare a Kaishin threaten me so brazenly? If word of this spreads, what will become of my reputation?" Whis chuckled softly, recognizing that Beerus had come to terms with the situation, even if his words remained sharp. Curiosity about Raditz's full capabilities sparked within him, prompting him to say, "I eagerly anticipate the encounter between you and Raditz, Lord Beerus." Meanwhile, on the yacht, Son Gohan and the others were feeling quite tense. Although Vegeta had assumed a completely new persona, he was still the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, now that he had become so immensely powerful. If he could not contend with Raditz, the consequences would be dire. With this thought in mind, Son Gohan and the others began to encourage him vocally. "Vegeta, you can do this. Defeat Raditz. Overcome the Kaishin." Unbeknownst to them, both Raditz and Vegeta were engrossed in their relentless battle, during which their powers surged rapidly. Vegeta, in particular, was experiencing a dramatic increase in strength. Under Raditz's pressure, his latent potential was continually being unleashed, resulting in exponential growth that reached hundreds of billions in mere moments. In just 1 hour, Vegeta's power had escalated to approximately 600 trillion. Although he still could not pose a threat to Raditz, his potential remained untapped, seemingly as boundless as the abyss. Such terrifying talent. Truly, he was the mightiest fusion warrior. At this point, Raditz could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. He had only increased his own power by less than 100 trillion during this battle, while Vegeta had surged by an astonishing amount. Even considering their initial disparity, this gap in growth was difficult to fathom. After all, Raditz possessed a top-tier Saiyan bloodline, which should have conferred greater potential than that of Vegeta. Was it possible that their fusion had altered their bloodlines? Pondering this, Raditz continued to engage in combat while communicating with the system. System, can I access the personal information of my opponent? Ding. Access mode activated. The host can view the opponent's information. It was indeed possible. Surprised, Raditz's eyebrows raised slightly. He had not anticipated that the system would allow him to view not only his own data, but also that of others. With this revelation, he wasted no time and commanded, display Vegeta's information. In an instant, Vegeta's personal panel appeared before Raditz's eyes. Vegeta, race, ancient Saiyan, bloodline, ancient bloodline, power index, 650 trillion, transformations, mysterious state, normal, Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3. Abilities, Kaioken, Kamehameha, Final Flash. Artificial Moon, an ancient Saiyan, an ancient bloodline. Upon reviewing Vegeta's personal panel, Raditz's pupils constricted, and he gasped inwardly. No wonder his potential is so frightening. After the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, their bloodline had regressed to ancestral roots. Even my top-tier Saiyan bloodline pales in comparison, unless I can further enhance my own lineage to become an ancient Saiyan. In that moment, Raditz was overwhelmed by shock. But an even greater urge began to stir within him. If he could obtain a sample of Vegeta's blood, could he not refine it for Goku, Gohan, and even Vegeta himself? He is the malevolent Saiyan of the Super Series. His essence imbued with a colossal malevolence that cannot be harnessed by any other Saiyan aside from Broly. However, Vegeta is a different matter altogether. He possesses a pure and ancient bloodline. Should this be bestowed upon Goku, Gohan, or Vegeta, it could potentially transform them into beings of the ancient lineage. Once their bloodline evolves and reverts to its ancestral form, Goku and Gohan could even achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan God while in their Super Saiyan 4 state. The terrifying augmentation of Super Saiyan 4 combined with Super Saiyan God would be rivaled only by Raditz himself. It is imperative to extract several drops of his essence. With a resolute determination, a glint of brilliance flashed in Raditz's eyes as he decided against further frivolity. Vegeta, it is time to conclude this. Raising his gaze, Raditz focused his thoughts and activated his movement technique, deftly evading all of Vegeta's assaults. He then lifted his hand, unleashing his formidable martial prowess to deliver a relentless barrage upon Vegeta's body. With a power nearing 90 trillion, Vegeta found himself utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. The air was filled with anguished cries as it became evident that Vegeta was being battered, blood spewing from his mouth, his body a canvas of lacerations and bloodshed. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Raditz continued his assault, his target set firmly on Vegeta's heart. Chapter 52, Super Saiyan 4. With each punch, under Raditz's meticulous control, the force of his strikes incessantly targeted Vegeta's heart, simultaneously agitating the essence within Vegeta, causing it to churn and boil. Suddenly, Vegeta expelled a mouthful of essence, his vitality waning by a third in an instant. At last, seeing this development, Raditz rejoiced, swiftly grasping the glimmering drop of golden essence. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a universal capsule and stored it within a vessel. Upon completing this task, Raditz advanced once more, his fists a whirlwind of continuous strikes aimed at Vegeta's heart. In a cacophony of cries, Vegeta's agonized screams echoed throughout the vicinity. After a single drop of his essence was forced out, his strength diminished by a third, rendering him even more vulnerable than before. Within mere breaths, Vegeta was left battered and breathless, his aura wavering precariously. At that moment, Vegeta opened his mouth once again, expelling another drop of essence. In the next instant, his energy plummeted dramatically, causing the Super Saiyan 3 state to dissipate and his mysterious form to fade, leaving him teetering on the brink of unconsciousness as he plummeted from the air. Is this the limit? Observing this, Raditz furrowed his brow, capturing the second drop of essence, then directing his gaze towards the falling Vegeta, declaring, "Thus, I shall utterly vanquish you." With that, Raditz raised his hand, unleashing a ki blast that tore through the air, striking the defenseless body of Vegeta. In the next moment, the ki blast collided with Vegeta, resulting in a thunderous explosion, causing him to lose all consciousness. The Batara earrings on his ears shattering in that instant. With a resounding crack, the figure of Vegeta vanished, replaced by the unconscious forms of Son Wukong and Vegeta. Father! Father! Seeing this scene, Son Gohan and the others on the yacht were filled with both astonishment and joy. The defeat of Vegeta, coupled with his severe injuries, was alarming. However, the assault from Raditz had inadvertently revived Son Wukong and Vegeta, which was undoubtedly good news for them. In an instant, Son Gohan and the others soared into the air to catch the fallen Son Wukong and Vegeta, bringing them back aboard the yacht. Ding! Mission accomplished. Reward. World coordinates. The system's notification echoed. Shortly thereafter, Raditz successfully grasped the coordinates for his return. All he needed to do now was activate the time ring to return to his world. Excellent. Raditz couldn't help but burst into laughter upon witnessing this turn of events. He had finally succeeded in obtaining the world's coordinates and could return to witness the birth of his child. For a moment, Raditz felt an overwhelming urge to return immediately. However, he quickly suppressed such emotions. Although he had delayed for several months, there was still some time before Bulma would give birth. This provided him with the perfect opportunity to remain in the dragon world for a while longer, at least until he could defeat Beerus. Having witnessed the formidable strength of Vegeta's ancient bloodline, Raditz was eager to become an ancient Super Saiyan himself, given that he was already an evil Saiyan. If his bloodline were to evolve once more, his power would reach terrifying new heights. With this thought in mind, Raditz's gaze shifted towards the area on the yacht, murmuring, "But before making a move, I need to ascertain the full extent of Beerus's strength." Resolute, Raditz soared towards the yacht. As Raditz returned, Beerus approached with Whis by his side, inquiring, "You have defeated Vegeta. Now you may enlighten me about the Super Saiyan God." Upon hearing this, Son Gohan and the others turned their attention to Raditz. Their curiosity piqued regarding the so-called Super Saiyan God. From the conversation between the two, it was evident that the Super Saiyan God was likely stronger than the previous Vegeta. Certainly. Glancing at Beerus, Raditz smirked, gesturing towards the unconscious Son Wukong and Vegeta on the ground. The conditions to transform into a Super Saiyan God are quite simple. 5 peaceful Saiyans must channel their energy into a single individual. Thus, that person can ascend to become a Super Saiyan God, colloquially known as Super Saiyan God. Given the current situation, both Son Wukong and Vegeta possess the potential to undergo this transformation. Of course, if the transformation to Super Saiyan God were to occur, their power would likely be comparable to that of the previous Vegeta. However, if Son Wukong and Vegeta were to fuse into Vegeta while in their Super Saiyan God forms, their abilities would be significantly enhanced, potentially allowing them to rival you in strength. Upon concluding his words, Raditz's gaze shifted towards Beerus and Whis, internally contemplating. System. Display the thoughts of Beerus and Whis. In the next moment, their personal panels materialized before Raditz's eyes. Beerus, race, cat, position, god of destruction, power index, 3,000 trillion, transformation, god of destruction form, abilities, destruction, ultra instinct sign, Whis, race, angel, power index, transformation, abilities. Upon reviewing the thoughts of Beerus and Whis, Raditz could not help but gasp in astonishment. The standard battle power of Beerus was an astounding 3,000 trillion, and this was without accounting for his god of destruction form and ultra instinct sign enhancements. This was utterly preposterous. In the anime, Goku, having achieved the Super Saiyan God transformation, was able to contend with Beerus, who claimed to have used merely 70% of his strength to defeat Goku. Yet, it now appeared that the reality was far different. Considering Goku and Vegeta's circumstances, even in their Super Saiyan God forms, their maximum power could barely touch around 10 trillion. Under such conditions, how could they possibly be evenly matched with Beerus? How could Beerus require 70% of his strength to secure victory? The only plausible explanation was that Beerus had deliberately held back, and quite significantly at that. An overwhelming weight settled upon Raditz's heart. How could he ever hope to defeat someone with a standard battle power of 3,000 trillion? As for Whis, the situation was even more enigmatic. The complete absence of data indicated the vast chasm in power between them, to the extent that even the system could not detect it. Thus, the prospect of defeating Whis seemed even more unattainable, rendering the acquisition of God of Destruction status utterly improbable. So that was it. After hearing Raditz's account, Beerus experienced an epiphany. He turned to gaze at the unconscious forms of Goku and Vegeta on the ground and spoke decisively. Whis, awaken them. I wish to ascertain the true extent of the Super Saiyan God's power. Yes, Lord Beerus, Whis responded. Approaching, he waved his staff, and Goku and Vegeta's injuries began to visibly mend at an astonishing pace. Within mere moments, the two warriors, previously ensnared in unconsciousness, began to awaken. Ugh! It hurts so much. Goku and Vegeta cried out as they struggled to rise. Suddenly, recalling something, they swiftly turned to face Raditz, their expressions wary. Evil Saiyan, you don't intend to attack again, do you? Evil Saiyan, if you wish to harm my kin, you shall have to eliminate me first, Vegeta asserted. In response, Raditz rolled his eyes and raised his hand, a sphere of energy coalescing in his palm. If you desire me to strike, I would be more than willing to oblige you. Misunderstanding. Seeing the situation unfold, Bulma and the others grew anxious. They were acutely aware that Raditz was not an inherently malevolent being. At the very least, he would not resort to killing them. The sole purpose of his actions was merely to confront Vegeta. Now, with Goku and Vegeta provoking him, the consequences could be dire if he truly decided to engage. Without a moment's hesitation, Bulma stepped forward and delivered a swift punch to both Goku and Vegeta, admonishing them. Goku, Vegeta, cease this nonsense. Raditz is a Kaioshin. How could he possibly be our enemy? What? A Kaioshin? Upon hearing Bulma's words, Goku and Vegeta were momentarily taken aback, incredulously gazing at Raditz. He is a Kaioshin? How can this be? Their astonishment was palpable. The malevolent aura radiating from Raditz was far too sinister. How could such an evil being ascend to the status of a Kaioshin? It was simply unfathomable. Not only were they incredulous, but Bulma and the others beside them also found it hard to believe. However, the words of Whis and Beerus could not be dismissed as mere fabrications. In comparison to their own speculations, they were far more inclined to trust these divine beings. Dad, at that moment, Gohan stepped forward to succinctly clarify the situation. So that's how it is. He wants us to transform into Vegeta. Upon hearing Gohan's explanation, Goku's expression shifted to one of realization, and his wariness began to dissipate. Vegeta, on the other hand, grimaced, his countenance darkening. He never anticipated that this individual would deceive him. All the talk of murder and testing their limits was merely a ruse to force him and Goku to fuse into Vegeta for a thorough beating. The mere thought left Vegeta feeling immensely frustrated, yet utterly powerless. Master Kaioshin, you are truly formidable. Goku then approached Raditz with an air of familiarity and inquired. Was that transformation you displayed earlier Super Saiyan 4? That power was terrifying. Even Vegeta would not stand a chance against you. At this, Vegeta, Gohan, and the others turned their gazes toward Raditz. Super Saiyan 4. They had witnessed the sheer strength of that transformation firsthand. If it could indeed be mastered, did that mean they too had a glimmer of hope? Indeed. Raditz replied with a calm smile, meeting Goku's gaze. My recent transformation was indeed Super Saiyan 4, with a power level 10 times that of your Super Saiyan 3. Goku gasped in astonishment. 10 times the power of Super Saiyan 3. The transformation into Super Saiyan 4 must be utterly terrifying. It is known that Super Saiyan 3 amplifies one's base power by over 400 times. Multiplying that by 10 yields a staggering level of might. No wonder Raditz's Super Saiyan 4 could easily overpower Vegeta, even with mastery over the mysterious state and Super Saiyan 3. With this realization, Goku instinctively asked, Master Kaioshin, could you teach us how to transform into Super Saiyan 4? In that moment, Goku's eyes were filled with hope. Not only he, but Vegeta and the others were also stirred with anticipation. The formidable Super Saiyan 4 has undoubtedly piqued their interest. With a sly glance at Goku, Raditz smirked and said, Are you truly certain about transforming into a Super Saiyan 4? Once you opt for bloodline evolution, you can no longer ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan God. This was not a jest from Raditz. It was an undeniable truth. Goku and Vegeta's bloodline limitations meant they had to choose between transforming into Super Saiyan 4 or embarking on the divine path. Only the ancient bloodline of Vegeta could potentially allow for a transformation into Super Saiyan God after achieving Super Saiyan 4. However, with the destruction of the Patera earrings, Goku and Vegeta would likely never fuse into Vegito again. At most, they might utilize the fusion dance to become Gogeta. The drawbacks of the Patera earrings were significant, and had Raditz not shattered them, along with the two's fusion lasting no more than 3 hours, they might have been irreversibly fused. Upon hearing this, Goku was taken aback. Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan God. The grim reality of having to choose between the two was disheartening. At that moment, Beerus could no longer remain passive and stepped forward, stating, "You should remember the purpose of my visit to Earth. If there is no Super Saiyan God, I will destroy not just you, but the Earth as well." While the power of Super Saiyan 4 was commendable, Beerus had come seeking the Super Saiyan God. Should both Goku and Vegeta opt for the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, his objective would be in vain. Hearing this, Goku's expression shifted, his eyes filled with conflict. Truth be told, he preferred the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, yet he felt he had no choice in the matter. This sentiment applied equally to Vegeta. Raditz's target was Vegito, and he was prepared to employ any means necessary, even using Bulma and others as leverage. Beerus's objective was the Super Saiyan God, and should they fail to meet his expectations, he would act without hesitation. "Hey, who do you think you are? Is Earth yours to destroy at will?" Yamcha interjected, unable to contain himself. He believed that Goku and Vegeta were powerful enough to prevail, even against Raditz. "Humph." Beerus scoffed, fixing his gaze on Yamcha. "You, a mere human, dare to question me? I shall obliterate you." With that, Beerus raised his hand, prepared to destroy Yamcha. "Lord Beerus, please stop," Goku exclaimed, rushing to position himself before Beerus, declaring, "I am willing to choose the transformation into a Super Saiyan God." Yamcha was unaware of your existence. He meant no offense. This scene sent a wave of tension among Bulma and the others, although they were unaware of Beerus's true identity. Goku's anxious demeanor indicated that the being before them was far from ordinary. Beerus was indeed the god of destruction. At that moment, Raditz shook his head and cast a glance at Bulma and the others, saying, "If the Kaioshin is responsible for the creation of worlds and the maintenance of peace, then the god of destruction, Beerus, is primarily tasked with annihilation and devastation. With just a snap of his fingers, he could obliterate Earth along with all its inhabitants." Hearing Raditz's account, Bulma and the others could not help but gasp in astonishment. The god of destruction, tasked with ruin and obliteration, was indeed a being of extraordinary and terrifying origin. In an instant, Bulma and her companions cast furious glances at Yamcha, blaming him for provoking such a formidable entity with his incessant chatter. Even a few words were enough for them to comprehend that Beerus was far more fearsome than Raditz. "Fine, I'll spare you this time." Sensing their trepidation, Beerus felt quite satisfied. He turned his gaze to Goku and declared, "Since that is the case, let us commence. Not only you, but Vegeta must also transform into a Super Saiyan God. If you are unable to face me individually, then you shall fuse into Vegito. I am not like Raditz, merely here for a fight. If your power does not meet my expectations, I shall destroy the Earth." Upon hearing this, Goku and the others were left dumbfounded, particularly Vegeta. He never anticipated that he would be drawn into this situation. Moreover, if their initial transformation into Super Saiyan gods failed to satisfy Beerus, he would have to merge with Goku, although they would not be using the Patera earrings this time, and thus would not face severe repercussions. He was still exceedingly resistant to the idea. Clenching his fists, Vegeta gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn it, these lofty gods will eventually learn of the might of me, Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans." However, it was Goku who first regained his composure, awkwardly addressing Beerus, "Lord Beerus, but Vegeta and I cannot transform into Super Saiyan gods. What shall we do about that?" In response, Beerus waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm. Raditz has already explained. If 5 Saiyans concentrate their energy into one, that individual may transform into a Super Saiyan god. Upon hearing this, Goku nodded in understanding and began to calculate. "I, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks, there are exactly 5 of us. Excellent, it's just enough." With that, Goku transformed and excitedly looked at Vegeta. "Vegeta, shall we begin? Do you want to go first, or shall I?" Idiot Kakarot. Unable to contain himself, Vegeta retorted sharply. 5 Saiyans transferring their energy to one person means that we need 6 Saiyans to complete the transformation. Huh? Goku was taken aback, incredulous. Then what shall we do? We don't have enough people. Instinctively, Goku turned his gaze to Raditz and asked, Raditz, can you assist us? At this, Beerus also directed his attention toward Raditz. Given the insufficient number of individuals present, it is indeed impossible for Sun Wukong and Vegeta to achieve their transformation. Raditz, without hesitation, shook his head and declared, I am an evil Saiyan. My heart is filled with malevolence, rendering me incapable of assisting you in your transformation. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and his companions were immediately engulfed in despair, including Beerus, who felt the weight of the situation. After all, without assembling 6 righteous Saiyans, the prospect of transforming into a Super Saiyan God would be utterly unattainable. As this realization dawned upon him, a fierce energy emanated from Beerus, who sensed he had been deceived. Alarmed by the sudden surge of Beerus's aura, Sun Wukong and others exchanged concerned glances. Just then, Biddy approached from a distance and inquired, Lord Raditz, could an unborn child count towards this? Chapter 53. How could a mere candidate for the Kaioshin possess such formidable power? Child. At this question, Sun Wukong and his companions instinctively turned their gazes towards Biddy. Particularly, Sun Wufan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Biddy, are you pregnant? Does this mean I'm about to become a father? In an instant, everyone present rushed forward to offer their congratulations, especially Chi-Chi, whose face radiated with joy. After all, Biddy was her daughter-in-law, and the child she carried would be her grandchild. Raditz, is this child acceptable? Beerus asked, suppressing his inner fury as he turned to Raditz. For if it were indeed possible, then Sun Wukong and Vegeta could complete their transformation into Super Saiyan gods, rendering his visit not in vain. Indeed, Raditz replied with a calm smile, stating, though yet unborn, this child possesses a heart of peace. You need only hold hands and encircle the one who requires transformation, channeling your energy into him, and he shall achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan God. Hearing this, Beerus exhaled in relief, a sentiment echoed by Sun Wukong and his companions. After exchanging knowing looks, Sun Wukong eagerly proposed, then let us commence at once. Let us witness just how formidable the Super Saiyan God truly is. Upon hearing this, Sun Wufan and the others nodded in agreement. This time, there was no doubt regarding Vegeta's possession of a peaceful heart, as everyone had witnessed his prior efforts to safeguard their presence. In no time, Vegeta, Sun Wufan, Sun Wutian, Trunks, and Biddy surrounded Sun Wukong. As the 5 began to channel their energy into him, the very atmosphere of the earth shifted dramatically. Golden clouds coalesced. Ocean tides surged violently, and a crimson beam of light shot into the heavens, as divine power erupted forth from Sun Wukong's being. Observing the spectacle, Raditz's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Finally, he beheld the birth of the Super Saiyan God, and was keenly curious about the extent of power this transformation would grant Sun Wukong. Would it align with his previous assumptions and be on par with Vegeta, or would it manifest as an even greater force, potent enough to rival Beerus himself? In such circumstances, time flew swiftly. The crimson beam of light intensified, and the figure of Sun Wukong quietly materialized. One could perceive that his entire appearance radiated vitality, as if he had rejuvenated by over a decade. Simultaneously, his former aura had vanished, replaced by the potent waves of Super Saiyan God energy. System, analyze Sun Wukong. Raditz promptly instructed, eager to observe the transformation. In the next instant, personal panel information regarding Sun Wukong emerged before his eyes. Sun Wukong, race, Saiyan, bloodline, low-class bloodline, combat power index, 7 quintillion, transformations, Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan God, abilities, Kaioken, Kamehameha, Spirit Bomb, instant transmission, 7 quintillion. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. The power of the Super Saiyan God is not overwhelmingly strong. At least in his current state, Sun Wukong is insufficient. This transformation of Super Saiyan God seems to be comparable to Super Saiyan 4. The distinction lies in the fact that one draws upon inherent bloodline strength, which does not dissipate unless exhausted, whereas Super Saiyan God relies on divine energy, which swiftly diminishes once depleted. In a sense, unless Sun Wukong and Vegeta ascend to divinity, this transformation, while capable of significantly enhancing their strength in the short term, also presents a considerable drawback. In an instant, Raditz had discerned the merits and demerits of the Super Saiyan God. Simultaneously, his initial desire to experiment with this transformation waned considerably, unless their bloodlines further evolved. Only then could Super Saiyan God be effectively wielded as a standard transformation. Otherwise, it would merely be an insipid existence devoid of meaning. Success. Is this the Super Saiyan God? Exclaimed Bulma and the others, astonished by Sun Wukong's transformation. Particularly, Chi-Chi, with a face of disbelief, remarked, "Goku looks so much younger all of a sudden." This statement instantly garnered the agreement of the others. Sun Wukong now appeared to be in his 20s, making it believable for some that he could be Gohan's brother. This scene was an immense shock to the women aboard the yacht. They had never imagined that the Super Saiyan God could bestow youth, lamenting that since they were not Saiyans, they could not transform into Super Saiyan gods. Is that all? Beerus furrowed his brow, expressing dissatisfaction. A combat power of 7 quintillion would have thrilled him in the past, even inciting a desire to engage in battle. However, having witnessed Raditz's earlier defeat of Vegeta, Beerus realized that such a confrontation was not what he desired. Although Sun Wukong now rivaled Vegeta and had achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan God, it still left him somewhat unfulfilled. "Lord Beerus, are you not satisfied?" Sun Wukong asked nervously, glancing at Beerus. After completing the transformation into a Super Saiyan God, he could already sense the terrifying divine power emanating from Beerus. At this moment, Goku felt a deep-seated anxiety. If the latter were to become enraged, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Not only Goku, but also Vegeta and the others cast anxious glances at Beerus. Even Raditz appeared somewhat taken aback. After all, in the original narrative, Beerus was exceedingly pleased with Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan God. However, judging by the current circumstances, it was clear that Beerus was not satisfied. Reflecting on his overwhelming combat prowess, Raditz felt a sense of resignation. Especially after witnessing the battle between himself and Vegeta, the earlier enthusiasm had long since been drained away. Not enough. Far from sufficient. Without hesitation, Beerus shook his head and turned to Vegeta, saying, "Next, Vegeta, you must transform as well. Goku's current power does not suffice to meet my expectations." All right. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression stiffened, though he was reluctant at heart. He understood that there was no way to prevent this. If he resisted, Beerus would undoubtedly annihilate the Earth, a fate Vegeta was resolutely unwilling to witness. Immediately, Vegeta turned to Goku and the others and declared, "Let us begin." Good. In response, Goku and the others nodded. They formed a circle around Vegeta, channeling their energy into him. In an instant, the world around them transformed once more. A crimson beam of light shot up into the heavens. And with the aid of his companions, Vegeta successfully achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan God. System, check Vegeta's information. Raditz commanded the system. The next moment, Vegeta's details appeared before Raditz. Vegeta, race, Saiyan, bloodline, Royal Bloodline, power index, 65 trillion, transformations, Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan God, abilities, Final Flash, artificial moon, 65 trillion. Indeed, a disparity existed between them. This was attributed to Vegeta's failure to reach Super Saiyan 3. Pondering this, Raditz withdrew his gaze, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. It was not only Raditz who felt this way. Beerus, too, furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction, remarking, "How can he be inferior to Goku? He is the Prince of Saiyans. Why is his power so lacking?" Not only Beerus, but Whis also wore a look of surprise. The Prince of Saiyans, in terms of both bloodline and other attributes, should naturally be stronger than Goku. Why then was he so underwhelming at present? However, despite his confusion, Whis quickly regained his composure and said, "Lord Beerus, their powers are likely just newly attained and therefore not yet fully developed. Given some time to train, once they have completely mastered the divine power, their strength should experience a significant enhancement." Humph. In response, Beerus waved his hand dismissively and stated, "While that may be true, since they have arrived, I cannot simply relinquish my expectations. Regardless of the circumstances, I must witness the extent of the power and potential possessed by this god of Super Saiyans. Goku, Vegeta, you two must merge swiftly. I wish to see the magnitude of your combined strength." Upon hearing this, Raditz also displayed a hint of curiosity. Fusion, undoubtedly. If it is a fusion in the form of a god of super science, the power of Gogeta will be significantly amplified. Should this be accomplished, Gogeta's strength could reach levels in the tens of quadrillions or even thousands of quadrillions. Contemplating this, Raditz felt a surge of anticipation. Though Gogeta, when at full power, may not surpass Vegeta, he is certainly not to be underestimated. At that moment, Goku cast a helpless glance at Vegeta, fully aware of the prevailing situation. If Vegeta were to decline, Goku would find himself at a loss. Come on. However, Vegeta was surprisingly forthcoming. The reason was clear. After achieving the transformation into a god of super science, he could distinctly sense the terrifying presence of Beerus and Whis. The overwhelming divine energy felt as if it were an ancient beast, instilling fear within him. Hence, despite possessing a combat power of 65 quadrillion, Vegeta dared not act recklessly. Excellent. Vegeta, let us commence at once. Upon hearing this, Goku was overjoyed and wasted no time in initiating the process. Soon, both Goku and Vegeta maintained their energy at around 65 quadrillion. They then began to perform the fusion dance. As their fingers touched, their low growls resonated. Fusion, fusion. In the next moment, a brilliant crimson light illuminated the heavens and the earth, heralding the silent emergence of Gogeta in his god of super science form. Instantly, a surge of divine energy erupted around Gogeta, rapidly escalating. It's happening. Witnessing this, Raditz's eyes sparkled with intensity as he commanded, "System, display Gogeta's information." In the blink of an eye, Gogeta's details appeared before him. Gogeta, race, Saiyan, bloodline, ancient bloodline, combat power index, 445 quadrillion, transformations, Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, God of Super Science. Abilities, Kamehameha, Kaioken, Spirit Bomb, Final Flash, Instant Transmission 445 quadrillion. My heavens, Gogeta's power after fusion is astounding. Raditz was taken aback. He never anticipated that Gogeta in the God of Super Science state would be so formidable. Most notably, Gogeta also possessed an ancient bloodline. However, unlike Vegeta, who was an ancient Saiyan capable of fully unleashing his potential, Gogeta's power represented the pinnacle of Goku and Vegeta's fusion. Yet even so, Gogeta now possessed the capability to contend with Beerus, for no other reason than the formidable power of 445 billion, combined with the existence of the king of all technique. They could, within a short span, possess a battle strength exceeding 4,000 billion, an existence incomparable to the norm of Beerus. At that moment, Beerus sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Gogeta, igniting his fighting spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, Beerus began to ascend into the sky. Observing this, Gogeta, undaunted, also took to the air. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, the figures of Gogeta and Beerus soared into the atmosphere. The next instant, brilliant crimson and violet lights illuminated the surroundings as Gogeta and Beerus collided within the atmospheric realm. The thunderous roars echoed continuously, each impact resonating like a clap of thunder. Their immense power radiated outward, shaking the very earth, and even the cosmos beyond trembled. Some asteroids shattered under the overwhelming force of their residual energies. Such formidable power. On the yacht, Raditz bore witness to this spectacle. Although he possessed a battle strength of around 10 billion, which could escalate to over 200 billion in a state of rage or malice, it paled in comparison to the might exhibited by Beerus and Gogeta. In such circumstances, unless he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, he had little hope of battling them. At that moment, Whis approached Raditz, inquiring curiously, "Are you the Kai of that universe? I am acquainted with nearly all the Kais across the universes, yet your presence eludes my memory. Have I been exposed?" A glint of realization flashed in Raditz's eyes as he recognized his situation had been revealed. Previously, he had successfully deceived Beerus and Whis, as he bore a striking resemblance to the Kais. The only distinction was his lack of an official title, yet Whis had begun to harbor doubts. In this context, lying was unwise and practically impossible. "I am not a Kai," Raditz replied, pausing for a moment before turning to Whis. "Though I possess the time ring and the powers of a Kai, I have yet to attain the title of Kai." "I see," Whis replied, nodding in understanding. "A Kai candidate, then? I never anticipated that a mere candidate could wield such power. Were it not for your authentic Kai energy, I might have suspected you to be a candidate for a destroyer." "A candidate for a destroyer?" Raditz raised an eyebrow. the memory of Topo from Universe 11 surfacing in his mind. He had transformed into a candidate for a destroyer and later revealed his destroyer form during the grand tournament across the universes. Unfortunately, Topo encountered an exceptionally powerful opponent, which led to his ultimate defeat. Reflecting on this, Raditz turned to Whis and inquired, "Whis, could you elaborate on the classification of destroyers?" Previously, Beerus remarked that both I and Vegeta possessed the power of a god of destruction, yet it now appears that the disparity is quite significant. Whether it is Gogeta in his Super Saiyan God form or Beerus himself, their strength is evidently superior to mine. Upon finishing his thought, a glimmer of anticipation surfaced in Raditz's eyes. He was genuinely perplexed about the classification of gods of destruction and could not fathom why such a vast difference existed. "Are you unaware?" With raised eyebrows, Whis gazed at Raditz in surprise. "It seems your Supreme Kai has not imparted much knowledge to you. It must be due to the malevolent aura surrounding you. Otherwise, you would have already ascended to the rank of Supreme Kai." After indulging in his own musings, Whis quickly regained his composure and turned his attention back to Raditz. "In that case, allow me to enlighten you. The gods of destruction are categorized into tiers: lower tier, mid-tier, upper tier, and top-tier gods of destruction. The battle power index you refer to converts to divine power upon reaching 1 quintillion. A divine power of 150 signifies a lower-tier god of destruction, while 51, 100 corresponds to a mid-tier, and 1, 0, 11, 000 to an upper tier. Any divine power exceeding 1, 000 denotes a top-tier god of destruction. Of course, there are distinctions. 1 unit of divine power equals 1 quintillion in battle power index. But 1 quintillion in battle power does not equate to 1 unit of divine power. Divine power is the essence cultivated by deities, thus it is more refined and potent. Whereas the battle power index merely reflects the manifestation of ki, making it more dispersed and feeble. For instance, your previously displayed battle power of 8 quintillion is, in reality, comparable to approximately 5 units of divine power. "Ah, I see," Raditz responded, enlightenment dawning upon him. In that moment, he finally comprehended the reasons behind the disparity between them. He also grasped the categorization of the gods of destruction, with top-tier gods of destruction possessing divine power exceeding 1,000. It implied that most gods of destruction within the 12 universes operate above that threshold. Beerus's 3,000 units of divine power places him as a prominent figure among the gods of destruction. Furthermore, the inherent transformation of a god of destruction allows them to unleash divine power surpassing 10,000 quintillion, reaching the level of a myriad. If all goes as expected, the divine power of angels should be quantified in terms of myriad, and the wisp before him stands as a paragon among angels, showcasing the sheer terror of his strength. Moreover, there are those who surpass angels, such as the Grand Minister, the Omni King, and the Dragon God, Salam, which underscores how exceedingly weak Raditz remains with merely 8 quintillion in battle power. Contemplating this, Raditz turned his gaze toward Whis and expressed, "Thank you, Mr. Whis, for your elucidation. Given that the purity and potency of divine power transcend that of ki, I must place greater emphasis on my cultivation of divine power. Mr. Whis, I shall take my leave for now and return once Beerus and Gogeta have concluded their battle." Upon hearing this, Whis regarded Raditz with intrigue, sensing an underlying tension. Where does Mr. Raditz intend to go? The feeling of unease compelled Whis to scrutinize Raditz once more. After all, the latter, despite being a candidate for the god of destruction, does not belong to the 7th universe. Should he attempt to engage in any nefarious activities within this realm, it would be incumbent upon him, as an angel, to intervene. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, without any preamble, Raditz turned his gaze toward Whis and remarked, "Since the essence of divine power transcends ki, I must seek guidance from the Supreme Kai regarding the path of cultivation. Although I possess the power of the Supreme Kai, it is, in essence, not acquired through my own training." Understanding dawned upon Whis as he nodded in realization. He comprehended why Raditz, despite being a candidate for the Supreme Kai and wielding divine power, manifested it in the form of ki. It became evident that the divine power within him was not self-cultivated, but rather directly imparted by a Supreme Kai. With this thought in mind, Whis promptly spoke. "In that case, you may proceed. However, as a candidate for the Supreme Kai, you should be acutely aware that the taboos among the gods are not to be violated." "Understood," Raditz replied with a nod. He recognized that Whis was cautioning him against taking action against the Supreme Kai of the Seventh Universe. After all, the Supreme Kai's fate is intrinsically linked to that of the God of Destruction. Any harm inflicted upon the Supreme Kai would invariably impact the God of Destruction. Should the God of Destruction encounter peril, Whis, as an angel, would also face repercussions. Contemplating this, Raditz glanced upward at the fierce battle between Beerus and Gogeta still transpiring within the atmosphere, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, "If Beerus does not take this seriously, there is a chance he could falter. After all, Gogeta possesses the Kaioken technique, under the tenfold Kaioken. Beerus' strength may not match his." With that, Raditz did not linger any longer. With a mere thought, he activated instant transmission, vanishing from sight. Kaioken, you say? In contrast, Whis pondered, this truly is unexpected. The formidable opponent sought by Lord Beerus, the Super Saiyan God, has indeed manifested. Though merely a product of fusion, it is evident that Goku and Vegeta possess remarkable potential. If their strength suffices, cultivating them as candidates for the God of Destruction is not out of the question. After all, the Grand Minister has instructed that every universe must nurture candidates for the God of Destruction as a precautionary measure. At this juncture, Whis squinted slightly, savoring the cake in his hand while his attention increasingly shifted toward Gogeta. Chapter 54. Whis, are you contemplating a change in the God of Destruction? Meanwhile, Raditz executed unlimited instant transmission, finding himself within the realm of the Supreme Kai. Impressive. Gogeta, give it your all. Defeat the mighty Beerus. Upon arriving at the Supreme Kai realm, a chorus of cheers resonated from afar. Following the sound, he beheld the old Supreme Kai and Kibito standing around a spherical viewing device, observing the battle between Beerus and Gogeta on Earth. At that moment, Gogeta had initiated the Kaioken technique, albeit not at tenfold, but rather at fourfold. Even so, this enabled Gogeta's divine power to surpass the staggering limit of 1,000 quintillion. In such circumstances, even Beerus lacked absolute confidence in swiftly subduing him. In a surprising turn of events, Vegeta seized the opportunity to relentlessly assault Beerus, creating a scene that was nothing short of exhilarating and immensely satisfying. Ahem. Observing this spectacle, the old Supreme Kai, along with Jebet, was abruptly interrupted by a light cough from Raditz. Who are you? How did you come to be in the Supreme Kai realm? In the blink of an eye, Jebet rose defensively, his eyes filled with trepidation. After all, this was the Supreme Kai realm. Aside from Beerus, Whis, and the Supreme Kai, no one else could intrude here. Even Son Goku would need to announce his presence before entering. Only after Jebet released the restrictions could he step inside. Greetings, Supreme Kai of Universe 7. With a slight smile, Raditz clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, his gaze primarily focused on the old Supreme Kai. He was acutely aware that Jebet was utterly incompetent, possessing the title of Supreme Kai yet lacking in both knowledge and strength. In contrast, the old Supreme Kai, though his power might not be formidable by contemporary standards, was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. Hello? Caught off guard by Raditz's sudden appearance, Jebet opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, Raditz did not seem malevolent. Although his aura was undeniably sinister, could an evil individual truly be so courteous? You must be a candidate for the Supreme Kai position, correct? At that moment, the old Supreme Kai lifted his head to regard Raditz, astonished. Who on earth chose you? With such an ominous presence, how could that individual dare to appoint you as a candidate for Supreme Kai? It is simply outrageous. A being of your power and aura should be a candidate for the Destroyer, not the complex role of a Supreme Kai. What? He is a candidate for Supreme Kai? Upon hearing this, Jebet gazed at Raditz with disbelief. I am unsure about that. With a casual evasion, Raditz swiftly moved past the topic. He was not a candidate for Supreme Kai, nor had he received any form of acknowledgement from them. His possession of Supreme Kai powers and the Time Ring was solely due to the system's influence. However, his purpose for visiting was to learn the application and enhancement of Supreme Kai powers, a matter he could not disclose. With this thought in mind, Raditz turned to the old Supreme Kai and said, Old Supreme Kai, I have come to seek your guidance. I wish for you to impart the cultivation methods of Supreme Kai powers and assist me in mastering them. As he spoke, Raditz produced a universal capsule and tossed it towards the old Supreme Kai. This was a collection he had acquired from a magazine store on Earth, filled with items that the old Supreme Kai was particularly fond of. Boom. At that moment, the universal capsule opened, and a mountain of magazines scattered across the ground. Witnessing this, Jebet's face flushed crimson. He had never anticipated that Raditz would present such a plethora of embarrassing items as gifts to the old Supreme Kai. Oh, young man, you have great potential. Conversely, the old Kaioshin's eyes brightened, and before Raditz and Jebet could react, he waved his hand and collected all the magazines from the ground in an instant. Once he completed this task, the old Kaioshin raised his gaze towards Raditz and said, "Though I am unaware of the universe from which you hail, it is evident that as a candidate for Kaioshin, and with a Kaioshin willing to go to great lengths to assist you in acquiring Kaioshin power, your heart remains untainted by malevolent energies. If that is the case, I shall impart to you the true method of mastering Kaioshin power. Come forth, and I shall awaken the divine energy within you." Done. Upon hearing these words, Raditz felt a surge of joy within him. The old Kaioshin had agreed to help him fully unlock his Kaioshin abilities, a piece of splendid news for Raditz. With this thought in mind, he stepped towards the old Kaioshin's area, clasped his fists in a respectful gesture, and said, "I am grateful for your assistance, esteemed old Kaioshin. I am indeed a warrior of peace. The malevolent energy that surrounds me cannot sway my essence. Instead, this dark power will serve as the source of my transformation." Although the old Kaioshin had already consented, Raditz felt it prudent to clarify his identity as a non-evil entity, thereby dispelling any doubts from the old Kaioshin, ensuring his acquisition of divine power would proceed without hindrance. The legendary bloodline of the Super Saiyan, perhaps? The old Kaioshin, well-versed in lore, nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the malevolent energy serves as nourishment for your bloodline. I can now comprehend why the Kaioshin from your world chose you. Please, take a seat, and I will assist you in unlocking the shackles of your Kaioshin power. The extent of your mastery will ultimately depend on your innate potential. Thank you. With a grateful response, Raditz did not hesitate further and seated himself before the old Kaioshin. Subsequently, the old Kaioshin extended his hand and placed it upon Raditz's forehead, stating, "Focus your mind and calm your spirit. I shall commence now. Do not resist, for doing so will render the awakening of your divine power's shackles exceedingly difficult, preventing you from fully awakening and mastering it." As he spoke, the old Kaioshin's hand began to shimmer with a radiant light that penetrated Raditz's very being. In that moment, Raditz could distinctly sense his own energy surging restlessly, seemingly aware of an impending threat rising in defiance. However, Raditz would not afford it that opportunity. He firmly controlled his mind, suppressing any flicker of rebellion within his energy. Thus, both the old Kaioshin and Raditz fell into a profound silence, yet with each passing moment, Raditz's energy escalated, seemingly without limit. "Excellent. Go, Vegeta." At this moment, Jebet, cradling a spherical object, settled a short distance away to observe, occasionally exclaiming with excitement evident in his eyes. It was clear that the battle between Vegeta and Beerus had intensified, with the two now engaged in a conflict among the stars. As their forms clashed, it became increasingly apparent that Beerus was beginning to lose ground. In a spectacular display of power, Gogeta unleashed an eightfold Kaioken, resulting in a divine energy exceeding 3,700, far surpassing Beerus in his normal state. As the two engaged in fierce combat, the very fabric of the seventh universe trembled, causing countless fragile planets to shatter into oblivion. However, both Beerus and Gogeta seemed intent on restraining their power to prevent further devastation. Consequently, the number of planets succumbing to destruction rapidly diminished. Simultaneously, under Gogeta's relentless assault, Beerus found himself retreating, blood seeping from his wounds. With a resounding impact, a punch sent Beerus staggering back several hundred yards before he regained his composure. A glint of cold fury flashed in Beerus's eyes as he fixated on Gogeta, declaring, "Mortal, you have angered me. Today, I shall reveal to you the true power of a god of destruction." With that, Beerus let out a thunderous roar, purple energy cascading from his form. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into his god of destruction mode. In this state, his previously slender physique burgeoned with strength, and his divine energy soared beyond 9,000, nearing the unimaginable threshold of 1 quintillion. Clearly, in this form, Beerus's power had more than tripled. With a swift motion, Beerus charged at Gogeta. No embellishments, merely a straightforward punch that reached unparalleled speed. Gogeta barely had time to react before Beerus's fist connected with his abdomen. A cry of anguish escaped Gogeta as his Super Saiyan God energy dissipated, causing him to revert from his formidable form. Incredibly powerful, Beerus in his God of Destruction mode had decisively overwhelmed Gogeta with a single blow. In the aftermath, a dazzling light enveloped Gogeta, revealing the figures of Son Goku and Vegeta. Both appeared pained, drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, the residual Super Saiyan energy within them provided some measure of protection. Otherwise, the environmental pressures of the universe could have proven fatal. Have they undone the fusion? Beerus mused, momentarily taken aback before relinquishing his God of Destruction form. After this transformation, he turned his gaze towards Son Goku and Vegeta, stating, "Come, although your power remains feeble, you have indeed compelled me to take you seriously." With that, Beerus soared away towards Earth. With a sigh of relief, Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances. Despite suffering yet another defeat, one that could be deemed utterly crushing, they had at least managed to halt Beerus's intent to annihilate Earth. Realizing this, they quickly followed in Beerus's wake. How could this be? Mr. Gogeta has been defeated. Beerus is truly formidable. Jebet, the Kai, stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding within the crystal ball, utterly astonished. Just moments ago, Gogeta had been an overwhelming force, even managing to suppress Beerus. How could he have fallen so swiftly? Do you truly believe that the God of Destruction can be so easily vanquished? At that moment, the exasperated voice of the old Kai echoed through the air. It was evident that he had risen to his feet, casting a glance at the still silent Raditz before making his way to the side of the God of Time. Subsequently, the old Kai directed his gaze towards the scene within the crystal ball, stating, "The God of Destruction is the mightiest entity in the seventh universe, and it is highly probable that the recently transformed Super Saiyan God, Vegeta, could rival him. Furthermore, this is merely the tip of the iceberg of Lord Beerus's true power. Should he choose to engage, Vegeta would be obliterated in an instant. However, it appears that Goku and Vegeta are fated to be out of our reach. If all goes as anticipated, these two will become candidates for the God of Destruction rather than the candidates for the Kaishin." As he spoke, the old Kai's tone conveyed his frustration. After all, it was they who had first recognized Goku and his companions, and under his guidance, the two had been gradually progressing towards becoming candidates for the Kaishin. Yet now, Beerus's emergence had thrown a wrench in their plans. And given Goku and Vegeta's admiration for strength, the possibility of them becoming candidates for the Kaishin had diminished significantly. "Whis, where's Raditz?" Beerus floated down onto the yacht. Observing his surroundings and finding no sign of Raditz, a flicker of confusion and impatience crossed his countenance. This was of particular concern because Beerus remembered he had yet to settle the score with Raditz. Although he was immensely pleased with Vegeta's arrival, he still harbored grievances against Raditz for having dared to threaten him, and he was resolutely determined to take this opportunity to teach Raditz a lesson. "Raditz has gone to the Kaishin realm," Whis replied with a subtle smile. "What? He has gone to the Kaishin realm?" Upon hearing this, Beerus's expression shifted to one of alarm. Could it be that Raditz intended to eliminate the Kaishin? In a flurry, Beerus exclaimed, "Then why did you not stop him?" "Whis, are you suggesting a change of God of Destruction?" In that moment, a wave of panic surged within Beerus. If the Kaishin were to perish, he too would meet his demise. "Ha ha ha," Whis chuckled, as though he had discerned Beerus's innermost thoughts. "There is no need for concern, Lord Beerus. Raditz has gone to seek guidance from the old Kai regarding the utilization of Kaishin power. He is not up to any nefarious deeds." Upon hearing this, Beerus finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It is a relief to know that Raditz is not aiming to kill the Kaishin. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. With this thought in mind, Beerus promptly stated, "Nonetheless, this matter cannot be taken lightly. Whis, take me to the Kaishin realm at once. I must teach that arrogant Raditz a lesson." With urgency, Beerus expressed his desire, beyond the need to reprimand Raditz. His primary concern was ensuring that Raditz would not act against the Kaishin. "Very well, Lord Beerus," Whis nodded in agreement. He then produced his staff and remarked, "The journey to the Kaishin realm will take half an hour. Would you care for some snacks before we depart?" "Half an hour?" Beerus's expression soured at this, his voice laced with resignation. "Then do bring some food along." "Understood, Lord Beerus." Upon hearing these words, Whis's smile broadened as he stepped aside to pack food. "Lord Beerus." At this moment, Goku and Vegeta, having consumed the senzu beans, had regained their strength, albeit still feeling somewhat fatigued. Goku then approached and asked, "Lord Beerus, are you planning to go to the Kaishin realm to battle Raditz? If so, may we accompany you?" His eyes gleamed with anticipation. for he had recently accessed Gogeta's memories and knew well the formidable power of Gogeta. Simultaneously, Goku felt a keen curiosity about Raditz. Just how powerful was he? Would the fused Super Saiyan God, Gogeta, be a worthy opponent? Are you also going? Beerus glanced at Goku, instinctively refusing. I cannot allow you to slow me down. There is no need for concern, Lord Beerus, Goku quickly replied. I can use instant transmission. As long as I inform the Kaioshin, I can teleport directly there. Instant transmission? At this revelation, images of Goku and Vegeta previously traveling to the Kaioshin realm flashed through Beerus's mind. Realizing that instant transmission could take him directly to the Kaioshin realm while his own journey with Whis would require a full half-hour, Beerus quickly changed his tone. In that case, you shall use instant transmission to take me there. Great! Goku exclaimed joyfully. Beerus's agreement meant he could witness the battle between Raditz and Beerus, as well as gauge Raditz's full strength. With this thought, Goku raised his head and said, Lord Kaioshin, please allow me to sense the energy of the Kaioshin realm. Of course, Mr. Goku, the voice of Kibito echoed. He promptly opened the gateway to the Kaioshin realm, while the elder Kaioshin remained lost in his own emotions, unresponsive. Having sensed it, Goku immediately felt the energy of the Kaioshin realm and turned to Beerus. Lord Beerus, I have sensed the energy of the Kaioshin realm. Let us depart now. Very well. With that, Beerus stepped forward and grasped Goku's shoulder, ordering, Whis, what are you waiting for? We must set off at once. Understood. Lord Beerus. Observing the scene, Whis's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, as there was still much food left unpacked on the yacht, which he found rather displeasing. However, as an angel, he was obliged to heed Beerus's command. Bearing the packed items, Whis moved to stand beside Beerus. Without further hesitation, Goku prepared to activate instant transmission to the Kaioshin realm. Kakarot, I'm coming with you. At that moment, Vegeta interjected, quickly stepping forward to grip Goku's shoulder, stating, I want to see Raditz's full power. All right, Vegeta, Goku replied without hesitation. With a mere thought, Sun Wukong activated instantaneous movement, causing the figures of Vegeta, Beerus, and Whis to vanish from the yacht. TCH, they've left again. Vegeta, I shall settle the score with you later. Observing this, Bulma in the distance was notably displeased. Today was her birthday, yet these individuals had chosen to depart one by one. It's all right, Bulma, chimed in Chi-Chi and others nearby, eager to console her. Soon after, the group ceased their worrying and resumed the celebration aboard the yacht. In the Kaioshin realm, a crackling sound reverberated as the figures of the four appeared. Whis, you ought to learn instantaneous movement, remarked Beerus, casting a discontented glance at Whis upon their descent. Although Whis was undoubtedly swift, arguably the fastest in the universe, his speed paled in comparison to the instantaneous movement. Is Lord Beerus dissatisfied with my speed? Whis feigned a sorrowful expression at this remark. However, Beerus paid him no mind and turned his gaze towards the Kaioshin, Gebito. Kaioshin, where's Raditz? Mr. Raditz? Gebito replied, momentarily taken aback, before quickly indicating the area where Raditz was located. Mr. Raditz is still training. The ancient ancestor previously assisted him in unlocking the Kaioshin power, and he should currently be honing that ability. TCH. Beerus expressed his annoyance. He is not even one of our seventh universe. Has the old Kaioshin lost his mind to aid him in awakening divine power? Despite his words, Beerus's demeanor remained remarkably calm, indicating that he was not genuinely angered. Kaioshin-sama. Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity, what is Kaioshin power? Is it formidable? Not just he, but Vegeta as well, looked towards Gebito with intrigue. Indeed, it is formidable. Gebito responded promptly. Kaioshin power is one of the few divine powers in the entire universe that can rival the power of a destroyer. Additionally, its purity is extraordinarily high. Even your earlier transformation into Super Saiyan God cannot be compared. He elaborated, in equal circumstances, Saiyan God power cannot compete with Kaioshin power. And the energy you cultivate is even weaker than Saiyan God power. I see, Sun Wukong and Vegeta both realized, comprehending the distinction. Energy is cultivated by mortals, while divine power is cultivated by gods. This signifies a disparity in their dimensional strengths, especially considering Raditz was awakening one of the highest forms of divine power, the Kaioshin power. With this in mind, Sun Wukong instinctively asked, Gebito, can we cultivate this Kaioshin power? Although Sun Wukong and Vegeta had Saiyan God power within them after achieving Super Saiyan God, as Gebito had pointed out, The quality of Saiyan God power was inferior to that of Kaioshin and Destroyer powers. If both Sun Wukong and Vegeta are unable to cultivate divine power, and if they cannot swiftly refine and master the residual Saiyan divine energy within them, the prospect of cultivating divine power appears nearly impossible. Suddenly, the voice of the old Kaioshin, filled with delight, resonated. He had regained his composure, and despite his astonishment at the emergence of Beerus and Whis, he was now far more concerned with Sun Wukong's words. Since Sun Wukong was now interested in the Kaioshin power, he could easily designate him as a candidate for the Kaioshin position, alleviating the fear of Beerus snatching him away. With this thought in mind, the old Kaioshin hurriedly approached the scene and, fixing his gaze upon Sun Wukong, declared, "As long as you are willing to become a candidate for the Kaioshin, I can teach you the cultivation and awakening of Kaioshin power. What do you say, Sun Wukong? A candidate for the Kaioshin is among the highest divine positions in the universe. Can I?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. He never anticipated that the old Kaioshin would propose such an opportunity. It was known that Raditz, who had previously defeated them, was also a candidate for the Kaioshin. If he could become a candidate as well, then, no. At that moment, Beerus interjected urgently, quickly attempting to halt the proceedings. "Old Kaioshin, Sun Wukong shall not become a candidate for the Kaioshin. He and Vegeta should instead be candidates for the God of Destruction. While the Kaioshin power is commendable, it pales in comparison to my God of Destruction power." Beerus held a considerable degree of satisfaction with both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. He had refrained from speaking earlier because, as a being concerned with his reputation, he would not easily allow anyone to become a candidate for the God of Destruction. However, the circumstances had changed. Should Sun Wukong agree to be a candidate for the Kaioshin, Beerus would then lose a potential candidate for the God of Destruction. Furthermore, if Sun Wukong were to become a candidate for the Kaioshin, it would complicate Beerus' desire to spar with him again. As the God of Destruction and the Kaioshin were beings of equal standing, he could not simply trouble a candidate for the Kaioshin without consequence. Lord Beerus, what did you just say about a disturbance? Upon hearing these words, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta looked at Beerus in disbelief. They never expected that he would propose they become candidates for the God of Destruction. Furthermore, from Beerus' words, it was evident that, despite both being among the highest divine powers, the God of Destruction power was indeed superior. Certainly, Beerus affirmed with conviction, turning to Whis and inquiring, "Whis, what do you think?" "Of course, there is no issue," Whis replied with a slight smile, addressing Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta possessed the qualifications to become candidates for the God of Destruction. Since Lord Beerus has made his decision, they can indeed become candidates and thus learn the power of destruction. Excellent. Wonderful. Upon hearing this, Beerus was immediately elated, turning to the old Kaioshin and asserting, "Old man, did you hear that? Sun Wukong and Vegeta cannot learn Kaioshin power from you. They will not become candidates for the Kaioshin." Beerus, the old Kaioshin, feeling the urgency of the situation, glared at Beerus, disregarding the disparity in their powers, and was about to retort. "What?" However, before the old Kai could utter a word, Beerus interjected, "Do you wish to remain sealed for another several millennia?" Upon hearing this, the old Kai swallowed the words he was about to speak. He had previously been sealed by Beerus within the Kaioshin realm, and if it weren't for Gohan rescuing him years ago, he would likely still be confined. Momentarily, the old Kai hesitated to speak further. Beerus, satisfied with the effect of his words, turned to Goku and Vegeta and inquired, "Are you two willing to become candidates for the God of Destruction? Once you grasp the powers of destruction, your strength will amplify significantly, possibly even surpassing Raditz. After all, there is a distinction between the Kaioshin and the God of Destruction. The latter emphasizes destructive power and combat prowess." Upon hearing this, both Goku and Vegeta were intrigued. They were indifferent to whether they were candidates for the Kaioshin or the God of Destruction. What truly mattered to them was the enhancement of their own abilities. Having experienced the formidable strength of Super Saiyan God, they understood that without mastering that divine power, they would have to rely on the power of their hearts to transform again. However, this left them with little potential for growth. Only by mastering divine power could they become stronger. Realizing this, Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances and without hesitation declared, "Lord Beerus, we are willing to become candidates for the God of Destruction. We wish to learn the powers of destruction from you." Seeing this, Beerus was even more pleased. He had found two candidates for the God of Destruction. Although ultimately only one could ascend, there was no need for concern until after his own departure. With this in mind, Beerus promptly exclaimed, "Excellent." Before he could finish, a low roar resounded from afar, and in the next moment, the Kaioshin realm trembled. A verdant energy surged skyward, and from a distance, one could see Raditz enveloped in a powerful green aura, his black hair radiating a faint glow, entering a mysterious state. That was Raditz's energy. The onlookers were taken aback by the spectacle. Subsequently, all eyes turned toward Raditz, particularly Beerus, who could distinctly sense the overwhelming Kaioshin power, rivaling his own. "Let us go see." Almost instantaneously, Beerus, Goku, Vegeta, Whis, the old Kai, and Kibito rushed toward Raditz's location. Is this the power of the Kaioshin? As Raditz opened his eyes and felt the transformation of his strength, a hint of astonishment flickered in his gaze. Raditz could clearly perceive that his base battle power had surged from 2.5 billion to a staggering 2.5 trillion, an increase of 1,000-fold. Most importantly, this power was fundamentally in a mysterious state, even surpassing Gohan's mysterious state in strength. Simultaneously, due to this peculiar state, Raditz's energy has been transformed into the divine power of the Kais. Though his battle power stands at 250 million, he feels a newfound capability to contend even against foes with battle powers of 10 billion or more. "System, display personal panel," he instinctively uttered. In the next moment, a translucent personal interface materialized before Raditz. Raditz, race, evil Saiyan, bloodline, supreme transcendent bloodline, battle power index, 250 million, divine power, Kaioshin power, transformations, rage state, evil state. Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, Transcendent, Transcendent 2, Transcendent 3, Transcendent 4. Abilities, extreme martial arts, free movement, instant transmission, Kaioken. Kamehameha Wave, a battle power of 250 million. The completion of Transcendent 4. Gazing dazedly at the interface, Raditz's breath quickened. Transcendent 4. This was a state he had long desired yet could never attain. Now, having merely grasped the divine power of the Kais, he had unexpectedly completed the training for Transcendent 4. Most notably, his mysterious state had transformed into a norm, reminiscent of the fusion with the Patera earrings that birthed Vegeta. The mysterious state serves as a manifestation of the Kaioshin power. If that is the case, could it be that Gohan's ascendance in the original narrative was due to the old Kai unlocking his Kaioshin power? Yet, if this were true, why did Gohan decline so rapidly later on? Even if he forsook training, logically, the divine power should not dissipate so easily. Or perhaps Gohan's mysterious state was fundamentally incomplete, leading to the gradual erosion of its power once he ceased his training? Contemplating these thoughts, Raditz's expression grew increasingly complex. He had never anticipated that the fleeting glimpse of the mysterious state in the Dragon Ball original would harbor such secrets. Likewise, he held a deep disdain for the birth of Pan. Clearly, with continued dedication to training, he could have attained divinity before Goku and Vegeta. Yet Gohan chose the path of a scholar, forsaking his immense power, a decision utterly foolish. Raditz. At that moment, Beerus and others arrived beside him. Upon seeing Raditz standing there, Beerus stirred with excitement, proclaiming, "You have finally awakened the Kaioshin power within you. Now you are in your true prime. Come, let us engage in battle." At that instant, Beerus's fighting spirit surged. He could sense the terrifying increase in Raditz's power in his normal state, which only fueled Beerus's fervor for combat. A 1,000-fold increase in battle power signifies that Raditz has fully mastered the ability to engage him in battle, far surpassing even the previous Super Saiyan god Vegeta. Beerus. Regaining his focus, Raditz turned to Beerus, a smirk gracing his lips. "Very well, I too wish to test my current strength." With that, Raditz stepped forward, activating his rage state, his power soaring to 25 billion. Stepping forward, a malevolent state was unleashed, and an ominous aura enveloped Raditz, elevating his battle power to 50 trillion. With a second step, Raditz entered the Super Saiyan transformation, his power surging to 5 quadrillion. Upon taking a third step, lightning crackled around him, boosting his battle index to 50 quadrillion. With a fourth step, Raditz's hair elongated, radiating a grass-green brilliance that illuminated the heavens, his power soaring to 2,000 quadrillion. At this juncture, Raditz maintained his transformation in the Super Saiyan 3 state, yet his strength had ascended from that of a lower-level destroyer to the pinnacle of destroyers. Although he still fell short of Beerus's normal power of 3,000 quadrillion, Raditz's transformation had yet to fully manifest. Sensing the fluctuations of energy emanating from Raditz, Beerus couldn't help but gasp, exclaiming, 2,000 points of divine power. After awakening the god of destruction's energy, you have astonishingly enhanced by so much. At this proclamation, Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged bewildered glances. However, the old Kaishin was filled with excitement, murmuring, I knew it. This state is indeed the optimal manifestation of the god of destruction's power. Alas, I chose fusion. Had I been more resolute back then, my fate would have been different. At that moment, Son Goku approached Whis and inquired, what does 2,000 points of divine power signify? Vegeta, too, turned his gaze towards Whis. They perceived Raditz's formidable strength. Even if his aura did not surpass that of Gogeta in the Super Saiyan God form, it was not significantly weaker. Divine power is the essence of divine strength. Meeting Son Goku's gaze, Whis diligently explained, according to your calculations, 1 quadrillion of battle power equates to 1 point of divine power. Moreover, the essence of divine power surpasses energy, thus 1 quadrillion of battle power translates to a maximum of 608 points of divine power. Understanding dawned upon Son Goku as he nodded, pondering, if that is the case, then when I transformed into a Super Saiyan God, my divine power was 7 points. Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan God yielded 5 points of divine power. In our Gogeta state, our divine power was 45 points. After speaking, Son Goku's eyes were filled with envy and longing as he gazed at Raditz in the distance. The mere fact that Raditz, in his Super Saiyan 3 state, possessed 2,000 quadrillion of strength made him wonder how much stronger Raditz could become if he transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Reflecting on his and Vegeta's circumstances, Son Goku's envy deepened. Kakarot, Vegeta interjected, seemingly having an epiphany as he stepped forward. Wasn't Raditz's previous state a mysterious form? I recall that Son Gohan possessed it. And even Vegeta, after merging with the Patera earrings, exhibited it. Could it be that this mysterious state is a manifestation of the god of destruction's power? Upon hearing this, Son Goku paused, recalling Raditz's earlier appearance, and uncertainly replied, could it be? It does seem to resemble the mysterious state, though it is significantly stronger than Gohan's, even surpassing our fused form with the Patera earrings by a considerable margin. Upon contemplating this, Sun Wukong instinctively turned his gaze towards the somewhat anxious old Kaishin, inquiring, esteemed old Kaishin, is the mysterious state synonymous with the Kaishin power? The old Kaishin, regaining his composure, glanced at Sun Wukong and responded, the so-called mysterious state is indeed a manifestation of the Kaishin power. However, this does not imply that the mysterious state is equivalent to the Kaishin power. Rather, it is the mysterious state endowed with Kaishin power that possesses such capabilities. For instance, take Son Gohan. Back in the day, I assisted him in unlocking the mysterious state. Yet he lacked the divine power, resulting in his mysterious state requiring transformation to achieve, unlike Raditz, who can manifest it in his normal form. Understanding this, Son Wukong and Vegeta exchanged enlightened looks, both harboring a sense of regret. If becoming a Kaishin candidate allowed them to learn the Kaishin power, could they not attain a similar effect? An enhancement of 1,000-fold to their base battle power, combined with their own Super Saiyan transformations, would surely elevate them to a terrifying level. Yet now, having made their choices, neither Son Wukong nor Vegeta could entertain the notion of regret. After a brief exchange of glances, they both turned their attention towards Beerus. They could only hope that the greater destructive power would meet their expectations. Is it much? Raditz remarked with a calm smile, glancing at Beerus. To be honest, it is not substantial. Ultimately, it is my base battle power that is too feeble, otherwise, it would be even higher. This was not arrogance on Raditz's part. Had his base battle power been formidable enough, combined with the 1,000-fold amplification of the mysterious state, it would undoubtedly reach an even more alarming level. Consider, for example, Broly within this world. As a pure-blooded scion of exceptional lineage, his base battle power had already reached an exceedingly terrifying level. In his wrathful state, he could contend with Super Saiyan gods, and in his Super Saiyan form, he could match Super Saiyan Blue. His transformation into a legendary Super Saiyan was even on par with Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. While the true strength of Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta remains a mystery, it is evident that Broly, merely in his Super Saiyan form, could rival such power, highlighting the sheer terror of his abilities. Thus, it is clear that Broly is a being of remarkable caliber in the Dragon Ball Super universe. Yet, inexplicably, he remains trapped on planet Vampa, a situation that is utterly unfathomable. Then allow me to witness your power, Beerus declared, his patience for further dialogue waning, as he unleashed a powerful roar and charged towards Raditz with fierce intent. Come at me. Raditz replied with a hearty laugh, immediately meeting Beerus's advance. In the next instant, the two figures collided with a thunderous impact. The sound of fists meeting flesh erupted as Raditz and Beerus engaged in a frenzied battle. In merely an instant, the area around them began to shatter. It is worth noting that this was the Kaishin realm, whose hardness far surpassed that of the strongest materials in the entire universe. Yet, in the aftermath of Raditz and Beerus's clash, everything crumbled with alarming swiftness, akin to fragile tofu, revealing the sheer terror of their might. How formidable! Both Lord Raditz and Lord Beerus are incredibly strong. Chapter 56. Astonishingly, he has reached the level of a lower angel. Gazing blankly at the scene, Sun Wukong could not help but exclaim in awe. Fortunately, they are currently under Whis' protection. Otherwise, the ensuing shockwaves could have severely injured or even killed them. My King Kai realm, the old Kai exclaimed, his face contorted in pain. Beerus has intercepted his chosen candidate for the Kaishin, and now they are wreaking havoc in the Kaishin realm, causing his heart to bleed. Ancestor, there is no need for such distress. In contrast, Jebbet remained remarkably composed, offering reassurance. Repairing the damage is quite simple for us. Unworthy descendant. At these words, the old Kai shot an angry glare at Jebbet, his pent-up frustration and fury erupting. You ungrateful descendant. The Kaishin realm is a sacred place for us Kaishins. How can we allow such destruction? Taken aback, Jebbet found himself at a loss for words. Amidst this, the battle between Raditz and Beerus escalated to a fever pitch. As their powers surged, the Kaishin realm trembled violently. Concurrently, Raditz's strength began to rise steadily. Beerus's power far exceeded Raditz, causing Raditz considerable discomfort with each clash. Yet, it was precisely due to this pressure that Raditz's latent potential was continuously being unleashed. The formidable power of his top-tier Saiyan bloodline surged forth, elevating Raditz's strength exponentially within a mere moment. What a terrifying talent, growing ever more formidable in battle. This spectacle caused Whis, observing from the outside, to narrow his eyes slightly before speaking. The legendary Super Saiyan. This power is astonishingly potent. If this continues unchecked, Lord Beerus may indeed face the risk of defeat. Upon hearing this, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta trembled in disbelief, exclaiming, could it be? Lord Beerus would lose? Not only they, but even the old Kai and Jebbet were equally astonished, struggling to comprehend the notion. Who is Beerus? He is the god of destruction, the mightiest entity in the seventh universe. Yet now, Whis suggests that Beerus might fall to Raditz, who has only just awakened his Kaishin powers. This is utterly shocking. Instinctively, Sun Wukong interjected. Whis, aren't you Lord Beerus' attendant? How can you predict that Lord Beerus would be defeated? To be honest, Sun Wukong harbored some skepticism, even disbelief in Whis' assertion. Vegeta and Jebbet shared the same sentiment. Fool. Observing this, the old Kai promptly chastised Jebbet, seething with anger. Why are you echoing him? As a Kaishin, do you not understand that the power of angels surpasses that of the gods of destruction? Whis is indeed a paragon among angels, and he is the master of Beerus. How could his words be called into question? What? Mr. Whis is the master of Lord Beerus? The power of an angel surpasses that of a god of destruction. Upon hearing this, Goku, Vegeta, and Jebbet were left agape, their faces etched with disbelief. They found it hard to accept the words of the old Kai, yet faced with Whis' nonchalant demeanor, they were compelled to believe. Gulping nervously, Jebbet was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling slightly. Beside him, Goku, equally incredulous, asked, Whis, is what the old Kai said true? You are indeed Lord Beerus' master? Indeed, Whis responded, casting a glance at Goku before continuing. I have indeed guided Lord Beerus in his training. Moreover, I shall also train the two of you in due course. Really, upon hearing this, both Goku and Vegeta were filled with joy, their eyes fixed on Whis, brimming with excitement. After all, being a being that transcends the god of destruction, having Whis' guidance would undoubtedly empower them further. Naturally, Whis replied with a serene smile, addressing Goku and Vegeta. However, as compensation, You must bring me delicacies from Earth. Goku, your instantaneous movement is remarkably swift, and you can traverse to and from Earth far quicker than I can. Furthermore, as Lord Beerus's attendant angel, I cannot stray far from his side. Not a problem, Goku answered without hesitation. Vegeta, wearing a broad smile, added, if it's food, Bulma can prepare plenty. Indeed, unlike Goku's modest household, Bulma is the wealthiest person on Earth, so procuring food is no challenge for her. Raditz. At that moment, Beerus's low growl reverberated as he struck Raditz with a powerful punch, sending him flying. He then commanded, quickly transform into Super Saiyan 4. As you are now, you are no match for me. Although Raditz's Saiyan lineage is formidable, and his strength had significantly increased under Beerus's pressure, gaining at least 100 times, there remains a vast chasm between 2,000 and 3,000 in divine power. This disparity left Beerus unsatisfied despite the initial thrill. Do you wish to witness my Super Saiyan 4? Raditz replied with a slight smile, locking his gaze on Beerus. Your strength is insufficient to compel me to transform into Super Saiyan 4. I am saving that form for my battle with Whis. As he spoke, Raditz's eyes flicked toward Whis in the distance. This latest enhancement had greatly amplified his strength, and Raditz was eager to gauge the gap between himself and Whis. Previously, he would never have entertained such thoughts. Even defeating Beerus seemed a daunting task. Yet now, he felt no fear of Beerus, nor did he believe Beerus could pose a threat to him. What? You look down upon me? Beerus's expression darkened, his gaze on Raditz turning icy. Who does he think he is? In the grand realm of the seventh universe, the god of destruction stands as the unparalleled force within the cosmos. Raditz, having merely awakened the powers of the Kaioshin, dares to underestimate himself, an affront that cannot be tolerated. He shall pay dearly for his words. With a thunderous roar, Beerus charged at Raditz, enveloped in the aura of destruction, clearly intent on showing no mercy. Come at me. Raditz, undaunted, laughed heartily at the unfolding scene. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he clenched his fists, declaring, double Kaioken. With that, the Kaioken surged forth, instantly elevating Raditz's power to over 4,000 trillion. In the next moment, Raditz unleashed a punch, colliding forcefully with Beerus's fist. The impact resonated with a deafening boom, sending Beerus hurtling backwards, crashing into several mountains over a distance of hundreds of meters. Kaioken. Raditz could wield the Kaioken technique. This spectacle elicited a gasp of astonishment from Goku, who understood all too well the might of the Kaioken, a signature technique of the North Kai and one of Goku's own. How remarkable! Whis chuckled, observing Beerus being flung away with no hint of concern. Instead, his attention remained fixed on Raditz, noting, I did not anticipate that Raditz possessed such a unique skill to enhance his combat prowess. Moreover, he seeks to challenge me. What a surprise indeed. Upon hearing this, both Goku and Vegeta felt a tightening in their chests. They had already discerned that Whis' strength far exceeded that of Beerus, even surpassing that of Beerus's master. Raditz's desire to challenge Whis indicated an immense confidence in his own abilities, likely stemming from his transformation into Super Saiyan 4. As this realization dawned upon them, Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, the bitterness in their expressions deepening. Raditz. A thunderous roar echoed in the air. Following the sound, they beheld Beerus, his purple aura raging violently, obliterating the debris around him. Rising from the ground, Beerus ascended into his god of destruction form, his power surging to over 9,000 trillion. Just a hair's breadth away from reaching 100 quintillion. With his anger fueling him, this force was evidently still on the ascent, indicating that this was not his ultimate limit. Over 9,000 trillion, is it? Raditz's lips curled into a confident smile, yet he harbored no fear. At this juncture, he resolved not to delay any further. The reward for defeating Beerus was far too enticing. With a flash of determination in his eyes, he declared, tenfold Kaioken. With the eruption of the tenfold Kaioken, Raditz's crimson aura surged dramatically, his power rapidly climbing to surpass 200 quintillion. Immediately, Raditz's figure flickered and he darted forward, appearing in the vicinity before Beerus. Before Beerus could react, Raditz unleashed a powerful punch to Beerus's abdomen. A scream of agony reverberated through the air as Beerus's body trembled, his eyes bulging, and blood spewed from his mouth, causing him to revert from his destroyer form. Clutching his abdomen, Beerus's veins throbbed with pain, and his cries echoed incessantly. Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus has been defeated. This scene instantly drew gasps from Goku, Vegeta, and others. Everyone was stunned by this unexpected turn of events. The destroyer had been vanquished, and by a single punch from Raditz. It was utterly incomprehensible. Raditz's power had surged to an astonishing level of 2 quintillion. The tenfold Kaioken had proven to be extraordinarily formidable. Goku felt a surge of excitement. He had yet to attempt the Kaioken in his Super Saiyan form, but Raditz's success indicated that it was indeed feasible. If he could activate the Kaioken while in the state of Super Saiyan God, his strength could similarly escalate. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. He had come to the same realization. This meant that Goku could achieve similar feats. Yet, Vegeta himself could not perform the Kaioken. Even after merging with Goku and acquiring the steps to train in the Kaioken, he found himself unable to cultivate it. The reason being, beyond merely knowing the training steps, the crucial aspect was that the North Kai had to intervene personally to complete the process. This implied that Vegeta had little to no chance of mastering the Kaioken, further widening the gap between him and Goku. Ha ha ha, this is quite remarkable, Whis observed, a glimmer of surprise crossing his eyes as he witnessed the scene. And this is merely Raditz in a state of not exerting his full power. I can only imagine what his full strength would look like. No wonder he seeks to challenge me. Despite his words, Whis' demeanor remained nonchalant, as if he dismissed the significance of the event. Once one attains angelic-level power, victory in battle is determined by more than mere strength. Numerous additional factors come into play. Is it truly feasible to challenge an angel? Upon hearing this, Goku, Vegeta, Jebet, and the old Kai were momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the notion. The terrifying power of angels was certainly beyond the reach of ordinary beings, an insurmountable challenge for the common fighter. Not yet successful? Raditz furrowed his brow, gazing at the suffering Beerus, yet his heart brimmed with confusion. Logically speaking, he should have defeated Beerus by now, so why had the system's notification not yet appeared? This also signifies that he has yet to completely vanquish his opponent, at least not to the extent recognized by the system as a definitive defeat. It seems he must utterly shatter his foe. With this thought lingering in his mind, a glint of determination flashed in Raditz's eyes as he swiftly darted towards Beerus. He unleashed a powerful punch, targeting Beerus's abdomen. Just one more strike, and without a doubt, Beerus would succumb to unconsciousness, leading to victory for Raditz. However, as Raditz's fist neared Beerus, an unforeseen event quietly transpired. A brilliant silver light shimmered, and Beerus, previously immobilized, effortlessly evaded Raditz's blow. Simultaneously, Beerus retaliated with astonishing speed, launching a fist directly towards Raditz's face. Such velocity, such reflexes. Raditz's pupils constricted as he sensed the imminent danger, and even his agile movements could not facilitate an escape. Reluctantly, he raised his fist in a defensive posture. In the next instant, Beerus's fist collided with Raditz's arm with a thunderous impact. A loud thud resonated as Raditz let out a muffled groan, his body propelled backward with great force. He was sent flying several hundred meters before finally halting, his arms ablaze with pain. Yet, at that moment, Raditz was oblivious to his discomfort, his gaze firmly fixed on Beerus in the distance as he murmured, "Ultra Instinct." It was evident that the radiant silver light surrounding Beerus was the manifestation of the Ultra Instinct technique. However, Beerus had not yet mastered this skill. It should be referred to as the Ultra Instinct sign. Even so, Raditz felt an immense pressure. Under the influence of the Ultra Instinct sign, Beerus's divine power surged, escalating dramatically from over 9,000 to approximately 80 quintillion. Raditz, Beerus called, raising his head and locking his cold gaze onto him. I must concede that you are unlike the other Kaioshins. Such formidable power, even the top-tier destroyers across the 12 universes cannot contend with you. But this is where it ends. Your only fate ahead is defeat. Chapter 57. 1 quintillion of divine power. Is it not equivalent to one extreme? With that, Beerus abruptly stepped forward, his figure resembling a streak of light as he charged towards Raditz. Panic surged through Raditz as his expression shifted. Instinctively, he sought to counterattack. To his astonishment, he realized Beerus's speed was overwhelming, so much so that although his eyes registered the movement, he could not keep pace. In such circumstances, his evasive maneuvers were ineffective, leaving him unable to launch a counterattack. In that fleeting moment, Raditz abandoned all else and hastily assumed a defensive stance. The next second, Beerus appeared before Raditz, delivering a punch, followed by a relentless barrage of strikes that rained upon him like a tempest. The incessant sounds of impact echoed as Raditz found himself retreating under Beerus's onslaught, blood splattering from his body as flesh tore apart. How formidable! Lord Beerus is truly powerful. What is happening? How has Lord Beerus suddenly grown so much stronger? This scene elicited gasps of astonishment from the likes of Son Goku and others on the ground. Even the knowledgeable old Kaioshin wore a perplexed expression, utterly unfamiliar with the existence of Ultra Instinct. They could only perceive the situation as utterly bewildering. How could Beerus, who seemed on the verge of defeat, suddenly become so powerful? Furthermore, the silvery divine aura radiating from him, while intense, did not resemble the typical form of a god of destruction. Conversely, Whis, with a smile upon his face, began to elucidate. This is Ultra Instinct, an exceedingly challenging ability to master. Even gods of destruction may not necessarily learn it, and some angels struggle to fully grasp this power. Lord Beerus's Ultra Instinct is not complete, yet under Raditz's pressure, his understanding and control of it are steadily ascending. Quite an unexpected delight indeed. Ultra Instinct. Upon hearing Whis' explanation, Son Goku, Vegeta, and the others felt somewhat dazed. Although they were unaware of the exact nature of Ultra Instinct, it was evidently immensely powerful. The incomplete Ultra Instinct alone enabled Beerus to turn the tables on Raditz. What might the complete Ultra Instinct entail? How formidable would that be? Whis, Son Goku instinctively inquired. Can we learn this Ultra Instinct? At that moment, Son Gohan realized he craved far too many things. The power of a god of destruction. Ultra Instinct. These were abilities he lacked, yet they could significantly enhance his strength. Yet, he had neither mastered them nor discovered a means to do so, which was an excruciating torment. Not only him, but Vegeta too stared intently at Whis. He recognized that Ultra Instinct was superior to the Kaioken, clearly placing them in entirely different leagues. If he could master Ultra Instinct, even if Goku relied on Kaioken, he would stand no chance against him. Wishing to learn? Glancing at Son Goku and Vegeta, Whis smiled slightly. It is not impossible. However, you must first master divine power. Only after fully grasping divine power will you have the potential to cultivate Ultra Instinct. Without divine power, invoking Ultra Instinct is virtually unattainable, and the possibility of success in learning it is nearly non-existent. Divine power. The power of a god of destruction. Exchanging glances, Son Goku and Vegeta felt their breaths quicken. Since Whis was willing to teach, they would certainly not let this opportunity slip by. Once they mastered divine power, they could subsequently learn this formidable Ultra Instinct. Raditz, concede. In the arena, Beerus unleashed a flurry of punches that sent Raditz flying, his demeanor radiating arrogance. Although he had gained the upper hand and possessed absolute confidence in defeating Raditz, Beerus refrained from doing so. The primary reason lay in his incomplete mastery of the Ultra Instinct technique. His evasion, offensive capabilities, and reaction time had yet to reach their zenith. Consequently, despite wielding a formidable power level of 8 quintillion, he could not fully vanquish Raditz in a short span of time. Submit? Raditz laughed upon hearing this. His gaze fixed on Beerus, a smirk gracing his lips as he retorted, "Who told you I would concede? If you had perfected Ultra Instinct, I might be wary of you, but judging by our recent encounter, it is evident that your mastery is not yet complete. This implies that you are not invincible. At least in the face of absolute power, you cannot evade it." At these words, Beerus furrowed his brows and inquired, "Super Saiyan 4? Not only him, but the surrounding spectators also turned their serious expressions towards Raditz. It dawned on them that Raditz had not yet exerted his full strength. Despite his current overwhelming power, he had not transformed into Super Saiyan 4 throughout their battle. The transformation into Super Saiyan 4 was incomparable to that of Super Saiyan 3. Once Raditz transformed, the dynamics of their confrontation would shift dramatically. Super Saiyan 4? Raditz smirked at Beerus, declaring, "I told you, I will not use this transformation against you. Beerus, behold my true power." With a fierce roar, Raditz unleashed the Kaioken times 100, his body enveloped in a brilliant crimson aura that illuminated the heavens. In the next moment, the Kaioshin realm stirred with tumult, manifesting numerous celestial phenomena. Empowered by the Kaioken, Raditz's strength surged tenfold, reaching an astonishing level of 23 quintillion. Once he had completed this transformation, Raditz directed his gaze at Beerus, stating, "Now it's your turn, Beerus." With that, he swiftly transformed into a red beam of light, hurtling towards Beerus's position. "This is bad." Upon witnessing this, Beerus's expression changed dramatically. He could distinctly sense that Raditz's divine power had surged to at least double his own. In such circumstances, his incomplete Ultra Instinct could not provide the necessary evasion. In a mere moment, Beerus's Ultra Instinct was shattered, unable to dodge Raditz's assault. And the two clashed violently in midair once more. However, this time, the tide had turned. Beerus found himself relentlessly on the defensive, his body riddled with injuries, unable to retaliate against Raditz. In contrast, Raditz, embodying the principle of overwhelming strength, executed his evasive maneuvers and combat techniques with ease, reducing Beerus to a mere target. Battered and bruised. How formidable! Is that truly the Kaioken times 100? My heavens, is Raditz's physique truly that resilient? To withstand the immense force of 100-fold Kaioken is truly astonishing. Gaping in disbelief, Sun Wukong instinctively exclaimed, his eyes filled with incredulity. He had mastered the Kaioken technique and understood that, despite its formidable power and terrifying amplification, it bore significant side effects. Even with his current physique, he could only sustain a 20-fold Kaioken for a limited duration. Yet, Raditz had effortlessly unleashed a 100-fold Kaioken without exhibiting any signs of pain. What a terrifying constitution this was. The legendary Super Saiyan. At that moment, Vegeta, deep in thought, remarked, according to the records I observed in my youth, the legendary Super Saiyan possesses an extraordinarily terrifying physique. It is said that they can grow stronger without any training, gaining strength incrementally each day. Furthermore, the legendary Super Saiyan can double their power every year. I had always considered this to be mere exaggeration, but it seems that it is indeed true. What? A physique that grows stronger each day. Power that doubles every year. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Sun Wukong gasped again, his gaze fixed on Raditz, who was mercilessly overpowering Beerus in midair, his eyes filled with envy and longing. Not only was he astonished, but the old Kaioshin, Jebet, and even Whis were taken aback. The strength of the Super Saiyan was so profound that even the angels dared not underestimate it. Just then, Beerus's cries of anguish echoed through the air. The radiance of his Ultra Instinct faded, and he returned to his normal state, crashing to the ground after being struck by Raditz's punch, rendering him unconscious. Lord Beerus! Lord Beerus! The onlookers gasped in shock. Even though they had prepared themselves mentally, witnessing Beerus's defeat still stirred their emotions. They hurriedly rushed to Beerus's location, Whis included. Although he understood that Raditz would not dare to kill Beerus, he was still concerned about the severity of Beerus's injuries. Ding! Task completed. Reward. 1 bloodline evolution permission. At this moment, the system's notification rang out. I've done it. Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Raditz's face, revealing a glimmer of joy in his eyes. He had decisively defeated Beerus and finally obtained the permission for bloodline evolution. Once he completed a bloodline evolution, he would ascend to the ancient Super Saiyan bloodline. At that time, the power of the evil Saiyan bloodline would be fully unleashed, significantly enhancing his overall strength once more. Contemplating this, Raditz instinctively glanced towards Whis's area. Pondering to himself, how confident am I in defeating Whis now? Even if I were to achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, supplemented by the 100-fold Kaioken, my power would barely reach a few thousand quintillion at most, certainly not enough to match the combat power calculated by his sister. Additionally, Whis had mastered the complete Ultra Instinct and possessed the power of time. My chances of defeating him appear exceedingly slim. For a moment, Raditz hesitated. He yearned to challenge Whis, yet he lacked confidence in his abilities. However, he soon resolved to ascertain the extent of the disparity between himself and Whis, as well as to test the limits of his power following his transformation into Super Saiyan 4. With this thought in mind, Raditz descended from the heavens. At this moment, Beerus had awakened. With a mere wave of his staff, Whis activated the power of time reversal, restoring Beerus's injuries to their original state. As Whis opened his eyes, Beerus, gazing at him with a dazed expression, inquired, "Did I fail?" "Indeed, Lord Beerus," Whis affirmed with a nod, revealing without reservation, "You have been defeated by Mr. Raditz." "I see." Beerus accepted the truth. He then rose from the ground, his gaze shifting towards Raditz in the distance. "Raditz, I never anticipated that your strength had reached such heights. It appears that the awakening of the Kaioshin power has significantly enhanced your abilities." Raditz, unable to deny this, shrugged in acknowledgement. Although he was uncertain about the effectiveness of the God of Destruction's power on him, the Kaioshin power undeniably suited him better. The consistent augmentation of his combat prowess was far superior to any transformation, such as Super Saiyan Blue or Super Saiyan Dark Blue. After all, his reliance lay on his own Super Saiyan lineage, rather than the mediocre bloodlines of Goku and Vegeta. With this in mind, Raditz spoke up, "Beerus, your Ultra Instinct technique is quite impressive. Although incomplete, it surpasses the free-form martial arts and the easily mastered techniques that I have trained in." At this juncture, a flicker of desire crossed Raditz's mind. The true Ultra Instinct technique, if he could acquire it, his power would undoubtedly surge once more. Regrettably, Ultra Instinct was a skill mastered by the angels, and Whis would not impart it to him, an outsider to the Kaioshin. His only hope resided in the system. Only when the system offered the Ultra Instinct as a reward could he truly grasp it. A bittersweet smile graced Beerus's lips as a hint of melancholy glimmered in his eyes. Since mastering Ultra Instinct, he had surpassed the vast majority of gods of destruction across the 12 universes, even ranking among the top within their ranks. However, after all these years, he had yet to perfect the technique. Had he done so, he would not have suffered defeat, especially not to Raditz, who merely wielded Super Saiyan 3 enhanced by 100-fold Kaioken. Reflecting on this, determination sparkled in Beerus's eyes as he raised his head and declared, "Yet this battle has imparted new insights. Raditz, next time, I shall perfect Ultra Instinct and defeat you decisively." Upon hearing this, Raditz smiled faintly. Defeating him, Beerus would likely find that perfecting Ultra Instinct alone would not suffice. Unless he could significantly elevate his own power, he would still be no match for Raditz. After all, the amplification strength of the Ultra Instinct transformation surpasses that of Super Saiyan 4. With this thought in mind, Raditz immediately spoke up, "Then I shall await the day you master Ultra Instinct." As he finished speaking, Raditz turned his gaze towards Whis and declared, "Whis, I wish to challenge you." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Goku and the others remained silent, having already heard Raditz's words. However, Beerus hesitated and remarked, "Raditz, give it up. You cannot possibly be Whis's opponent, even with your Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Even if your power reaches the level of Guy, it cannot contend with his. What? Not even the level of Ji is sufficient?" Raditz's pupils constricted as he looked incredulously at Whis. He had previously believed that attaining the level of Ji would grant him access to angelic power, but it appeared that the reality was far more complex than he had imagined. Instinctively, Raditz inquired, "Whis, to what extent has your power reached? You need not provide exact figures, just a rough estimate will suffice." At this, Beerus, Goku, Vegeta, and the others turned their heads toward Whis, curiosity brimming within them, as they too were unaware of the true extent of Whis's prowess. "Approximately 1 trillion. Whis replied with an indifferent smile, casting a glance at Raditz. "However, our method of calculation is based on divine power." Hiss. At this revelation, Raditz inhaled sharply, and the expressions of Goku and the others transformed into ones of sheer astonishment. 1 trillion divine power. 1 jing of combat power equates to 1 divine power. Thus, 1 trillion divine power is equivalent to 1 G. Gulping, Raditz forced a bitter smile as he realized, "It seems I have been overly arrogant." Chapter 58. Bulma's delivery date approaches 1 trillion divine power. Whis, you are indeed extraordinarily formidable. Is this the level of capability possessed by all angels? At this moment, Raditz felt profoundly disheartened. He had never anticipated that what he considered to be an extraordinary combat power was, in fact, trivial in comparison to the angels. Not only Raditz, but also Beerus and the others gazed at Whis in astonishment. They could hardly fathom that Whis had reached such an incomprehensible level. No. Whis shook his head and continued, "Angels are ranked as well, though their ranks are of a higher caliber. I cannot disclose the specifics to you. However, I can inform you that an angel with 10,000 divine power constitutes a first-class angel, 100,000 divine power marks a second-class angel, 1 million divine power represents a third-class angel, and 10 million divine power defines a fourth-class angel, and so forth." As these words echoed, the room fell into an utter silence. Raditz was left speechless. 10,000 divine power. Wasn't he that equivalent to 1 guy of combat power? The weakest first-class angel possessed such formidable strength, a level that even most destroyers would struggle to attain. Truly, it was terrifying beyond measure. As Raditz contemplated the task assigned to him by the system, he couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corners of his mouth. The notion of defeating Whis was evidently a significant pitfall. Most notably, The reward for vanquishing Whis was merely the skill of destruction from the god of destruction, which seemed grossly inadequate. Instinctively, Raditz questioned within himself, "System, has there been an error in your task assignment? Whis is so formidable. Why is my reward so lacking?" Ding. The skill of the god of destruction entails the ability to obliterate everything. The stronger the host, the more formidable the power. The erasure by the Omni King represents a higher echelon of destruction. Moreover, the god of destruction's skills can only be possessed with the Omni King's recognition, otherwise, even the most elite angels cannot cultivate them. Once one becomes a god of destruction, their life becomes intertwined with that of the Supreme Kai, even becoming a subordinate of the Omni King, with life and death resting upon a mere thought. The reward granted to the host does not require such stipulations, as it is a direct activation of abilities. Understanding this, Raditz was instantly enlightened. He realized he had fallen into a trap of misunderstanding. The skills of the god of destruction are not something one can simply acquire. Furthermore, as the system indicated, there are no limitations to what he could achieve upon completing the task. With sufficient cultivation, he could potentially reach a level where a mere handshake could annihilate an entire universe. "Whis, let us depart." At that moment, Beerus spoke up quietly. "Having lingered here for long enough, it is time for us to return." "Understood, Lord Beerus." Upon hearing this, Whis nodded, showing no intention of opposing Beerus's will, and stepped beside him. After retrieving his staff, Whis turned his gaze to Goku and Vegeta, saying, "You both should join us as well. I will be guiding you on the cultivation of the god of destruction's power." "Great." Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Today they had truly broadened their horizons, gaining a deeper understanding of their own weaknesses, and were now eager to learn the powers of the god of destruction and the Ultra Instinct technique. With this thought in mind, Goku and Vegeta approached Whis. Just as Whis was about to wave his staff and depart, Goku suddenly seemed to recall something and called out, "Wait a moment, Whis. I have another question for Raditz." "Very well." Whis paused, his staff halting midair, not displaying any irritation but rather a hint of curiosity regarding Goku's question. "Thank you." Goku clasped his hands together in gratitude, then stepped forward to Raditz, asking, "Raditz, may I ask you a question?" "Of course." Coming back to his senses, Raditz glanced at Goku and did not refuse. Although the Goku from the Dragon Ball Super Universe was not as astute as the one from his world, Raditz still held a favorable impression of him, as he was the protagonist of Dragon Ball. "Excellent." Seeing Raditz's acceptance, Goku's expression brightened, and without further hesitation, he directly inquired, "Raditz, do we know each other? I mean, in your world? Regardless of your appearance or aura, I perceive a hint of familiarity, yet the source eludes me." This sentiment was instantaneously acknowledged by Vegeta, who also found Raditz familiar, promptly declaring, "Indeed, Raditz, your presence resonates with me as well. However, I cannot fathom where I have encountered you before. Logically, we belong to different universes. You, I, and Kakarot should be strangers." Upon uttering these words, Beerus, Whis, and the old Kaioshin turned their gazes towards Raditz. It was common knowledge that Raditz did not hail from the 7th universe. However, neither Whis nor the old Kaioshin could discern which of the 12 universes he originated from, leaving them perplexed and curious. It was a fortuitous opportunity to seek clarification. Observing the situation, Raditz smiled, fully aware of Goku and Vegeta's suspicions. He understood the peril of recklessly revealing his identity, yet now that he had acquired the coordinates of this world, he felt unperturbed. Thus, he addressed Goku and Vegeta, saying, "In your realm, I am not known as Raditz, but rather as Raditz." "What? Raditz?" Upon hearing this, Goku and Vegeta's pupils dilated, instinctively exclaiming, "Kakarot's brother. You are my brother Raditz." At that moment, both were momentarily stunned. They recognized Raditz and were acutely aware that his potential was not particularly high. While transforming into a Super Saiyan posed no challenge, achieving the level Raditz currently held was utterly unattainable. There was no room for doubt. In response, Raditz waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm as he stated, "In my world, I indeed perished alongside Kakarot, who buried me on the sacred land. However, I did not truly die. Amidst the endless darkness, I awakened my transcendent bloodline, which has granted me the accomplishments and power I possess today. Of course, upon my revival, I did not continue my invasion of Earth, but instead allied with Kakarot and the others to become protectors of the planet. Although you have ascended to the status of Super Saiyan God, Kakarot, Vegeta, and Gohan in my world will soon achieve the transformation of Super Saiyan 4. If the opportunity arises, I could bring them to this world to witness whether Super Saiyan 4 is indeed superior to Super Saiyan God. Gulping at Raditz's revelations, Goku and Vegeta were taken aback. They never anticipated that this Raditz was indeed the Raditz from their world, yet it was evident that they belonged to different tiers of existence. The most astonishing revelation was that Raditz's world also contained their counterparts. What could this mean? Parallel worlds. At that moment, Whis, seemingly deep in thought, remarked, "No wonder I could not find your information within the 12 universes earlier. It appears you are not a candidate for the Kaioshin of the 12 universes. Parallel worlds?" Upon hearing this, Beerus and the others turned to Whis, puzzled by the implications of his words. Ahem. At this moment, the old Kaioshin beside them lightly cleared his throat and began to elucidate. The so-called parallel worlds are, in essence, entities that exist beneath the cosmos. In the past, our universe comprised a total of 18 realms. However, due to certain cataclysmic events, 6 of these universes suffered devastating blows, rendering them parallel worlds. The development within these parallel worlds bears a striking resemblance to our own. Yet they lack the acknowledgement of the supreme rules, thus devoid of entities such as destroyers and angels. Simultaneously, these parallel worlds are rife with countless evils and perils, where even the slightest misstep could lead to annihilation. In contrast, our universe is safeguarded by the presence of destroyers, who eradicate threats before they have the opportunity to mature. Upon hearing the old Kaioshin's narration, Sun Wukong and the others experienced a sudden enlightenment. This included Raditz, who began to grasp the notion that the world and the Dragon Ball Super Universe were fundamentally distinct, even existing in disparate dimensions. However, after listening to the old Kaioshin, Raditz realized that the situation was far more intricate than he had initially perceived. With 18 universes in total, 6 of them had been eradicated by the Omni King. According to the original texts, these 6 universes were obliterated due to incurring the wrath of the Omni King, as their allegiance lay not with him but with the ancient dragon god, Salamander, who had once failed in an assassination attempt against the Omni King. The dragon god Salamander was on par with the Grand Minister and the Omni King. Thus, even after being defeated by the Omni King, he could only be sealed away, not killed. Salamander created the Super Dragon Balls and the Divine Dragon Realm, while the dragon exists within the world of Dragon Ball Super. If this is indeed the case, it suggests a significant implication. This world may very well be one of the 6 universes that were obliterated. However, the existence of this world was completely erased back then, and it has only developed subsequently. Reflecting on this theory, it seems plausible that the ancient Saiyans' downfall has a discernible rationale. Those who pledged allegiance to Salamander during that era would naturally have been eradicated by the Omni King. At that moment, not far away, Whis suddenly interjected, "Although I do not wish to dampen your spirits, it would be prudent for you to depart swiftly. The Kaioshins from the parallel worlds, if discovered, would face grave peril." Grave peril? Could it be the Grand Minister? With a constricted gaze, Raditz instantly comprehended Whis's implication. The parallel worlds are the descendants of those who betrayed the Omni King. Even if they are not ancient Saiyans and harbor no intentions of aligning with Salamander against the Omni King, the circumstances for both parties are indeed precarious. Should anyone seek to exploit this situation, it is likely that the Grand Minister would not let it slide, nor would the Omni King remain passive. Whis's admonition, rather than aggression, is a testament to his benevolence. I understand. Contemplating this, Raditz clasped his fists in gratitude towards Whis and said, "Thank you for your guidance. I have already delayed my return to the main world for quite some time. It is now time to depart." With that, Raditz ceased to linger, offering a respectful salute to the old Kaioshin before vanishing from sight with a mere thought. Activating his instant transmission, he preferred not to employ the time ring in the presence of Whis and the others, as the risk of them stealing the world coordinates would be perilous, particularly with Whis possessing the power of time and space. Should he acquire the coordinates, he could potentially traverse into the world itself. Even Raditz would be no match for Whis, and if he were to enter the world, the consequences would be dire. Has he left? Observing the situation, Goku and Vegeta felt a sense of trepidation. After all, having learned of Raditz's true identity, their emotions were undeniably complex. Enough. At that moment, Beerus waved his hand and spoke. "Goku, Vegeta, follow me. Furthermore, this matter must not be disclosed. We have never encountered Raditz. Do you understand my meaning?" As he spoke, Beerus's gaze turned towards Goku and the others, his eyes brimming with a sense of menace. As a god of destruction, Beerus was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Should it come to light, even he would be unable to bear the repercussions. We understand. In response, Goku and Vegeta quickly nodded. Although they were not entirely clear on the specifics, they instinctively felt that the matter was far from simple. Raditz? Who is this Raditz? Have we met? No. The old Kaioshin responded without hesitation, a sheen of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He never anticipated that Raditz hailed from a parallel world that had been obliterated by the Omni King. He had awakened the Kaioshin power within Raditz and even imparted the training methods associated with it. If this were to be scrutinized, even the old Kaioshin would be unable to withstand the consequences. Good. Upon witnessing this, Beerus nodded in satisfaction. He then wasted no more words, instructing, "Whis, let us depart." To lose to a candidate from a parallel world as Kaioshin was utterly humiliating. Upon returning, I shall retreat for a period of focused training. I cannot afford to squander another several thousand years. Upon hearing this, Whis smiled gently, addressing Beerus. It is best that Lord Beerus thinks this way. If so, let us be on our way. With that, Whis waved his staff, promptly whisking away the figures of Beerus, Goku, and Vegeta into the ether. Exhaling deeply, the old Kaioshin felt a wave of relief wash over him. The fact that Beerus and Whis did not pursue consequences was undoubtedly a great relief to him. With this thought, the old Kaioshin turned his gaze to the nearby Kibito Kai, instructing, "Go to Earth and bring Gohan here." The Kaioshins of our universe cannot be weaker than those from parallel worlds. Inquire if Gohan wishes to become a candidate for Kaioshin. Although his current power may not equal that of Goku and Vegeta, his potential is certainly noteworthy. If he could consent, I would assist him in attaining divinity. For even if we were to confront each other in the future, we could certainly find someone to rival the formidable Raditz. Meanwhile, Raditz had already materialized on a desolate planet. After confirming that there were no signs of life in the vicinity, he let out a sigh of relief. It was time to depart. Little did he know that the world and the entire universe were so intricately connected. It seemed the depths of the world were far beyond my imagination. The dark seven-star dragon, I wondered what relation it bore to the dragon god, Salama. As he murmured these thoughts, Raditz's expression grew profoundly serious. This sudden revelation caught him off guard, and the peril facing the world exceeded his comprehension. Even though he was now sufficiently powerful to vanquish a god of destruction, it was still far from enough. Never mind. I shall return for now. Bulma's time of delivery is fast approaching. Taking a deep breath, Raditz dispelled his hesitation and activated the time ring on his hand. With a hum, a brilliant silver light enveloped his form. In the next moment, the forces of time and space surged, and Raditz vanished from the planet. Simultaneously, in the realm of the gods of destruction, Whis revealed a faint smile. He sensed Raditz's departure from the seventh universe. With this thought, Whis turned his gaze to Goku and Vegeta before him, stating, "Next, I shall rigorously train you to swiftly master the Super Saiyan God transformation and divine power." Raditz's silhouette reappeared on a barren planet. Finally, he was back. As he opened his eyes, a smile graced his lips. He could distinctly feel that this world was the very realm he had previously inhabited. With a mere thought, Raditz activated instant transmission to return to Earth. Upon his arrival, he observed Bulma, Android 18, Chi-Chi, and Tarble basking in the sunlight in the courtyard. To his surprise, besides Bulma and Chi-Chi, both Android 18 and Tarble exhibited noticeable protrusions in their abdomens, clearly indicating their pregnancies. Android 18 was also expecting. Witnessing this scene, Raditz paused, his heart brimming with astonishment and elation. It had taken him and Bulma a year or two to conceive, yet Android 18 had managed to do so swiftly. Did this signify his own formidable nature, or merely that powerful women had a higher probability of conception? Bulma, Android 18, overwhelmed with excitement. Raditz called out as he approached them. "Raditz, you've returned." Upon seeing Raditz's figure, both Bulma and Android 18 instantly sprang to their feet, their faces alight with joy. They swiftly advanced toward him and embraced him wholeheartedly. Witnessing this, Raditz smiled gently, wrapping his arms around the two women. "I apologize for the delay. Unforeseen circumstances held me back. Yet it seems we have not missed the arrival of our child. Moreover, it appears we have gained another." As he spoke, Raditz instinctively reached out to touch the abdomens of Android 18 and Bulma, clearly sensing the pulsations of life within. It was good that peace had returned. With a gentle smile, Bulma refrained from reproaching Raditz. Android 18 also wore a smile and inquired, "Have the issues in that world been resolved?" "Indeed." Raditz nodded, not concealing anything, and succinctly recounted the events of the Dragon Ball Super Future World. However, he omitted the fact that he had taken Bulma from that future world, as they did not belong to the same universe, and the other party was still in the future. Then, Raditz surveyed the surroundings and asked, "By the way, Kakarot, where are Gohan and Vegeta? Why is there no trace of their energy? Even Broly's presence is absent from Earth." When he returned earlier, Raditz had sensed this. Yet he could not find the energies of Goku and the others on Earth, which puzzled him. After all, according to the storyline, the evil Majin Buu had not yet emerged, and logically, Goku and the others should still be on Earth. They went to the underworld. Chapter 59. To the heavenly realm. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi, standing nearby, said angrily, "The North Kai mentioned that an extraordinarily powerful entity has appeared in the underworld, one that even the inhabitants there cannot match." Consequently, upon hearing this news, Goku and the others rushed to the underworld, claiming they were going to restore order. But in reality, they aimed to confront that villain. The underworld. The evil contaminant wave? Raditz pondered, and suddenly it dawned on him. The evil contaminant wave was indeed a formidable presence, primarily driven by malicious intent. The stronger the malevolence, the more potent the wave became. Moreover, the evil contaminant wave possessed a devouring ability akin to that of Buu. If allowed to mature completely, it would be a force to be reckoned with. After all, due to Raditz's influence, the abilities of those he previously encountered in this world had significantly increased. Suddenly, a tremor shook the space around them, for battered figures appeared in the courtyard sky, plummeting directly to the ground. Dust billowed as Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Broly's figures emerged, though they were all severely injured. Their appearances weary and haggard. Goku and Vegeta had succumbed to unconsciousness, while Gohan and Broly, though slightly better off, exhibited signs of exhaustion. "Goku, Gohan, Vegeta." The crowd gasped in shock at the sight of the four. Almost instantly, Chi-Chi and Tarbell rushed forward. Bulma and Android 18 furrowed their brows, instinctively remarking, "How could that entity in the underworld be so powerful?" The four of them went together and were still defeated. Hearing this, Raditz also frowned. Although the evil contaminant wave was indeed formidable, he had anticipated that its power would increase significantly. To their utter astonishment, even with the combined strength of Broly and his companions, they still faced defeat. Ding. Task activated. Eliminate the super evil mental wave. Reward. Ultra instinct sign. Ding. Task activated. Eliminate Hachiyak. Reward. Time reversal ability. Super evil mental wave. Hachiyak. Upon hearing the system's notifications, a flicker of surprise crossed Raditz's eyes. He was not shocked that the evil mental wave had evolved into the super evil mental wave. After all, the defeat of Broly and his comrades was certainly beyond the capabilities of the initial state of the evil mental wave. However, what was the situation with Hachiyak? Wasn't he the malevolent android created by Dr. Mew in the movie? Hachiyak. He was undoubtedly an entity rivaling the evil mental wave. Moreover, unlike the evil mental wave, which was merely a standard individual, Hachiyak was an android, indicating that he would possess an infinite energy core. Given that he was situated in the underworld, it was quite possible that he could absorb the powers of the androids created by Dr. Gero. Contemplating this, Raditz's countenance grew grave. As the situation stood, both the super evil mental wave and Hachiyak posed formidable challenges. At least for the time being, Goku and the others were truly incapable of overcoming them. With this thought, Raditz stepped forward decisively. Upon reaching the vicinity of Broly and his companions, he promptly produced 4 senzu beans. He tossed 2 to Broly and Gohan, while the other 2 were given to Chi-Chi and Tarbell, instructing them to consume the beans to restore their strength. Hearing this, Broly and Gohan did not hesitate. They quickly ingested the senzu beans in their hands. Goku and Vegeta, with Chi-Chi and Tarbell's assistance, also swallowed their beans. Moments later, Goku and Vegeta slowly regained consciousness on the ground. Goku, Vegeta, witnessing the situation, Chi-Chi and Tarbell both sighed in relief. Stepping forward to assist Goku and Vegeta to their feet. Coughing, Goku and Vegeta remained quite weak at that moment. Even after consuming a senzu bean, their recovery was far from complete, highlighting the severity of their previous injuries. Brother Raditz, Uncle. At this moment, Broly and Gohan had fully regained their strength. releasing a heavy breath as their gazes turned towards Raditz. They were immensely pleased and excited by his return. After all, Raditz's presence provided them with a solid pillar of support. Had it not been for Raditz's return, they would have been at a loss for what to do. This journey to the underworld had indeed been fraught with challenges. Brother, Raditz. At this point, Goku and Vegeta also came to their senses, and upon seeing Raditz standing not far away, their eyes shone with fervent excitement. Subsequently, they struggled to rise from the ground, with Goku speaking, "Brother, you have finally returned. Have you resolved the matters in the future world?" Nodding, Raditz cast a glance over Goku and the others before saying, "Now, tell me, what exactly transpired? With the current strength of the four of you, how could you possibly find yourselves in such a predicament? Had I not returned, and had I not possessed the celestial beings, it is likely that you two would remain in a state of unconsciousness for an extended period." As he spoke, Raditz discreetly summoned the personal panels of Goku and his companions for examination. Goku, Race, Saiyan, Bloodline, Low-Class Saiyan Bloodline, Combat Power Index, 10 trillion, Transformations, Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3. Abilities, Kaioken, Kamehameha, Instant Transmission, Spirit Bomb. Gohan, Race, Saiyan, Bloodline, Low-Class Saiyan Bloodline, Combat Power Index, 8 trillion, Transformations, Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta, Race, Saiyan, Bloodline, Royal Bloodline, Combat Power Index, 88 trillion, Transformations, Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 2, Broly, Race, Saiyan, Bloodline, High-Class Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline, Combat Power Index, 15 trillion, Transformations, Wrath State, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3. Legendary Super Saiyan, Legendary Super Saiyan 2, such a remarkable increase. Upon reviewing the information of Goku and his companions, a glimmer of astonishment flashed in Raditz's eyes. In a mere span of time, the combat power of Goku and the others had escalated to the trillion level, and with the Super Saiyan transformations, they could reach approximately 4,000 trillion. Particularly noteworthy was Broly, whose Wrath State, coupled with the enhancement of Legendary Super Saiyan 2, had even reached the staggering level of 15 quadrillion. In a certain sense, he had surpassed the Super Saiyan god of the Dragon Ball Super Universe. Yet, what was the outcome? They still faced defeat, and one could even say they fled in disarray, an utterly unfathomable scenario. Elder brother, Goku replied with a bitter smile, then proceeded to elucidate. A great upheaval has occurred in the underworld. Not long ago, an evil wave of malevolence emerged within the realm. Initially, its power was not formidable, and even I could contend with it alone. However, it soon underwent a sudden evolution, resulting in a dramatic surge in strength, making even the fusion of Vegeta and myself insufficient to overcome it. Furthermore, within the underworld, there exists a malevolent android known as Hachiak, who has devoured Frieza, Cell, Super Android 13, and others, surpassing even the super evil wave in strength by a considerable margin. Only through the combined efforts of Broly and Gohan were we able to hold it at bay, yet their power seemed to rise inexorably, culminating in our collective defeat. Now, the entire underworld is in chaos, and under such circumstances, we are hardly their match. Fortunately, the super evil wave and Hachiak are at odds, engaging in battle within the underworld. Were they to breach its confines, the entire universe would likely face an unprecedented crisis. Goodness, Hachiak is indeed more formidable than the super evil wave. Having absorbed Lightning Cell, Super Android 13, and others, it is no wonder he was capable of defeating Broly and the others. At this moment, Raditz's expression was grave. Initially, he believed that the most significant concern within the world was the future of the Super Saiyan Dragon. However, it became evident that the situation was far more dire, as they had decisively eliminated those foes who were evidently stronger. Now, with Evil Wave and Hachiak absorbing this group, their power had escalated to an extraordinarily terrifying level. What was most alarming was that Super Evil Wave and Hachiak were still engaged in a fierce battle. Should either emerge victorious, their strength would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Contemplating this, Raditz turned his gaze to Broly and inquired, "Broly, what is your current status? With your current state, your power should reach at least 15 trillion after transformation. How could you have been defeated?" In response, Broly offered a bitter smile. He was acutely aware of his own circumstances, yet when he recalled his confrontation with Hachiak, He could only shake his head in resignation, saying, "That guy's power is nearly on par with mine. Originally, with Gohan's assistance, I could have defeated him. However, he possesses a unique ability to create clones, each with strength comparable to his own, which ultimately led to my inability to overcome him. Moreover, he has more than one clone, resulting in Gohan and me being besieged, which explains our dire predicament." Clones. More than one. Raditz raised an eyebrow. Recalling the details from the movie, it seemed that Hachiyak indeed possessed the ability to create clones, although those depicted in the film did not reach such a formidable level. It appeared that Hachiyak's power surge was a result of absorbing Lightning Cell, Super Android 13, and other artificial beings. Nodding in understanding, Raditz then turned his attention to Goku, asking, "What about you? Although your power may not match Broly's, the strength you and Vegeta possess after merging into Gogeta should be formidable as well. Why then did you also succumb to defeat? Furthermore, your injuries are severe. Had I not returned in time, you might have remained incapacitated for months." Hearing this, Goku and Vegeta exchanged bitter smiles. After a moment of silent communication, Goku spoke, "Brother, the super evil wave is not to be underestimated. After merging with Vegeta into Gogeta, we indeed had the power to defeat him. Yet, that super evil wave seems to possess immortality. No matter how we tried to annihilate it, our efforts were in vain. I even unleashed a spirit bomb, yet it could not eradicate it completely. Moreover, the super evil wave had absorbed Frieza and many formidable entities from the underworld, which made it exceedingly terrifying. Ultimately, as our fusion time ran out, both Vegeta and I were gravely injured. Had it not been for instant transmission, we would surely have perished in the underworld." At this revelation, both Chi-Chi and Tarbell turned pale. Despite being aware of the dangers that Goku and the others faced, they had not anticipated the peril would reach such extremes. With this thought, Chi-Chi instinctively spoke, "Goku, should we not disregard the affairs of the underworld? Regardless, those matters pertain to the underworld and should not pose a threat to the realm of reality, should they?" As soon as these words were uttered, they garnered immediate agreement from Bulma, Talus, and the others. They had also perceived the terrifying circumstances within the underworld. Should Sun Wukong and his companions continue to participate, it would undoubtedly be exceedingly perilous. No, this cannot be allowed. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong shook his head and turned his gaze towards Chi-Chi, stating, "Chi-Chi, we must eradicate the super evil thought wave and Hachiyak. Otherwise, they may very well breach the boundary between the underworld and the human world, manifesting upon Earth. According to Lord Yinlua's account, there exists a passage from the underworld to the human realm. However, it has always been heavily guarded. Should those sentinels falter against the onslaught of the super evil thought wave and Hachiyak, the consequences would be unimaginable." Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi and the others fell into a profound silence. They had not considered the existence of a passage connecting the underworld to the human realm. Simultaneously, they grasped the gravity of the situation. If it was not resolved swiftly, the human world would indeed face invasion. At that moment, Bulma suddenly interjected, "Raditz has returned, and neither the super evil thought wave nor Hachiyak should pose any problem." Turning to Raditz, she inquired, "Can you defeat those two foes?" This question prompted the attention of Android 18 and the others towards Raditz, including Sun Wukong and his companions on the ground. Though they longed to take action themselves, they understood that this was a task beyond their current capabilities. "Not an issue," Raditz replied with a calm smile, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. "Neither the super evil thought wave nor Hachiyak should be my adversaries. However, there is no urgency to venture into the underworld just yet. The battle between the super evil thought wave and Hachiyak will not conclude swiftly. Moreover, I believe that you, Kakarot, and your companions are unwilling to accept this defeat. Are you?" Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and the others nodded in agreement. They had worked diligently to achieve their current strength, and the thought of failing so easily was intolerable. With this in mind, Sun Wukong spoke up, "Brother, let us spend a few days in the hyperbolic time chamber. By then, our power will surely surpass that of the super evil thought wave and Hachiyak." This suggestion was met with approval from Vegeta and the others. Particularly, Vegeta's expression turned serious as he declared, "During this trip to the underworld, I have vaguely approached the threshold of the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Once I achieve the Super Saiyan 3 form, I can subsequently embark upon the evolution to Super Saiyan 4, and at that time, the super evil thought wave shall pay the price." The hyperbolic time chamber. No wonder their power had surged so significantly. Observing this, Raditz suddenly understood why. In such a short span of months since his departure, Sun Wukong and the others had experienced such remarkable growth and strength. It was certain that once Sun Wukong completed the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, the hyperbolic time chamber would no longer be able to restrict them in any way. In this manner, it was entirely reasonable for Sun Wukong and his companions to undergo intense training within the time chamber, achieving battle powers in the range of several trillion, or even tens of trillions, within just a few months. Contemplating this, Raditz nodded in agreement. Indeed, spending a few days training in the time chamber will allow you to fully restore your strength, while also mastering the skills necessary to counter the super evil energy wave and Hachiyak. As it happens, I have also made significant gains during this time. Let us remain in the time chamber for 3 days, after which we shall proceed to the underworld. Should you find yourselves unable to contend with them, I shall personally intervene to eliminate the super evil energy wave and Hachiyak. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and the others nodded in unison, including Chi-Chi and Tarbell, who also expressed their approval. There was no doubt about it. Raditz's formidable strength was a source of reassurance for them, and spending 2 or 3 days training in the time chamber was a trivial matter. Uncle, shall we set off now? Son Gohan exclaimed eagerly. This journey to the underworld had made him acutely aware of his own inadequacies, a reality he found unacceptable. Not so fast, Raditz replied with a calm smile, directing his gaze towards Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Son Gohan. Before we head to the time chamber, there is one more task we must attend to. What is it, Raditz? Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Son Gohan looked at him in astonishment. Though unaware of the specifics, they could deduce from Raditz's demeanor that this matter was of great significance to them. Quite simple, Raditz said, a smirk gracing his lips as he looked at the three. You need to remove the tails of your 3 sisters. Kakarot and Gohan had already mastered Super Saiyan 3 and were ready to proceed to the training for Super Saiyan 4. Similarly, Vegeta was on the verge of transforming into Super Saiyan 3, but he would require a tail to achieve the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. A tail. At these words, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Son Gohan's eyes lit up. They had heard Raditz mention the prerequisites for transforming into Super Saiyan 4 in the past. In fact, during this time, both Sun Wukong and Son Gohan had been contemplating the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. However, due to their bloodline being of lower-class Saiyans, they risked falling into a berserk state upon transformation, thus delaying their attempts. Now that Raditz had returned, along with Broly's presence, the prospect of attempting the Super Saiyan 4 transformation seemed entirely feasible. As for Vegeta, he had come to realize after his recent defeat that without transforming into Super Saiyan 4, he stood no chance against the super evil energy wave or Hachiyak. Yet, he had not yet completed the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 and would not recklessly attempt Super Saiyan 4. Nevertheless, Vegeta was confident that after some time training in the time chamber, he would undoubtedly achieve Super Saiyan 3 and subsequently transform into Super Saiyan 4. With this in mind, the 3 spoke in unison. When do we begin? Now, Raditz replied with a serene smile, glancing at the trio. Let us go to the other world. Piccolo should have plenty of tools at his disposal to assist you in removing your tails. All right, no problem. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, and Vegeta nodded in agreement. Even Broly, at this moment, was filled with anticipation. He had already mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 and had even retained his tail. Yet he remained uncertain if he could succeed. Given that Sun Wukong and the others were not his opponents, he had refrained from recklessly attempting the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. With their opinions aligned, Raditz and the others did not linger. After bidding farewell to Bulma and Android 18, Raditz led Sun Wukong and the others soaring towards the other world. Upon their arrival in the other world, Raditz briefly explained the situation to Piccolo, who promptly retrieved a massive pair of pincers from the residence of the Supreme Kai. Subsequently, Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, and Vegeta entered the room one after another to commence the removal of their tails. A cacophony of anguished cries soon echoed from within the room. Raditz, brother. At this moment, Broly stepped closer to Raditz and inquired, is it possible for me to successfully transform into Super Saiyan 4 now? His eyes gleamed with hope. To be candid, he held immense anticipation for Super Saiyan 4, even harboring an intense desire for it. There should be no major issues, Raditz replied after glancing at Broly. Though he continued, however, The prerequisite is that you must be able to transform into a great ape. Without the ability to transform into a great ape, your chances of achieving Super Saiyan 4 are virtually non-existent. My own transformation was also a result of unforeseen circumstances, influenced by the sinister Saiyan bloodline. Upon hearing this, Broly's expression immediately soured. He was well aware of this fact. However, when he previously gazed at the artificial moon, he failed to achieve the transformation, which only heightened his anxiety. If he could not complete the Great Ape transformation, did that not imply he had no possibility of becoming Super Saiyan 4 at all? Do not fret, Raditz reassured him, recognizing Broly's concerns. While the legendary Saiyan bloodline allowed Broly to rival the likes of Sun Wukong and the others in their Super Saiyan 3 forms, he had yet to complete the transformation into Super Saiyan 3, and Super Saiyan 4 would undoubtedly be far more formidable. Contemplating this, Raditz spoke, "If this path proves unfeasible, I shall assist you in pursuing another." At this, Raditz envisioned the form of Super Saiyan God. Should Broly be unable to achieve the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, he would not be able to attain the perfected Super Saiyan 4 form. Thus, assisting him in achieving the Super Saiyan God form became imperative. Yet this was contingent upon Broly rapidly attaining the Super Saiyan 3 state. Another path? Broly raised an eyebrow, looking at Raditz in confusion. "Brother, what do you mean by another path?" "Super Saiyan God," Raditz revealed without reservation, meeting Broly's gaze. "You must have heard of it. It is the ultimate transformation of the Saiyans from ancient times. Once the Ultra Saiyan is perfected, although the power of your bloodline may become difficult to manifest, you will attain divinity and possess divine strength. The might of the Ultra Saiyan transcends the boundaries of Ki. However, it does possess certain shortcomings. Yet you should be capable of mastering it completely." Nodding thoughtfully, Broly then inquired, "Brother, am I able to transform now?" Although he was uncertain of the true strength of the Ultra Saiyan form, the allure of this ultimate transformation of the ancient Saiyans was undeniable for him. "Indeed, you can," Raditz replied with a serene smile, his lips curling upwards. "However, there is one crucial point. You will become even more formidable if you complete the Super Saiyan 3 transformation before attempting the Ultra Saiyan form. Therefore, there is no need for you to be so impatient or to aim too high. Focusing on perfecting yourself is the wisest choice." Upon hearing these words, Broly nodded in agreement. If what Raditz said were true, he indeed needed to expedite his own improvement. Ouch! It hurts so much. At that moment, several voices of exclamation rang out. Following the sound, one could see Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan limping out from a nearby room. It was evident that shedding their tails was still an immense source of discomfort for them. Meanwhile, Piccolo wore a broad smile, observing Goku and the others with amusement. "Have they already removed them?" Seeing this, a glint of excitement flashed in Raditz's eyes as he declared, "In that case, let us not waste any more time. We shall head to the Room of Time now. I have some items to present to Kakarot and Gohan." With that, Raditz strode towards the Room of Time, prompting Goku and the others to exchange glances before hastily following suit. At this moment, Goku and Gohan were filled with anticipation, curious about what Raditz might bestow upon them. Soon, the group entered the Room of Time. However, Vegeta, Broly, Goku, and Gohan did not depart. Instead, they fixed their gaze intently on Raditz. Goku, brimming with eagerness, asked, "Brother, what do you have for Gohan and me?" "Rest assured, it is something remarkable," Raditz replied, casting a glance at Goku with a smirk. He then produced a capsule containing the blood of Vegeta. With a pop, the capsule opened, revealing 2 glass vials filled with the precious blood. "Blood? Whose blood is this?" Goku and Gohan exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Vegeta's blood. Vegeta, not far off, also displayed a look of curiosity. After all, a single drop of Raditz's blood had significantly enhanced Broly's power and even elevated his bloodline. "This is the blood of ancient Saiyans." Without any preamble, Raditz lifted the glass vial and stated, "Kakarot and Gohan, should you refine this, your bloodlines will transcend to new heights. Most importantly, by refining this blood, you should be able to eliminate the drawback of losing your reason when transforming into a great ape. In this manner, the likelihood of both of you achieving the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 would be significantly enhanced." What? The ancient Saiyan blood can resolve the issue of losing rationality during the great ape transformation. Upon hearing this, the breaths of Sun Wukong and Son Gohan quickened. their gazes fixated with fervor upon the ancient blood of Vegeta held by Raditz. Their primary concern had always been the loss of control during the Great Ape transformation, which would hinder their ability to attain the Super Saiyan 4 form. However, with the emergence of this blood, they could circumvent such a drawback. This was indeed a divine gift for Son Wukong and Son Gohan. "Thank you, elder brother. Thank you, uncle." Almost instantaneously, they expressed their gratitude to Raditz, their eyes brimming with appreciation. The value of this ancient blood was extraordinary, undoubtedly on par with the malevolent Saiyan blood Raditz had once acquired, which could have also enhanced his lineage and strength had he chosen to refine it. Yet, Raditz opted to bestow these 2 drops of blood upon them, a gesture that represented immense recognition for Son Wukong and his son. There is no need for such gratitude. With a wave of his hand, Raditz casually tossed the vial containing the blood to Son Wukong and Son Gohan. "You two should refine it at once. After you complete the refinement, I will assess your progress." "Understood." They responded in unison, and without hesitation, they bowed respectfully to Raditz before making their way toward the time chamber. Upon reaching a designated clearing, Son Wukong and Son Gohan promptly retrieved the ancient blood and, without a moment's doubt, swallowed it whole. They harbored no skepticism regarding Raditz. They trusted that the blood he provided would pose no issues. "Raditz, I shall also begin my training." Observing the scene, Vegeta quietly interjected. He wasted no time, swiftly departing the room. The acquisition of ancient Saiyan blood for Son Wukong and Son Gohan signified an impending enhancement of their lineage and strength. For Vegeta, this served as a tremendous impetus. He was now eager to complete the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, striving to attain the Super Saiyan 4 form before Son Wukong and Son Gohan could finish their refinement. "Elder brother." Observing the situation, Broly approached, perplexed. "Why not give Vegeta some of the blood? I desire it as well." With a bitter smile, Raditz replied, "Unfortunately, those 2 drops of blood are the extent of what I could acquire. There are no further opportunities to obtain more. You must understand that these drops were nearly obtained at the cost of defeating Vegeta. Moreover, both Son Wukong and Vegeta in the Dragon Ball Super Universe have already achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan God. Even if they were to merge again using the Patera earrings to become Vegeta, they would no longer be pure ancient Saiyans. Given the divine essence within them, the blood would have no effect on ordinary Saiyans. It can be said that even if I wished to acquire more, there would be no means to do so." "I see." With a sudden realization, Broly nodded and chuckled while shaking his head, expressing a hope that Vegeta might exhibit some rationality. "Brother, I shall commence my training now. This time, I am determined to perfect the Super Saiyan 3 transformation and utterly vanquish that Hachiak fellow." After speaking, Broly did not linger, turning away from the time chamber and soaring towards a vacant expanse. Observing this scene, Raditz smiled faintly. The determination exhibited by Broly and his companions was indeed a piece of good news for him. Their growing strength would expedite the resolution of future threats to their world. Even in his absence, Goku, Broly, and others would be capable of intercepting any adversaries that arose. With this thought in mind, Raditz no longer hesitated. He gracefully exited the resting area and swiftly arrived at an uninhabited locale. Once he touched down, Raditz promptly settled into a meditative posture and declared, "System, initiate bloodline evolution." Ding. 1 bloodline evolution privilege consumed. Bloodline evolution activated, echoed the system's notification. As a searing energy began to ascend, Raditz felt a jolt as his top-tier Super Saiyan bloodline surged within him. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of malevolence erupted around him, and his power began to escalate rapidly. 26 trillion, 48 trillion, 65 trillion. His battle power index finally ceased its ascent at an impressive 65 trillion. At that moment, the dark energy enveloping Raditz began to merge with his Super Saiyan bloodline. As black mist enveloped him entirely, the area surrounding Raditz plunged into darkness, forming a colossal black sphere suspended in midair. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, over 3 months had elapsed. Suddenly, a low growl reverberated through the air. Looking in the direction of the sound, one could see Vegeta in the distance, his golden aura surging violently, as his hair rapidly extended to his waist, signifying his transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Haha! Vegeta's triumphant laughter echoed far and wide. Having successfully achieved the Super Saiyan 3 form, he was overwhelmed with excitement. After such a long time, he had finally perfected the transformation. Now, He merely needed to transform into a golden great ape and subsequently ascend to Super Saiyan to complete the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. With this thought igniting his eagerness, Vegeta prepared to revert from Super Saiyan 3 and take action. Suddenly, a rumbling noise reverberated, causing the entire time chamber to tremble. Just as Vegeta raised his hand to conjure the artificial moon, the energy abruptly ceased. This aura. Raising an eyebrow, Vegeta turned his gaze towards a nearby area, murmuring, "Have Kakarot and Gohan completed their training?" The ancient Saiyan essence they had refined indeed exuded an extraordinarily archaic energy. Contemplating this, Vegeta hesitated momentarily before abandoning the creation of the artificial moon and soaring towards the location of Goku and Gohan. With a swift sound slicing through the air, Vegeta soon arrived at the vicinity of Gohan and Goku. The two were enveloped in a tempestuous aura, their bodies surrounded by a faint crimson glow, indicative of their rapidly escalating power. Before Vegeta could fully comprehend the scene, Gohan's tightly shut eyes flew open, and he bellowed, "Awaken!" In the next moment, Gohan rose from the ground, his energy soaring, 10 trillion, 15 trillion, 18 trillion. Finally stabilizing at a staggering 18 trillion, his aura settled. Almost immediately, his tail flicked, unleashing a wave of energy that surged toward the distance. A thunderous explosion echoed as the energy struck a distant area, causing the earth to shatter across a vast expanse. Remarkable, such a sudden surge in power. Witnessing this, Vegeta's expression darkened, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. Ancient bloodline. In that instant, he comprehended the true value and terror of this bloodline. Before Vegeta could regain his composure, Goku's roar resonated. He promptly stood up, fists clenched, his own energy surging rapidly, 14 trillion, 18 trillion, 22 trillion. Reaching a peak of 22 trillion, Goku's aura finally ceased its ascent, enveloping him in a red haze. Notably, his tail had transformed into a vivid crimson, reminiscent of the Super Saiyan 4 form. However, Goku was devoid of any fur, indicating that his transformation stemmed from a bloodline enhancement. Ancient bloodline. Such a significant increase in power. As he absorbed this spectacle, Vegeta's gaze turned somewhat crimson. While he was indifferent to Broly and Gohan's ascensions, Goku's advancement gnawed at him deeply. It was not mere envy or jealousy, but rather a begrudging acknowledgement of a kindred spirit's growth. After all, Vegeta, who prided himself as the Prince of Saiyans, found it hard to accept being surpassed time and again. Yet, witnessing a lower-class Saiyan like Goku reach such heights, even surpassing him repeatedly, was a bitter pill to swallow. "Hey, Vegeta." At that moment, Goku opened his eyes and, with excitement, looked toward Vegeta. "Have you completed your transformation into Super Saiyan 3? Of course." Vegeta scoffed, puffing up with pride as he regarded Goku. "Super Saiyan 3 is but a trivial feat for this prince. Kakarot, what peculiarities accompany your bloodline enhancement?" With a curious gaze, Vegeta scrutinized Goku. Ancient Saiyan bloodline. What truly sets it apart from ordinary Saiyans? Piquing Goku's interest, he furrowed his brow and contemplated his state before responding. "Indeed, there are some unique transformations. For instance, my tail has become exceptionally resilient, even stronger than my physical form. That is a substantial enhancement. In addition, I have discovered an extraordinary force within me, one that seems to have amplified my potential, though the exact extent of this augmentation remains unclear. Furthermore, after refining that drop of essence, I have a vague sensation that my bloodline is undergoing some form of mutation, the nature of which eludes my understanding." At this juncture, Son Wukong appeared to have an epiphany, turning to son Gohan and inquiring, "Gohan, what about you? How fares your condition?" "Dad." Upon hearing this, son Gohan did not conceal his situation, promptly responding, "My condition is quite similar to yours. However, my bloodline appears to be stagnant, lacking any inclination towards further evolution. It seems that you have a deeper affinity with that drop of essence, whereas I have yet to reach such a state of resonance, which is why my enhancement pales in comparison to yours." Upon hearing these words, Vegeta's gaze intensified with envy. Realizing that Son Wukong had a greater alignment with the ancient bloodline, even showing signs of further progression. Did this not signify an ever-widening chasm between them? In that moment, Vegeta could not suppress the surge of jealousy within, alongside a growing desire for the ancient essence. Yet, this precious item had been bestowed upon Son Wukong and his son by Raditz, leaving Vegeta in a state of profound discomfort, uncertain if the latter possessed any more. At that moment, Sun Wukong, oblivious to Vegeta's turmoil, stepped forward and declared, "Since we have both completed our preparations, let us attempt to transform into Super Saiyan 4 together. If we succeed, we shall undoubtedly eradicate the super evil energy waves entirely." Despite the significant boost in his power from refining the ancient essence, both Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan understood that their strength was still insufficient to contend with the super evil energy waves. Thus, only by transforming into the Super Saiyan 4 form could they hope to defeat their adversaries. Very well, Vegeta did not hesitate. Eager to witness the enhancements of Sun Wukong and his son, he felt a twinge of envy. Immediately, Vegeta raised his hand and began to summon the artificial moon. A resonant hum echoed as a colossal artificial moon materialized from his palm. "Go!" With a low roar, Vegeta sent the artificial moon soaring above the trio. "It's here," he bellowed, fixing his gaze upon the artificial moon. "Gohan, let us gaze upon the moon together." Observing the situation, Sun Wukong wasted no time, calling out as he lifted his head. "Yes, Dad," Sun Gohan replied promptly, not daring to delay. In the next moment, Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Vegeta simultaneously directed their attention towards the artificial moon. Thump, thump. Intense heartbeats reverberated as, under the moon's illumination, the appearances of Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Vegeta began to undergo a rapid transformation. In the brief span of a few breaths, 3 towering black giant apes, each standing 15 to 16 meters tall, emerged within the arena, their low growls resonating powerfully. One of the colossal apes was the first to transform, its body radiating a golden light and visibly morphing into the form of a golden great ape. In an instant, the energy surrounding the golden great ape surged tenfold, escalating from 88 trillion to an astonishing 880 trillion. It was accomplished. As Vegeta opened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement flickered within them. He had succeeded. Just as Raditz had indicated, by mastering his rationality during the transformation into a Super Saiyan, he had indeed become a golden great ape. The next step was to achieve Super Saiyan 4. Muttering to himself, Vegeta glanced at the nearby Goku and his son, who were still in a state of stupor. And without further hesitation, he commenced his transformation. In an instant, the aura of the golden great ape erupted forth, with golden energy soaring into the sky, accompanied by a subtle emergence of a crimson aura. In the next moment, the form of the golden great ape dissipated, replaced by Vegeta, now transformed into Super Saiyan 4. In that fleeting instant, Vegeta's power surged once again, increasing 100-fold from 880 trillion to an astonishing 88 quadrillion. At that moment, Vegeta, having completed the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, wielded power that even surpassed Broly's full power in his Super Saiyan 2 form. It was a triumph. "I have successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Feeling the fluctuations of his own energy, Vegeta could not contain his exuberant laughter. He was overwhelmingly powerful. At that moment, his strength was unparalleled. He could distinctly sense that his power was on an entirely different level. Super Saiyan 4 provided a 100-fold increase in baseline combat power, while Super Saiyan 3 offered merely a 400-fold enhancement, making them incomparable. Even the Super Saiyan 2 transformation granted only a 1,000-fold increase, and Super Saiyan 3 merely 4,000-fold, rendering them utterly inferior to Super Saiyan 4. Just then, 2 low growls echoed from beside him. In the next moment, golden and crimson auras ascended into the heavens, revealing that Gohan had successfully transformed into a golden great ape. Instantly, Gohan's power surged from 180 trillion to 1.8 quadrillion. Meanwhile, Goku had transformed into a red great ape, his entire being enveloped in a raging crimson aura. In this state, the original 10-fold increase from the great ape transformation had now elevated to a 20-fold enhancement, reaching a staggering 4 quadrillion. How is this possible? How could Kakarot's power increase 20-fold in an instant? With a swift motion, Vegeta distanced himself from the area, hovering in midair, his gaze fixed intently on Goku, now a red great ape, his eyes wide with disbelief. Both he and Gohan had experienced only a 10-fold increase in power during their great ape transformations. Why then had Goku's power surged by a full 20-fold? Before Vegeta could fully comprehend the situation, Gohan's low growl resonated throughout the arena. The golden red aura enveloping his entire being surged violently as the colossal giant ape began to shrink at a visible pace, transforming him into the form of Super Saiyan 4. Moreover, upon achieving this state, Son Gohan leaped from a youthful figure into that of a young adult, his height soaring to an impressive 183 centimeters. Concurrently, as the Super Saiyan 4 transformation reached its zenith, Son Gohan's energy escalated at a staggering rate, 10-fold, 100-fold, 200-fold. Only when his power had increased by 200 times did his energy finally stabilize, soaring from an original 800 trillion to an astounding 360 quadrillion. This formidable power index eclipsed Vegeta's by over 3 times, unleashing a terrifying pressure that sent the astonished Vegeta hurtling backward. It was done. Upon opening his eyes, Son Gohan felt the tumultuous waves of power coursing within him, and a knowing smile spread across his face. Impossible. This is utterly inconceivable. Staring dumbfounded at this spectacle, Vegeta was nearly on the brink of despair. Initially, Son Gohan's circumstances mirrored his own. Logically, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 should yield a maximum strength of around 180 quadrillion. Yet, Son Gohan's power reached a staggering 360 quadrillion, indicating that his Super Saiyan 4 form was a staggering 20,000 times his base power. In contrast, Vegeta's own power enhancement was merely 10,000 times, an insurmountable disparity to accept. Could it be the ancient Saiyan bloodline? In that moment, Vegeta felt utterly lost. The exhilaration of recently achieving Super Saiyan 4 fading in the wake of such an overwhelming gap. If Son Gohan's power amplification surpassed his, what of Goku, whose bloodline was even more potent? With this thought, Vegeta instinctively turned to the red-haired giant ape that was Goku, fists clenched tightly, exclaiming, "Kakarot! Roar!" Almost instantaneously after Vegeta's words, the roar of the red-haired giant ape resounded. In the next moment, a crimson beam shot skyward, revealing the massive form dissipating, replaced by Goku in his Super Saiyan 4 state. At that instant, Goku's energy began to surge dramatically, 10-fold, 100-fold, 400-fold. After an increase of approximately 400 times, Goku's energy finally ceased its ascent, his power index skyrocketing to an astonishing 760 quadrillion. Boom, boom. In that moment, the entirety of the hyperbolic time chamber trembled. Goku stood there, surrounded by red lightning, his Super Saiyan 4 form distinctly different from those of Gohan and Vegeta. It conveyed a sense of purity, as if Goku's Super Saiyan 4 was the most authentic embodiment of this transformation. Success. He had finally accomplished it. Goku erupted into hearty laughter, thoroughly satisfied with his newfound state. Super Saiyan 4. He has finally attained the Super Saiyan 4 form he has longed for, which is evidently distinct from the typical Super Saiyan 4, possessing even greater power. This transformation is attributed to the refinement of an ancient drop of blood, and Son Goku's gratitude towards Raditz is profoundly intense. Kakarot. Father. At that moment, Vegeta and Gohan floated to Goku's side. Observing the visibly different form, they instinctively inquired, "What is this Super Saiyan 4 transformation of yours? Father, why is there a red lightning aura surrounding you? It appears incredibly powerful." Upon hearing their words, Goku was momentarily taken aback. He instinctively examined his condition, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. Following that, he awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "I don't know. Isn't this the standard Super Saiyan 4 transformation? I feel like this is how I transform." Upon hearing this, Gohan merely looked at Goku with admiration. But Vegeta's lips twitched in irritation. "This is normal? My Super Saiyan 4 form is what one would call normal. Yours is simply a mutation." However, Vegeta refrained from voicing this, merely snorting dismissively. "It's just a bit more impressive, nothing more." Despite his words, a sense of bitterness lingered within him. Gohan's doubled enhancement had already struck him hard, and Goku's quadrupled boost was nearly unbearable. They are both Saiyans, both Super Saiyan 4. Why should one be so superior to the other? Suddenly, a terrifying energy erupted, shaking the entire time chamber, as a grass-green aura began to fill the air. This presence belonged to Broly. Broly had broken through. Sensing this surge, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan's expressions turned serious. The intensity of this power was overwhelming, rivaling their own in some respects. After exchanging glances, they disregarded everything else and swiftly made their way toward the source of Broly's energy. Before long, they arrived at their destination, where Broly was enveloped in a surging grass-green aura, his long hair cascading down to his waist, already having entered the legendary Super Saiyan 3 state. Furthermore, as Broly completed his breakthrough, the power of his bloodline was entirely awakened. They could distinctly feel Broly's base combat power rapidly escalating. 30 trillion, 35 trillion, 40 trillion. It finally paused at the astonishing level of 40 trillion. Immediately afterward, Broly's aura surged once more. The legendary Super Saiyan 3 form is 40 times that of the legendary Super Saiyan 2, meaning Broly's base power had increased by an astounding 4,000 times. In an instant, his energy soared from 40 trillion to 1,600 quadrillion. And this was just the beginning. With a mighty roar, Broly plunged into a state of fury. It is evident that his physique has grown significantly, and at this moment, his energy has surged tenfold. In an instant, Broly's power reached an astonishing 16 quintillion. What an overwhelming sense of oppression. What an incredible force. In that fleeting moment, Sun Wukong and the others could not contain their astonishment, their gazes fixed on Broly filled with disbelief. Indeed, the enhancement Broly achieved after transforming into Super Saiyan 3 was simply beyond their comprehension. A battle power index of 16 quintillion. Under such circumstances, Broly's strength surpassed that of Sun Wukong and his companions combined. At this juncture, Broly erupted into hearty laughter. While he would not typically be so elated merely for completing the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, the fact that his latent potential had been fully unleashed brought him immense joy. It is important to note that although Broly had refined Raditz's bloodline, evolving into a superior Super Saiyan lineage, his inherent potential had merely reached an intermediate level until now. This time was different. With the completion of Super Saiyan 3, Broly's potential ascended to an advanced stage. Consequently, his base battle power nearly doubled. At this moment, Broly felt absolutely confident in his ability to defeat Hachiyak, even crushing him effortlessly. In an instant, Broly's spirits soared. He no longer cared about the notion of Super Saiyan 4. Based on his estimations, Super Saiyan 4 was not significantly superior to Super Saiyan 3, at most. It provided a modest increase in power. With this thought in mind, Broly's gaze shifted towards Sun Wukong and his companions in the distance. A smirk gracing his lips. 3 Super Saiyan 4s, is it? It seems I was somewhat misguided earlier. Super Saiyan 3 is not inferior to them at all. Indeed, while Broly's Super Saiyan 3 could only enhance his base power by 4,000 times, with the added boost from his rage, his strength appeared to rival that of Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan 4 form. Conversely, neither Vegeta nor Son Gohan in their Super Saiyan 4 forms could compare to Broly's current Super Saiyan 3. This exemplifies the dominance of the Super Saiyan bloodline. This demonstrates the extraordinary nature of the Super Saiyan lineage. Broly, Sun Wukong called out as he observed Broly in the arena, eager to engage. Shall we have a battle? Very well, Broly replied with a grin. Sun Wukong and the others wished to gauge his strength, and Broly was equally curious to ascertain the extent of his newfound power. Without hesitation, Broly stepped forward, locking his gaze on Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, and Vegeta, declaring, "You 3 can come at me together. Let me see if your Super Saiyan 4 forms surpass my Super Saiyan 3. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and Son Gohan remained composed. Yet Vegeta's face flushed with anger as he glared at Broly. How dare you underestimate me, the prince? What of Super Saiyan 3? Today, I shall teach you a lesson." With that, Vegeta charged at Broly without a moment's hesitation. In the next moment, Vegeta's figure appeared before Broly, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his abdomen. Yet, it was too slow. Observing the situation, Broly merely smiled faintly, swiftly evading Vegeta's assault with a slight shift of his body. Subsequently, Broly swung his hand, delivering a resounding slap that struck Vegeta's form. With a pained cry, how could Vegeta, possessing merely 88 trillion in battle power, withstand the tremendous force of 16 quintillion? In an instant, Vegeta fell to the ground, skidding several hundred meters before finally coming to a halt. Blood spewed from his mouth, and his aura diminished significantly, nearly forcing him out of his Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Vegeta, in light of this predicament, Goku's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly rushed to Vegeta's side to help him up. "Are you alright?" Coughing up blood, Vegeta cast a dark glare at Broly, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Damn it, the disparity in our base power is too vast. Broly, don't get too complacent, I will soon catch up to you." With that declaration, Vegeta chose not to continue the fight, relinquishing his Super Saiyan 4 form and flying away with his injured body. He had come to understand that his weakness lay in his base power. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily defeated by Broly's single strike. Thus, he resolved to train even harder. Seeing this unfold, Goku and Gohan were momentarily at a loss for words. They too recognized, based on Vegeta's condition, that despite their transformation into Super Saiyan 4, they were not formidable enough to contend with Broly, who had surpassed Super Saiyan 3. Exchanging glances. A hint of hesitation flickered in Goku and Gohan's eyes. Given the current circumstances, it seemed they genuinely had little chance of victory. "Kakarot, are you coming?" Broly queried, feeling somewhat bored. After all, he had easily dispatched Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, and it was unlikely that Goku and Gohan would fare any better. "Of course we will," Goku replied, suddenly resolute, directing his gaze at Broly. "But not just yet. Broly, give us a few days. I will consult with Gohan about the fusion technique. When we fuse, we shall undoubtedly defeat you." Upon hearing this, Gohan looked at Goku in astonishment. The fusion technique was indeed formidable. The fusion of Goku and Vegeta had resulted in Gogeta, whose power had increased exponentially. If he could fuse with Goku, their combined strength would be formidable. "Fusion?" Broly pondered, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. "Very well, I shall wait for you two for a while. I am curious to see what level of power you can achieve after your fusion." "Good." Goku sighed in relief. Like Vegeta, he was not fond of fusion, as defeating an opponent through fusion did not feel like a true victory. Broly is undeniably formidable. Under such circumstances, his only chance of victory lies in fusing with Gohan. If the opponent were Vegeta, it might be a different story, but Goku would never harbor such a fierce competitive spirit. Broly, however, is a legendary Super Saiyan and has acknowledged Raditz as his elder brother. It is evident that a competitive relationship exists between Broly and Goku, especially considering their childhood grievances. Therefore, Goku is absolutely unwilling to concede defeat. Even with Gohan's fusion, he is determined to vanquish Broly. At that moment, a rumble echoed ominously. Accompanied by the tremors of the time chamber, a dark, malevolent energy surged from a distant area, enveloping a significant portion of the pristine time chamber in its shadow. Such a wicked aura. It signifies that my brother has broken through. My uncle has grown stronger once again. Witnessing this, the expressions of Broly, Goku, and Gohan shifted dramatically. Without further hesitation, they swiftly soared towards the source of Raditz's energy. Vegeta, too, sensed the energy fluctuations. Yet, at this moment, he chose not to pursue Raditz. Instead, he continued to fracture his own limits, muttering to himself, "Raditz, Broly, Kakarot, Gohan, I will surpass you all. Just wait, as the Prince of Saiyans. I will decisively defeat you." Ding! The evolution of Bloodline is complete. The system notification resonated, and Raditz, as if awakening from a dream, stood up. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had entered the state of Super Saiyan 4. However, unlike before, his entire body was now enveloped in black fur, with his hair transformed into a vibrant green. Most remarkably, Raditz realized that his Super Saiyan 4 state had seemingly become his new norm. In this state, Raditz's aura surged mightily, and his base combat power began to escalate rapidly. 80 trillion, 100 trillion, 400 trillion, 600 trillion. It reached a staggering 600 trillion before the increase subsided. Simultaneously, the augmentation of Super Saiyan 4 manifested, amplifying his strength by a staggering 40,000 times. In merely a few breaths, Raditz's power soared to an astonishing 24 quadrillion, all without invoking his rage or evil states. Should he unleash his rage state, his power could reach a terrifying 240 quadrillion. 240 quadrillion. This surpasses the limits of certain angels. Moreover, he possesses techniques such as the Kaioken multiplied by 100, which, if fully harnessed, could elevate his strength to an extraordinary 24 quintillion. Such power equates to 2.4 billion divine energy. While it may not rival the terrifying 1 trillion divine energy of Angel Whis, it remains formidable, even within the realm of angelic might. However, it seems there are both advantages and disadvantages to this transformation. Soon, Raditz regained his composure. Although the magnitude of this enhancement astonished him, he was acutely aware of his own vulnerabilities. At present, he has merely attained the ordinary angel stage. However, the perils and adversaries that lie ahead are likely to be of the caliber of Whis, or even the Grand Priest. It is imperative to remember that this world is but a parallel realm, and in the past, it was devoted to the service of Salama. According to the Dragon Ball narrative, formidable foes will proliferate in the future, with numerous entities rivaling Salama's strength. Moreover, beings like the Omni King and the Grand Priest are ever watchful. If he wishes to safeguard himself and those he cherishes, he must continue to grow stronger. With this thought in mind, Raditz promptly declared, "System, open personal panel." In the next instant, his personal panel materialized before his eyes. Raditz, race, evil Saiyan, bloodline, ancient Super Saiyan, inferior. Divine power, Kaishin power, combat power index, 600 trillion, transformations, rage state, evil state. Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, mysterious state, abilities, easy fist technique, free movement technique, instant transmission, fusion technique, Kamehameha wave. Kaioken, upon reviewing his status, Raditz raised an eyebrow, his expression one of astonishment. What is happening? My ordinary Super Saiyan transformation ability is gone. Instinctively, Raditz dismissed the Super Saiyan 4 transformation and attempted to revert to the ordinary Super Saiyan form. However, he was taken aback to discover that he genuinely could not transform into an ordinary Super Saiyan. As a consequence of losing the ordinary Super Saiyan form, he found that the amplification in the Super Saiyan transformation mode had doubled. The 100-fold enhancement of the Super Saiyan mode now became 200-fold. The 1,000-fold boost of Super Saiyan 2 transformed into 2,000-fold. The 4,000-fold increase of Super Saiyan 3 doubled to 8,000-fold. Astonishingly, the 40,000-fold amplification of Super Saiyan 4 surged to approximately 80,000-fold. This truly was an unexpected delight. Opening his eyes, Raditz gasped for breath, as this enhancement was monumental for him, even outweighing the triviality of the ordinary Super Saiyan form in terms of gains. Brother, Raditz, uncle. Just then, the calls of Son Goku, Broly, and Son Gohan echoed in the air. Turning towards the sound, he saw the trio hastily approaching. Upon reaching Raditz's vicinity, they quickly gathered around him, exclaiming, "Brother, your power has increased once more. Uncle, have you enhanced your strength again?" They could distinctly sense that Raditz's current combat power was extraordinarily formidable. Given Raditz's Super Saiyan 4 transformation, the disparity in strength would only continue to grow. Nevertheless, Son Goku and the others felt no jealousy. Rather, they were genuinely delighted for Raditz, while also harboring a deep curiosity regarding the reasons behind his rapid ascension. Just a minor breakthrough. Regaining his composure, Raditz glanced at Son Goku and the others, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "This time, my bloodline has evolved once more, and my base combat power has increased. Most notably, I have discovered that I can now utilize Super Saiyan 4 as my standard form. As long as I desire, I can transform into the state of Super Saiyan 4 without expending any stamina to maintain it." What? Super Saiyan 4 has become a norm? Upon hearing this, Broly, Goku, and Gohan all exclaimed in astonishment. They had never heard of a method that could turn Super Saiyan or even Super Saiyan 4 into a permanent state. Brother, Broly instinctively interjected. Is such a thing truly possible? If Super Saiyan 4 can become a norm, does that imply that your current state is akin to a sealed phase? Indeed. Without transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Raditz's current state resembled Frieza's self-sealing from years past. However, at this moment, Raditz's seal was not as intense as Frieza's. With merely a thought, he could revert to his original form. With this in mind, Raditz smiled lightly and remarked, "Though it is astonishing, it is indeed the truth. However, the form of Super Saiyan 4 is extraordinarily powerful. Only in its current guise can it be thoroughly controlled, lest it lead to a catastrophic release of energy." In response, Goku and the others nodded in agreement. As Raditz had stated, should he walk the world in the form of Super Saiyan 4, any lapse in control could result in the annihilation of existence. After all, Raditz's power in the Super Saiyan 4 state was approximately 48 quintillion. "Brother, my situation is quite similar to yours," Goku suddenly said, his expression ignited with excitement. "I feel I can also maintain the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 indefinitely." Upon hearing this, Raditz, Broly, and Gohan turned their gazes toward Goku. Could he truly achieve such a permanent state as Super Saiyan 4? How could this be possible? Instinctively, Raditz spoke, "System, display Goku's personal profile." In the next moment, Goku's profile materialized before him, revealing his attributes: Goku, race, ancient Saiyan, bloodline, inferior ancient bloodline, power index, 1,800 trillion, transformations, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4. Abilities, Kaioken. Spirit Bomb, Instant Transmission, Fusion Technique, Kamehameha. Ancient Saiyan. Inferior Ancient Bloodline. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Raditz's eyes as he suddenly grasped why Goku could reach this level. After refining that essence, Goku not only enhanced his bloodline, but also transformed into an Ancient Saiyan. It was no wonder he could achieve such a feat. Ancient Saiyans indeed possessed the capability to normalize the Super Saiyan 4 form. Raditz's ability to maintain the Super Saiyan 4 state stemmed from his bloodline, which was nearly on par with that of an ancient Super Saiyan. But wait, Goku, does this mean that Gohan is not far behind? With a thought, Raditz's gaze turned to Gohan, and he immediately commanded, System, display Gohan's information. In the next moment, the information regarding Son Gohan appeared before Raditz. Son Gohan, race, Saiyan, bloodline, ancient bloodline, inferior. Power index, 360 trillion. Transformations, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4. Abilities, Kamehameha, Special Beam Cannon, Extremely Easy Fist Technique, Free Movement Technique. Though he possessed an ancient bloodline, it was not that of the ancient Saiyans. After reviewing Son Gohan's information, Raditz comprehended why Gohan could not reach the heights achieved by himself and Goku. Contemplating this, Raditz spoke up. Indeed, Kakarot's ability to attain this level is due to his bloodline reverting to that of the ancient Saiyans. This also explains why your Super Saiyan 4 transformation surpasses that of Gohan and Vegeta. Furthermore, Gohan's bloodline had transformed into an ancient one, but it did not equate to that of the ancient Saiyans, which elucidated the significant gap between the two, despite both being Super Saiyan 4s. Ancient Saiyans. Ancient bloodlines. Upon hearing Raditz's explanation, Goku and Gohan were enlightened, finally grasping the reason for their considerable disparity in strength. Immediately, Gohan exclaimed with excitement, Dad, you are incredible. You've transformed into an ancient Saiyan. It is essential to note that ancient Saiyans are categorized into two types, benevolent ancient Saiyans like Gohan and malevolent ones. With Goku now recognized as an ancient Saiyan, it implied that his potential was not far inferior to Raditz. An ancient bloodline. What a remarkable advantage. At that moment, Broly could not help but express his sentiments, his eyes filled with envy. He possessed a superior transmission bloodline, which, in certain respects, was comparable to Goku's current state. In fact, should he achieve the Transcendent State 4, his power could even surpass Goku's. Yet, Broly understood the near impossibility of reaching such a state. Goku's attainment of this level demonstrated the profound compatibility with the ancient essence. Very well, Raditz declared, clapping his hands and directing his gaze toward Broly and the others. The enhancement of your powers is indeed auspicious news. Now, will you continue your training within the time chamber, or venture into the underworld? Chapter 62. The transmission bloodline is truly more suited for God of Destruction power. Upon these words, Broly, Goku, and Gohan paused in their breathing. The underworld. The thought of the presence of super evil energy waves and Hachiyak ignited a fierce determination within them. With their power significantly elevated, foes like the super evil energy waves were no longer a match for them. Let us wait a few days, Broly suddenly interjected. Goku intends to fuse with Gohan. This will provide me with an opportunity to observe the extent of their power post-fusion. Within the confines of the time chamber, the passage of time outside seemed to slow, and the formidable waves of malevolent energy from Broly and Hachiyak appeared to be somewhat restrained. With that, Broly's gaze fixated intensely on Goku and Gohan. After all, both were of ancient lineage, with Goku possessing the unique ability to maintain his Super Saiyan 4 form in a constant state. He was genuinely eager to witness the extent of power they could achieve upon merging. Oh, Raditz raised an eyebrow, directing his attention towards the father and son, a smirk gracing his lips. Are Kakarot and Gohan planning to fuse? If that is the case, a few days' delay is of little consequence. Frankly, I too am curious about the strength you two will attain after your fusion. At this juncture, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Raditz's eyes. It was not for naught. He had never witnessed the fusion of Goku and Gohan. In the original storyline, they nearly fused when confronting Majin Buu. It was speculated that their union would surpass even Vegeta or Gogeta. Regrettably, their fusion was thwarted when Gohan was consumed by Majin Buu due to his arrogance. Ultimately, it was Goku and Vegeta who fused into Vegeta and penetrated Buu's form to rescue everyone. Now, with Goku and Gohan's powers significantly enhanced due to his influence. A fusion would undoubtedly yield even greater strength. No problem. Observing Raditz's reaction, Goku promptly assured, "Rest easy, brother. Gohan and I will surely defeat Broly after our fusion." Simultaneously, Gohan, brimming with confidence, added, "Uncle, our fusion will undoubtedly be the strongest." In response, Raditz smiled lightly, his gaze shifting to Goku and Gohan. "Very well. I eagerly await the completion of your fusion. Conveniently, I have also achieved a breakthrough. You two should commence your training in the fusion technique right away." All right. Upon hearing this, Goku and Gohan exchanged glances, and without further hesitation, they moved aside to begin their attempts at fusion. "Brother," Broly stepped forward. "You possess the ability to create an artificial moon, correct? Please conjure one for me to test my capabilities." He continued, "Now that my Ultra Bloodline potential has been fully realized, I wish to see if I can achieve the transformation into Ultra Super Saiyan 4. His eyes shimmered with eager anticipation. Ultra Super Saiyan 4. That form is beyond anything comparable to my current Super Saiyan 3. Certainly. Nodding in understanding, Raditz did not decline and, with a thought, activated his artificial moon technique. Go. With a fierce shout, he launched the artificial moon into the sky, instructing, "Broly, direct your gaze towards the moon." "Understood, brother." Broly responded promptly, lifting his eyes to the artificial moon. In the next moment, he entered a state of fury, his aura surging exponentially, increasing by approximately 13-fold. As the power of his rage reached its zenith, Broly found himself unable to undergo the transformation into a great ape. He roared incessantly, yet there was no sign of the transformation, indicating that he could not achieve the Super Saiyan 4 form. Was this truly insurmountable? Indeed. The legendary bloodline bore its own drawbacks. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of disappointment crossed Raditz's eyes. Had Broly been able to transform into a great ape, he could have ascended to the legendary Super Saiyan 4, rendering him even more formidable. However, in his current state, Broly's maximum potential could only rival that of Beerus. To transcend further, there remained only one path for Broly: divinity. Yet, within this realm, the likelihood of Broly attaining such evolution was almost non-existent. Even with a sufficient number of Saiyans, the collective spirit of the Saiyan race was inadequate to elevate one to the status of a Super Saiyan god. Had he failed? As expected, it seemed impossible. At that moment, Broly ceased his low growls, emerging from his rage-induced state, his expression dim as he spoke. Subsequently, he raised his hand and obliterated the artificial moon suspended in the air, turning to Raditz and stating, "Brother, it appears I am unable to achieve the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Brother, how does one attain divinity?" In that moment, Broly harbored no expectations. His sole thought was to pursue the path to divinity that Raditz had previously mentioned. "To attain divinity, you must accompany me to the other worlds." Upon hearing this, Raditz regained his composure and glanced at Broly, saying, "In our world, there is no complete method to attain divinity. Even the Kaioshin powers are latent and not fully activated. Therefore, if you wish to become a god, you must journey with me to the world I previously entered. There, powerful gods of destruction, angels, Grand Minister, and the Omni King exist. They have refined their divine powers to the utmost degree, and only under their guidance can you hope to achieve divinity." Upon hearing these words, Broly's pupils constricted in disbelief. "To the other worlds? Brother, does that mean you have already attained divinity?" After speaking, Broly's gaze fixed intently on Raditz, filled with incredulity. "Indeed." Raditz replied with a calm nod, revealing nothing further. "I did awaken my divine powers with the assistance of those beings in that world. While I may not be a true deity, I have indeed acquired divine strength. My training focuses on the Kaioshin powers, but your circumstances are better suited to the powers of a god of destruction." This was not mere bravado. The legendary bloodline was indeed more compatible with the powers of destruction. Had Raditz not needed the Kaioshin powers to activate the time ring for temporal travel, he might not have selected them at all. Even though the enigmatic nature of the Kaioshin powers had augmented his normal combat abilities by 1,000-fold, he did not believe it could compare to the immense enhancements provided by the Super Saiyan Blue or Super Saiyan Blue evolution forms. "I understand now." Nodding slightly, Broly directed his gaze towards Raditz and inquired, "Brother, when shall we embark on our journey to the world you mentioned?" At this moment, Broly was filled with eagerness. Becoming divine. Although he was uncertain of the extent of his enhancement, Raditz's words indicated that such power was indeed formidable. Let us wait for a while. Raditz replied with a calm smile. After Bulma and Android 18 give birth, I shall once again venture into the Dragon Ball Super world, and I will take you along. All right. Broly nodded in agreement. Bulma was about to deliver, and Android 18 would follow suit in just a few months, so the wait would not be excessively long. Fusion. Fusion. At that moment, the low roars of Goku and Gohan echoed from a distance. Following the sound, it became evident that the two had commenced their fusion. After a series of dance-like movements, their index fingers touched together. In the next instant, a brilliant crimson light illuminated the heavens and the earth. Chapter 63. The Blood of Kakarot. Subsequently, the figures of Goku and Gohan merged, creating an overwhelming surge of energy that filled the atmosphere. Have they succeeded? It's completed so swiftly. Observing this, Raditz and Broly raised their brows, exchanging a glance before swiftly propelling themselves towards the location of Goku and his son. This energy. Meanwhile, Vegeta, who had been training, felt a slight change in his expression. He sensed the distinct and formidable nature of this unique energy. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned his exercises and hastened toward the source of the energy. Before long, Raditz and Broly arrived at the scene, only to discover that the forms of Goku and Gohan had vanished, replaced by a singular fused warrior. System. Without the slightest hesitation, Raditz commanded, "Show me his information." In an instant, the details of the individual materialized before Raditz's eyes. Sun Tefan, race, ancient Saiyan, bloodline, ancient bloodline, superior, power index, 2 yadas, transformations, Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, abilities, Kamehameha, instant transmission, Kaioken, spirit bomb, evil containment wave, 2 yadas. This was truly astonishing. Upon reviewing Sun Tefan's information, a glimmer of surprise and awe flickered in Raditz's eyes. He never anticipated that the fusion of Gohan and Goku would yield such incredible strength. Possessing a power level of 2 yadas in the Super Saiyan 4 form was sufficient to surpass even the God of Destruction level. Furthermore, Sun Tefan could utilize Kaioken, potentially achieving a tenfold multiplier, placing his maximum combat power at a staggering 20 yadas. Broly, come forth for battle. At that moment, the newly formed Sun Tefan fixed his gaze upon Broly, his eyes ablaze with fierce combativeness and pride. Very well, Broly replied affirmatively, not declining the challenge. In a swift motion, he appeared before Sun Tefan and inquired, "What is your name?" "I am neither Sun Wukong nor Sun Gohan. You may call me Sun Tefan." With a resolute declaration, Sun Tefan surged forward, launching himself towards Broly. "Come at me." Broly, undaunted by the challenge, met him head-on. In the next moment, the two figures were locked in a fierce battle within the arena. The resounding thuds of their clashes echoed, each punch landing with palpable force. It was evident that both Broly and Sun Tefan were rapidly escalating in power, their combat prowess quietly amplifying with each collision. However, overall, Sun Tefan's strength was not sufficient to overpower Broly. Despite the vast disparity in their energies, with Sun Tefan's strength in the thousands of trillions, Broly's legendary Super Saiyan lineage could not be underestimated. Yet, it should not be implied that Sun Tefan lacked strength. As the battle raged on, Raditz observed with astonishment that Sun Tefan maintained his energy at its zenith throughout the confrontation. This indicated that Sun Tefan, being an ancient Saiyan in his Super Saiyan 4 form, expended remarkably little energy, almost negligible. Meanwhile, although Broly grew more formidable with each exchange, his stamina was steadily depleting. If this continued, the likelihood of Broly emerging victorious seemed exceedingly slim. Goodness, is that the fusion of Kakarot and Son Gohan? At this moment, Vegeta arrived on the scene. Immediately noting Sun Tefan's condition, the look in his eyes betraying a mixture of shock and fear. The staggering battle power index of 200 quintillion represented a chasm that Vegeta, with his mere 80 trillion, could scarcely fathom. Indeed, Raditz nodded, glancing at Vegeta. That is the fusion of Son Goku and his son, known as Sun Tefan. Sun Tefan. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, a flicker of battle intent igniting within him. I did not anticipate their fusion to be so formidable. Yet, why does it feel as though Sun Tefan's transformation lacks the potency of Vegeta's enhancement? At this, Raditz frowned, acknowledging Vegeta's observation. Although Sun Tefan's power was extraordinary, it did indeed feel less formidable than that of Vegeta or Gogeta. Logically, the bloodlines of Son Gohan and Sun Wukong should harmonize more closely, rendering them superior, even compared to Vegeta. There must be some nuances at play, Raditz mused. Before recovering his focus and addressing Vegeta, Vegeta, do you wish to become stronger? Vegeta instinctively looked up at Raditz, bewildered. Do you possess a means to enhance my strength? Truthfully, Vegeta's heart brimmed with urgency. The combined might of Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Broly far surpassed his own. Not to mention Raditz's presence. Although he was confident in his potential to catch up, and perhaps even surpass them in the future, Vegeta also understood the current gap was insurmountable. Yet, Raditz's words kindled a flicker of hope within him. Indeed, with a serene smile, Raditz regarded Vegeta and remarked, if my conjecture holds true, Kakarot's lineage will soon ascend to a higher echelon. At that juncture, Kakarot's bloodline will reach the standard of a mid-tier ancient Saiyan. Should you manage to acquire a drop of Kakarot's essence for refinement, you too might transform your bloodline into that of an ancient Saiyan. While this newfound power may not elevate you to Kakarot's level, it would certainly narrow the gap between you and Gohan. Kakarot's essence. The ancient bloodline. Upon hearing Raditz's exposition, Vegeta was struck as if by lightning, his face a mask of disbelief. He never anticipated that the means Raditz suggested to bolster his strength would revolve around the essence of Kakarot, a chance to evolve his own bloodline. Though the prospect of attaining an ancient bloodline promised immense power, Vegeta found it difficult to reconcile. After all, he was the proud prince of Saiyans, having always looked down upon Goku, a lowly Saiyan. Even now, with Goku's bloodline elevated to that of an ancient Saiyan, Vegeta clung to his pride. But now, Raditz was proposing that he utilize Kakarot's essence to enhance his own bloodline, a profound mockery. No, I shall never acquiesce, Vegeta declared almost instantaneously, without a moment's hesitation or doubt. Even in the face of the temptation of an ancient bloodline and power, he remained resolute. In that moment, Vegeta's mind was consumed by a singular thought. He must diligently train to grow stronger. Chapter 64. The potential of Goten is unmatched. It's only natural you cannot compete. Even if he had to spend additional time in the hyperbolic time chamber, it mattered little, as the lifespan of a Saiyan far exceeded that of a human. Even a slight delay was inconsequential. However, the notion of refining Goku's essence to augment his own strength was utterly unacceptable to Vegeta. Refusal? Observing the situation, Raditz raised an eyebrow. While he comprehended Vegeta's pride, he refrained from offering any words of consolation. This was a decision Vegeta had to make for himself. If he was unwilling, Raditz would not impose. Just then, a thunderous shout reverberated through the air. Following the sound, they beheld Goten erupting with newfound vigor, his energy multiplying exponentially in that moment. Subsequently, Goten launched a frenzied assault on Broly, who, in this scenario, offered no resistance and became little more than a target. How is this possible? Vegeta gasped instinctively. Moments ago, the two were evenly matched. How could Goten's power have surged so dramatically? Moreover, it appeared he had not employed techniques such as the Kaioken. Given that, why could Goten's strength increase so significantly, even overpowering Broly? At that moment, in full power Super Saiyan 4, Raditz pondered aloud. Much like the previous transformations, Super Saiyan 4 also possesses a full power state. The state of full power is expected to enhance strength by approximately 5-fold. Thus, it is only natural that Son Teffin's strength has now reached a staggering level of over 10 quintillion, rendering Broly incapable of matching him. The full power of Super Saiyan 4. Realization dawned upon Vegeta as he nodded in comprehension. Subsequently, he clenched his fists resolutely. The full power of Super Saiyan 4. This would be his forthcoming objective. Beyond merely augmenting his base combat power, the primary focus lay in perfecting the full power of Super Saiyan 4. The prospect of achieving a 5-fold increase in strength while in the Super Saiyan 4 state was undeniably enticing for Vegeta. Alas, observing Vegeta's reaction, Raditz shook his head. Although Son Teffin's full power in Super Saiyan 4 represents a 5-fold enhancement, it does not imply that Vegeta would attain a similar level, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. As a pure Saiyan, his maximum potential would likely cap at 2 to 3 times. Achieving a 5-fold increase would be beyond anyone but Goku. And even Gohan might struggle to attain such a feat suddenly. Broly's figure descended from the heavens, crashing forcefully to the ground, simultaneously shedding his Super Saiyan 3 form. Meanwhile, in midair, Son Teffin's lips curled upwards, victory at last. In the following moment, Son Teffin's radiant form split into two, transforming into Goku and Gohan. With the fusion concluded, both Goku and Gohan gasped for breath, yet their gazes brimmed with exhilaration. Particularly Goku, whose face was alight with joy as he exclaimed, "Gohan, do you remember that sensation?" "I do, Dad," Gohan replied earnestly, nodding emphatically. "I've retained that feeling. With a little more strength, I should be able to fully master the full power of Super Saiyan 4. What? The revelation that Gohan intended to master the full power of Super Saiyan 4 stunned Vegeta, leaving him in disbelief. His fists clenched tighter, the frustration and unwillingness within him intensifying. Has he not yet mastered it? In contrast, Goku appeared contemplative, stating, "I feel I have already grasped it. Once my stamina is restored, I should be able to unleash the full power of Super Saiyan 4. A five-fold increase in power will elevate my strength even further." At this pronouncement, Vegeta's composure shattered once more. The news that Goku had mastered the full power of Super Saiyan 4 was utterly devastating. This signified that the already vast gulf between him and Goku had widened even further. It becomes clear. Meanwhile, Raditz, observing from the ground, pondered aloud. If all goes as expected, this indeed reflects Son Teffin's unique advantage, although not as formidable as the enhancements brought about by Vegeta or Gogeta. And even his own power is not top tier. The fusion of Goku and Gohan, due to their father-son bond, is the most harmonious and growth-oriented. In a climactic moment, Son Teffin achieved the pinnacle of Ultra 4, a feat that did not go unnoticed by Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan. As the principal figure, Sun Wukong directly inherited the entirety of Son Teffin's power, while Sun Wufan, though not fully inheriting it, had grasped the essence of that realm. Given a brief period, he would master it completely. This enhancement was akin to a miraculous boon, amalgamating the potential and wisdom of the father and son, allowing them to cultivate and refine their abilities concurrently, thus reaping the benefits. Son Teffin may not be the mightiest fusion warrior, but he is undoubtedly the finest. Upon hearing this, Vegeta could no longer bear the blow. "Kakarot," he muttered through clenched teeth, turning away in haste, unwilling to linger any longer. He had endured too many setbacks. In such circumstances, he resolved to return and devote himself to training. Only through relentless effort could he restore his composure. "Father, have you truly mastered it?" Sun Wufan exclaimed, his eyes alight with admiration. He understood the formidable nature of Ultra 4, yet his grasp of it was but superficial. To his astonishment, Sun Wukong had already attained mastery, an unfathomable achievement. On the ground, Broly coughed as he sat up, gazing at the father and son suspended in the air. "Have I been defeated? Indeed, my strength is woefully inadequate. Such power has bested me. I must strive harder." At that moment, Broly appeared somewhat dazed. Throughout his battles, apart from Raditz, he had never encountered a worthy opponent among Sun Wukong and his companions. Even when facing Vegeta, the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, he had held little regard. Not even in his transformed Ultra 4 state did he consider Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Sun Wufan to be formidable. But now, the fusion of Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan had decisively vanquished him, without even the use of the Kaioken. This starkly illustrated the vast chasm between their strengths. His pride in his legendary Super Saiyan lineage seemed utterly inconsequential at that moment. In fact, it had become a limitation, as the existence of the legendary bloodline rendered him ineligible for Ultra Super Saiyan 4. Undeniably, the might of the legendary form was not inferior to that of Ultra Super Saiyan 4, yet as Sun Wukong and his allies evolved into Ultra Super Saiyan 4, the disparity had significantly diminished. Seeing this, Raditz stepped forward, casually tossing a healing beam to Broly. "Consume this. There is no need for such sorrow. Son Teffin's potential is exceedingly robust, and it is only natural that you find yourself outmatched. Moreover, Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan now possess ancient bloodlines, which, in a sense, rival your legendary bloodline." Ancient bloodlines. Broly pondered, realization dawning as he accepted the healing beam and rose to his feet, offering a rueful smile. "Ultimately, my own complacency is to blame. Since your departure, I have merely engaged in casual self-cultivation, while Sun Wukong and the others have devoted themselves tirelessly to training within the gravity chamber, constantly battling to enhance their abilities. All this time, I have relied too heavily on the power bestowed by my lineage, lulled into complacency by the prospect of continuous growth." As he spoke, Broly gradually rose to his feet, his gaze directed towards Raditz. Brother Raditz, let us depart. I must go to the underworld and deal with those two. Very well, Raditz nodded in agreement. It is time to address the matters in the underworld. Both the super evil thought wave and Hachiak possess significant potential for growth. If we do not act swiftly, they will become a considerable nuisance. Chapter 65. The aura of the super evil thought wave. Most importantly, eliminating the two would yield substantial rewards for myself. With this thought in mind, Raditz promptly declared, then let us set off at once. Brother, uncle. At this moment, Son Wukong and Son Gohan descended from the sky in haste. Upon reaching Raditz and Broly, they quickly exclaimed, we wish to accompany you. Indeed, we too shall venture into the underworld. With their newfound strength, both Son Wukong and Son Gohan were eager to redeem themselves after their previous near-fatal encounter in the underworld. That is acceptable. Casting a glance at the two, Raditz replied with a calm smile. However, I must make it clear that whether it be the super evil thought wave or Hachiak, the final blow must be delivered by my hand. Why? In response, Broly and the others looked at Raditz in confusion, puzzled by his insistence on personally eliminating their foes. You need not concern yourselves with the reasons, Raditz replied, his expression composed. All you need to know is that I must be the one to vanquish them. Should you refuse to comply, I shall undertake the task alone. Wait. Upon hearing this, Broly and the others quickly interjected, brother, we will heed your wishes. Yes, uncle, we shall only focus on defeating them. Although they were curious, the trio chose not to delve deeper into Raditz's reasoning. Their primary goal was to reclaim their honor. If Raditz wished to deliver the final blow, so be it, as long as he left them some opportunity at the end. Very well. Seeing this, Raditz nodded in satisfaction. Without further hesitation, the four turned and made their way to the time chamber's resting area. Upon reaching the entrance, Raditz raised his hand and shattered the sealed doorway. Immediately, the four figures emerged from within. Raditz, old son. At that moment, Piccolo's urgent voice rang out. He hurriedly approached Raditz and the others, exclaiming, it is fortuitous that you have emerged. I just received word from King Kai of the North that the underworld has completely fallen. The super evil thought wave and Hachiak seem to have forged some sort of pact, and they are now voraciously devouring the powerful beings within the underworld. If we do not stop them, the consequences will be dire. What? The super evil thought wave and Hachiak have forged an agreement to relentlessly devour the souls of the underworld. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Son Wukong, Gohan, and Broly shifted dramatically. They were acutely aware of the unique capabilities possessed by the super evil thought wave and Hachiak. Should they continue to consume relentlessly, their strength would undoubtedly escalate. It is crucial to note that the underworld houses numerous formidable beings, including many ancient and venerable entities. If the super evil thought wave and Hachiak were to succeed, even they might not be able to suppress them. With this apprehension in mind, Son Wukong swiftly turned to Raditz and declared, brother, we must head there immediately. Hold on to my shoulders, and I shall teleport us directly into the underworld. All right. Raditz replied without hesitation. His own teleportation abilities could also reach the underworld, but he could not pinpoint the locations of the super evil thought wave and Hachiak. However, Son Wukong was different. Having previously engaged with them, he was familiar with their auras. Thus, by activating his teleportation now, he could directly arrive at the location of the super evil thought wave and Hachiak. Without further delay, the four grasped Son Wukong's shoulders. Let us go. With a resolute shout, Son Wukong activated his teleportation, vanishing from the celestial realm alongside the three companions. Upon their arrival in the underworld, the air was thick with cries of battle. Countless voices clamored for bloodshed as Raditz and his companions materialized. They beheld a chaotic scene where numerous malevolent beings clashed violently with the warriors of the underworld. The echoes of explosions reverberated through the air, revealing that both sides suffered grievously, yet the forces of evil grew increasingly formidable. The entire underworld was descending into utter turmoil. Amidst the cacophony of screams, numerous righteous warriors perished, and countless guards fell in battle. As they succumbed, the malevolent entities surged forward, swiftly altering the tide of combat across various sectors, even liberating the wicked prisoners contained within. Damn it! These fiends have been unleashed by the super evil thought wave and Hachiak. In such a short span, the underworld has descended into chaos. It seems we have lingered too long in the hyperbolic time chamber. Witnessing this dire situation, the countenances of Son Wukong, Gohan, and Broly darkened. Only Raditz appeared contemplative. It was likely that time in the underworld differed significantly from that in the mortal realm. Otherwise, even with the agreement between the super evil thought wave and Hachiyak, the situation could not have escalated to such catastrophic levels. The passage of time in the underworld may closely resemble that of the hyperbolic time chamber, which could explain how things had deteriorated so rapidly. If this were indeed the case, many perplexing occurrences from the original narrative might finally find clarity, such as why Sun Wukong emerged from his training in the underworld significantly stronger. In the realm of Dragon Ball Super, the formidable Frieza managed to attain the power of a god of destruction within a mere 4 months of resurrection and training. This remarkable feat is attributable to the unique conditions of the afterlife, which are akin to the time chamber, allowing for the accumulation of vast amounts of energy over countless years. This significant buildup has enabled Goku to enhance his abilities rapidly, and it has similarly empowered Frieza to escalate his power from a 100 million battle level to the staggering realms of tens and even hundreds of quintillions in a remarkably short span. Suddenly, Goku interjected, "I sense the energy of the super evil wave nearby." Regaining his focus, Raditz glanced at Goku and replied, "If that is the case, let us proceed. Gohan, please eliminate the evil beings within this afterlife," he instructed. "We shall take care of the super evil wave and Hachiyak, for if we do not intervene, even more lives will be lost in this realm. As beings who have already faced death, they would have no chance of resurrection if they were to perish again." "Understood, Uncle," Gohan affirmed, nodding earnestly. With a serious demeanor, he declared, "I will eradicate the evil within the afterlife." Without further hesitation to seek vengeance against the super evil wave and Hachiyak, Gohan soared towards the region where the malevolent entities resided. As a champion of justice, he could not stand idly by in the face of such adversity. Thus, he chose to forego his personal grievances in favor of aiding others. Chapter 66. The super evil wave and Hachiyak must not re-encounter. Observing this scenario, Raditz nodded in satisfaction and turned to Goku, stating, "Let us confront the super evil wave." "Agreed," Goku responded, propelling himself in a designated direction. At that moment, Broly, who had not followed suit, spoke up, "I too sense Hachiyak's presence. I shall defeat him and return to you." "Very well," Raditz replied, not dissuading him. To be candid, had it been earlier, Raditz might have held some interest in the super evil wave and Hachiyak. However, following the evolution of his bloodline and significant augmentation of his strength, he no longer regarded them with any concern. If not for the quest and the rewards it promised, Raditz would not have wasted his time in the afterlife. With this thought, Raditz said, "Go ahead, just leave one breath in him." "Understood," Broly affirmed, no longer hesitating as he darted off in another direction. Seeing this, Raditz also departed, heading towards Goku. As Raditz arrived, he witnessed Goku once more engaged in a fierce battle with the super evil wave. The air was filled with the thunderous sounds of explosions as their clash caused the very fabric of the area to crumble. Surprisingly, even in his transformed Super Saiyan Force state, Goku found himself unable to overcome the super evil wave. What could be the reason behind this? The power of the super evil wave has surged so rapidly? Observing the situation, Raditz raised an eyebrow, a flicker of astonishment glimmering in his eyes. After all, according to the accounts from Goku and the others, the strength of the super evil wave was supposed to hover around the realm of 2 to 300 billion. Yet now, even in his incomplete Super Saiyan Force state, Goku possessed a battle power of 1/800 billion. How could he possibly be at a loss against the super evil wave? How could the latter's strength escalate so swiftly in such a brief span? System. Puzzled, Raditz promptly commanded, "Display the information on the super evil wave." In the next moment, a radiant semi-transparent screen materialized, revealing the details of the super evil wave before Raditz's eyes. Super evil wave, species, alien, battle power index, 1/500 billion, ability, devour, 1/500 billion. How many powerful beings has it devoured? After perusing the personal panel, Raditz's lips twitched, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise. Even though he had already discerned the formidable nature of the current super evil wave, he never anticipated it could reach such heights. It is known that a battle power exceeding 1,000 billion is sufficient to rival the mightiest of destroyer gods. The fact that this super evil wave could attain such levels was utterly unfathomable. While the evil within the underworld is indeed formidable, it should not have reached this extreme. "Raditz." Just then, a voice called out, rousing Raditz from his thoughts. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw the figure of Ribs Rice, who had arrived unbeknownst to him. However, his condition was far from optimal, his body marred with wounds. "You know me?" Raditz inquired, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "What brings you here?" In response, Ribs Rice did not withhold information, promptly replying, "The Grand Kai sent me. Your details were also relayed to me by the North Kai. The Grand Kai has instructed me to inform you that you must prevent the super evil wave and Hachiyak from encountering each other again, for if they were to combine, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Grand Kai, the super evil wave and Hachiyak can still fuse?" Hearing this, Raditz's eyes widened in horror. The current super evil wave possesses a battle power index of around 1/500 billion. If all goes as expected, Hachiyak would be similarly formidable. If the two were to merge once more, their combined strength would approach an unfathomable magnitude. Why would they fuse? After the shock, Raditz gazed at Ribs Rice, perplexed. The super evil wave is an embodiment of malevolent energy, while Hachiyak is an android. They share no commonality. How could they achieve fusion? In response, a flicker of resignation crossed Ribs Rice's eyes. It seemed he had recalled something difficult to accept, and his expression grew grim. It was a result of their previous battle. The super evil wave transferred a portion of its cells into Hachiyak's body. As Hachiyak is an android, absorbing these cells significantly enhanced his own power. However, it is precisely due to this that the super evil wave and Hachiyak cells have become exceedingly similar. Consequently, upon encountering one another, they would inevitably consume each other. And ultimately, the victor would seize control of the corporeal form. Realization dawned upon Raditz as he nodded in comprehension. His expression shifted several times, and he spoke, "Rest assured. There is no possibility of fusion between the super evil wave and Hachiyak. You must convey to the Grand Kai that they will soon be eradicated. However, we are unable to completely alter the situation in the underworld. It will require the efforts of those warriors who have already met their demise to achieve total suppression." Understood. With these words, Rib Rice exhaled a sigh of relief. Without further hesitation, he swiftly turned and departed, eager to relay this news to the Grand Kai. Simultaneously, preparations must be made to stabilize the conditions in the underworld once Raditz and his companions have vanquished the super evil wave and Hachiyak, ensuring that no unforeseen events occur. Just then, a wailing cry echoed through the air. Following the sound, one could observe the figure of the super evil wave crashing violently to the ground in the distance. At the same time, Son Goku unleashed a relentless assault, his power surging to unprecedented levels as he systematically dismantled the super evil wave's form. It became evident that the super evil wave was no match for Son Goku. Under such relentless attacks, the vitality of the super evil wave rapidly diminished, teetering on the brink of death. "Is it over?" Raditz pondered, shaking his head as he soared into the fray. He beheld the super evil wave, rendered powerless by Son Goku's onslaught, and with a focused thought, he ascended to the Super Saiyan Force state. With hands clasped, he fixed his gaze upon the defeated form of the evil wave, declaring, "Kakarot, step aside." Chapter 67. How many powerful beings has this creature consumed? Came. In the next moment, the Kamehameha wave surged forth, propelled by Raditz's command, as it hurtled towards the super evil wave below. Not good. Sensing the impending danger, Son Goku awakened instantly. Without a moment's delay, he darted to the side to evade the threat. The very next instant, the Kamehameha wave descended from above, crashing violently upon the super evil wave's form. The air filled with heart-wrenching screams as the super evil wave's body was visibly obliterated by the Kamehameha wave. What a close call. Son Goku breathed a sigh of relief, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his eyes. I almost forgot about what my brother instructed. I got too carried away with excitement and nearly lost control. His gaze shifted back to the super evil wave on the ground, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes as he lamented, "Such a pity. This creature is far too wicked, nearly beyond redemption. Had it not been for such circumstances, he would have made a formidable adversary." At that moment, the anguished cries of the super evil thought wave abruptly ceased. With the annihilation of its final cell, the super evil thought wave met its complete demise. A notification echoed. Mission accomplished. Reward. Instinctual ultimate insight. Instantly, information regarding the instinctual ultimate insight flooded Raditz's mind. At last, it had been achieved. A smile of understanding graced Raditz's lips. Although it paled in comparison to the instinctual ultimate technique, it was nonetheless a variant of it, albeit a lower-tier version. Unlike the significant flaws inherent in Beerus's incomplete version of the instinctual ultimate technique, the instinctual ultimate insight possessed only minor shortcomings, primarily in its amplification capabilities. Most importantly, due to his bloodline evolution, Raditz could maintain the Super Saiyan 4 form as his default state. Thus, under these circumstances, he could effortlessly invoke the instinctual ultimate insight while in Super Saiyan 4 form. Splendid. My journey to the underworld has not been in vain. Murmuring to himself, Raditz regained his focus and continued. Next, I shall deal with Hachiyak. With determination, he turned his gaze towards Goku and declared, Kakarot. I will return to Hachiyak's location to eliminate him. You need not accompany me. Instead, go assist Gohan in swiftly suppressing the unrest in the underworld. It would be challenging for Gohan to accomplish this task alone in a short span. Furthermore, the Grand Kai has dispatched reinforcements. You should lend them your support. Understood, brother. Goku replied with a nod. I will seek out Gohan immediately. With that, Goku wasted no time and swiftly departed the area. Although he yearned to confront Hachiyak, he recognized that with Broly's involvement, Hachiyak stood no chance. Once Hachiyak was defeated, Raditz would undoubtedly eliminate him without hesitation, rendering Goku's presence meaningless. Rather than squander time, it would be more beneficial to assist Gohan, where he might even encounter some intriguing opponents. As Raditz watched Goku take flight, he hesitated not a moment longer, focusing his mind to locate Broly's energy signature before teleporting directly to his location. Shortly after Raditz's departure, a shadow quietly arrived at the site. Casting a glance at the obliterated area of the super evil thought wave, a hint of gloom flickered in the newcomer's eyes as they muttered, Has it perished? Goku and Raditz are truly formidable beings. Meanwhile, the battle between Broly and Hachiyak had escalated to an intense climax. As their figures clashed in midair, it became evident that the struggle between Hachiyak and Broly was evenly matched. With Raditz's arrival, the ferocity of their confrontation only intensified. Especially Hachiyak seemed to grow increasingly formidable, as if there were no limits to his strength, coordinating with his 3 clones to launch a relentless assault. Even Broly found it challenging to break the deadlock in the short term. Clones, indeed. They should not be underestimated. Observing this scene, Raditz's eyes gleamed with intensity as he promptly commanded, System, display Hachiyak's personal panel. In the next moment, Hachiyak's information materialized before Raditz's eyes. Hachiyak, race, evil android, power index, 3,000 trillion, abilities, devour, clone, a power index of 3,000 trillion? How many formidable beings has this creature consumed? Upon reviewing Hachiyak's personal information, Raditz's expression shifted to one of astonishment. It is worth noting that prior to this, Hachiyak's strength was only marginally above the super evil wave, barely approaching 100 trillion. Yet, in such a short span, he had reached the astounding level of 3,000 trillion. Moreover, the strength of his 3 clones was nearly within the range of 2,000 to 3,000 trillion. Coupled with the fact that he had devoured the lightning cell and portions of the super evil wave, his immortal essence had been significantly enhanced. It is no wonder that even Broly in his Super Saiyan 3 form struggled to suppress him, finding it arduous to resist their relentless onslaught. At that moment, Broly let out a fierce roar from midair. With a single punch, he obliterated one of Hachiyak's clones. Immediately thereafter, Broly swiftly turned, his fist once again striking out, targeting the remaining 2 clones. Boom, boom. The explosive sounds echoed as the other 2 clones succumbed to Broly's powerful blows, disintegrating into nothingness. Yet, before Broly could catch his breath, the obliterated clone began to regenerate at a visible speed. In mere moments, the 3 clones had completely restored themselves. Subsequently, the trio once again encircled Broly, while Hachiyak unleashed energy waves from the periphery to strike him down. In an instant, Broly found himself in an increasingly dire predicament. With numerous visible wounds adorning his body, a clear indication that he was struggling against this adversary. Witnessing this dire situation, Raditz's eyes sparkled with resolve, and he stepped forward, prepared to intervene. Although the super evil wave had been vanquished, Hachiyak remained a considerable threat. It was imperative to eliminate him swiftly, otherwise, the consequences of his escape would be catastrophic. Die. At that moment, Broly's thunderous voice resonated once more. His body swayed, and he instantly appeared in the vicinity of Hachiyak's core. With a single, devastating punch, he shattered Hachiyak's essence, before pivoting to assault the 3 clones once again. Without granting them a moment's respite, he unleashed a barrage of punches, obliterating them one after the other. In an instant, a mist of crimson enveloped the scene. As Hachiyak and his three doppelgangers converged in the air, their essences intertwined, an ominous surge of power manifested. Broly's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this development. Chapter 68. Lord Raditz, the great king of the universe, requests your presence. The fusion of Hachiyak and his replicas would undoubtedly amplify their strength to terrifying levels. In that moment, Broly disregarded all else and thrust his hands together, unleashing a devastating energy wave. A thunderous roar echoed as the energy wave, under Broly's command, enveloped the crimson mist. The explosive sounds reverberated as the cells and severed limbs within the blood fog were annihilated at a visibly accelerated rate. Yet, despite such efforts, Broly's might proved insufficient to eradicate the already fusing Hachiyak. It was evident that Hachiyak and his three manifestations were merging, their combined aura escalating to an astounding magnitude of 14 quintillion. Consequently, while Broly's full-powered energy wave possessed the potential to suppress and even vanquish them, Hachiyak's immortal essence perpetually mended itself, growing stronger with each restoration. Damn it! The inability to obliterate this foe was infuriating. Broly's expression hardened, though reluctant to concede. He had to acknowledge that his current strength could not contend with the newly fused Super Hachiyak. On the ground, Raditz's eyes widened in astonishment, struggling to comprehend this extraordinary phenomenon. Soon, however, the murderous intent in Raditz's gaze intensified. The capacity for the doppelgangers to merge underscored the formidable nature of Super Hachiyak. If they did not swiftly eliminate this threat, it could escape and continue to consume the powerful, posing a significant challenge even to Raditz himself. Broly, step aside. With that thought, Raditz ceased to hesitate, bellowing fiercely as he brought his hands together, murmuring, Kami, Hami, Ha. In an instant, the Kamehameha wave was unleashed, directed at the still recovering Super Hachiyak. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Under the full force of Raditz's Kamehameha, Super Hachiyak could not withstand the onslaught. Within mere breaths, the nearly restored form of Super Hachiyak disintegrated once more into a cloud of blood mist. Simultaneously, the Kamehameha's power continued to wreak havoc, obliterating the remnants of blood and cells. Brother Raditz. Upon witnessing this, Broly exhaled in relief, halting his energy wave and gasping. The disparity in our strengths is indeed monumental. Brother Raditz's Kamehameha can even annihilate the evolved Super Hachiyak. As he spoke, Broly ceased his resistance, descending gracefully to the ground where Raditz stood. Ding. Task completed. Reward time returns. The system alert echoed through the air, abruptly halting the Kamehameha wave in Raditz's hand. Casting a glance at the remnants of the vanquished Super Hachiyak, a smirk crept upon Raditz's lips. He then turned to the battered Broly beside him, a glimmer of intensity sparking in his eyes as he extended his hand, proclaiming, time reversal. In the next instant, a silvery radiance illuminated the surroundings. It was evident that Broly's injuries were mending at a visible pace. Even his drained energy and stamina swiftly replenished. What sorcery is this, brother? Broly exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment and curiosity. Time reversal. This power transcends mere healing techniques. Broly could distinctly perceive the ferocity of this force, realizing it was a profound mastery rather than a simple remedy. With a serene smile, Raditz withdrew his outstretched hand, his expression alight with pride. So, Broly, do you sense something amiss? How marvelous. Broly replied eagerly. This healing ability seems to restore my injuries and vitality to the state they were before the battle with Hachiyak. Brother, the prowess you wield is nothing short of extraordinary. Almost magical. Excellent. Raditz acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. The efficacy of time reversal was evident, as it had swiftly restored Broly to his prime. Now that we are rejuvenated, it is time for us to depart. The super evil energy wave and Hachiyak have been dealt with. We must hasten to suppress the turmoil within the underworld. Indeed, Broly agreed, sharing Raditz's concern regarding the potential threats lurking in the underworld. Without further hesitation, Raditz and Broly began assisting the underworld, as the Kaishins and the Great Kai led the effort to eliminate the lurking dangers. In no time, the malevolent beings within the underworld were suppressed at an astonishing rate. With the absence of the super evil energy wave and Hachiyak, the adversaries flailed about like headless chickens. The influx of righteous warriors led to the annihilation or re-imprisonment of the evil insurgents. As time passed, the the rebellion within the underworld was thoroughly quelled. Raditz! Raditz! Just as Raditz subdued a malevolent alien, an urgent voice called out. Turning towards the sound, he beheld the figure of Raboku Fan reappearing, quickly approaching Raditz. Raboku Fan bowed respectfully. It is you. What brings you here? Raditz inquired with an air of indifference. Lord Raditz, Raboku Fan replied without delay. The Great Kai requests your presence. Son Wukong, Son Gohan, and Broly have already arrived. Only you are yet to join them. The Great Kai? What does he desire of me? With a raised eyebrow, a flicker of confusion crossed Raditz's eyes, yet he did not decline and spoke, lead the way. Although he was unaware of the Grand Kai's intentions, he felt compelled to follow, especially since Goku and the others had already ventured forth. Very well. Upon hearing this, Rib Rice let out a sigh of relief and promptly replied, Please follow me. Without further hesitation, he turned and soared in a specific direction, with Raditz trailing closely behind. Before long, under Rib Rice's guidance, Raditz arrived at the realm of the Grand Kai. Upon entering, he beheld the figures of Goku, Gohan, and Broly. Their faces lit up with joy at the sight of Raditz, and they eagerly greeted him. Brother, uncle. Raditz stepped forward and inquired, What brings you here? What does the Grand Kai want with you? We don't know. Goku and the others shook their heads. We were brought here without any explanation. However, we've heard that the Grand Kai seems to have something important to discuss with us, though the specifics remain unclear. Pondering this, Raditz nodded thoughtfully. The uncertainty surrounding the Grand Kai's intentions suggested that their summons was indeed significant. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Then let us go and discover the matter at hand. It is also an opportunity to meet this being who surpasses the four Kais. Agreed. Goku, Broly, and Gohan nodded in unison. The four of them then proceeded directly into the Grand Kai's palace. Upon entering, they found the Grand Kai seated majestically. Not only he, but also the four Kais from the east, west, south, and north were present within the Grand Hall. Greetings, Grand Kai. Greetings, Lord Kais. Goku and the others quickly bowed in respect, while Raditz maintained a composed demeanor, merely nodding at the Grand Kai and the four Kais. With his current power, he felt no need to regard their presence with any particular concern. Moreover, having mastered the powers of the Kai, he would not be doubted as one of them. You have arrived, the Grand Kai acknowledged, then turned his gaze toward Raditz and the others. Thanks to your timely assistance, the crisis within the underworld would have escalated uncontrollably. I have summoned you to discuss a matter of importance. Are you willing to help? Raditz remained impassive, yet Goku and the others were filled with curiosity. The Grand Kai, a figure of authority above the Kais, must have a significant issue requiring their aid. Exchanging glances, Goku stepped forward and asked, Grand Kai, what is it that you require our help with? Indeed. Nodding slightly, the great king of the worlds did not keep them in suspense and spoke directly. Following our investigation, it appears that the recent turmoil in the underworld is not solely caused by the super evil thought wave in Hachiak, but is also being driven by a hidden force. Based on our findings, this force likely originates from the demon realm, and it may even be the work of the demon king Dubra himself. However, we have been unable to trace Dubra's whereabouts or locate any individuals from the demon realm. Therefore, I hope to enlist your assistance in searching for those from the demon realm, or even for Dubra himself. At this point, the great king wore a grave expression, mirrored by the four other kings nearby, who also appeared solemn. The name Dubra was certainly not to be underestimated. It represented a significant threat that needed to be addressed. Dubra? Could this situation involve Babidi as well? Raditz raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. After all, Dubra was a subordinate of Babidi. And if Babidi was indeed involved in the underworld's affairs, it could very well be his handiwork. Moreover, Babidi's actions would likely be aimed at resurrecting the demon Majin Buu, or even the great king himself. At that moment, Goku, with a curious expression, asked, Is Dubra very strong? Upon hearing this, both Gohan and Broly turned their gazes toward the great king. For them, the matters of the demon realm and its king were secondary. What truly mattered was whether Dubra was sufficiently powerful and whether it warranted their intervention. After a brief contemplation, the great king glanced at Goku and his companions before responding. I cannot ascertain Dubra's exact strength, but it should be comparable to the super evil thought wave. However, one thing is certain, within the demon realm, there exist countless powerful beings. Should Dubra succeed in opening the gates of the demon realm, an endless tide of its formidable inhabitants would flood into the universe. The denizens of the demon realm are ruthless and brutal. If they invade the universe, it would spell disaster for all. This statement immediately garnered the agreement of the four kings below, who spoke in unison. Indeed, Dubra is merely one of the demon kings within the realm. While his personal power may not be overwhelming, the danger he brings is immense. If we do not locate and eliminate him promptly, the consequences could be dire once the gates of the demon realm are opened and a multitude of its warriors invade the universe. Upon hearing the accounts from the Great King and the Four Kings, Goku, Gohan, and Broly's expressions grew serious. If this were indeed the case, the situation was far from trivial. After all, it was not only a matter of the safety of Earth or the underworld. The security of the entire universe was at stake. With this thought, determination shone in their eyes, as they resolved to locate Dubra and eliminate him swiftly to avert a cosmic crisis. However, Goku and his companions did not hastily agree. Their gazes instinctively turned towards Raditz, asking, "Brother, what do you think? What is your opinion on this matter?" In comparison to the likes of the Grand Kai, it is Raditz whom Goku and his companions trust more. "Leave it to me." Observing the situation, Raditz nodded in satisfaction. The fact that Goku and his friends place such trust in him signifies that his efforts over the years have not been in vain. With this thought, Raditz's gaze shifted towards the Grand Kai, acknowledging that locating Dubra and even dealing with him would not pose a significant challenge. However, since they were seeking assistance, it seemed only fitting to discuss the matter of compensation. After all, the safety of the universe and the grievances between gods and demons pertained primarily to their realm, while they, being part of the universe, were chiefly concerned with the safety of Earth. Therefore, if they wished for his assistance, a demonstration of genuine intent was warranted. Upon hearing this, the Grand Kai remained impassive. However, below him, with the exception of the North Kai, the East, South, and West Kais glared at Raditz, exclaiming, "Saiyan, why are you so selfish? This is a matter of universal safety, and you dare to seek personal gain? Such wickedness! Do you possess no sense of duty as a warrior?" At this moment, the three Kais held a very poor opinion of Raditz. Had he not been so powerful, they might have even considered taking action against him. Humph. Witnessing this, Raditz coldly scoffed, returning the Kais glares with a frigid stare. He was no naive idealist. The audacity of these individuals to attempt to coerce him with notions of righteousness was sheer folly. Enough. At this juncture, the Grand Kai intervened, interrupting the three Kais. He then turned to Raditz and inquired, "What is it that you desire? With your current strength, we have little to offer that would entice you." Upon hearing this, the three Kais exchanged bewildered glances towards the Grand Kai, instinctively protesting, "Grand Kai, you must not encourage the arrogance of a mere Saiyan." Yet, neither Raditz nor the Grand Kai heeded the outcries of the three boisterous Kais. After a brief contemplation, Raditz directed his gaze back to the Grand Kai and stated, "In that case, grant us several divine positions. We do not seek the rank of Kai, but I believe there are ample divine positions within the universe. We may not require them for ourselves, yet they could be bestowed upon our kin and offspring. For the lifespan of a deity far surpasses that of humans and Saiyans alike. Although it is possible to use the Dragon Balls to wish for extended lifespans for Bulma and others, Raditz deliberated and ultimately chose to pursue divine positions. After all, with divine status, the longevity of Bulma and the others would be assured. Most importantly, once recognized as divine, their existence would undergo a transformation, and they would inevitably grow stronger. Divine positions? Saiyan, are you aware of what you are proposing? At the instant Raditz finished speaking, the East, West, and South Kais erupted in fury, their eyes blazing with indignation. As Kais, they are indeed remarkable beings among the divine. Yet, even they would not dare to bestow the title of deity upon others indiscriminately. Now, the audacity of Raditz in requesting a divine position from the Supreme Kai is utterly outrageous. Surprisingly, the Supreme Kai, at this moment, appears unfazed and states, "I shall bestow upon you the ability to grant divine titles. Any position you confer will be recognized by the cosmos, endowing the recipient with longevity and divinity." As he spoke, the Supreme Kai raised his hand, directing a beam of light towards Raditz. In the next instant, the beam fused with Raditz's left hand. Accompanied by a dazzling brilliance, the divine power within Raditz was awakened. Almost instantaneously, the four Kais fell to their knees. Even the Supreme Kai rose abruptly, his gaze fixed intently on Raditz, exclaiming, "Divine power, you are now the new Supreme Kai." "No, That is incorrect. You merely possess the divine power of a candidate for the Supreme Kai. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, and Broly were left in bewilderment. However, the four Kais were utterly astonished, with the South Kai, East Kai, and West Kai trembling in disbelief as they looked at Raditz, exclaiming, "How is this possible? He is actually a candidate for the Supreme Kai. Why were we not informed of this?" At that moment, the three Kais were thrown into a state of panic. The Supreme Kai is the most esteemed deity in the universe. Although Raditz is merely a candidate, his abilities and authority could easily strip them of their divine positions. In an instant, the four Kais disregarded everything else and hurriedly prostrated themselves before Raditz, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Supreme Kai candidate." Except for the North Kai, the other three were in a state of utter disarray. The North Kai, having been aware of Raditz's strength from the beginning, dared not intervene even when Raditz sought a divine position from the Supreme Kai. Additionally, as the North Kai is somewhat of a mentor to Sun Wukong, their relationship remained amicable. Thus, he was not concerned that Raditz would turn against him. Candidate for the Supreme Kai? When did my brother become a candidate? Witnessing the scene, Sun Wukong, Broly, and Son Gohan all looked at Raditz in astonishment. They had no concept of what the Supreme Kai was, nor did they understand what a candidate for the Supreme Kai entailed. However, from the reactions of the four Kais, it was evident that Raditz's newfound status as a candidate for the Supreme Kai was extraordinary. At this moment, Raditz had successfully mastered the ability to grant divine titles. Originally, the power bestowed by the Supreme Kai allowed him to confer only ordinary divine positions. However, due to the divine power within him, Raditz could now effortlessly alter the status of the four Kais before him at will. Indeed, opening his eyes, Raditz addressed the Supreme Kai, saying, "Very well. We shall accept this matter." He then turned his gaze towards the four Kais on the ground and said, "North Kai, you may rise. You are quite impressive. I shall speak with the Supreme Kai about considering your advancement." Upon uttering these words, Raditz did not linger any longer. He turned and swiftly moved to the side of Son Goku and his companions, utilizing instant transmission to vanish from the Grand Kai's realm. Witnessing this turn of events, the four Kais were left in a state of bewilderment. The North Kai, in particular, was utterly astonished, for Raditz's words held an allure that was simply inescapable. He was already the North Kai. To advance further would mean ascending to the rank of the Grand Kai. Before the North Kai could fully comprehend the implications, the East, West, and South Kais glared at him with indignation, exclaiming, "You foolish oaf, you actually have ties with the Supreme Kai candidate. You wretched glutton. You must have known his true identity all along. North Kai, knowing his identity as you do, why did you not inform us? Now we have wronged the esteemed Supreme Kai candidate." In that moment, the three Kais regarded the North Kai with such animosity that it seemed they might wish to see him utterly obliterated. Yet intertwined with their ire was a deep sense of envy. After all, Raditz's seemingly casual remarks had nearly secured the North Kai's future potential for advancement. At this juncture, the Grand Kai spoke up quietly. "Since Lord Raditz has already made his commitment, we need not worry about the affairs of the Demon Realm and Padara. Our foremost concern now is to swiftly restore order within the underworld. You must dispatch your subordinates to assist King Enma in suppressing the chaos." "Yes, yes." The four Kais, not daring to delay, bowed respectfully to the Grand Kai before hastily departing the scene. Earth. Raditz, along with Son Goku and his companions, returned outside the Capsule Corporation. "Brother, uncle, when did you become a candidate for the God of Destruction?" Once they regained their composure, Son Goku, Goten, and Broly looked at Raditz with curiosity. Chapter 71. Born with a battle power of 100,000. The Supreme Kai candidate, who could instill such terror in the four Kais and even earn the respect of the Grand Kai, was certainly not an accolade one could casually attain. "It's nothing," Raditz replied with a nonchalant smile. "I merely learned divine powers in another world. In truth, I am not a Supreme Kai candidate. But with the abilities I have gained from the Grand Kai, I can indeed exhibit powers comparable to those of a Supreme Kai candidate. You three need not aspire to godhood just yet. A lesser divine rank would only impede your growth. In the future, when you have become stronger, you may attain divinity. I recall that in our world, there exist 4 Supreme Kais and the Grand Kai, yet the Grand Kai and the other 3 Supreme Kais have perished. Currently, the last remaining Supreme Kai is the East Supreme Kai. With diligent training, you all can become Supreme Kais in due time. greatly extending your lifespans and divine powers. Furthermore, this ability I have acquired can also be bestowed upon Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Tarbell. Granting them divine status will elevate their lives, granting them near immortality. Upon hearing this, Son Goku and the others were struck with clarity. Soon after, Son Goku's face lit up with joy as he asked, "Brother, is what you say truly accurate? Is it truly possible for Chi-Chi and the others to attain immortality?" Presently, Sun Wukong is exceedingly devoted to his family, and his bond with Chi-Chi is remarkably strong. Hence, upon hearing Raditz's mention of immortality, Sun Wukong was quite exhilarated. Indeed, nodding thoughtfully, Raditz then addressed Sun Wukong. "However, there is no need for haste at this moment. After Chi-Chi gives birth, I shall bestow upon her a divine position. Otherwise, as a divine progeny, the gestation period may extend for several decades, or even hundreds of years. Although the potential may be enhanced, the wait would be excessively prolonged. Therefore, you may return to be with Chi-Chi, and once she has given birth, I will grant her divinity." Understood. In response, both Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan nodded in agreement. At this juncture, Chi-Chi's unborn son, Sun Wutian, has already been developing for 5 to 6 months. For a human, the time for birth would be imminent. However, should Chi-Chi ascend to divinity now, the duration for delivery would significantly extend, which is not what Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan desire. Thus, without further hesitation, the two clasped their fists in respect towards Raditz and said, "Brother, uncle, we shall take our leave now." With that, Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan swiftly departed without delay. Broly, observing the departure of Sun Wukong and his son, Raditz smiled slightly, then turned to Broly beside him and inquired, "Do you have someone you hold dear? If so, you must act quickly. The lifespan of Earthlings is finite, yet I can resolve this issue now. If there is someone special to you, do not dawdle." Upon hearing this, Broly's face flushed red, as if recalling something, and he awkwardly scratched his head, saying, "Brother, I must take my leave. I will visit you when sister-in-law and the others give birth." With that, Broly hastily departed, leaving one to wonder whether it was shyness or other matters that occupied his mind. Raditz observed this scene with satisfaction. Broly's reaction was a clear indication that he had begun to fully integrate into Earth life, and if all goes as anticipated, he has likely encountered a woman who captivates his heart. After a while, Raditz regained his focus. Retracting his gaze from Broly's retreating figure, he turned to head indoors. He was unconcerned about Dubra, for there remains a considerable time before the emergence of Majin Buu. Moreover, Dubra would likely require Babiti's power to open the gates to the demon realm. Thus, they would inevitably appear on Earth, and he merely needed to wait for the opportunity. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During this period, Raditz completely relaxed, spending his days with Bulma and Android 18, while dedicating his nights to cultivating the power of the Kaioshin. One day, Bulma successfully gave birth to a baby girl, whom Raditz named Kyra in honor of the mother of this world. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong's youngest son, Sun Wutian, was also born. The three families gathered for a celebration, with even Vegeta, the training fanatic, having emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. In this instance, Vegeta spent an extended period within the time chamber, and his prowess has ascended to a level that rivals Son Goku, perhaps even surpassing him slightly. However, this extended stay has also significantly depleted Vegeta's lifespan. Though such concerns are trivial for a Saiyan, following the day's celebrations, Raditz bestowed divine blessings upon Bulma, Tarles, and Chi-Chi. In an instant, Bulma, Tarles, and Chi-Chi attained divinity. Although they were merely ordinary deities lacking combat prowess, they were granted the gift of immortality. Consequently, the families, along with Piccolo, Krillin, and others, enjoyed a period of festivity together. After more than 2 months, Android 18 gave birth to a male infant, whom Raditz named Jite. Unlike Bulma's remaining child, Jila, who is simply an ordinary Saiyan, Jite is a bearer of the Super Saiyan bloodline, specifically a superior variant. From birth, he possessed a battle power of 100,000, making him one of the strongest entities within the Saiyan lineage, which rendered his power exceedingly uncontrollable. Being still in infancy, he occasionally caused destruction, prompting Raditz to take Jite to the West City for training, aiming to help him harness the power within him. Similarly, Android 18 and Bulma brought Jila to the West City to remain together as a family. Before long, Goku and his family also arrived at the West City. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta brought Tarles and Trunks to join them. The three families resided in the West City, where the children played and frolicked together, embodying the essence of reclusive sages. In the blink of an eye, over a year passed. During this time, the bonds between the families of Raditz, Goku, and Vegeta grew ever stronger. The younger generation, including Trunks, Goten, Jila, and Jite, formed delightful friendships. Additionally, a new companion named Bupa joined their ranks, the offspring of Broly and a human girl. Under Raditz's guidance, Broly had pursued a relationship with the girl he admired. Following Bupa's birth, Raditz also granted divinity to Broly's wife, bestowing upon her the gift of immortality. Thus, the four families gathered in the West City, where during the day, Raditz, Goku, Vegeta, and Broly trained alongside the children. Meanwhile, Bulma, Android 18, Raditz, Chi-Chi, and I ventured to various city centers around the world to shop, explore, and revel in leisure. On one particular day, while Raditz and the others were immersed in training, an urgent voice rushed towards them. Bulma? Upon hearing the call, Raditz and the others paused their activities. Turning to see Bulma and Tarles hastily approaching, Bulma quickly exclaimed, Raditz. Something terrible has happened. Future Trunks has returned, and he appears to be gravely injured. Future Trunks has arrived? With a raised eyebrow, Raditz and Vegeta exchanged a serious glance. Was it the Trunks from the future or the one from the Dragon Ball Super Universe? Contemplating this, Raditz immediately inquired, Is it the Trunks from that world? I don't know. Bulma replied, shaking her head. She continued, My family just informed us that someone is here, and it is Trunks. However, we cannot confirm which Trunks it is, as he seems to have lost consciousness. Unconscious. That indicated severe injury. A glimmer of insight flashed in Raditz's eyes. He then said, In that case, let us return and investigate. Regardless of which Trunks it is, something must have transpired in the future world. Upon hearing this, Vegeta no longer hesitated and soared toward West City. Wait for me, Bulma called out, hastily following behind. After all, no matter which Trunks it was, he was inherently Vegeta's son. Although he had married someone different, Trunks was still his child, and he could not afford to be negligent. Meanwhile, not far away, Goku, Gohan, and Broly also regained their senses. After exchanging looks, the trio swiftly headed toward West City as well. West City, the Capsule Corporation. Raditz and his companions hurried back and entered the lounge. There, they found Trunks lying on a hospital bed, covered in wounds. Although his injuries had been tended to, his expression was still contorted in pain. Trunks! Vegeta exclaimed instinctively upon seeing him. Without further delay, the group rushed into the room. Vegeta quickly approached to assess Trunks' condition. After confirming that his life was not in danger, Vegeta exhaled in relief and turned to Goku, asking, Kakarot, do you still have any senzu beans? Senzu beans? Goku paused for a moment before swiftly retrieving a small pouch filled with the beans from his pocket and handed it to Vegeta. Here you go, Vegeta. All right. Vegeta wasted no time and promptly placed a senzu bean into Trunks' mouth. As the bean was consumed, Trunks' anguished expression began to ease. With his injuries rapidly healing, Trunks gradually regained consciousness. Where's this? He murmured, surveying his surroundings before his gaze landed on Raditz. Uncle Raditz, have I returned to your world? It appeared that the crisis involving Zamasu had erupted in the Dragon Ball Super Future world. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Raditz immediately grasped the situation. He then asked, Has another crisis arisen in your world? You must have come seeking aid from Universe 7, but why have you ended up here? At this, Goku and the others turned their attention toward Trunks. Considering the previous injuries of the latter, it is evident that tremendous issues must have arisen in the future world. Moreover, the current Trunks is formidable. Having heeded Raditz's prior counsel, he is diligently trained. Although he has not yet achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, he has certainly attained the Super Saiyan 3 state. Uncle Raditz, our world has encountered a dark version of Goku. Upon hearing this, Trunks, unable to afford any negligence, promptly recounted, This dark Goku bears an uncanny resemblance to Uncle Goku, but is exceedingly malevolent. Upon his emergence, he commenced a ruthless slaughter of humanity, proclaiming an intent to execute a plan for human extermination. Initially, I could hold my own against him, but gradually, I became outmatched. I had previously sought assistance from Universe 7, yet my concern for my mother's safety compelled me to return to the future world prematurely. However, upon my return, I found my mother missing, along with Little Wu and the others. Subsequently, Dark Goku reappeared, and once again, I was unable to defeat him, forcing me to activate the time machine. only to unexpectedly arrive in this world. Dark Goku? A plan for human extermination? The room was filled with gasps as everyone absorbed Trunks' words. The notion of annihilating all humanity is unfathomable. What manner of vile creature is this Dark Goku from the future world to commit such heinous acts? Trunks. At that moment, Goku could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, asking, "Are you certain that this individual is an exact duplicate of me? How can that be? While there are Saiyans who resemble me, surely Darius and the others must be deceased." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards Goku, unaware that Dark Goku is the manifestation of Zamasu seizing Goku's body, mistakenly believing it to be akin to previous encounters with Saiyans like Darius. Very similar, almost identical. Nodding, Trunks replied, "However, his energy differs from that of this world's Goku. Yet, it is strikingly akin to that of Universe 7's Goku. I have confirmed that he cannot possibly be the Goku of Universe 7. After Trunks' disclosure, the assembly was momentarily at a loss for words. Though incredulous and difficult to believe, Trunks' account painted a troubling picture of the Dark Goku, who was exceedingly formidable. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from outside. Shortly thereafter, a robot hurried in, exclaiming, "Lord Raditz." Another time machine and Trunks have arrived. As the robot spoke, its panel illuminated, projecting a virtual image of an old time machine, within which another Trunks appeared, bloodied and battered, his body bearing numerous wounds. "Trunks, another one." Witnessing this, everyone instinctively exclaimed in astonishment. It was utterly unexpected that two Trunks had suddenly materialized. Chapter 73. The enemies you encounter in the future are indeed not to be underestimated. It appears that the adversaries on both sides are not entirely alike. Aside from their similar appearances, the Trunks from the outside possesses a tale that is evidently not from the future world of Dragon Ball Super. This is a Trunks I have never seen before. At this moment, Raditz spoke up. Without a doubt, he must have completed the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Yet, despite this, he was still defeated, indicating that his world is facing a tremendous crisis. After saying this, Raditz hesitated no longer. "Let us go and take a look." "All right." Upon hearing this, Vegeta and the others snapped back to attention and immediately stepped towards the outside world. Simultaneously, the Trunks, who had recovered on the sickbed, stood up, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he followed suit. He was quite intrigued by this version of Trunks from the future. After all, during his first visit to this place, he had been subjected to various disdain and comparisons by Vegeta and the others. Although he harbored no feelings of jealousy, he was nonetheless fascinated by a Trunks who had consistently pleased Vegeta and the others. Before long, Raditz and the group arrived within the courtyard. Leaping forward, Raditz activated the time machine and brought the unconscious Trunks out. Once he placed him on the ground, Raditz turned to Vegeta and said, "Vegeta, bring a Senzu bean." Understood. Without hesitation, Vegeta swiftly approached and retrieved a Senzu bean to feed to the future Trunks. With a gulp, as the Senzu bean went down, the injuries on future Trunks began to heal, and his tightly shut eyes slowly opened. "Dad, Uncle Raditz." Upon seeing Raditz and Vegeta beside him, future Trunks was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression transformed into one of excitement. "Dad, Uncle Raditz, I implore you to lend your aid to the future world. Those foes are too strong. Even after being revived, Dad, Uncle Goku, and Brother Gohan all fell in battle. Even Namek has been utterly destroyed, and the Dragon Balls can no longer be used." A collective gasp escaped the lips of those present upon hearing the words of future Trunks. Yet another tragedy. The Goku of this world had also perished in battle, and even the Namekians had been annihilated, signifying that the future world, like the future world of Dragon Ball Super, now had no possibility of resurrection. "Trunks, what on earth happened?" Within an instant, Vegeta inquired. "With your Super Saiyan 4 form and power, how could you possibly be outmatched? Furthermore, you must have informed the future world about the transformation techniques that Kakarot and I utilize. Why then did you still fail?" In this moment, Vegeta and the others were notably anxious. After all, unlike the Trunks from the future of Dragon Ball Super, who was merely in a Super Saiyan 3 state, his inability to prevail was not particularly significant. According to his account, the strongest warriors in that world were at best comparable to Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan 4 at full power. However, this future Trunks was different. He was a bona fide Super Saiyan 4, and not just one. In such circumstances, they suffered defeat, nearly facing complete annihilation, revealing the sheer brutality of their adversaries. Coughing lightly, Future Trunks felt a surge of emotions, trembling with overwhelming hatred that could not be concealed. Observing this, Raditz and the others refrained from interrupting. It was evident to all that Trunks was burdened by repressed anger. If he did not release it, the internal struggle would only intensify his discomfort. After a prolonged moment, Future Trunks gradually regained his composure and took a deep breath, apologizing. "I'm sorry for worrying you all." This scene left the Future Trunks from Dragon Ball Super feeling somewhat embarrassed. His ability to swiftly adjust his mindset was something he could not compare to. No wonder Raditz, Vegeta, and the others were increasingly satisfied and approving of him. Unconsciously, Future Trunks tightened his fists, resolutely deciding that he would no longer lose his temper or composure. Seeing the situation, Raditz patted Future Trunks on the shoulder and inquired, "Please, tell us what happened." Defeating at least 3 Super Saiyans 4. The enemies you faced in the future must indeed be formidable. "Yes, Uncle Raditz." Future Trunks responded promptly, no longer hesitating as he began to recount. "The enemy we encountered in the future is named Ezer, the son of Frieza. His strength is terrifying. Even when my father, Uncle Goku, Gohan, and Goten joined forces, we were no match for him. According to Uncle Piccolo, Frieza was frozen for 5 years, King Cold for 6, while Ezer was frozen for a staggering 50 years. The longer a member of the frozen demon race remains in stasis, the greater their potential and the more formidable their power becomes. Even the fused forms of Uncle Goku and my father, Vegeta, or the fusion of Goten and me, Gotenks, or even Gohan's mysterious Super Saiyan 4 combined form, were powerless against him. Ultimately, to protect me, my father and the others all perished, and even Earth and Namek were destroyed by Ezer. Furthermore, before annihilating Earth and Namek, Ezer utilized the Dragon Balls to resurrect Frieza, Cooler, and King Cold, and achieved immortality." Upon hearing Future Trunks' account, Vegeta, Goku, Broly, and the others could not help but gasp in astonishment. The son of Frieza, Ezer, had been frozen for 50 years, and even the fused Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and Gotenks were no match for him. This raised a chilling question. How incredibly powerful and terrifying would Ezer of that world be? Power that surpasses Super Saiyan 4. Was there anyone, aside from Raditz, who could rival such strength? Instinctively, Goku and the others turned their gazes toward Raditz. Ezer, a new storyline? Conversely, Raditz's brow furrowed slightly. He distinctly remembered that the Supreme Kai of the West resided in his world. Logically, the events of that world should also be contained within their own. Yet, Ezer appeared in the timeline of Future Trunks, clearly indicating a new world narrative. The future world, marred by the events surrounding the artificial beings, witnessed the annihilation of figures like Sun Wukong for over a decade. This prolonged period of stagnation, despite Trunks assisting them in attaining the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, was insufficient to elevate them to the Super Saiyan 5 form, rendering them incapable of contending with Ezer. Furthermore, Ezer had resurrected Frieza and others, acquiring immortality. Even the might of a Super Saiyan 5 would struggle to vanquish him entirely. Instinctively, Raditz murmured to himself, "Goodness." Chapter 74, One must eliminate that black Wukong. The series of unforeseen events is truly overwhelming. The crisis in the Dragon Ball Super Future World, or rather, the New World, presents a formidable challenge. Ding. Mission issued. Slay the fused Zamasu. Reward. Transcendent Super Saiyan 5 transformation. Ding. Mission issued. Slay Ezer. Reward. Perfect instinctive mastery. At this moment, the system's notification echoed softly. Transcendent Super Saiyan 5. Perfect instinctive mastery. Raditz's pupils contracted, and his breath quickened. Regardless of the reward, both were exceedingly enticing to him. Moreover, these were tasks he must undertake, as the Transcendent Super Saiyan 5 and Perfect Instinctive Mastery were of paramount importance. With this thought, Raditz turned his gaze to the New World Trunks and assured him, "Rest assured, I will confront Ezer in your world. However, not at this moment. I would prefer for you to transform your hatred into personal strength, thus transcending your limits to become a Super Saiyan 5. Super Saiyan 5. Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped in astonishment. Whether it was Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Broly, Gohan, the New World Trunks, or the Dragon Ball Super Future Trunks, all were left in awe. The power of Super Saiyan 4 was universally acknowledged. Now, Raditz claimed the existence of a Super Saiyan 5 beyond that form. If one could achieve the Super Saiyan 5 transformation, what unfathomable power would they attain? Uncle Raditz, the New World Trunks instinctively inquired. Does the Super Saiyan 5 transformation truly exist? At this utterance, all eyes turned toward Raditz, filled with anticipation and eagerness. Indeed, without any pretense, Raditz replied calmly. Not long ago, I grazed the edge of its existence. After reaching full power in Super Saiyan 4, I sensed a potential for further enhancement. However, achieving the Super Saiyan 5 transformation is exceedingly difficult for me, as I possess the transcendent bloodline, making it even more challenging. Yet, you are different. Your lineage is that of ordinary Saiyans, while your ceiling may not reach as high as that of the transcendent bloodline. It does lower the restrictions for attaining Super Saiyan 5. Therefore, during this period, Trunks, you should train alongside Kakarot, Vegeta, and Gohan. Azer has proven capable of defeating Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, Super Saiyan 4 Trunks, and even Super Saiyan 4 Mystic Gohan, unless one transforms into Super Saiyan 5. They shall never stand a chance against him. Understood, Uncle Raditz. Upon hearing this, the New World Trunks nodded earnestly, clenching his fists tightly as he declared, I shall perfect Super Saiyan 5 with utmost speed, and when the time comes, I will avenge my father and mother by vanquishing Aizen. Excellent. This scene brought immense satisfaction not only to Raditz, but also to Vegeta and the others present. The New World Trunks had learned the value of self-improvement and possessed the heart of a true warrior. With this experience, he was certain that he would succeed in achieving Super Saiyan 5, just like his counterpart from another world. Indeed, I am no match for you. This moment stirred profound emotions within the future Trunks from Dragon Ball Super, who stood not far away. Despite his prior preparations, witnessing the unwavering determination of his counterpart left him yearning for greatness. Broly. At that moment, Raditz spoke softly, come with me to the future world of Dragon Ball Super. Very well. Broly's eyes lit up at these words. He recalled Raditz's earlier mention of taking him to another world to learn a transformation technique rivaling Super Saiyan 4. After waiting for nearly half a year, Broly had eagerly anticipated this opportunity. Although Raditz had not broached the subject until now, he had refrained from inquiring about it too hastily. Now that Raditz had initiated the conversation, it was undoubtedly good news for him. Another world version of me? Trunks raised an eyebrow, glancing at the future Trunks from Dragon Ball Super with a hint of curiosity. Despite the latter's lesser power, Trunks did not underestimate him. Rather, he felt an empathetic resonance. After all, whether in the New World or the Dragon Ball Super future, both Trunks had become solitary warriors fighting for a bleak future. Trunks. Raditz directed his gaze toward the future Trunks from Dragon Ball Super. Prepare yourself. We shall depart immediately. If all goes as planned, Goku and the others from Universe 7 should have already arrived in your realm. It is time to resolve this matter once and for all. Yes, Uncle Raditz. The future Trunks from Dragon Ball Super exclaimed joyfully, stepping forward. I am ready. At that moment, he could hardly contain his eagerness. He was desperate to eradicate all obstacles. For only by defeating that dark Goku could he hope to find his mother and the whereabouts of Mai and others. Nodding in agreement, Raditz had no intention of lingering. In the original narrative, Fused Zamasu was an adversary that Goku and Vegeta could not hope to match. Ultimately, it was only through summoning the Omni King of the future world that they managed to defeat him. However, in reality, Fused Zamasu had not perished. He had been rescued by Fused. Thus, Raditz knew he must arrive before the Omni King intervened. For only then could he fulfill his mission and acquire the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 5. With this thought, Raditz turned his gaze toward Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, saying, we will be departing for a while. Kakarot, Vegeta, and Gohan, you three should assist Trunks in his training to expedite the perfection of Super Saiyan 5. When the time is right, we shall journey together to his world. In addition, you must pay attention to the situation on Earth. If all goes as expected, the Demon King Depura will soon arrive on our planet. Once he appears, you must swiftly eliminate him to ensure he does not open the gateway to the demon realm, unleashing more formidable beings into our world. Yes, brother. Understood, uncle. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others nodded in agreement. They comprehended the gravity of the situation and were acutely aware that failing to address it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Having conveyed his instructions, Raditz let out a sigh of relief. This matter had arisen rather abruptly, and he had been compelled to depart sooner than anticipated. He could only hope that Sun Wukong and the others would adeptly handle the issues concerning Depura, Babidi, and Majin Buu. Otherwise, troubles would continue to mount. With this thought in mind, Raditz turned his gaze towards Bulma and hesitated before speaking. Bulma, I apologize, but I may need to leave for a while. It's all right. Bulma replied with understanding. The priority now is to save the future world, and we must ensure that the Black Goku is defeated. If his plan for humanity's extinction succeeds, all of humanity will suffer. Nodding in agreement, Raditz felt a surge of gratitude. Having such an empathetic wife was undoubtedly a blessing in his life. Without dwelling on sentimental matters, Raditz directed his attention to Broly and the future Trunks from Dragon Ball Super, stating, Now, you two grasp my shoulders. We shall depart at once. Yes, they replied in unison, quickly seizing Raditz's shoulders. In the next moment, without hesitation, Raditz channeled his Kaioshin power into the time ring. With a resonating hum, the time ring shimmered brilliantly, enveloping the three of them and transporting them away, swiftly heading toward the future world of Dragon Ball Super. Have they left? Observing this scene, Sun Wukong and the others in the courtyard were taken aback. It was indeed their first time witnessing Raditz utilizing the powers of the time ring. Subsequently, Sun Wukong turned to Trunks beside him and said, Trunks, let us be on our way as well. We will head to the Capsule Corporation for training. I can introduce you to Goten, Chi-Chi, and Bulma from this world. As these words were spoken, a smile spread across the faces of Vegeta and the others. Compared to the dire circumstances of the two future worlds, their current realm felt remarkably secure. Though hidden dangers still lurked, Sun Wukong and his companions were determined to train diligently, confident in their ability to confront any potential threats that might arise. In the future world of Dragon Ball Super, a dazzling light from the time ring illuminated the arrival of Raditz, Broly, and Trunks. As they surveyed their surroundings, the world appeared shrouded in darkness. The once thriving West City had been reduced to ruins. Moreover, the essence of life within the entire future realm has become exceedingly faint, indicating that Zamasu's plan for human extinction has commenced. Who are you? At that moment, a hesitant voice emerged from the side. Turning towards the sound, a figure appeared not far from the trio of Raditz. This individual bore a time ring and adorned the Batara earrings, unmistakably revealing himself as the god of destruction from Universe 10, Gauaz. Who are you? Upon seeing Gauaz, Trunks instantly drew the god's sword from behind him, eyeing the newcomer with caution. Although Gauaz did not appear malicious, the resemblance of his Batara earrings to those of Black Goku made Trunks wary. Trunks, stand down. Just as tension hung in the air, a familiar voice rang out. Following the sound, Goku and Vegeta soared in from the distance. Father, Uncle Goku. At the sight of the newcomers, Trunks hesitated, halting his impending strike against Gauaz. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of rushing air echoed as Goku and Vegeta hastened toward them. It's you, Goku. As the two figures landed, Gauaz immediately recognized Goku, releasing a sigh of relief. He had sensed the murderous intent emanating from Trunks just moments before. Had it not been for Goku's intervention, Trunks might have attacked. Although he was a god of destruction, Gauaz did not possess overwhelming strength, as his primary focus was not combat. My lord god of destruction. Bowing respectfully to Gauaz, Goku quickly explained, Trunks is from this world, and his actions may have been offensive. I ask for your forgiveness, my lord. It is of no concern. Waving his hand dismissively, Gauaz stepped forward and spoke. This matter also bears some of my responsibility. Had I not appointed Zamasu as a candidate for God of Destruction, he would not have ended up like this. At this, a shadow of sorrow crossed Gauaz's eyes. He had come to realize that the one responsible for the destruction of this world was none other than his own disciple, Zamasu. Yet, within him lingered a flicker of hope, yearning to see someone other than Zamasu. Raditz, what brings you here as well? Vegeta's gaze turned toward Raditz, his eyes brimming with an eager fighting spirit. During this time, under Whis' guidance, they had mastered the powers of a god of destruction, even integrating them into their transformations. This had significantly augmented both Vegeta and Goku's strengths, elevating them to a level comparable to that of a high-ranking god of destruction. Though he understood he was no match for Raditz, Vegeta was filled with the fervor of battle, eager to personally test the extent of their disparity. Trunks' time machine inadvertently entered my world, and I came to see what transpired here, Raditz explained with a nonchalant smile, casting a glance at Vegeta. Naturally, Raditz would not casually divulge information regarding Bulma from this world. I see. As realization dawned upon him, Vegeta nodded thoughtfully and turned to Trunks, inquiring, Trunks, where is Zamasu? Zamasu? Trunks responded, looking perplexed. Father, who is Zamasu? Isn't it Black Goku who is wreaking havoc upon the world? No. Vegeta shook his head, his expression turning grave. That individual is Zamasu. He merely utilized the power of the Super Shenron to usurp Kakarot's body, thus transforming into that form. Zamasu is the Supreme Kai of Universe 10. And after suffering defeat at the hands of Kakarot, he has harbored a deep-seated grudge. According to Whis' assessment, Zamasu executed his plan to seize Kakarot's body after murdering Gowasu to claim the title of Supreme Kai, subsequently arriving in this world you inhabit. I see. Trunks grasped the situation, enlightenment washing over him. However, his countenance soon darkened, and tightening his grip on the Supreme Kai's sword, he declared, Zamasu, I shall undoubtedly eliminate him. Yet, I have only just returned to this place alongside Uncle Raditz, and am unaware of Zamasu's whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Vegeta furrowed his brow. The lack of knowledge regarding Zamasu's location was far from reassuring. Everyone. At that moment, Gowasu stepped forward, his expression somewhat intricate. If it is Zamasu you seek, I can assist. You? Vegeta and Trunks exchanged glances, astonished that Gowasu, whose strength was not remarkable, would be capable of locating Zamasu. Only Raditz maintained an indifferent demeanor. After all, he was a Supreme Kai, and having spent considerable time with Zamasu, locating him should not prove overly difficult. Lord Gowasu, we are in your debt. Trunks responded first, bowing deeply in apology, recognizing that he had previously drawn his weapon against Gowasu, who deserved respect as a Supreme Kai. It is of no consequence. Gowasu replied with a bittersweet smile, his expression filled with complexity. If Zamasu is indeed involved, then it is I who should apologize. For I bear a measure of responsibility for all that has transpired. With that, Gowasu began to harness the power of the Supreme Kai to seek out Zamasu's whereabouts. Not good. Suddenly, Gowasu's expression shifted dramatically, as if he sensed something. Zamasu is in the realm of the Supreme Kai. He is making his move against this world.